The entire populace has traversed into the world of destiny, becoming the masters of various sects, where one must recruit disciples and complete tasks to ascend in cultivation. In this realm, immortals cultivate mortals, concocting blood elixirs, while powerful clans dominate the celestial gates, leaving the lower-tier cultivators unable to advance further. A century of cultivation is but a fleeting moment. Will you succumb to this fate, willingly becoming livestock for slaughter, or will you wield your weapon and contend for a resplendent heaven and earth? Luo Tian discovers that he is not an otherworldly demon, but has instead acquired the supreme talent of a time traveler. Ascending to the esteemed status of a time-traveling patriarch, he receives a time traveler's gift pack each day, which can be synthesized into more advanced packages. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Golden Disciple Recruitment Order. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring the Golden Blueprint for the Enlightenment Celestial Platform. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for receiving the Primordial Fortune Treasure, the Xuanyuan Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian. Luo Tian establishes the Celestial Alliance, gathering heroes, vying for the throne, seizing the 9 provinces, and exerting dominance over the 3,000 domains. Since I have arrived in this world, it shall be centered around me. Luo Tian stands behind countless fated children, his sword pointed at the celestial court. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Destiny World. Am I not an otherworldly demon? Identification number 333333. 100 billion inhabitants of the Water Blue Star are about to enter the Destiny World. Before entering the Destiny World, please remember the following points. Firstly, you will assume the role of a sect master in the Destiny World, helping to fend off invasions. Secondly, each sect master has one opportunity each year for free disciple recruitment, randomly acquiring disciples with talents ranging from white to golden. Thirdly, pay attention to collecting Destiny coins, as the system will occasionally initiate activities requiring these coins for participation. Fourthly, the cultivation level of the sect master is closely linked to the level of their sect. To enhance one's cultivation, it is essential to elevate the sect's rank. Fifthly, the Destiny World is perilous. All sect masters must remain vigilant, as the life of the master is intricately tied to the sect. Sixthly, Luo Tian is currently overwhelmed. He realizes he has traversed once more. Had I known, I would not have delved into the truths of life. Damn it, I have landed in the era of the masses. Listening to the incessant chatter in his mind, Luo Tian curses vehemently. Fortunately, it is not his first time traversing. His mental fortitude is robust, and he quickly adapts. He lifts his head, finding no armchair, no computer, no phone, nor any adorned walls. Before him lies an empty grand hall, furnished with jade tables and chairs, resplendent in emerald glory. Please name your sect. The Supreme Sect of the World. This name has already been registered. The Eternal Supreme Sect. This name has also been registered. The Ancient Supreme Sect. This name has been registered as well. Damn it, Luo Tian cannot help but curse, exasperated that this group of beasts acts so swiftly. The Sect of the Void. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for founding the Sect of the Void, receiving a random sect gift pack. A radiant white light illuminated the grand hall before Luo Tian, casting its glow upon the plaque above, which bore the dignified and imposing characters, Taishu. The more he gazed upon it, the more his satisfaction grew. Taishu far surpassed the so-called First Sect. This world is fraught with peril. Being dubbed the First Sect truly invites hostility, Luo Tian thought, not at all perturbed by the inability to secure a moniker. With a mere thought, a cerulean screen materialized before him. Sect, Taishu Daozong. Sect Master, Luo Tian. Talent, Time Traveler. Sect Level, 0. Cultivation Mortal. Disciples, none. Sect's Influence, none. Sect's Fortune, 0. Items, Beginner's Gift Pack, Recruitment Order for Seeking Immortality *1, Time Traveler's Gift Pack *1. Time Traveler, Red grants 1 random Time Traveler's Gift Pack daily, which can be stacked and synthesized. A wave of joy washed over Luo Tian. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that Time Travelers enjoyed such privileges. It seemed that this world of destiny was rather benevolent towards them, not branding him as an extraterritorial demon. A daily Time Traveler's Gift Pack that could be synthesized into more advanced packages. This was indeed a delightful windfall. Luo Tian was eager to unveil the contents of the Time Traveler's Gift Pack to discover what his first golden opportunity would be. A flash of golden light descended into his hand, revealing a resplendent plaque. Golden Disciple Recruitment Order. guarantees the recruitment of a disciple of golden quality. By heavens, a golden legend. A disciple of golden quality represented the utmost talent currently accessible. Luo Tian was astonished. The time traveler's gift pack was exceedingly formidable. With a disciple of golden quality, he could undoubtedly gain a significant advantage in this new era. A step ahead translates to a multitude of advantages. Resisting the urge to recruit instantly, he turned his attention back to the beginner's gift pack, eager to discover the techniques and supernatural abilities it contained. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has opened the beginner's gift pack, acquiring the Azure Quality, Low-Grade Mysterious Technique Taishu Jing, Azure Quality, Low-Grade Mysterious Supernatural Ability, Taishu Sword Technique, Low-Grade Mysterious Artifacts, Taishu Dao Crown, Taishu Sword, and Taishu Dao Robe. The Taishu Gift Pack. Fortune favors me. Low-grade mysterious techniques are indeed of superior caliber. Luo Tian's face broke into a smile as he realized the beginner's gift pack offered random rewards, including yellow-grade and mysterious techniques, as well as yellow-grade and mysterious artifacts. All that Luo Tian received were mysterious techniques and artifacts, placing him significantly ahead right from the outset. He would not be constrained in short-term cultivation. Rubbing his hands together, he felt fortunate that day and resolved to capitalize on his luck by recruiting disciples and dominating the world of destiny. Opening his inventory, he retrieved the recruitment order for seeking immortality and confirmed the recruitment. Then, nothing? Congratulations, player Luo Tian has successfully recruited a disciple. Your disciple is on their way. Please wait a moment. You scared me. I thought I had lost my disciple. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Luo Tian understood the rules of this world of destiny. Recruited disciples did not materialize before him instantly. There would be a wait. As for the duration of this wait, that remained uncertain. Regardless, waiting for one was the same as waiting for two, so Luo Tian promptly utilized the Golden Disciple Recruitment Order as well. As the Golden Recruitment Order vanished, his gaze returned to the screen, where a regional channel appeared in the lower left corner. Opening the regional channel. Goodness, brothers, I am truly blessed. I have traversed into a realm where one can cultivate immortality and have become the master of a sect. By the way, does anyone know if a yellow-grade superior technique is effective? I just opened a gift pack and received one of those. Dude, are you just here flaunt? I am envious to tears. I only obtained a yellow-grade medium technique. Enough. I just recruited a blue-quality disciple, but upon revealing my yellow-grade low technique, their loyalty dropped by half. I am at a loss for how to raise it back. Good news, you recruited a blue-quality disciple. Bad news, your disciple looks down on you and wishes to defect. Ha ha ha. I can't breathe from laughter. Yellow-grade techniques, huh? Little ones, do you have any knowledge of mysterious techniques? Goodness, an expert has appeared. 10086. Big shot. Don't forget to take us along once you achieve eternal life. I'm truly honored. I'm forming the Xuanyuan gang. Welcome, brothers, to add me as a friend, and let us progress together, dominating the universe in this strange world. Big shot, take me with you. Me too. The regional channel buzzed with excitement, indicating that many shared Luo Tian's vicinity. Their conversations revealed that not everyone was as fortunate. Those who obtained mysterious techniques were exceedingly rare. After observing for some time, Luo Tian noted that only one individual, identified as Li Long, who created the Xuanyuan gang, had managed to secure a mysterious technique. Seizing the momentum, he sought to recruit followers and establish power. Of course, it was also possible that others, like Luo Tian, were lying low, not wishing to expose themselves too early. Chapter 2. The Golden Disciple and the New Promotion Task. Luo Tian held no interest in Li Long's burgeoning influence. In an orderly world, trust was a rare commodity. And in this chaotic realm, could one truly expect a stranger to lay bare their heart and soul? It seemed more plausible for them to pry into one's innermost feelings. Li Long's establishment of a faction could not be as simple as it appeared. Notions of mutual assistance were mere fabrications, undoubtedly veiling ulterior motives. What piqued Luo Tian's curiosity, however, was the matter concerning the declining loyalty of his disciples, which instilled a sense of vigilance within him. Loyalty was not a constant. These disciples were not emotionless NPCs, but rather living beings, endowed with their own joys, sorrows, and thoughts. Player Luo Tian's newly recruited disciples have arrived at the mountain gate. Please check, player. As the notification chimed, Luo Tian quickly donned the magical artifact bestowed by the system and departed the grand hall. Outside, the soaring verdant mountains surrounded him. with the Tai Su Dao sect majestically perched atop one, shrouded in ethereal mists that exuded an air of celestial grandeur. At the imposing entrance, two youths of seemingly tender years awaited. One was clad in simple garb, wielding an axe in one hand and carrying a bundle of freshly chopped firewood on his back. His thick brows and bright eyes gave him a wholesome, honest demeanor. The other, adorned in a blue brocade robe, bore a pallid complexion. Yet his gaze was clear and resolute. This must be the abode of immortals. I am determined to become a disciple of these celestial beings. The youth in blue fervently clenched his fists. Suddenly, the mist cloaking the entrance parted gracefully, revealing a pathway. At the other end, a figure emerged, radiating an ethereal presence. With a visage as flawless as jade and an aura reminiscent of the divine. A purple immortal sword floated behind him, glistening with a cold light. The newcomer, of course, was Luo Tian. Without a doubt, he exuded an impressive demeanor, especially now clad in the robes of Tai Su, embodying the essence of a celestial swordsman. "This is indeed an immortal," exclaimed the youth in simple attire, overwhelmed with excitement, as he immediately bowed deeply in reverence. An immortal, a legendary figure. Name, Liu. Age, 15. Talent, rustic villager, blue, hardworking, blue. Qualification, 53. Comprehension, 44. Loyalty, 100. Rustic villager, blue. Efficiency in chopping spiritual wood, 20. With a minuscule chance of obtaining high-quality spiritual wood. Hardworking, blue, while diligently cultivating, qualification 5, comprehension 5. The humble boy was indeed Liu, a disciple of blue quality, and Luo Tian found himself quite pleased with him. He then lifted his gaze towards the other youth, only to be met with a cascade of golden light. Name, Xuanyuan. Age, 16. Talent, heaven's jealousy of talents, gold. Mastery of objects, gold. Luminous insight, purple. Qualification, 81. Comprehension, 99. Loyalty, 90. Heaven's jealousy of talents, gold. Qualification 20. Comprehension 20. Cultivation speed 50. Lifespan halved. Mastery of objects, gold. Difficulty of cultivating weapon techniques minus 30. Attack damage 30. Luminous insight, purple. Upon encountering a bottleneck, a slight chance of sudden enlightenment. Truly a golden legend, Luo Tian mused. For Xuanyuan embodied the very essence of exceptional talent. With a comprehension of 99, he was tantalizingly close to perfection. The only lament was that Xuanyuan's lifespan was but half that of others. To become a genius often exacted a toll. The presence of these two at the gates of Tai Su Dao sect indicated a profound connection, a fate entwined with the sect. "I am the sect master of Tai Su Dao sect. Today marks the opening of our gates. Have you considered joining our esteemed sect?" Luo Tian's gentle voice resonated in the minds of Liu and Xuanyuan. "Willing. I, Xuanyuan, wish to become a disciple of Tai Su Dao sect," Xuanyuan declared without hesitation, akin to a drowning man seizing his last chance. Only he understood the gravity of his situation. Without the blessings of fate, he would unlikely see his 20th year. He yearned to live, at the very least not in such a meaningless manner. Beside him, Liu gradually grasped the situation, his eyes widening in disbelief. He gasped in excitement, exclaiming, "The immortal wishes to take me, Liu, as a disciple. What an honor!" Xuanyuan and Liu joined Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian noted that two new names had appeared in the disciple roster, Xuanyuan and Liu. "Excellent. Excellent." He laughed heartily. "You shall henceforth be disciples of Tai Su Dao sect. Remember the teachings of our sect. Respect the master and cherish the way. Foster harmony among fellow disciples." Xuanyuan and Liu bowed deeply, replying in unison, "We shall faithfully adhere to the sect master's edicts. Rise now. Tai Su Dao sect is not bound by excessive formalities. Consider this place your home for the time being." Luo Tian smiled, extending two fingers towards them. Two beams of white light shot forth, entering their minds before they could react. This display left both boys astonished. If the immortal before them wished them harm, he could do so with but a breath. This is the Tai Su Dao sect's technique and divine power. Learn to wield it. Within it lies my understanding. For anything you do not comprehend, feel free to seek me in the Grand Hall. You are now disciples of Tai Su Dao sect, and may find a place to reside within our territory." As he spoke, the mist enveloping Tai Su Dao sect gradually dissipated, revealing a picturesque landscape, with a grand hall towering majestically, inscribed with the words Tai Su, resplendent in the center. Only a being of legend could construct such a magnificent palace atop these lofty mountains. Xuanyuan and Liu mused, their doubts about Luo Tian's words fading away. Once Luo Tian's figure vanished from their sight, and he returned to the grand hall, Xuanyuan and Liu exchanged incredulous glances. "Are we dreaming? Should we pinch each other?" A crisp sound of two slaps echoed as they simultaneously touched their faces, bursting into laughter. This is no dream. We have genuinely become disciples of an immortal. Unbeknownst to them, the immortal they revered was chuckling to himself. Golden legend, indeed. Golden legend. Luo Tian was exhilarated. For not only had he obtained a golden legend, but he had also elevated his sect to the first level. In that instant, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through him, lifting him to a state of euphoria. Sect, Tai Su Dao Sect. Sect Master, Luo Tian. Talent, Transmigrator, Red. Sect Level, 1. Cultivation, Qi Refinement 9th Level. Disciples, Zheng Pingyun, Gold, Li Erniu, Blue. Sect Jurisdiction, None. Sect Fortune, 0. Items, Level 1 Sect Gift Package. Player Luo Tian's sect has successfully been promoted to Level 1. You may now inquire about Level 2 Sect tasks. Promotion tasks, 1. The sect must have 1 disciple at Qi Refinement 9th Level. 2. The sect must have more than 10 disciples. 3. The sect must possess at least 1 village-level jurisdiction. 4. The sect's fortune must reach 100. Completing the promotion tasks will yield generous rewards. Chapter 3. The Sect Gift Package and the Chaos of Human Nature. Is this not merely a reskin of a game from a previous life? Luo Tian found himself at a loss for words. To level up, one must engage in combat and vie for power. Fortunately, he possessed disciples of the Golden Legend, allowing for rapid cultivation. And ascending to a secondary sect would not take long. Swift advancement signifies seizing the initiative, thereby acquiring abundant resources. He opened the Level 1 Sect Gift Pack. Congratulations, player. You have received 100 low-grade Spirit Stones, 10 Qi Refining Pills, and the blue talent of the Void Sect Master. Void Sect Master. Blue, all damage within the Void Sect increases by 10. A modest harvest, indeed. Both Spirit Stones and Pills assist in cultivation. Yet Luo Tian was unable to cultivate himself. These items could only benefit Zheng Pingyun and Li Erniu. Once more, Luo Tian accessed the regional channel, where the chatter remained fervent. Dude, I feel utterly doomed. What is happening now? Front row for the gossip. I just recruited a disciple, and she is truly stunning. I wish to marry her, but she refuses. Now she is threatening to summon the villagers to slaughter me. What should I do? I have no cultivation. Fool. Why think with your lower half at a time like this? Isn't longevity more appealing? With strength, wouldn't any woman be within your reach? Noble ladies, aristocrats, celestial beings above, and mermaids below, what is there that you cannot have? Could I really be killed by the villagers? This is ridiculous. All it takes is to recruit a disciple to elevate to a Level 1 sect and attain the prowess of the 9th layer of Qi refining. There is truly a fool here who can't even reach that. Haha, I received a disciple of purple quality, possessing the Origin Fireblade body. I'm offering a hefty sum for a blade cultivation technique. If you have one, I can trade it for a profound level weapon. Purple quality? Envy, the big shot is about to soar. This is second only to golden quality disciples. Perhaps within a year and a half, they could cultivate to the 9th layer of Qi refining. Big shot. How about joining my Haotian gang? We have a suitable technique for blade cultivation of superior yellow quality. What nonsense. You dare present a superior yellow quality technique? If you join my Exploding Sky gang, we can procure you a profound level technique for blade arts. Exploding Sky gang, is it? Let us discuss privately. Alright, big shot. Good heavens. This is the treatment for purple quality disciples, causing 2 major guilds to vie for attention. What then could the scene be like for a golden quality disciple? Golden? Don't even think about it. At least in our region, it's impossible. The only purple quality disciple is that one big shot. And blue quality disciples are exceedingly rare. To draw a golden disciple would be akin to chasing a dream. The messages in the regional channel grew increasingly fragmented, as more individuals, bewildered by their arrival in this new world, congregated to exchange words and alleviate their anxiety. It appeared that they were situated in a novice village. Devoid of danger, the 9th layer of Qi refining should suffice for defense. However, lurking dangers existed nearby, with villagers below. This represented a resource. Incorporating the villagers into their sphere of influence would fulfill one of the achievements for upgrading to a secondary sect. Lastly, high-quality talent in disciples was exceedingly precious. The emergence of one would undoubtedly incite a scramble. Yet caution was paramount, for the human heart is inscrutable. Luo Tian reflected upon his thoughts. Should he disseminate the news of his golden quality disciple, he would undoubtedly attract a multitude of followers, thus establishing the foremost guild. Yet, he harbored no such intentions. Fully aware that the most formidable threat at this stage might not be the unknown world outside, but rather the companions within the same region. Jealousy is inherent to human nature. The stage has only just begun, and Luo Tian was not yet equipped to counter any petty schemes. Should he become a target, he could easily be eliminated and his disciples recruited instead. This possibility could not be dismissed, as everyone understood that this was a reshuffling. The old order was no more. And now a disordered new order prevails, where one must stand upon the flesh and blood of others to ascend to the pinnacle. Sect Master. A crisp knocking echoed from outside the hall, accompanied by a somewhat anxious voice. Creak. The grand doors of the hall opened slowly without any external force, revealing a slightly tanned youth, clutching a roasted rabbit and a roasted wild chicken, standing outside, unsure of himself. Upon seeing that it was Liu, Luo Tian calmly spoke, "Come in." Liu entered the hall, holding the wild chicken and rabbit, and upon seeing the resplendent youth in purple robes, he promptly knelt. "Immortal. These are the rabbit and chicken I caught. Thank you for imparting your immortal techniques." Luo Tian discerned Liu's intent and extended a hand, gently lifting it upward. Liu suddenly felt an invisible, gentle force elevating him, allowing him to stand again, while the wild chicken and rabbit uncontrollably soared toward Luo Tian. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted into Luo Tian's nostrils, momentarily stunning him before he regained his composure and spoke calmly. "Tomorrow at noon, you and Zheng Pingyan shall return to the Void Palace. I have items to bestow upon you." Liu respectfully complied and exited the Void Palace, leaving Luo Tian in a state of contemplation. He desired to treat both disciples fairly, yet he understood that absolute fairness equated to absolute unfairness. Zheng Pingyan was destined to receive more resources, and Luo Tian needed him. The flavor was quite pleasing. Although one could go 10 days or half a month without food at the 9th layer of qi refining, Luo Tian still wished to indulge his palate. The following day, the brilliant sunlight poured down like golden nectar upon the ground. Beneath an ancient tree, Zheng Pingyan was enveloped in a faint purple aura, exuding an air of nobility, as spiritual energy swirled around him, forming a cyclone. Soon, a luminous membrane enveloped him like an eggshell. Is this the sensation of cultivation? Have I successfully broken through to the first layer of qi refining? Zheng Pingyan's expression radiated joy. A hint of color returned to his pale face as he laughed heartily. He had broken through to the first layer of qi refining in a single night. Liu, standing nearby, cast an envious glance. He had yet to even grasp the nuances of sensing qi, while Zheng Pingyan, who had entered the void sect alongside him, had already advanced. However, Liu felt no jealousy, only happiness. "Brother Zheng, the immortal has summoned you and me to the Void Palace at noon." Zheng Pingyan nodded, the delight on his face still evident. "Since it is the sect master's request, we should not delay. Let us proceed to the Void Palace to pay our respects." The two set off together toward the Void Palace. Chapter 4. Reopening the Crossing Gift Pack, Trade. The Void Palace stood desolate. Luo Tian stretched and dozed off. Having spent his first night in this alternate world, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. He must expand the Void Mountain soon. It felt too barren, with only the Void Palace standing, lacking even a place to sleep. While it was customary in a realm of cultivation to drink from the Kangwu Spring in the morning and rest by the Azure Sea in the evening, Luo Tian understood that to make his disciples feel at home and committed to the sect, he had to instill a sense of belonging within them. Currently, there was little he could do. At the very least, he wanted to provide them with their own quarters. Loyalty may waver, but responsibility remains steadfast. Oh, Luo Tian was taken aback. He could sense a hint of spiritual energy emanating from a cultivator, albeit faint. It seemed Zheng Pingyan had sensed the spiritual energy and had become a cultivator. Truly, the Golden Legend had talents that inspired envy. In the depths of his heart, Luo Tian reflected on the revelations of one night, having grasped certain fundamentals of the cultivation realm, such as the initial stages of training for disciples of white quality. Sensing spiritual energy could take no less than a decade, or even several decades. Disciples of green quality might require several years, while those of blue quality could achieve this in a matter of months to a year, and purple quality disciples could do so in just 10 to 15 days. Only those of golden quality could perceive spiritual energy within a single day. Today also marked the occasion of another transcendent gift package, which he casually opened while awaiting the arrival of Zheng Pingyan and Liu. Rubbing his hands together, Luo Tian was keenly aware that he was entitled to a reward as a traveler each day. Yesterday, he had acquired a recruitment order for golden disciples. What would today hold? A martial arts manual? Another recruitment order? Or perhaps a miraculous elixir? A flash of blue light revealed a jade slip the size of a thumb in Luo Tian's hand, inscribed with the 3 characters, by Tao Ju. This was a cultivation technique, albeit merely a blue-quality yellow-grade top-tier technique. Since Luo Tian possessed the Tai Su Jing, this yellow-grade technique would be of no use to him. Disciples Zheng Pingyan and Liu request an audience with the sect master. The voices of 2 young men resonated from outside the hall. Luo Tian exhaled softly, "Come in." The tightly sealed doors opened slightly without anyone pushing them, causing Zheng Pingyan's pupils to constrict in awe and respect. Such a display could only belong to a celestial being. The power of the sect master far exceeded his imagination. Player Luo Tian instills awe in disciple Zheng Ping'an, loyalty 5. Greetings, sect master. Zheng Ping'an bowed deeply, prompting Li Erniu to emulate him, which elicited a smile from Luo Tian. Indeed, Ping'an had successfully cultivated spiritual energy and entered the qi refinement stage. Luo Tian commended Zheng Ping'an, causing the youth's lips to curve into a joyful smile. I have summoned you today to discuss the rules of our sect. Zheng Ping'an and Li Erniu immediately adopted serious expressions. Within the sect, there were distinctions among outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. As the sect was still in its infancy with few disciples, many rules remained unrefined, a fact Luo Tian was well aware of. As there were only the two of them in the sect, given Ping'an's commendable talent, he could be exceptionally promoted to true disciple, while Erniu's talent was also impressive, qualifying him as an inner disciple of Tai Su Dao sect. Both of you are the future of Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian contemplated nurturing Zheng Ping'an vigorously, prioritizing resources on those with exceptional talent. However, Li Erniu also possessed a unique gift, though he was uncertain of the nature of his spiritual wood talent. Such special abilities were indispensable to the sect. Thus, Luo Tian promoted one to true disciple and the other to inner disciple. Thank you, sect master. Both Zheng Ping'an and Li Erniu were overwhelmed with joy. Zheng Ping'an recognized that his remarkable talent would surely earn the sect master's favor, ensuring his survival. Li Erniu was astonished to find himself not only entering a celestial's fold, but also becoming an inner disciple, an achievement worthy of familial pride, destined to be chronicled in history. He couldn't help but grin broadly. This is your cultivation resource for this month. Luo Tian produced 4 qi refinement pills, giving 3 to Zheng Ping'an and 1 to Li Erniu. He then took out 40 low-grade spirit stones, bestowing 30 upon Zheng Ping'an and 10 upon Li Erniu. After explaining the uses of the qi refinement pills and spirit stones, Luo Tian continued, aside from these basic resources each month, should you wish to acquire additional resources, you will need merit points. I will issue tasks, and upon completion, you may earn merit points, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources. Hearing that they could obtain such resources through other means filled the two with elation. Was this not an opportunity to help their families step onto the path of immortality? As for the tasks, I will post them outside the main hall. If you are diligent, you may check them every morning. Upon concluding his words, Luo Tian did not keep Zheng Ping'an and Li Erniu any longer, allowing them to take their leave from the hall. With these resources, Zheng Ping'an could surely reach the latter stages of qi refinement within a month. It was imperative to complete the remaining promotion tasks swiftly, otherwise, if Ping'an were to break through to the 9th level of qi refinement while he remained stagnant at the same level, it would be rather awkward. Beneath Tai Su Mountain lay a village, likely belonging to Erniu. Once Ping'an reached the 7th level of qi refinement, he could descend the mountain and bring the village under the dominion of Tai Su Mountain. Contemplating this, Luo Tian glanced at the regional chat channel, where messages flowed incessantly. After a moment's thought, he typed out a message and sent it forth. A water system blue quality, yellow grade top tier technique. In exchange for 50 qi refinement pills and 500 low grade spirit stones. Serious inquiries only. Goodness, what kind of family would forsake even a yellow grade top tier technique? A chorus of disbelief erupted. What a steal. A certain big shot mentioned that even the most ordinary yellow grade top tier technique could sell for 1,000 low grade spirit stones outside. This blue quality one would only appear at an auction. Nonsense, this is highway robbery. If it were truly so valuable, why wouldn't he sell it at an auction? Who could possibly produce 50 qi refinement pills and 500 low grade spirit stones at this stage? Even those major guilds would have to bleed heavily. Everyone knows the importance of resources at this level. Bro, 10 qi refinement pills is the limit. Luo Tian's statement ignited a frenzy in the regional chat channel. Only a handful possessed profound techniques, and aside from that, yellow-grade top-tier techniques were akin to divine treasures. Regardless of the uproar in the regional channel, Luo Tian received not a single private message. Chapter 5. The young girl Su Ming Ming, a fortuitous encounter. Li Long. Bro, I'm the leader of the Haoyan gang. How about considering joining us? We can help each other and build a beautiful home together. To be frank, there's a big shot in our gang who happens to lack a water system technique. We're willing to trade you another technique for it. Rest assured, we won't deceive you. Once the big shot becomes powerful, they will surely protect you and elevate you to the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. Basking in the embrace of beauty, Luo Tian glanced at the message and typed 2 words in response: foolishness. Without waiting for Li Long's reply, he promptly blocked him. What a shameless attempt to take advantage. On the other side, Li Long stared at the screen, his face flushed with anger. As the president of a 100-member guild, he had never endured such indignity. Red exclamation marks cluttered his screen. Damn it, this bastard actually blocked me. Fuming, Li Long couldn't help but curse. I asked for your technique to show respect. You dare to remain anonymous? If I catch you, I swear I'll make you regret it. He had sought to exploit Luo Tian's blue quality technique, but Luo Tian had not fallen into the trap. Xuanyuan, Dragon Bro, have you secured the water system technique? You know I can't wait too long. If you haven't acquired it in the next 2 hours, I'll have to look elsewhere. Li Long's expression darkened. Xuanyuan was the aforementioned big shot, a prominent figure with a purple disciple status, an invaluable asset in the early stages. Li Long, I have it. I have it. Brother Song, don't rush. I'll deliver the water system technique to you soon. Just keep your disciple in check. After sending the message, Li Long wore a wry smile. Where on earth was he supposed to find a water system technique? The supreme yellow-grade cultivation technique is unattainable, as the cost is exorbitant. Therefore, one can only seek a medium-grade yellow technique. Suji, brother, I am the leader of the Exploding Heaven Gang. I can acquire the technique in your possession for 30 chi refinement pills or 300 low-grade spirit stones. Shall we become friends? Luo Tian, no thank you. A red exclamation mark appeared. After searching for quite some time, Luo Tian felt a sense of helplessness as he encountered incessant bargaining and attempts at exploitation. Perhaps he should auction it off outside? After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the thought, leaving aside whether he knew the location of the cultivator's city. What if it incited the greed of others, leading to murder and theft? Although he was at the 9th level of chi refinement, he was keenly aware of his limitations. He was merely a novice, capable of little more than being a decorative figure. In a confrontation, he would likely be overpowered. Unfazed, Luo Tian continued his search for information and eventually stumbled upon a unique opportunity. Su Mingming, brother, dear brother, I possess a chance token and wish to exchange it for your supreme yellow-grade technique. What do you think? Chance token, blue upon use. It reveals the location of a potential opportunity, albeit with the risk of danger. Note, opportunities are closely linked to the current sect's level. This was the first time Luo Tian had encountered a chance token. Such information had never been disclosed in the regional channel. Upon activation, it could unveil an unknown opportunity. Fraught with peril, a gamble indeed. Nevertheless, few would dare to present such a token, as it was tied to the sect's level. If it couldn't be retrieved now, would it ever be? Meanwhile, on an island, the petite Su Mingming was on the verge of tears. While others received cultivation techniques from their starter packs, she received only a chance token, and to this day, she lacked the courage to recruit disciples. Starving and with no cultivation, she reflected on the hardships she had never endured before her transmigration. She understood that the chance token was a valuable item. Yet one must be alive to enjoy good fortune. After a night of contemplation, she resolved to trade the chance token for resources, especially after spotting Luo Tian's message, which solidified her decision. Mysterious individual, very well, I agree to the exchange. I shall send a trade request for your approval. The mysterious individual has sent you a trade request, supreme yellow-grade technique, blue, for chance token, blue. Do you agree? Agree, yes, yes. Su Mingming nodded vigorously, hastily clicking to accept, fearing that Luo Tian would change his mind. As the chance token vanished from her grasp, a jade slip materialized before her, revealing none other than Luo Tian's by Tao Ju. With the technique in her possession, Su Mingming wasted no time in initiating her disciple recruitment. On the other side, Luo Tian gazed at the chance token with a faint smile. He did not intend to use it immediately. Presently, Zheng Pingyan and Li Erniu were too weak to be of any assistance. Once Zheng Pingyan's cultivation improved, Luo Tian could assign him the task of seeking opportunities. For now, he needed to build a dwelling first, as he had 60 low-grade spirit stones remaining, which should suffice for some tasks. He needed to devise a way to acquire more spirit stones, as the 100 low-grade spirit stones from his starter pack were woefully insufficient. On the 3rd day, upon awakening, Luo Tian sensed a surge of spiritual energy. A breakthrough each day? Goodness, not only the heavens, but even I am envious. Luo Tian was astonished. Just yesterday, Zheng Pingyan had entered the 1st level of chi refinement, and today he had advanced to the 2nd. Was this the prowess of fate favoring the talented? Meanwhile, Li Erniu was still struggling to comprehend the spiritual energy. At this rate, by the time Li Erniu grasped the energy, Zheng Pingyan might reach the late stages of chi refinement. The disparity was staggering, a clear case of having an advantage. After the surprise faded, Luo Tian proceeded to open his Transmigrator starter pack. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has obtained the supreme yellow-grade weapon, the Dripping Water Sword. A long sword, as delicate as a cicada's wing and resembling flowing water in azure hue, appeared before Luo Tian. Yellow-grade, useful but not overly so. Opening the regional chat channel, Luo Tian exclaimed, the supreme yellow-grade weapon, Dripping Water Sword, is available for just 500 low-grade spirit stones or 50 chi refinement pills. First come, first served. Only one available. What the heck? Just yesterday, someone was selling a supreme yellow-grade technique, and today another was offering a supreme yellow-grade weapon? A weapon of such caliber could allow one to slay foes beyond their level and bestow it upon disciples for protection. How could anyone be foolish enough to sell such a treasure? Insanity. Bro, no, dear father. I am your long-lost son from the world of destiny. Please take care of me. I desire it. Yet once again, I am tormented by my poverty. Darling, darling, I am your wife. Luo Tian quickly closed the regional channel and turned his attention to private messages. Chapter 6. The Fortunate Su Mingming. Damn. Li Long couldn't help but curse. A crimson exclamation mark appeared before him. Upon seeing the supreme yellow-grade weapon in the regional channel, Li Long immediately contacted Luo Tian. He had painstakingly crafted a multitude of messages to swindle a favor, but found that they could not be sent. It dawned on him that this mysterious individual was the same one who had insulted him yesterday. Wasn't this the very person who had seemingly acquired an abundance of techniques and weapons? Li Long felt a mix of bitterness and jealousy. His luck was decent. With a blue-quality disciple, yet he had only received a medium-grade yellow technique from the sect starter pack. That mysterious individual casually possessed both supreme yellow-grade techniques and weapons. Perhaps he was desperate, selling his skills and arms in a bid for spirit stones. He consoled himself with a cold smirk. With a blue-quality disciple, he was already ahead of the competition. As long as he persevered, he could become a significant figure. Luo Tian remained unaware of Li Long's thoughts. Were he to know, he would surely chuckle and inform him. Young man, this world bestows privileges upon transmigrators. Each day brings new advantages, and the gap will only widen. Not long after Luo Tian sent out his message, private notifications began to flood in. Lu Cheng, big shot, I am your long-lost son. A red exclamation mark. Nangong Shui, I am a woman. Could you possibly help me? I would be willing to be your girlfriend. I have a great figure and can dance. Luo Tian, does that imply you are unattractive? Apologies, I am rather discerning. A red exclamation mark. After searching through countless messages, the overwhelming majority were from freeloaders, with a few attempting to haggle, all wanting to negotiate. Fools cannot afford it, while the wise do not wish to squander resources. Luo Tian found it exasperating. However, he remained unhurried. Time was on his side, and the remaining spirit stones and chi refinement pills would last him for a while. Before long, he noticed a familiar name. Su Mingming, big shot, are you there? It's me, the one who exchanged for the technique yesterday. Luo Tian, yes, what is it? Su Mingming, big shot. I wish to trade 500 low-grade spirit stones for your supreme yellow-grade sword. Luo Tian pondered for a moment before typing. Where did you acquire 500 low-grade spirit stones? Su Mingming, I owe it all to the technique you provided. Yesterday I recruited a disciple, a wealthy heir from the Sea clan, who gifted me a large chest of spirit stones. So, she had recruited an otherworldly sycophant. Luo Tian sighed inwardly. Indeed, no matter the realm, there would always be those fortunate souls who stumbled upon great luck. Luo Tian, certainly. I shall prepare 500 low-grade spirit stones and will send a trade request shortly. A mysterious figure has sent you a trade offer. 500 low-grade spirit stones for the exquisite yellow-grade artifact, the dripping water sword. On the other side, Su Mingming hastily produced 500 low-grade spirit stones and consented to the exchange. The spirit stones vanished, transforming into a shimmering azure sword, which Su Mingming held dearly, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. With a yellow-grade supreme technique and a yellow-grade supreme weapon at her disposal, such a promising start undoubtedly places her among the elite players. Hee. This young lady is truly fortunate. At this rate, it won't be long before I can aid Xiao Wu in avenging himself. Elated, Su Mingming recalled that she had recruited a blue-quality disciple just yesterday, who indeed was the descendant of a wealthy sea merchant, but burdened with a deep-seated vendetta, as his family had been annihilated, leaving him laden with a substantial amount of spirit stones, no less than several thousand, all of which were now at Su Mingming's disposal. Luo Tian, having acquired 500 low-grade spirit stones, was equally satisfied. These stones would serve him well for an extended period. Now, it would be prudent to assign a task to the two little rascals outside. Luo Tian stroked his chin, reclining lazily in the chair above the grand hall. Lost in thought, with an abundance of spirit stones, he could afford to be generous, constructing 10 houses, each requiring 5 merit points. With 1 merit point convertible into a low-grade spirit stone would be an excellent task for Liu to undertake. Additionally, recruiting 10 disciples would be essential. With 2 already secured, 8 more were needed. Liu could source some from the village, while Zheng Ping'an likely hailed from a mortal family, making it feasible to gather the required numbers. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Tian began to craft tasks in the void, which materialized before him. Outside the hall, Zheng Ping'an and Liu sensed the commotion and approached the entrance of the Tai Su Hall. just in time to witness the intricately inscribed sword marks on the wooden board. The marks intertwined, forming exceptionally neat characters. Sect tasks. 1. Construct houses. 5 merit points per house. 2. Expand the sect by recruiting talented disciples. 10 merit points awarded for each disciple with cultivation potential. Note: 1 merit point can be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone, while 10 merit points can be traded for a chi refinement pill. Zheng Pingin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Well aware of the immense benefits that chi refinement pills and spirit stones could provide, using spirit stones for a night could double his cultivation speed. And refining a chi refinement pill could allow him to break through to the second level of chi refinement in a single night, rapidly approaching the third level. Furthermore, the sect's recruitment of disciples represented a chance for their loved ones to cultivate as well. Though Li Erniu might appear simple-minded, he was not foolish. Having seen Zheng Pingin achieve another breakthrough today, he realized the gap between them, lacking even the slightest sensitivity to spiritual energy. Understanding the need for cultivation resources, he too sought to undertake the tasks. That very day, Li Erniu approached the Tai Su Hall to request permission to descend the mountain and gather the clansmen to assist Luo Tian in building houses. Luo Tian granted permission. After a night had passed, Zheng Pingin successfully broke through to the third level of chi refinement. However, he chose not to descend immediately, but to remain atop the mountain. On this fourth day, Luo Tian opened a peculiar item from the Transcender's gift pack. Fortune token, blue upon use. It reveals the location of a blue fortune. Unable to resist, Luo Tian activated it. After doing so, he noticed a blue horizon materializing before him. By following this line, he could locate the source of his fortune. The blue line was not far from his current position. With my cultivation at the 9th level of chi refinement, traversing the mountains should pose little danger. Luo Tian, possessing scant knowledge of the outside world, was unaware that both Zheng Pingin and Li Erniu came from mortal backgrounds, oblivious to the intricacies of the cultivation realm. He also did not know whether being at the 9th level of chi refinement made him a prominent figure within 100 miles. Nevertheless, Luo Tian decided to leave the Tai Su Hall and began to explore the external world. This realm requires pioneers. If all arrivals simply lingered in their small patches of land, they might perish without ever knowing how they met their end. Following the path indicated by the blue line, Luo Tian arrived at a precipice where the line led directly beneath. Harnessing the Tai Su sword, he descended the cliff, discovering a cave at its center, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Chapter 7. The Blue Fortune, Sword Slaying the Bear Demon. This must be the site of the fortune, Luo Tian mused. Before stepping into the dim cave, the Tai Su sword emanated a white glow, illuminating the shadowy interior. Inside, he found 2 skeletal remains, flanked by 3 boxes, alongside a law sword embedded in the ground. Perhaps due to the owner's demise, this sword lay dusty, indistinguishable from a mundane blade. Following the light, Luo Tian noticed a series of murals carved into the wall behind the 2 corpses, accompanied by rows of text. From these murals and inscriptions, he discerned the identities of the deceased. They were a pair of Dao partners from a place called Yunluozu, who had been childhood sweethearts for a century, both reaching the 9th level of chi refinement. One fateful day, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and they stumbled upon the legendary Millennium Red Fruit. Unfortunately, there was only one fruit. This couple succumbed to discord, as the single red fruit represented their hope for foundation establishment. With their talents, it would be impossible to achieve this without consuming the fruit. Ultimately, under the temptation of the fruit, the man poisoned the woman first. Before her demise, she revealed her true intentions, stating that she had never desired to break through to foundation establishment. She merely wished to assist the man in achieving his goal by sacrificing herself. The murals and writings were etched by the man, depicting the final scene of him carrying the woman into the cave. Without you, I shall not cultivate as an immortal. It was evident that the man also refrained from consuming the red fruit to break through to the foundation establishment, choosing instead to dissipate his own cultivation and meditate in this cave. In the end, neither achieved their foundation establishment, leaving everything to Luo Tian. A tale of love and betrayal, culminating in death. Dear fellow cultivators, since I have inherited your fortune, I shall ensure your remains are laid to rest. May you reunite as a pair of mandarin ducks in your next life. And remember to communicate in advance if misunderstandings arise. With a gesture, Luo Tian gathered the 3 boxes and withdrew the law sword beside the man, channeling his spiritual energy to envelop the 2 corpses, seeking a serene spot amidst the mountains to inter them. Armed with the flying sword and 3 boxes, Luo Tian intended to return to the Tai Su sword sect. However, as he passed a thicket halfway down the mountain, he suddenly noticed a creature exuding dark energy, a large black bear stealthily lurking within the underbrush. casting its gaze toward the mountain gate of Taisu Hall. The black bear spoke with human articulation. This is the dwelling of human chi refiners. Their flesh is exquisitely tender. If I could devour one of these human chi refiners, perhaps I could successfully break through to the later stages of chi refinement. Alas, the aura here is overwhelmingly potent, and I must not provoke it. After lurking for so long, I might finally have an opportunity to feast upon that small chi refiner. A being capable of breaking through a boundary a day, such a chi refiner among humans is undoubtedly a top-tier genius. If this bear were to consume him, it would also benefit the demon race. The black bear muttered to itself, inching closer to the mountain gate of Taisu sect. Not far off, Luo Tian overheard every word of the bear's soliloquy, causing his anger to flare. How dare a mere beast attempt to invade my home? Luo Tian felt fortunate that he had exercised sufficient caution by not lingering outside for too long, nor had he allowed Zheng Pingyan to descend the mountain. Otherwise, had something untoward occurred, he would have been driven to despair. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain gate, intending to rush in for a hearty meal, the black bear suddenly sensed a chill behind him. Stiffly, he turned his head to find a young man clad in a purple Taoist robe glaring at him from beneath the shadow of a nearby tree. The bear's visage contorted with a human-like fear. His cultivation was merely at the 6th level of chi training, far from being a match for Luo Tian. Observing the bear's instinctive attempt to flee, a cruel smile crept across Luo Tian's face as he coldly remarked, planning to escape? A little creature so foolish as to covet the disciple of the Taishu Dao sect. Today, I shall not only skin you alive, but also extract your tendons and feast upon your flesh. If I do not, I shall write my surname backward. With the Taishu sword in hand, Luo Tian raised it before his chest, a golden rune materializing from the blade, subsequently splitting into 8 streams of Taishu sword energy. I am a bear of Black Wind Mountain. If you slay me, you will invoke the wrath of Black Wind Mountain. The bear bellowed in desperation, terrified at the sight of the young man brandishing the sword, intent on his demise. The instinct to fear death is inherent in all creatures. Luo Tian paused momentarily, regarding the bear with icy indifference. What manner of place is Black Wind Mountain? Despair flickered across the bear's face as he realized the human before him had never even heard of Black Wind Mountain. Yet, clinging to a shred of hope, he replied, Black Wind Mountain is the largest demonic force in Changning County, the territory of the Bear King. I was patrolling from his domain when I stumbled upon this place. Human, if you remain here, you will inevitably be discovered by the Bear King. Spare me, and I can help conceal your presence from him, ensuring you will not be devoured. Furrowing his brow, Luo Tian pondered the implications. This area is indeed under the dominion of the demon race. He inquired, what level of cultivation does your Bear King possess? The bear's spirits lifted suddenly, and he hastily responded, the Bear King, by your human standards, is a foundation establishment cultivator. However, many of your kind at that level have already been consumed by him. There are numerous foundation establishment demon kings in Black Wind Mountain. Should you kill me, you will undoubtedly provoke the demon kings, and your demise is assured. The fact that the Bear King was not merely an ordinary cultivator complicated matters for Luo Tian. It was evident that Black Wind Mountain served as the first boss for novices. If he intended to remain here, only one of them would survive, either he or Black Wind Mountain. Maintaining a stoic expression, Luo Tian continued, apart from you, what other demons are present here? Internally cursing, the bear refrained from resisting. He realized that despite the formidable power of Luo Tian, he was woefully uninformed. With a cunning glint in his eyes, he answered, indeed. There are demons. Within an 800-li radius, every location is guarded by demons. Our patrols are also meant to extract benefits from these demons. There are villages and towns at the foot of this mountain, overseen by a powerful demon who consumes a portion of the populace each year in exchange for protection against other greater demons. Luo Tian's voice turned cold as he inquired, what is the name of this demon? The bear displayed a hint of trepidation as he replied, the demon who occupies this territory is known as the 100-eyed Demon Lord, a centipede that has attained sentience. He enjoys disguising himself among normal humans, then devours those closest to him. His cultivation is on par with yours. At the pinnacle of chi training, where can I find the 100-eyed Demon Lord? Luo Tian pressed. The bear cast a wary glance at Luo Tian, trembling with fear as he stammered, my lord, the 100-eyed Demon Lord is elusive. This little demon is visiting Luoshui town for the first time and knows not his whereabouts. Finding no further information forthcoming, Luo Tian raised his sword, a beam of white sword energy erupting from its tip, cleaving through the clouds. He coldly declared, I see. You may now perish. Chapter 8. Death Surges, the Perilous Destiny of the World. The sword energy subdued the demon. Luo Tian felt an unprecedented exhilaration. His first demon slaying ignited a fervor within him. The dreams of a man are few and far between, to wield a sword across thousands of miles and subdue demons in this realm. To grasp power over the world and revel in the embrace of beauty. This world outside was indeed perilous. A black bear demon possessed such cunning. Adept at seeking benefits and avoiding dangers, lying in wait for opportunities. Luo Tian regained his composure, gazing at the black bear, now divided into 5 pieces. A wave of trepidation washing over him. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have returned to find Zheng Pingin's corpse, or worse, a corpse that had yet to be found. According to the bear, this entire region lay under the rule of the 100-eyed demon lord, who, like him, was a peak qi training expert. Luo Tian suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. How could he allow others to slumber while a tiger lay in wait? Either he or the 100-eyed demon lord must perish. It could not be him. Thus, the only one destined to die would be the demon lord. Once the 100-eyed demon lord was vanquished, it would undoubtedly alert Black Wind Mountain, drawing the attention of Foundation Establishment, great demons. He needed to quickly elevate to a second-tier sect. This world was far too treacherous. The damned game had placed him within the dominion of a great demon. At the entrance to the Taishu Dao sect, Zheng Pingin stood there in a daze, swallowing hard in disbelief. The young man in the purple robe exuded frost. And beneath the sharp edge of the sword energy lay the colossal black bear, cleaved into 5 pieces, its blood staining the earth. The one who had slain the great demon was none other than his own sect master. Unlike his usual affable demeanor, Luo Tian now radiated an aura of sharpness, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. In Zheng Pingin's eyes, Luo Tian sheathed his exquisite longsword and regarded the still-stunned Zheng Pingin with a calm tone. "Ah, little Pingin, this black bear sought to barge in and devour you. I happened upon it and dispatched it effortlessly." Recalling the terrifying sword energy from earlier, Zheng Pingin surmised it to be the work of his sect master and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, sect master." Zheng Pingin understood that, given his current strength, encountering the black bear would have resulted in certain death. He was fortunate that his sect master had intervened. Luo Tian waved dismissively, casually tossing a hefty bear paw to Zheng Pingin. "You are depleted of energy and blood. Consuming the flesh of such a creature will benefit you, akin to a qi training pill. Take this back and eat it." In the short term, he instructed Zheng Pingin to remain on Taishu Mountain, avoiding any excursions, and to focus on his cultivation. Luo Tian refrained from mentioning the 100-eyed demon lord. He was uncertain of his own ability to contend with it. And if Zheng Pingin were to sneak down the mountain out of concern for his family, he could easily fall prey to the demon lord, an outcome that would be disastrous. Within the Taishu Dao sect, the inherent advantages would bolster Zheng Pingin's strength. Even if he could not defeat the 100-eyed demon lord, the gap would not be insurmountable. Returning to the Taishu Hall, Zheng Pingin lugged the bear paw back to the sect, finding a tree to lean against. Gazing at the paw, larger than his own body, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Demon beast meat. This was the legendary flesh of a demon beast. While mortal towns lacked cultivators, minor demons occasionally roamed. And some wandering heroes would slay the lesser demons with awakened intelligence for sale, always at exorbitant prices. It was rumored that demon beast meat, akin to celestial flesh, prolonged life and warded off ailments. Now, with a hefty portion in his possession, Zheng Pingin felt a surge of anticipation. He had never even heard of such a thing, let alone tasted it. As drool pooled in his mouth, he extended a hand, gathering his spiritual energy to form a sword identical to Luo Tian's Taishu sword. Slicing towards the bear paw, had Luo Tian been present, he would have discerned that Zheng Pingin's ability to condense a sword in the void indicated he had cultivated the Taishu sword technique to an exceptionally high level, nearing mastery. Zheng Pingin has only been immersed in cultivation for a mere 3 days. This child is indeed formidable. Upon returning to the Taishu Hall, Luo Tian eagerly opened the 3 jade boxes he had acquired at the cliff's edge. "Congratulations, player Luo Tian has obtained a Millennium Vermilion Fruit, a low-grade storage ring, and a low-grade Profound Technique, the Xian Lei Ju. A storage ring? An essential artifact for any cultivator." Luo Tian picked up an ancient ring and, mimicking the process, dripped a drop of blood onto it. In mere moments, the green bronze enveloping the ring seemed to come alive, gradually flaking away. A silver-white ring, exquisitely carved, materialized before Luo Tian, and he distinctly sensed an ethereal connection between himself and the ring. The cultivation novels do not deceive. The blood recognition method truly proves effective. After examining the storage ring for a while, Luo Tian slid it onto his finger and closed his eyes, astonished to find that he could clearly visualize the contents within the storage space. The area was modest, roughly the size of 3 or 4 dining tables combined, containing some clothing and a few decayed flowers. After searching, he ultimately discovered only 2 bottles of qi refining pills and approximately 300 low-grade spirit stones. Each bottle contained 5 pills, totaling 10 qi refining pills. While their potency had diminished significantly, they were still not lethal. Luo Tian understood the plight of loose cultivators. After all, the qi refining stage is considered the bottom tier in the cultivation world. Loose cultivators must purchase resources, techniques, and dwellings, hence they seldom accumulate many spirit stones. 10 qi refining pills and 300 low-grade spirit stones were already a pleasant surprise. Luo Tian also retrieved a sword, classified as a superior yellow-grade artifact, albeit with noticeable cracks along its blade. He intended to trade this sword on the regional channel. Opening the regional channel, he was met with a frantic message. Dude, can anyone save me? I named my sect the #1 sect in the world, and a disciple from a major faction thinks I am insulting them. Without rhyme or reason, they are trying to kill me. My disciples have already been slain, and now that disciple is chasing me like a rabid dog. Another user added, let us all mourn. Remember to be more discreet in your next life. Yet another chimed in, you scoundrel, you deserve this. They're after you. And you're still shouting about the refining god banner. When I become a ghost, I will not spare you. Luo Tian thought to himself, that was close. Thankfully, someone had the foresight to register the #1 sect in the world. Truly, it is wise to maintain a low profile. Before long, the avatar of the so-called leader of the #1 sect dimmed, indicating his likely demise. It seemed evident to everyone that today was particularly unusual, with a series of deaths occurring. Unlike previous instances caused by one's own actions, many were merely unfortunate events. For instance, just moments ago, a leader was slain over the name of their sect, another fell victim to territorial disputes, and yet another was devoured by a monster. While some met their end under the peony blossoms. This is not a game. This is a tangible realm, where a moment's inattention could lead to our demise. Chapter 9. The Azure Dragon Society, an alliance of top sect leaders. The message sender did not conceal their name. It was Lin Tianya, the leader of the Tianya sect. Luo Tian remained silent, opting to observe. He found Lin Tianya to be a perceptive individual. What should we do, Great One? I am still young. I wish to ascend and do not wish to die. The outside world is fraught with danger. I long to return home, where I could spend lifetimes without exhausting my family's fortune. I refuse to pursue this path of cultivation. This cursed game offers not a single hint. We are inherently at a disadvantage. How can we possibly thrive? I see numerous snakes outside my sect. Am I under attack? Help! Can anyone rescue me? I'm looking for a protector. I am a lowly, delicate, and sweet-voiced, with a bit of skill in everything. I hope a kind-hearted protector will assist me. Goodness! Are you perhaps surnamed Xiao? Why would I concern myself with such a lowly individual? Lin Tianya interjected. Everyone, please remain calm. To ensure our survival in this cultivation world, I have established a chat group. Here, you need not reveal your true names or identities. Within this group, we can exchange resources and intelligence. However, to join, a fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones is required. As an incentive, I will also provide a valuable piece of intelligence for those interested. After delivering his message, Lin Tianya ceased further communication, presumably to attend to private messages. The ensuing uproar from the crowd was palpable. Regardless of the world, ordinary individuals always comprise the majority. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Aside from those with means, who would dare to squander such resources? The initial allocation was merely 100 low-grade spirit stones, and Lin Tianya was demanding 1/10 of that. It was evident that Lin Tianya's target was not the struggling masses, but rather those capable and confident enough to venture outside their sects in search of exploration. Luo Tian felt a flicker of interest. Lin Tianya clearly aimed to gather the top sect leaders in this region, a commendable strategy. At least these leaders represented the elite players at this stage, possessing valuable information that could save time and effort. Clicking on Lin Tianya's private message, Luo Tian composed a reply. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Count me in. Shortly after, Lin Tianya responded. All right, brother, I will send you an invitation right away. Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. Lin Tianya was indeed intriguing. It seemed that many would be eager to join. Player Lin Tianya invites you to join the Azure Dragon Society chat group. Do you wish to accept? Luo Tian clicked confirm. As anticipated, the Azure Dragon Society displayed 56 members, indicating that, apart from Lin Tianya, 55 others had joined. A swift maneuver had netted him 550 low-grade spirit stones, a true talent. Lin Tianya began. I appreciate everyone's support. I will not beat around the bush. I will share the intelligence I possess. Each of you must have noticed that there are threats within your respective areas, whether from rival sects, lurking demons, or rebellious factions. However, these are merely surface-level observations. Calamity often accompanies fortune. In our vicinity, each individual has access to a resource point, be it spiritual wood, spiritual fields, or even spiritual mines. I can assure you of this. I encourage each of you to investigate. The various resources can be traded within this group, allowing for mutual assistance. Anonymous User 1. Wow, what Lin Tianya said might be true. I discovered a level 1 spiritual field near my sect, but there is a minor boss guarding it, and I am not yet confident enough to confront it. Anonymous User 2. Let me share something as well. Spiritual wood and spiritual iron can be used to construct buildings from blueprints, each possessing unique functions. I won't elaborate further. If anyone has spiritual iron, feel free to reach out. I am willing to pay handsomely for it. Luo Tian was taken aback. Had someone already conquered a secret realm? Anonymous User 3. Blueprints? What are those? How does one obtain them? Anonymous User 2. Don't ask me. I have no idea. That's all I can share. User 3 fell silent, offering no further comments. Mysterious User. I have a superior yellow greatsword for sale. Is anyone interested? The mysterious user was, of course, Luo Tian, as he had discovered that sword at the site of the fallen, unnamed pair. The sword, flawed as it was, held no appeal for him. However, just because he deemed it unworthy did not mean others would share his sentiment. Anonymous User 4. Wow, another big shot is putting a weapon up for sale? Yesterday, I overslept and missed the opportunity to acquire a top-tier yellow-grade weapon, and I am now consumed with regret. I must secure this one at all costs. Anonymous 5. Boss. Name your price. I must have this weapon. Lin Tianya. I humbly beseech you, esteemed one, I desire it as well. Luo Tian pondered for a moment before relinquishing the idea of taking advantage of the situation. Mysterious person. 400 low-grade spirit stones, or 40 innate pills, of course. I would also accept blueprints and opportunity tokens as trade. The last two options were suggested by Luo Tian, perhaps promising unexpected fortune? Anonymous 6. This price is quite reasonable. But alas, I cannot muster 400 low-grade spirit stones. No one here criticized Luo Tian's pricing. They all understood that a quality weapon could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Without a doubt, the increase in combat power it could provide was significant. The mere act of offering it for sale was a kindness. Whether they could afford it was their concern. Others hesitated, aside from Su Mingming, who had fortuitously stumbled upon a few thousand spirit stones. Even the guild president would find it challenging to part with 400 low-grade spirit stones all at once. Luo Tian paid no mind. He turned his attention to his private messages. While some could not afford it, many others could. Soon, a dozen private messages appeared in Luo Tian's inbox, all expressing intent to transact in one fell swoop. Ultimately, Luo Tian chose to trade with Lin Tianya. Lin Tianya. Thank you, esteemed one. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall serve you faithfully. Luo Tian. Since you express your gratitude so sincerely, I wouldn't mind if you added an extra 100 spirit stones. Lin Tianya. Ahem, esteemed one, you jest. Luo Tian spat, and finalized the transaction. As the founder of the Azure Dragon Society, Lin Tianya was undoubtedly a clever individual, one who would not meet an untimely end easily. Upon acquiring the superior yellow greatsword, Lin Tianya's spirits lifted. The disciples he had recruited were of high quality, possessing purple-tier attributes. Yet, all his luck had been spent on recruiting disciples, and the weapon he obtained was merely of low-grade yellow tier. With a fierce gesture, Lin Tianya directed an obscene gesture towards the north. Cursed be you. Once I gather my divine equipment, you shall be the first to suffer. Those who dared to encroach upon Lin Tianya's spiritual fields would inevitably face the wrath of the Wang family, down to the last hound. Chapter 10. The Return of Aaron Yeo. The Azure Dragon Society Chat Group. Mysterious person. The weapon has been sold to the group leader. So please refrain from sending more private messages. Should I have further weapons to sell in the future, I will prioritize the brothers in this group. Anonymous 4. Boss. You must consider me next time. Anonymous 5. Could it be that the one selling weapons yesterday was none other than you, esteemed one? Anonymous 6. Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. The boss wouldn't bother with weapons below the mysterious grade. On another lofty mountain, Li Long tentatively sent a message to the mysterious person. A red exclamation mark appeared. Damn it, where did this guy acquire yet another superior yellow-grade magical artifact? Li Long was certain that this individual was the same one who sold the yellow-grade supreme magical artifact and the yellow-grade supreme techniques yesterday. Truly, he was excessively wealthy. No, I must uncover this boy's identity. I must have the chance to eliminate him, for he undoubtedly harbors secrets. Li Long's heart raced. At this stage, everyone was at the 9th level of Qi training. If he could ascertain the boy's location and devise a plan, he could still take him down, seizing his disciples and opportunities in the process. The path of cultivation has always been thus. Opportunities are meant to be seized, are they not? Luo Tian remained oblivious to the fact that he had attracted someone's attention. He gazed at the 400 low-grade spirit stones before him, savoring the moment. Currently, His spirit stones exceeded 1,000, sufficient for a time. He could spare a moment to recruit a few more disciples, which would be advantageous. Niu descended the mountain, leaving only Luo Tian and Zheng Pingyan on the desolate Taisu mountain. As for the disciples, Luo Tian intended to prioritize those closely related to him and Niu, as selecting anyone would suffice, but choosing those familiar would help retain both. After dozing off, Luo Tian felt rather bored and drifted back into slumber. At the foot of Taisu mountain, Niu, is that you returned? The villagers of Shishui village called out upon seeing Li Niu. You rascal! You've been in the mountains for days without a word. Your parents have been worried sick. A middle-aged man, dressed in a scholar's garb, peered out, exuding a refined demeanor as he chided Li Niu with a smile. Li Niu scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Soon, a weary farmer and his wife rushed over. They were none other than Li Niu's parents. Father, mother, I encountered a celestial being in the mountains and was accepted as a disciple. Li Niu recounted his experiences at Taisu Mountain and his initiation into the Taisu Dao sect. The farmer slapped Li Niu on the back of his head, scolding, "What nonsense is this? Do you think a celestial being would take notice of you? Hurry home and tend to the fields." Li Niu, defiant, stood his ground, saying, "I am not lying. I truly met a celestial being and studied magic with him. Just watch." Li Niu broke free from his father's grasp and approached a large stone at the village entrance, raising his arm and striking it with a powerful punch. To everyone's astonishment, the stone cracked open with fissures from within. This spectacle startled the farmer, who looked at Li Niu as if he were a monster, daring not to advance another step. At that moment, many villagers gathered at the entrance, witnessing the scene. Could it be that my son has truly become a disciple of a celestial being? Li Niu's father murmured to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. This must be a trick. He must return home to farm. He bellowed, "You rascal, do you seek to rebel? Return home at once. What celestial being? This is all a dream. A fraud." Li Niu remained unmoved, tears brimming in his eyes. "Father, I do not wish to farm. I want to cultivate." Seeing that Li Niu would not heed his words, the farmer's face flushed with anger, feeling that his authority was being challenged under the gaze of many eyes. "If you do not return with me today, I shall consider you no longer my son." "Enough, Li Niu's father, what are you doing?" An elderly man, leaning on a cane and stooped with age, slowly approached, parting the crowd. Upon seeing the elder, Li Niu's father immediately lost his temper. The elder was the village head, held in high esteem, and offending him would make survival in the village exceedingly difficult. After reprimanding Li Niu's father, the elder approached Li Niu. Speaking robustly, "It is an honor for our Shishui village that Niu has entered the celestial realm and become a disciple of a celestial being. Such fortunes are rare in 100 lifetimes. How can you, as his father, wish for him to return to farming?" The elder expressed his disappointment. Li Niu's father dared not retort, muttering, "What good is cultivation if it does not yield grain? Why abandon good farmland for the pursuit of immortality?" Li Niu shared his experiences on Taisu Mountain with the elder, including his purpose for descending the mountain. The elder's cloudy eyes sparkled with shrewdness. "Since it is the celestial being's residence that requires construction, it is indeed our Shishui village's honor. I shall tally the number of villagers and lead them up the mountain to assist in building the celestial being's abode. Niu, you have been blessed with a celestial fate. Do not forget our village of stream water," the old village chief emphasized, before hastily gathering villagers, with many trailing behind him, all hoping to be chosen to meet the immortal and behold their divine visage. Before long, the village chief selected 20 robust men to accompany Li Niu up the mountain. On the 5th day of traversing the Destiny World, Luo Tian awoke, and the first thing he did was open the Transcender's gift package. Congratulations. Player Luo Tian has acquired an Earth-tier superior spell, Fire Dragon Technique. Luo Tian was no longer drowsy. What the hell, an Earth-tier superior spell? Techniques, divine abilities, and spell weapons are classified into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The highest reward from the system's sect gift package could only yield a Profound tier item. Now he had directly obtained an Earth tier spell. The overall combat prowess skyrocketed. Luo Tian was eager to pass the spell to Zheng Pingyan for cultivation. Aside from the sect gift package, all acquired techniques and divine abilities must be cultivated by the sect disciples. Only the sect master could synchronize the highest progress of their disciples. With Zheng Pingyan's 99 aptitude, mastering the Fire Dragon technique would surely be swift. Luo Tian could effortlessly reap the benefits. Once he mastered the Fire Dragon technique, what of the 100-eyed demon lord? If he irked him, he could simply unleash a skill to dispatch him. With a flicker, Luo Tian transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from the grand hall. Outside, Zheng Pingyan stood bewildered, gazing at Luo Tian. Chapter 11. Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. Disciple Zheng Pingyan greets the sect master. A young man clad in purple robes approached him slowly, prompting Zheng Pingyan to bow respectfully. Today, Zheng Pingyan had not broken through to the 4th level of qi refining. Luo Tian sensed that although Zheng Pingyan had not advanced today, he would likely break through by tomorrow at the latest. Transforming from one breakthrough per day to one every 2 days, the progress of cultivation becomes increasingly sluggish in the later stages. Observing the reverent Zheng Pingyan, Luo Tian remarked nonchalantly, "After careful observation these past few days, I have discerned your exceptional aptitude. Would you be willing to take me as your master and learn another technique?" Zheng Pingyan's heart jolted. Could the recent days have been a test from the sect master? Did the sect possess other legacies? However, upon reflection, masters in mundane martial arts do not pass on all their teachings, let alone in the realm of immortality. Without hesitation, he pressed his forehead to the ground, bowing repeatedly. "Disciple Zheng Pingyan is willing to acknowledge you as my master." Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. "Rise, from now on. You shall be my direct disciple, the eldest senior brother of the Tai Su Dao sect." An invisible force lifted Zheng Pingyan, straightening his posture. And then Luo Tian imparted the fire dragon technique to him. As he absorbed the profound information into his mind, even with his aptitude, it felt obscure and difficult to comprehend, akin to deciphering celestial texts. Fortunately, the fire dragon technique came with detailed explanations, making the step-by-step cultivation manageable. Such an intricate and profound spell, it was more than tenfold stronger than the Tai Su sword technique. Zheng Pingyan was astounded, eager to commence his practice of the new technique. "Since you have taken me as your master, I shall naturally present you with a gift. Here, take these." Luo Tian produced 100 inferior spirit stones and gifted them to Zheng Pingyan, who was overjoyed. "Cultivate diligently. Do not disappoint your master's expectations." After bestowing the spell and resources, Luo Tian departed. Zheng Pingyan's exceptional talent in cultivation rendered any guidance from Luo Tian unnecessary. Should he attempt to instruct, it might reveal his own inadequacies. Once Luo Tian left, Zheng Pingyan found a corner to resume his training. This diligent spirit filled Luo Tian, who was departing, with admiration. With such a gifted and hard-working disciple, how could the sect not grow strong? About an hour after Luo Tian returned to the Tai Su Hall, commotion arose at the sect's entrance. Was Li Ernie back? Sensing the presence of multiple unfamiliar auras, Luo Tian surmised that Li Ernie must have returned with others to aid in developing the sect. At the Dao sect's entrance, Zheng Pingyan also sensed the disturbance. Fixing his gaze, he exclaimed with joy, "It is my junior brother Ernie returning, and he has brought people from his village." Although Zheng Pingyan spent his days beneath the great tree training, it did not mean he wished to endure hardship. Without delay, he sped forth, leaving a lingering afterimage in his wake. The villagers of Stream Water, witnessing someone moving with such swiftness, were taken aback. Could this be the immortal Ernie you spoke of? Though the newcomer lacked the ability to soar through the heavens, this speed was beyond what they could match on horseback. The air friction created explosive bursts. If he were to strike, they would surely be annihilated in an instant. "Brother, Li Ernie," upon seeing the approaching figure, couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy in his eyes. Without the cultivation of immortality, he might have remained oblivious to the disparity between him and Zheng Pingyan. Now, he recognized the gap as vast as that between a firefly and the moon. This person was actually Erniu's senior brother? The crowd was astounded, no longer doubting Erniu's words. It seemed he had genuinely encountered an immortal. If even the immortal's disciple was so formidable, what of the immortal themselves? A rift appeared in the clouds enveloping the Tai Su Dao sect, from which emanated a purple light. A figure descended on a flying sword, swiftly arriving at the sect's entrance. This was a young man clad in mysterious purple robes, adorned with a white jade crown atop his head. His hands clasped behind his back. An immortal, without a doubt, an immortal. The villagers of Stream Water promptly knelt in reverence before Luo Tian, their hearts filled with awe. Luo Tian surveyed the villagers, assessing their potential. Within the confines of the Tai Su Dao sect, he could discern the aptitude of others. Beyond its borders, however, he could not, a limitation imposed by the system. After a cursory examination of the majority, Luo Tian felt disheartened. None of the villagers possessed even white-tier aptitude, leaving them incapable of cultivating. It seemed that individuals with the potential for immortality were not so easily found. Luo Tian remained unperturbed, continuing his scrutiny until a middle-aged man dressed as a scholarly figure caught his eye. Name: Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. Age: 499. Cultivation: 9th level of qi refining. Talent: toxic body, blue. Tenacious life, blue. Status: severely injured. Was this not the centipede spirit spoken of by the black bear demon? Luo Tian maintained his composure, though turmoil brewed within. Among this group lurked a demon of the 9th level of chi refining, even in a severely injured state. It could effortlessly slay everyone present except for him. Yet, it appeared the centipede spirit had no intention of attacking, perhaps out of trepidation towards Luo Tian. Indeed, as Luo Tian surmised, the middle-aged scholar was equally perplexed. Why would such a young human of the 9th level of chi refining appear in this remote land? The 100-eyed demon lord pondered. In his eyes, Luo Tian, having achieved the 9th level of chi refining in less than 30 years, was undoubtedly a prodigy among humans. Destined for greatness as a foundation establishment true person. Originally, he had planned to ascend the mountain to eliminate the presumptuous human attempting to establish a sect within his territory. Hoping to recover his strength, for devouring a human of the chi refining stage would provide benefits akin to consuming a potent elixir. Now he felt apprehensive. The display of power by Luo Tian rendered him hesitant to act recklessly or engage in direct confrontation, forcing him to conceal himself and contemplate whether cunning might lead to victory. Similarly, Luo Tian refrained from exposing the true nature of the 100-eyed demon lord, fearing that he might not be able to eliminate him swiftly, thus provoking a desperate retaliation. He waited, knowing that once Zheng Pingyan comprehended the fire dragon technique, it would signal the end for his adversary. Luo Tian pondered strategies, intending to keep the 100-eyed demon lord ensconced within the void palace until Zheng Pingyan mastered the technique, at which point he could strike decisively. Both the man and the demon harbored their own thoughts, yet their expressions remained unperturbed. Luo Tian regarded the elderly white-haired leader and extended a stream of energy to assist him, stating, "My requirements have surely been conveyed to you by Ernyo. I possess no treasures of gold or silver to offer as recompense, but I can assure you that your offspring, endowed with celestial potential, may join my Tai Su Dao sect for cultivation, becoming disciples of our esteemed order." Chapter 12. The Dayu Dynasty, the 9 provinces of the realm. Luo Tian's actions were entirely self-serving. Even if the villagers of Shishui village had not aided him, he would still have recruited the qualified children as disciples of the Tai Su Dao sect. However, he presented this as a gesture of gratitude, aiming to instill a sense of appreciation among the villagers. As Luo Tian anticipated, the mention of a faint opportunity for their descendants to embark on the path of immortality filled their hearts with exuberance, prompting them to express their heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you." Player Luo Tian has won the allegiance of the villagers of Shishui village. After slaying the village's tyrannical demon lord, Shishui village will automatically fall under the player's jurisdiction. The elderly village chief's complexion glowed with excitement, and he felt compelled to bow once more to Luo Tian. For this was a stroke of celestial fortune. His achievements would undoubtedly merit a dedicated page in the annals of his clan's history. Of course, there was one exception. Rather than feeling gratitude, the 100-eyed demon lord seethed with a desire for vengeance, wishing he could tear Luo Tian to shreds. The murderous intent within him was palpable. Had he not been wary of acting impulsively, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Luo Tian, who dared to encroach upon his territory. Such blatant insolence was intolerable. Soon, the elderly chief led the villagers of Shishui village, each brandishing axes, with determination and vigor as they set about constructing their new homes. The 100-eyed demon lord chose not to accompany them, as his presence among the villagers was not for assistance. A middle-aged man, resembling a teacher, bowed respectfully to Luo Tian, his tone warm and filled with admiration. "I am the teacher of Shishui village. It is a tremendous honor to meet the immortal today." Luo Tian mused inwardly. "Honor? Surely, he harbors intentions of devouring me." Observing the pretense of the 100-eyed demon lord, Luo Tian smiled lightly, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, sir. Though I have ascended the path of immortality, I hold profound respect for individuals of your vast knowledge. As we have met like old friends, why not accompany me to my Dao Hall to discuss the paths of immortality and mortality?" The 100-eyed demon lord's expression stiffened. Ascended the path of immortality? A mere chi refinement 9th layer cultivator dares to be so audacious? Even those in the Foundation Establishment or Purple Mansion realms would not presume to claim such a title. Recognizing his own lapse in composure, the 100-eyed demon lord forced a laugh. "To discuss life with an immortal is indeed my privilege." As he beheld the harmonious scene, Li Ernyu set aside his unease, initially fearing that his master would be displeased with his decision to bring the teacher into the Tai Su Dao sect. The teacher treated him with great kindness, akin to a biological son, making it hard for Li Ernyu to refuse his request for a chance at celestial fortune. Humans possess their own selfish desires. In contrast to Li Ernyu's joy, Zheng Pingyan, having grown up in affluence, was more perceptive. He found it strange that there seemed to be an odd undercurrent between his master and the teacher brought by Ernyo. Zheng Pingyan noticed that while the teacher exhibited respect towards his master, something was still lacking. As he watched the purple-robed youth and the scholar fade into the mist side by side, a spark of realization ignited in Zheng Pingin's mind. Indeed, it was fear. When mortals encounter immortals, they experience not only reverence, but also an instinctual dread of the unknown. Yet, the teacher exhibited no trace of the common mortal's fear of the divine. Zheng Pingin was not foolish, he was astute. The absence of fear suggested that either the scholar had previously encountered beings of immortality akin to his master or, like his master, was also a cultivator. His mind raced. Had his master discerned these truths? An immortal discussing the Tao with a mortal? No, his master certainly had his own thoughts on the matter. Zheng Pingin chose not to voice his suspicions, casting a glance at the naively Ernio. Strengthening his cultivation was imperative. He needed to attain formidable powers swiftly. I am still too weak. Zheng Pingin clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Luo Tian exhibited no outward signs. While Zheng Pingin harbored his speculations, but dared not draw any hasty conclusions, Zheng Pingin returned to his cultivation. Within the Void Palace, Luo Tian sat opposite the hundred-eyed demon lord, resembling old friends reunited after many years. The teacher must not be a villager of Shishui, Luo Tian observed. His gaze calm and inscrutable. The hundred-eyed demon lord chuckled. The immortal possesses keen insight. Many years ago, I traveled to Tianshui City to pursue scholarly success but failed the examination, ultimately settling in Shishui village to teach and nurture the populace, thus performing a good deed. At this, Luo Tian's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he spoke. You should share tales of the outside world with me. Although I have embarked on the path of immortality, I have devoted myself to secluded cultivation and have only recently emerged from my retreat to establish a sect. I am quite curious about the outside world. Luo Tian sought to extract more intelligence from the hundred-eyed demon lord. The latter, dismissively regarding Luo Tian as a naive rogue from an unknown background, relaxed his guard slightly. Once the opportunity arose, he would ensure that venom infiltrated Luo Tian's body, sealing his fate. And when he regained his strength, he would devour the entire Chen family of Tianshui, one by one. The hundred-eyed demon lord raised his gaze and spoke. As for what I know, it is limited. I only know that we are in the Dayu dynasty, which encompasses 9 vast states, each expansive beyond measure. A mortal's lifetime is scarcely enough to traverse even a fraction of one. Moreover, legends of celestial clans circulate among mortals, though I cannot discern their truth. Meeting an immortal today, I suspect these tales must hold some veracity. Luo Tian speculated that their region was likely part of one of the great states. Yet the true extent of such a state remained a mystery. With over 1 million players existing within this vast state, they constituted but a drop in the ocean, barely stirring a ripple. The number of cultivators exceeded his expectations, but just how powerful was the Dayu dynasty, which governed the 9 provinces? Not only that, but countless individuals had traversed into this fated world, over 10 billion. This realm surely encompassed more than just the Dayu dynasty. Regrettably, when Luo Tian pressed for further details, the hundred-eyed demon lord feigned ignorance due to his limited education. Subsequently, Luo Tian proposed a game of strategy, seeking to pass the time. The maliciously inclined hundred-eyed demon lord did not decline. Thus, both parties awaited the opportune moment to act. Chapter 13. The true monsters are not demons, but humans. For 3 consecutive days, Luo Tian refrained from checking the messages in the chat group, leaving the 3 Traverser gift packages unopened. The hundred-eyed demon lord was nearing madness. His eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled. He needed to maintain the guise of a mortal. For 3 days and nights, Luo Tian found no respite. He longed to poison his foe, but found no opportunity. Fortuitously, it was merely an act. Had an ordinary mortal been in his place, the outcome would have been dire. This human cultivator is no benevolent soul. The Lord of the Hundred Eyes, unable to endure any longer, murmured, "Immortal, we have labored for 3 days and nights without respite. I am but a mere mortal, unworthy of your exalted status. Might we pause for a moment and resume our battle on the morrow?" Luo Tian offered no reply, his focus unwavering. Player Luo Tian's disciple, Zheng Pingin, has comprehended the superior grade Earth-level Fire Dragon technique. Shall this be synchronized? Synchronization is imperative. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, Zheng Pingin finally lived up to Luo Tian's high expectations and grasped the rudiments of the Fire Dragon technique. The mastery of spells is categorized into 4 tiers: entry-level, minor achievement, major achievement, and transformation. At the entry level, the Fire Dragon technique can summon but a single Fire Dragon. Upon reaching transformation, it can conjure 9 fire dragons to devour the sun and incinerate the heavens. Truly, as a superior grade Earth-level spell, its prestige is undeniable. Luo Tian's spirits lifted, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded. In that case, let us rest for a moment. Once you have recuperated, we shall engage in discourse once more. The Lord of the Hundred Eyes, relieved, closed his eyes, and soon the sound of snoring filled the air. Luo Tian too sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed as if in a state of recuperation. Just as he shut his eyes, a layer of skin on the Lord of the Hundred Eyes' neck darkened to a deep brown, resembling scales. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the center of the scales, revealing a black gem-like eye that fixated intently on Luo Tian. Now is the moment. If I can permeate his body with poison in mere days, his strength will dwindle to nothing. The Lord of the Hundred Eyes understood that this human cultivator, who was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, was at his most vulnerable. Cursed human cultivator, you are indeed formidable, but compared to me, you remain woefully naive. Pride swelled within the Lord of the Hundred Eyes as green toxic mist seeped from the black eye, trailing along with Luo Tian's inhalation of spiritual energy, infiltrating his being. With this maneuver, the Lord had ensnared countless human cultivators before. However, just as the toxic mist drew near to Luo Tian, the flow of spiritual energy in the world abruptly ceased. Luo Tian awakened, halting his cultivation. The smile on the Lord of the Hundred Eyes froze in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee towards the hall's entrance. Flames flickered in Luo Tian's eyes, and a five-pointed star rune materialized in his pupils, seemingly imprisoning a monstrous entity that emitted a terrifying roar. In the next moment, with a mere flick of his sleeve, a fire dragon, dozens of meters in length, erupted forth, engulfed in flames, transforming the entire hall into a sea of fire. The fire dragon's gaze was mocking as it charged towards the fleeing Lord of the Hundred Eyes. The Lord felt the searing heat singeing his back, producing a crackling sound akin to roasting meat, even wafting a scent of charred flesh. Fear gripped his heart. We have no grievances. Why do you seek my demise? Yet he realized too late that he had long been targeted. Everything that transpired was merely a ruse. Such a formidable spell could not be conjured in an instant. This human cultivator had harbored murderous intent all along. He could not even fathom when his true identity had been revealed. I am human. You are a monster. Enough of this charade. I desire your territory. It is either your death or mine. Luo Tian shrugged, and the fire dragon immediately opened its massive jaws, consuming the Lord of the Hundred Eyes whole. Outside the hall, Zheng Pingyan, Li Erniu, and the villagers of Shishui village simultaneously looked up, witnessing a scene of horror. Their teacher, who had been with them day in and day out, was soaring through the sky like an immortal, seemingly evading some unseen threat. Teacher, could it be that you are also an immortal? The villagers of Shishui, including Li Erniu, were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that the man they had come to know so well was, in fact, an immortal. But in the next instant, before their terrified eyes, a vividly alive fire dragon burst forth from the hall, its gaping maw engulfing a middle-aged man in one swift motion. Amidst the searing flames, they witnessed a horrific sight. The man's head and body separate, covered in hard scales and appendages, transforming into a massive centipede with the teacher's head. The head was lined with sharp fangs, emitting a piercing wail of torment that sent shivers through their very souls. This dreadful sight caused the villagers of Shishui to collapse in terror, completely at a loss. When had they ever encountered such a monstrous creature? A centipede measuring over 10 meters long. This was no mere beast. It was a monster. A flash of purple light appeared as a young man in a purple robe stood poised in the sky, his feet upon a celestial sword, arms crossed behind him. You vile creature, you have committed unspeakable slaughter and dare to ambush me? I shall eradicate you. Do you not recognize your transgressions? For centuries, the lives you have extinguished number in the thousands. These villagers are but fodder to you, raised like livestock for your insatiable hunger. Fortunately, I have discovered your heinous deeds and will put an end to your tyranny. Luo Tian enumerated the Lord of the Hundred Eyes' transgressions, each word resonating with certainty. The villagers of Shishui turned pale, trembling in fear. Their teacher was revealed to be a monster. No, he was not a teacher at all. He was a monstrous being. 20 years ago, this creature had arrived in Shishui village, and each year, villagers had perished, not at the hands of wild beasts, but at the jaws of this monster. Even the strongest men of Shishui felt their limbs turn cold, as a chilling dread gripped them. They had been living alongside a monster, treated as livestock by this fiend. The old village chief, tears streaming down his face, led the villagers to kneel. We beseech you, immortal, to vanquish this demon. The villagers of Shishui followed suit, bowing as if before a deity. We implore you, immortal, to rid us of this scourge. Li Erniu, gazing upon the charred remains of the centipede, could no longer deny the truth. Their teacher was not an immortal. He was a monster. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to comprehend why the man who had guided him had turned out to be a fiend. Zheng Pingyan observed the distraught Li Erniu, sighing softly, his resolve to ascend to immortality growing ever stronger. The Lord of the 100 Eyes, now a charred, lifeless husk, collapsed to the ground, clutching his severed head, rasping, "What a splendid facade! Though I may have devoured the villagers of Shishui, without me, how could they have lived in peace for 3 centuries? You ignorant mortals!" The life force of the Lord of the 100 Eyes waned, his eyes clouding as he expended his remaining strength to utter, "It is not I who consumes, but the immortals themselves." Chapter 14. The 3 Transcendent Gifts. A creature of the 9th level of Qi refinement, a monster that had plagued Shishui village for a century, is now utterly vanquished. Luo Tian marveled at the might of the fire dragon technique. Indeed, it was a superior grade, earth-level spell, capable of dispatching the Lord of the 100 Eyes in a single strike. The Lord of the 100 Eyes was no ordinary beast. He had lived for nearly 5 centuries. Such a formidable adversary, even heavily injured, remained a vessel of poison. With the void sword technique, Luo Tian could not guarantee victory without risking the lives of Zheng Pingyuan and the villagers of Shishui. Congratulations, player, for slaying the creature Lord of the 100 Eyes and successfully claiming Shishui village. Sects Fortune 50. The system's prompt echoed before Luo Tian, marking the completion of his first sect advancement task. The moment of joy was ephemeral, quickly dissipating as he completed the first task. 3 more remained, and much effort was still required to ascend to the status of a secondary sect. Luo Tian approached the villagers of Shishui village, using his spiritual energy to assist them. "Esteemed villagers, the demonic creature has been vanquished, and Shishui village shall face no further peril, nor shall anyone else disappear without cause. In the future, my Tai Su Dao sect shall surely safeguard the peace of Shishui village. Next month, I shall host an ascension conference, and you may bring your descendants to vie for a chance at celestial fortune." With the 100-eyed demon lord slain by Luo Tian, the former guardian was no more, and the Tai Su Dao sect naturally took upon itself the responsibility of claiming this territory. Unlike the demon that consumed the innocent, Luo Tian would not. The old village chief and the villagers of Shishui quickly expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, immortal. We are willing to sculpt the statue in your honor and offer our incense." The village, once peaceful, had seen its only teacher transformed into a grotesque monster, leading to frequent, unexplained disappearances that terrified the villagers. No one wished to be devoured by a demon one day without reason. Through the villagers' diligent efforts, 10 modest houses emerged halfway up the mountainside. Although not grand, they were certainly better than having none. This swift progress was largely due to the hard work of Li Erniu. Zheng Pingyuan, too, made significant strides in his cultivation, successfully breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refining, and he would soon reach the 5th. With no major issues arising, Luo Tian returned to the Tai Su Hall. Zheng Pingyuan found a place to reside and resumed his training. The villagers of Shishui returned to their village, preparing to craft a statue for Luo Tian while gathering all villagers, including those from outside, to see if any outstanding descendants could qualify for celestial fortune. Having witnessed Luo Tian slay the demon, they understood that only through cultivation could they escape their current fate. Back in the Tai Su Hall, Luo Tian reclined on his jade throne, idly toying with a green orb the size of a ping-pong ball. This was what he had unearthed from the corpse of the 100-eyed demon lord. It was likely the legendary inner core of a demonic beast, exuding a palpable toxicity. He decided to keep it for potential future use. Luo Tian stored the verdant demon core, noting the utter poverty of the 100-eyed demon lord, lacking spirit stones, magic artifacts, and even a storage ring. The most valuable possession was perhaps its own demon core. Having maintained a stalemate for 3 days and nights with the demon, Luo Tian felt weary, even with his 9th level of Qi refining. Yet, the thought of having not yet opened his Transmigrated gift pack for 3 days invigorated him, dispelling his fatigue in an instant. Upon accessing the panel, he discovered, as expected, 3 Transmigrated gift packs nestled within his inventory. When he clicked on the 3 packs, the system abruptly displayed a prompt. Transmigrator gift packs can be synthesized to obtain a higher tier pack. Hesitant, Luo Tian resisted the urge to synthesize and chose to decline. He was uncertain about what the synthesis might yield, if it resulted in a golden disciple recruitment order. Then exchanging the 3 packs for 1 would not be a loss, but such a prospect seemed unlikely. Resources during the novice phase were exceedingly precious, and even with an advantage, Luo Tian was racing against time. Anyone familiar with games understands that events often accompany rich rewards. The Destiny World's notifications had also indicated that Destiny coins could only be obtained through events. Luo Tian was unwilling to gamble. He opened the 3 Transmigrated gift packs. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has obtained 1 purple disciple recruitment order, 1 low-grade fortune treasure, Xuanyuan crown, and 1 low-grade Xian tier weapon, Xuanyuan Sword. Luo Tian's eyes widened. He was instantly alert. The purple disciple recruitment order needed no elaboration, as it would allow him to recruit a disciple of purple quality. Xuanyuan Crown, low-grade fortune treasure. It can suppress sect fortune. Level 1 effect. Increases the success rate of disciples breaking through to foundation establishment by 1. Upgrade. 0-100, fortune. What truly captivated Luo Tian was the Xuanyuan Crown. A treasure of fortune, capable of influencing the success rate of disciples' foundational breakthroughs. This was a clear indication of wide-ranging, collective advantages. With this, Luo Tian's earlier anxiety vanished entirely. The fortune treasure alone made the endeavor worthwhile, even if the 3 packs synthesized into 1. Obtaining such a treasure would ensure a net gain, not to mention the inclusion of a purple disciple recruitment order and a low-grade Xiantier weapon. Luo Tian intended to gift the newly acquired Xiantier weapon to Zheng Ping'an, whose rapid progress in cultivation would see him break through to the late stage of qi refining within half a month. At that point, he would be a true cultivator. As the prominent disciple of Tai Su Dao sect, it was inconceivable for him to lack a fine weapon, especially considering Zheng Ping'an's innate talent for manipulating objects, which made him an exceptional swordsman. Contentedly, Luo Tian stored the Xuanyuan Sword. He promptly utilized the purple disciple recruitment order, as the expansion of his sect necessitated more talented disciples. As for the Xuanyuan Crown, it became a symbol of the sect's fortune. Should an adept in fortune-telling be present, they would undoubtedly perceive the gathering of fortune coalescing into the image of a Xuanyuan, radiating auspicious energy. After opening the Transmigrator gift packs, Luo Tian did not forget to indulge in gossip. He accessed the regional chat channel. To his astonishment, his disciples had yet to sense any spiritual energy, while a senior's disciple had successfully stepped onto the path of immortality, achieving the first level of qi refining. Envy surged among the others, exclaiming, "Is this the prowess of a purple quality disciple? Truly formidable." Luo Tian perused the chat messages, noting one from the sect leader, which conveyed that the purple quality disciple he had recruited had labored diligently for 8 days to finally succeed in qi refining. This revelation sparked a flurry of admiration and adulation. Chapter 15, New Disciples, Fearless Talent. The leader was undoubtedly the foremost figure in their region. Achieving success in qi refining in just 8 days was remarkable, even among purple disciples. Others of renown had yet to accomplish such a feat. Requests for mentorship flooded in. Luo Tian chuckled to himself, amused by the excitement over a mere successful qi refining. If they were to discover that his own disciples were on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of qi refining, it would surely send them into a frenzy. The sect leader, basking in the flattery, inundated the chat with messages, leaving Luo Tian unable to glean any useful information. Understanding the dynamics at play, Luo Tian recognized how individuals had grown more astute. In the early days of their transmigration, everyone had been bewildered, filled with uncertainty and fear for the future. They had shared valuable information to help one another survive. Now, having settled into the destiny world, the initial trepidation had faded, and each person had become a competitor, unwilling to freely share useful intelligence. The regional chat was primarily a space for casual banter and boasting. Luo Tian then turned his attention to the channel of the Qinglong Society. Over the course of 3 days, its membership had surged from 55 to 230 individuals. However, compared to the lively exchanges in the regional channel, the Qinglong Society appeared relatively subdued, with scant conversation. Luo Tian lazily sifted through the messages, hoping to uncover any valuable clues. The members of this group were cautious, often engaging in private transactions, leaving little of worth in the chat. Nevertheless, some information did emerge. "Brothers, I have discovered a wild secret realm. Is there anyone willing to team up to explore this mystical domain and seize some exquisite gear?" The voice belonged to a figure whose avatar had lost all color, forever shrouded in dullness. Luo Tian understood that this person had met their end, though he was uncertain whether it was due to the perils within the secret realm or the treachery of their fellow adventurers. The focus, however, remained on the secret realm itself. It was the first time Luo Tian had heard of such a place, one that could drive individuals to madness, compelling them to explore at any cost, for the rewards promised to be immensely bountiful. "Damn it, that wretched old man has taken a fancy to my disciple. He hails from a more powerful sect and has lured her away. Brothers, what should I do now? I must have been blind, giving her all my spirit stones, elixirs, and weapons, only for her to turn into such an ungrateful wretch, claiming she yearns for strength, as if I could stop her from pursuing a superior sect." Luo Tian could only mourn for the unfortunate child. Having his disciple snatched away was far more grievous than losing a spouse. The next opportunity to recruit disciples would not arise for nearly a year, unless fortune smiled upon him and he stumbled upon a talented pupil outside. If luck were to be unkind, he would find himself a whole year behind others. In that span, even a player like Luo Tian, who possessed a golden disciple, could fall significantly behind, let alone those with purple disciples. The resources within the pyramid would never increase in abundance due to the influx of newcomers. Even if this player were to recruit a purple or even a golden disciple a year later, it would not be a stroke of luck, but rather a calamity. An innocent man suffers for possessing treasure. After rummaging through a collection of fragmented news, Luo Tian found little of value. Soon, a commotion arose outside the mountain gate. To his surprise, there was another sect on this mountain. Tianshu Taoism? What sort of sect was that? A charming girl clad in a red training outfit, her hair styled in a bun, curiously surveyed the imposing gates of Tianshu Mountain. Driven by curiosity, she boldly stepped inside. Within Tianshu Mountain, the clouds and mist danced ethereally, the flora and trees appearing as though viewed through a filter, vibrant with greenery. Just inhaling the air made Nan Hongsang feel invigorated. Oh no! Have I inadvertently trespassed into the dwelling of an ancient being? She pondered, recalling her father's warnings about the formidable masters dwelling within the martial world. Those who often shunned the limelight and possessed eccentric temperaments, one must not offend them lightly. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of trepidation gripped her heart, compelling her to retreat. Yet, as she turned, she found herself unable to move her feet. A handsome youth clad in blue silk robes stood a short distance away, observing her with an intensity that felt as though it transcended dimensions, rendering her incapable of even contemplating resistance. Oh no, I should have thought twice before wandering off. Now I've truly encountered an ancient monster. Nan Hongsang's face turned pale, overwhelmed by the aura emanating from him, unmistakably that of a legendary martial arts master. Zheng Pingyan regarded the girl with curiosity, pondering how she had gained entry into Tianshu Taoism. Senior, this young lady has inadvertently intruded. I humbly request your mercy. Nan Hongsang stammered, her face flushed. Seeing her fear, Zheng Pingyan chuckled softly, reassured her, there is no need for alarm, fair maiden. I am but a disciple of Tianshu Taoism, and this is our domain. As the clouds above shifted, parting to reveal a radiant purple light, Zheng Pingyan turned with a newfound reverence. Master, Nan Hongsang, bewildered, glanced upward. The mist had parted to reveal a blinding figure standing atop a celestial sword, the sun's rays intertwining with their silhouette, obscuring their features. Before Luo Tian could speak, he noticed Nan Hongsang's legs give way, causing her to faint from sheer fright. Zheng Pingyan cast a bemused glance at his master. Perhaps it is due to your striking appearance that the young lady could not bear it, such a fragile constitution in this modern age. Luo Tian, observing the fainted girl, felt speechless. Zheng Pingyan mused inwardly. Surely it wasn't your striking presence that caused her to swoon? However, he dared not voice this thought aloud. Name, Nan Hongsang. Age, 16. Talent, Heavenly Fire Spirit Body, purple. Pure Een Body, purple. Alchemical Prodigy, purple. Fear of Death, black. Aptitude, 62. Comprehension, 65. Loyalty, 60. Heavenly Fire Spirit Body, purple. Fire type spell cultivation speed 30. Fire type spell power 20. Reduced comprehension difficulty for all fire type spells. Pure Een Body, purple. Superior furnace physique. Primal Een Unbroken, significantly increased cultivation speed. During dual cultivation, the partner's cultivation speed is greatly enhanced while the user's speed is significantly reduced. Alchemical Prodigy, purple. Alchemical efficiency and experience 30. Small chance to concoct rarer elixirs. Fear of Death, black. Negative effect. Extreme fear of death, mental fortitude 50. Combat power 20. Chapter 16. Searching for resource points. This child must not be allowed to remain. Luo Tian finally comprehended why his grand entrance had resulted in the girl fainting. It was not from being dazzled by his charm, but rather from sheer terror. He could hardly fathom that despite not being the most handsome man in the world, he could easily claim the title of second, yet someone could still be frightened to the point of unconsciousness. Absurd. Nonetheless, Luo Tian was extremely pleased with Nan Hongsang's aptitude, 3 purple talents, and a prodigy in alchemy. The value of elixirs in the realm of cultivation was beyond compare. He gestured toward Nan Hongsang, and then addressed Zheng Pingyan. This girl is fated to join Tianshu Taoism. She is now one of our disciples. Pingyan, as the eldest disciple, you must take good care of your junior. When she awakens, impart upon her the Tianshu Sutra and the Tianshu Sword technique to guide her in her cultivation. I shall be away for a time, ranging from mere hours to several days. The sect shall be under your stewardship. Zheng Pingyan nodded, watching as Luo Tian vanished from the sect, then cast a resigned glance at the unconscious Nan Hongsang. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her skin resembling intricately carved jade, radiating youthful vitality. Aside from Ernyo, the sect had gained another lovely junior sister. Zheng Pingyan thought to himself, shaking his head. He did not stray far. settling down a short distance away to meditate and cultivate, awaiting the girl's awakening. Meanwhile, Luo Tian sought to uncover the opportunities scattered around Tianshu Mountain. He had not forgotten that someone had mentioned a random resource point near the landing site. Now that the formidable demon, the hundred-eyed demon lord, had been vanquished, there was little danger in the vicinity, allowing Luo Tian to venture forth in search of resources. He circled Tianshu Mountain for quite some time, exploring every nook and cranny. Yet he still failed to locate the elusive resource point, leaving him perplexed. Was it possible that others had misjudged and resource points were not as common as believed? Could it be that his resource point was not a spirit wood or spirit field, but rather a spirit mine? Lost in thought, Luo Tian searched the depths of the Tai Su mountain range in vain, realizing that this resource point must be concealed underground rather than visible on the surface. Contemplating this, his expression transformed into one of dismay. Among the three initial resources, the spirit mine was the most precious, yet also the most elusive. While the spirit rice fields and spirit trees were easily identifiable, the spirit mine lay entirely hidden beneath the earth. Surely, a dignified immortal like himself should not resort to excavating each site individually. As Luo Tian grappled with his disappointment, the following day, he found himself, almost unconsciously, gliding on his sword to a quaint village, Xishui village. A spark of hope ignited within him. Could this be fate's design? The villagers of Xishui had resided there for at least 3 centuries. Perhaps they held knowledge of the spirit mine's whereabouts. Upon witnessing a figure descending from the heavens, the villagers were struck with awe, exclaiming, "An immortal." Those who had previously encountered Luo Tian regarded him with utmost reverence, for he was indeed a true celestial being. Luo Tian approached the elder of the village, who, in his eagerness to bow, was gently raised by Luo Tian. "Have you ever encountered a place where hard or such stones appear?" Luo Tian inquired, presenting a spirit stone to the elder. The old man cradled the stone with great care, scrutinizing it closely before summoning the other villagers to examine it as well, though they all shook their heads in unison. The elder, returning the spirit stone, spoke apologetically, "Immortal, forgive us. Neither I nor the villagers have seen the celestial items you seek." Luo Tian retrieved the spirit stone, a sense of disappointment washing over him. If even the villagers of Xishui had never encountered a spirit mine, his quest felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The elder, seemingly struck by a thought, spoke slowly. "I recall a certain location that, if you are in pursuit of celestial items, may very well harbor what you seek. However, that place is perilous and has claimed many lives. Several villagers who ventured there have not returned." The elder's tone grew grave with trepidation regarding this location. Luo Tian's drooping eyelids suddenly lifted, his eyes sparkling with determination. His intuition suggested that this very place might be where he could find what he sought. Noticing the immortal's interest, the elder steeled himself and declared, "Since you are intrigued by this place, I shall arrange for someone to guide you there. It may be dangerous, but that is only for mortals. You, young immortal, are not to be trifled with." Soon, a lean middle-aged man was chosen to escort Luo Tian to the mysterious site described by the elder. The man regarded Luo Tian with a mix of awe and longing, yearning to tread the path of immortality. Regrettably, Luo Tian recognized him. He lacked the requisite aptitude, failing even to reach the white quality threshold, thus forever barred from the immortal path. Once Luo Tian departed, the villagers of Xishui finally dared to exhale. One approached the elder, voice laced with reproach. "Elder, you are indeed foolish. There must be treasures within. Once we ascend to the immortal realm, we will surely possess the means to retrieve those treasures." Glaring at the impudent youth, the elder swiftly struck him, leaving a vivid mark upon his face. A few teeth knocked loose. The boy clutched his face, eyes filled with resentment and confusion. "Cease your foolishness. The immortal's benevolence does not equate to naivety. If you desire to court death, do not drag the villagers of Xishui down with you." The elder's voice turned cold and menacing, and the villagers were reminded of his military past. Did he not understand that treasures were undoubtedly present? But what chance did the village have to deceive an immortal? The chasm between mortals and immortals was akin to that between ants and elephants. They possessed neither the capability to guard the treasures nor the strength to face the wrath of an immortal should their deceit be uncovered. Such fury would be beyond what Xishui could withstand. The boy had never witnessed an immortal vanquishing demons, so while he felt trepidation, he lacked true fear. However, the other villagers who had ascended the mountain with him had witnessed such scenes. This boy must never be accepted as a disciple of the immortal. To do so would invite calamity. The elder contemplated, when the immortal sect recruits disciples in a month, this boy must not be among them. Chapter 17. Do I resemble a mortal or a deity? Under the guidance of a man named Li Yan, Luo Tian ventured into the depths of the mountains not far from Tai Su. Here, The air was devoid of human presence. Ancient trees towered, each as robust as two adults with arms outstretched, reaching heights of over 100 meters, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Luo Tian's countenance darkened. He had foolishly intended to dig 3 feet into Taisu Mountain, only to discover that his fortunes did not lie there. It was evident that someone had intentionally misled him, seeking to ensnare others in their scheme. Cursing silently, Luo Tian lamented that no wise individual could offer truly reliable information. Even free intelligence was often a mix of truth and deception, designed to mislead. Li Yin sensed the immortal's discomfort and refrained from asking further. Immortal. It feels as though something is watching us. The middle-aged man quivered, fear etched across his face, beads of sweat rolling down like rain. Ever since entering this place, he felt an unseen presence lurking, conjuring images of a monstrous beast poised to devour him. Luo Tian cast a sidelong glance, unfazed, and reassured him, simply follow my lead. With my presence, no malign entity shall harm you. This place was indeed peculiar, with wild beasts lurking in the shadows, yet they dared not approach. Seemingly intimidated by Luo Tian's aura, these unrefined beasts were of no concern to him. Realizing that a true immortal stood beside him allowed Li Yin to partially overcome his fear, and he continued onward, following the path detailed in his memory. As they passed a towering rock formation, a sinister voice suddenly echoed, "Gentlemen, do I resemble a mortal or a deity?" Luo Tian turned to see a diminutive yellow figure, barely half a person's height, standing with its legs planted firmly on the ground, gazing up at them with hands clasped. Upon encountering this speaking creature, Li Yan's face turned pale as he stammered, "A monster." The yellow figure's eyes glinted with malice as it repeated, "Do I resemble a mortal or a deity?" Luo Tian regarded it with a bemused expression. "I perceive you as a fool. How dare a mere creature of the 3rd level of Qi practice obstruct his path?" The yellow figure's eyes shifted to a menacing green, preparing to unleash its wrath, but Luo Tian, with fingers poised, summoned a brilliant white light that shot forth, cleaving the creature in 2 before it could react. This location was undoubtedly extraordinary. It could very well be a spirit stone mine. Luo Tian's eyes widened with realization. The vast expanse of towering trees and the presence of cultivable beasts indicated a rich reservoir of spiritual energy. Witnessing the swift demise of the talking creature only deepened Li Yan's reverence for Luo Tian. Without pausing, they continued deeper into the territory, navigating through thickets and crossing streams. They soon spotted a massive stone resembling a Buddha's head, beneath which lay a pitch-black entrance, unfathomably deep and devoid of light. Yet, Luo Tian sensed an irresistible allure emanating from the cave. Spiritual energy. There was an abundance of it beneath the Buddha's head. However, this Buddha head emanated an extraordinarily eerie sensation for Luo Tian. Those gray eyes seemed to gaze directly at him, while the corners of the Buddha's mouth curled upwards, as if smiling at Luo Tian. It appeared that this stone, resembling a Buddha head, had somehow attained a semblance of consciousness. The involuntary thought startled Luo Tian, causing his heart to race. Confirming that there was a spirit stone mine beneath the Buddha head, he chose not to rush. Excavating a spirit stone mine was not a task to be completed in a day, especially considering the potential unknown dangers involved. Ultimately, Luo Tian decided to play it safe. The path of cultivation is fraught with myriad challenges, but one's life must always take precedence. He left a trace of sword energy as a marker for future reference, and then accompanied Li Yin back to Xishui village. After their departure, the Buddha head's mouth suddenly split open, revealing countless decaying bones within. Its gray, misty eyes fixated intently on the direction Luo Tian had taken, instilling an immense sense of dread. The villagers of Xishui were overjoyed to see the immortals return, yet Luo Tian said little, merely assuring them he would indeed return next month for the Ascension Conference. This filled the villagers with gratitude. Upon returning to the Tai Su Dao sect, Zheng Pingyan remained steadfastly by Nan Hongsang's side, not daring to leave. Only when he saw Luo Tian return did he conclude his meditation. "Master, the junior sister has yet to awaken," Zheng Pingyan remarked, his tone tinged with confusion and concern. Luo Tian had been away from the Tai Su Dao sect for an entire day, and Nan Hongsang had remained in slumber without a hint of movement. Luo Tian cast a glance at the unmoving girl on the ground, a smile gracing his lips. She was not truly asleep. She had awakened long ago. However, due to her practice of a breathing technique, she had managed to conceal her state from him. Zheng Pingyan's face registered surprise. He had not anticipated this. He had heard tales of unique martial arts within the Jianghu, even knowing of a Jianghu hero that the Zheng family revered, albeit of little prowess. In truth, had Zheng Pingyan dared to delve deeply into Nan Hongsang's consciousness, he would have discerned the truth. No matter how exquisite the Jianghu techniques, They could not elude the perception of a cultivator. Yet, this lad was too innocent. Luo Tian surmised that Zheng Pingyan had genuinely kept watch over her for the entire day. Approaching Nan Hongsang, Luo Tian calmly stated, "I am aware that you are awake." At the moment Luo Tian halted and spoke, Nan Hongsang sprang up from the ground. Drawing a dagger from her sleeve and aiming for Luo Tian's neck with a swift and decisive strike. Luo Tian's expression remained unchanged in his eyes. Nan Hongsang's every movement resembled that of a snail's crawl, without any semblance of urgency. He slowly raised his right hand and gently tapped, causing the dagger, crafted from the hardest cold iron and worth a fortune, to disintegrate and descend upon the wind, much to the horror of Nan Hongsang. The chasm separating the mortal realm from the immortal was as vast as the heavens. Even if Nan Hongsang possessed some martial skill, attempting to ambush a 9th-level Qi cultivator like Luo Tian was akin to a fool's errand. Luo Tian shook his head, devoid of any anger, simply chuckling softly. "It seems you do not wish to join my Tai Su Dao sect." Nan Hongsang's face turned pale as she stammered, "Taoist, I do not wish to become immortal. Could you perhaps let me go?" Seeing her fear of cultivation, Luo Tian was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend why someone would dread what many sought after. Chapter 18. Recruiting Nan Hongsang, Zheng Pingyan's quiet joy. Luo Tian was certainly not inclined to release Nan Hongsang. To do so would render his purple recruitment token meaningless. He was curious as to why Nan Hongsang harbored such a profound fear of cultivation. With a pallid complexion, Nan Hongsang expressed her terror, her voice laced with a quiver. "Taoist, my father and mother are still waiting for me to return home for dinner. Please let me descend the mountain." Luo Tian replied, "It is already your 2nd day here. You cannot return home for dinner." Nan Hongsang fell silent. Luo Tian appeared to be in contemplation, while Nan Hongsang dared not breathe, patiently awaiting his words. "Why do mortals covet the path of immortality, yet you fear it so? Tell me your reasons, and perhaps I shall consider sparing you." Nan Hongsang cautiously glanced at the young man in the purple robe, only to find his gaze fixed upon her. She quickly averted her eyes. "Really?" Luo Tian nodded. "Indeed." Gaining a measure of courage, Nan Hongsang spoke. "My father said that anyone who claims to be an immortal and wishes for me to cultivate is merely a monster in human guise, not a good person, and they wish to devour me." Luo Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Young girl, do I appear to be a good person or a bad one?" Stealing a glance at Luo Tian, she noted his impeccable appearance, draped in a purple robe, surrounded by an ethereal violet aura. His sharp features and star-like eyes made him the most handsome man she had ever encountered, surpassing even her father. "The Taoist does not seem like a bad person. Can you let me go now?" Luo Tian smiled and shook his head. "Since you regard me as a good person, then you shall be my disciple. You may not descend the mountain until you reach the Qi refinement stage." As for her promise that revealing her fears would grant her freedom, that was merely a ruse. Even should she explain, Luo Tian would not permit her to leave. A disciple of such rare quality, recruited with a purple token, was not something he would easily relinquish. "You're deceiving me." Nan Hongsang nearly wept, her heart brimming with resentment. Her father had been right. Indeed, those who claimed to be immortals were not to be trusted. They were fickle and deceitful, preying upon a weak girl. Yet, despite her thoughts, a sense of relief washed over her. At least her life was spared. Luo Tian paid no heed to her inner turmoil, reaching out to tap her forehead, transmitting the Tai Su scripture and Tai Su sword technique to her. He turned to Zheng Pingyan and instructed, "Watch over your junior sister. She is not to descend the mountain until she reaches the Qi refinement stage. One cannot savor a forcibly plucked fruit, yet it can quench one's thirst." Luo Tian estimated that once Nan Hongsang sensed the spiritual energy, Zheng Pingyan would likely be approaching a breakthrough in the later stages of Qi refinement. Player Luo Tian successfully recruited disciple Nan Hongsang, loyalty to the sect 10. Observing the notification, Luo Tian mused that while the girl verbally resisted, her body was quite honest. With proper guidance, the emergence of another master alchemist within the sect was but a matter of time. As Nan Hongsang absorbed the newfound knowledge of the Tai Su scripture and Tai Su sword technique in her mind, it felt as though she had unlocked the door to a new world. The tales of immortals she had heard were indeed true. She fell into silence, grappling with her conflicting emotions, but her optimistic nature and strong adaptability soon led her to confront the reality. "Junior sister, there is good and evil in all beings, even among immortals. At the very least, my master is a good person." Zheng Pingyan comforted her. He could see that his master held a considerable interest in the girl, indicating she likely possessed impressive cultivation talent. Nan Hongsang blinked. "So as long as I successfully sense the spiritual energy, I can descend the mountain, right?" Zheng Pingyan paused, reflecting on his master's words before nodding. His master's requirements for Nan Hongsang differed from his own, He needed to reach the later stages of chi refinement to leave, while she merely needed to successfully sense the spiritual energy to become a cultivator and could then descend. With newfound determination, Nan Hongsang no longer felt dejected. She pondered. My father says that all immortals are terrible, but he has never seen one. My master and senior brother are both immortals, and they are not bad people. If I can step onto the path of immortality, my father's impression of them will surely change. Though my family is wealthy, we have many enemies, and mundane power cannot aid us. If I become an immortal like my master and senior brother, I can help support my family, just like my father. Although Luo Tian deceived Nan Hongsang, she remained perceptive. The young man in the purple robe merely sought to impart knowledge to her. If he intended harm, she would be utterly powerless to resist. While the forces behind her were relatively formidable among mortals, they were insignificant compared to a celestial being capable of soaring through the skies, akin to a larger ant. Zheng Ping and accompanied Nan Hongsang in selecting a residence, and they encountered Li Erniu, who had just finished gathering qi. Zheng Ping and introduced Nan Hongsang to Li Erniu and vice versa. Upon learning that the young girl was a new disciple recruited by the sect leader, Li Erniu patted his chest, his cheeks flushed, and offered a sincere smile. Junior sister Nan, if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. In the village, Li Erniu had never encountered such a strikingly beautiful and spirited young woman, causing him to stammer in his speech. His earnest demeanor amused Nan Hongsang, who smiled and nodded. If I have any questions regarding cultivation, I will certainly consult Senior Brother Li. Hearing this, Li Erniu waved his hands in dismay. Frowning, Junior sister Nan, I cannot be of help in that regard. I have yet to even cultivate qi myself. My aptitude is rather dull. You should direct your inquiries to Senior Brother Zheng. Nan Hongsang blinked, curiosity piqued. Then how long did it take Senior Brother Zheng to successfully cultivate qi? Zheng Ping and remained silent, one hand resting behind his back while the other extended a single finger in a pose of nonchalance, essentially showing off. Nan Hongsang gasped. Could it be a year? Zheng Ping and shook his head. She speculated further. Could it be that Senior Brother succeeded in a month? Zheng Ping and smiled. I was accepted by my master only about 10 days ago. Nan Hongsang was taken aback, incredulous. A day? Though she had yet to cultivate. She sensed that embarking on the path of immortality was no simple feat. The young man in the purple robe's reluctance to let her depart left her feeling a mix of pride and aspiration. She fancied herself a rare talent among countless others, deserving of attention. Now, however, she realized that the true prodigy among them was not herself, but this amiable, seemingly unremarkable youth standing before her. Zheng Ping and nodded in satisfaction, feeling a refreshing sense of clarity, akin to a cool splash of water on a sweltering summer day. He finally understood why his master always appeared so solemn when making an entrance. Chapter 19. The Purple Blueprint and the Chance Token. Unbeknownst to Luo Tian, his beloved eldest disciple had embarked on a journey of self-aggrandizement. Upon returning to the Taisu Hall, it was now the 9th day since his arrival in the Destiny World, and the 9th treasure chest lay within the system's inventory. May the revered deities, 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jade Emperor, and Hutu, bestow upon me another fortuitous treasure. If not, a celestial-grade technique will suffice. Luo Tian chanted incantations, having been utterly captivated by the functionalities of fortuitous treasures since their first encounter. With 100 or so fully upgraded fortuitous treasures, even a pig could be transformed into a formidable celestial marshal within the Taisu Dao sect. Congratulations! Player Luo Tian has acquired the purple blueprint for the Spirit Summoning Platform. Spirit Summoning Platform, Purple. Level 1 Construction, 100 low-grade Spirit Wood, 100 low-grade Spirit Iron, 1000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Level 1 Effect. Increases spiritual energy sensing speed by 20, cultivation speed during Qi refinement stage by 20. Usage cost, 10 low-grade Spirit Stones per person per day, limited to 3 users daily. Upon examining the blueprint's description, Luo Tian was astounded. Though this draw did not yield a fortuitous treasure or a golden legend, it possessed the potential to enhance his disciple's cultivation speed. Consider the implications of an additional 20 in cultivation efficiency each day. What does that signify? This was merely in the novice stage. It was akin to having an inbuilt advantage. However, the cost was exorbitant. Consuming 10 low-grade spirit stones daily per person clarified why the immortal sects in novels only opened secret realms once every few years, accessible only to a handful of top-tier talents. The thought of resource depletion weighed heavily on him. A ruler must not be merciful. Luo Tian sighed. Recognizing the value of the item, yet understanding it required time to settle, he currently lacked spirit wood, spirit iron, and the requisite 1000 low-grade spirit stones. Acquire spirit stones. Gather resources. Seek fortune. These thoughts echoed in Luo Tian's mind. At present, he possessed a blue chance token, intrinsically linked to the sect's rank. Initially, he intended to reserve the token until the sect reached level 2, when the returns would be exponentially greater than now. However, the emergence of the spirit summoning platform compelled him to bite the bullet and decide, I will utilize the chance token tomorrow. He needed more spirit stones to purchase spirit wood and spirit iron. Luo Tian opened the regional chat channel, which buzzed with activity during the night. Observing the lively discussion, he sent out a message. Mysterious person, acquiring spirit iron and spirit wood, 10 low-grade spirit stones per unit. Shortly after, he switched to the Qinglong Society channel and sent the same message. Mysterious person, acquiring spirit iron and spirit wood, 10 low-grade spirit stones per unit. Lin Tianya, did the esteemed one obtain the blueprint? Starting to acquire spirit iron and spirit wood? Anonymous person 1, isn't that price a bit low? How about 100 low-grade spirit stones per unit? Luo Tian's expression darkened. Mysterious person, if you won't sell, others will. I only require 100 units of low-grade spirit wood and 100 units of low-grade spirit iron. I won't take more. Once I have spirit stones, my previous words will be honored. Anonymous person 1 fell silent for a moment, unwilling to give up. How about 50 or 30 low-grade spirit stones? Mysterious person, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and no more. You know very well how difficult it is to acquire them at this stage. Spirit stones can be used for cultivation or to purchase resources, aside from the level 1 sect gift package. Where else are there additional channels? Soon after, Luo Tian received a private message from an anonymous user. Without needing to think, he recognized it as the message from anonymous person 1. Anonymous person, esteemed 1. 15 low-grade spirit stones, no less. Chopping trees does not allow for cultivation, which is a waste of time. Can 5 low-grade spirit stones be considered a token of appreciation for the novice period? Mysterious person, apologies, but your time is merely wasted, while I am spending real money. Meanwhile, a man was chopping trees while glaring at the blue interface, grinding his teeth in frustration. With a single low-grade spirit wood resource point, he had only managed to chop 1 unit over 3 days. Damn it, these people are shrewd. The man realized his hopes of selling spirit wood at a high price were dashed. During this period, he had inquired with numerous individuals about purchasing spirit wood. Yet, how many had access to blueprints? How many could produce dozens of spirit stones in one go? Without exception, all his efforts had turned to vapor. Just when he thought he had found someone obviously producing a blueprint, he aimed to take advantage, only to find the other party completely unfazed, driving the price down from 100 to 15 low-grade spirit stones without budging. Anonymous person, 10 stones it is. Let us consider it a friendship with the esteemed 1. Ultimately, anonymous person conceded. After 3 days of tree chopping for 10 low-grade spirit stones, it seemed a fair exchange. Luo Tian agreed to the trade, and subsequently, 23 more individuals approached him for transactions, yielding a total of 24 units of spirit wood and spirit iron. Spending 240 low-grade spirit stones left Luo Tian feeling a pang of regret. He consoled himself, stating that all of this was worth it for the spirit summoning platform. Casually opening the regional channel to indulge in gossip and soothe my tender heart, I found it ablaze with activity. Spirit wood? Spirit iron? What are these things? Could someone knowledgeable please enlighten us? I can't believe it. This mysterious figure is truly a big shot. While we are still scraping by with spirit stones, he has already begun trading them for resources. Why do my eyes brim with tears? It is envy. When one compares oneself to others, it can be utterly disheartening. Oh, esteemed expert, please consider forming a guild and guiding us novices. Without exception, the majority in the regional channel were utterly clueless about spirit iron and spirit wood, let alone the blueprints for special buildings. Having satisfied a fleeting sense of vanity, Luo Tian shut down the regional channel. He had inadvertently leaked a plethora of information. Any astute observer should have discerned something amiss. The more individuals who mined spirit iron and spirit wood, the more advantageous it became for Luo Tian. On the 10th day of traversing the fateful world, Luo Tian's first action upon awakening was to peruse the Traveler's gift package. Congratulations, player. Luo Tian has acquired a mid-grade yellow weapon, the Fury Iron Blade. Luo Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering whether he had exhausted his luck the previous day. Mid-grade yellow weapons were quite common and commanded little market value. Thus he resolved to keep it as a foundation for his sect. Taking out the opportunity token, Luo Tian decisively activated it. A blue line appeared before him, extending towards the mountains beyond, thankfully not too far away. Following the azure line, Luo Tian made his way onward. Chapter 20, The Spiritless Hall. The prodigy Wei Anha unexpectedly encounters a purple opportunity. Guided by the thread of fate, Luo Tian arrived at a moderately sized lake. The blue line led directly to the center of the lake, stretching downwards through the crystal-clear waters. Below lay an abyssal darkness. rendering even Luo Tian's 9th level of qi refinement unable to discern its depths. Something unusual was obstructing his spiritual sense. Luo Tian's heart surged with joy. The very fact that something could impede his perception indicated that whatever lay beneath was extraordinary, likely a remnant of a foundational cultivator. Fortune favored him. Standing in the midst of the expansive lake, Luo Tian extended his right hand into the void, summoning a long sword engulfed in flames. The hilt was crafted from red crystal, while the blade was a ceaseless inferno, flickering like a roaring flame dragon, hissing through the air. This was the crimson fire sword he had summoned, yet he hesitated to plunge into what seemed to be a treasure left by a foundational cultivator. What if something went awry? Thus, in the next moment, a red 5-pointed star insignia appeared in Luo Tian's eyes, forming flaming runes that adorned the crimson fire sword. With the sword in hand, Luo Tian struck from the center of the lake, unleashing a crimson blade of light that cleaved the entire lake in two. The surface erupted with boiling water and billowing steam, instantly shrouding the realm in mist. Boom! The searing heat enveloped the earth, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of flame, a spectacle so grand it could be mistaken for divine descent. Where once there had been a lake, now lay a 100-meter-deep pit, as the entire body of water had been vaporized. The sheer power of the strike was terrifying. Luo Tian nonchalantly waved his hand, stowing away the fire dragon's sword, then lightly tapped his toes downward, letting his body descend into the depths of the pit. At that moment, he finally discerned what had been obscuring his spiritual sense. It was a wooden house that had been submerged yet remained entirely dry. Approaching within 5 meters of the door, Luo Tian struck the air, causing ripples to spread as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. This was an array, safeguarding the house from water intrusion and shielding Luo Tian's perception. Fortunately, the array had grown dim over the years, allowing even a 9th-level qi refiner to breach it. Luo Tian drew forth the Taishu sword and struck the array barrier repeatedly. Soon, a breach appeared, gradually shattering into motes of light that fell like scattered stars. With all obstacles cleared, he opened the wooden door. The dim interior of the house had not seen sunlight in who knows how long, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. As Luo Tian scanned the room, he noticed a figure seated in the corner, clad in water-blue garments, with long hair obscuring their features, indistinguishable as male or female. Their hands rested on their knees, fingers bent at unnatural angles, collectively cradling a jade box. Beside this figure lay an obsidian stone and a storage ring. This individual had long since perished, their body preserved through the ages, with an unfathomable power. They had undoubtedly been at least a foundational cultivator in life. Luo Tian, feeling a surge of caution, refrained from immediately touching the jade box. One could never be too careful when confronting a foundational cultivator, even in death. He casually picked up the storage ring and the obsidian stone. The moment the obsidian was grasped in his palm, it flickered to life, startling Luo Tian into dropping it. The stone rolled across the ground, then emitted a beam of light, unfurling like a peacock's tail to reveal a figure. The apparition bore a youthful visage, adorned in a blue robe, with a silver thread embroidered in the shape of a furnace on the chest, flanked by 2 scattered stars, an exact likeness of the deceased foundational cultivator. Later generations, I have long since passed. What you see is merely a projection left by a shadow stone. There is no need for alarm. Luo Tian steadied his thoughts, so it was merely an afterimage. He had almost believed he had been ensnared by fate. Should a foundational cultivator truly return from the dead, under his current capabilities, he would undoubtedly face annihilation. The ethereal figure continued, I am Wei Anha, from the spiritless hall of Zhangzhou, a disciple of the alchemy hall, under the tutelage of the esteemed Lingxin. I began cultivating at 10, established my foundation at 20, and became a second-tier alchemist, my talents outshining my peers. Luo Tian's eyes brightened. He had been fretting over how to acquire alchemical texts and formulas, and here they were, presented to him on a silver platter. However, in stark contrast to Luo Tian's elation, Wei Anha's gaze held a profound melancholy as he sighed. In my youth, I was unaware of the vastness of the world. With the affection of my masters, I was revered by all. Even the purple mansion's true man seemed within my grasp. I, Wei Anha, would surely ascend to the realms of the purple mansion and even the golden core. At 30, I sensed a bottleneck in my cultivation. To progress further, I chose to venture beyond Dayu in search of opportunities. I disregarded every lesson imparted by my master. Unable to tolerate the calamities wrought by the dragon emerging from the sea that devastated towns and left mortals homeless, believing I could refine it into elixirs. I encountered evil cultivators who slaughtered cities for blood elixirs, and I intervened to save countless lives. I faced powerful demons that claimed mountains as their domains, imprisoning thousands of mortals, and I slayed those demons. I thought my actions noble, vanquishing evil and restoring order, striving for a world devoid of suffering, accumulating spiritual merit and fortune. Wei Anha chuckled bitterly, murmuring, but I was wrong. I altered my fate, provoking formidable enemies who plotted against me, lured me into a trap with spiritual fire, and besieged me. Though I narrowly escaped, my path to immortality was severed, and I was pursued relentlessly, trapped within this lake for a century. I could no longer endure this suffocating existence and made a desperate attempt to challenge the Purple Mansion, only to meet failure. Saving so many mortals, even at the cost of my own life, fills me not with regret. Yet, the only sorrow I harbor is for my revered master, who raised and nurtured me as his own child. If he were to learn of my demise here, he would surely be heartbroken. I, Wei Anha, owe my master a great debt, but throughout this century, I have often longed for him, yearned for the company of my uncles, brothers, and sisters from the sect, desiring to return to the Lingjue Hall, to find solace in the embrace of my roots. I know not who you are, nor the reason you have come here. But should you be willing to carry my body back to the Lingjue Hall, you may crush the projection stone, and the jade box in my hand, which contains the spiritual fire, shall be your gift. If you choose not to, I shall not impose upon you. But I must warn you against attempting to touch my corpse, lest you bear the consequences. Player Luo Tian has triggered a rare encounter, purple. Please make a choice. 1. Agree to take Wei Anha's body back to the Lingjue Hall. Reward, superior grade postnatal spiritual fire, Qingtian flame, and increased favorability with the Lingjue Hall. Cost, hatred from the mastermind behind this. 2. Decline to take Wei Anha's body back to the Lingjue Hall. Reward, 1 storage ring belonging to Wei Anha. Cost, hatred from the Lingjue Hall. Chapter 21, superior grade postnatal spiritual fire, a bountiful harvest. Luo Tian lamented in his heart. Could this truly be the fabled cause and effect? To assist Wei Anha would mean incurring the wrath of those who hunt him. Individuals capable of orchestrating schemes against a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Surely, they are not mere triflers. Conversely, to refrain from helping would earn the ire of the Lingjue Hall, which boasts a formidable presence among the Purple Mansion. This opportunity felt exceedingly burdensome in Luo Tian's hands. Superior grade postnatal spiritual fire, Qingtian flame, fire-based spell power 15. Pill refinement success rate 10, pill quality 10. Without hesitation, Luo Tian crushed the projection stone. The effects were overwhelmingly potent. It was imperative to obtain this. Such treasures were vital for the sect's foundation. Since offense was unavoidable, why not choose to maximize the benefits? As the projection stone shattered in his palm, Wei Anha's hand, which clutched the jade box, slowly rose, smoothing out, and from beneath his long hair and pallid visage came a mechanical voice. Remember your promise. Luo Tian nodded and replied, if I accept your cause, I shall undoubtedly reap the fruit of our bond. With the desired response attained, Wei Anha fell silent. For he had long since departed from this world. What transpired now was merely a remnant of his final moments. Luo Tian took the jade box, which felt surprisingly light, its surface exuding a gentle warmth, its material unknown. Inside lay the superior grade postnatal spiritual fire, Qingtian flame. Gazing upon Wei Anha's lifeless form, a once gallant and chivalrous genius who met his end in this desolate corner, filled one with melancholy. Luo Tian retrieved Wei Anha's body, then returned to the wooden cabin, cleaving it into splinters with a single strike, gathering up the debris. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has acquired 10 units of medium-grade spiritual wood. As expected, the wood was not ordinary. A century had passed, yet it bore no signs of decay. How could it be mere mortal wood? In the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian crafted a coffin from 2 units of medium-grade spiritual wood, placing Wei Anha's body within, vowing to return him to the Lingjue Hall when he possessed sufficient strength. The jade box containing the Qingtian flame was set aside, a valuable asset for the sect. Too powerful for any but a foundation cultivator to handle. The true prize lay within the storage ring. Luo Tian felt invigorated, a storage ring from a distinguished sect, likely brimming with treasures. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has acquired 10 units of medium-grade spirit stones, 6,000 units of low-grade spirit stones, 20 second-grade elixirs, 100 first-grade elixirs, 1 second-grade alchemist manual, 3 second-grade alchemy recipes, 10 first-grade alchemy recipes, 1 profound tier magical artifact, and 1 profound tier supernatural ability. Luo Tian was astonished. Such wealth from a blue opportunity token? And this was merely a level 1 sect. What marvels awaited with higher level purple and gold opportunity tokens? The purple ones would likely yield treasures akin to the Qingtian flame, while the gold tokens transcended all tier limitations, useful even in later stages, albeit scarce. Purple and gold opportunity tokens were rare and sought after. The items left behind by Wei Anha had catapulted Luo Tian into sudden affluence. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones would suffice for quite some time. Moreover, among the 100 first-grade elixirs were chi-boosting pills, healing elixirs, and explosive pills that rivaled secret techniques, an entire array of wonders. Opening the regional channel, he found a few individuals whispering of trade. With a grand gesture, Luo Tian exchanged 70 low-grade spirit stones for 7 units of spiritual wood. Having completed these transactions, Luo Tian felt a wave of ennui and returned to slumber. Day 11, gloomy. The time traveler gift yielded a yellow-tier intermediate spell, rain condensation, which proved of no use. He spent 100 low-grade spirit stones to acquire 9 units of spiritual wood and 1 unit of spiritual iron. The eldest disciple, Xuanyuan, broke through to the 5th level of chi refinement. Day 12, tolerable. The time traveler gift produced a yellow-tier inferior magical artifact, the peacock hairpin. He harvested 25 units of spiritual wood and 16 units of spiritual iron. Spending 410 low-grade spirit stones made Luo Tian clutch his chest in regret. The good news was that he had accumulated 55 units of spiritual wood. The bad news was that he had only 27 units of spiritual iron. Day 13, fortune improves. The time traveler gift yielded 52nd grade medicinal herbs. Luo Tian discovered for the first time that the time traveler gift could also yield resources. However, while the items were valuable, they still required further refinement. He harvested 10 units of spiritual wood and 15 units of spiritual iron. Spending 250 spirit stones felt inauspicious, prompting him to spend 10 merit points to post a task, seeking a chicken for roasting, which was taken up by Liu. Day 14, fortune wanes. The time traveler gift yielded a yellow-tier inferior weapon. He gathered 30 units of spiritual wood and 22 units of spiritual iron. Luo Tian noted that his words seemed to be having an effect as more people began discovering resource points. Day 15. Luo Tian opened the chat channel and saw someone mention encountering a spirit stone mine, though it was fraught with terrifying monsters that nearly cost him his life. He sought brave souls to venture into the dungeon. Luo Tian felt a surge of relief for having been cautious. That stone Buddha was evidently more sinister than it appeared. He marked it for further attention. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has acquired a yellow-tier inferior weapon, the cold iron hammer. Luo Tian, my mindset has crumbled. He harvested 20 units of spiritual wood and 23 units of spiritual iron. Thus far, a total of 115 units of spiritual wood and 87 units of spiritual iron had been gathered. Day 16. Luo Tian refrained from opening the time traveler gift, opting instead to synthesize a weapon. 2 consecutive days of yellow-tier inferior weapons had shattered his resolve. He harvested 33 units of spiritual wood and 21 units of spiritual iron. In the Taishu Dao sect, the 3 little ones, curious as they were summoned by their master, who had not ventured outside for several days. Luo Tian smiled faintly, offering no explanation, as he unveiled the blueprint for the spirit summoning platform, laying it upon the central grounds of the sect. Player Luo Tian, will you expend 100 units of low-grade spiritual wood, 100 units of low-grade spiritual iron, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to construct the spirit summoning platform? Purple? Confirm construction. In the next moment, an ethereal white light enveloped the center of the sect, leaving the 3 little ones in awe, gazing at this miraculous sight. In the central clearing of the sect, a pedestal crafted from exquisite white jade suddenly materialized, revealing 3 chambers, each housing a pristine jade bed. Towering above the jade platform stood a grand stone monument, upon which the words Spirit Induction Platform were inscribed in an imposing calligraphy. Spirit Induction Platform. Spirit Sensing Speed 20. Chi Training Speed 20. Training Requirement: 10 low-grade spirit stones per day. Xuanyuan, Nan Hongsang, and Liu exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of the levitating platform. Master, what exactly is this? Xuanyuan inquired, puzzled yet aware that it was undoubtedly an extraordinary object. Luo Tian smiled and explained, this artifact is known as the Spirit Induction Platform. From today onward, it will serve as the foundation of our Taishu Dao sect. By expending 10 low-grade spirit stones daily for training, one can enhance their training speed and spirit sensing speed by 20, thereby saving precious time. The expressions of Xuanyuan and Liu transformed from initial delight to dismay. 10 low-grade spirit stones a day translates to 10 merit points. The cost is exorbitant. They lamented in unison. Luo Tian had anticipated their reaction and reassured them. True disciples can apply for 10 days of free usage per month, inner disciples for 5 days, and outer disciples for 1 day, with the sect covering the cost of spirit stones. This generous provision had long been on Luo Tian's mind. As a sect, it was imperative to offer such benefits to attract exceptionally talented individuals. Xuanyuan's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, Master. Nan Hongsang, thrilled at the prospect of quicker spirit sensing and becoming a cultivator, exclaimed, "What rank disciple should I aspire to be?" Luo Tian chuckled. "You are an inner disciple of our sect." He then presented her with 50 low-grade spirit stones, saying, "Xiao Hongsang, this is your initiation gift." Beaming with joy, Nan Hongsang gratefully accepted the funds. "Thank you, sect leader. Now, focus on your training." Xiao Pingyan must reach the 7th level of Qi training before descending the mountain, while Xiao Hongsang and Ernie need to sense the spirit energy before they can leave, Luo Tian reiterated. The three nodded earnestly. After settling the expenses for the spirit induction platform, Luo Tian returned to the Taishu Hall. In the secluded chamber, Zheng Pingyan took out a spirit stone and swallowed a congenital pill. Moments later, he was jolted with astonishment. The speed of refining spirit stones and pills here was significantly faster than outside. If he could truly train here for 2 days, it would equate to 3 days of training outside. Zheng Pingyan marveled inwardly at the value of this place, but lamented the steep cost of 10 low-grade spirit stones per day. On the 17th day, Zheng Pingyan successfully broke through to the 6th level of Qi training, just a step away from the next stage. During his leisurely moments, Luo Tian noticed that the player he had marked for discovering the spirit mine had faded, now marked with a sinister red cross. Clearly, they had perished. On the 18th day, nothing of significance occurred. Another week passed, and on the 25th day in this world of fate, Luo Tian gazed at the 10 accumulated traveler gift packs, his spirits lifted. I must combine them. I refuse to believe I cannot yield something remarkable from 10. For 10 long days, he had refrained from opening the packs, waiting to achieve perfection. Player Luo Tian combines Traveler Gift Pack 1, obtaining Exquisite Traveler Gift Pack 1. Open. The prefix exquisite made this pack appear far more valuable than the ordinary Traveler Gift Pack. Luo Tian's anticipation grew. He had never held back for so long before. Congratulations. Player Luo Tian has obtained the congenital fortune treasure, the eternal image of all beings. A brilliant and vivid red hue emerged, unfolding into a grand mural depicting a myriad of beings, immortals soaring in the heavens, mortals traversing the earth, exuding an aura both majestic and ancient, resplendent in its grandeur. A congenital fortune treasure? Luo Tian's heart raced as he broke into a jubilant laugh. The eternal image of all beings, a congenital fortune treasure that can suppress the sect's fortune. Level 1 effect. All disciples training speed 1, lifespan 1. Damage from earth-type spells reduced by 5. Upgrade, 0-100, fortune. It was no wonder Luo Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. The effects of this congenital fortune treasure were utterly astonishing. The enhancement of training speed was self-evident, and the collective buff was unprecedented. The increase in lifespan directly impacted longevity, something that represented hope for further advancement in the world of cultivation. How many powerful beings had fallen to the passage of time? With both training speed and lifespan on the rise, as long as Luo Tian could persist, he would undoubtedly carve out his place in the later stages of this game of fate. Not to mention, the reduction of damage from Earth-type spells by 5 was a collective buff. When facing a sect proficient in Earth-type magic, how could they not be at a disadvantage? This is a monumental gain. The only thing lacking was fortune, which could only be acquired by conquering other factions. Presently, Luo Tian had only seized a small village, earning him 50 points of fortune. While Luo Tian reveled in his triumph, he suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. Although it was slightly inferior to his own, it indicated that Xiao Pingyan had broken through to the 7th level of Qi training. Meanwhile, the blue-quality Li Erniu had yet to sense the presence of spirit energy, while Zheng Pingyan had already made his breakthrough. In truth, Li Erniu's aptitude was commendable. Blue quality in the world of cultivation was indeed considered talented. However, even among geniuses, there existed disparities. A violet beam of light flashed through the empty hall, and soon the space was deserted. Zheng Pingyan, just having emerged from his seclusion, was enveloped in a delicate mist, appearing ethereal and otherworldly. The 7th level of Qi training was exponentially more powerful than the 6th. He could fully unleash the fire dragon technique and wield treasures, soaring through the skies like an immortal. Once the excitement subsided, a violet light appeared, prompting Zheng Pingyan to bow respectfully, his face alight with joy. "Greetings, Master. I have successfully broken through to the 7th level of Qi training. Please grant me permission to return home and report my safety." Luo Tian nodded, smiling. "Your progress has exceeded my expectations. Since you have reached the 7th level of Qi training, I shall not hinder your descent." In response to Zheng Pingyan's eager gaze, Luo Tian drew forth the red fire sword, its hilt resembling glass and its blade ablaze, a sight of unparalleled beauty. A cultivator cannot venture out without a fine artifact. This profound grade red fire sword shall be entrusted to you. for our disciples of the Taishu Dao sect must never be underestimated. Zheng Pingyan accepted the red fire sword. Deeply moved, his master treated him as a beloved child, and he vowed to honor his master with utmost reverence throughout his life. Sect leader, I also wish to descend the mountain. Nan Hongsang emerged from her seclusion, her face radiant and aglow with excitement. I have broken through to the first level of Qi training and have officially become a cultivator. Chapter 23, The Zheng Family Crisis. Luo Tian was somewhat astonished. Nan Hongsang had become a Qi practitioner much faster than he had anticipated. In that case, you should accompany Xiao Pingyan. Having each other for support along the way will be advantageous. Considering Zheng Pingyan's 7th level of Qi training, guiding Nan Hongsang, who had just attained the 1st level, would be more than sufficient. Luo Tian retrieved a resplendent, multicolored hairpin and presented it to Nan Hongsang, saying, "This hairpin, known as the peacock pin, is a treasure imbued with supernatural powers. Your cultivation is still insufficient. Thus, I entrust this to you for the time being. Do not tarnish the illustrious reputation of our Tai Su Dao sect." Nan Hongsang accepted the jade pin, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Thank you, sect leader," she replied. Zheng Pingyan, with a grave demeanor, assured, "Rest assured, master. I shall take good care of my junior sister." With a cultivation level of the 7th stage of Qi refinement, he was already regarded as a celestial being among mortals. As long as he did not encounter ancient monsters or foundational cultivators, there would be no threat. Observing the joyful Nan Hongsang and the earnest Zheng Pingyan, Luo Tian felt a sense of relief and commanded, "As you descend the mountain, do not forget to recruit disciples for the sect and gather talented individuals. We must not let the name of Tai Su Dao sect falter. We neither seek trouble nor fear it." Zheng Pingyan and Nan Hongsang nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Zheng Pingyan summoned his crimson fire sword, and together with Nan Hongsang, they soared into the sky, departing from the Tai Su Dao sect. On the mountainside, Li Erniu watched as the figures of his senior brother and junior sister vanished into the clouds, filled with envy. "My senior brother has already broken through to the 7th stage of Qi refinement, and my junior sister has also successfully become a Qi refiner. Yet here I am, dull-witted and dragging the sect down. I must strive diligently in my cultivation and not disappoint the sect leader's expectations. I shall succeed in Qi refinement as soon as possible." Determination filled Li Erniu's eyes as he resumed his training. Not long after, as Zheng Pingyan and Nan Hongsang's silhouettes disappeared into the sea of clouds, a streak of purple light followed suit, vanishing without a trace. Ningyuan County, a small town near the Nanning mountain range, was home to many mortals. The streets bustled with activity, exuding an air of prosperity. Make way, make way. The young master of the Wang family is coming." A voice pierced the commotion, and the crowd, in a panic, hurriedly stepped aside, clearing a path. The ground trembled as a young man clad in a brocade robe rode a magnificent silver steed, dragging a man behind him, bloodied and battered, leaving a long trail of crimson on the ground. Surrounding the young master were several martial artists, each dressed differently, swiftly guarding his flanks to prevent any attempts on his life. The chilling wails echoed, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers, yet none dared to intervene. The young master's entourage consisted of renowned figures, and they were not to be trifled with. "You wretched commoners should know that in Ningyuan County, my Wang family is supreme." The young master laughed heartily, casting a disdainful glance around. The crowd averted their eyes, and he continued to drag the unfortunate man towards another prominent household in Ningyuan County. Once the young master had departed, the crowd regained their composure and began to whisper amongst themselves, "That is the most favored young master of the Wang family, Wang Wenhao. His arrogance is insufferable." The man he dragged was the 3rd master of the Zheng family, wasn't it? The Zheng family has been providing porridge for the needy every year, and the 3rd master often generously offers shelter to wandering heroes. How could he end up in such a plight? Sigh. The Wang and Zheng families were once the 2 greatest clans in Ningyuan County, nearly equals. Who would have thought that the Wang family's eldest son, presumed dead years ago, had actually entered the realm of immortals and become a lofty celestial being? The disparity between mortals and immortals was staggering. Even though the Zheng family had assisted many martial heroes, they stood powerless against the might of the immortal. It was the Wang family that vanquished the formidable demons invading Ningyuan County. The Wang family's immortal has bestowed great favors upon Ningyuan County. Yet their younger generation abuses this power, acting tyrannically, hoarding wealth, and causing famine. Women of the slightest beauty are captured, more ruthless than bandits. What could be done? The Zheng family was powerless against a mere scion of the Wang family, let alone the common folk. A martial hero clenched his fists in frustration, bitterness filling his heart. They could not contend even with the guards surrounding the young master, let alone the immortal. Though they lamented the Zheng family's plight, there was nothing they could do. Ningyuan County still required the protection of an immortal. In the Zheng family hall, the atmosphere grew tense. This is intolerable. They dare treat our third brother with such cruelty. The fourth master of the Zheng family gripped his sword, fury radiating from him. The image of his brother, bloodied and battered, pierced his heart like a knife. Calm yourself, fourth brother, the second master of the Zheng family admonished, restraining the swordsman who sought to leave the hall. That young wretch possesses an immortal's treasure for protection. Otherwise, our third brother would have already slain him. We, the Zheng family, have established ourselves in Ningyuan County for 200 years, yet we are being forced into such a corner by a mere child. How absurd. The fourth master, consumed by rage, bitterly laughed. Having reached the innate level in martial arts, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Zheng family head, you should abandon all resistance. The power of the immortal is far beyond what you can contend with. A voice, old and hissing like a serpent, echoed from outside the hall. The expressions of everyone inside shifted dramatically. The green-scale snake lord, you, a martial arts master, are actually serving the Wang family's young master? What a disgrace to masters. The fourth master's face turned cold. A martial arts master was among the pinnacle of fighters. In many respects, they were not inferior to some chi refiners. Yet he willingly acted as a lackey for the Wang family. Submitting to the immortal is not my shame. It is my honor. Outside, a white-haired elder ambled into the Zheng family's courtyard. A green-scaled serpent coiled around his shoulders, raising its head to observe with its emerald vertical pupils. You cannot fathom the powers of my master. Countless masters aspire to serve him, yet they cannot even seize that opportunity. The elder beamed, unashamed and proud. Seated at the head of the table, a stern-faced middle-aged man spoke. You, green-scale snake lord, may choose to be the Wang family's dog. But we of the Zheng family will not. Why have you come alone? Is the young master too afraid to confront me directly? The mention of the young master brought a flicker of fear to the elder's countenance. He chuckled. You misunderstand, Zheng family head. The young master awaits outside. I am here to negotiate a fortuitous matter for the Zheng family. Do not be too quick to refuse, Zheng family head, the elder continued with a smile. The third master attempted to assassinate the young master, and the young master merely offered him a light lesson. He is not dead. A wave of anger surged through the hall. They were acutely aware of the torment their third master had endured. What was this but a light lesson? Were it not for their fear of the green-scale snake lord's martial prowess, they would have relished the opportunity to tear him apart. The middle-aged man at the head of the table suppressed his killing intent and spoke in a low voice. What must we do to spare our third brother? The white-haired elder replied leisurely. The Zheng family's Miss Zheng Huayu is renowned for her beauty. My young master has heard of her. If you would but surrender her to my young master, the Zheng family may not only retain its foundation, but might also have the chance to touch the immortal's fortune. Your third master is right outside. Should you agree, my young master will also release him and pardon his transgressions. Such nonsense. It was that young wretch who overstepped his bounds, provoking my brother to act. Zhang Guanliang gritted his teeth, drawing his sword with a clang. If that wretch dares to set his sights on Huayu, even if I perish, I will not allow you to succeed. Our Zheng family possesses its own dignity. We would rather stand and die than sacrifice the happiness of a young girl for a chance at survival. Third brother, fourth brother. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the other members of the Zheng family hastily called out. Zhang Guanliang moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving the others of the Zheng clan powerless to intervene. As he lunged forward with his sword aimed directly at the white-haired elder, the sword of a congenital martial artist glimmered with a radiant white light. If you seek death, do not blame me for your demise, the elder thought grimly. The elder's pupils narrowed like those of a venomous serpent, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he raised his cane. The clash of sword against cane resonated with the sound of steel colliding. Before Zheng Guanliang could react, the elder unleashed a palm strike, leaving an imprint upon Zheng Guanliang's body, sending him hurtling backward. It is an honor for your Zheng family that the young master has taken an interest in your daughter. If it were not for the treasures your family possesses, how could you even dare to negotiate with him? Your lack of gratitude and respect has already paved your path to annihilation. The elder's gaze was devoid of emotion. His expression icy. As a martial arts master, he regarded such a small family with disdain. Were it not for the protection afforded to the Zheng family by the relics of the celestial beings, he alone could have obliterated the entire clan. The audacity of the Zheng family to provoke his authority was beyond comprehension. Do you truly believe I fear your celestial artifact enough to spare your life? The others of the Zheng family rushed to assess the injuries of the fourth uncle, while Zheng Guanju's hands turned pale, each word laden with an unquenchable murderous intent. The elder chuckled derisively. Zheng family head, do not attempt to intimidate me. That precious artifact of yours has been used far too sparingly, has it not? Would you truly expend its limited uses on my meager life? If that celestial treasure could kill at will, I would have perished countless times already. Indeed, the elder's assumptions were accurate. Although the Zheng family's celestial treasure was a gift from the immortals, it could hardly be utilized more than a few times. Heed my counsel. Do not contend with the celestial beings. An ordinary man is innocent, yet possessing treasures can lead to their ruin. The status of the Wang family is far beyond the grasp of mere mortals like yourselves. Only by aligning with the young master can you ensure the safety of your Zheng family. Having spoken, the elder prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the people of Ningyuan County looked up to the sky, where a crimson glow flashed. Both the Zheng family and the elder recognized that the red light appeared to be approaching them at an astonishing speed, revealing its form in an instant. It was a red celestial sword, upon which two figures could be seen, one standing, the other reclining. Celestial beings. The thought flashed through the elder's mind. The celestial sword hovered above the Zheng family estate before descending into the courtyard, raising a cloud of dust. A purple barrier emerged, isolating the debris, and from within stepped a gentle-looking young man, followed by a disheveled girl. In a heartbeat, the young man vanished from sight, only to reappear in the main hall of the Zheng family, a flaming sword suspended behind him, surrounded by an ethereal glow, as if a celestial being had descended, inspiring awe akin to that of a towering mountain. Ping'an? Is that you, Ping'an? Zheng Guanju on the throne appeared incredulous, recognizing his son. Zheng Ping'an smiled. Cultivating without returning home. Is there truly any difference from a life of ostentation? Yet, in the next moment, his expression hardened. Father, what has happened to fourth uncle? What is going on with the Zheng family? The white-haired elder, now pale with fear, stared blankly. The flying celestial being was akin to the immortals of the Wang family. They could indeed soar. His mind was bombarded like thunder, leaving him stunned and at a loss. Once Zheng Guanju and Zheng Ping'an clarified the situation, the elder finally regained his senses and cried out, "Celestial being, spare my life. I was merely following orders." At this moment, the joy on Zheng Ping'an's face vanished completely. Beneath his calm gaze lay a tempest of murderous intent. A mere Wang family dares to insult my third uncle, injure my fourth uncle, and even force my Zheng family to marry my little sister to a beast. The elder attempted to argue his case, yet found himself voiceless. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a headless corpse, propped against a cane, crashing to the ground, completely devoid of consciousness. As the elder perished, several small serpents hastily fled from his body, seeking to escape. The crimson sword hovered in midair, spewing flames from its tip, incinerating the elder's corpse along with the serpents into ashes. Zheng Ping'an sheathed the crimson sword. While the astonished faces of those in the Zheng family hall remained frozen in disbelief, their once invincible martial arts master had been so easily slain. Even his remains had turned to ash. Zheng Ping'an bent down, extending his consciousness to Zheng Guanliang, discovering he was merely gravely injured and unconscious, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Father, and all my uncles, I have returned. Leave everything that follows to me. Zheng Ping'an's tone was filled with confidence, his somewhat thin and youthful visage appearing resolute in that moment. Ping'an, take this. Zheng Guanju did not hinder Zheng Ping'an. Instead, he retrieved a purple mystical mirror and handed it to his son. This is the celestial treasure of our Zheng family, now entrusted to you. It contains profound techniques left by the immortals, activated only by celestial materials. Zheng Ping'an accepted the mirror, tucking it into his robes, and turned to leave. Outside the door, Nan Hong sang, still recovering from the terror of soaring through the skies, noticed Zheng Ping'an's cold demeanor as he exited the hall and hurriedly inquired, "Senior brother, where are you going?" "To kill." Chapter 25. Zheng Ping'an goes to the Wang family. "To kill? Who are you going to kill, senior brother?" Nan Hongsang murmured, watching Zheng Ping'an's figure ascend on his sword, then covered her mouth, stumbling and retching once more. She vowed never to choose a sword for flying artifacts again. Outside the Zheng family estate, Wang Wenhao sensed something amiss. The flaming red light was visible even in Ningyuan County, and he was no exception. That red light had descended upon the Zheng family estate, undoubtedly heralding yet another celestial being. This is bad. The Zheng family has actually forged a connection with a celestial being. Wang Wenhao's face paled in terror, fully aware of the formidable power of celestial beings. He immediately gathered his companions, disregarding the fate of the Bai Lin Snake Lord, and fled towards the Wang family's direction. Only celestial beings could defeat celestial beings. His own parents were such beings. Wang Wenhao had once been an ordinary young master of the Wang family, but after the disappearance of his parents during his childhood, the elder of the family indulged him to make amends for his loss, fostering a reckless disposition. Recently, the long-lost eldest son of the Wang family, who happened to be Wang Wenhao's father, returned home, revealing that he had been taken in as a disciple by a sect called the Xuanyuan sect. This sect had triumphed in a battle against another faction, claiming Ningyuan County as their territory and placing Wang Wenhao's father in charge. The eldest son of the Wang family, who had vanished 20 years ago, was indeed Wang Wenhao's father. Not long after Wang Wenhao left, a figure emerged from the Zheng family estate. Zheng Pingyan gazed at the bloodied figure on the ground, his expression chilling as he swiftly protected his heart meridian with spiritual energy. How ruthless! Had I arrived a moment later, my third uncle would have perished. Zheng Pingyan entrusted the injured man to the care of the Zheng family members and took to the skies on his sword, pursuing the direction in which Wang Wenhao had fled. On the streets of Ningyuan County, all the people parted to make way, for Wang Wenhao had returned. Unlike his earlier confident demeanor, he was now filled with terror, seemingly in flight. This thought was absurd, yet inescapable. Wang Wenhao, you cannot escape today. The entire Wang family shall accompany you to the grave. A chilling voice descended from the heavens, prompting the crowd to gaze upward. There, a flaming celestial sword, atop which stood a youthful figure, fingers weaving intricate gestures, conjuring forth golden runes that transformed into radiant golden swords. Is that the ailing young master of the Zheng family? Also an immortal? The onlookers were taken aback. No wonder Wang Wenhao was so terrified. The steed beneath Wang Wenhao sensed the ominous aura and became frantic, casting him off violently. He tumbled across the ground thrice, his splendid garments in tatters, blood streaming from his wounds. Yet, in that moment, Wang Wenhao paid no heed to the pain. Zheng Pingyan, you cannot kill me. If you do, my parents will not spare you. Zheng Pingyan merely spat, and the 4 golden swords pointed their tips menacingly at Wang Wenhao. Rest assured, I shall not spare the Wang family either. Within the sect, Zheng Pingyan was respectful and patient with his juniors, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. However, this did not imply that he was a bleeding heart. Otherwise, he would not have ventured alone in search of immortality. 1 golden sword swiftly severed Wang Wenhao's head, while the other 3 impaled 3 fleeing martial artists without hesitation. Zheng Pingyan, head in hand, soared toward the Wang family, for it was destined that only one of the 2 great families would remain. At this moment, the Wang family was festooned with lights. Ever since they had an immortal patron, all factions in Ningyuan County bowed in submission. Once the Zheng family, their stumbling block, was dealt with, the entirety of Ningyuan County would fall completely under Wang family's dominion. Alas, the Wang family's immortal showed little interest in mundane affairs, and the Zheng family was protected by their celestial treasures, leaving the Wang clan in a state of frantic disarray. Ultimately, they coerced Wang Wenhao into enacting their plans, believing that with his connections, victory would be assured. Some in the Wang family expressed dissatisfaction. Ever since their confrontation with the centipede spirit, their immortal had ceased to involve himself in worldly matters. Now, they sought to leverage Wang Wenhao, the immortal's own flesh and blood, to compel him into aiding the Wang family's quest for supremacy in Ningyuan County. This was not merely one person's thought. It was the collective desire of the Wang clan, yearning to wield the immortal's might for their own gain. However, just as they envisioned their future, a spherical object plummeted into the Wang family courtyard, rolling several times and shattering the tranquility like a stone cast into water. The family patriarch, the young maidens frolicking by the lake, and the bustling servants all turned to witness the fallen object. Gasps erupted. Upon seeing what it was, the patriarch trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. All the uncles bore expressions of sheer horror. The head was none other than Wang Wenhao's, now lying upright in the courtyard, his vacant eyes seemingly gazing at them. Wenhao? Wenhao? The patriarch cried out in profound grief, for among the younger generation, he had cherished this grandson the most. Now forced to endure the agony of burying his own flesh and blood. The others in the Wang family, however, were engulfed in dread, swiftly lifting their gazes to the skies, where a youth rode a flying sword, also observing them. The presence of an immortal was unmistakable. The Wang family seethed with hatred, clearly believing that this immortal had slain Wang Wenhao. Simultaneously, sensing Zheng Pingyan's aura, a figure emerged from deep within the Wang estate, a woman. Upon witnessing the head in the courtyard, she trembled violently. You killed Wenhao. You actually killed Wenhao. Zheng Pingyan's expression tightened. This woman was stronger than he anticipated, possessing the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refinement. She summoned a red-tasseled spear, unleashing beams of light from its tip. Zheng Pingyan, undeterred, unleashed the Taishu sword art in response, as the spear drew closer. Unfazed, he drew his scarlet fire sword, flames soaring, enveloping the woman. A mystical artifact of the profound tier, no wonder she dared to slay Wenhao. Such a talented youth cannot be left alive. The woman's heart ignited with boundless killing intent. She was determined to exact revenge, for if not, the entire Wang family would face calamity. Yet Zheng Pingyan stood unafraid. Even though this was his first confrontation with another Qi refinement practitioner, he pressed the attack against the woman. Luo Tian, watching from the shadows, could not help but nod. Zheng Pingan's comprehension was truly exceptional, quickly grasping the essence of the battle between cultivators, overpowering the woman without need for Luo Tian's intervention. As the woman was on the verge of faltering, a roar erupted from deep within the Wang estate. "Do not harm my wife." A middle-aged man with long hair cascading to his waist rode a flying sword toward the battlefield, his aura surpassing that of the woman. A formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 2 realms above Zheng Pingan. From afar, Luo Tian observed, eyes narrowing. He did not rush to intervene. The middle-aged man's cultivation level, though higher than Zheng Pingan's, appeared somewhat off, as if he had been afflicted by some toxin, a mere shadow of his former self. A practitioner of the 8th level against a grievously injured 9th level cultivator served as the perfect sharpening stone for Zheng Pingan. Witnessing another Qi refinement practitioner approaching, Zheng Pingan no longer held back. He summoned a violet mirror, which erupted with violent, thunderous energy, coalescing into a blurry figure wielding a thunderous blade. This thunderous manifestation engaged the middle-aged man, restraining him while Zheng Pingan pursued the woman with the red-tasseled spear, swiftly forcing her into retreat, causing her to tumble to the ground. Just as Zheng Pingan was about to deliver the final blow, the middle-aged man's expression hardened. He produced a plump pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, his complexion became flushed, emitting steam. As he retrieved a talisman and infused it with all his spiritual energy, hurling it toward Zheng Pingan. Die! The talisman transformed into a verdant hue, from which a celestial sword materialized, not a true sword, but a projection that compelled all in Ningyuan County to kneel in submission, its momentum overwhelming. As if it could obliterate everything in its path. The sword intent, such a terrifying force. Luo Tian's expression shifted. The sword intent was extraordinarily fearsome and rapid. A streak of green light surged forth, directly approaching Zheng Pingan. In a moment of peril, Zheng Pingan wielded the scarlet fire sword, flames dancing wildly and astonishingly. 2 fire dragons emerged from it, intertwining and colliding with the green sword intent. The sky above the Wang family darkened ominously, as fiery embers rained down like meteors, claiming the lives of countless Wang family members beneath the aftermath. Even if the Wang family faced annihilation, so too would Luo Tian. At the critical moment, Zheng Pingan had remarkably comprehended the fire dragon technique to a small degree. Luo Tian mused, 666, is this the golden legend? At the pivotal moment, a flash of inspiration struck, delivering a small yet profound shock. The outcome of this battle was unequivocal. Although Zheng Pingan's cultivation was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he possessed the profound tier artifact bestowed by Luo Tian and superior earth tier spells. Such artifacts were exorbitantly priced, beyond the means of most Qi refinement practitioners, accessible only to those at the foundation establishment level. The earth tier spells were even rarer, and it would be nearly impossible to find several texts throughout the Dayu dynasty, let alone Zheng Pingan achieving a breakthrough in the fire dragon technique at such a crucial juncture. At this moment, the Wang residence had transformed into a raging inferno. Zheng Pingan and the Wang family's Qi practitioners clashed, and even the residual waves of their confrontation were beyond the endurance of mere mortals. A despondent old man, his hair as white as snow, clutched a middle-aged Qi practitioner tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Father was wrong. Tomorrow father was wrong. I should not have been so obstinate. I should not have acted recklessly, believing in your divine status. The middle-aged man, now drenched in blood with his arms vanished, coughed up green froth. The light in his eyes gradually dimming. Father does not know. Father truly does not know the calamity this would bring upon our Wang family. Yet, the middle-aged man offered no further response. The old man gazed at the devastated Wang household, filled with anguished wails. The once opulent estate lay in ruins, and a profound sense of desolation gripped his heart. Wang Ming had long warned him that sullying the mortal realm with divine might would invite karmic retribution, bringing disaster to the Wang family. However, no one in the Wang family heeded his words, blinded by the allure of their immediate prosperity. Now, their fate was sealed. Minger, you should not have perished. No one in our Wang family should have perished. The one who ought to die is this old man. I, who have brought calamity upon the Wang family. The elder drew his sword from his waist and pressed it against his throat, gripping the hilt tightly as he drew the blade across, blood splattering forth. The patriarch of the Wang family collapsed lifelessly to the ground, concluding his existence. Zheng Pingan, too, felt the toll of the moment. Although the fire dragon technique was formidable, it exacted a tremendous cost, nearly draining him of all vitality. Fortunately, his final strike had eradicated the Wang family. He located the corpses of the Wang Qi practitioners, first removing their storage rings. then digging a grave to inter the two bodies, erecting a makeshift tombstone from a shattered magical artifact. A brother in arms slays demons, but is burdened by his family. May he find peace in his next life. Zheng Pingyan held deep admiration for Wang Ming, who had valiantly repelled the centipede spirit to protect Ningyuan County. Yet, it was precisely this valor that emboldened the Wang family to act with impunity, nearly leading to the demise of Zheng Pingyan's third and fourth uncles, culminating in irreconcilable conflict and their eventual destruction. Henceforth, my Zheng family shall never become like the Wang family. Zheng Pingyan resolved, ascending on his flying sword to the heavens, striking once more to ensure the Wang family's complete subjugation. Player Luo Tian's disciple has killed the guardian of Ningyuan County. Do you wish to occupy Ningyuan County? Occupy or abandon. Note: occupying Ningyuan County grants 300 fortune, Moonlight Sect hatred value 20. Abandoning it grants Moonlight Sect hatred value 5. Different levels of hatred will lead to varying retaliations against the player. If abandoned, the player will be unable to recruit disciples in Ningyuan County. Luo Tian gazed at the notification before him, engulfed in hesitation. Clearly, Ningyuan County was the territory of the sect known as Moonlight Sect, and whether he chose to occupy or not would attract their attention. The difference was that if he abandoned the occupation, he would not provoke the foundation-building cultivators of the Moonlight Sect, and the loss of 2 Qi practitioners would be inconsequential, akin to the death of 2 ants. However, choosing to occupy Ningyuan County would irrevocably offend the Moonlight Sect. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tian made his decision: occupy. Abandoning the territory would preclude him from recruiting disciples in Ningyuan County, a prospect he was unwilling to accept. For the sect to advance, it required highly qualified disciples, and recruiting from other forces would inevitably lead to animosity. It was a dilemma without resolution. Player Luo Tian has occupied Ningyuan County, fortune 300. Moonlight Sect hatred value 20, probability of attracting foundation-building cultivators. Utilizing 100 fortune to upgrade the Songxing Wangu Tuesday, Songxing Wangu 2, a primordial treasure of fortune, capable of suppressing sectal fortune. Level 2 effect. All disciples cultivation speed 2, lifespan 2, damage from earth-based spells -6. Upgrade cost, 0-1000, fortune. Chapter 27, Blood Pill. The upgrade of the Songxing Wangu 2 to level 2 consumed 10 times the fortune. Its effects certainly did not disappoint Luo Tian. He then expended another 100 fortune to elevate the Qi Luan crown to level 2, enhancing the success rate of the entire sect's breakthrough to foundation building by 2. In its early stages, the Qi Luan crown was undoubtedly as efficacious as an authentic artifact. After resolving the Wang family's affairs, Zheng Pingyan returned to the Zheng family. The members of the Zheng family expressed disbelief. It had only been 2 months since Zheng Pingyan left home. Yet he had not only transformed into an immortal, but had also effortlessly slain 2 immortal practitioners of the Wang family. Zheng Guanju spoke solemnly. The fate of the Wang family serves as a warning to our Zheng family, no matter who it is. We must never rely on Pingyan's divine might. Should anyone act with impunity, believing they can exploit Pingyan's status, they shall not escape my wrath. The others hastily assured, rest assured, head of the family, we shall ensure Pingyan remains untouched by mortal karma. If any of the younger generation dares to abuse Pingyan's identity, they shall be dealt with by us, without your intervention. The corpses of the Wang family had yet to grow cold, and if Zheng Pingyan could slay 2 immortals, it was evident that others could also turn their sights upon the Zheng family. Observing the solemn expressions of his kin, Zheng Pingyan continued, Father and esteemed uncles need not worry. My Zheng family will only grow stronger than before. My master sent me down the mountain not merely to visit, but with intentions to expand our sect and recruit disciples. This is an opportunity for our Zheng family. Upon hearing Zheng Pingyan's words, every member of the Zheng family displayed glimmers of excitement. Pingyan, is this truly the case? Zheng Pingyan nodded. My master will recruit disciples next month, but it is entirely contingent upon fate. Only those with destiny may enter. With this confirmation, the hall was filled with heavy breaths. This was destiny, the path to immortality. If the Zheng family could have cultivators in every generation, would they not become a prominent family of immortals? What would mere mortal powers and wealth mean then? Cultivation was the true road to prosperity. Zheng Guanju sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth, laughing heartily. My son Pingyan is indeed a blessing for the Zheng family. The Zheng family, much like the villagers of Shishui, summoned all scattered disciples back. Every single one counted. If they could enter the Taishu Dao sect, it would be a boon. This news was not concealed by the Zheng family. Under Zheng Pingyan's initiative, the whole of Ningyuan County learned that on a nearby mountain, a sect was recruiting disciples and would hold an ascension conference next month. Seeking fate. As the news spread, Zheng Pingyan departed Ningyuan County with Nan Hongsang, heading towards Jingxing, where Nan Hongsang's family resided. Senior brother, I can no longer tell east from west. Upon landing, Nan Hongsang spun around, disoriented. The journey from Ningyuan County to Jingcheng was significantly longer than from Taishu Dao sect to Ningyuan County. This ordeal had thoroughly exhausted her. Next time, I shall not descend the mountain unless I break through to the late stage of qi cultivation. Nan Hongsang silently vowed. Jingcheng was considerably larger than Ningyuan County. Upon entering the city, Zheng Ping'an noticed several divine senses scanning him. Though curious about these unfamiliar cultivators, he did not disturb them further and led Nan Hongsang to the Nan family. The Nan family, while not a major household in Jingcheng, was still a prosperous one, with a long-standing tradition of martial arts, having even produced masters of the highest caliber. Upon her return, Nan Hongsang stirred the entire Nan household. Gazing at the rugged middle-aged man, a lifelong practitioner of martial arts, Nan Hongsang felt a twinge of trepidation. Nan Wuning glanced at her, his expression inscrutable. Murmuring softly, "You have indeed walked this path." Zheng Ping'an was acutely aware of the resistance that Nan Hongsang's father harbored concerning her endeavors in cultivating immortality. He promptly spoke up, "Uncle Nan, I am Hongsang's senior brother." However, Nan Wuning interrupted him. "I am aware that you, too, are a cultivator, and a 7th-level qi practitioner at that." Both Zheng Ping'an and Nan Hongsang were taken aback, astonished that Nan Wuning possessed knowledge of cultivators and was aware of Zheng Ping'an's cultivation level. Could it be that Uncle Nan was also a cultivator? Zheng Ping'an speculated inwardly, yet as he scanned Nan Wuning with his spiritual sense, he found no traces of cultivation. "You and Hongsang must leave Jing City post-haste. This city is their territory, and your presence here will undoubtedly draw their attention. Cultivators cannot tread upon the domains of other factions at will. Did your master not impart this wisdom to you?" Nan Wuning's expression was grave as he urged Nan Hongsang and Zheng Ping'an to depart. A shiver ran down Zheng Ping'an's spine as he recalled the practitioners who had scrutinized him upon entering the city. Their auras had surged and retreated in haste, prompting no further thought from him. Now, it seemed that Nan Wuning's understanding of his cultivation hinted at a deeper awareness of the dangers they faced. "Junior sister, we must vacate Jing City swiftly," Zheng Ping'an whispered, his instincts alert to the impending threat. "Father, Zheng's senior brother can take you with him," Nan Hongsang suggested, wishing to include Nan Wuning in their escape. Nan Wuning shook his head. "Father cannot leave. Jing City is not a place one can simply come and go as they please. You are Hongsang's senior brother. I trust you will look after her. You do not carry that malevolent aura, so I can rest assured in trusting her to your care." Zheng Ping'an nodded, and together they hastily departed from Jing City. Shortly after their exit, an elderly man, his temples graying and dressed in the garb of a steward, appeared above the Nan residence. "Have those two young ones left?" The elder squinted, scanning the surroundings of the Nan household, but finding no suspicious signs, before approaching Nan Wuning. The proud warrior bowed his head respectfully. "I pay my respects to the immortal." The elder waved his sleeve, sending Nan Wuning hurtling back, crashing through a wall and leaving a gaping hole. "Nan Wuning, do not attempt any tricks. This is the domain of my Yang family. Even dragons must coil and tigers must lie low here." Nan Wuning struggled to rise, lowering his head as he replied. Wuning would not dare. The elder's expression grew fierce. "In 100 days, the sacrificial day will arrive. If you fail to break through to Grand Master within this time, you know the consequences. The lives of the entire Nan family, including that little girl, rest solely upon your shoulders." Nan Wuning fell silent, and after a moment, his voice came out hoarse. "Wuning understands. I will surely break through to Grand Master within 100 days. The elder spoke once more. "If you achieve Grand Master within this time, my Yang family promises that for 100 years, your Nan family will be free from worries, just as your ancestor exchanged his life for a century of peace for the Nan family." Chapter 28. Nan Hongsang's Fortuitous Encounter. Zheng Ping'an led Nan Hongsang away from Jing City. After their departure, they flew towards the direction of the Taishu Dao sect. Upon reaching the center of a serene lake, Zheng Ping'an halted their flying sword and glanced back. The cerulean sky, the crystalline waters, and the lush greenery surrounded them, devoid of anything but birds. "Those who have been following me for so long, it is time to reveal yourselves." As his words fell, the placid lake's surface suddenly rippled, and 4 figures emerged, walking upon the water, 3 men and 1 woman. "Interesting, your spiritual sense is remarkably acute. I did not expect you to detect us even with a concealment talisman. I had hoped to trace back to your sect. But it seems I must resort to interrogation now," said the man with a fan, a smile gracing his lips. "Boss, why waste words on this brat? He is merely a 7th-level qi practitioner who knows nothing of the cultivation world's rules. Clearly, he hails from a sect of loose practitioners. If we kill him and seize his treasures, no one will dare to seek vengeance," boasted a burly man, thick iron rings coiling around his arms, creating a clattering sound that stirred the water's surface. one at 7th level, 2 at 8th, and 1 at 9th. Zheng Pingyan's expression turned grave. None of these practitioners were to be trifled with. I bear no grudge against you. Why pursue me and engage in such villainy? Zheng Pingyan asked, perplexed as to why they targeted him after a mere visit to Jing City. The heavily made-up woman, holding an oil paper umbrella, smirked, because you lack backing. Our second said you are ignorant of the cultivation world's rules, yet you have reached 7th level at such a young age, indicating fortuitous encounters. In the cultivation world, those without backing and with such luck are quite coveted. Is that reason not sufficient, little brother? The last of the four, a effeminate man, cast his gaze upon the beautiful Nan Hong saying beside Zheng Pingyan, lustful desires flickering in his eyes. The Nan family has such a lovely girl hidden away. How audacious. I must take her back as a furnace. The four positioned themselves at four corners, effectively blocking Zheng Pingyan and Nan Hongsang's retreat. Nan Hongsang's complexion paled as she clutched Zheng Pingyan's arm, her voice trembling. Senior brother, if the effeminate man took her back to serve as a furnace, it would undoubtedly be a fate worse than death for her. Zheng Pingyan gently reassured her, junior sister, they cannot harm us. As his words fell, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Zheng Pingyan, creating a vortex on the lake's surface that rose dramatically, enveloping them both in its center and obscuring the sun. In the eyes of all, Zheng Pingyan was attempting to break through his cultivation amidst such an audience. The sight astonished and thrilled the four assailants. Let us all strike together and refine this brat into an elixir. Perhaps it will enhance our own talents and pave the way for foundation establishment. The man with the fan was the first to act, slashing through the air with his fan, unleashing 3 wind blades. The others followed suit, unleashing a kaleidoscope of lights that illuminated the lake's surface like a mirage. Zheng Pingyan formed hand seals, suddenly shouting to the heavens, Master, help! Shouting until your throat is raw will not summon anyone to your aid. The burly man grinned widely, golden celestial light radiating from him as he emitted a roar akin to a lion's. However, a fire dragon technique manifested. A dragon, dozens of meters long, emerged from thin air, coiling above the hulking man and engulfing him in its gaping maw, dragging him down into the depths of the lake, visibly lowering the water level and releasing a misty vapor. Within the mist stood a hazy figure, feet planted upon the sword's hilt, hands clasped behind his back. Several streaks of golden sword energy shattered the remaining attacker's onslaught. What? There was actually someone hiding in the shadows. The remaining 2 men and the woman were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the presence of another cultivator lurking in the dark. This sudden turn of events allowed Zheng Pingyan to successfully break through, solidifying his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi. You certainly have some audacity, attempting a breakthrough at such a crucial moment, Luo Tian reprimanded. The breakthrough process for a cultivator is not instantaneous. It requires time for solidification. If others were to seize this opportunity to strike, Zheng Pingyan could not only fail in his breakthrough, but might also suffer grave injuries. Zheng Pingyan rubbed the back of his head. Disciple understood that master was covertly following, which is why I dared to break through, creating an opportunity for you to intervene. Moreover, you certainly do not wish for these individuals to escape, do you? Luo Tian nodded, stating, those who dare to strike against the disciples of the Tai Su Dao sect must pay with their lives. One was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and the other at the 8th. Such audacity warranted a response. Upon witnessing one of their own, a skilled practitioner at the 8th level, fall, the 3 adversaries hesitated, retreating with a sense of urgency. Let us flee, as long as the green hills remain. We need not fear the lack of firewood. Yang of the Jing family vowed, this grudge shall be remembered. We will repay it tenfold in the future. The man wielding a fan did not forget to utter a menacing remark as he departed. As I have stated, if you are to remain here today, then here you shall stay. Luo Tian stood upon the lake's surface, gripping the Tai Su sword, which was enveloped in the fire dragon technique, forming 2 serpentine dragons of violet flame that roared like thunder as they surged forth from the mist towards the man with the fan. Xiao Pingyan, I leave the other 2 to you. Zheng Pingyan nodded, brandishing the scarlet fire sword, which, at his command, unleashed 2 vividly lifelike fire dragons that pursued the effeminate man and the woman wielding an oiled paper umbrella. The 4 fire dragons scorched the lake's surface and incinerated the surrounding forest. Cursed be this technique, it is utterly terrifying. The heavily made-up woman raised her oiled paper umbrella, attempting to conjure a protective barrier, but within moments, the umbrella ignited, turning to ash. As she sought assistance, she beheld the man with the fan issuing a heart-wrenching wail as he was engulfed by the 2 violet fire dragons, his efforts futile, reduced to cinders shortly thereafter. The effeminate man had already met the same fate. Despite her unwillingness, the woman too was consumed by a fire dragon. The Jing family of Jing City gains a hatred value of 20 towards player Luo Tian. Low probability of attracting the attention of Foundation establishment cultivators. Player Luo Tian triggers an extraordinary event, purple. 1. The Grudge of Annihilation. Witnessing the massacre of his disciple Nan Hongsang's family. He aids Nan Hongsang in destroying the Jing family. Reward. Nan Hongsang's Aptitude 10, Comprehension 10, Loyalty permanently 10. 2. A reunion of father and daughter. Assisting the Nan family in overcoming their crisis and breaking free from the Jing family's control, Nan Wuning is safe. Reward. Removes Nan Hongsang's negative talent of fearfulness, and Nan Hongsang's loyalty to the sect is permanently set to 100. Countdown, 100 days. Chapter 29, Reopening the Gift Package, The Wandering Order. Luo Tian was taken aback. Nan Hongsang had unexpectedly triggered an extraordinary event. How arduous it was to enhance one's aptitude and comprehension, even among those of purple quality. Disparities existed, and Nan Hongsang's talents were relatively modest. Yet, with an increase of 10 in both aptitude and comprehension, she could ascend to become an exceptional prodigy of purple quality, her future boundless. The other reward was equally promising, despite her high alchemical talent. Nan Hongsang's fearfulness had rendered her unreliable in combat. Without this flaw, she would undoubtedly be a true prodigy of purple quality, a dual talent in alchemy. Moreover, she would be a genius fully loyal to the sect. Luo Tian had already made a resolution in his heart. With a full 100 days at his disposal, there was ample time to elevate the sect to a second-tier status. Upon returning to the Tai Su Dao sect, he discovered that 7 days had elapsed since Zheng Ping and had descended the mountain. To his surprise, after a month of diligent effort, Li Erniu finally sensed spiritual energy and officially became a cultivator. In these 7 days, Zheng Ping and had broken through to the 8th level of qi refinement, while Nan Hongsang had reached the 2nd level, marking the entire group as cultivators. Luo Tian summoned the three and earnestly instructed, in 5 days. Our Tai Su Dao sect will host the Ascension Conference. Anyone with the fate to attend may become our disciple. You must handle all matters diligently, ensuring our sect maintains its esteemed reputation. He placed significant importance on this inaugural conference, emphasizing the need for thorough preparations. However, he did not expect the three to manage this alone. Rather, he relied on the Zheng family, which supported Zheng Ping'an, and the village of Shishui, which backed Li Erniu, to handle the tasks. Zheng Ping'an nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Master, I shall not let the reputation of the Tai Su Dao sect falter." Upon successful completion of their tasks, each would receive 100 low-grade spirit stones. Luo Tian mused that this might be his last opportunity to extend such equal rewards to the three. The trio's faces lit up with joy. 100 low-grade spirit stones would sustain them for quite some time. As the three departed to prepare for the Ascension Conference, Luo Tian reclined lazily on his throne, propping his forehead in weariness. The past days spent with Zheng Ping and had been quite exhausting. In his system's backpack lay 7 neatly arranged Traveler-esque gift packages. Perhaps it was time to test the waters? Luo Tian felt a surge of excitement. The thrill of chance was always both tense and exhilarating. One moment could lead to paradise, the next to despair. He casually clicked on one of the packages. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for receiving a yellow-grade top-tier magical artifact, the Water Avoidance Pearl. With the Water Avoidance Pearl, he could navigate underwater effortlessly, and in future encounters with submerged opportunities, he would not need to resort to evaporating an entire lake, causing a commotion that might attract other cultivators. Though merely a yellow-grade top-tier artifact, it was quite useful for Luo Tian, comparable to a profound-grade artifact. Yet, this was merely self-reassurance. Luo Tian discovered that obtaining high-tier items from a single gift package was exceedingly difficult. He decided to open 3 packages, combining them into one exquisite gift package. To his surprise, the amalgamation yielded yet another exquisite gift. Luo Tian was taken aback, recalling that the last exquisite package had produced a fortuitous treasure. This time, he did not seek the pinnacle of treasures, merely a golden legend would suffice. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the profound-grade top-tier magical treasure, the Moonlight Wheel. Suspended in midair, this artifact emitted a gentle silver glow, resembling a crescent moon, and contained the terrifying power of lunar radiance. Although it could not rival the previous fortuitous treasure, it was still worth a fortune. After carefully stowing the Moonlight Wheel, only 3 Traveler-esque gift packages remained. Luo Tian combined 2 of them into one, which also resulted in an exquisite package. It seemed that as long as a single Traveler-esque gift was not opened alone, any combination yielded exquisite results. Luo Tian found this quite perplexing. For the final package, he chose not to combine it, curious about the treasures that could emerge from 2 combined exquisite packages. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Wandering Order, 2nd tier. Wandering Order, 2nd tier requires a sect level of at least 2. Upon use, can randomly recruit one foundational cultivator with an initial favorability of 80. Luo Tian exclaimed in disbelief. The prospect of recruiting a foundational cultivator was too enticing to resist. He immediately decided to use it, but as the screen dimmed, black and red text materialized. Notice, player Luo Tian's Tai Su Dao sect level is insufficient, below 2. Rereading the limitations of the Wandering Order left him disheartened. It was indeed a valuable item, but it could only be utilized by a sect of level 2 or higher. Initially, Luo Tian intended to save the last gift for the following day, but now, driven by excitement, he clicked on the final Traveler's gift package. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for receiving the Opportunity Order, green. Fortunately, the last package did not disappoint him. He decided against using the green Opportunity Order immediately, opting to wait until Zheng Ping and reach the 9th level of Qi refinement, at which point the sect would also ascend to level 2. The rewards would be far greater than those available at a level 1 sect. He opened the regional channel. Haha, after a month and 2 days. My disciple has finally sensed spiritual energy and has officially become a cultivator. He chuckled. I envy the great masters. Their disciples are surely of blue quality. A lackluster individual. Having only trained in Qi for a month, while my disciple of purple quality has already ascended to the 3rd level of Qi training. Pardon the interruption. I am offering to purchase 1 unit of spirit wood for 10 low-grade spirit stones, requiring a total of 10 units. The Xuanyuan gang is eagerly acquiring yellow-tier mid-grade artifacts, magical techniques, as well as opportunity tokens, treasures of fortune, blueprints, and various other precious items. The Xuanyuan gang upstairs is filled with frauds. I privately inquired about a yellow-tier mid-grade artifact, and was quoted 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, only to be told to leave. Is this truly considered a high price? Away with you. Outrageous, to rob spirit stones in such a brazen manner. A month has passed, and increasingly more individuals have stepped beyond their comfort zones, beginning to explore this vast world. With millions of players, even if merely 1% possess such audacity, that amounts to tens of thousands embarking on adventures. The Qinglong Society has also grown to 500 members. Rallying our forces, we have discovered a level 1 dungeon, seeking to recruit 5 brothers with profound tier artifacts to join us. Brother Lin has found the demon cave once more. Envy abounds. Brothers, it seems I have stirred trouble. Just now I disseminated messages recruiting disciples within the territory of the Xuanyuan sect, causing my enmity with them to skyrocket to 60. What should I do? You are truly bold. The game even warns that recruitment cannot occur in unclaimed territories, yet you dare to attempt it? I appreciate the valuable lesson from my brother. May your journey be smooth. A foundation establishment cultivator is about to make a move against me. I plan to flee under the cover of night. This sect is not for me. Luo Tian has marked this unnamed individual being pursued by the Xuanyuan sect. He has encroached upon their territory and offended them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Luo Tian hopes that the man meets a slow demise, buying him some time. Chapter 30, The Ascension Conference. 3 days have swiftly passed. Beneath the gates of the Taishu Dao sect, a bustling crowd has gathered, densely packed with figures. Among them are not only the elegantly dressed nobles, but also common folk, vibrant with energy. A glance reveals that most are young men and women, eagerly gazing towards the mountain gate. A fiery red light appears in the sky, and a youthful figure stands atop the sword hilt, proclaiming loudly, "Welcome, everyone, to the Ascension Conference of the Taishu Dao sect." The voice, though not loud, resonates clearly in every ear. I too wish to become such an immortal, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Wooden tea that mean endless riches and feasting on unending delicacies? What are these mundane possessions worth? To become an immortal is to transcend the mortal realm, wielding supreme power. To command the world while indulging at the knees of beauty. How delightful. If I were to become an immortal, I would seek eternal life, to share longevity with heaven and earth. Each individual is lost in their fantasies of becoming an immortal. The Ascension Conference? A nameless little sect dares to host such an event and broadly recruit disciples? Have they consulted the Xuanyuan sect? A mocking voice draws the attention of all, as 3 men in pristine white robes appear at the edge of the sun, surveying the crowd below as if they were mere ants. These disciples of the Xuanyuan sect exude an air of lofty arrogance. Wild cultivators dare to encroach upon the territory of the Xuanyuan sect, killing our elders. How audacious. A youthful disciple from the Xuanyuan sect scoffs. The crowd below is taken aback. Even the most discerning can tell that the self-proclaimed Xuanyuan sect trio come with ill intentions, causing hearts to flutter with anxiety. Zheng Ping gazes at the 3, calmly stating, "So, you 3 wish to make a move against my Taishu Dao sect? The sect's mission dictates that not only must you perish, but your entire sect shall leave no trace behind." The disciple seated upon the sword speaks coldly. This mission holds significant value. and they cannot allow any mistakes. Moreover, they have learned that the Taishu Dao sect possesses at most a Qi training 9th level cultivator, with no foundation establishment masters in sight. Zheng Ping'an lowers his gaze, softly asserting, "Had you arrived a day earlier, perhaps my master would have intervened. Now, I alone suffice. My master instructed not to tarnish the reputation of the Taishu Dao sect. Today, at this Ascension Conference, I shall use your blood to cement our sect's authority." Boom. The sky seems to transform into a sea of flames, as Zheng Ping'an wields the Crimson Fire Sword, conjuring 3 fire dragons that simultaneously opened their crimson eyes, unleashing a torrent of dragon might upon the world. Yesterday, he had a moment of enlightenment regarding the fire dragon technique, advancing his mastery with earth-tier spells. Each incremental improvement bears immense consequence. To Zheng Ping'an, the 3 Qi training 9th level cultivators are but trifles to be easily dispatched. The trio's faces drain of color as they turn crimson. The terrifying fire dragons fix their gaze upon them, exuding the majesty of divine beasts. "Fellow cultivator, this is a misunderstanding," they plead, having previously regarded him with disdain, now calling him a fellow cultivator in the face of imminent peril. A misunderstanding? No, this is fear. You wish to avoid death. To spare you would only invite more severe retribution. Zheng Ping'an's eyes gleam with murderous intent, resolute in his decision to slay these 3 disciples of the Xuanyuan sect. As the 3 fire dragons surge towards them, the trio instinctively scatters, attempting to flee. Cursed be this spell. What level of magic is this, that it is so fearsome? They had prided themselves on being rare talents of the Xuanyuan sect, with prospects for foundation establishment, yet now they are reduced to fleeing like frightened rats, a true humiliation. "Brother, I am a disciple of the Xuanyuan sect's master Yuming. You cannot kill me, or my master will surely seek vengeance." The youngest disciple, realizing he is about to be consumed, hastily reveals his identity, feeling both furious and ashamed. "Damnable wild cultivator, how dare you strike against me? Once I report this to my master, he shall take action. Regardless of your cultivation, you will pay the price." There is no room for repentance, forgiveness, or magnanimity. These concepts are impossible unless the Taishu Dao sect produces a purple palace master. In the realm of cultivation, the weak are devoured by the strong. The Xuanyuan sect has risen to prominence in the region, its reputation built upon the bones of other factions. Zheng Ping'an may not grasp this truth, yet he proceeds to eliminate the 3 disciples of the Xuanyuan sect. They have offended the Taishu Dao sect, and that is all that matters. The crowd below witnesses Zheng Ping'an effortlessly extinguishing the trio of foes and erupts in exhilaration. They are unaware of the true might of the Xuanyuan sect, nor do they comprehend the depth of the Taishu Dao sect's heritage. If Zheng Ping'an can so easily dispatch other immortals, does that not imply that by joining the Taishu Dao sect, they too could become as formidable as Zheng Ping'an? This undoubtedly solidifies the resolve of many to join the Taishu Dao sect. On the mountain, Li Erniu and Nan Hongsang watch in envy, their minds echoing the thought. Our senior brother's cultivation has progressed once more. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, but for Zheng Ping'an, it appears that such bottlenecks are non-existent. Zheng Ping'an leads a throng of disciples participating in the assessment through the mountain gate. On the other side, Luo Tian has specifically moved the throne from the Taishu Hall to hover in midair, leaning casually against it. Xuanyuan sect's enmity towards player Luo Tian 20, likely to provoke an attack from a foundation establishment cultivator. It seems that once the sect ascends to level 2, I must find a way to eliminate the Xuanyuan sect as an obstacle. Luo Tian cannot help but scoff internally. The Xuanyuan sect lost a piece of territory and 5 disciples. What of it? They hold a grudge for that. Soon, Zheng Ping'an ascended the mountain accompanied by approximately 200 to 300 disciples, an unprecedented scene of exuberance for the Taishu Dao sect. Luo Tian raised his gaze to observe the group of young men and women brought by Zheng Ping'an, none of whom exhibited any signs of spiritual prowess. Zhang Mu, no qualifications. Yu Jiafu, no qualifications. Doi Yuan, no qualifications. Predictably, none among this batch of disciples possessed the aptitude for cultivation. Luo Tian waved his voluminous sleeves and stated flatly, lacking the qualifications for cultivation, next batch. His cold words fell like a deluge of icy water upon the hearts of these young aspirants. Esteemed immortal, you have yet to commence the assessment. How can you declare that we lack the qualifications for cultivation? One individual took the lead in voicing a disgruntled outburst, followed by others expressing their disbelief. The immortal merely cast a glance at us. How can you so hastily conclude that we are devoid of the qualifications for cultivation? Zheng Ping'an, with hands clasped behind his back, regarded them with a cold gaze, internally sighing at the folly of this group. Faced with a master of cultivation such as their teacher, they displayed a lack of reverence by attempting to rally their peers against him. Chapter 31. The task of recruiting disciples completed. Observing the dissenting and dissatisfied crowd below, Luo Tian smiled, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Are you questioning my authority? His voice, though light and laced with mirth, bore down upon these mortals like a mountain, causing them to collapse to their knees, unable to rise despite their struggles. In that moment, they comprehended the profound chasm that separated the immortal from the mortal. Their eyes, starkly contrasting in black and white, revealed their terror of the unknown, their confusion, and their helplessness. Should Luo Tian desire, a mere wave of his hand could annihilate the mortals below. Notice, cultivators indiscriminately slaying unrelated mortals will increase the demonic value. The higher the demonic value, the lower the success rate for breaking through realms. Slaying mortals will further increase the difficulty of sect advancement. Upon hearing of the repercussions, Luo Tian felt somewhat reassured. With the sect's imminent upgrade to level 2, any unforeseen complications could lead to a disaster. Particularly if the Yang family of Jing City and the Xuanyuan Sect's foundation establishment cultivators arrived first. Casting a frigid glance at the kneeling young men and women, Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. Next batch. The remaining individuals scrambled after Zheng Pingyuan, as if fleeing for their lives, descending the mountain in haste. The second group was led by Nan Hongsang, each individual exhibiting profound respect. We have encountered an immortal. Luo Tian's expression remained unchanged. Though internally he mused, this batch must be the relatives of little Pingyuan, yet they have entrusted Hongsang to lead. Is this a precautionary measure? In truth, he was indifferent to such matters. With Zheng Pingyuan's meticulous instructions, this group displayed exemplary etiquette, which lifted Luo Tian's spirits slightly. Upon a cursory glance, he noted 4 individuals radiating light, 1 blue, 2 green, and 1 white. Name, Zheng Huayu. Age, 14. Talent, root bone, blue. Cultivation genius, blue. Qualification, 56. Comprehension, 57. Loyalty, 80. Root bone, blue. Qualification 5. Comprehension 5. Cultivation genius, blue. Growth rate of spirit wood and herbs 20, with a small probability of obtaining higher quality spirit wood and herbs. This revelation brought a smile to Luo Tian's face. Among the 4 disciples, one with blue quality was indeed a rare find. In the crowd, 4 individuals simultaneously emanated a glow, immediately realizing their fortune, their expressions brimming with joy. You 4 possess the qualifications for cultivation. Are you willing to join the Tai Su Dao sect? Upon hearing this, the 4 quickly knelt in reverence, exclaiming with excitement, We wish to join the Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian nodded approvingly, while the remaining onlookers cast envious glances at the fortunate 4, all of whom were from the Zheng family. Perhaps their next encounter would reveal a stark divide between the immortal and the mortal. Unbeknownst to them, the disparity among immortals is akin to a vast chasm. Among the 4, 3 were young men and 1 a young woman, clad in a classical plain skirt, with long black hair and fair skin, resembling the elegance of a water lily. Though still youthful, it was evident she would blossom into an extraordinary beauty, bearing a resemblance to Zheng Pingyuan and showcasing her blue quality talent. The other 3 were attired in ornate garments, while 1 wore simple cloth. Luo Tian instructed them to rest on the side, while he continued his selection of disciples. The next group, led by Li Erniu, arrived from Shishui village. Their innocent and simple gazes fixed upon Luo Tian, hopeful of being chosen to become cultivators and alter their fates. If Brother Erniu can be selected as a disciple, so can we. Each individual stood tall with aspirations of the life that awaited them on the path of immortality. Luo Tian surveyed them and discerned that only 1 possessed the qualifications for cultivation, albeit a green quality, still a stroke of luck. A radiant glow enveloped a boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. He stared incredulously at his palm, which also shimmered with light. His eyes filled with disbelief as he reverently proclaimed, Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal. The others looked on with envy, eagerly hoping to be the next chosen. Next batch. Luo Tian waved his hand, his casual remark rendering the faces of the villagers from Shishui pale. Li Erniu bowed slightly, hastily leading the others away. In their expressions, one could catch a glimpse of resentment, yet they dared not voice it, knowing Li Erniu was a cultivator. Luo Tian remained unconcerned with their sentiments. The absence of cultivation qualifications was irrefutable. No amount of lamenting or steadfast resolve could alter that reality. The barrier of qi refinement was akin to an insurmountable divide. As the selections continued, a total of 4 individuals were found to possess cultivation talent, 1 green and 3 white. Among the men and women, young and old from Ningyuan County and Shishui village, only 9 were discovered to harbor cultivation potential, with the sole blue quality belonging to Zheng Pingyuan's sister, Zheng Huayu. Luo Tian shook his head. The rarity of cultivation talent was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, which elucidated why cultivation factions placed such importance on territory. These lands formed the foundational bedrock for a continuous influx of gifted cultivators. Not to mention, should anyone attempt to recruit disciples within his domain, it would be a courtesy for Luo Tian not to personally obliterate their sect, leaving not even a dog standing. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, for completing the advancement task by recruiting 9 sect disciples. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for Zheng Pingyan to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, after which the Tai Su Dao sect would naturally ascend to a level 2 sect. Luo Tian gazed at the bewildered crowd, filled with anticipation for the path of immortality, and could not help but smile. To enter the Tai Su Dao sect, one must understand our regulations. Our sect is divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true inheritors. Those who can sense spiritual energy within 2 months will become inner disciples. Those who achieve this after 2 months will become outer disciples. The treatment afforded to inner and outer disciples is vastly different, a chasm of disparity. Luo Tian addressed the crowd, observing their befuddled expressions, and a faint smile graced his lips. The path of immortality is fraught with uncertainty. It demands unwavering resolve. You all possess the talent for cultivation. It is merely a matter of time before you become cultivators. The hopeful gazes from the crowd stirred a twinge of guilt within Luo Tian, but that feeling quickly dissipated. He had one thing left unsaid. The difference in that time could span years, and with the passage of time, some may find themselves forever stalled at the Qi refinement stage. Nonetheless, it was ultimately Luo Tian who granted them the opportunity for cultivation. You shall reside here for the time being. Tomorrow, individuals will impart to you their cultivation experiences and enlighten you on the ways to perceive spiritual energy. This time, Luo Tian refrained from directly teaching the Tai Su Sutra and the Tai Su Sword technique. Instead, he opted for the most rudimentary approach, imparting knowledge and skills through direct instruction. Thus, even if the techniques were to be leaked, only a fraction would be compromised, rendering it inconsequential. As the sect expanded, Luo Tian began to contemplate its future and structural framework. The 3 young ones were tasked with arranging accommodations for everyone. Should there be an insufficiency, they would enlist others to construct more. Luo Tian also inscribed an additional task on the plaque outside the Tai Su Hall, imparting knowledge, explain the path of cultivation to new disciples, earning 5 merits per day. Chapter 32. Has my true identity been revealed? Upon returning to the Tai Su Hall, 3 Traverser gift packs remained. Luo Tian casually merged the 3 packs into one. For the rewards from a premium pack far surpassed those of an ordinary one. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has acquired a yellow rank supreme magical artifact, the Cloud Smoke Flute. Luo Tian, he retracted his earlier thoughts. His fair complexion, akin to warm jade, flushed a deep crimson. After 3 days of pent-up frustration, this was the outcome. In a fit of anger, he momentarily simmered. Alas, let it be regarded as the foundation of the sect. With the Cloud Smoke Flute stowed away, the dizzy sensation he had been experiencing dissipated. Compared to weapons and techniques, he yearned more for treasures of fortune, such as the Wandering Order and Disciple tokens. Regrettably, destiny was not on his side. The following day, the task outside the hall had already been claimed. Zheng Pingyan was cultivating at the Spirit Induction Platform. With his level of cultivation, he would not compete with his junior brothers and sisters for the 5 merits task. The storage spaces of the 2 Qi refinement cultivators from the Wang family, as well as the 4 from the Yang family of Jingqing, were all designated for Zheng Pingyan. Li Erniu also refrained from accepting the task, fearing he might misguide the disciples. Consequently, this delightful task fell upon Nan Hongsang. Apart from her fear of death, Nan Hongsang was cheerful and vivacious, quickly bonding with the disciples within the sect, patiently teaching them Qi cultivation and imparting the Tai Su Sutra. Sister Nan, how long did it take you to sense the spiritual energy? The crowd gazed at Nan Hongsang with curious eyes, revealing their desire to know. Nan Hongsang counted on her fingers and, after a moment, proudly declared, 15 days. I spent 15 days sensing the spiritual energy and became a cultivator. A boy of about 10 years, dressed in fine attire, placed one hand on his hip and pointed skyward, proclaiming, I will also be like Sister Nan. Sensing the spiritual energy in 15 days and becoming a cultivator. The others immediately began chattering amongst themselves, filled with aspirations. I am not the most remarkable. That honor belongs to the senior brother. Nan Hongsang spoke, her tone filled with reverence. The senior brother became a cultivator in merely 1 day. Now, she was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while the senior brother was at the 8th, and Brother Li was at the 1st. This declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy, eager to begin their cultivation and transform into the legendary immortals. Observing this scene with a hint of concern, Luo Tian nodded. Nan Hongsang's cultivation at the 3rd level allowed her to effortlessly instruct these ordinary individuals who had yet to embark on their cultivation journeys. when they would sense the spiritual energy depended on their own fortuity. With Nan Hongsang successfully teaching the disciples, Luo Tian felt reassured and subsequently made his way to the spirit induction platform. If things continued as they were, Little Pinyin would need at least 10 to 15 days to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Luo Tian conducted a brief assessment of Zheng Pingyin's cultivation. Having reached the later stages of Qi refinement, his progression had noticeably slowed, even with the spirit induction platform's assistance. With the Moonwatch sect harboring 40 points of enmity and the Yang family of Jingxiang holding 20, it loomed over the Tai Su Dao sect like a sword, uncertain when a foundation establishment cultivator might strike. Thus, Luo Tian resolved to assist Zheng Pinyin with a small boon. Sensing Luo Tian's spiritual probe, the practicing Zheng Pinyin concluded his session. His water blue sleeves exuded a tranquil aura as he bowed respectfully, clasping his hands. Greetings, Master. Among the Tai Su Dao sect, Zheng Pinyin possessed the finest talent and the utmost decorum, making him Luo Tian's most favored disciple. Luo Tian extended his hand, revealing a jade box. After several decades, the millennium red fruit within remained unspoiled, albeit its potency had diminished from years prior. It would still enable Zheng Pinyin to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement within a few days. Curiously, Zheng Pinyin accepted the jade box as he listened to Luo Tian's voice. Little Pinyin, within is the millennium red fruit, a celestial herb I endured countless trials to seize from innumerable foes. Refine it diligently and advance your cultivation. Do not let down my expectations. In his mind, Zheng Pinyin envisioned Luo Tian ensnared in peril, battling countless Qi cultivators, and ultimately securing the millennium red fruit while grievously wounded. His hand, holding the jade box, trembled slightly. Such a treasure should be consumed by Master. How could I, a mere disciple, deserve such treatment? Luo Tian waved his hand, admonishing, do not be overly sentimental or adopt such a feminine demeanor. Take it. It is of no further use to me. Congratulations, player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Pingyin's loyalty 10. Current loyalty at 100. Gifts enhance affection. The game does not deceive me. Zheng Pingyin's complexion paled. His eyes filled with sorrow as he mused. Could it be that Master has thus damaged his foundation? Unable to establish a foundation? Once I establish my foundation, I, Zheng Pinyin, vow to avenge Master and procure treasures that will renew his path to immortality. Zheng Pinyin solemnly accepted the millennium red fruit, declaring, rest assured, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will avenge you and ensure the Tai Su Dao sect's renown spreads across the world. Luo Tian regarded Zheng Pinyin with a peculiar expression, contemplating whether his words had been too grave. He merely ventured to retrieve the millennium red fruit from the cliff's edge. Evidently, Zheng Pinyin had misconstrued something. Back at the Tai Su Hall, Luo Tian remained preoccupied with thoughts of whether his actions were unfair. If he were to exhibit the 9th level of foundation establishment, would Zheng Pingyin's loyalty diminish by 10 and revert to its original state? No. The millennium red fruit was obtained through my arduous efforts. I cannot elevate my cultivation with it, and thus, what do I fear? Luo Tian felt justified. Deceiving his disciple once could lead to a repeat occurrence, and having tasted the sweetness of this approach, he resolved to weave a poignant tale for each item to enhance his disciple's loyalty to the sect. In his system inventory lay a solitary Traverser gift pack. Although the premium Traverser gift pack had once betrayed him, countless experiences assured him that the premium card pool would undoubtedly surpass the standard card pool. Luo Tian opened the Qinglong Society, where he found an unnamed individual who had previously boasted about recruiting disciples for the Moonwatch sect, now rambling on with an enmity value that had soared to 60. Goodness, fellows, do you know what I've discovered? The one upstairs is still alive. When did they die? I wonder. Damn it, you won't die on me. I am not being targeted by a foundation establishment cultivator. Enough chatter, spill the beans. The front row is eager for gossip. One, did you know? I have a big shot beside me, who not only seized territory from the Moonwatch sect, but is also ostentatiously recruiting disciples. I even heard that this big shot's disciple is an immortal capable of flying, which you should understand signifies something monumental. Impossible. At this stage, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement is already top tier. Flying is something only achievable in the later stages of Qi refinement. Initially, I harbored doubts about his distinctiveness from us, considering him a mere native. However, I soon discovered that his sect seemed to have emerged out of thin air, claiming to be a wandering cultivator re-entering the fray. Brothers, this rhetoric is not unfamiliar to you, is it? Chapter 33, The Moonwatching Sword Talisman. As I perused the chat records within the Azure Dragon Society, a jolt of realization struck me. They had seized the territory of the Moonwatching sect, boasting disciples in the late stage of Qi refinement, and were organizing an Ascension conference. Everything aligned. There was no escape. Wasn't this a clear reference to him? I chose to remain silent, adopting the guise of an emotionless bystander, quietly observing the actions of the Azure Dragon Society's members. I wished to ascertain the intentions of this individual. At this stage, being exposed and having one's sect's location revealed was undoubtedly perilous. Azure Dragon Society group chat. How could there possibly be late-stage chi refinement disciples at this juncture? The strongest disciple in our entire region is merely at the 3rd stage of chi refinement. The difference between the 7th and 3rd stages is like heaven and earth. A disciple of purple quality? No, this is certainly a disciple of golden quality. I wonder if the big shots are in the group. To occupy an entire county, complete a fortune task, and hold an ascension conference to recruit disciples. Once their cultivation reaches the 9th stage of chi refinement, they can upgrade to a 2nd-tier sect. I must admit, I'm envious. The nameless individual who had shared this bombshell of information fell silent, while the chat was inundated with reactions to the astonishing news. At this stage, all disciples were floundering between the 1st and 3rd stages of chi refinement, and even if there were hidden experts, they barely reached the 4th stage. The sudden emergence of a disciple at least at the 7th stage shattered everyone's perceptions. A weight settled in my heart. I naturally could not believe that this person exposing me had purely innocent intentions. Fellow villagers meeting fellow villagers does not equate to tearful reunions. When fellow villagers meet, may the dead friends not hinder the living. I sought to send a private message to gauge this fellow's intentions. Mysterious person, brother, do you have any plans? Before long, a reply arrived. Nameless individual, what do you mean, plans? Upon reading this, I realized that the worst possible outcome had indeed materialized. Their counter-surveillance instincts were on high alert. Mysterious person, brother, aren't you tempted by a disciple of golden quality? That individual might have other treasures as well. Nameless individual, join the group for further discussion. The entry fee is 20 low-grade spirit stones. I immediately sprang to my feet, cursing, damn. This rascal is genuinely plotting against me, even using my name to extort spirit stones. How dare he target me for such schemes? Mysterious person, 20 low-grade spirit stones for entry into the gathering. I reluctantly acquiesced, driven by pure curiosity about their machinations. Supreme Pavilion Murong Yen has sent you an invitation to join the Shooting Sun group. Do you accept? I chuckled to myself, wondering if this fellow viewed me as the sun itself. After clicking accept, I was astonished to find that the Shooting Sun group boasted as many as 55 members. This indicated the presence of 55 cultivators at the 9th stage of chi refinement. Should they converge, I would undoubtedly have to retreat from the spotlight. The sheer number was overwhelming. The members' objectives in joining this group were aligned. After annihilating the Tai Su Dao sect, those of us seeking golden quality disciples would rely on our own means. Beyond golden quality disciples, other divine weapons, treasures, and secret methods would not be spared. Supreme Pavilion Murong Yen, brothers, while I cannot control your desire for golden quality disciples, I can provide information. However, I require the heads of the sect leader of Ningyuan County and the Tai Su Dao sect. As I lurked in the shadows, silently judging Murong Yen, I resolved that if I could pinpoint his location, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Was the group leader truly so benevolent, declining to seek out techniques or even golden quality disciples? Supreme Pavilion Murong Yen, brothers, there is no need for suspicion. The Destiny world is fundamentally a game. The Moon-Watching sect is merely an NPC sect within this game. By recruiting disciples within its boundaries, I have drawn its ire. Given that there exists a hatred value, there must also be a favorability value. I wish to conduct an experiment. If I reclaim the territory lost by the Moon-Watching sect and present the head of its sect leader, will it offset their hatred towards me? At any moment, a Foundation establishment cultivator might emerge to eliminate me. To me, all those divine techniques, treasures, and golden disciples were but illusions. Upon hearing Murong Yen's words, the vigilance within the Shooting Sun group noticeably diminished. Murong Yen, from now on, I will systematically remove all anonymous individuals. I kindly ask my brothers to reveal their identities. Xianin Sect Xiajun, no problem. Puryang Valley Lin Yang. 1. I still hope to navigate the murky waters, but in the next moment, I received a notification. Player Luo Tian has been removed from the group chat by the Shooting Sun group leader. This was exceedingly cautious. I felt a pang of regret for my 20 low-grade spirit stones, which had seemingly vanished into thin air. I had to concede that Murong Yen was indeed a formidable character, attempting to use my own head to mend relations with the Moon-Watching sect. While the idea was appealing, it concerned my very life. I would never allow him to execute this experiment. Let me see which of us can ascend to a 2nd-tier sect more swiftly. I was not particularly worried. As long as they did not ambush me with 10 9th-stage chi refinement cultivators at once, I and Zheng Pingan could manage. Should more than 10 gather, it would undoubtedly take at least a week to deal with them. Given Zheng Pingin's talent and the Millennium Red Fruit, breaking through to the 9th stage of Qi refinement within a week would be a simple feat if Foundation establishment cultivators were truly fearful of Qi refinement disciples. It would be laughable. However many there were, I would have an abundance of treasures to offer. In the valley, Murong, situated within the Supreme Pavilion. Observe the remaining members of the Shooting Sun group, now numbering 43. These individuals were relatively close to the territory of the Moonwatching sect. The more chaos ensues, the more lives will be lost, providing me with ample opportunities. Murong Yen's smile turned cold. His disciples were of exceedingly poor talent, possessing only white quality. Gamers understand how significant early game advantages can be. A single misstep can lead to a downward spiral. If he did not take risks, he would inevitably fade into obscurity, merely watching as other cultivators towered above him. All of us are players in the Destiny world. Why should he settle for mediocrity? He was unwilling to accept it. Secretly recruiting disciples within the Moonwatching sect's territory, only to be discovered by its members. Touching the talismans in his pocket, a surge of ambition ignited within Murong. Should this plan succeed, how could I, Murong, not aspire to ascend to immortality and become an ancestor? There was one crucial detail Murong did not disclose to the others. In recruiting disciples within the Moonwatching sect's domain, he had only increased their hatred value by 40. The remaining 20 were due to his slaying of Moonwatching sect disciples. Moonwatching Sword Talisman contains the full force strike of a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Moonwatching sect. Chapter 34. The Initial Battle of the Southern Red Mulberry. 3 days later, player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Pingin has reached the 9th stage of Qi refinement. The sect task of possessing a disciple at the 9th stage of Qi refinement has been fulfilled. Do you wish to expend 100 fortune points to upgrade the sect to a second-tier sect? Notification: when a second-tier sect appears for the first time in a region, new destiny functions will be activated in that area. Now, with just a thought, he could elevate the sect to the second tier, possessing the cultivation of a 9th-stage Foundation establishment. The prompt from the destiny system led him to reconsider immediately upgrading the sect to the second tier. In the current region, gameplay has been elevated. If I were to frighten them away, would I not be at a loss? Presently, I stand as the sole disciple suspected of possessing a golden quality. To rashly ascend would likely reveal my identity. 3 days prior, perhaps Luo Tian would have been wary of the combined might of several sect masters at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Now, these elusive sect masters have gathered, akin to a bountiful harvest that one could not even find with a lantern. They covet Luo Tian's disciples and opportunities. Yet Luo Tian too yearns for their disciples and treasures. Moreover, the resource points near these sect masters, if he could scavenge and occupy them, would represent countless spirit stones. All calculations stem from one's own strength. It is unlikely anyone could fathom that someone would dare to scheme against numerous sect masters at the 9th level of Qi refinement at this stage. In a state of high spirits, Luo Tian opened his system backpack, which contained 4 system gift packs, each pair capable of being combined into a single pack. He did not intend to merge all 4 into one, despite the increased probability of acquiring higher-level items that way. Observing the 2 exquisite system gift packs lying in his backpack interface, he casually clicked open one. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has obtained a disciple recruitment order, purple. Luo Tian. Regret surged within him as he pondered whether merging the 4 packs might have yielded a golden disciple recruitment order instead. With a sense of remorse, Luo Tian opened another pack. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has obtained a low-grade fortune treasure. Qingshu Jade Bottle. Qingshu Jade Bottle, a low-grade fortune treasure capable of suppressing the sect's fortune. Level 1 effect. Qi Refinement Realm Cultivation Speed 1. Upgrade. 0-100, Fortune. Luo Tian found himself suddenly less regretful. The Qingshu Jade Bottle could indeed enhance the cultivation speed of all sect members within the Qi Refinement realm. Moreover, it could stack with the Eternal Map. Alas, his fortune was currently insufficient to elevate the Qingshu Jade Bottle's level. The disciple recruitment order was promptly utilized by Luo Tian. By evening, Nanhong Sang discovered a youth clad in silver armor at the entrance of the Taishu Dao sect, who appeared to hail from a martial family. Just as she intended to send the youth down the mountain, informing him that it was not a place for him, she turned around to find a familiar figure in purple robes gazing at her. A jolt of surprise coursed through her. She noticed an inexplicable aura emanating from her sect leader, prompting her to swallow her words and involuntarily express, "Disciple." Nanhong Sang pays her respects to the sect leader. Unbeknownst to her, this indescribable aura was known as Majesty. Luo Tian was no longer the youth who once hid within the Taishu Hall. He had now become the master of the Taishu Dao sect, commanding a territory and daring to scheme against numerous sect masters at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The youth in silver armor was startled, pondering, This demeanor is remarkably extraordinary, surpassing even the celestial beings I've encountered who collect tributes. The rumors were indeed true. This Taoist possesses genuine prowess. Name, Jun Bufan. Age, 14. Talent, battle-ready body, purple, wool of the desperate, purple, copper skin, iron bones, blue. Qualification, 78. Comprehension, 69. Loyalty, 70. Battle-ready body, purple increases qualification 10, comprehension 10, additional, during combat. Will of the desperate, purple in a dying or severely injured state, all damage 30. Copper skin, iron bones, blue reduces all damage by 5. Jun Bufan scrutinized Luo Tian, and Luo Tian, in turn, appraised Jun Bufan. What a martial fanatic. His qualifications and comprehension in battle could rival even those of golden quality disciples. Compared to cultivators, Jun Bufan seemed more like a combative warrior. All his talents were born for the sake of combat. Luo Tian nodded, presenting a benevolent smile as he inquired, young friend. You share a fated connection with my Taishu Dao sect. Would you be willing to join us in cultivation? Jun Bufan, returning to his senses, replied. It is not impossible for the Taoists to have me join the Taishu Dao sect, but I wish to understand the disparity between martial and celestial paths. My family has practiced martial arts for generations, and my father forbids me from engaging with celestial beings. You are the second celestial being I have encountered. He earnestly requested. Please, Taoist, instruct me. Jun Bufan's demeanor was serious. He inherently revered the strong. In his family, he adhered to his father's teachings, being cautious not to bring calamity upon his clan. However, he also yearned to uncover whether martial arts could indeed surpass the celestial. Luo Tian chuckled and shook his head. Jun Bufan, having trained in mortal martial arts, was approaching the realm of a martial master at just 14 years of age. It was only natural for him to be proud. In an extraordinary world, perhaps Jun Bufan could stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial. Alas, this was a realm of cultivation. Luo Tian gestured toward Nanhong saying, my actions would be akin to bullying the weak. Let her compete with you. Nanhong Sang, pointed out by Luo Tian, wore a bewildered expression, incredulously pointing to herself. Me? She had not anticipated that her first battle in life would be fought for her sect. As long as you win, I shall reward you with 50 merit points. Upon hearing this, Nanhong Sang's lovely eyes instantly sparkled with determination, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous woman as she patted her unremarkable chest and proclaimed, rest assured, sect leader, I shall not disgrace the Taishu Dao sect. Jun Bufan frowned, his face darkening with anger. He had not expected his opponent to send forth a woman instead of confronting him directly. This was an utter insult. His innate talent, revered as unprecedented in the martial world, promised a bright future. How could a girl of similar age even compare? Merely by virtue of her cultivation? Jun Bufan's favorability towards Taishu Dao sect. 10. Luo Tian. This lad is far too sensitive. Very well, swords and blades have no eyes. Do take care. Jun Bufan unsheathed his long sword, swirling it in the air like a tempest, dazzling the onlookers as he lunged toward Nanhong Sang. Startled by Jun Bufan's murderous intent, Nanhong Sang stepped back, hastily forming a hand seal to conjure a golden sword, then thrusting it forward. Taishu sword. The golden sword moved with blinding speed, vanishing in an instant. Sensing a perilous and sharp aura, Jun Bufan hurriedly abandoned his assault, raising his sword in defense, only to hear a resounding crack as the golden sword clashed with his. His sword shattered. Chapter 35. Demonic Path Value. Players gather, teaming up to farm Taishu. Jun Bufan stared at the fractured sword in his hand, utterly dumbfounded. Observing this, Nanhong Sang quickly dispersed her hand seal, causing the golden sword to vanish as well. The sheer power had startled her. A congenital master in the mortal realm could indeed be considered formidable, with some sect leaders barely reaching this level. Yet she had defeated him with a single move. I have lost. Jun Bufan's throat felt dry, bitterness tinging his lips as he began to question his life choices. He had been defeated by a girl of similar age, and in but one strike. It was no wonder his father forbade him from comparing martial and celestial paths. Perhaps his father had foreseen such a scenario. No matter how strong martial arts were, how could they oppose the celestial? As Jun Bufan wrestled with self-doubt, Luo Tian did not let him off the hook. Having only cultivated for a month, you should have a rough idea of which is superior, martial or celestial. Jun Bufan stood rigid, as though immobilized by a spell, unable to utter a word. His martial talent was unparalleled, hailed by the Jun family as an unprecedented genius, achieving the pinnacle of innate prowess at just 14. While others may cultivate their skills for merely a month, it surpasses his arduous training of 14 long years. Luo Tian gazed at the shattered pride within Jun Bufan and let out a bemused smile, inquiring, now, do you wish to join my Taishu Dao sect? Upon witnessing the vast expanse of the immortal path, Jun Bufan discarded the broken sword in his hand and knelt down, exclaiming, "Disciple Jun Bufan is willing to enter the immortal gate and follow the Taoist in his cultivation." His ambition was to grow stronger, and he was not so foolish as to be obstinately fixated on martial arts alone. Luo Tian felt a peculiar unease. His intention to lure Jun Bufan into the sect did not equate to wanting him as a disciple. Having such an infatuated martial enthusiast as a disciple would surely bring him headaches. Loyalty of Jun Bufan to the sect 30. Luo Tian nodded, stating, "From this day forth, you are a disciple of my Taishu Dao sect. You shall follow Hong Sang in your training. She will impart the foundational techniques and divine abilities of our sect to you. The 50 merit points of Hong Sang shall be recorded under my account." With that, Luo Tian's figure vanished amidst the clouds and mist, leaving Jun Bufan and Nan Hong Sang exchanging bewildered glances. Noticing Jun Bufan's dazed expression, Nan Hong Sang offered a sheepish smile. "Do not take offense, junior brother. Our master has always had such a distinctive personality." She reminisced about the first time she was coerced into becoming a disciple by Luo Tian, who subsequently taught her a cultivation method and a sword technique, yet neglected her thereafter. Most of her guidance came from Zheng Pingyun, who not only served as her senior brother, but also as her mentor, helping her navigate the challenges of cultivation. Unfortunately, Zheng Pingyun was currently engrossed in seclusion, thus the responsibility of teaching disciples had fallen onto her shoulders. Jun Bufan remained skeptical, questioning whether this girl could truly guide him in his training. However, there was no other choice but to join the Taishu Dao sect. Otherwise, if his father learned of his foray into cultivation, the consequences would be dire. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had elapsed. In a deep, shadowy canyon, figures stood, some grinning, others solemn. They wielded an array of peculiar artifacts, swords, furnaces, hairpins, and even a black pot. This did not resemble the demeanor of a singular sect. "Hey, this is the first time I've seen so many players in the Destiny World game." One slender youth, perched atop a gourd and clad in classical robes, chuckled heartily, seemingly carefree. "Let us not forget, we are also dealing with players." A muscular man nearby rolled his eyes and could not help but retort, "Anyone up for a game of Dodiju? I miss those days back on Waterblue Star, passing the time with cards. There is hardly anything to do in this Destiny world." Lying on the black pot, another youth, still in modern attire, was thoroughly bored and asked several people around him. Yet none paid him any heed. "Few things to pass the time? I beg to differ. As long as you are willing to descend into the demonic path. What is it that you cannot obtain? Beauties, riches, power?" A middle-aged man with dark circles under his eyes laughed heartily, countering the black pot youth. "I find this game utterly delightful. It has granted me an entirely different life. 1 month here is worth 40 years. The youth looked up, noticing the crimson digits emblazoned above the middle-aged man's head. Identity: Giant Demon Sect, EMO Demonic Value, 30. The other individuals present displayed expressions of unease. What atrocities had he committed? Even if he had slain a few ordinary mortals, it would not warrant such a significant increase in demonic value for the entire sect. Observing the wary gazes directed at him, the middle-aged man smirked coldly. "A bunch of sanctimonious fools, bound by the rules of a mere game, possessing the power of immortals. Yet they act like NPCs. If I wish to kill, then so be it. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish." No one responded to the middle-aged man's words. With a demonic value of 30, he had likely claimed the lives of hundreds. Having descended only a month prior, he had already cast aside any semblance of morality. Evidently, he was a dangerously volatile individual, and no one wished to be collateral damage in a potential clash with righteous cultivators. "Enough, everyone is here for the same purpose." Leaning against a stone, a youth of unremarkable appearance dressed in a black robe interrupted the discourse. His eyes narrowed into slits. "Out of 78 in the group, 43 have arrived, with 35 remaining. There is no need to wait. Our numbers suffice." EMO snorted derisively. "I've said it before, even if that fellow possesses numerous secrets. With a dozen or so at the 9th level of chi refinement, not a single ant from the entire sect will survive. What if that fellow's disciple breaks through to the 9th level of chi refinement now?" Morong Yen shook his head. "It is rumored that the one from Taishu Dao sect has mastered at least a high-grade profound technique capable of summoning 2 fire dragons, and it is quite formidable. Caution is always prudent." Of course, this was a falsehood. Morong Yen would have gladly summoned dozens of sect leaders if he could. He had never regarded the Taishu Dao sect with any seriousness. Holding the moon viewing sword talisman, he could unleash a full-force foundational strike at any moment. Although he coveted the golden quality disciples, he knew he could never master disciples of such a caliber. His true intent had always been to exploit these good allies. The good allies each radiated their own brilliance, their gazes greedy, all longing for golden quality disciples, eager to be the first to advance to a second-tier sect. As for the possibility of breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement, Xuanyuan dismissed it, arrogantly proclaiming, as if it were so easy to break through to the 9th level of qi refinement. If a disciple reaches that level, I, Xuanyuan, shall eat my words. With Xuanyuan's vow, the others finally relaxed. There were scarcely any disciples at the 3rd level of qi refinement. So the notion of a disciple breaking through to the 9th level was met with disbelief. Chapter 36, Promotion to a Second-Tier Sect. Taishu Dao Sect. 9 days had passed since the recruitment of disciples. With the addition of 10 disciples, the Taishu Dao sect had gained a semblance of earthly vitality. Senior Brotherly, I wish to challenge you again. Jun Bufan intercepted Li Erniu as he returned from gathering qi, his expression earnest. Onlookers ceased their training, gathering together to discuss the unfolding events. Jun Bufan is challenging Senior Brother Li once more. Jun Bufan had previously failed in his 2 attempts against Senior Brother Li. This was his 3rd attempt. Could he possibly defeat him now? How can someone who trains in the mortal realm compete with those who cultivate immortality? On the first day, Jun Bufan had challenged the legendary Senior Brother Zhang, only to be pinned down by a single finger. The next day, he faced Senior Sister Nan and was defeated by a single move. Today, he sought out Senior Brother Li, having drawn no conclusions from the previous 2 days. Junior Brother Jun's courage is commendable. At least he has the guts to challenge 3 senior brothers and sisters. Jun Bufan possesses martial arts from the mortal realm. Do we have any? Nan Hongsang wore a look of helplessness. Since Jun Bufan joined the Taishu Dao sect, it had become lively, thanks to the presence of such a martial enthusiast. Currently, they were merely practicing martial arts. If he were to embark on the path of immortality, Nan Hongsang could hardly imagine how the Taishu Dao sect would transform. Jun Bufan, despite facing repeated defeats, remained undeterred. Junior Brother Jun, I accept your challenge. Li Erniu responded seriously, the 2 locking eyes with determination. What was that? A chorus of gasps interrupted the tension between them as the crowd looked toward the sky beyond the mountain gate. The sky outside appeared to split into 3. The sides were clear and sunny, yet the center was shrouded in a terrifying mist, with winds of fire swirling, thunder roaring, and snowflakes falling, various phenomena unfolding in rapid succession. Nan Hongsang's eyes widened as she beheld, amidst the swirling mist, a multitude of figures advancing towards the mountain gate, at least dozens of silhouettes, all akin to her senior brother and master, cultivators of the same caliber. A flash of crimson light heralded the arrival of Zheng Ping'an, who positioned himself at the center of the assembly, a rare gravity etched on his countenance. To his astonishment, every single one of the over 40 cultivators present was at the 9th level of qi refinement. During his seclusion, he had felt waves of audacious spiritual consciousness sweeping through the Taishu Dao sect, leaving him with a chilling sense of foreboding. These 40-plus qi refinement practitioners descended upon them like celestial beings, and Zheng Ping'an was far from convinced that their intentions were benevolent. Within the Taisu Hall, as boredom enveloped him while perusing the channel, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly gleamed with a violet light, and a smile crept across his face. At last, they had arrived. It appeared that their numbers were considerable. After such a prolonged wait, his body felt almost stiff. It was time to stretch. Lao Tian languidly stretched, and the heavy doors of the Taisu Hall swung open without a breeze. In an instant, a wisp of violet light vanished from sight, soaring towards the mountain gate of Taisu. Above the gate, figures gazed down at the Taishu Dao sect, their spiritual consciousnesses brazenly probing, whispering amongst themselves with voices like thunder. Truly the foremost player, they had even constructed edifices. A youth clad in resplendent garments clucked in admiration, esteemed colleagues. I shall relinquish my claim. Once we have extinguished the Taishu Dao sect, I shall claim that unique structure. He pointed at the central spirit summoning platform of the Taishu Dao sect. To his astonishment, this individual, who had fortuitously summoned a disciple of golden quality, also possessed one of purple quality. A young man with flowing white hair and dangling earrings seethed with jealousy. Nan Hongsang's 4th level qi refinement could not elude their notice. During this time frame, possessing such cultivation indicated she was likely a disciple with purple aptitude. These individuals had chosen to gamble, mostly those with less favorable fortunes. Even having a disciple of azure quality was deemed fortunate. Now, witnessing not only a disciple of golden quality, but also one of purple quality, they could hardly suppress the urge to transform into bandits and plunder the Taishu Dao sect. Amidst the assembly of celestial figures, clad in their finery, they discussed the division of the spoils from the Taishu Dao sect. The gathered crowd encircled the Taishu Dao sect so tightly that Zheng Ping'an found it impossible to facilitate Nan Hongsang and the others' escape. Are all the participants assembled? A resounding voice echoed through the sky. The disciples of the Tai Su Dao sect looked up to see a youth wielding a violet celestial sword, with a moon-shaped artifact levitating behind him, confronting the divine silhouettes with an air of calm, as if he had anticipated their presence. Master? Sect leader? Zheng Pingyan and the other disciples recognized the figure, who, though rarely seen, served as the most steadfast support of their sect. Zheng Pingyan pondered. Could these people be enemies of my master? Luo Tian's words instilled a sense of urgency among the crowd. What does this imply? Soon, someone retorted, Brother, do not bluff. You are not of the Zhuge lineage, and we are not Sima Yi. Such bluster is futile. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly grasped the implication. This brat aspired to emulate Zhuge Liang, attempting to intimidate them into retreating. Expressions turned sour, as many had genuinely been unsettled by Luo Tian's calm demeanor, momentarily neglecting to assess his cultivation level. Now, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he remained at the Qi refinement stage, possessing two exceptional mysterious grade artifacts. Damn it, heavens! I am truly envious. The scholarly youth seated upon a gourd sighed dramatically. Whether it was the Tai Su sword beneath Luo Tian's feet or the moon treasure wheel behind him, both were undoubtedly mysterious grade artifacts, igniting the envy of the assembled crowd. They were all players, starting from the same point. Why did he possess both golden and purple quality disciples, alongside such a plethora of mysterious grade artifacts? Not to mention at least a mysterious grade divine ability? Sect leader of Tai Su, surrender and relinquish all that you possess. Perhaps we might spare your life. Among the crowd, Emo's gaze brimmed with jealousy and greed as he spoke fiercely. Luo Tian pressed his forehead, feigning exasperation. Originally, I wished to engage in friendly conversation with my fellow countrymen, but it seems you are all so eager to court death. A cold scoff emerged from the crowd. Do you think you can intimidate us? Should you upgrade to a second-tier sect right here? I will eat my words. The crowd's expressions turned frigid as spiritual energy converged in the sky, and beams of divine abilities flickered, seemingly poised to obliterate Luo Tian. Master. Zheng Pingyan felt a surge of terror and unleashed a terrifying surge of magical power. 9th level Qi refinement. The air suddenly thickened. An emotionless electronic voice resonated within the minds of all players in the vicinity. Congratulations to player Luo Tian of the Tai Su Dao sect for becoming the first second-tier sect in Qiyu Prefecture. You have been rewarded with a luxurious second-tier sect leader gift pack, which will be activated in 10 days during the Marauding Demons event, where abundant rewards and destiny coins can be obtained. Post-event, the use of destiny coins will be unlocked. Just now, when I gave you the chance to flee and you chose not to, if even one of you escapes now, that will be on me. Chapter 37. A turn of events, favor from the Xinxiao sect. At that moment, the smiles faded from every face in the assembly. Even Morong Yen, who had hoped to benefit from their strife, found her smile frozen. Smiles may shift, but they do not vanish. At least, Luo Tian was smiling, and he smiled radiantly. His internal power surged, coalescing into a vast lake, allowing him to survey the entire Ningyuan County and numerous surrounding towns, as if from a lofty vantage point. Luo Tian's spirit expanded audaciously, catching the attention of several cultivators. What terrifying spiritual consciousness from a foundation establishment cultivator! This senior is undoubtedly just a step away from the Purple Mansion realm. Who dares to trespass upon my domain? What the hell? Is that a foundation establishment senior? That is the territory of the Xuanyuan sect. Could it be that an ancient monster from there is attempting to break into the Purple Mansion? The commotion was immense. Through Luo Tian's spiritual probe, he discerned that nearly every town had 1 or 2 Qi refinement cultivators stationed, and he even detected several nauseating presences akin to the deceased black bear spirit and centipede spirit, evidently the scent of the demon race. Among them was one presence, though weaker than him, far surpassing the Qi refinement cultivators in strength. It was a demon race that had reached the foundation establishment stage. Luo Tian surmised that this must be the demon clan from Black Wind Mountain. Wherever his spirit cast its shadow, panic ensued. A pinnacle foundation establishment cultivator, sufficient to dominate an entire county and establish a top-tier sect. If the commotion was this pronounced from afar, one could only imagine the terror it instilled in the players nearby, who were now as skittish as startled birds, their faces drained of color. This is bad. We have all been deceived. Some were trembling, their teeth chattering, as they cried out. That guy's disciples must have already broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. He has never upgraded his sect, which means he has received a notification to ensnare us all. Despair echoed in the cries. What a perfect trap. Morong Yan's heart thundered. The odds of encountering such a scenario were slimmer than a lottery win. Damn it, this guy must have other secrets. How could his Qi refinement progress accelerate so rapidly? No, if I hadn't been so greedy, Unleashing the Xuanyuan Sword talisman would have surely eliminated everyone within the Tai Su Dao sect. Yen felt a deep sense of regret, as if a bitter gall had ruptured within him, flooding his mouth with an overwhelming taste of bitterness. Gritting his teeth in self-mockery, he lamented, "Despite having perused countless novels, I failed to grasp that even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. I have committed the same blunder as the villain. Human hearts are inherently greedy." Luo Tian, having regained his composure, leisurely surveyed the crowd. Yen and his companions felt as though a pair of eyes from the heavens scrutinized them, rendering them utterly exposed, their expressions and movements laid bare. Yet, paradoxically, they were the ones who occupied the sky. "Run, let's scatter." Emo was the first to react, bellowing as he transformed into a radiant beam of light, prompting the others to awaken from their stupor and hastily flee in all directions. As the players scattered like brilliant fireworks in an explosion, Luo Tian, undeterred, extended his right palm. All fleeing players appeared to be ensnared by a spell of immobilization, frozen in the most exquisite moment of the fireworks display. In the next instant, they discovered they were no longer in control of their bodies, all collapsing at Luo Tian's feet, prostrating themselves on the ground. How could this be? The disparity was unfathomably vast. Despair engulfed them. They were unable even to flee. The chasm between the 9th layer of foundation establishment and the 9th layer of chi refinement akin to the divide between heaven and earth, utterly insurmountable. "Calm down. I still have a trump card." Yan's palm faced downwards as he fumbled for a silver talisman. As long as he could cast this talisman, it contained the full force of a foundation establishment cultivator from the Wang family of Ningyuan County. Although uncertain of the exact strength of that cultivator, Yen could only gamble that they were a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, capable of severely wounding Luo Tian and distracting him from them. However, when Yen lowered his gaze and reached into his palm once more, intending to act, an icy dread coursed through him. The Xuanyuan Sword talisman was gone. How intriguing. A full-force strike from a foundation establishment cultivator is indeed a valuable asset. Luo Tian toyed with the silver talisman in his hand, appearing somewhat surprised. This talisman resembled the one used by a cultivator from the Wang family. The only difference being that the one used by the Wang cultivator was merely a talisman for a 9th layer chi refinement, while the one he now held contained the full force of a foundation establishment cultivator. Stowing the Xuanyuan Sword talisman away, Luo Tian cast a curious glance around at the prostrate figures before him. "It seems you two have been manipulated, used as pawns in someone else's scheme. Yen of the Supreme Pavilion never intended for you to return alive." The crowd turned their resentful gazes toward Yen, filled with animosity. Had it not been for this individual, how could they have found themselves in such a predicament? No one acknowledged that the cause of their plight lay within their own hearts, greed and jealousy. They could only blame Yen for their misfortune. Yen raised his head, only to see Luo Tian standing before him. He wished to plead for mercy, but the next moment, he found himself unable to utter a word, the scenery before him spinning wildly as he lost consciousness. As they beheld Yen lying lifeless on the ground, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The master of the Taishu Dao sect was undeniably a ruthless figure, a killer without hesitation. Luo Tian of the Taishu Dao sect slays Yen of the Supreme Pavilion. Gaining 50 fortune from the Supreme Pavilion, Luo Tian waved his hand, retrieving Yen's storage ring. A quick scan of its contents revealed approximately 400 low-grade spirit stones, along with some medicinal pills and yellow-tier techniques. Though the valuables were few, they nonetheless constituted an unexpected windfall. "Spare me, and I will offer you all my treasures, including my disciple. She's quite beautiful and can be given to you." The middle-aged man named Emo removed his storage ring. Luo Tian's gaze fell upon the crimson demon value hovering above Emo's head, his eyes turning icy. This man was undoubtedly of a deranged nature. In the next moment, Emo followed in Yen's footsteps. Luo Tian of the Taishu Dao sect slays Emo of the Giant Demon sect, gaining 50 fortune from the Giant Demon sect. And the Shengxiu sect's favorability towards the Taishu Dao sect increases by 15. Luo Tian was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that slaying a player with a high demon value would yield such unexpected rewards. Although the system had not specified the utility of favorability, he could surmise its implications. It likely affected alliances between sects and the trade of goods, which held significant benefits. Yen was indeed a notable figure. Had his scheme succeeded, perhaps he could have mitigated the animosity of the Xuanyuan sect towards him. Chapter 38, Level 2 Luxurious Sect Master Gift Pack. 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation Body. Luo Tian left no player unexamined, plundering their treasures. Some of the weaker-minded individuals even divulged their sect's location under duress. Yet none could shake Luo Tian's resolve. Adults must bear the consequences of their misdeeds. The disciples of the Taishu Dao sect were rendered speechless, particularly Zheng Ping'an, the eldest disciple, whose mind was in a state of turmoil. They had expected a massacre, yet this was the outcome? Over 49th layer Qi refinement cultivators vanished with a mere wave of a hand. Was their master not gravely injured, his foundation damaged beyond repair, making foundation establishment impossible? Zheng Ping'an could not fathom the meaning of player. In the blink of an eye, their master had seemingly transformed into at least a foundation establishment cultivator. The reality was too surreal. Luo Tian regarded the stunned disciples of the Taishu Dao sect and calmly remarked, "This place is a bit untidy. Please clean it up. I shall step out for a moment, and should any cultivators arrive, have them wait outside the sect." With that, Luo Tian stepped forward, his entire figure vanishing in an instant, leaving only his silhouette behind. The sect master truly is a celestial being. The other disciples of the Taishu Dao sect were left in awe, recalling the previous scene as if it had been a dream. Zheng Ping'an quickly regained his composure, surveying the corpses outside the sect, the stench of blood wafting towards him, prompting him to organize the disciples to clean the mountain gate. After departing from the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian followed directives to fly towards the locations of the fallen players' sects. Your sect master is dead. This territory now belongs to the Taishu Dao sect, and all resources are under our control. He sought the fortune, resources, and disciples of these sects. Although the disciples of certain sects mourned the loss of their master, they complied with the Taishu Dao sect without protest. Their bond with their master, while seemingly deep after a month, was not particularly profound, and switching allegiances bore little psychological burden. As for others who bore animosity towards the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian did not hesitate to eliminate them on the spot. Harboring animosity represented an inability to nurture, and with the Taishu Dao sect's current scarcity of personnel, killing them was less wasteful than allowing them to plot in secrecy. Those with lower favorability scores were to be relegated to menial tasks. All were sent to mine, chop wood, or farm, activities suited for cultivators. The talented individuals of the sect should not waste time on such trivialities, thus others would be tasked with these duties. Only those with a favorability score of 50 or above would qualify to enter the Taishu Dao sect. Luo Tian visited 32 locations in total, slaying 5 obstinate disciples, designating 17 as menial workers, while merely 10 possessed the qualifications to join the Taishu Dao sect. Among them, he stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Cultivators dwelling, blue. Level 1 construction, 10 low-grade spirit wood, 10 low-grade spirit iron, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Level 1 effect, cultivation speed 0. 5. Note, each dwelling can accommodate 4 individuals. A blueprint for a building, albeit one that could house only 4 people. Luo Tian delightedly tucked the blueprint away, without storage rings. The items of players who had placed all their belongings in the sect were rendered cheap upon their demise. As Luo Tian returned to the Taishu Dao sect, twilight had already begun to envelop the sky. The bodies outside the sect had been cleared away, and upon surveying the interior, Luo Tian discovered the presence of a new cultivator who had stepped into the Qi refining stage. Jun Bufan had successfully sensed the spiritual energy, thus becoming a first-level Qi refining cultivator. However, considering Jun Bufan's innate talent, Luo Tian felt a sense of relief. Although he had not allocated any resources to him, he had been fully aware of Jun Bufan's recent endeavors, whether challenging others or traversing the paths of challenge, maximizing the utility of his talent. Zheng Ping'an also sensed Luo Tian's divine consciousness and thought to himself, the master has returned. Upon re-entering the sect, Luo Tian did not summon the disciples during the late hours of the night. Instead, he returned to the Taisu Palace, reclining in a chair, feeling akin to a diligent bee buzzing about to assert his dominion. As a peak foundation establishment cultivator, no one dared to offend him. A bed would certainly be more comfortable. He resolved to find a sect that could craft a more luxurious bed from precious materials. He intended to savor the pleasures of life. Luo Tian opened the destiny system. Sect, Taisu Dao sect. Sect master, Luo Tian. Talent, Transmigrator Taisu sect master, blue. Sect level, 2. Cultivation, peak foundation establishment. Disciples, Zheng Ping'an, gold, Nanhong Sang, purple, Jun Bufan, purple, Lier Nyo, blue, Zheng Huayu, blue. Sect jurisdiction, Ningyuan County, Xiangshu County, Shishui Village, Shunfeng Mountain. Sect fortune, 2500. Items, level 2 sect master luxury gift pack X1, Transmigrator gift pack X5. Medium spirit stones X10, low spirit stones X170, 000, Qing Huang flame, moon treasure wheel, Taisu sword, chance token, blue, wandering token, 2. From the initial blank interface upon his arrival, the display of treasures now dazzled his eyes. Luo Tian's gaze fixated on the level 2 sect master luxury gift pack. Unable to look away, the destiny system had specifically annotated the word luxury. It was undeniably extraordinary, differing vastly from ordinary gift packs. Where there is a level 2, there must be a level 1. He pondered what treasures the first individual who upgraded the sect to level 1 had obtained from their gift pack. With excitement swelling within him, he clicked on the level 2 sect master luxury gift pack. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has obtained level 1 wandering token, level 1 purple chance token, level 1 purple disciple recruitment token, level 1 purple random blueprint, level 1 purple random talent, level 1 random profound tier supreme treasure, level 1 random low tier fortune treasure, level 1 small spirit stone bag, level 1 self-selected micro resource bag. The luxury gift pack lived up to its name. Filled with an array of purple items, Luo Tian's heart raced. Acquiring such a bounty of treasures in one go was no surprise, and the sect's strength would undoubtedly rise to new heights. Small spirit stone bag. Open to obtain a large number of low-tier spirit stones and a few medium-tier spirit stones. Open. Player Luo Tian has obtained 10,000 low-tier spirit stones and 100 medium-tier spirit stones. Luo Tian's expression brightened. A mere small spirit stone bag contained such wealth. Together, he amassed a total of 20,000 low-tier spirit stones. Self-selected micro resource bag. Choose either low-tier spiritual wood or low-tier spiritual iron to receive 1,000 units. A splendid item, valued at 10,000 low-tier spirit stones in the current market. Purple random talent. Randomly select one talent as the sect master's talent. Activate. Congratulations. Player Luo Tian has acquired the talent 9 Heaven's Thunder Tribulation Body. Purple lightning type, spell cultivation speed 30, damage 20, and receives 20 less damage from lightning type spells. A mysterious power transformed Luo Tian's body, and when he opened his eyes again, a brilliant white light shimmered within them, captivating and awe-inspiring. Chapter 39, Establishing the Immortal Alliance. Luo Tian was exceedingly pleased with the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation Body. With a built-in 20 damage reduction, it was undoubtedly a divine skill. With this talent, one could argue that he, Luo Tian, stood as a paragon among cultivators in this realm. Unfortunately, he lacked powerful lightning-type spell techniques. He proceeded to unveil the remaining treasures one by one. Player Luo Tian has obtained the blueprint for an immortal cultivation cave, purple. A profound tier supreme treasure, heaven and earth 8 directions disc, and a low tier fortune treasure, monster capture record. Immortal cultivation cave, purple. Level 1 construction, 100 low tier spiritual wood, 100 low tier spiritual iron, and 1,000 low tier spirit stones. Level 1 effect, cultivation speed 4. Undoubtedly, the immortal cultivation cave was far superior to ordinary houses. While it could not compare to a spirit summoning platform, it was free. Monster capture record, low tier fortune treasure. Capable of suppressing sect fortune. Level 1 effect. Can consume fortune to enslave a demon beast not exceeding the player's level, ensuring a loyalty of 100. Upgrade. 0-100, fortune. A remarkable item. Luo Tian's expression bore astonishment. Truly, it was a luxury gift pack. The monster capture record was equivalent to having an additional wandering token for each level. The level 2 sect gift pack had not disappointed him in any regard. Luo Tian then examined the advancement tasks for a level 3 sect. Level 3 sect advancement tasks. 1. One disciple of the sect must reach the peak of foundation establishment. 2. The number of foundation establishment cultivators in the sect must exceed 5. 3. The number of disciples at the chi refining stage must exceed 100. 4. The sect must possess at least 2 profound tier resource points. Completing the advancement tasks will yield substantial rewards. As expected, the advancement tasks for the sect had become more challenging. With 5 Transmigrator gift packs still in hand, Luo Tian decided to synthesize them into 2 exquisite packs, and then open them. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has obtained a low-tier Earth rank technique, 5 Thunder Sutra, and a golden disciple recruitment token. Luo Tian suspected that luck was particularly on his side today. He rummaged through the Destiny System's backpack, realizing he had already opened every gift pack, leaving it utterly barren. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented pang of regret for not hoarding more than 5 transmigrated gift packs. The low-tier Earth rank technique was invaluable. Currently, the sect was only practicing the low-tier profound technique, Taisu Sutra, a significant tier below. The golden disciple recruitment token was even more precious. It was undoubtedly thanks to Zheng Pingyan, this golden quality disciple, that Luo Tian could swiftly outpace all other players in the region, his cultivation speed far exceeding theirs. Despite the late hour, Luo Tian was filled with excitement, yet restrained the impulse to immediately utilize the disciple token. Notice, after reaching level 2 sect. The wandering tokens and disciple recruitment tokens used will randomly refresh the characters within the jurisdiction, joining the sect through other means. This meant that it was no longer the case that recruited disciples would be mysteriously delivered to the mountain gate. Now, with the night having fallen, he did not wish to wander about in the dark. Luo Tian opened the regional channel. What the hell? How could anyone advance to a level 2 sect at this stage? Damn it, Tai Su Dao Sect's Luo Tian. This is a true big shot. I recall someone from the Qinglong Society named Murong Yin discovered a player suspected to possess a golden quality disciple. He gathered a large number of people intending to target players with golden qualities. Could that mysterious player be Luo Tian of the Tai Su Dao sect? I can't believe it, Golden Legends? No wonder. Big shot, is Luo Tian here? I'm sweet-voiced, soft-bodied, and easy to topple. I seek patronage. Unsurprisingly, the news of Luo Tian becoming a level 2 sect master sent the regional channel of the Destiny world into a frenzy. The vast majority of disciples have yet to reach the stage of chi refinement, yet there are individuals whose cultivation has already attained the pinnacle of this stage. The disparity is simply staggering. Luo Tian pondered. Without a doubt, he is the foremost player in Chiyu Prefecture. To bear this title without taking action seems a disservice to the revealing of his identity. Tai Su Daozong's Luo Tian. A new event is about to commence. The dance of the demonic beasts is clearly no ordinary affair. It likely harbors peril. As the foremost player in Chiyu Prefecture, I feel it is my duty to lead the secondary sects and rally my brethren and kin from our homeland to battle in this foreign realm. Goodness. Is that really our region's top player, Luo Tian? What a revelation. The Great One himself, leading the secondary sects. Is this the vision of a true master? I cannot help but feel inferior. The Great One speaks truthfully. The dance of the demonic beasts is imminent. Engaging with such creatures certainly pertains to our survival. We beseech your protection, Great One. We humbly request that you establish a guild. Luo Tian's appearance undoubtedly provided a potent tonic for the hearts of the masses, instantly garnering their support and elevating him to a position of leadership. The inherent nature of most individuals is to revere the strong. Tai Su Daozong's Luo Tian. I am immensely grateful for the brother's affection. I shall establish a faction named the Supreme Immortal Alliance, and I welcome all brothers and sisters to join. A mere 10 low-grade spirit stones is required for membership, and I wish to clarify this up front. The Great One need not worry. Regardless of the number of spirit stones, I am eager to join the Supreme Immortal Alliance. Imposter. You merely seek to exploit your fame for spirit stones. Asking for 10 low-grade spirit stones, what a pathetic guild. The comment above is laughable. Does the esteemed Luo Tian's reputation not warrant 10 low-grade spirit stones? Aren't most guilds starting at 20 or 30 stones? Why not criticize them? Agreed. What obligation does the Great One have to protect you? Are you a colossal infant? The Great One imposes a hefty fee to garner spirit stones. This is how strength is amassed, and we acquire a stronghold. Count me in. As a citizen of Waterblue Star, I should not remain obscure in this world. With the great Luo Tian leading, the Supreme Immortal Alliance will inevitably solidify its position in the Destiny world and even dominate a territory. An outpouring of praise ensued. Even if there were dissenting voices, they would be swiftly silenced by the collective. This made Luo Tian comprehend the essence of achieving success and the scholarly debates that follow. In truth, he did intend to gather a wealth of spirit stones. Of course, accumulating spirit stones was merely the first step in his plan. The Supreme Immortal Alliance, like the Sun and Moon sect, consisted of a disorganized multitude that required further enhancement. His aspirations extended beyond mere immediate gains. In no time, 3,000 to 4,000 individuals had joined, and this number continued to surge. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, and soon 10,000. In a brief span, the membership of the Supreme Immortal Alliance swelled to 10,000. 10,000 signifies 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Luo Tian's heart raced. In that moment, he truly felt the power of the masses. Wow, this is significantly faster than seizing spirit stones. Chapter 40. Utilizing the Wandering Order. With a surge of fame, even a fraction of individuals opting to join represents an overwhelmingly substantial figure. In a flurry, he collected spirit stones until his hands grew weary, ultimately settling at 12,000 members, where the numbers gradually plateaued. Alliance leader Luo Tian. The purpose of this alliance is to facilitate mutual progress among all members. The brothers and sisters in the group should assist one another, team up for quests, and refrain from infighting. Otherwise, this alliance will pursue accountability. With the Great One's words, there is no longer a need to worry about others harboring ill intentions when tasks are posted. Haha, Luo Tian is our Chiyu Prefecture's leading player. A pinnacle cultivator, where can he not venture? Even the local major sects can scarcely compare to him. The 10 low-grade spirit stones spent were truly worthwhile. Alliance Leader Luo Tian. In gratitude to my brothers and sisters, I am willing to allocate 30,000 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a batch of spirit wood and spirit iron, priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones per unit, totaling 3,000 units. Additionally, I will periodically sell or auction weapons and techniques. Incredible. The Great One is magnificent. Indeed, it is Luo Tian. Generously spending 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and even offering weapons and techniques for sale. No time to waste. I must stay up late to mine. So must I. I am off to chop wood. Outside the screen, Luo Tian smiled faintly. With this influx of spirit stones, the subsequent harvesting would be far more manageable. He would strive to do something for the brethren of the Supreme Immortal Alliance, but this did not imply he would become a pushover, overly benevolent. All goodwill is ultimately a currency of exchange, fundamentally a transaction of interests. This time, he garnered a total of 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. And Luo Tian began to appreciate the benefits of fame, understanding why so many sought recognition. With over 1 million players, less than 1% joined the Supreme Immortal Alliance. And that fraction was already formidable. Imagine if there were 10,000, 100,000, or even millions. Yet, he merely entertained the thought. He was keenly aware of his limitations and lacked the capacity to manage such a multitude. The Qinglong WeChat group erupted with discussions centered on Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian paid little heed. After closing the screen, he opted for an early night. Even as a 9th-level foundation cultivator, who no longer required sleep, Luo Tian maintained his sleeping habits. In the early morning, Luo Tian awoke early, having earned an additional 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wandering order utilized. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for using 2 wandering orders. 2 foundation cultivators have been randomly refreshed within the player-controlled territory. Before Luo Tian appeared a map of wandering, featuring a purple figurine representing himself and 2 green figurines located at different positions. The purple figurine was Luo Tian, while the 2 green ones were undoubtedly the foundation cultivators summoned by the wandering order, naturally predisposed to favor Tai Su Daozong. Oh, Luo Tian was taken aback. He noticed one of the green figurines situated at the foot of Tai Su Daozong's mountain. At the mountain's base, Li Erniu was diligently gathering qi in the early morning. Aware that his aptitude did not match that of his senior brother, nor did it compare to that of his junior sister and junior brother, and lacking the resources to utilize the spirit guiding platform, he understood that to make progress on the path of cultivation, he must outwork everyone else. The early morning is undoubtedly the time when spiritual energy is most abundant, though not as effective as practicing on the spirit guiding platform. It is significantly faster than usual cultivation. Sensing a slight increase in his cultivation, Li Erniu felt a surge of joy. If he persisted like this for another week, he would be able to break through to the 2nd level of qi refinement. In the quest for immortality, every incremental advancement thrilled Li Erniu to no end. Once Li Erniu completed his cultivation, he focused his gaze and spotted a figure dressed in white adrift in the rushing river, seemingly gravely injured and unconscious. However, Li Erniu sensed that the person in white still bore the breath of life. They were not yet deceased. Even in such a dire state, the presence of life was evident. This individual must be a cultivator, akin to his senior brother and the sect leader. Li Erniu was taken aback and hurriedly waded into the water to rescue the figure, bringing them ashore. Thank you. The man in white spoke before closing his eyes and slipping into unconsciousness, startling Li Erniu. He is close to death. I must swiftly bring him up the mountain to seek the sect leader. Li Erniu made a decision. For some reason, this person did not strike him as malevolent. Soon, Li Erniu carried him up towards Tai Su Mountain. Upon exiting the mountain gate, Luo Tian noticed a green figurine on the cloud-traveling map making its way toward the sect. Following the traces, he saw Li Erniu, panting heavily, rushing while carrying a person on his back. A smile of delight crept onto Luo Tian's face as he recognized the attire of the figure Li Erniu bore, which was reminiscent of Wei An's. And atop it sat an alchemical furnace. This was a Danist, and a 2nd-tier one at that. After all the hardship, fortune had come without effort. This time, an alchemist had delivered himself to their doorstep, providing an opportunity for Nan Hongsang's alchemical talents to flourish. Zhongzhu, Li Erniu exclaimed, astonished by the sudden appearance of the sect leader descending from the heavens. After his surprise, he hastily bowed. Zhongzhu, your disciple was gathering qi at the foot of the mountain and spotted a cultivator floating in the river. Luo Tian interjected. Erniu, you have done remarkably well. This person is fated to be with our Tai Su Dao sect. Subsequently, a black token appeared in his hand, inscribed with the characters Tai Su. This was one of the new features of the 2nd-tier sect, allowing the creation of an inner disciple's token for the cost of 10 low-grade spirit stones. endowed with various functionalities, including the ability to record merit points. Luo Tian then produced a medicinal pill, administering it to the man in white, instructing, Erniu, take him back to the sect and care for him diligently. I shall venture out for a while. Li Erniu accepted the token, nodding vigorously, and soon after, Luo Tian vanished from sight, setting out to find another foundation-building cultivator. After Luo Tian's departure, Li Erniu escorted the man in white back to Tai Sudao sect, placing him in a room and awaiting his awakening. Black Wind Mountain, Hatred Value 20. In Xiangshi County, a little girl with horn braids licked a candied hawthorn on a stick while casting her big, dark eyes toward an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor. The old man, clad in a voluminous Taoist robe, held a fortune-telling banner inscribed with, "One tael of silver for a divination, no deceit from the young." When the old man failed to respond, the girl sighed. "Grandpa, only a fool would pay 1 tael for a reading. At this rate, we won't even afford porridge or candied hawthorn." The old man paused, and the girl thought he might have a change of heart, daydreaming about indulging in her beloved candied hawthorn every day. However, as she turned her gaze forward, she was taken aback by the sudden presence of a remarkably handsome young man, beaming at the two. "Old senior, may I request a reading?" Chapter 41, Zhou Banzian. The young man was none other than Luo Tian, who had hurried to Xiangshi County. The fortune teller before him was, of course, the individual he sought. To his surprise, he discovered that the old man was a late-stage foundation-building cultivator. What a boon this cloud-traveling token was. A smile graced Luo Tian's face, his heart filled with elation. For the cultivators recruited by the token possessed random cultivation levels, and a late-stage foundation cultivator was undoubtedly an SSR among them. No longer would he have to bear the burdens of sect affairs alone. The old man, with a smile on his face, pointed to his sign. "This young master can have a reading for 1 tael of silver." Luo Tian's smile faltered. As the esteemed leader of the Tai Sudao sect, a peak foundation cultivator, he realized he had no silver on him. After a prolonged silence, the air seemed to stagnate, and the old man regarded Luo Tian with a peculiar expression. A foundation cultivator, yet without a single coin. The old man continued, "If you wish to pay with gold, that can be arranged." Luo Tian felt embarrassed. If he had no silver, how could he conjure gold? He waved his hand, producing a stone that was crystalline and pure, resembling glass. "Old senior, would this suffice as 1 tael for a reading?" The item in his hand was a mid-grade spirit stone, worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, the old man merely glanced at it, disdain evident in his voice. "Just a worthless stone. I do not accept such trifles here." Luo Tian remained unfazed. Turning to a nearby vendor selling candied hawthorns, "Brother, would you be willing to exchange this piece of jade glass for one of your candied hawthorns?" The vendor, a middle-aged man, initially intended to refuse, but upon receiving the stone, he felt a refreshing sensation coursing through him. Under the sunlight, the stone shimmered beautifully. It was undoubtedly a precious item. "I could craft exquisite jewelry from this. Lyre has accompanied me through thick and thin, enduring hardships. If I were to transform this stone into jewelry for her, she would surely be overjoyed." The middle-aged man thought of his beloved wife, a smile breaking across his face, before he generously handed all his unsold candied hawthorns to Luo Tian. With the transaction complete, a smile graced Luo Tian's face as he pulled out a candied hawthorn, crouching down to shake it before the little girl. "Little one, would you like this?" The girl shook her head, but could not tear her gaze from the candied hawthorn in Luo Tian's hand, her mouth watering in anticipation. Luo Tian extended the treat toward her, meeting his fate. "This candied hawthorn is a gift from your elder brother." Upon hearing she could have it for free, the girl sprang forward and snatched the candied hawthorn, her rosy cheeks glowing as she exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother. You are a good person. And by the way, big brother, my name is Zhou, not little one." Feeling generously rewarded, Luo Tian's smile widened, and he nodded. "Zhou, would you like to have endless candied hawthorns every day? A magnificent house where you can sleep soundly and happily, without having to endure hardships?" At this, Zhou's eyes widened, glistening with desire. The old man, who had been observing with a leisurely demeanor, suddenly shifted his expression. "You rascal, how dare you set your sights on a child?" He had not anticipated this audacity. Zhou found herself torn. Undoubtedly, her heart longed for a life free of worries, as she watched her grandpa traverse the world, living a life of hardship. She often saw the children of affluent families, who enjoyed delicacies far superior to candied hawthorn, adorned in new clothes each day. Noticing Zhou's interest, Luo Tian seized the moment, pressing on. "Zhou, perhaps the old senior could give your big brother a reading for free? If he does, all the candied hawthorns will be yours, and your big brother will adopt you, offering you a life of luxury." Zhou hesitated, her large, watery eyes filled with yearning. as the prospect of a life filled with abundance drew ever closer. Is what you said true, big brother? She asked earnestly. Luo Tian nodded solemnly. Indeed. I swear to the heavens. In the next moment, Zhou grasped the old man's gnarled hand, who, with a complex expression, sighed deeply. Very well, very well. But still. Reluctantly, Zhou glanced at the candied hawthorn in her hand, returning it to Luo Tian, her voice sweet and clear. Grandpa, let us go. Her big, expressive eyes were filled with sorrow and resignation. Choosing between a life of luxury and her beloved grandfather, she opted for the latter, knowing that even a life of hardship was bearable as long as she was with him. He was her sole family. Zhou turned her head away, refusing to look at Luo Tian. She tugged at the old man, attempting to leave, only to find that she seemed to be pulling against an immovable mountain. Turning back, she saw that the old man had, at some point, been reduced to tears. His voice choked as he murmured, I was wrong. Thank you for your guidance, my friend. Luo Tian rose, smiling gently, and replied, Elder, you have made no mistake. Each individual's definition of happiness varies. You believe that freedom equates to happiness. Yet Zhou is still but a child. Despite her maturity, she remains a child at heart. Happiness lies in having good food, fine clothing, a comfortable home, and spending time with those closest to her. The old man forced a smile as he looked at the girl, saying, Zhou, we shall not leave. This divination is a debt I owe to you, my friend. Until it is complete, I shall remain. Zhou's expression was one of confusion, but she watched as the old man bowed to the youth, saying, I am Shou Banzian. I humbly ask you for a place of tranquility. Luo Tian's heart soared with delight as he quickly assured, Certainly. Elder Zhou, rest assured. My Tai Su Dao sect is the most orthodox of sects and will take good care of Zhou, nurturing her growth. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully recruiting Shou Banzian, Shou Banqian's loyalty 10. A pleasant surprise. In Zhou's bewildered gaze, the two ascended into the clouds. Vanishing from Xiangshu County, grandfather and big brother are both immortals. Having successfully deceived a late-stage foundation cultivator into returning, Luo Tian did not forget that his sect still had a severely injured alchemist in need of assistance. He must not let that opportunity slip away. Chapter 42, The Absolute Spirit Body. As Luo Tian rushed back to the Tai Su Dao sect in a flurry, he arrived to find Li Erniu astonished at the sight of the white-clad man awakening from his slumber. The man in white regarded Li Erniu with a puzzled expression and inquired, Did you save me? Li Erniu shook his head vigorously, saying, I merely carried you from the river. It was the sect leader who saved you. The man in white understood that this young lad had brought him to safety. But it was indeed the sect leader who had intervened to suppress his internal injuries. Since it is a debt of gratitude, how can I, by Wuchio, not repay it? The man struggled to sit up, but his injuries were grievous. Without the protective garments, he would have perished long ago. Cough, cough. Li Erniu, noticing his distress, asked anxiously, Elder, are you all right? Bai Wuchio rolled his eyes. I'm not dead yet. Extend your hand. I shall bestow upon you an opportunity for fortune. Upon hearing this, Li Erniu eagerly offered his hand. Bai Wuchio placed his hand upon Li Erniu's arm, but suddenly his complexion turned ashen. How is it possible that you possess no affinity for fire within you? After a long silence, Bai Wuchio sighed deeply. I wish to grant you an opportunity, yet, my young brother, it seems you are not fated to receive it. Bai Wuchio contemplated that since Li Erniu had fortuitously saved him, they must have some connection. If only Li Erniu had even a slight fire affinity, he could have trained him as an alchemist to fulfill this karmic debt. Yet now, with no trace of alchemical talent, forcing the issue would only ruin his benefactor's path. Fate has its own design. Li Erniu bashfully scratched the back of his head, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Deep down, he felt he had missed an extraordinary opportunity, thinking of how his senior brother and junior sister possessed far superior talents. Surely, they would have been worthy of such a fortune. Outside the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian returned with Shou Banzian and Zhou. Upon arriving at the gate, Luo Tian immediately checked Zhou's profile. Name, Zhou. Age, 6. Talent, absolute spirit body, gold, glutton, black. Aptitude, 0. Comprehension, 89. Loyalty, 80. Absolute spirit body, gold, cursed by heaven, destined to be unable to cultivate. If one door is closed, another will be opened by heaven. Miscellaneous learning aptitude, 80. Glutton, black food satiation level 50. For a moment, Luo Tian was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Zhou was indeed a disciple of golden quality. Possessing a golden talent, it was akin to a 2-for-1 deal, a late-stage foundation cultivator accompanied by a disciple of golden caliber. However, this golden quality disciple was unable to cultivate. No matter how strong her other attributes, she would ultimately remain an ordinary person, which explained why a late-stage foundation cultivator would travel far and wide with her. Shou Banzian sensed Luo Tian's gaze and, with a complex expression, murmured, "My friend, you should be aware that Zhou's constitution is quite unique." Luo Tian nodded. "Is this the reason you have taken her across the land?" Alongside this, Luo Tian examined Shou Banzian's profile. Name, Shou Banzian. Age, 240. Cultivation, 7th stage foundation. Talent, heavenly mechanism body, purple, array talented, blue, foundation severed, black. Aptitude, 65. Comprehension, 78. Loyalty, 90. Heavenly mechanism body, purple comprehension 20. Speed of practicing divination methods 30. Array talented, blue speed of array cultivation 20. Array formation cost -10. Foundation severed, black cultivation 30. Success rate of breaking through the next realm 80. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, pondering in silence. Shou Banzian remained unaware that all his information had been laid bare before Luo Tian, believing instead that he was lamenting Zhou's inability to cultivate. "I wish for her to grow up carefree, to see the splendid landscapes of Daiyu as much as possible, without entanglements in the world of cultivation. My fortune-telling is not merely for wealth. It is also to seek a stroke of fate, to protect her and ensure her happiness as she grows." A bitter smile crept across Shou Banzian's lips. His desire for Luo Tian's wealth was also to calculate a fortune for him, to resolve the unseen karmic ties. He had not intended to become too deeply involved with this youth. Luo Tian shook his head. "But elder, this is merely your one-sided wish. You have not inquired about Zhou's desires." Shou Banzian's intentions were noble, to accumulate fortune and allow Zhou to live a life like an ordinary mortal. Great wealth and status invariably bring unease. With his foundation damaged and lifespan waning, he was naturally compelled to consider his legacy. Yet humans are, after all, creatures of emotion and aspiration. The ordinary life is something only those who have witnessed grandeur are qualified to pursue. It is a return to one's roots. A weary bird returning home. Truly ordinary people seek a life of extraordinary splendor. Zhou gazed curiously at the grand entrance of the Tai Su Dao sect, feeling an unprecedented sensation emanating from within. Entering there would surely unlock a different life. Shou Banzian suddenly smiled knowingly, realizing that this decision should be left for Zhou to make. Luo Tian also smiled, successfully persuading a 7th-stage foundation cultivator to join, along with a disciple of golden quality. Even if Zhou could not cultivate, she was still endowed with extraordinary talents in other aspects. Upon returning to the sect, Nan Hongsang was teaching disciples. Zheng Pingyan was still cultivating at the spirit-guiding platform. Jun Bufan had vanished, leaving Tai Su Mountain to seek experience. And Li Erniu was in the room, tending to the man in white. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Upon checking Li Erniu's location, he discovered that the man in white had already awakened. Luo Tian did not rush to find Li Erniu. Instead, he first convened his disciples to announce the joining of the first elder, Shou Banzian, to the Taishu Dao sect. He then instructed Zheng Pingyan to descend the mountain and procure an assortment of delectable earthly delicacies and silver. Given the Zheng family's connections, this task was not arduous, especially since Luo Tian had entrusted the management of Ningyuan County to them. It seemed imperative to start collecting a protection fee from the affiliated forces in the future. Initially, Luo Tian had held a dismissive view of earthly possessions, but it appeared that even celestial beings could not entirely sever ties with the mortal realm. Without silver, one could hardly navigate the earthly world. The addition of Shou Banzian stirred quite a commotion within the Taishu Dao sect, signifying that they would be graced not only by the teachings of the eldest senior sister, but also, on occasion, by foundational cultivators imparting their wisdom. They would have the opportunity to learn about formations and even the path of celestial mechanics. As for the sect leader, this foundational cultivator was merely a slacker. This auspicious figure was welcomed by Luo Tian with open arms. After formally introducing Shou Banzian, Luo Tian finally made his way to Li Erniu's residence. The man in white sensed a powerful presence approaching and felt a surge of anxiety. Upon meeting the visitor, he finally relaxed. This was not an enemy. "Have you awakened, fellow Taoist?" Luo Tian inquired, a smile gracing his lips, exuding warmth like a gentle spring breeze. From the information reviewed, the man in white was named by Wuqi, possessing relatively modest cultivation at merely the 3rd level of foundation establishment. However, he bore the title of an alchemical prodigy and, like Weiyan, was a 2nd-tier alchemist. The value of an alchemist was self-evident. "Thank you, senior, for your timely rescue." Bai Wuqi quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. His discerning eye recognized that Luo Tian's cultivation far surpassed his own. Luo Tian chuckled softly. "Your injuries are grave. You may find sanctuary within my Taishu Dao sect." Due to the influence of the Yunyulings, Bai Wuqi naturally held an 80 affinity for the Taishu Dao sect, but to formally recruit him, Luo Tian needed to make the invitation himself. Bai Wuqi's gaze flickered with internal conflict, as if weighing his options. Luo Tian, puzzled, asked, "Do you harbor some concerns, fellow Taoist?" Bai Wuqi shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. "You may not be aware, senior, but I am being pursued by vengeful foes and fled to Chongning County. It is not that I am unwilling to rest here. I merely fear causing you trouble." Luo Tian probed further. "Does your enemy have any ties to the Purple Mansion?" Bai Wuqi paused, taken aback, before shaking his head. If a powerful figure from the Purple Mansion were involved, he would not have survived, even with 100 lives. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. "As long as you join my Taishu Dao sect, your enemies shall become our foes, and all grievances shall rest upon my shoulders. Without the Purple Mansion, what is there to fear? Furthermore, if they are merely an external force, can they mobilize their entire strength to Chongning County?" With that, Bai Wuqi ceased his hesitance. The Taishu Dao sect had already saved his life and was now willing to protect him. In that case, I, Bai Wuqi, willingly join the Taishu Dao sect and follow the sect leader. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for recruiting the Foundation Establishment Loose Cultivator Bai Wuqi. After a brief exchange with Bai Wuqi, Luo Tian learned that his flight to Chongning County stemmed from his discontent with the Northern Chong County sect's practice of raising mortal warriors for the purpose of refining blood pills, deeming it a disgrace to the art of alchemy. This had led to enmity with that sect, resulting in his pursuit. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian recalled the Yang family in Jingcheng, who had been martial artists for generations. Was this not a similar situation? It was likely also related to the exploitation of blood pills. Bai Wuqi explained that although mortal warriors' cultivation methods were far inferior to those of immortal cultivators, lacking in the mysterious prowess of the latter, their vitality was remarkably vigorous. A single ordinary innate warrior could produce a medicinal pill far superior to 10 first-tier healing pills. Such pills were indeed miraculous. The refinement of human pills was explicitly prohibited in the Diyu dynasty. However, with the absence of the great Yu emperor for 5 centuries, the central authority had weakened, and annual tax burdens had increased, prompting many factions to take desperate measures by raising warriors and refining human pills. Chiyu Prefecture boasted 72 counties, each with at least one purple mansion to oversee. Luo Tian was certain that the Yang family in Jingcheng did not have any ties to the Purple Mansion. Likewise, there was none within the Xuanyuan sect. At that moment, Luo Tian felt a significant sense of relief, with his own cultivation at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, and Zhou Banxian currently able to demonstrate the combat prowess of a 7th level Foundation cultivator, alongside the 3rd level Bai Wuqi. The Taishu Dao sect was poised to reign supreme in their vicinity. Bai Wuqi was still injured and unable to act, prompting Luo Tian to seek out Zhou Banxian, as he had not forgotten about a nearby resource site that remained untapped. During his 9th level Qi refining, he had not dared to venture deep, but now, as a 9th level Foundation cultivator, a nightmare level dungeon would transform into a mere ordinary challenge. His purpose in finding Zhou Banxian was to assess the feng shui of the area and uncover the source of its peculiarities. Zhou Banxian, upon hearing this, was eager to oblige, intrigued by the location Luo Tian described. As dusk fell, the two ventured into the heart of the mountains, where small demons occasionally trembled in fear, hesitant to reveal themselves in the presence of 2 Foundation cultivators. Zhou Banxian's expression brightened. "Sect leader, this place is indeed exceptional. The spiritual energy is abundant. There must be a spiritual mine buried beneath, ideal for establishing our sect's dojo. Although Taishu Mountain possesses some spiritual energy, it pales in comparison to that of a spiritual stone mine." Luo Tian nodded, designating this site as a dojo for the Taishu Dao sect, where disciples could cultivate and enhance their training speed during the Qi refining stage. However, Zhou Banxian soon furrowed his brow. "This place is indeed extraordinary. There are postnatal demon entities seeking to utilize the spiritual mind to transform." Observing Zhou Banxian's grave demeanor, Luo Tian inquired, "Postnatal demon entities? Are there truly distinctions between innate and postnatal demons?" Zhou Banxian slowly elucidated, "You may not be aware, but the animals we often see transforming are collectively referred to as innate demons, which are relatively common. In contrast, postnatal demons are exceedingly rare. These are lifeless entities that, through unforeseen circumstances, gain sentience and possess great fortune. If left unchecked, they will inevitably become a significant threat. Fortunately, the postnatal demon entity you encountered has yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation to fully become a postnatal being. Otherwise, eliminating it would prove quite challenging. Such beings, endowed with substantial fortune, would retaliate if not carefully handled." Luo Tian recalled the strange Buddha head and understood that Zhou Banxian was likely referring to that very object. an inanimate stone poised to gain life. The two arrived at the mouth of a cavern, where an immense stone appeared meticulously sculpted into the shape of a Buddha head. The seemingly bottomless entrance resembled a gaping maw, ready to consume all. This stone bore great fortune. It was likely that a foundational cultivator of Buddhist lineage had perished here, and the remnants of their Buddhist essence had imbued the stone. Over centuries, the spiritual energy had nurtured its meager Buddhist quality into something significant. Zhou Banxian marveled at the series of coincidences that had birthed this postnatal demon entity, which, once born, would undoubtedly be a formidable creature. Such a stroke of luck was truly extraordinary. To directly slay such a fortuitous demon would be a regrettable waste. I possess a modicum of skill in the art of fortune extraction, Zhou Banxian continued, which can separate its fortune and bolster our sect. He tugged at his beard, his expression calm and unperturbed. Luo Tian felt a surge of interest, although the method of extracting fortune bore the potential for heavenly retribution. It seemed plausible to extract the fortune from a demon entity. Elder Zhou, what consequences might this method entail? Luo Tian's heart stirred, yet his tone bore a hint of unease. Zhou Banxian shook his head. The art of seizing fortune may alter the future paths of others, but for me, these are mere illusions. I have long since abandoned any hope of further advancement, and my years left are few. As he spoke, a bitter expression crossed Zhou Banxian's face. Once, he too had been a spirited prodigy, a paragon among the heavens. Chapter 44, Su Family, Su Cheng. Luo Tian sighed inwardly. If only it were possible. He truly wished to restore Zhou Banxian's foundation. Perhaps then, the Tai Su Dao sect would gain another member of the Purple Mansion. Zhou Banxian's talent was not insignificant. He was a prodigy of purple quality. Alas, he lacked the means to effect such a restoration. Zhou Banxian immersed himself in arranging the formation, during which Luo Tian observed a change in the Buddha's head, its eyes filled with venomous spite directed at the two of them. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome lad before? Luo Tian exclaimed, slapping the Buddha's head, and the hateful gaze vanished in an instant, falling into silence. With Zhou Banxian's presence, their position was secure. Although they had not unearthed a single spirit stone, Luo Tian currently held over 100,000 inferior spirit stones, rendering him untroubled in that regard. It was fortune and a dojo that he required to expand his sect. Upon returning to the Tai Su Palace, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Opening the back end, he found 2,000 requests for joining the Supreme Immortal Alliance, resulting in a successful influx of 20,000 inferior spirit stones. The promised acquisitions of spiritual wood and iron had drawn a substantial number of inquiries, and Luo Tian facilitated transactions with a single click. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring 1,900 units of inferior spiritual wood and 1,230 units of inferior spiritual iron. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Over 30,000 inferior spirit stones had swiftly been expended. In the Supreme Immortal Alliance channel, members expressed their gratitude to Luo Tian for establishing the alliance. Today, a mission has been released. Finally, a big brother has come to help us mine resources. Soon, I too can dig for ore. So true. With a big brother as a guarantor, one need not fear being robbed. Just a small payment of spirit stones allows me to call upon him for resource harvesting. Luo Tian is a second-tier sect master and a peak foundation establishment cultivator, a unique presence. Who would dare to provoke him, risking a warning shot from him? Luo Tian had not anticipated that these individuals would begin to explore the benefits of the Supreme Immortal Alliance. This was a promising development, provided it did not encroach upon his interests. Luo Tian's accumulation of spirit stones had incited envy among many, particularly the leaders of several factions. They had toiled tirelessly to grow their groups to over 1,000 members. Yet, Luo Tian had effortlessly expanded the Supreme Immortal Alliance to a scale of 10,000. What was infuriating was that they charged 5 inferior spirit stones as protection fees and were met with widespread disdain, while Luo Tian's 10 inferior spirit stones for membership were met with overwhelming support. Li Long of the Haoyan gang glared at the red exclamation mark on his screen, nearly seething with rage. Damn it, I should have seen this coming. Who but this fellow could ascend so rapidly? Cursing, he lamented that his painstakingly built faction was far inferior to someone else's trivial efforts. Despite his frustration, he still sought to contact Luo Tian. With a second-tier sect leader at the helm, who would still consider joining a loose band of adventurers, a faction with no future. As the first to establish a faction and venture forth, Li Long undoubtedly possessed sufficient foresight and decisiveness. Had Luo Tian not emerged out of nowhere, casting a radiant light over them all, Li Long would have been considered one of the titans of the current player base, enjoying resources from thousands of followers. I must contact Luo Tian at once. I cannot reach him directly, so I must enlist someone else. He, Li Long, was a man of fortitude and adaptability. Upon waking, Luo Tian, still bleary-eyed, surveyed the Tai Su Dao sect. Early in the morning, Nanhong Sang had stealthily taken Zhou down the mountain. Luo Tian chuckled. Those two little gluttons were likely off to gather some food. Since returning from Jing City, Nanhong Sang had matured significantly, exuding a certain elder sisterly demeanor. Following them discreetly was Zheng Ping'an. Upon noticing Luo Tian, Zheng Ping'an glanced back toward the Tai Su Dao sect. It appeared that in no more than a month, little Ping'an would be ready to attempt the Foundation establishment realm. Luo Tian felt a surge of joy. Zheng Ping'an's ability to sense his consciousness indicated that he was on the cusp of touching the threshold of Foundation establishment. His eldest disciple, Zheng Ping'an, was exceptional, heightening Luo Tian's desire for another disciple of golden legendary quality. Today, he intended to recruit disciples, racing against time. Once Zhou Banzian completed the arrangement of the fortune-seizing formation, they would jointly venture into Jing City, utilizing the Golden Disciple Recruitment Order. Congratulations to the player for successfully recruiting a disciple. The disciple's position has been displayed. Like the use of the Wandering Order, Luo Tian saw a golden figurine appear on the map. He immediately transformed into a streak of purple light, vanishing from sight. A disciple of golden quality was worth his personal attention. In Xiangshu County, 3 prominent families were deeply entrenched. Akin to the Wang and Zheng families in Ningyuan County, the Su, Li, and Lin clans. Su Cheng felt as though death was imminent. Perhaps it would be for the best. He felt like an embodiment of calamity, having been born to kill his mother, thereafter falling from his father's favor. Regarded as an outsider by the Su family, neither cultured nor martial, as the young master of the Su family, he was even bullied by servants. Covered in bruises, he could not protect his last remaining kin. Young master, please save Qing'er. Su Qing'er's cries for help grew fainter, her pleas diminishing into the distance. Su Qing's consciousness began to blur. He vaguely perceived a purple light within the cosmos, like thunder, striking the ground before him. Was that a person? Luo Tian swiftly produced a pill and placed it into the mouth of the tattered youth, then conjured rainwater with the rain condensation technique to aid the boy in swallowing the pill. The youth's face was ashen. Had he arrived even 2.5 minutes later, this disciple of golden quality would have perished. Regardless, you are now a disciple of the Tai Su Dao sect. My pupil. Luo Tian's gaze turned cold, glinting with frost. To injure my disciple of the Tai Su Dao sect so grievously, I shall not let this matter rest. A terrifying consciousness swiftly enveloped the entire Su family, extending even to Xiangshu County. Countless individuals, even mere mortals, felt a crushing weight upon their chests, as though heaven itself was enraged. In the Su family's backyard, the eldest son awaited outside with a face full of reverence, while 2 sycophantic servants forcibly dragged a beautiful girl, tear-streaked and delicate. Although she was dressed simply, her beauty could not be concealed. Young master, this is the servant of that waste, Su Cheng. The 2 servants knelt in fear before the eldest son of the Su family, showing utmost respect. Su Qing'er attempted to flee, but was caught back by the young master's ghostly figure. Quite the beauty. Su Cheng has hidden you well. Were it not for the immortal master's interest in you, I might have been tempted myself. The eldest son of the Su family grasped Su Qing'er's neck, lifting her high, reveling in her struggles like a duck out of water, a wicked smile curling his lips. Chapter 45, The Protective Luo Tian. The eldest son of the Su family tightened his grip around Su Qing'er's neck, filled with regret. Although this woman is merely a servant of that wretched scion, born of lowly stock, she possesses striking features, a delicate oval face, cherry-like lips, and the blossoming beauty of 18 springs, with curves that are both pronounced and enticing. It is no wonder that the contemptible offspring remains cloistered at home. Had it not been for the serendipitous discovery by the esteemed lord, we might have remained blissfully ignorant of her existence. Speaking of that esteemed lord, the eldest son of the Su family gazes with awe, his eyes alight with fervor and longing, barely concealing his ambitious desires. The gifts bestowed upon him by that lord imbue him with a power that far exceeds the ordinary. At this rate, it will not be long before he ascends to the position of head of the Su family, leading them to unprecedented heights. From the depths of the Su family's courtyard emerged a gaunt middle-aged man, his eyes cunning and rat-like, draped in an oversized yellow robe that seemed ill-fitting. Upon noticing the arrival of this individual, the eldest son of the Su family hastily set down Su Qing'er, his demeanor shifting to one of reverence. Master, this is the person you sought. I have brought her to you. The master licked his lips, a lewd and depraved grin spreading across his face. Very good, very good. I am quite pleased with this furnace. I shall reward you with this rare innate pill, a treasure not seen in a century. Producing a plump elixir, the master observed with amusement as it slipped from his fingers, rolling across the ground. The innate pill possesses the ability to elevate postnatal warriors to the innate realm. In the mortal realm, those of the innate level are considered top-tier experts. The eldest son's eyes blazed with desire as he disregarded all decorum, prostrating himself on the ground like a dog, hastily swallowing the pill whole, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for your generous gift." "Thank you, master." The rat-eyed middle-aged man, witnessing this spectacle, burst into uproarious laughter. "What an obedient dog! Serve me well, and you shall not lack for rewards." He then turned his gaze toward the still-dazed Xuanyuan, his eyes burning with desire. Such a rare gem had not graced his sight in many years. Just as he was about to act upon his intentions, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by an expression of uncontrolled panic. What terrifying spiritual awareness is this? Which venerable one is present? In an instant, everyone in the Su family felt as though the world was spinning, their bodies uncontrollably lifted into the air, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the ground below. Before long, they found themselves deposited into a desolate courtyard, a mere storeroom for the Su family, exceedingly humble. Within moments, over 100 individuals from the Su family filled the cramped space. The rat-eyed man's expression shifted to one of utmost despair, internally lamenting, "My life is forfeit." Above them hovered a young man clad in purple robes, cradling a tattered youth in his arms, the boy's body marred by numerous wounds, each a testament to his torment, the blood pooling on the ground beneath him. The crackling of thunder resonated through the air, the sound echoing ominously, sending some of the younger Su family members into a state of sheer terror. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Luo Tian's gaze fell, resembling a deity surveying the mortals below. "What is your intention, esteemed one?" A middle-aged man with graying temples trembled, yet restrained his fear, stepping forward with the dignity befitting a family head. Luo Tian cast a disinterested glance at him. He had no interest in the grievances of the Su family, nor did he intend to make decisions on behalf of Su Cheng. He sought to take the lives of these individuals as a token for Su Cheng's apprenticeship. Not long after, bolstered by the elixir, Su Cheng was swiftly pulled back from the brink of death. As he opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was a throng of familiar figures: his father, various uncles of the Su family, his elder brother, Su Cheng, and the two vile servants who had beaten him and abducted Su Cheng. The entirety of the Su family stood before him, trembling in trepidation, and he, it seemed, was suspended in midair. Turning his head, he saw a youth with a countenance like jade, smiling gently at him, softly inquiring, "Awake, are you?" Su Cheng felt his body stiffen, momentarily bewildered by the situation. The youth, dressed in a purple Taoist robe, began to merge with the last figure he had seen. "I have observed the celestial signs and discerned a fateful connection between us. Would you be willing to become my disciple? From this moment forth, enter the immortal realm. Learn the ways of the immortals, and traverse the vast expanse of the heavens." Su Cheng sensed a force anchoring him in the air as if he were walking on solid ground. A sense of astonishment washed over him. Could it be that the fantastical scenes he had once read in novels were now unfolding before him? Was there truly an immortal willing to accept him as a disciple? He had envisioned such a moment countless times, and now it materialized into reality. Though somewhat dazed, his instincts compelled him to respond with a stammer, I am willing." Su Cheng joins the Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian surveyed the crowd below, noting the myriad expressions: fear, confusion, surprise, and a palpable sense of relief. However, his next words caused a seismic shift in the atmosphere. "The lives of these individuals now rest entirely in your hands. Should you desire it, they shall not see the light of another day." Luo Tian pointed at the Su family members below, standing aloft as if they were mere ants, gazing up in helplessness. Su Cheng lowered his gaze, spotting his father, the brothers who had tormented him, and the servants who dared to humiliate him. Should he choose, all of them could perish. "Cheng, it is I who bore and raised you. Now that you tread the path of immortality, do not forget the kindness of the Su family." The middle-aged man with graying hair sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly attempted to placate Su Cheng. Yes, the Su family has treated you well. The family head raised you. You must not forget your gratitude." Voices of agreement from within the Su family echoed, striving to sway Su Cheng by recalling past benevolences. Su Cheng remained silent, walking steadily to the ground, approaching the members of the Su family step by step, the air thick with tension. Luo Tian followed him down, noticing the resentment and murderous intent glimmering in the youth's eyes, summoning forth the Tai Su sword. "Use this sword, be decisive. If you have enmity, let it be avenged on the spot." Su Cheng accepted the Tai Su sword, murmuring, "Thank you, master." With a single stroke, a head fell to the ground, the acrid scent of blood instantly permeating the air. Many faces, already pale, turned ashen, devoid of color. Those who had once bullied Su Cheng were now rendered helpless, their minds in disarray. Like a harbinger of death, Xuanyuan dispatched those who had tormented him with ease. Even the blood ties that bound them were no deterrent to his resolve. Rather than sorrow, he felt a profound release, the pent-up emotions of his past finally liberated. Wielding the power of life and death. Chapter 46. The body of wind and thunder, fortunes beyond compare, the heavenly forsaken star. Xuanyuan, you cannot slay me. I am your biological brother. As he gazed down at his elder brother, now reduced to a pitiful figure, weeping and pleading before him, Xuanyuan showed no hesitation. Severing his head with a swift stroke of the sword, blood flowed like a river within the Su family. The family head, the middle-aged man with graying hair, witnessed the demise of his carefully nurtured successor before his eyes, trembling with shock and fury. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. The Su family raised you. Xuanyuan was engulfed in profound disappointment as he surveyed the members of the Su family. One by one, they averted their gazes, none daring to meet his eyes. Fearful of attracting his attention and facing his wrath, only one individual was willing to cast a glance at the youth, who resembled a harbinger of death. Accompanied by Xuanyuan approached Luo Tian and bowed deeply. The calm demeanor he had earlier displayed now entirely vanished, replaced by palpable tension. Disciple wishes to take Xuanyuan along. I humbly ask for Master's permission. Luo Tian nodded in acquiescence, stating, granted. Even if Xuanyuan lacks talent for cultivation, Taisu Dao sect will still embrace her. Turning to the middle-aged man with graying temples, Xuanyuan declared, you spared my life, I will spare yours. From this moment forth, we are even. The Su family had suffered the loss of at least half their members, including their heir, even the youngest son. Taken as a disciple by an immortal, would sever ties with him. The middle-aged man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by rage and collapsing into unconsciousness. Luo Tian's peripheral vision caught sight of the man in yellow robes, who seemed desperate to bury his head in shame. Summoning the Taisu sword, he charged at the yellow-robed man with ferocity. Senior, please spare my life. The man in yellow was indeed the celestial master serving the eldest son of the Su family, who had been hiding and praying not to be discovered. However, fate had caught up with him. In one swift stroke, Luo Tian beheaded him, leaving the yellow-robed man utterly astonished by his decisiveness. A petty rogue, daring to cause trouble on the grounds of Taisu Dao sect. His death is of no consequence. Luo Tian discerned that the yellow-robed man's cultivation at the 7th level of Qi was solely derived from the yin essence of women. With no less than 100 virtuous women having perished at his hands, their resentment palpable. It was intolerable for a rogue cultivator to lurk and instigate chaos within his domain. Had he not been discovered, countless women would have suffered at his hands. Thus, his demise was justly deserved. Luo Tian collected the yellow-robed man's storage bag and returned to Taisu Dao sect with Xuanyuan and Xuqing, leaving the Su family members in a state of trepidation, as if trapped in a nightmarish reverie. Though both Xuanyuan and Luo Tian had spared the Su family, their fate had been sealed. The days ahead promised to be far more arduous than death itself. Taisu Dao sect. Name, Xuanyuan. Age, 15. Talent, wind and thunder Dao body, gold. Extraordinary fortune, gold. Celestial lone star, purple. Qualification, 95. Comprehension, 91. Loyalty, 100. Wind and thunder Dao body. Gold contains the power of wind and thunder. Cultivation speed for wind and thunder attributes 40, damage 30, damage taken minus 30. Extraordinary fortune, gold fortune 30. Success rate for realm breakthroughs 10. Celestial lone star, purple each time a friend or family member with a favorability above 95 perishes. Random qualification and comprehension 1. Maximum triggers 10 times, currently 1 time, qualification 1. Luo Tian. In terms of talent alone, Xuanyuan was far superior to the senior disciple Zheng Pingyan, particularly with the extraordinary fortune talent, which granted a 10 success rate for realm breakthroughs, undoubtedly suggesting a brighter future ahead. The success rate of cultivation breakthroughs is closely tied to one's qualifications. Moreover, Xuqing's ability to enhance his qualifications and comprehension rendered him akin to a cheat, albeit at a steep cost. The celestial lone star could only trigger upon the death of close kin with a favorability of 95 or above, had the conditions not been so stringent. It could easily rival golden quality talents. As for Xuanyuan, Luo Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. She lacked any talent for cultivation, merely an ordinary mortal. However, Luo Tian felt relieved, recognizing that without the recruitment edict, one would hardly find so many talents congregated in one place. Discovering a golden quality talent like Zhou had already been a delightful surprise. Luo Tian bestowed the 5 Thunder Sutra upon Xuanyuan for cultivation and granted him 500 contribution points. Within the sect, Zheng Pingyan had yet to return, while Nan Hansang brought Zhou back to the sect ahead of schedule. Luo Tian swiftly gathered the disciples and announced Su Cheng's status as a true disciple. The crowd's expressions turned envious, for the prestige of a true disciple was self-evident. Endowed with the finest cultivation talents and enjoying unparalleled resources, the path to immortality seemingly smooth. Luo Tian entrusted Su Cheng to Nan Hongsang for initial guidance in cultivation, to which she readily agreed. Little junior brother, I shall be responsible for your instruction henceforth. My name is Nan Hongsang. Her smile was radiant. Su Cheng, with his handsome features, looked at Nan Hongsang and obediently expressed, Thank you, senior sister. Senior sister. May I use contribution points to allow Sister Qinger to audit the lessons as well? Su Cheng inquired, pulling Su Qinger closer. Nan Hongsang shook her head, observing Su Cheng's evident disappointment. She chuckled, Senior sister does not require your contribution points. Within the sect, there are not only me, but also 2 esteemed mentors. They will explain the methods of cultivation, and you may have Sister Qinger join you. Since Master has permitted her to stay, she is now a member of Tai Su Dao sect, and shall receive the treatment befitting a disciple of our sect. Su Cheng's expression softened, his favorability rising tremendously. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, having entrusted Su Cheng to Nan Hongsang, was about to return to the Tai Su Hall when he noticed a familiar white figure blocking the entrance. Elder Bai? Luo Tian was puzzled. Bai Wuqiu had seemingly been waiting there for quite some time. What significant matter could this be? Bai Wuqiu, having waited for most of the day, was visibly excited upon Luo Tian's return. Sect Master, I wish to request a person. The Heavenly Fire Spirit Body. This is undoubtedly a promising candidate for alchemy. I could establish an alchemy hall for the sect. Luo Tian understood that Bai Wuqiu must have encountered Nan Hongsang and had developed an interest in her talent, seeking to take her as a disciple. Bai Wuqiu rubbed his hands together, his urgency palpable. Sect Master, you must agree to my request. I have never encountered such an outstanding talent for alchemy. In my lifetime, I have no hope for the Purple Mansion. I must cultivate a 3rd-grade alchemist. Bai Wuqiu nearly prostrated himself before Luo Tian, eliciting a chuckle from Luo Tian. Elder Bai should first consult with Hongsang. If she wishes to apprentice under you, I shall naturally endorse it. Bai Wuqiu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Thank you, Sect Master. I shall inquire immediately. He then hurriedly limped away, moving with great speed. Just as Luo Tian saw off Bai Wuqiu, he suddenly looked up. An elderly man with an ethereal demeanor was soaring towards the Tai Su Hall. Elder Zhou has successfully set up the formation. Luo Tian's expression brightened. This was much quicker than he had anticipated. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for subduing the postnatal demon. Sect Fortune 100, collectible monthly for 10 years. Chapter 47. Su Cheng successfully cultivates Qi, shocking the sect. Upon seeing the prompt from the destiny system, Luo Tian was overwhelmed with joy. Receiving 100 fortune each month for 10 years meant that this minor postnatal demon harbored immense fortune worth thousands. His sect's fortune was only 2,500. Not even a quarter of what an unborn demon possessed. Finally, he understood why the Monkey King could manipulate the heavens and gods. Who wouldn't covet such fortune? And without risk, seizing territory and fortune could easily offend others. Zhou Banzian, panting heavily, reported, Sect Master, I have fulfilled my duty. The formation can provide the sect with a continuous supply of fortune until the demon's fortune is exhausted. Luo Tian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Zhou, for your hard work. Zhou Banzian waved his hand, weariness evident in the corners of his aged eyes. Setting up the formation was an extremely exhausting task, and he hadn't felt this drained in many years. Yet, for the sake of his granddaughter and to ensure that Luo Tian owed him a favor, he had to muster the vigor of his youth. Luo Tian originally intended to discuss the possibility of inviting the esteemed Zhou Banzian to accompany him to Jingqing, aiming to extricate the Nan family from the city. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he swallowed them back. Senior Zhou, please take the time to recuperate. Meanwhile, Zhou Banzian, already fatigued, took his leave and sought a room to rest. Luo Tian pondered over the delay in their journey to Jingqing for yet another day. The day was still young, and with nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to utilize the Purple Disciple Recruitment Decree. The newly summoned Purple Quality Disciple was a middle-aged swordsman over 30, clad in dark robes, donning a conical hat, and bearing a long blade on his back, along with a gourd at his waist, exuding an air of someone who had braved many storms. Upon encountering Luo Tian, his expression remained impassive, and he even volunteered to cultivate alongside him. This demeanor, so expected, took Luo Tian by surprise. At over 30, he had already missed the prime age for cultivation, which left Luo Tian feeling somewhat regretful. Fortunately, the middle-aged man was a purple quality disciple, and his innate talent could compensate for the age-related gap. Upon returning to the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian promptly investigated the disciple's identity. Name, Xiaobuyu. Age, 34. Talent, innate blade body, purple, wine intoxication, blue. Unyielding grudge, black. Aptitude, 65. Comprehension, 78. Loyalty, 80. Innate blade body, purple increases speed of blade-related techniques by 30, damage by 20. And grants insight into a random blade intent. Wine intoxication, blue all damage while intoxicated is increased by 10. Unyielding grudge, black for every enemy not eliminated. Cultivation speed is reduced by 20 until vengeance is achieved, after which it may evolve into a random purple talent. Luo Tian used. Is this a blessing or a curse? The addition of a purple talent is undeniably a significant boon on the path of cultivation. Not to mention the other two talents of Xiaobuyu are quite commendable. The only drawback is that his cultivation speed would be considerably hampered until he avenged his foes. The arrival of a middle-aged man as a disciple left the other disciples somewhat astounded. Xiaobuyu, aware of the youthful disparity among his fellow disciples, spoke up. You all, who have embarked on the path of cultivation before me, shall be my senior brothers and sisters. Although initially astonished, the others quickly accepted Xiaobuyu's presence. After all, the pursuit of enlightenment knows no age, and aside from Nan Hongsang and Li Erniu, the rest had yet to even cross the threshold of cultivation. Once the crowd dispersed, Nan Hongsang approached Luo Tian, hesitatingly voicing, Sect leader, should I accept Elder Bai's offer to take me as his true disciple? Observing the girl's apprehensive demeanor elicited a chuckle from Luo Tian. Dear child, Elder Bai's intention to take you as his disciple and pass on his legacy is a fortuitous opportunity for you. Though Luo Tian was not skilled in alchemy, he understood that alchemy and cultivation were distinct. Even if he provided her with an alchemical manual, she would not master it without practical experience. Elder Bai Wuqiu was perfectly positioned to guide Nan Hongsang in the art of alchemy, ensuring her talent would not go to waste. Nan Hongsang's expression brightened. Elder Bai Wuqiu had promised her a plethora of benefits to entice her into becoming his disciple. Elixirs, a prestigious position as the foremost disciple under the sect leader, and an abundance of contribution points. While these prospects thrilled her, they also instilled fear of Elder Bai's ulterior motives. However, Luo Tian's endorsement quelled her apprehensions. Elder Bai Wuqiu was nearly moved to tears. Heavens! Here I am, a second-tier alchemist and a foundational cultivator, reduced to pleading for someone to be my disciple. Yet, if it were Nan Hongsang, he felt it was worth the effort. Had it been his late master, he would have likely been begging on his knees. Luo Tian contemplated the lax structure within the sect, while he had not previously concerned himself with such matters. The growing Tai Su Dao sect now demanded a more robust framework. Other sects had left their disciples behind to manage resource points. The Alchemy Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and various cultivation sects all necessitated immediate attention. A haphazard assembly would not endure. As dusk fell, Luo Tian returned to the Tai Su Hall, ready to unwind after a long day. He found himself increasingly contemplating the necessity of crafting a celestial bed. Was it too much to desire a peaceful slumber without the incessant melodies and dances? Opening the Destiny chat channel, he received another 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After closing the chat, he opened the panel, noting the sect's fortune had reached 2,600 points. Without hesitation, he decided to upgrade the sect's fortune treasure. First, elevating the Qi Yuan crown to level 3, which increased the probability of all sect members breaking through to foundational realm by 3. And then upgrading the Changsheng Wangu map to level 3. Changsheng Wangu map, an innate fortune treasure capable of suppressing sect fortune. Level 3 effect. All disciples cultivation speed 3. Lifespan 3, and damage from earth-based techniques reduced by 7. Upgrade. 10,000, fortune. Truly, it was a red fortune treasure. If one were to practice earth-based techniques against the Tai Su Dao sect, they would surely be thwarted. Luo Tian mused with delight, contemplating which sects specialized in earth techniques to challenge. With only 600 points left, insufficient to elevate the monster capture record to level 3. Luo Tian upgraded it to level 2, unexpectedly gaining an additional attribute. Monsters controlled by the monster capture record receive 10 in healing. The effect was promising, yet it still required further refinement. In the blink of an eye, 2,100 points of fortune had been spent, leaving only 500. Luo Tian sighed, lamenting the fleeting thrill of spending fortune, only to be disheartened by the remaining balance. As dawn broke, with the sun just peeking over the horizon, Bai Wuqiu roused everyone in the Tai Su Dao sect, commencing his teachings on the path of cultivation. Yet, an unexpected exclamation shattered the morning calm. Bai Wuqiu's expression shifted into one of self-doubt as he began his lecture, noticing a modestly dressed youth radiating light, as if a celestial flower were blooming atop his head, cascading over him and producing crackling sounds. Bai Wuqiu rifled through his memories. If he recalled correctly, this youth was named Su Cheng, who had just joined the Tai Su Dao sect yesterday. To achieve success in qi cultivation within a single day was a feat akin to that of the senior brother. Nan Hongseng followed by Wuqiu's gaze towards Su Cheng, realizing that he, too, had become a cultivator in just one day, an achievement matched only by the legendary Zheng Pingyan in the entire sect. Now, with another individual attaining qi cultivation in a day, a wave of envy and subtle jealousy rippled through the other disciples, many of whom had yet to grasp the very basics of cultivation. Witnessing someone reach such heights in a mere day created an insurmountable chasm in their hearts. With Jun Bufan preceding and Su Cheng following, the disparity was palpable. Chapter 48. On this day, Jingsheng welcomed an old man and a young boy. In the early morning, Luo Tian, still half asleep, conducted a cursory sweep with his spirit and was instantly alert. Su Cheng had remarkably succeeded in qi cultivation so swiftly. Luo Tian was taken aback. Su Cheng's pace of progress rivaled that of Zheng Pingyan. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Su Cheng's aptitude slightly surpassed that of Zheng Pingyan, making a one-day success within the realm of possibility. It seemed that little Pingyan now had a rival. Luo Tian murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. Having a competitor was a positive development. The path of cultivation was like rowing against the current. If one did not strive, they would inevitably fall behind. The sect thrived with vigor and vitality. Stretching his limbs, Luo Tian stepped out of the sect, searching for Zhou Banzian, who he soon located. By the babbling brook, lush and verdant, an elderly man with hair as white as snow reclined upon a large stone, listening to the soothing sounds of the flowing water. Why did old Zhou choose to rest in this tranquil spot? Luo Tian, curiosity getting the better of him, plopped down beside him. The situation in the creekside village had improved significantly, thanks to the aid of the Zheng family on Taishu Mountain. Houses and even some attics had been constructed. Old Zhou opened his eyes and spoke calmly. In these years, I have traveled far and wide, becoming accustomed to the life of drinking from the Kangwu spring at dawn and resting by the azure sea at dusk. Only in this manner can I forget the trivialities of the mundane world. He then turned his gaze towards Luo Tian and inquired, Sect Master, you have come to seek me so early. Is there some pressing matter for which you require my assistance? Luo Tian, displaying no hint of embarrassment, nodded affirmatively. Indeed. There is something that necessitates your company, old Zhou. I refrained from mentioning it yesterday, observing that you appeared fatigued. Old Zhou retorted with mild irritation. Then I must thank you for your considerate nature, Sect Master. One would not treat cattle and horses in such a manner. It has been a relentless day? Luo Tian offered an awkward smile. It was a rare opportunity for him to be guided by a venerable elder of high cultivation, and he was determined to seize it. He recounted the troubles faced by the Nan family, prompting old Zhou to ponder deeply. The family of that girl in the red dress? Luo Tian nodded in affirmation. Old Zhou sighed. Then I must intervene. Zhou Zhu holds a fondness for that girl in red. Should her temperament drastically change, my dear granddaughter would surely be heartbroken. The young girl in red, Nan Hongseng, spent her days indulging Zhou Zhu, fostering a deep bond between them. Old Zhou speculated, if all goes as anticipated, the Nan family will likely be exploited by the Qi practitioners of Jing City for the purpose of cultivating human blood pills. The vitality of martial artists has always been a great tonic, particularly for those of natural prowess, far surpassing those nurtured by medicinal pills. He wore a bittersweet smile as he elaborated. This matter is both simple and complex, while it is manageable. There exists a formidable shadow lurking behind any faction that dares to cultivate martial artists for such nefarious purposes. It all hinges upon your resolve, Sect Master. Without hesitation, Luo Tian declared with unwavering determination, we must take action. It is imperative to intervene. Old Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Luo Tian, internally musing. How has this fellow reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, yet behaves like a naive youth? Absent the protective veil of the Zifu forces, such a small clan would have been eradicated long ago, a mere accomplishment for the powerful. Old Zhou, the world is fraught with difficulties. We must be the beacon of light to illuminate this realm. If everyone cowers in fear, seeking only to protect themselves, will not this world become increasingly murky, ultimately descending into darkness, where light cannot penetrate? Luo Tian proclaimed with righteous fervor. Old Zhou was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such words from Luo Tian. He scrutinized Luo Tian's countenance, his eyes filled with appreciation. Ah, I did not anticipate you possessed such awareness. In truth, he mused, a mere small family is inconsequential. Their eradication would not stir much concern. Under a Zifu force, there are countless such families, and as long as they pay their dues of spiritual stones annually, they remain unnoticed. He saw in Luo Tian a reflection of a senior brother. This world perpetually requires light, even if one lacks the qualification or courage. Loyalty of Old Zhou 5. Luo Tian blinked, realizing he had managed to sway old Zhou, who appeared to be a person of considerable depth, resonating with his sentiments. Old Zhou rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. How you choose to proceed is your affair. However, should any grave incident arise, you must ensure the safety of my granddaughter. I may belong to the Taishu Dao sect, but Zhou Zhu does not. She is merely an ordinary person and cannot bear such weight. Luo Tian thought to himself, your granddaughter has long been a disciple of the Taishu Dao sect. This was a sentiment he dared not voice aloud, instead nodding in agreement, of course. Were it not for Nanhong Sang, Luo Tian would prefer to remain uninvolved in such injustices, focusing solely on nurturing his small sect. Yet, Nanhong Sang was too vital for the sect's future, warranting his risk, even at the cost of offending the Zifu section's 2 streaks of light soared towards Jing City, vanishing from Taishu Dao sect. Only Bai Wuqiu noticed. Glancing skyward and murmuring, the sect master and elder Zhou have vanished again. The burden of the sect's responsibilities now falls upon me. Bai Wuqiu took up the mantle, continuing to elucidate the path of cultivation, striving to ensure that his promising disciple could concentrate on refining their skills and inheriting the legacy. In Jing City, the Yang family had established their roots for 300 years, enjoying a position of high esteem, with demonic beasts deterred from their territory and outsiders hesitant to invade. All of this stemmed from the family's previous gem, who had joined the Tai sect and risen to the rank of an inner disciple, achieving foundation establishment. Yet, even prodigies eventually faced decline. The once great talent of the Tai sect had aged, losing his sight, and the cultivators of the clan, desperate to extend their ancestors' life, began to cultivate martial artists en masse, leading to an influx of martial forces within Jing City, where martial arts flourished. Little did they know, it was all a facade. Year after year, formidable martial artists mysteriously vanished, or met their demise at the hands of enemies or demonic beasts. Until one fateful day, an old man and a young man arrived. Chapter 49, confronting the Yang family of Jing City. Above Jing City, an infinite expanse of clouds and mist suddenly rose, as if drawn from the heavens, creating an otherworldly scene. This spectacle left the citizens of Jing City bewildered. Most wandering heroes mistook it for a rare and wondrous sight. Expressing their awe, some scholars even composed poetry in its honor. There appeared to be figures amidst the clouds. The prominent families of Jing City turned their gazes skyward, captivated by the enchanting phenomenon. Those whose martial arts had not yet reached the master level could not discern the essence of the mist. However, those who had attained master status soon realized that the swirling clouds concealed 2 indistinct figures standing aloft, conjuring a breathtaking spectacle of a surging sea of clouds. Celestial beings. This sight did not escape the notice of the Yang family's cultivators, the rulers of Jing City. In their direction, a radiant golden light illuminated a tower overlooking the beauty of Jing City. Atop this tower stood a figure riding a gourd, ascending into the sky. A silver-haired elder stood upon the gourd, his expression grave as he faced the 2 enigmatic figures hidden within the mist. I am Yang Xuanyuan from the Jing City Yang family. May I inquire what brings you esteemed predecessors to this place? Amidst the ethereal clouds, a beam of purple light emerged, revealing a young man who stood with his hands clasped behind him, hovering in the air. Luo Tian cast a dispassionate glance over the Yang family's domain, his immense consciousness unabashedly enveloping the entirety of Jing City. I am the current sect master of the Taishu Dao sect, here for 2 matters. Luo Tian's actions were undeniably an affront to the entire Yang family. Only a powerful individual would display such disdain for the weak, employing their consciousness so freely. In an instant, the Yang family was laid bare before Luo Tian's scrutiny. Hatred level of the Jing City Yang family towards the Taishu Dao sect 60. The members of the Yang family were visibly filled with resentment as they beheld the young man in purple robes. Unfazed, Luo Tian mused that if the Yang family bore such animosity towards him during his first visit to Jing City, he might find himself restless upon returning to the Taishu Dao sect. Now, this insignificant Yang family dared to harbor hatred against him? Yang Xuanyuan, while seething with anger at Luo Tian's blatant disrespect, could not ignore the youth's formidable power. He was compelled to suppress his fury, bowing respectfully. Might I request that you enlighten us on the 2 matters that have prompted such a distinguished figure to make this journey? Luo Tian responded with a subtle smile. Firstly, your Yang family once dispatched individuals to hunt down my 2 disciples. How shall I settle this score? Yang Yongyuan's body stiffened as his mind raced with frantic memories. He suddenly recalled that approximately half a month ago, 2 foreign cultivators had arrived in Jingqing. Initially, he had presumed they were mere rogue cultivators, and he thought to send a few competent disciples of the Yang family to seize the opportunity. A chill ran through him. With such powerful backing, why would they run? Was this not a trap? Esteemed senior, this is merely a misunderstanding. Those individuals are but rogue cultivators with slight ties to my Yang family, blinded by greed, which led them to commit a grave error in offending your esteemed sect's disciples. Rest assured, my Yang family will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Yang Xuanyuan hurriedly distanced the deceased from the Yang family, reasoning that since they were already dead, there was no evidence to contradict him. He could later sacrifice a few others as scapegoats, as long as he could quell the anger of the two Foundation establishment cultivators. Losing a bit of face was a small price to pay. Luo Tian's gaze was filled with amusement as he fixed his stare on Yang Xuanyuan, causing the elder, who managed the affairs of the Yang family, to feel a prickling unease, as if his thoughts were laid bare. Do you dare deceive me? Do you think that the Tai Su Dao sect I established is merely a small sect hidden in the mountains, inexperienced in the ways of the world? His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated like thunder, causing the old steward to cough up blood, akin to an arrow released from its bow, crashing through the grand loft and creating a deep pit in the ground, turning into a puddle of flesh. Steward Yang. Another figure emerged from the Yang family, a tall middle-aged man exuding an aura of authority even without anger. He walked through the air, much like Luo Tian. You are being rather excessive, are you not? Do you think my Yang family has no one to stand up for us? Luo Tian was not surprised by the emergence of this Foundation establishment cultivator. His senses detected the presence of two Foundation establishment cultivators within the Yang family. One was the middle-aged man before him, possessing the cultivation of the second level of Foundation establishment, while the other was stronger at the 6th level. However, the latter's aura was withered, unable to exert even a fraction of their strength, clearly nearing their end. A mere 6th level of Foundation establishment, Luo Tian remarked nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. I am indeed bullying you, what of it? The middle-aged man's face flushed with rage, turning a shade akin to liver. Our family's ancestor hails from the Tai sect. Do you dare to humiliate my Yang family so brazenly? Fearing not the wrath of the Tai sect? Luo Tian's brow arched once more. Will the Tai sect send forth a grandmaster on your behalf? The Yang family of Jingxing's enmity towards Tai Su Dao sect 10. Incredible. The enmity level of the Yang family in Jingxing had reached 90. They were a mere 10 points away from a full enmity score. Luo Tian found himself intrigued. What might transpire should the enmity reach 100? Would it unlock a hidden quest? This was a path seemingly untraveled by others, and today, Luo Tian resolved to be the first to embark upon it. The middle-aged man's anger surged, and had he not known he was no match for the youth before him, he would have relished the idea of dismembering him. Such provocative words. If the Yang family could truly forge a connection with the Purple Mansion, they would not have been relegated to the outskirts of Jingxing. It was all about having a strong backing. Seeing the middle-aged man's flushed countenance, Luo Tian shook his head, bemused that he would dare to use the Tai sect as a threat against him. As a transmigrator, could he be daunted by such threats? The middle-aged man surveyed the faces below, ultimately suppressing his fury. Esteemed senior, you have come here for 2 reasons. The first was to avenge your disciple. Now that my Yang family's steward lies dead at your hands, that vendetta has been satisfied. Might I inquire what the second reason is? The middle-aged man simply desired to see this formidable figure depart. Luo Tian replied calmly. One of my disciples is from the Nan family in Jingxing, and I intend to take him away. The middle-aged man's expression shifted instantly, exclaiming, impossible, absolutely impossible. Upon uttering these words, he hurriedly retreated, shouting, Yang family disciples, heed my command, form the formation and prepare for battle. In this Jingxing, there was but one Nan family, and the current head of the family was already predetermined to be the blood pill. Without the blood pill's sustenance, the Yang family's ancestor would not survive the year. Should the ancestor perish, the Yang family would be no different from annihilation, perhaps even worse. Above Jingxing, a green light enveloped the sky as a dark figure ascended, casting a shadow over the entire Yang family, holding a long spear whose tip transformed into a fierce and menacing dark tortoise. This was a bloodline formation, indeed. They had strayed onto the path of evil and must be eradicated. From the clouds behind Luo Tian emerged an elder exuding an ethereal aura. 2 fingers raised before his chest, emanating layers of resplendent, celestial radiance. Chapter 50. The Demonic Path Value, the Mysterious Fishing Elder. At the sight of this figure, Luo Tian felt as though a celestial being had made an entrance, radiating an aura of grandeur. In contrast, he himself emitted no such remarkable phenomena, only a shroud of mist. This realization darkened his expression. He must learn how to make his own entrance more impressive in the future. Cultivating a sense of presence was indeed an art form. The members of the Yang family quivered at the sight of the hidden figure, Zhou Bianxian, emerging from the shadows. The overwhelming brilliance and oppressive aura were undeniable, signaling the presence of an unfathomably powerful expert. The bloodline formation required the sacrifice of the lifespans or even the lives of kin, one of the 10 forbidden techniques of the Dayu dynasty. Practicing such forbidden techniques was tantamount to joining an evil cult. Zhou Bianxian's gaze was cold as he concentrated a 5-colored divine light at his fingertips, tracing it through the air, leading to the emergence of 3 formation outlines, each exuding immense power. Evil cults must be eradicated. The 3 formation outlines transformed into the contours of wind, fire, and thunder, coiling around the dark figure, rendering it immobile. What manner of technique is this? The Yang family's foundation establishment cultivator was taken aback. Their final trump card was supposed to be sufficient to contend with an 8th-level foundation establishment cultivator. However, that once proud card now shattered like fragile porcelain, crumbling under immense pressure. The cultivators of the Yang family suddenly spewed blood, feeling as though they had aged a decade. Some of the weaker ones could not withstand the backlash and fainted on the spot. The tremendous commotion drew attention from all of Jingxing. The battle of the immortals sent shivers through the hearts of the populace. The godlike power inspired awe and reverence. What kind of enemy had the Yang family provoked that their protective formation could be so easily dismantled? It seemed that today would spell catastrophe for the Yang family in Jingxing. This tribulation might well be insurmountable for their ancestor. A thorough investigation into which force had intervened was imperative. They must avoid provoking such a power. In the distance, sensing the turmoil in Jingxing, numerous factions chose to remain uninvolved. 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators against a force without a late-stage foundation establishment presence. It was a foregone conclusion. This family, which had stood for 3 centuries, was doomed. They must not follow in the footsteps of the past. In the ancestral hall of the Yang family, an elderly man, frail and white-haired, emerged with a wooden staff, hunched over, his head completely bald, resembling a grotesque tumor. The tribulation of my Yang family has finally arrived. My master once spoke of the cyclical nature of heaven's will. Raising martial artists to concoct blood pills is against humanity, and retribution will inevitably come. When I was young, I merely heard these words without taking them to heart. The elder continued, later, my master perished. And my senior brothers and sisters who ventured on missions all met their end. Only I, having forsaken the chance to continue my cultivation in the Tai sect, chose to remain in Jingxing and survived. My aptitude is mediocre. Reaching foundation establishment was a stroke of luck. The path of immortality is long and arduous, and I was unwilling to accept my fate. I chose to raise martial artists and concoct blood pills, seeking an opportunity for advancement, for I did not wish to die, nor could I afford to die. If I perish, the Yang family will cease to exist. It is I who succumb to the allure of immortality, disregarding the counsel of my master. Today, as the celestial wheel of reincarnation turns, I, Yang Jing, am acutely aware of my profound transgressions. I am prepared to embrace death. I beseech the esteemed elders to grant my Yang family a path to survival. The elder stepped forward, unexpectedly kneeling before me, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. Ancestor, father, grandfather. Witnessing this scene, the faces of all members of the Yang family contorted with anguish and deep-seated hatred. Yang family of Jing City's animosity towards the Tai Su Dao sect has increased by 10. The Yang family has triggered an unending vendetta against the Tai Su Dao sect, their hatred permanently set at 100. Is that all? No rewards? Luo Tian felt a profound sense of loss, realizing he must eradicate the roots of this issue. Surely, this would not lead to an increase in demonic value? Curiosity, it seems, is a perilous affliction. I harbor no animosity towards your kin. However, can you guarantee that your kin will not resent me? Luo Tian sighed deeply, and 3 vivid fire dragons materialized behind him, illuminating the heavens. Yang Jing managed a sorrowful smile, comprehending Luo Tian's intent. He abruptly raised his gaze to the oncoming fire dragons, closed his eyes, and offered no resistance as the entire Yang family was engulfed in flames, leaving only 2 figures standing amidst the inferno. Demonic value of Tai Su Dao sect increased by 5. Such a loss of merit. I shall never again indulge my curiosity. Were it not for the concern for my image, Luo Tian would have preferred to collapse in despair. How could such a seemingly virtuous being be tainted with demonic value? I have been honest. I seek mercy. Demonic value. The higher the demonic value, the lower the goodwill from the righteous path, based on the level of demonic value. It may intermittently attract righteous cultivators to besiege. A purely negative consequence. The silver lining is the wealth amassed from the annihilation of the Yang family. There were many treasures, including 80,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1 low-grade profound technique, 1 low-grade profound divine ability, and 2 low-grade profound artifacts, along with an abundance of yellow-grade items. Luo Tian did not claim these. To do so would undoubtedly offend the Tai sect, leaving him without the means to contend with the Zifu in the near future. After all, having dealt with the lesser entities, the more formidable adversaries would inevitably follow, and after several encounters, he would inevitably face the Zifu. He would keep this reckoning in mind. Master, the lingering threats have been eliminated. We can withdraw the Nan family from Jing City. It will not be long before new cultivators from the Tai sect arrive, Zhou Banshan advised Luo Tian. The elder of the Yang family has assumed all blame. The karmic ties have been severed. As long as the master refrains from excessive actions, the Tai sect will not pursue the matter further. After all, it was merely an elderly foundation-building cultivator and a trifling family without backing that perished. Luo Tian was taken aback, but remained silent as he made his way to the Nan family. Nan Wuning was initially resistant, but upon hearing Nan Hongsang's words, she realized they were allies, and a formidable one at that. She promptly gathered the members of the Nan family, escaping Jing City with Luo Tian and Zhou Banshan under the cover of night. At the Tai sect, amidst towering peaks, an elderly man clad in a raincoat, fishing amidst the clouds, suddenly felt a ripple of emotion cross his weathered face. A small family's fortune had come to an end. It seemed this year's blood elixir would yield one less. As the old man sighed, his fishing rod quivered, and he gently lifted it, revealing a winged, pitch-black fish that leapt from the clouds, its scales resembling anguished faces wailing in torment. Had Luo Tian gazed closely, he would have recognized the visages of the deceased members of the Yang family. In the absence of a blood elixir, soul elixirs would suffice to compensate for this year's tribute. You have met your fate. The old man opened his fish basket, placing the winged black fish inside before casting a token down the mountain. Jing City would soon welcome a new aristocracy. Chapter 51, The First Subordinate Player. After 2 days, Luo Tian successfully relocated a substantial number of the Nan family to Ningyuan County, ensuring their settlement. During the journey, he stumbled upon an intriguing detail. Wang Yu sect's animosity towards Tai Su Dao sect increased by 20. Unaccountably, the original 40 points of animosity had suddenly been halved. Luo Tian speculated that the commotion he caused in Jing City had instilled a sense of caution in the Wang Yu sect. The remaining 20 points of animosity likely stemmed from an individual of notable origin among the disciples who previously challenged the Tai Su Dao sect, perhaps a scion of the sect's upper echelon. In the realm of cultivation, might often dictates righteousness. Upon returning to the Tai Su Dao sect, Nan Hongsang was overjoyed to reunite with her father, both embracing one another tightly. Player Luo Tian has completed the fortuitous quest of family reunion, dispelling the fear of death trait from disciple Nan Hongsang, securing a permanent loyalty value of 100 towards the sect. Thank you, master. Nan Hongsang wiped her tears, overwhelmed with joy, her face blossoming into a radiant smile unseen for ages. Luo Tian's lips curled upward with the completion of the fortuitous event. Not only had Nan Hongsang shed her fear of death, but she had also become a devoted alchemist for the Tai Su Dao sect. Their reunion was a moment of great celebration. Concurrently, several notifications appeared before Luo Tian, all unanimously reflecting an increase in loyalty from the disciples towards the sect. This incident undoubtedly served as a paragon, instilling in the hearts of these disciples the notion that the sect is akin to family, inspiring them to devote themselves to the sect without hesitation. Luo Tian's spirit swept across the Tai Su Dao sect, noting that Zheng Ping and Su Cheng were both cultivating in the spirit induction platform. In just 2 days, Su Cheng had reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, his cultivation speed rivaling that of Zheng Ping. However, given Su Cheng's superior innate talent and his practice of the low-grade earth-tier technique, the 5 Thunder Sutra, Luo Tian understood the disparity. Upon returning to the Tai Su Hall, a prominent red banner appeared in the regional channel. Celestial Destiny Event, Chaotic Demons Countdown, 5 days. The event had commenced its countdown. Anticipation surged. With only 4 days remaining until the event dungeon opens, I, Zhang Luo Tian, am determined to seize this opportunity to rise as the preeminent sect leader in the realm of celestial destiny. Game events are laden with abundant resources, yet my disciples are merely of blue quality. Gazing at those of purple and gold quality, I cannot help but shed tears of longing. I sincerely hope the event yields a plethora of disciple recruitment tokens and a few tenfold draws, lest I explode in frustration. Upstairs, laughter echoed. There are no planners for this game, so who could I vent my ire upon? Luo Tian, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle. There remains a wealth of talent in the world. Yet, it is precisely this abundance that allows many to persevere, alleviating the fear of the unknown world. Closing the regional channel, he opened his private messages. The number of new members joining the Supreme Immortal Alliance had dwindled significantly over the past 2 days, totaling only around 2,700 individuals. Luo Tian accrued 27,000 low-grade spirit stones, bringing his total to nearly 300,000, surpassing the wealth of many established foundation-building factions. Among the messages, one caught his attention. Songyu Tower, Dan Songyu. Great Luo Tian, I represent the Xuanyuan gang. Our leader has been blocked by you and wishes to converse. We hope you can lift the restriction. This is a token of our leader's respect. Songyu Tower sends you a blueprint for an alchemy chamber, Blue. How intriguing. Tai Su Dao Sect, Luo Tian. Brother, who is your leader from the Xuanyuan gang? I shall reach out. Immediately, a response appeared. Songyu Tower, Dan Songyu. Our leader is named Li Long, the leader of the Tianlong sect. Tai Su Dao Sect, Luo Tian. Understood. Returning to the blacklist, which was excessively lengthy. Luo Tian searched for what felt like an eternity before finally locating an individual named Li Long from the Tianlong sect and promptly lifted the block, bringing him back into the fold. Luo Tian had yet to respond, but on the other side, Li Long from the Tianlong sect had already sent a message. Big shot. Are you there? Upon realizing that the red exclamation mark had finally disappeared, Li Long's expression brightened with joy. The alchemy room blueprint had proven its worth. Although he felt a pang of regret over the blueprint, Li Long possessed a certain audacity. What was sacrificed today would surely yield greater returns in the future. Yes, brother. What matters do you wish to discuss? Luo Tian replied, intrigued. Blueprints, especially for practical structures like an alchemy room, were of considerable value. Was it merely to unblock his blacklisting? To exchange a few words? He was hardly a breathtaking beauty worthy of such flattery. There had to be an ulterior motive. He would not believe otherwise. This isn't mere flattery, big shot. It truly saddens me that you have blacklisted me, Li Long responded. Luo Tian scrolled back through their conversation, realizing that Li Long was merely attempting to exploit his water-based techniques. What an audacious request. How distasteful. Consider yourself blacklisted again, Luo Tian declared. Li Long was taken aback by Luo Tian's words. He had offered a blueprint of blue quality, a blueprint for an alchemy room no less. The thought of being blacklisted over a single phrase was enough to drive him to despair. I've been honest. Please, let us discuss serious matters, Li Long pleaded. What matters? Luo Tian inquired. The Supreme Immortal Alliance you established surely requires management. As the first to create a faction, I believe I possess some experience. I wonder if your alliance is in need of manpower, Li Long proposed. Luo Tian nodded inwardly. Upon his arrival in the Destiny world, Li Long had already begun recruiting within the regional channel. One could not deny his foresight. Before he upgraded to a second-tier sect, it was evident that he was on the path to establishing the largest faction. Unfortunately, how could a small faction compete with official recognition? As the foremost player in the Destiny world, recognized as the first in the Chiyu prefecture with over 1 million players, Luo Tian's call to arms would rally thousands. The Xuanyuan gang, despite its establishment, consisted of merely a few hundred members. The true solution lay within the dragon's merit. My alliance would indeed benefit from a talent such as yourself, Luo Tian acknowledged. Li Long's heart soared with joy. As long as you are willing to become a subsidiary sect of my Tai Su Dao sect, I can offer you a position within our management, Luo Tian continued. The subsidiary sects were a function that could only be unlocked at the second tier. Does the Tianlong sect wish to become a subsidiary of the Tai Su Dao sect? Subsidiary territory is under the jurisdiction of the Tai Su Dao sect, with autonomy, but must contribute 20 of resources annually. Li Long felt a chill run through him. At this juncture, he steeled himself and decided to sell himself. All right, let us seize the dragon's merit. Without further ado, Luo Tian inducted Li Long into the Supreme Immortal Alliance and appointed him to a management position, granting him the freedom to operate, with the exception of recruiting or expelling members. Now, Li Long's interests were intertwined with his own, should he dare to engage in subterfuge. Luo Tian could swiftly arrive at his sect within days. Chapter 52, Upgrading Sect Buildings. Countdown for the Destiny event, 4 days left. Early in the morning, Luo Tian emerged from the main hall and made his way to the spirit summoning platform. Would you like to consume 1,000 low-grade spiritual wood, 1,000 low-grade spiritual iron, and 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to upgrade the spirit summoning platform, purple? Currently, Luo Tian had ample supplies of spiritual wood and iron, so he proceeded to upgrade without hesitation. Spirit summoning platform, purple. 10 low-grade spiritual stones, spirit energy sensing speed 25, chi training speed 25, healing speed 10. 30 low-grade spiritual stones, foundation establishment training speed 25, healing speed 10. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, pleased to discover that the spirit summoning platform was now usable for the foundation establishment stage. However, the cost had risen significantly. 30 low-grade spiritual stones for a day of training amounted to 900 stones a month, nearly 10,000 a year. This was outright robbery. Thankfully, the base effects had increased by 5, and there was an added healing speed bonus. Zheng Pingyan and Su Cheng, who were in the midst of their training, vaguely sensed an acceleration in their progress, though they could not discern if it was merely a figment of their imagination. Luo Tian proceeded to extract the blueprints one by one. Would you like to consume 10 low-grade spiritual wood, 10 low-grade spiritual iron, and 100 low-grade spiritual stones to construct a cultivator's dwelling, Blue? With a sweeping gesture, a magnificent 4-story residence emerged atop Taisu Mountain. Its exterior crafted from jade and stone, boasting a spacious interior filled with the fragrance of ancient wood. Each floor contained a private room designated for cultivation. Luo Tian then expended 100 spiritual wood, 100 spiritual iron, and 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones to upgrade the cultivator's dwelling to level 2. Cultivator's dwelling, Blue. Level 2 effects. Training speed 1, healing speed 1. Note: accommodates up to 4 occupants. The resources required for level 3 were excessive, prompting Luo Tian to halt further upgrades. He then retrieved the blueprint for the cultivation cave and promptly chose to utilize it. As the blueprint vanished, a cave-like entrance materialized, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, obscuring the view of the interior. Curiosity piqued, Luo Tian stepped inside. The expanse within the cave was vast, comparable to a small village, shrouded in ethereal mist. Yet, it was merely a plain expanse devoid of any furnishings, requiring personal embellishment. Luo Tian intended to reserve this cave for his own use and had no plans for immediate upgrades. As a sect leader ought not to reside in the Taisu Hall indefinitely. Exiting the cave, he sought out a spacious area to construct the alchemy room. Expending 1,000 spiritual iron and 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to elevate it to level 2. Alchemy room, Blue. Level 2 effects. Pill success rate 2. Alchemy experience gain 6. The alchemy room was finally completed, and the next moment, a figure clad in white appeared like a wraith, eyes gleaming with excitement. Bai Wuqiu had detected the aura and arrived, elated by the grand alchemy room. With the instincts of an alchemist, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this place, as if it had been specially crafted for alchemists. Master, this is a remarkable asset. This structure is extraordinary, perfectly tailored for us alchemists. It allows for a more precise control of fire elements. Bai Wuqiu exclaimed, seemingly fearing that Luo Tian would not recognize its value. Alchemy requires the right timing, location, and harmony. The success rate of alchemy is intrinsically linked to the environment. Just as cultivation benefits from blessed lands, so too does alchemy. Locations that facilitate mastery of the fire element are coveted by every alchemist, he continued, his excitement palpable. In all the alchemical sanctuaries I have encountered, this place ranks among the finest. A location that can enhance the success rate by even a fraction is sought after by countless alchemists, let alone one that doubles it. Bai Wuqiu was internally astonished, pondering how Luo Tian had procured such a treasure. Luo Tian maintained a composed demeanor. I have a friend who is an alchemist. Bai Wuqiu suddenly understood. Luo Tian briefly arranged the alchemy room, placing a mid-grade alchemy furnace in its center and officially appointed Bai Wuqiu as the head of the alchemy hall. He allocated 10,000 contribution points to Bai Wuqiu as initial funding for the alchemy hall, igniting Bai Wuqiu's exhilaration. With those contribution points, he could achieve a multitude of endeavors. Perhaps he could transform the Taisu Dao sect into a premier alchemical sect? Bai Wuqiu harbored his own ambitions. Luo Tian entrusted the alchemy hall to Bai Wuqiu, confident that this venerable being, with over 2 centuries of experience in the cultivation world, would possess superior managerial skills compared to himself. He then sought out Zhou Banxian. Upon seeing Luo Tian's approach, Zhou Banxian's previously cheerful demeanor instantly soured, transforming into a look of deep discontent, and he swiftly departed, leaving only his retreating figure. Alarmed, Luo Tian hurried after him, calling out, "Old Zhou, please don't flee. I assure you, I am not here to trouble you today. I come bearing contribution points. With these points, you shall be able to ensure that your disciple, Zhou, is well cared for." Zhou Banxian hesitated, halting his steps. "Is it true that the sect master is not here to impose on me today?" Luo Tian offered an awkward smile. "Rest assured, Old Zhou, I am indeed not here for that purpose. Here are 10,000 contribution points. I kindly ask you to accept them." Zhou Banxian, well aware of the benefits of contribution points, each point equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone, was astounded by the substantial sum. Such a fortune could surpass the entire wealth of an average foundation establishment cultivator. With these contribution points, even in death, Zhou would be exempt from suffering, able to live a life of luxury and comfort. Unable to resist, Zhou Banxian accepted the contribution points, chuckling, "It seems I misunderstood the sect master. Feel free to seek my assistance in the future." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, He regretted his impulsiveness. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed. You said it yourself. Old Zhou, not at my behest. I wish to establish a law enforcement hall to solidify the order of our sect, regulate subordinate factions, and collect taxes. Yet, I lack experience in managing a sect. I hope you will assist me. Luo Tian was convinced of Zhou Banxian's capabilities, believing he likely hailed from a major sect. Endowed with significant administrative experience, it would be most fitting for old Zhou to construct the framework of the sect, as he was undoubtedly the expert in such matters. Zhou Banxian's smile instantly froze, realizing he had misjudged the young man's intentions. He regretted having spoken so freely. Ignoring the unease, Luo Tian continued. Since you have agreed, from this day forth, you shall be the head of the law enforcement hall of the Tai Su Dao sect. Zhou Banxian. Luo Tian promptly summoned all disciples, publicly announcing by Wu Qiu as the head of the alchemy hall and Zhou Banxian as the head of the law enforcement hall. Zhou exclaimed, Grandfather, you are incredible. Zhou Banxian instantly perked up. All right. For the sake of my granddaughter, how could I refuse such a trivial law enforcement hall? Chapter 53, Tongtian Ridge, the Stone Tablet of Purple Opportunities. Entrusting the construction of the sect to Zhou Banxian, Luo Tian felt immensely relieved. As the sect master, his only task was to employ capable individuals. He reveled in his good fortune, while simultaneously taking out a green opportunity token. For the time being, he had no intention of activating the traveler's gift package. He preferred to bide his time until the day before the chaotic gathering of monsters event to activate it in one go. Before that, he had 2 more opportunity tokens to pass the time. He was also curious about the differences between the opportunity tokens of a second-tier sect and those of a first-tier sect. Soon, a green thread extended far into the distance. Luo Tian's expression became peculiar. During his break through to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, he had once explored this area and discovered a Foundation Establishment realm monster residing there, though its strength was not formidable, not exceeding the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. Following the green thread, Luo Tian spent an hour arriving at the lair. The location indicated by the green opportunity was a river, beside which stood an ancient tree. Upon closer inspection, he noticed various garments floating atop the river, along with large skeletal remains that resembled no human form, creating a deep, dark lake. The ancient tree was lush with foliage, bearing 3 radiant red fruits, each radiating dazzling light, clearly extraordinary. Something was nourishing this ancient tree with the blood of both humans and beasts, enabling it to blossom and bear fruit. Luo Tian surmised that there were likely more than 3 fruits, as it was probable that 1 or 2 had already been consumed, leaving only these last 3. The stagnant lake emitted bubbling sounds, growing increasingly intense, as if something were about to emerge. Luo Tian quickly ascended higher to survey the scene below. A massive triangular serpent head broke the surface of the lake, exuding a monstrous aura that shook the surroundings for miles, shrouded in swirling black mist. Its vertical pupils fixated coldly on Luo Tian, devoid of any emotion, flicking its tongue, as its gaping maw uttered human words. Human cultivator. You have trespassed upon my Black Wind Mountain territory. Are you intent on violating our agreement? Recognizing the serpent demon's aura, Luo Tian realized it was the very creature he had sensed during his earlier explorations, which had inexplicably advanced to the 4th level of Foundation Establishment in just a few days. Agreement? You have captured so many human lives to nurture your precious blood fruits. Is that also an agreement? Luo Tian, uninterested in idle chatter, immediately unleashed the fire dragon technique, summoning 3 fire dragons to attack the serpent demon and seize its treasures. Within the territory of Black Wind Mountain, should the demon horde become alerted, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. A peak Foundation Establishment human cultivator. The serpent demon froze at the sight of the 3 fire dragons. It recognized the terrifying aura, one it had only felt from a handful of leaders atop Black Wind Mountain. Without hesitation, it turned and fled through the waters, thinking, how could it have drawn the ire of a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator? Observing the serpent demon's desperate retreat, Luo Tian pointed, go, slay the serpent demon. The 3 fire dragons lunged forward, feeling the searing heat, their impenetrable scales blackening under the intense flames. The serpent demon wailed, spare me, my lord. This little demon has only captured a few passing cultivators and merchants. The rest are merely nurtured with the blood of my kin. I swear, I have not committed any heinous acts. Player Luo Tian has slain the Black Wind Mountain serpent demon, gaining 10 virtue points. Black Wind Mountain, hatred level 10. Virtue points can be used to eliminate demonic value. 1 to 10 points of demonic value can be cleared with 10 virtue points. 11 to 20 points of demonic value requires 100 virtue points to eliminate 1 point. Can also be used to exchange for items in the virtue shop, not yet activated. Luo Tian's heart bled at the thought. His curiosity had exacted a substantial toll. Having eliminated 1 point of demonic value, he would need to slay 4 more such serpent demons to completely eradicate it. Damn it, not a single one of these demons is virtuous. Luo Tian spat contemptuously at the charred remains of the serpent demon, incredulous that it would still attempt to justify itself as a good demon at the brink of death. How could a good demon yield virtue points? This was his first encounter with virtue points, which only hinted at the numerous vile deeds this serpent demon had committed over the years. Luo Tian intended to collect the demon's core, but as he reached for the serpent demon, a prompt appeared before him. Detected a demon soul. Would you like to use the demon capture record to capture it? Luo Tian slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about the demon capture record. He quickly decided to use it. The demon beasts listed in the record could be swapped out, so he was not concerned about wasting a slot. If he could capture the serpent demon's soul, he could summon a 4th-level Foundation Establishment helper at any time within the sect. Luo Tian then plucked the 3 blood fruits from the ancient tree, storing them carefully, intending to return and have Bai Wuqiu appraise them. Having completed his tasks, he dared not linger and promptly exited the territory of Black Wind Mountain. Countdown to the chaotic gathering of monsters event. 3 days. Upon opening his eyes, Luo Tian found Bai Wuqiu and presented a blood fruit. Elder Bai, I discovered this fruit while slaying a serpent demon. Does it possess any special effects? Combined with a demon core and 2nd-grade Huayang grass, it can be refined into the 2nd-grade pill, Blood Soul Pill, which swiftly restores 1's injuries and expands the meridians to accommodate more of the world's spiritual energy. Sect Master, you are truly fortunate. Such a fruit is exceedingly rare, as a blood essence tree only produces 5 of these fruits in a lifetime. Luo Tian then produced 2 more blood essence fruits, and, with a flourish, presented 50 stalks of 2nd-grade medicinal herbs to Bai Wuqiu, saying, Then I shall trouble Elder Bai with the refinement of the Blood Soul Pill. How fortunate we are to have an alchemist in our sect. Bai Wuqiu, overwhelmed with joy, eagerly took on the alchemical endeavors. Today, like a diligent bee, Luo Tian departed from the sect. A violet thread extended far into the distance, and he flew along it for the better part of a day. Arriving at a desolate ravine, devoid of human presence and shrouded in a murky miasma, Luo Tian frowned. The aura here felt like a layer of magical formation, rendering his full strength as a 9th-tier foundational cultivator only half as potent. He glanced around, noticing large characters inscribed above on the cliff, Tontian Ridge. Such a bold claim. Luo Tian's gaze shifted, and a sharp brilliance radiated from him, slicing through the gray world, as he ventured deeper into Tontian Ridge along a pathway. Within Tontian Ridge, it seemed no living beings persisted. Perhaps they sensed Luo Tian's approach and concealed themselves in advance. The vastness of Tontian Ridge was unfathomable. Even his spiritual awareness could not stretch far here. Fortunately, the violet thread quickly led him to its source, a weathered stone tablet. Chapter 54. The initial encounter with rare treasures. Changes in the Supreme Immortal Alliance. Is this the violet opportunity? Luo Tian felt a bit bewildered. He was certain he was not hallucinating or poisoned by the miasma. The violet thread culminated at a dilapidated stone tablet, encrusted with moss and emanating a purple glow from its edges. Wiping away the moss revealed 2 lines of bold characters. Slayer of the Tontian Demon King, Xuanyuan. The calligraphy danced with vigor, possessing a piercing brilliance. As if left behind by an unparalleled sword immortal. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Luo Tian unearthed the stone tablet, certain that the secret of the violet opportunity lay within the inscriptions. This cultivator, named Xuanyuan, capable of slaying a demon king-level powerhouse, must surely be a formidable figure of at least the Purple Mansion realm. The opportunities left by such a being of the human race could not be trifled with. Bringing it back to the sect would undoubtedly yield great rewards. In Qiyu Prefecture, at the Tianjin Mountain, in the ancestral grounds of the Sword Tomb, a gray-robed elder suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, murmuring, "The sword intent I left behind all those years ago has been disturbed." Who could it be? His gaze was filled with desolation as he muttered, 1,500 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The seasons change. And so do the people. Moments later, the entrance to the Sword Tomb was pushed open, and a middle-aged man, clad in a black robe and adorned with a jade crown, approached the depths, bowing respectfully. "Great Ancestor, there has been movement from the demon clan. Should we send disciples down the mountain?" A deep voice resonated from within. "Do not concern yourself with this matter." The middle-aged man clasped his fists, his fingers turning pale from the exertion, and realizing his moment of weakness, quickly added, "This junior understands." The deep voice echoed once more. "As the current leader of Tianjin Mountain, you should know how to weigh your decisions." The middle-aged man lowered his hands and departed, leaving behind a simple, "This junior will comply." The door closed once more as his figure disappeared into the shadows. The dim sword tomb was devoid of all color. The gray-robed elder bowed his head, seated before a celestial sword shrouded in dust, its brilliance hidden beneath layers of grime, resembling an ordinary mortal weapon. From a distance, the multitude of skeletal remains surrounded him, while only the gray-robed elder remained solemnly seated at the center, exuding an air of desolation. In the depths of the endless darkness, a voice filled with melancholy echoed, "They have begun once more." Upon returning to the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian placed the stone tablet in a conspicuous location. This newly acquired artifact drew the attention of many disciples. However, none could discern its significance. Bai Wuqiu and Zhou Banshan were also oblivious to the existence of Gu Xian. Luo Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed this cultivator named Gu Xian was not of this era, and his current existence remained a mystery. Countdown to the Chaos of the Beasts, Day 2. Early in the morning, there was a piece of good news. Nan Hongsang had broken through to the 5th level of Qi training. Luo Tian contemplated and concluded, "It must be that old Bai is giving Hongsang special attention." Nan Hongsang was subtly poised to become the sect's most favored disciple. Li Erniu continued his diligent practice in a secluded area, while Zhou Zhou, the little girl, was taken under the wing of the older Nan Hongsang. Xia Buyu listened intently to Bai Wuqiu's teachings. As a figure akin to a master of the rivers and lakes, his understanding of the immortal path was swift, but alas, his age hindered him. Otherwise, he would not pale in comparison to Jun Bufan. Thinking of Jun Bufan, Luo Tian realized he had not seen this disciple for several days since descending the mountain, and now he was completely unaware of his situation. The Jun family was an enigma, and he could not locate them, only praying that no unforeseen calamities would arise. Among the other disciples, only Zheng Ping'an's sister, Zheng Huayu, had attained blue-grade aptitude, marking her as a local prodigy. Within 2 months, she would officially become a cultivator. The rest of the disciples still had a long journey ahead before they could reach the same status. Fortunately, Zhou Banshan had made prior arrangements. Early in the morning, he led several disciples to commence their resource collection, each following the map provided by Luo Tian to gather resources from the developed points. Luo Tian stood atop the mountain, feeling a profound sense of solitude. As evening approached, Luo Tian, languishing in boredom, gazed at the 8 traverser gift packs nestled within the system's backpack. In the stillness of the night, feeling restless, he murmured to himself, just one to indulge myself. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Xiantier Premium Artifact. Xian Kuan Bao. Luo Tian's drowsiness vanished. A single entry into a premium Xiantier artifact. Today seems to be quite fortuitous. Let's try for another. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Huangtier Inferior Artifact, Chasing Wind Sword. Luo Tian. Gazing at the remaining 6 traverser gift packs, he could not resist the urge and combined 2 packs into one exquisite gift pack. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Xiantier Rare Treasure, Huang Ling Grass. Luo Tian was suddenly taken aback, discovering something he had never heard of before. Huang Ling Grass, Xian consuming it grants 5 to wood-type cultivation talent and 5 to lifespan. Each person may only consume 1 stalk. Upon reading the description, Luo Tian's expression transformed into one of delight. This was indeed a valuable treasure. It could enhance one's cultivation potential and talent. Truly a rare find. Continuing forth, he combined all remaining packs to see what the final outcome would yield. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tian merged the last 4 gift packs into one, rubbing his hands together and reciting, Namo Amit Ba, ancestor of the 3 purities, sovereign of heaven and earth, Niwa, the divine empress, and the 2 emperors of Yin and Huang. May the universe bend to my will. Red. At the very least, give me something golden. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Xiantier mid-grade artifact, Purple Thunder Spear. Luo Tian. Gambling is a treacherous path. Now he was thoroughly sleepless. It is not that the mid-tier mystical artifacts are lacking in merit, but rather that in the presence of extraordinary treasures of the profound grade, his expectations for the gift package are excessively high. Just as Luo Tian felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, a red dot appeared in his private messages, a notification that could only originate from a singular individual. Li Long of the Dragon Clan. Boss, there has been a bit of trouble here. You might want to check the Immortal Alliance group chat. Upon opening the Supreme Immortal Alliance group chat, Luo Tian was met with an overwhelming barrage of messages, all within a span of less than 30 minutes. Exercising patience, he scrolled through the chaos, finally grasping the situation, and his expression darkened. Suang of Baihong Academy. Help. Is anyone there? I'm about to die. I'm being hunted by some guy named Xuanyuan from the Yuanqing Pavilion who took a task earlier. He is trying to kill me for my treasures. I'm practically doomed, and I miss home. The avatar of the individual named Xuang had grown dim and lifeless. Damn it, someone actually dares to take action. The authority of boss Luo Tian was being challenged. Xuanyuan, you scoundrel, you would harm your own kind. Such ruthless tactics. Was the Supreme Immortal Alliance truly not a safe haven? I implore you, boss, swiftly punish this Xuanyuan. A chorus of voices echoed. 1,000 blood letters 1. Chapter 55. A hefty bounty for a box. Cross-county pursuit. Luo Tian realized that a grave matter had arisen. If not handled properly, the credibility of the Supreme Immortal Alliance would plummet in an instant. Li Long from the Dragon Clan. Boss, this is my fault. I was negligent. Luo Tian understood that this was not Li Long's fault. Over the past few days, Li Long had managed to mold the Supreme Immortal Alliance into a nascent form. A commendable feat, indeed. Among the multitude, there are always a few who tread an unconventional path, seeking to exploit the chaos of the Dance of Chaos event for their gain. Alliance leader Luo Tian, I shall resolve this matter. We must establish the prestige of the Immortal Alliance. After this incident, take the opportunity to swiftly promote the task and bounty system. He intended to set an example. This was both a crisis and a challenge. Previously, Li Long had mentioned that players should not be allowed to trade freely. A bond must be established within the Supreme Immortal Alliance to provide assurances for player transactions, which would also entail risks for the Alliance. However, in the current scenario, with everyone being cultivators and possessing their own sects, management was far from simple. Why would one seek a mediator when direct transactions are so appealing? Human nature often leans towards blind conformity. Once the momentum is set in motion, even with Luo Tian as the foremost player, he could not stave off the collapse of the Alliance, let alone the disintegration of its reputation. Yet now, an opportunity to solidify the Alliance's authority had presented itself. If Luo Tian could eliminate Xuanyuan and avenge Xuang, it would serve as a pivotal breakthrough, with scholars readily defending his actions. Regional Channel. Luo Tian of the Tai Su Dao sect. I am willing to offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a low-grade profound artifact as a reward for information regarding Xuanyuan of the Yuanqing Pavilion. Those with leads may private message me, and upon verification, I shall dispatch these items in a trade. Wow, a prominent figure has just appeared. How significant is this figure? Is the person above a primitive man? Even I, the top player of Qiyu State and the current leader of the Supreme Immortal Alliance, do not recognize him? Do the three above fail to comprehend the essence? The focal point is what boss Luo Tian has proclaimed. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Goodness. Even a level 1 sect package only grants 100 low-grade spirit stones. This boss casually offers 1,000. What is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? Shouldn't the emphasis be on the low-grade profound artifact? At this stage, players possessing low-grade profound artifacts would surely not exceed 1,000. This was a tangible enhancement of combat power. Luo Tian also posted messages in the Qinglong Society and the Supreme Immortal Alliance, stirring a multitude of night owls into activity as the news flooded the chat. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this stage, being able to present such a figure was a rarity, let alone possessing a low-grade profound artifact that even spirit stones could not purchase. This would undoubtedly provide a tremendous advantage for the impending Dance of Chaos event. Before long, Luo Tian received a private message. Song Shuang of the Piaoshang Palace. Boss Luo Tian, is what you said true? If I provide information on Xuanyuan, can I receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a low-grade profound artifact? Luo Tian of the Tai Su Dao sect. Sister, indeed. I, the foremost player of Qiyu State and the leader of the Supreme Immortal Alliance, speak with utmost sincerity, but I seek Xuanyuan of the Yuanqing Pavilion. Not any other. Song Shuang of the Piaoshang Palace. Boss, it's definitely him. I know the Xuanyuan from the Yuanqing Pavilion. Luo Tian of the Tai Su Dao sect. May I ask, what is your relationship with that Xuanyuan? Song Shuang of the Piaoshang Palace. He is my boyfriend. He lives nearby, and I have been to his place, so I know where his sect is. Rest assured, I am not deceiving you. He is exceedingly fierce and domineering, forcing me to be his girlfriend through brute strength. Luo Tian of the Tai Su Dao sect. Sister, do not worry. You have been coerced. I shall assist you in escaping this torment. Share his location with me. Song Shuang of the Piaoshang Palace. All right, thank you, boss. Player Song Shuang of the Piaoshang Palace has sent you a location share. Luo Tian readily accepted, his expression brightening. The search was over without much effort. Xuanyuan likely never anticipated he would fall victim to a single word, lust. The location shared by Song Shuang was not within Chongning County, but rather quite distant. Luo Tian wasted no time. He skipped sleep and set off into the night. Resolving the trouble would allow him to return to the Tai Su Dao sect before the Dance of Chaos event commenced. Yuanqing Pavilion. A rotund man with a face full of pimples peered at the chat channel, unable to suppress his curses. Damn it. I worked my fingers to the bone to acquire 300 low-grade spirit stones and a top-tier yellow-grade artifact. And now a single piece of information is worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a low-grade profound artifact? What kind of nonsense is this? If it were not for the fact that the bounty was placed by himself, he would be immensely tempted. The items he had stolen paled in comparison to this value. It was akin to laboriously laboring for a few coins while others directly offered a gold piece as a reward. His mindset crumbled. Don't be afraid, darling. I will always be by your side. A delicate voice chimed in, and soon after, Xuanyuan's gaze fell upon a high-heeled beauty clad in black stockings and a knee-length skirt. Her cascading waves of hair framing her face as she nestled against his arm like a kitten. Xuanyuan smiled, his eyes narrowing to mere slits, and said tenderly, "My dear, why did it take you so long to change clothes?" The high-heeled beauty, her long hair obscuring her expression, replied sweetly, "Of course. I had to wash up and make myself fragrant and soft so that you wouldn't find me distasteful." Xuanyuan, without a hint of doubt, felt exhilarated and reached out, only to have the woman deftly evade him. This action caused a slight change in his complexion. Unperturbed, the beauty softly said, "Not yet. You know I'm a traditional girl at heart. Once I find my parents, we can have our wedding, okay?" Xuanyuan's expression softened, filled with emotion. "So, my dear, you wish to marry me? Rest assured, I will become one of the top players and gain your parents' approval." In a discreet corner, the woman's eyes glinted with disdain, mockery, and contempt. "Once boss Luo Tian arrives with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a low-grade profound artifact, I shall no longer need to rely on you, you pathetic waste." Turning her face, the disdain, mockery, and contempt vanished, replaced by a pool of tender, affectionate eyes. Chapter 56, Establishing Authority, Luo Tian's Disdain. Soaring through the skies, Luo Tian consumed medicine along the way. Finally, just as the sun began to rise overhead, he arrived near the shared location. He swore that he had never felt such exhaustion, had it not been for Luo Tian's cultivation reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment. Anyone else might have perished from sheer fatigue. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Tian swiftly pinpointed the exact location of the Xuanyuan Pavilion. 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 1 at the 1st level, and a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying reverberation reminiscent of a dragon stirring beneath the earth. The sky above Xuanyuan Pavilion transformed from a clear expanse to one shrouded in ominous clouds. This spectacle jolted Xuanyuan, who had been languishing in a state of blissful reverie, into an unsettling realization. Beside him, the poised woman appeared unfazed, inquiring, "Darling, what is happening?" Gazing into her beautiful, innocent eyes, Xuanyuan abruptly dismissed his suspicions. "My wife cherishes me. She could never betray me. Surely, it must be that a heavenly treasure has emerged. I must venture out to investigate." Rising to leave, he noted that the elegant woman did not accompany him, but instead sweetly cautioned, "Be careful, darling." With each utterance of darling, Xuanyuan's last vestige of rationality evaporated, prompting him to hastily exit the grand hall. The woman, rising slowly, revealed a disdainful smile. "Luo Tian has arrived. Fool, today shall be your demise. Ugh, repulsive creature. I've endured the distaste of calling you darling so many times, allowing you to linger in your life. I truly have been too lenient." As Xuanyuan hurriedly exited the grand hall and lifted his gaze, he was instantly struck dumb, frozen in place. The sky was a tumultuous mass of dark clouds, crackling with lightning, within which stood a figure draped in purple robes, sporting short hair and an indifferent gaze. Countless bolts of thunder coiled behind him like serpents, forming a radiant halo that illuminated the surroundings with blinding brightness. Xuanyuan, beholding this godlike figure, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, and he knelt before him. Although he had never encountered this individual, he already knew the answer. The leader of the Supreme Immortal Alliance, the foremost player of Qiyu Prefecture, Taisu Daozong's Luo Tian. His mind blank, Xuanyuan pondered how Luo Tian had located him so swiftly. Could it be that someone had betrayed his whereabouts? Yet, as a recluse, how could he have possibly revealed his position? His thoughts were a tangled mess, yet a particular image grew clearer in his mind, and simultaneously, the figure within his vision sharpened. Xuanyuan felt his breath constricting, tears streaming down his face as he choked back sobs. Luo Tian, momentarily doubting whether he had the right person, questioned, "Are you Xuanyuan? Is this the Xuanyuan Pavilion?" He did not strike immediately, but posed the query first. "Lord Luo Tian, this is indeed Xuanyuan of Xuanyuan Pavilion. He is a murderer, a thief, a scourge upon the land, daring to provoke your might, and thus his death is warranted." Another woman emerged from the hall, filled with loathing as she pointed at the kneeling, tear-streaked man. Xuanyuan's throat convulsed, yet no sound escaped. Despair clouded his eyes. Luo Tian nodded solemnly, letting out a soft sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, Xuanyuan must perish. Extending a hand, he revealed a palm that resembled white jade, where a sphere of silvery lightning materialized before swiftly departing his grasp, engulfing the heavens and earth. Vile creature, wretched harlot. The furious roars echoed like a beast's growl, dissipating in the lightning. The woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she shouted, "What a worthless thing! To insult a woman! What kind of man are you? Had it not been for self-preservation, I would have been blind to associate with a pathetic loser like you. Thankfully, I was wise enough not to let you gain the upper hand." Luo Tian waved his hand, dissipating the lightning. Casting a cold glance at the woman as he calmly stated, "Enough. The man is dead. You are no longer threatened." The woman beamed with delight, stepping closer with a bright smile. Yet Luo Tian's elevation rendered her unable to ascend without a flying artifact, prompting her to stamp her foot anxiously and playfully declare, "Great One, I am Song Shuang of the Frosty Mist Palace. I thank you for saving my life. I have no means to repay your kindness, but if you desire, I would offer myself in gratitude." Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Suppressing the impulse to strike her down, he replied coolly, "I will send you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a low-grade Xian rank artifact shortly. Simply use any item to accept the transaction." Song Shuang, puzzled, asked, "Great One, why not give me the spirit stones and artifact now? We are face to face." Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, "I need not explain my actions to you." Having extinguished the Yuan Sheng Pavilion, and having gained 50 points of fortune, Luo Tian was disinclined to linger any longer. He needed to return to Taisu Daozong. 2 prefectures away, he could hardly be bothered to collect resources. After seizing Xuanyuan's storage bag, he extended his spiritual sense to cover the surrounding area, collecting any items imbued with spiritual essence, leaving not a single hair behind. Song Shuang felt a pang of heartache. These were meant to be her possessions. Yet she dared not voice her concerns. Watching Luo Tian's retreating figure, she swooned. Truly, the foremost player, so manly. If I could ensnare him, I would become the woman of the greatest player. Little did she know, Luo Tian had marked the Frosty Mist Palace before departing. Countdown to the chaotic dance of beasts event. 1 day remaining. Upon returning to Taisu Daozong, Luo Tian wearily reclined in his chair, first sending the agreed items to Song Shuang, deliberately selecting the oldest, most inferior, and least durable low-grade Xian rank artifact from the spoils of the Yang family for the transaction. Song Shuang of the Frosty Mist Palace. Thank you, Great One. Supreme Immortal Alliance Channel. Leader Luo Tian. There is no need for concern. Xuanyuan of Yuansheng Pavilion is dead. Anyone who defies the regulations of the Supreme Immortal Alliance, no matter how distant, shall face my wrath. By my word, the leader is formidable. I witnessed it. Xuanyuan's icon has truly dimmed. He perished within a day. Could this be the manifestation of the leader's might? Terrifying indeed. I cannot even venture beyond a town. It is hard to fathom that the Great One has traversed prefectures. Leader Luo Tian. This incident serves as a warning. We cannot assume goodness in every individual. We must acknowledge that the human heart knows both virtue and vice. Therefore, I intend to establish a new system to ensure our brothers can assist each other with greater peace of mind. The Great One speaks wisely. This matter involving Su Baihong and Xuanyuan is a clarion call. I do not wish to be caught off guard like Su Baihong. Truly deserving of the title of the foremost player, I fully support the Great One. With the Great One's involvement, we can trust without reservation. I will only follow the Great One from now on. Brothers, always seek the Great One in trade. Life is paramount. Luo Tian entrusted all subsequent matters to Li Long. Unquestionably, Luo Tian's audacious act of crossing prefectures to eliminate Xuanyuan within a single day thoroughly quelled the fears of all players at this stage. After all, most of them did not even dare to step beyond their towns. How could they not revere someone capable of taking lives in such a manner? This was a matter of their very existence. Chapter 57. The Chaotic Dance of Beasts event commences, Destiny Mall. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight cascaded onto the ground, cloaking it in a golden sheen, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in the minds of Luo Tian and all players of Chiyu Prefecture. The Chaotic Dance of Beasts event officially begins. Description: the beast clans throughout Chiyu Prefecture are in turmoil, threatening the populace. Players must dispatch disciples to slay the beasts and protect the innocent. Rule 1. Players must not leave their sect. Failure to comply will result in punishment. Rule 2. Slaying Chi refinement demons yields a variable reward of 1 to 9 destiny coins, while vanquishing Foundation establishment demons grants between 10 to 99 destiny coins, with a slight chance of obtaining rare items. Rule 3. Demons will organize assaults on players' territories, hence players are urged to prepare in advance. The loss of a territory will result in grave consequences. Rule 4. The Destiny Mall feature has been activated. The higher the sect's level, the more items will be unlocked. Rule 5. Following the conclusion of the Demon Dance event, a Destiny auction will commence, where rare items may appear. Players may only transact using Destiny coins, which are bound to the player and cannot be transferred. Luo Tian swiftly perused the message. It was evident that the regional channel would soon be ablaze with fervent discussions. The first rule was clearly directed at players, forbidding them from leaving their sect, permitting only disciples to descend the mountain to slay demons. If the quality of the disciples were to be blue or above, it would be manageable. However, if they were green or white, they would be in dire straits. Lacking even the chi refinement cultivation, how could they contend with the demon race? As for the demons organizing attacks on player territories, this caused Luo Tian considerable concern. The ramifications of losing a territory were unpredictable. Currently, he held sway over both Ningyuan County and Xiangshi County, and to safeguard them, he would need to station Zhou Banzian and Bai Wuqi at each location, not forgetting that aside from the Demon Dance event, both Haifeng Mountain and Xuanyuan sect harbored animosity towards him, likely leading to covert actions. Despite his trepidation, Luo Tian quickly arrived at a resolution. As the inaugural event within the Destiny world, he was determined to reap significant benefits from it. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his advantages? Engaging in the game required not just monetary investment, but also dedication. Curiously, he accessed the Destiny Mall, revealing a cornucopia of goods. Wandering Order, first tier, 10 Destiny coins. Limited to 1 purchase. Wandering Order, second tier, 100 Destiny coins. Limited to 1 purchase. Random Disciple Recruitment Order, 5 Destiny coins. Limited to 10 purchases. Blue Disciple Recruitment Order, 100 Destiny coins. Limited to 2 purchases. Random Blueprint, 100 Destiny coins. Limited to 2 purchases. Opportunity Order, blue 100 Destiny coins. Limited to 1 purchase. Random Low-Grade Fortune Treasure, 1,000 Destiny coins. Limited to 1 purchase. The plethora of items left Luo Tian in a state of awe. Not only were there wandering orders and disciple recruitment orders, but also opportunity orders and rare items such as low-grade fortune treasures. With a stroke of luck, one might seize a chance to alter their fate. Moreover, the techniques and spells range from yellow to mid-grade Xian level, and with the mall's current level at 2. The offerings were undoubtedly far superior to those of level 1. If he could deplete the mall's inventory, a qualitative leap would surely ensue within his sect. Not to mention the forthcoming Destiny auction. Without a doubt, the items therein would be exceedingly precious, perhaps even featuring purple or higher-grade items. Luo Tian surmised that. True to the game's nature, acquiring such items early on would not be an easy feat. Destiny coins possessed immense utility. A cascade of items ignited a fervent desire within Luo Tian, while others might consider themselves fortunate to acquire just 1 or 2 items. He contemplated how to thoroughly cleanse the Destiny Mall. This was the advantage bestowed by the game's mechanics. Being a step ahead would only widen the gap. In the regional channel, my goodness, have you seen the items in the Destiny Mall? Of course, I thought the next disciple recruitment would be a year away. But it turns out a random disciple recruitment order can be obtained for just 5 Destiny coins. The last recruitment resulted in a white quality disciple. This time, I surely will recruit a legendary golden one. Have you not noticed the impending crisis from this Destiny event? Are your disciples even at the chi refinement stage? This is not merely an opportunity, it is a crisis. Luo Tian is recklessly endangering the lives of millions in Chiyu Prefecture for his own selfish desires. It's utterly reprehensible. Look at him, advancing to a level 2 sect, while we remain in our predicament. Perhaps the one above should reflect on their own circumstances? There are clearly other players beyond us, other prefectures exist. Thanks to Luo Tian's influence, we can access the Destiny Mall ahead of others, gaining a significant advantage. Yet instead of seizing this opportunity, you wish to cast blame on him? I just joined the Supreme Immortal Alliance, and Li Long has just announced new policies. For a fee of 10 to 50 low-grade spirit stones, we can have disciples from other prominent players team up with us to hunt demons. It's not too demanding, we just want to share in the spoils. That's exorbitant. It's outright robbery. If I had those spirit stones, why wouldn't I seek out the powerful players myself? Fool. If the powerful players don't rob you blind, consider it a kindness. You think they'll take you under their wing? Have you graduated kindergarten? Do you think such things don't happen within the Supreme Immortal Alliance? Would you dare? Luo Tian can easily cross several prefectures to eliminate you. He is a ruthless figure capable of single-handedly slaughtering all. You may revel in killing and looting, but upon meeting Luo Tian in person, you would surely faint from fear. Luo Tian chuckled, feeling quite pleased. After traversing 2 prefectures through trials and tribulations, he felt his efforts had not been in vain. He opened his private messages. where Li Long had meticulously outlined all plans and sent them to the Supreme Immortal Alliance group. Luo Tian couldn't help but admire Li Long's efficiency. With a decisive approach, he utilized the Supreme Immortal Alliance as a conduit to have competent sect leaders rally those with less promising talents, thereby collecting considerable spirit stones and splitting the profits with those players. Luo Tian estimated that the spirit stones earned from this venture would easily amount to 200,000 or 300,000, an undeniably substantial figure. Such splendid activities were truly remarkable. Chapter 58, Luo Tian's Arrangements, Descending the Mountain for Experience, Part 1. Upon exiting the Tai Su Hall, Luo Tian observed that the disciples of the Tai Su Dao sect had gathered in a cluster, Zhou Banzian counting on his fingers, his expression grave. Sectmaster. Something dire is afoot. Shiyu Prefecture faces imminent calamity. Luo Tian's glance revealed the obvious nature of the situation. The entire realm was shrouded in a blood-red hue. An overwhelming malevolence enveloping the skies, transforming the world into a twilight dusk. Strangely, both the sun and moon appeared simultaneously in the sky, both tinged crimson. This bizarre phenomenon sent shivers down the spine. Just moments ago, the sun rose beautifully. How has it suddenly transformed? By which he expressed his trepidation. Do not panic. Luo Tian replied calmly. This is a precursor to a demon uprising, a harbinger of chaos. Our sect has its own strategies in place. Zhou Banzian regarded Luo Tian with a gaze akin to that of a stranger, suddenly sensing that this seemingly unreliable sect leader had undergone a transformation. Even information that eluded his calculations seemed to be within Luo Tian's foreknowledge, as if he had orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. Faintly, the aura exuded by Luo Tian alleviated some of the attendees' fears. Their previously anxious hearts seemed to find a guiding light. Elder Zhou, please oversee Ningyuan County, and Elder Bai, you shall guard Xiangshu County. We must not allow our territories to fall under siege. Both of you must remain vigilant against external demons, while also keeping a close watch on Xuanyuan sect and Haifeng Mountain, for I fear they may seize this opportunity to attack our Tai Su Dao sect's lands. The two elders exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly bowed in acknowledgement. We shall obey the sect master's orders. Luo Tian cast his gaze upon the remaining disciples. Though my Tai Su Dao sect may not flourish like many of the grand sects, nor possess their formidable strength, the rise and fall of the world rests upon every individual's shoulders. As cultivators, it is our duty to shoulder the responsibility of vanquishing demons and safeguarding the common folk. Any disciple who has attained the Qi refinement stage may descend the mountain to slay demons. However, be wary not to venture into the territories of Haifeng Mountain and the Xuanyuan sect. Currently, within our sect, the disciples who have reached the Qi refinement stage include Zheng Pingyun, 9th level Qi refinement, Nan Hansang, 5th level Qi refinement, Su Cheng, 5th level Qi refinement, and Li Erniu, 2nd level Qi refinement. Jun Bufan's whereabouts remain unknown, while Xia Biu has yet to enter the Qi refinement stage. Zheng Pingyun clasped his hands respectfully, declaring, "Disciple shall obey." The other three also stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Though few in number, they exuded an aura of righteous ambition. Luo Tian pondered to himself. It would be even better if he could eliminate the demonic influence entirely. From this day until the end of the celestial phenomenon, slaying a level 1 Qi refinement demon will earn 100 merit points, a level 2 demon, 200 merit points, and a level 9 demon, 900 merit points. Should you encounter a foundation establishment demon, do not entertain thoughts of a desperate fight. Your first instinct must be to flee. Luo Tian cautioned the four, for they were his own disciples, and the loss of even one would leave him breathless. Yet, cultivation is not a sheltered existence. The chaotic dance of demons presents opportunities. If he refrained from participating in one event for fear of his disciples' lives, even with his advantageous position, he would ultimately be outpaced and extinguished among the masses. The four nodded earnestly in response. Feeling a sense of relief, Luo Tian presented a long spear imbued with the power of thunder and encased in a silvery glow to Su Cheng. Upon receiving the spear, a surge of excitement arose within him. This spear was extraordinary, a mid-grade Xian rank magical weapon, the purple thunder spear. Luo Tian then retrieved a large blade obtained from the Yang family, also a low-grade Xian rank magical weapon, and handed it to Li Erniu. Nan Hongsang possessed a peacock hairpin, and Zheng Pingyun wielded the red fire sword. Thus no further gifts were necessary. However, Luo Tian produced a Xuanyuan Sword talisman and presented it to Zheng Pingyun, advising, "Pingyun, as the senior brother, you must take good care of your junior brothers and sisters. This talisman contains the full force strike of a foundation establishment cultivator. Use it wisely in times of danger to ensure your escape." Zheng Pingyun accepted the talisman, assuring, "Rest assured, Master, I shall look after my junior brothers and sisters." Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction, feeling a deep sense of trust in his eldest disciple. Nan Hongsang was unaware of the treachery of the world. Li Erniu was simple and honest, and while Su Cheng possessed a degree of cunning, it was not excessive. And his cultivation did not overshadow others. Only Zheng Pingyan, with his high cultivation, decisive actions, and compassionate yet prudent nature, was truly reliable, capable of calmly analyzing situations and discovering the most advantageous solutions. Luo Tian seemed to recall something and added, Jun Bufan has been absent for many days without a word. You may lead your junior brothers and sisters toward the Jun family's direction to investigate whether Jun Bufan has encountered any unusual circumstances. The disappearance of this disciple weighed heavily on Luo Tian's mind. It was fortuitous that the four were descending the mountain to hone their skills while also seeking to find him, thus providing them with a clear objective. Zheng Pingyan nodded, committing Luo Tian's words to memory. He then mounted his sword and descended the mountain with the other three, their journey accompanied by laughter and lofty aspirations. Zhou Banxian and Bai Wuqi each held their posts in different regions. Luo Tian remained atop Taisu Mountain, his brow furrowed and an unshakable frown upon his face. His heart filled with silent prayers. He hoped that this trial would pass safely, for they must all return to the sect unharmed. On the first day of their descent, Zheng Pingyan arrived at a small town named Lushui. Su Cheng furrowed his brow and whispered to Zheng Pingyan, Senior brother, there is demonic energy. He could not pinpoint the source of the malevolent aura, but instinctively recognized it as demonic. Zheng Pingyan nodded. Su Cheng's keen perception could not escape his notice. The demonic energy was not particularly strong, emanating from a creature of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Zheng Pingyan mused, Master has tasked me with bringing my 3 junior brothers and sisters, which surely serves as a form of training. Su Cheng's innate talent rivals my own. Yet he lacks experience in life and death battles. Nan Hongsang possesses commendable talent, but is exceedingly timid, while Li Erniu, with his naive and honest nature, is yet unaware of the world's treachery. This particular demon beast would provide them with an opportunity to practice. Zheng Pingyan approached a burly man to inquire about the happenings in Lushui town. Initially reluctant, the man's demeanor shifted as he noticed the silver coins peeking from Zheng Pingyan's sleeve. He quickly seized the coins, biting them to confirm their authenticity, and then grinned broadly, promptly accommodating the 4. The 3 were greatly impressed. The man's name was Chu Feng, and he eagerly relayed the morning's bizarre occurrences in Lushui town. Do not scorn the brevity of my words. It is all I know. This morning, to speak frankly, it seems many have perished at Chunfeng Tower. The young masters of the Wang and Mu families both met their demise there. The county magistrate was furious, and when I peered from a distance before the tower was sealed, the sight was dreadful. Fear etched upon Chu Feng's face as he trembled. The entire lake has turned black, emitting a foul mist, with fish and shrimp in chaotic disarray. It was unbearable. The county magistrate is now offering a handsome reward for any immortal capable of resolving this matter. I think the magistrate is dreaming. Where can one find an immortal in this world? Chapter 59, Chronicles of Descent for Training, Part 2. It is no wonder Chu Feng expressed such sentiments. Upon looking up, the sky was a dark crimson, an absurd and grotesque sight. For mortals to encounter such a scene without succumbing to madness is a testament to their strong mental fortitude. The streets of Lushui town were nearly deserted, save for the unfortunate souls who had to confront their fears for the sake of survival. Chu Feng was one such unfortunate individual, clutching the heavy silver in his hand, feeling an unprecedented courage swell within him. Senior brother, that demon must be lurking in the lake that brother Chu mentioned. Nan Hongsang's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Zheng Pingyan nodded and addressed Chu Feng. Would you be so kind as to guide us to the county office? We wish to speak with the magistrate. Chu Feng regarded the 4. Noticing their youthful faces, especially Zheng Pingyan, whose boyish features suggested he could not be older than 18. Suddenly, a glint caught his eye. A flash of silvery brilliance swept before him. Goodness, you truly are my elder brother. Chu Feng swiftly seized the silver, grinning from ear to ear. For noble heroes, I can see at a glance that you are no ordinary folk. Allow me to lead you to the county office without delay. Chu Feng was utterly impressed. Having never encountered such extravagant individuals before, not only could he call them elder brothers at 16 or 17, he would gladly refer to them as father if they were but 4 years old. Under Chu Feng's guidance, the 4 quickly arrived at the entrance of the county office. 2 constables stepped forward to block their path. Chu Feng quietly explained the situation, presenting 2 silver ingots to the constables. The constables, skeptical, regarded the youthful appearance of the 4 with suspicion. Zheng Pingyan stepped forward, and in the next moment, 2 daggers appeared in his hands. The constables were momentarily bewildered, instinctively reaching for their own waists, only to find them empty. Their expressions shifted instantly to one of respect, no longer daring to underestimate the 4. Truly, Such prowess could only be described as otherworldly. The constables hastily ushered the four into the inner hall, where three individuals awaited them, one clad in a light green robe. The county magistrate of Luo Town. The other two individuals were dressed differently, and upon seeing Zheng Pingyan and his companions arrive, they furrowed their brows, their faces betraying disdain and contempt. County Magistrate Lu, it is not my intention to criticize you, but this matter is of utmost importance. The lives of thousands in Luo Town rest upon our shoulders. How can these four inexperienced youths be allowed to enter here? The speaker was a burly man, his head completely bald, with an ugly scar resembling a centipede marring his face. He bore a heavy tiger-headed knife on his back, exuding an intimidating aura. The middle-aged man, referred to as County Magistrate Lu, upon being reprimanded, could only respond with an ingratiating smile and hesitated. What are you waiting for? Hurry and escort the four young masters outside. The burly man was none other than Wei Hu, the renowned leader of the Tiger Head sect, a master martial artist. A mere mortal county magistrate could not afford to offend him, especially with a monster lurking in Luo Town. If that creature was not eliminated, the lives of thousands would inevitably be at stake. The two constables exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Feeling belittled, Su Chang could no longer restrain himself. Brother, let me teach him a lesson. Zheng Pingyan nodded. While on the road, their master had always taught them that the Tai Su Dao sect does not seek trouble, but is not afraid of it either. To endure such disdain and quietly retreat when one possesses the ability, was that not foolishness? With Zheng's approval, Su Cheng's silhouette flickered, vanishing in an instant like a flash of lightning. This scene caused Wei Hu's pupils to constrict sharply. He reached for the tiger-headed knife on his back. But in the next moment, a silver-white spear appeared before him, aimed directly at his brow. The speed was astonishing. Wei Hu dared not move, for his martial arts experience warned him that any rash action would result in the spear piercing through his forehead as effortlessly as piercing tofu. A celestial being. This is undoubtedly a powerful celestial being. Cold sweat dripped down Wei Hu's face, filled with regret. This seemingly youthful boy was, in fact, a formidable celestial master. Su Chang withdrew his spear and surveyed the surroundings, calmly stating, "Now we have the qualifications to remain here." County Magistrate Lu nodded discreetly, repeatedly affirming, "Naturally, the four celestial masters may stay." Although he maintained an impassive demeanor, internally he was utterly delighted. With such a powerful celestial master, what fear could a minor monster instill? The other was an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, sporting a goat beard. Upon witnessing Su Chang so effortlessly subdue Wei Hu, he felt a sense of foreboding. Regardless of Wei Hu's prowess as a martial arts master, defeating someone at the third level of Qi refinement should have been a trivial task. The spear-wielding youth's ability to so easily overpower Wei Hu indicated that his cultivation must be above the third level of Qi refinement. The elderly man, Yin Quan, inquired curiously, "Esteemed young friends, this old man, Yin Quan, is curious about which sect you hail from." Zheng Pingyan replied with a smile. "We four are disciples of the Tai Su Dao sect, merely passing through Luo Town when we learned of the emergence of a monster. And thus we came to investigate." The name Tai Su Dao sect stirred a sense of familiarity in Yin Quan's mind. It seemed he had heard it somewhere before. However, to cultivate such young and capable disciples undoubtedly indicated a significant sect. "Ah, so you four are esteemed disciples of the Tai Su Dao sect. In this chaotic world plagued by demons, walking the earth to uphold justice. Truly, you are heroes of youth. I am humbled." Yin Quan first offered compliments to the four, then added, "However, this monster was first discovered by me, and it is only fair that I attempt to eliminate it first." This was his true intention, for the treasure County Magistrate Lu had promised was indeed enticing, and he had no intention of relinquishing it easily. Zheng Pingyan mused to himself, "What a crafty old fox. After all that flattery, it turns out he seeks the county magistrate's bounty." The bounty was modest, 50 low-grade spirit stones. Within the Tai Su Dao sect, slaying a first-level monster would yield 100 low-grade spirit stones. For ordinary cultivators in the outside world, the spirit stones casually produced by Luo Tian were a fortune worth fighting over, filled with intrigue and rivalry. Just as Su Chang was about to speak, Zheng Pingyan interrupted. "Since the esteemed elder arrived first, we shall not disrupt the established order. The monster shall be dealt with by you first, and we will provide support." Yin Quan smiled, reveling in his perceived triumph. County Magistrate Lu dared not offend Wei Hu, nor the elderly man, and certainly could not afford to offend Zheng Pingyan and his companions. With Zheng Pingyan's words, he finally felt a sense of relief and nodded in agreement. After County Magistrate Lu led the elderly man and the burly figure away, the group gathered around Zheng Pingyan, puzzled. "Master brother, why did we allow them to take this task? That monster is worth at least 400 contribution points." Zheng Pingyan shook his head and replied softly, 400 contribution points was just a moment ago. Now it is 500. Nan Hongsang was the first to realize, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Could it be that the monster has broken through? Su Cheng, slow to comprehend, remarked, Master Brother, you suspect that the monster's breakthrough is intended to use it to eliminate that old man? Zheng Pingyan's expression darkened. Do I possess such wicked intentions? He smacked Su Cheng lightly on the head, who held his head in confusion, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Zheng Pingyan smirked. I merely wish to create a favor. A life-saving favor. Chapter 60. The Journey Down the Mountain, Part 3. The county magistrate of Lushui Town, accompanied by Wei Hu and Yin Quan, arrived at the old site of Chunfeng Tower. In the center of the lake, the remnants of thick, dried blood were evident. The waters were filled with dead fish and shrimp, emitting a nauseating stench, while thin wisps of black gas escaped from the surface, accumulating above the central pavilion of the lake. Disturbingly, faint cries echoed from the lake's heart, reminiscent of a woman abandoned by her lover. Wei Hu felt a chill envelop his body, inwardly cursing. How can this monster be so powerful to evoke such phenomena? Doubts began to creep into his mind. While spirit stones were indeed valuable, one must possess life to enjoy them. A martial artist could trade spirit stones for precious elixirs, enhancing their cultivation or extending their lifespan. County Magistrate Lu, I shall not involve myself in this matter. With that, Wei Hu turned and left without looking back. Losing a burden was perhaps a blessing in disguise. Yin Quan stroked his goat beard, disdainfully dismissing Wei Hu's departure. He felt no concern, even relishing the opportunity to claim the reward for himself. County Magistrate Lu hesitated, wanting to speak, but Yin Quan, sensing his apprehension, chuckled. You need not worry, County Magistrate. A mere minor demon is no challenge for me. Seeing the old man's confidence, County Magistrate Lu suppressed his rising panic, took a deep breath, and respectfully said, Then I shall trouble you, esteemed master. The elderly man waved his hand, signaling the county magistrate to keep his distance. Once County Magistrate Lu had left, he conjured a peachwood sword in his right hand and held 3 yellow talismans in his left, walking upon the water while chanting incantations. Demon, do you not wish to come forth and meet your demise? The elder affixed the talismans to the peachwood sword, which instantly radiated golden light. With a swift slash of the sword, the golden light shot forth, breaking through the pavilion and piercing inside. Tables, chairs, and even corpses were reduced to dust beneath the golden brilliance. Amidst the swirling dust, a shadowy figure faintly emerged, suspended above the ground, a noose around its neck, conjuring a small whirlwind that stirred the haze. At that moment, the elder finally discerned the true form of the figure. It was a young woman clad in a vivid red garment, her complexion ashen, with blood-red eyes that glared at the elder in resentment. A frayed rope hung from her neck, and her damp hair cascaded over her chest, devoid of any allure, instead exuding an overwhelming chill. What a formidable grudge. This is indeed a spectral entity. Yin Quan's expression turned grave. Under such bizarre celestial phenomena, all manner of demons and monsters seemed to manifest. The eerie, far more rare and perilous than mere monsters, is born from profound resentment. Should it not be eradicated promptly, allowing it to fester will inevitably lead to calamity. Having claimed the lives of 100 souls, this entity's cultivation has ascended to the 5th level of chi refinement, rivaling my own. She must not be allowed to continue her existence. Yin Quan's gaze was resolute as he hastily summoned his remaining 2 talismans, reciting incantations to vanquish the specter. However, the 2 beams of golden light he unleashed were effortlessly caught by the woman, who then turned them to ash before Yin Quan's astonished eyes. Her crimson gaze bore into him, igniting a chill within. With her lips pressed together, she rasped, You are too weak. A wave of icy dread washed over Yin Quan, leaving only a singular thought in his mind. Flee. This specter possessed consciousness. He recalled hearing the elders of his sect mention that any specter with awareness was not an ordinary one. It harbored the potential to become a disaster. The emergence of such a calamity would undoubtedly cost countless cultivators their lives to fill the void it created. Even those at the foundation establishment stage would perish. Yin Quan attempted to escape and relay this news to his sect, but found his legs unresponsive. Though he shared the same cultivation level of the 5th stage of chi refinement, before the specter, he felt as fragile as a child, struggling even to flee. As he gazed at the advancing figure, the old man shut his eyes. My life is forfeit. Alas, I have not been able to deliver this news back to the sect. I can only hope that my young friend from the Tai Su Dao sect manages to convey this warning. Otherwise, it will spell disaster. Yet, the anticipated death did not arrive. Old senior, step aside. Let me handle this. A youth wielding a spear, crackling with lightning, addressed the bewildered Yin Quan. It's you. Yin Quan recognized the spear-wielding youth as Su Cheng, the one who had previously forced Wei Hu back in the main hall. Reacting swiftly, he grasped his peachwood sword and solemnly declared, "Young friend, this specter is far too dangerous. I shall assist you. We must not let her escape." Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "My senior brother has instructed me to practice against the specter. With him backing me, I shall be fine." His tone reflected a deep admiration for his senior brother. The old man turned to observe. Upon a blazing celestial sword stood 3 figures. Unmistakably the other 3 individuals who had previously claimed to belong to the Tai Su Dao sect, observing calmly without any intent to intervene. "Senior brother, is it truly wise to let Su Cheng face the monster alone?" Li Erniu's eyes were filled with concern. Nan Hongsheng blinked. "Our senior brother has his reasons for this course of action. Besides, with him present, there is no cause for alarm." Li Erniu scratched his head, smiling sheepishly, reassured by Zheng Pingin's prowess. Meanwhile, the old man glanced back, witnessing the youth with the spear already engaged in combat with the female specter, even pursuing her into the attic, where lightning flickered, purging all malevolent energy. "I will make you pay for your life," the sharp, female voice shrieked, causing the lake's surface to boil like water, releasing thick black mist. However, this phenomenon was short-lived. A brilliant bolt of lightning pierced the attic, effortlessly vanquishing the female specter attempting to flee once more. "Yan Quan, I underestimated him. This youth is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. At least a true disciple-level figure within the Zhenggu sect." Taisu Hall. After a day of anxiety, Luo Tian finally received good news. Player Luo Tian's disciples Zheng Pingyan, Su Cheng, Nan Hongsheng, and Li Erniu passed through Lushui town, slaying a 5th-stage Qi refinement female specter, Blue. Player awarded 5 destiny coins, disciples awarded 50 low-grade spirit stones, and a mysterious opportunity. Zhenggu sect's favorability towards Tai Su Dao sect increased by 5. A smile graced Luo Tian's face. It was commendable that the 4 had achieved success on their first day. He had not previously heard of the Zhenggu sect, but since it was an increase in favorability rather than animosity, he felt at ease. During the chaotic event of the Demon Dance, although players could not leave their territory, they could infer their disciples' movements through the notifications received from destiny coins, ensuring their safety. Chapter 61, The Journey Down the Mountain, Part 4. On the second day of their descent, Zheng Pingyan and his companions set off early. On the flying sword, Su Cheng toyed with a red orb, a remnant from the female specter he had slain, though neither he nor his senior brother Zheng Pingyan knew its purpose. "Senior brother, do we truly have faith in that old man's words, seeking the Jun family's whereabouts in this direction?" Su Cheng inquired, perplexed. When leaving Lushui town, they had sought information about the Jun family, but alas, no one had heard of them. Just as they were about to give up, the old man with the goat beard had slapped his forehead, recalling a vague impression and uncertainly pointing them towards a direction. Su Cheng felt that perhaps traveling in the opposite direction would be more prudent. Zheng Pingyan sighed. This was a collective decision made by everyone. Indeed, Nan Hongsheng had chosen to trust the direction indicated by the old man based on her intuition. Seeing her make a choice, Li Erniu followed suit. Zheng Pingyan, observing their decisions, simply abstained. Even if this isn't the path to junior brother Jun's family, slaying demons and monsters along the way is still worthwhile, Zheng Pingyan reassured. Contemplating the need to encounter more monsters to further hone Nan Hongsheng and Li Erniu's skills. In the midday sun, Luo Tian, feeling bored, strolled around the mountain. His disciples were diligently practicing, hoping to achieve Qi refinement soon. Above, the sun and moon hung brightly in the sky. Returning to Taisu Hall, he opened the chat group, where the conversation had been incessant. Millions of players were online, fervently engaging. CPDD, coordinates of Tong City. I'm still in Silver City. Silver City is nothing. I'm in Gold City. Wow, my disciple just scored a destiny coin by following a big shot. What can one destiny coin buy? I suggest saving 5 destiny coins to exchange for a disciple recruitment token. Agreed. Take a chance. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Envy the big shots. They must be from the Supreme Immortal Alliance. They have someone leading them. Boo-hoo. Player Luo Tian's disciples managed to slay a 5th-stage monster and a 3rd-stage monster, earning 8 destiny coins. Good news. Luo Tian's eyes brightened. Combined with the destiny coins earned yesterday, he now had a total of 13 destiny coins. This could be exchanged for a travel token, 1st tier, or 2 random disciple recruitment tokens. Should he make a purchase? Unable to resist, Luo Tian bought a random disciple recruitment token and opened it immediately. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has recruited a disciple of green quality. Your disciple has randomly appeared within the sect's territory. Luo Tian. Oh no, he can't get out. The green quality disciple appeared in Xiangshu County, whereby Wuqiu resided, ensuring safety for the time being. This served as a wake-up call for Luo Tian. Using recruitment and travel tokens at this stage was undoubtedly an unwise choice. I must be cautious and refrain from impulsive actions in the future. Evening. Your disciples defeated a 4th stage monster, 2 3rd stage monsters, and 10 1st stage monsters, earning 20 destiny coins. Luo Tian. Have they stumbled upon a small monster nest? The disciple you recruited, Wang Da, was attacked by a monster and has perished. Luo Tian suddenly sprang to his feet. After careful contemplation, it seemed that the figure of Wang Da eluded his memory. In other words, it appeared he had no disciple by that name. No. Could it be that the disciple recruited with the summoning order used at noon was Wang Da? Luo Tian's expression grew peculiar, as this disciple was the only one he had not encountered. It was unfortunate that this ill-fated soul had perished before even joining the sect. Though Luo Tian felt a twinge of regret for this faceless disciple, it was not profound, for disciples of azure quality were not exceedingly rare. What commanded his greater attention was the apparent upheaval in Xuanyuan County, whereby Wu Qiu was stationed. There had been an invasion by demonic beasts, resulting in considerable destruction. It was not until late into the night that a notification appeared before Luo Tian, alleviating his anxious heart. Player Luo Tian, elder of the Tai Su Dao sect, successfully repelled the invasion of demonic beasts, slaying a 1st-level foundational beast and earning 10 destiny coins along with a random azure opportunity. Luo Tian. Just yesterday, Zheng Ping Un and his companions acquired a mysterious opportunity, the quality of which was not disclosed. Yet today Bai Wu Qiu clearly obtained a random azure opportunity. Was that not akin to acquiring an additional opportunity decree? The rarity of opportunity decrees is self-evident, even if they pertain to ordinary azure quality. In Xuanyuan County, a massive corpse lay amidst the ruins, having crushed numerous buildings. Bai Wu Qiu, his robes soiled and disheveled, gazed upon the colossal carcass of the demonic beast. The fierce battle concluded swiftly, yet even in its aftermath, hundreds had perished. Once the crisis abated, he would need to inform the sect master and request Elder Zhou to establish a protective array for the residents. Bai Wu Qiu sighed inwardly. An accord existed between humanity and the demon race, and under normal circumstances, few reckless demons dared to assault human congregations. Yet, in this current climate, various fiends had inexplicably emerged, their sanity lost to some unseen provocation. As Bai Wu Qiu inspected the corpse, he discovered not only the inner core, but also the partially digested body of a foundational cultivator, along with a storage ring containing a wealth of treasures. Having lost his own storage ring while being pursued, Bai Wu Qiu found this unexpected boon fortuitous, as he possessed naught but contribution points and was otherwise destitute. On the 3rd day of the demonic frenzy, after a grueling day spent in the wilderness, Zheng Ping and his companions finally stumbled upon a town. Brother Master, the people here are so pitiable, Nanhong Sang remarked, observing a throng of ragged individuals clutching broken bowls, their forms gaunt and emaciated. Please, kind lady, could you spare us some food? A small boy approached Nanhong Sang, his broken bowl in hand, pleading with a look of desperation. Nanhong Sang produced a roasted duck from her storage ring and placed it before the boy. With the existence of storage space and her not having fully begun her fasting, her storage contained an abundance of delectable foods, pastries, roasted duck, beef, and more. The boy's eyes sparkled as he seized the duck and devoured it ravenously. Zheng Ping furrowed his brow, but did not intervene. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Nanhong Sang, their gazes akin to ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. Please, kind lady, I am starving. Give me something to eat, I beg you. Sister, please, I am on the brink of starvation. I have 2 children waiting for me. Within moments, the 4 found themselves surrounded, the throng pressing in tightly. Chapter 62, The Descent for Training, Part 5. Overwhelmed by the multitude encircling her, Nanhong Sang was at a loss. Countless vacant, lifeless eyes stared back at her. Had she ever encountered such a scene? Brother Master, what should we do now? Should we continue to provide them with food? The 3 companions looked toward Zheng Ping and in unison. Zheng Ping shook his head, closing his eyes and murmuring, in hunger, a person becomes a mindless beast, devoid of etiquette, morality, or gratitude, acting solely on instinct, embodying nothing but malice. The Zheng family frequently aided disaster victims, and Zheng Ping understood well what Nanhong Sang's offering of a roasted duck represented to these impoverished souls, barely clinging to life. Through the throng, he noticed that the boy who had taken the duck had vanished, while several individuals disregarded their dignity, scouring the ground for scraps of meat. Zheng Ping recognized that these people were not inherently this way. They had merely been driven to such desperation by the state of the world. With a renewed resolve, he opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Push through, but do not use your powers to harm them. The 3 nodded in agreement, even without employing their powers. They were not ordinary individuals easily thwarted. The 4 swiftly broke free from the encirclement and entered the town. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Zheng Ping and dusted off his clothing, his demeanor cold. Brother master, do you still wish to help them? Su Cheng articulated Zheng Ping and's thoughts. Zheng Ping and nodded. There are too many injustices in this world for me to address them all, but when I see them, I must intervene to some extent. Though those disaster victims may be detestable, the forces that have reduced them to such a state are far more loathsome. Zheng Ping and's gaze turned toward a certain direction. His voice laced with a chilling intent. There is demonic energy there. Within the Tai Su Hall, Luo Tian stumbled upon encouraging news. His disciple, Xiaobu, had successfully broken through to the first level of Qi training, achieving this feat much faster than he had anticipated. Having just attained this breakthrough, Xiaobu expressed a desire to descend the mountain for training. After some contemplation, Luo Tian bestowed upon her a yellow-grade supreme magical artifact and permitted her to venture into the vicinity of Ningyuan County for her trials, reassured by Elder Zhou's presence nearby. The loss of even a single purple disciple would truly grieve him. No sooner had Xiaobu descended the mountain than a notification appeared before his eyes. Player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Ping and caused chaos in Ningtong County, slaying a 9th-level Qi training demon and aiding disaster victims, earning 9 destiny coins. Disciple Zheng Ping and's fortune increased by 5 for 6 months, after which it will fade. Luo Tian felt a flicker of curiosity. What had these 4 disciples done to warrant such an increase in fortune, albeit for a limited time? Fortune, after all, was an ethereal concept. Individual fortune differed from that of the sect, and even Su Cheng's golden talent had only boosted his fortune by 30. The higher one's fortune, the easier it was to encounter opportunities in the realm of destiny. Meanwhile, Li Long sent another batch of spirit stones, precisely 50,000. Over these days, Luo Tian had received nearly 300,000 spirit stones. The management of the Wushang Immortal Alliance had expanded from Li Long alone to 3 individuals, each receiving a monthly salary of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Given the hundreds of thousands in the alliance, 3 managers were still insufficient. The other 2 were named Nangong Quan and Lu Feng, both possessing ample management experience. These 2 would alleviate Li Long's burden while also serving as a balance against him. With nothing pressing to attend to today, Luo Tian decided to continue his rest. In Ningtong County, Zheng Ping and his companions stormed the county office, discovering a 9th-level Qi training wild boar spirit that had been artificially raised. Zheng Ping dispatched the boar spirit and ultimately unearthed the mastermind behind it. He learned that the county magistrate of Ningtong County had long been slain. The true puppet was but a false magistrate put forth by a prominent family in Ningtown. The false magistrate, originally a farmer, had once rescued the wild boar spirit, which in turn aided him in slaying the true magistrate. Supported by the affluent family, he indulged in a life of excess until today, when he was brought to justice. Still oblivious to his transgressions, listening to the disingenuous defense of the false county magistrate, Zheng Ping swiftly ended his life with a single stroke of his sword. He then located the lair of the wild boar spirit, where, amidst a foul stench, he stumbled upon a pit filled with countless skeletons, no fewer than several hundred. At the very least, this magistrate is deceiving us. Su Cheng's expression fluctuated between dark and light as he grasped why his senior brother had so hastily decided to eliminate the wild boar spirit. Perhaps the magistrate was not entirely deceitful. It was true that he had saved the wild boar spirit. And it was also true that he was unaware of the circumstances outside. However, what he failed to mention was that spirits, being creatures of the other world, do not consume humans. Surely, they do not feast on grains and vegetables like ordinary beasts? Spirits are spirits, and humans are humans. They cannot coexist. Zheng Ping imparted his philosophy to his junior disciples. Su Cheng, with a solemn demeanor, nodded in agreement. Senior brother is right. Monsters are indeed monsters. And they are creatures that devour humans. The two cannot coexist. Both Nan Hongsang and Li Erniu felt a heightened sense of vigilance toward the demon kin. After departing, Zheng Ping sought out a clan leader in Ningtong County. Their discussions remained shrouded in mystery, but by dawn, only one of the 4 prominent families remained, which promptly announced the distribution of grain to aid the disaster-stricken populace. On the 4th day of the demon revelry, the 4 individuals, having failed to uncover the whereabouts of the Jun family, resolved to split into 3 groups and reconvene in Ningtong Town after 10 days. Each seeking news of the Jun family, Zheng Ping and Su Cheng embarked on separate paths, with Su Cheng having achieved a breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi refinement the previous night. Meanwhile, Nan Hongsang journeyed alongside Li Erniu down the remaining route. Player Luo Tian's disciple Su Cheng has slain a 6th level Qi refinement beast, earning 6 destiny coins and a spirit fruit. Luo Tian felt a surge of joy as he received another 6 destiny coins. The spirit fruit, known to enhance cultivation during the qi refinement stage, was likely in Su Cheng's possession. Truly, his fortune was remarkable. Player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Pingyan has slain 3 third-level qi refinement beasts, earning 9 destiny coins. More good news arrived, bringing his total to 53 destiny coins. Regrettably, the items Luo Tian wished to acquire were mostly priced above 100 destiny coins. Restrain yourself, he reminded himself. The desire to draw cards was ever so restless. Today's earnings totaled 15 destiny coins. On the 5th day, it was 23 destiny coins. On the 6th day, Zhou Banxian vanquished a 3rd-level foundation establishment demon, yielding a total of 56 destiny coins. On the 7th day, Su Cheng encountered an 8th-level demon, sustaining severe injuries while managing to escape. Luo Tian's heart filled with worry, but thankfully, no news of death reached him today, resulting in 17 destiny coins. From the 8th to the 12th day, he amassed a total of 101 destiny coins. On the 13th day, your disciple Jun Bufan has perished. Luo Tian's vision darkened. When Wang Da, his disciple of blue quality, had died, he felt no sorrow, but now, his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a needle. A disciple of purple quality, in the realm of destiny, was undoubtedly a prodigy, even a leader of an era. And now he was gone. Chapter 63. The Journey of Downhill Training, 6. The Jun family, as a prestigious lineage in Xuanyuan City, was well known. The patriarch of the Jun family had once fought alongside King Qi Yu against the barbarian tribes and had earned great merit on the battlefield. In the back courtyard of the Jun residence, a rockery and flowing water adorned the landscape, where a severed head lay on the ground, crimson blood staining the stream. The head belonged to a middle-aged man, his eyes wide open, staring in one direction. There stood an elderly man with white hair, draped in a black cloak. His face speckled, and his form gaunt, yet his gaze was sharp, like that of a hawk. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, embroidered with exquisite patterns, his countenance lean, exuding an ethereal aura, as he smiled and said, "I congratulate you in advance, Elder Jun, on your breakthrough to the realm of transcendence, borrowing another 100 years from the heavens." Between them stood a towering alchemical furnace, and they sat across from each other like long-lost friends. "It seems I must trouble you to take action personally," the elder said, his throat rumbling as he gazed at the furnace, devoid of any emotion. The blue-robed man nodded, hesitating momentarily before sighing. What a pity for such a fine cultivation talent. Waves of azure flames rose from beneath the furnace. The blue-robed man reminisced about the young man's lofty aspirations and vibrant spirit, adding inwardly, how ruthless. To refine such talent into pills, even I, from Xuanyuan sect, would not dare to waste it. Alas, I owe your ancestor a debt of gratitude, otherwise, I would have saved him, taking him as my disciple. Years ago, when he fought alongside King Qi Yu against the barbarian tribes, the blue-robed man had received countless favors from the patriarch of the Jun family, a debt of gratitude greater than life itself. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a refreshing chill. The middle-aged man's wide eyes were obscured by strands of hair. Inside the furnace, a silver-armored youth gazed into the pitch-black void, a bitter expression on his face. "I fear I am destined to perish, regretting that I cannot repay the kindness of the sect master, nor can I spar with senior brother Erniu. And I have never bested senior sister Nan. Departing the sect without bidding farewell to the sect master or senior brother feels like a betrayal. I have even implicated my father, who sacrificed himself for me. I am unfilial, holding on to my talent, yet failing to conceal my shortcomings in this life." A multitude of medicinal herbs were cast into the furnace, the thick liquid engulfing the youth, silencing him forever. The searing heat melted everything away. Outside the furnace, the patriarch of the Jun family's gaze grew increasingly avaricious. With this pill, he would not only transcend to the martial realm, but perhaps even unlock the potential for immortality, embarking on the path of cultivation. On the 14th day of the demon revelry, Zheng Pingyan, Su Cheng, Nan Hongsang, and Li Erniu returned to Ningtong County in succession. During this time, Su Cheng's cultivation had even reached the 7th level of qi refinement, and Zheng Pingyan was drawing closer to foundation establishment, faintly sensing the opportunity. The four reunited, and ultimately, Su Cheng revealed the intelligence he had gathered. "If my information is correct, our junior brother Jun hails from an extraordinary lineage." Su Cheng spoke slowly. "Elder Jun, the patriarch, known as Jun Ture, once fought alongside King Qi Yu against the barbarians and earned great merit in that battle, being granted land in Xuanyuan City." Li Erniu was taken aback to learn that his frequent sparring partner, junior brother Jun, had such a remarkable background, feeling a tinge of envy. "What are we waiting for? Let us head to Xuanyuan City to find junior brother Jun," Nan Hongsang exclaimed, filled with excitement. After much hardship, they finally had news of him, which was truly difficult to come by. Zheng Pingyan nodded, We must not delay. Let us set off for Xuanyuan City at once. Confirming junior brother Jun's safety is essential for us to have closure. The four hastened toward Xuanyuan City. At the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian had not slept a wink since learning of Jun Bufan's death, spending an entire day and night in anguish. He erected a tombstone on the back mountain, inscribed with the grave of disciple Jun Bufan. He wondered if Pinyin and the others had found any trace of Jun Bufan, fearing that their journey would not be so tranquil. The cause of Jun Bufan's death was unknown to him. It likely was not simple. Although Jun Bufan had never mentioned his background, it was evident from his words that he had some understanding of cultivators, yet had never engaged with them directly. Surely, it was a topic his elders were wary of. Regrettably, Luo Tian had never paid heed to this detail. In retrospect, the disciples he recruited were all living individuals, each with their own experiences and stories. Luo Tian had often viewed them merely as tools for the sect, caring only for their innate talents. His initial intent in seeking out Jun Bufan was solely due to the extraordinary potential of this purple-quality disciple. Luo Tian closed his eyes and murmured within his heart, no matter who it may be, those who dare to slay the inner disciples of my Taishu Dao sect must pay the price. One Yang family town cannot contain those forces. If necessary, one Wanhua sect, or even 10, will be summoned, instilling fear in all who hear of it, for everyone knows that my Taishu Dao sect is fiercely protective of its own. Only in this manner can we instill dread in others, ensuring that the realm of cultivation in Chiyu Prefecture knows us well and fears us greatly. He further contemplated that Zheng Pinyin and his companions might be en route to seek Jun Bufan. Calculating the time, he realized Zheng Pinyin was on the verge of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. As long as no ancient monster from the late Foundation Establishment stage intervened, it would not be difficult for Zheng Pinyin, upon his breakthrough, to uncover the truth behind Jun Bufan's demise. He could only hope that he would not act impulsively. Luo Tian silently prayed. On the 23rd day of the Demon Frenzy event, the four of them were finally approaching Xuanyuan City. However, they did not continue their journey. Su Cheng, Nan Hongsang, and Li Erniu remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, while their eyes were drawn to a cliff above, where a young man in blue sat, eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a haze of thunderous energy. At this moment, Zheng Pinyin was transitioning to the Five Thunder Sutra. Is the senior brother about to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage? The three were filled with curiosity, currently, in their sect. Only the sect master and two elders had reached the Foundation Establishment stage. Did this not imply that their senior brother was now rivaling the two elders in strength? And how long had he been cultivating? Nan Hongsang turned her head, casting an odd glance at Su Cheng. Just yesterday, he had broken through from the 7th to the 8th level of Qi refinement, nearly catching up to their senior brother. Meanwhile, she, the senior sister, remained at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Truly, they were two prodigies. Nan Hongsang felt greatly disheartened. Li Erniu nodded in agreement. With their senior brother and Su Shidi present, countless talented individuals would find it hard to breathe under their shadow. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged like a tumultuous tide, nearly sweeping the three of them away. Su Cheng and Nan Hongsang managed to hold their ground. But without Su Cheng's quick reflexes to pull him back, Li Erniu might have been carried off. Upon closer inspection, unique marks of the Five Thunder Sutra appeared on Zheng Pinyin's body, each flickering with terrifying thunderous power, as thick columns of lightning descended from the heavens. Zheng Pinyin bathed in this thunder, his body slowly rising. Your disciple Zheng Pinyin is breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. The current probability of success is 98. Congratulations. Your disciple Zheng Pinyin has successfully broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage. After more than 2 months, the eldest disciple has finally established his foundation. Chapter 64, The Journey Down the Mountain, Part 7. Zheng Pinyin exhaled a breath of turbid air, having broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage. He could now ascend into the air without relying on external aids. Surrounding him was a misty light, suffused with thunder. Congratulations, senior brother, on your successful foundation establishment. The three quickly gathered around him, their faces alight with joy as they expressed their heartfelt congratulations. Zheng Pinyin too was filled with elation, having entered the foundation establishment stage. He felt that as long as he did not encounter any ancient monsters, the world was open for him to explore. You will all have your day too. Zheng Pinyin addressed the three. This was not mere consolation, but a reflection of his faith in their talents. Among the three, Su Cheng was on par with him in aptitude and would likely establish his foundation within a month. Nan Hongsang was slightly slower, but she too could easily step over the threshold of foundation establishment. Although Li Erniu's cultivation talent could not compare to the others, he was still considered a prodigy in the realm of cultivation and could also establish his foundation within 10 years. Just as the four were rejoicing, a light, ethereal voice drifted from afar. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your successful foundation establishment. Zheng Pingyan turned towards the sound, noticing a glowing blue light, within which stood a hazy figure clad in a blue robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Zheng Pingyan's heart jolted, swiftly shielding the three behind him, his expression turning serious. This person is also a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage? Just moments ago, I was pondering the vastness of the world now open to me after my breakthrough, and I never imagined I would encounter a fellow cultivator so soon. The man in the blue robe smiled lightly. There is no need for concern, fellow Taoist. I am the master of Xuanyuan sect, and I have come down the mountain to protect the citizens of Xuanyuan City from the ravages of the demon clan. Observing the blue-robed man's magnanimity, Zheng Pingyan felt his vigilance ease somewhat. He recalled that the Jun family, where his junior brother Jun Bufan resided, was located in Xuanyuan City, and he pondered if it was merely a coincidence. He inquired, Elder, upon entering Xuanyuan City, have you heard of the Jun family? A hint of confusion flickered in the blue-robed man's eyes as he nodded. The Jun family, of course, I have heard of them. I was quite familiar with the family's elder. We have faced life and death together. He then asked with curiosity, what brings you to seek out the Jun family? The blue-robed man added, I only have a slight acquaintance with the Jun family. Perhaps I can be of assistance. If it is inconvenient for you to share, that is perfectly fine as well. Zheng Pingyan pondered for a moment before responding. It is nothing of great consequence. We have a junior disciple who hails from the Jun family in Xuanyuan City. He left the mountain without saying goodbye, and our master is worried. We were tasked with slaying demons and seeking news of the Jun family to ascertain the safety of our junior disciple. The blue-robed man was taken aback, a smile breaking across his face. Ah, Jun Lao, your retribution has come so swiftly. The blue-robed man sighed inwardly, then asked, is the disciple you speak of named Jun Bufan? Zheng Pingyan nodded, and upon seeing the blue-robed man's expression tinged with regret, his heart tightened. He quickly inquired, Elder, if you are aware of Jun Shidi, do you know his whereabouts? The blue-robed man nodded. Naturally, I am aware. I even wished to take him as my disciple, but alas, he has already joined a sect, so it was not meant to be. This matter has weighed on my heart for some time. A few days ago, the elder of the Jun family fell gravely ill, and Jun Bufan, accompanied by several elite members of the Jun family, ventured into the Black Wind Mountain region in search of treasures to prolong the elder's life. However, he has since lost all trace. I was entrusted by the elder to seek out Jun Bufan in the Black Wind Mountain region, but unexpectedly encountered you breaking through along the way. Zheng Pingyan's heart sank. He had heard from his master that Black Wind Mountain was exceedingly perilous and should never be entered. Jun Shidi ventured alone into the territory of the demon clan? Although Zheng Pingyan found it hard to believe that Jun Shidi would be so reckless, the blue-robed man's words seemed sincere. At that moment, Zheng Pingyan turned to Su Cheng, Nan Hongsang, and Li Erniu behind him, and said, Su Shidi, Erniu, Nen Shimi, you three should proceed to Xuanyuan City first. I will accompany this elder into the Black Wind Mountain region to search for Jun Shidi. The three nodded in understanding. They were well aware of the dangers of Black Wind Mountain, a place even the sect master feared, and with their cultivation levels below foundation establishment, they would only be a burden if they accompanied him. The blue-robed man paused, retrieving a token from his waist. This is my identity token. I have disciples in Xuanyuan City. As outsiders, you may attract unnecessary misunderstandings if you do not possess a token. Such an explanation was quite reasonable. Nan Hongsang and Zheng Pingyan had previously faced pursuit after inadvertently intruding upon the territory of the Yang family during their first descent from the mountain. At Zheng Pingyan's signal, Su Cheng accepted the token and led the three towards Xuanyuan City. Meanwhile, Zheng Pingyan and the blue-robed man soared towards the Black Wind Mountain region. On the 24th day of the Demon Frenzy event, Luo Tian felt somewhat perplexed. There had been no notifications at all throughout the previous day. Logically speaking, even if luck were to abandon them, Zheng Pingyan and his companions should have yielded at least 10 destiny coins. At present, he had accumulated 476 destiny coins, far surpassing other players. Luo Tian opened the Supreme Immortal Alliance channel. Lu, what should I do if my disciple has perished? My condolences to the one above. There is naught we can do about death. We must venture to the nearby towns to recruit disciples, hoping to encounter a couple of fortunate souls. Fortunately, within our Supreme Immortal Alliance, we require only spirit stones to have a formidable leader guide us through the county dungeons. Those who are not part of our group face a bleak fate. Alas, I have lost my territory. It was reported yesterday that it was seized by a formidable demon. Thousands of souls within that county were either slaughtered or devoured by the demon race. How terrifying this world is. I now owe a staggering 50 fortune points. And if I cannot repay them within a month, I may encounter unforeseen dangers. What a misfortune for the one above. Just days ago, even the esteemed Li Ding's disciples of purple quality perished. Thankfully, he obtained 17 destiny coins, enabling the exchange for 3 random disciple recruitment tokens. Otherwise, it would have been a grievous loss. Brothers, I have finally amassed 5 destiny coins. It is time for me to show off. Goodness, could it be that the one above intends to exchange for random disciple recruitment tokens? The esteemed leader and the administrators have advised against such exchanges at this stage, suggesting we wait until the event concludes. Otherwise, should a disciple perish en route, one would be left to lament. I shall heed not their warnings. They merely suggested avoiding exchanges, not forbidding them entirely. Behold, I have recruited a blue-quality disciple. Congratulations. How enviable, dear fellow. We dare not even dream of golden or purple quality. Having a blue-quality disciple is already a mark of genius. I wish to draw as well. Esteemed one, how fares your disciple? Alas, I am in tears. My blue disciple. The moment I recruited him, it was displayed that he had perished. What on earth is happening? Cursed demon race. One day, I shall eradicate them all. May you find solace, esteemed one. I shall await the conclusion of the demonic frenzy event. Chapter 65. The Journey Down the Mountain, Part 8. Luo Tian was at a loss for words. Previously, when his Cyan quality disciple perished, he had alerted the players of the Supreme Immortal Alliance to be wary and conserve resources for exchanges after the event concluded. Yet, there are always 1 or 2 individuals with peculiar reasoning who choose to exchange for random disciple recruitment tokens in such perilous conditions. Thankfully, the last case did not end in death. The newly recruited disciple was devoured by demons before even revealing their name, or met their demise due to the aftershocks of battle. Such occurrences are not uncommon within the regional channels. Your disciple Xuanyuan has slain a second-tier foundation-building demon, earning you 20 destiny coins. Luo Tian. No wonder I encountered no crisis yesterday. He has just broken through to foundation building and is achieving great feats. Your disciple Xuanyuan has slain a first-tier foundation-building demon, earning you 10 destiny coins. Luo Tian. There's more. Your disciple Xuanyuan has slain a foundation-building demon, earning you another 10 destiny coins. To kill 3 demons in succession without any additional opportunities, Luo Tian mused, Little Ping'an. You are far too fortunate. Your disciple Xuanyuan is facing a life and death crisis, triggering a moment of enlightenment. The fire dragon technique has reached mastery. The smile on Luo Tian's face abruptly stiffened. No more jesting. A life and death crisis. Luo Tian's expression darkened severely. Black Wind Mountain. Little Ping'an has ventured into Black Wind Mountain. This is bad. Damn it. That is not a place suitable for a newly ascended foundation-building cultivator to enter. The only force capable of harboring so many foundation-building demons, aside from the nearby preeminent demon faction, is the Black Wind Mountain. Luo Tian could conceive of no other entity with such a concentration of foundation-building demons still extant. Your disciple Xuanyuan has slain a 4th-tier foundation-building demon, earning you 40 destiny coins. Your disciple Xuanyuan has sustained serious injuries. Injury value 40. Note: for every 1 in injury value, all damage is multiplied by 1. Tai Su Dao Sect merits 60. Black Wind Mountain's enmity towards Tai Su Dao Sect 40. Current enmity value 70. Luo Tian nearly ground his teeth to dust, his gaze fixed on the screen. Black Wind Mountain. I shall remember you, Black Wind Mountain. Once the destiny event concludes, I will hold you accountable. A foreboding sensation crept into his mind. With the enmity value reaching 70, it was certain to incite movements against his territory. Perhaps a great demon would soon strike. Yet, in this moment, Luo Tian's thoughts were in turmoil, his eyes glued to the screen, praying fervently that Xuanyuan would be unharmed. At the borders of Black Wind Mountain, several towering corpses lay charred, their bodies marred with intricate sword scars, lifeless and abandoned. Suing leaned against the stone wall, a sword piercing through his chest, his garments reduced to ash, his body resembling cinders. He lifted his gaze to the side. Not a trace of fear of death upon his face. Instead, he calmly marveled. I did not expect that you, having just attained foundation building, could slay 4 foundation-building demons. Truly, you are a prodigy. Xuanyuan was not faring much better. Blood trickled from his head onto the scarlet flame sword, consumed by flames into nothingness. His chest bore claw marks and wounds from magical artifacts, revealing glimpses of white bone and a pulsing heart. Had he not broken through to foundation building, he might have perished countless times over. Xuanyuan stood resolutely, sword in hand, and approached Suing. I know what you wish to ask, cough cough. Suing smiled. Your fellow disciple Jun has perished, and I personally refined him into a medicinal pill for Jun Lao. That young man was quite filial and talented. Had he not hailed from the Jun family, he might have had a promising future, despite his suspicions. Hearing this truth from the mouth of the leader of Xuanyuan sect caused Xuanyuan's heart to churn violently. His teeth gritted. You are unworthy of being a cultivator. The demons that fell by my sword today number 5, not 4. In a fleeting moment, a streak of sword light sliced through a line of azure sky. Suing felt his body growing colder, yet his mind was ablaze. I am about to die. He recalled that day, the most horrific scene he had ever witnessed. Thousands of corpses intertwined, among them his master, various uncles, and a multitude of senior brothers and sisters, all motionless, piled together. At that moment, he had also felt this sensation. Yet, he had survived. Someone had forcibly carried him from the pile of corpses. Brother Jun, you rescued me from the sea of corpses. When I achieve success in my cultivation and rebuild the sect, I shall repay you and seek a path for you to ascend. Little Ing, your heart is commendable, should you succeed in your cultivation. Do take a moment to consider the common folk of this world, providing them with a place to rest, free from the turmoil of war, where families are not torn apart, and they may endure the bitterness as you and I have. In Su Ying's mind, that spirited visage grew increasingly vivid. He still remembered those final words. Though martial arts may last but a century, it is a century filled with exhilaration. Should one witness a prosperous era, there would be no regrets in death. Zheng Ping'an slayed Su Ying, yet he too felt the weight of his own limbs growing heavier. He knew he could not linger here and must escape the domain of Black Wind Mountain as swiftly as possible. Su Shidi, Ernyo, and Shimi, may you all remain safe. Zheng Ping'an turned to depart from the territory of Black Wind Mountain, but from afar, tumultuous black mist surged forth, the stench of demons overwhelming. Accompanied by an enraged roar, human race, what audacity you possess to dare slay my 4 great demons at the borders of Black Wind Mountain. Zheng Ping'an's heart sank. A late-stage foundation-building demon. This is undoubtedly a late-stage foundation-building demon. Now, he could barely unleash half of his strength, and even without injury, he would never stand a chance against a late-stage monster of at least the 7th level of foundation establishment. A bitter desolation engulfed Zheng Ping'an's heart. Was he truly destined to perish here? No. As he beheld the ominous, approaching palm imprint, he retrieved a silver-white talisman. Above the heavens, a silver sword aura emerged, shaped like a crescent moon, illuminating the world. The sword talisman of the Moonlit Sage? How could you possess the sword talisman of the Moonlit Sage? The monstrous fiend was cleaved in two by a single strike, unleashing a torrential downpour of putrid blood, mingled with viscera and filth. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Ping'an, fueled by his last vestiges of spiritual energy, fled the confines of Black Wind Mountain in an aimless escape, only to crash heavily to the ground. Your disciple Zheng Ping'an suffers injury value 30, current 70. Black Wind Mountain's enmity towards the Tai Su Dao sect 20, current 90. Your disciple Zheng Ping'an triggers a purple encounter. A fateful romance descends. Fateful romance. Purple randomly encounters a person of exceptional talent of the opposite sex. Affinity 80. Luo Tian. He was at a loss whether to chuckle or not. Chapter 66. The Descent for Training, 9. At the edge of the cliff by the lake, ethereal mist swirled. A woman clad in a crescent moon robe knelt by the shore, washing the herbs she had gathered from the mountains. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, loosely pinned with a jade hairpin, while a few stray strands fell gracefully against her fair cheeks. It was a scene of serene beauty. Suddenly, it seemed something shattered in the sky, followed by a figure crashing heavily onto the lake's surface, sending ripples cascading outward. The woman in the crescent moon robe was enveloped in a halo, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as the center of the lake bubbled like boiling water, quickly evaporating, revealing a bloodied young man lying there. The youth was not old, yet his body was riddled with wounds, and a terrifying demonic aura continued to erode him. Without timely intervention, he would surely not survive long. The Xian Medical Valley forbade the entry of men. Should her master and senior sister discover this, it would spell disaster. Observing the young man's tragic state, the woman felt a surge of compassion. From her waist pouch, she retrieved a pill and administered it to him. Then, while her master and senior sister had yet to return, she stealthily concealed the boy. Xuanyuan City. After parting ways with Zheng Ping'an, Su Cheng, Nen Hongsang, and Li Erniu quickly arrived at Xuanyuan City. After much effort and investigation, they finally located the Jun family. Upon revealing their identities, they were soon met by members of the Jun family, who escorted them to a shrine, where dozens of individuals surrounded them. Among them were cultivators from the Qing Yuan sect and martial arts experts from the Jun family. Su Cheng, encircled, bore a fierce expression and coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" A cultivator in a blue robe scoffed, "Is the demon still pretending to be innocent? Your junior brother Jun has committed patricide and fratricide, practicing heretical arts. The heavens will not forgive such transgressions, and he has fled in fear of punishment. How dare you, heretical cultivators, boldly seek him out?" Su Cheng appeared bewildered, while Nan Hongsang and Li Erniu exclaimed, "Impossible. Junior brother Jun is not that kind of person. Jun Bufan often sought advice from Nan Hongsang and frequently sparred with Li Erniu. How could such a straightforward youth commit such heinous acts? Humph. A crude martial artist returns from an outing and suddenly becomes a cultivator. This transformation in less than a month can only be attributed to heretical practices, sneered another cultivator. His tone laced with jealousy. Practicing heretical arts can drastically alter one's character, making patricide and fratricide unsurprising. Nan Hongsang's complexion paled as she produced the token entrusted to them by Su Ying, stating, "This is the identity token given to us by the elders of your sect. We are not heretical cultivators." The tall blue-robed cultivator extended his hand, drawing the token through the air, infusing it with spiritual energy. The token emitted a green light, etching a large character in the air. "Kill." The tall blue-robed cultivator coldly declared. "What more do you have to say, three of you?" Su Cheng summoned the purple thunder spear, activating the 5 Thunder Sutra, enveloping himself in arcs of lightning. He turned to Nan Hongsang and Li Erniu, saying, "Senior sister Nan. Brother Erniu, these scoundrels are all cut from the same cloth. Junior brother Jun has likely been harmed by them, encountering misfortune, suppressing their grief." Nan Hongsang and Li Erniu also summoned their magical artifacts, declaring, "We will fight our way out together. We must report this to the sect leader." However, Su Cheng shook his head, asserting, "Why trouble the master with this? To uncover junior brother Jun's whereabouts and the truth, we must kill, slay them all. Then seek out the Jun family's ancestors. They must know the whole truth." Despite being surrounded by 4 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, Su Cheng remained unfazed. Gripping the purple thunder spear, "Senior sister Nan, brother Li, I will handle these 4. You take care of the others. After we finish them off, we will head to the Jun family." The 4 were incensed, astonished that someone so young would dare to look down upon them, their mouths agape with fury. "Your disciples Su Cheng, Nan Hongsang, and Li Erniu have killed excessively, demonic value 1. Is this the beginning of an assault on the Jun family?" Far away, Luo Tian observed the notifications from the destiny system, pondering the origins of the demonic value. Su Cheng, Nan Hongsang, and Li Erniu would not embark on a killing spree without cause, and now they bore demonic value, indicating that many had likely perished. Luo Tian paid little heed to the additional demonic value, promptly expending 10 points of merit to eradicate it, leaving him with 10 points remaining. Kill mercilessly. With our sect providing support. If it were up to Luo Tian, he would spare not even a dog from the entire Jun family. The death of a purple-quality disciple, coupled with the near demise of his eldest disciple Zheng Ping'an, filled Luo Tian with an unshakable certainty that Jun Bufan's demise was tied to the Jun family or the cultivation powers backing them. The cultivation factions in this world openly engaged in nefarious practices, and Luo Tian even suspected that the celestial phenomena of the sun and moon were not merely the handiwork of the destiny system, but rather the machinations of some powerful cultivator. In conclusion, the cultivation world was rife with nefarious elements. Your disciple Su Cheng destroys the Jun family, Heart Demon Value 2, triggering a random blue talent. Heart Demon Value. Each one increases the probability of breakthrough in current realm. Luo Tian. Your disciple triggers the blue talent, Bloodlust. Bloodlust, blue when the urge to kill is ignited, all damage 10. Your disciple Su Cheng acquires blue opportunity, Jun family treasure. Instantly, the gloom that had settled in Luo Tian's heart dissipated. What a numerical anomaly this is. In terms of combat prowess, Su Cheng undoubtedly surpassed Zheng Ping'an, yet he lacked superior lightning-type divine techniques. Currently, Su Cheng employed a yellow-grade technique he had scavenged, and to maximize the potential of the wind and thunder body. He needed techniques of both attributes, which paled in comparison to Zheng Ping'an's all-encompassing abilities that allowed him to cultivate any technique with ease. The conditions for triggering Bloodlust were simple. It merely required igniting Su Cheng's desire to kill. Once engaged in battle, a yellow-grade technique could unleash power rivaling that of a profound-grade technique. At the Jun family, Su Cheng faced 4 opponents single-handedly, swiftly dispatching the weakest among them with a single thrust of his spear. In mere moments, he had eliminated a Qi refinement level 8 opponent, as well as 2 at level 7, efficiently aiding Nan Hongsang and Li Erniu in dispatching all who surrounded them. On the pristine visage of Su Cheng, blood was smeared. His pupils tinged with crimson as he rampaged through the corridors of the Jun family's rear courtyard. All who obstructed his path met with a swift demise, leaving a trail of blood that coursed through the entirety of the Jun household. At last, a frail, white-haired elder emerged from the back garden, his body bent with age. Trembling as he pointed a quivering finger towards the heavens, raising his head to roar with fury. "Why, oh why, could you not grant me just one more day? That final step, it was within my grasp. I cannot accept this, I cannot." His heart was filled with hatred and resentment. for he was so close to breaking through to the legendary realm of transcending mortals. Yet, he was interrupted by an unwelcome visitor. Annihilation. Chapter 67. The Journey Down the Mountain, End. On the 24th day of the chaotic Dance of Beasts event, nothing transpired, and no fate coins were earned. On the 25th day, again, no events unfolded, and no fate coins were acquired. The 26th day passed similarly, with no fortune in sight. By the 27th day, after 3 consecutive days of fruitless endeavors, Luo Tian began to question his existence, his mind in a state of unrest. The Black Wind Mountain, with a hatred value soaring to 90, remained eerily quiet, which was exceedingly peculiar. It was not until midday that a flurry of notifications erupted before Luo Tian. A minor demon tide has erupted near Xuanyuan City. Your disciple Su Cheng has slain a level 8 demon, earning 8 fate coins. Your disciple Nan Hongsang has vanquished a level 6 demon, earning 6 fate coins. Your disciple Nan Hongsang has sustained severe injuries, injury value 20. Your disciple Li Erniu has defeated a level 2 demon, earning 2 fate coins. Your disciple Su Cheng has slain another level 6 demon, earning 6 fate coins. The system's alerts were relentless. The total fate coins surged by 245. Yet, Luo Tian's heart plummeted like a roller coaster. Xuanyuan City has fallen to the Black Wind Mountain. Su Cheng's injury value 20. Nan Hongsang's injury value 20, current total 40. The good news was that no disciples had perished. The bad news was that, apart from Li Erniu, both Su Cheng and Nan Hongsang were gravely injured. Though the trio had escaped with their lives, their circumstances were dire. The gods' battle had wrought suffering upon the common folk. Luo Tian sighed internally, realizing that the Black Wind Mountain had seized the opportunity presented by the demise of the Jun family and the leader of the Xuanyuan sect, allowing a formidable demon to lead a horde into Xuanyuan City. Without foundational guardians, how could they contend with a foundational demon? The Wangyue sect's hatred value towards the Taishu Dao sect has increased by 30, now standing at 50. Luo Tian. Xuanyuan City had transformed into a sea of blood, a veritable paradise for demons. A demon, adorned with twin wings and a body as muscular as solid rock, loomed over Xuanyuan City, exuding an oppressive aura. Smaller demons scuttled about, infesting the city. Remarkably, 3 young human cultivators had managed to escape. With icy light glinting in Shanshi Jun's eyes, he mused, with these human blood offerings, my elder brother shall surely break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Once he ascends, the Black Wind Mountain shall no longer remain confined to this remote corner of the world. And that detestable Taishu Dao sect, how dare they possess a sword talisman from the Wangyue sect's Mingyue Zhenren, nearly igniting a conflict between our factions. Now the third brother has ventured into the territory of the Taishu Dao sect together with the Wangyue sect Zhenren. If we can plunder the human populace there, my brother's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion will be all but guaranteed. The greater scheme prevails. 3 fledgling human cultivators may have escaped. But as long as my brother can ascend, any number of human chi practitioners will be at our mercy. In the distance, Su Cheng, grievously wounded, and Nan Hongsang, unconscious from his injuries, were being carried by Li Erniu. Brother Erniu, carry sister Nan northward. I will hold off these pursuers, Su Cheng declared, turning abruptly. Brandishing the purple thunder spear, his bloodied garments a testament to his struggle, his black hair tied back with a white jade ribbon. Brother Su. Li Erniu gazed at the solitary, diminutive figure of the youth, feeling an unfamiliar surge of resentment at his own lack of strength. Words caught in his throat. He wiped away tears as he said, Su brother, you must return alive. Su Cheng did not look back, his gaze fixed on the horizon, murmuring, my second life was granted by my master. With my cultivation at its peak, and with my elder brother absent, it is my duty to shoulder his responsibilities, even if I lack his wisdom and insight. But I, Su Cheng, shall wield my spear and vanquish the demonic scourge. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Though no foundational demons pursued him, 7 mid to late stage demons relentlessly followed. Should he falter, his spiritual energy would wane, and all 3 would inevitably succumb to the hands of the demons. There was something Su Cheng wished to say, a message for his sister Qing'er back at Taishu Mountain. But seeing Li Erniu, tear-streaked, carrying Nan Hongsang, he felt that such words would only bring despair. Sister Qing'er, I must return alive, he vowed. And then I shall tell you that I, Su Cheng, wish to take you as my wife. No longer would he remain timid. Your disciple Su Cheng has slain a level 8 demon, rewarded with 8 fate coins. Your disciple Su Cheng has vanquished a level 7 demon, rewarded with 7 fate coins. Your disciple Su Cheng, a series of 6 notifications rang out, netting a total of 34 fate coins. Your disciple Su Cheng has sustained injury value 30. Current total 50. Your disciple Su Cheng, blessed with extraordinary fortune, has refined the grievance pearl, injury value reduced to 20. Grievance pearl, a supreme treasure of the Xian tier. Function: generates emotional energy, life and death intertwined, reducing injury value based on emotional energy levels, with a maximum reduction of 50. Cutting off emotions increases all damage, with a maximum increase of 15. Your disciple Su Cheng has slain a level 9 demon, rewarded with 9 fate coins. Luo Tian mused, goodness. My 2 disciples are truly remarkable. One teeters on the brink of life and death, yet in a flash of inspiration, he breaks through. The other, blessed with fortune, finds a glimmer of hope in despair, even refining a celestial treasure of the Xian tier. The attributes are extraordinary, allowing for instant recovery from injuries and enhancing damage, akin to acquiring an additional blue combat talent. Thankfully, it seems that Su Cheng, Nen Hongsang, and Li Erniu have managed to escape danger for now. Luo Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him, setting aside his disciples' affairs for the moment. Earlier, Zhou Banzian had sent him a letter, interrupted by the system notifications. Now he seized the opportunity to discern what pressing matters Zhou had to convey. Soon, Luo Tian's brow furrowed with concern. Zhou had discovered traces of the Xuanyuan sect and the Black Wind Mountain Demon clan. He had suspected these 2 factions harbored intentions against the Taishu Dao sect, with a hatred value of 50 from one and 90 from the other. It would be abnormal if they did not stir up trouble. Now that he had detected their movements, he felt somewhat reassured. Currently, he possessed a substantial 844 fate coins. With astute maneuvering, he could potentially counterstrike, seizing the opportunity to annihilate the Xuanyuan sect or even the Black Wind Mountain. Moreover, he had accumulated 28 packages for traversers. Luo Tian expended 110 destiny coins to procure 2 Wanderers tokens, one of the first tier and one of the second tier, without a trace of hesitation in their use. Chapter 68, Dragon Slaying Guard, the fearsome Yin Tianhua. Before Luo Tian appeared 2 figures. One resided in Xiangshu County, while the other was in Ningyuan County. The figure in Xiangshu County was slightly larger, summoned by the second-tier Wanderer's token, a foundation-building cultivator. The one in Ningyuan County was somewhat smaller, a Qi refinement cultivator summoned by the first-tier token. Fortunately, it landed in Xiangshu County. Luo Tian let out a sigh of relief. Bai Wuqiu's cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of foundation building, and he undoubtedly needed assistance the most, with a new foundation-building cultivator joining. Even if the Xuanyuan sect and Haifeng Mountain allied, they could hold out until Zhou Banqing arrived. Although Zhou Banqing's cultivation had diminished to the 7th level of foundation building, he had once been a formidable cultivator on the verge of breaking through to the Purple Mansion. A genius of purple quality capable of easily dispatching ordinary blue and white quality foundation-building cultivators below the 7th level. Not to mention, this old fellow had concealed countless formations. Having roamed the world for so many years and having offended numerous enemies without losing his life, Luo Tian had no doubt he possessed a few tricks up his sleeve. Currently unable to access the information of the new foundation-building cultivator, Luo Tian could only pray for the recruitment of a mid to late stage loose cultivator. As for the remaining 28 Traverser gift packs, Luo Tian also refrained from opening them now. He wished to accumulate 30 packs and synthesize a new one all at once, curious to see what treasures it might yield. When necessary, he would draw a Wanderer's token, but otherwise, he wished not to squander the gift packs. On the 28th day of the Chaos of Demons event, good news arrived. Zheng Ping'an's sister, Zheng Huayu, had successfully broken through to the 1st level of Qi refinement. However, Luo Tian did not permit her to descend the mountain for training. Firstly, the outside world was perilous, and secondly, she was Zheng Ping'an's sister. Zheng Ping'an was his most valued disciple and the future acting sect master. Zheng Huayu, a rare talent in alchemy, should remain diligently cultivating spiritual herbs within the sect. Regarding the unfortunate news, the Taishu Dao sect's Yun Tianhua has slain a 6th level foundation building demon, earning 60 destiny coins. The demons of Haifeng Mountain have begun their assault on Xiangshu County. It appears the elder recruited via the Wanderer's token is no ordinary figure, capable of slaying a 6th level foundation building demon. Luo Tian was secretly astonished. This guaranteed the presence of at least a 6th level master. The Taishu Dao sect's elder Bai Wuqiu was ambushed, suffering severe injuries. Injury points 40. Luo Tian. Oh, old Bai, why must you endure such misfortune? Bai Wuqiu had only just healed from his injuries, and now he was grievously wounded once more. The Taishu Dao sect's Yun Tianhua has slain a 7th level foundation building demon, earning 70 destiny coins. The Taishu Dao sect's Yun Tianhua has slain a 3rd level foundation building demon, earning 30 destiny coins. A flurry of 5 notifications rang out, yielding a total of 210 destiny coins, leaving Luo Tian filled with curiosity about the unfolding events. In Xiangshu County, Bai Wuqiu's array seeking aid from Zhou Banqing lay in tatters. As radiant light burst forth, enveloping the area in a pure and gentle halo. A group of 15 individuals appeared, 3 of whom bore golden embroidered patterns on their chests, floating in the air. While 12 other cultivators of varied appearances and ages stood upon magical artifacts, their expressions solemn and their gazes coldly scanning Xuanyuan County. Meanwhile, a fierce wind howled, stirring up dust and debris, causing trees and buildings to sway precariously. 6 towering figures commanded the black mist, exuding a demonic aura that surged like a raging river, engulfing the entire city. Below, dozens of chi refinement demons breached the city walls, pouring into the streets. 9 foundation building sect masters. You overestimate me, by Wuchio grimaced. His heart chilled. The Xuanyuan sect dispatched 3 foundation building cultivators, while Hafeng Mountain sent 6 foundation building demons in one fell swoop, clearly intent on annihilating the sect. Xuanyuan County was unfortunate enough to be the first target in their path. Even if Bai Wuchio wished to abandon the citizens of Xuanyuan County and flee, escape was impossible. Sect Master, if I perish, please take good care of my disciples. As he gazed at the demons flooding into the city, Bai Wuchio summoned his magical cauldron, charging skyward like a firefly darting toward the moon. Aware of his impending demise, Bai Wuchio chose to sacrifice his life to buy time, allowing Zhou Bansheng and the sect master a moment longer to devise a countermeasure. In a narrow alley, while the crowd scattered in panic, one figure stood in stark contrast, moving against the tide. This person was shrouded in a dark robe, their hood obscuring most of their face. One could faintly discern a middle-aged man beneath, his cheeks adorned with stubble. He raised his gaze toward Bai Wuchio, who was rushing toward his demise, and a flicker of surprise crossed his weathered eyes. Who would have thought there still existed such cultivators, willing to risk their lives to protect the citizens of this city? He paused, letting out a sigh. If a mere alchemist possesses such courage, how can we sword cultivators stand idly by while a city falls to the demonic horde? Initially, he had only intended to pass through Xuanyuan County without becoming embroiled in its affairs. However, he could not bear to witness the collusion between humans and demons. Behind him, a dark sword box opened, from which a rune-covered black sword soared forth. Its body was as dark as an abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. Coiling like a black dragon, collusion between humans and demons, harming the innocent, must be eradicated. The black dragon sword unsheathed, striking with incredible swiftness, cleaving a large demon in two. The other demons, stunned and enraged, realized the sword's might. Evidently, a formidable sword cultivator lurked in the shadows. The human race truly was full of cunning. They had used a third-level foundation-building cultivator to ensnare them, while secretly harboring a powerful sword cultivator to launch a surprise attack. How despicable! As Bai Wuchio, resigned to his fate, faced the oncoming onslaught, his mind raced without time to react. The remaining 5 major demons roared in unison, launching a coordinated assault on Bai Wuchio. Boom! Bai Wuchio's magical cauldron shattered, and his body was sent flying, collapsing a vast expanse of buildings and leaving a deep crater in the ground. As he lost consciousness, one thought lingered in Bai Wuchio's mind. If I had known the sect master had plans, why did I risk my life? The cultivators of the Xuanyuan sect furrowed their brows, their expressions grave as they looked ahead. At the very least, this is a late-stage foundation-building sword cultivator. The leader, an elderly man with silver hair, appeared gaunt yet resolute. What are we waiting for? Let us unite and slay him. With such a powerful sword cultivator alive, can the Xuanyuan sect ever find peace? Leading the demonic faction was a wild boar demon, its back bristling with steel-like black fur, each hair pierced through with a human skull, its eyes gleaming with malice, causing even its fellow demons to tremble. Yet, before the Xuanyuan sect could react, the black dragon sword, having just slain a large demon, revealed its terrifying might, akin to a black dragon descending upon the earth, exuding an overwhelming dragon's might. A middle-aged man appeared out of thin air, grasping the black dragon's sword in his palm, his eyes shimmering with dragon patterns. A deep voice resonated through the heavens and earth. Dragon's fury subdues demons. A torrential rain of blood and dismembered corpses cascaded down, leaving only incredulous whispers in the aftermath. How could the dragon-slaying guard appear here? Chapter 69. Recruitment Order for Red Disciples. The Chaos of Demons event concludes with a shocking scene. The Taishu Dao sect's Yun Tianhua has slain a 7th-level Qi refinement demon, earning 7 destiny coins. A series of 73 notifications rang out, yielding a total of 369 destiny coins. The Taishu Dao sect's Yun Tianhua has received a random blue opportunity. Xuanyuan sect's hatred towards Taishu Dao sect is at 30. Current level 20. Luo Tian's lips quivered slightly. With a formidable presence, the crisis in Xuanyuan County had evidently been averted. However, why had the Xuanyuan sect suddenly chosen to lower their hostility? Do they think that by diminishing their animosity, I shall refrain from striking back. They allied with Haifeng Mountain to assault me and waged war against the Taishu Dao sect. Now, confronted with the realization of their inadequacy, they wish to surrender? Such benevolence is scarcely found in this world. Once the Tianming event concludes, Luo Tian resolved that his first course of action would be to attack Haifeng Mountain and eliminate that bear-like king of strength. The second task would be to hold Xuanyuan sect accountable. On the 29th day of the Dancing Demons event, the day unfolded without incident. Yet, within the regional channel, an abrupt crimson notification appeared. Countdown to the end of the Dancing Demons event. 2 days remaining. Could it be that this damned event is finally drawing to a close? I have accumulated 13 Tianming coins, eagerly awaiting to exchange them for 2 recruitment orders to summon golden quality disciples. Alas, my disciple has perished, and I find myself bereft of Tianming coins. Do not panic if a disciple meets their end. The Supreme Immortal Alliance is recruiting. By posting tasks, one can enlist the aid of powerful allies within the alliance to conquer a county and recruit new disciples. Great one, great one. I squandered my spirit stones on a day of romance with a sister from a neighboring sect before the event commenced. What should I do now? Chill out. I wish to exchange for a chance order, to seize territory and recruit more disciples. Oh heavens, this torturous event is finally concluding. These days have been fraught with anxiety, fearing that a high-tier demon might appear and devour my disciple. Thank the heavens for sparing me. Luo Tian looked up at the blood-red sun and moon in the sky, murmuring softly, indeed, the event is about to end. To claim he was unconcerned during these days would be a falsehood. He had dispatched all his high-quality disciples to train, constantly monitoring their notifications, fearful of a sudden death alert akin to that of Jun Buffon's. On this 29th day, Luo Tian had fortuitously amassed 30 Traveler's Gift Packs, capable of being synthesized into a more advanced Epic Traveler's Gift Pack than the exquisite ones. With a surge of determination, he could no longer contain his excitement. Darn it. Ordinary Xian-level items hold little value for me now. Luo Tian steeled his resolve. Despite the allure of the exquisite gift pack, one must always remain vigilant in times of peace, as a gambler's mindset lurks within. Notification: would you like to synthesize 30 ordinary Traveler's Gift Packs into 1 Epic Traveler's Gift Pack? Synthesize. Luo Tian's decision was resolute. This was not merely an exquisite pack. This was an epic pack. The distinction between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. If one were unable to discern that, what could be said? Luo Tian reassured himself, having played games. He knew that epic items were far beyond the reach of exquisite ones. Namo Amitba, may the 3 pure ones and the Lady Nuwa, along with the Heavenly Emperor and the Jade Emperor, grant me the ability to propagate your culture in this otherworldly realm. I rely upon your blessings. Having uttered this prayer, Luo Tian no longer concealed his fervor. His aura shifted as he swiftly clicked on the purple gift pack, exclaiming, "Open." In the next moment, Luo Tian staggered back, his eyes wide with astonishment. Before him appeared a cascade of crimson brilliance. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. Luo Tian was overwhelmed with excitement, retreating a few more steps, his exhilaration beyond words, only able to exclaim in disbelief. The last time he encountered red was with the Celestial Fortune Supreme Treasure, the Tsangxing Wangu Tuesday. The noble enhancement to lifespan and the prestigious damage immunity were unforgettable. What might this new red item be? Upon lowering his gaze, he beheld a recruitment order, red in hue, even more prestigious than gold. Luo Tian found himself at a loss for words, fully aware of the extraordinary nature of golden quality disciples. Now, with the addition of a red quality disciple, his mind was consumed by but 2 words, invincible. Could it be that he had unwittingly acquired the protagonist's script of unstoppable prowess? Luo Tian pondered, eager to utilize the recruitment order immediately. Alas, the Dancing Demons event had yet to conclude, and he could not depart from Taishu Mountain. The thought of a potential mishap in recruitment filled him with dread. He resolved to wait 2 more days until the event's conclusion before using the recruitment order. With a heavy heart, he stowed the red recruitment order back into his bag, the inability to immediately recruit a red quality disciple gnawing at him as though countless ants were crawling upon his skin. On the 30th day of the Dancing Demons event, the final day, he had amassed no Tianming coins. Luo Tian was unperturbed. The battle in Xiangshu County had propelled his Tianming coins to a staggering 1373 points, placing him in a commanding lead over other players. Patiently waiting for the auction to commence, Luo Tian intended to first peruse the array of items available, aiming to secure any high-quality goods before considering purchases from the marketplace. Items in the marketplace would remain available. The next event would similarly yield Tianming coins for purchases. Yet the treasures of the auction, if overlooked, would be lost forever. Luo Tian waited, lingering until the deep of night and into the early dawn. As the clouds were tinged with an elusive gold, the celestial imagery of sun and moon vanished, reminiscent of a fleeting dream, his recollections gradually fading. Yet, they did not entirely dissipate. He retained the vivid image, undeniably real. Just as he was about to utilize the red disciple recruitment order, a shadow caught his eye from afar. The clouds over Haifeng Mountain churned ominously, revealing a figure akin to a deity or demon. Even from a great distance, it instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him, extinguishing any thought of resistance. The being belonged to the Purple Mansion, a formidable demon of the Purple Mansion realm. Luo Tian's pupils contracted, an unsettling realization dawning upon him. This was troubling. The Dancing Demons event had concluded, yet a Purple Mansion demon had emerged from Haifeng Mountain, which bore a hostility value of 90 towards the Taishu Dao sect. If the Purple Mansion demon were to strike, and no fellow Purple Mansion cultivators were there to intervene, Luo Tian felt a weight of despair settle in his heart, praying fervently for the lightning tribulation to smite the demon. Alas, fate held no mercy. The great demon ascended higher into the sky, a resounding rumble echoing. 2 fingers, appearing without warning from the clouds, seized the colossal Purple Mansion demon as if it were but a grain of rice, disregarding its pleas for mercy as it was whisked into the heavens. Luo Tian caught a glimpse of those resplendent golden eyes, more radiant than the sun itself. Those golden orbs cast a fleeting glance in his direction before vanishing, taking the freshly ascended Purple Mansion demon from Haifeng Mountain into the abyss. Chapter 70, Auction Items. As the golden eyes faded from view, Luo Tian gasped for breath. The mere glance from those eyes leaving him in a state of shock, his body chilled, and he had already begun to contemplate his last words. The terror was beyond comprehension. What level of existence was that? Golden core? Or nascent soul? Luo Tian could not help but curse inwardly. In a novice village, an entity capable of effortlessly crushing a Purple Mansion demon had appeared. He was uncertain whether that being had truly regarded him. What would a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him have to warrant such attention? Luo Tian smirked at his own self-deprecation, attempting to console himself. The Purple Mansion demon from Haifeng Mountain seemed to have vanished shortly after its breakthrough, which could be seen as a silver lining amid the grim tidings. At the very least, there was no immediate threat from the Purple Mansion. With the absence of its leader, Haifeng Mountain was no longer a formidable concern. The Chaos of Demons event has concluded, and the auction of items will commence in half an hour. This auction features a total of 10 items, allowing players to freely increase their bids, with the highest bidder securing the items after a duration of 24 hours. The starting price for the auctioned items will escalate as the event begins. In half an hour, a screen suddenly materialized before Luo Tian, displaying precisely 1 page with exactly 10 items. He was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that the auction would follow such a format. Could it be that someone might attempt to snatch my prize? Frankly speaking, Luo Tian coveted all 10 items. 1. First tier Wandering Order, starting bid 3 Destiny Coins. 2. Second tier Wandering Order, starting bid 30 Destiny Coins. 3. Opportunity Order, blue starting bid 30 Destiny Coins. 4. Opportunity Order, purple starting bid 300 Destiny Coins. 5. Xian level Intermediate Body Guardian Divine Ability, Xian Magnetic Body, starting bid 100 Destiny Coins. 6. Xian level Superior Offensive Divine Ability, Starry Sky Punishment, starting bid 150 Destiny Coins. 7. Xian level Superior Magical Artifact, Cloak of Invisibility, starting bid 150 Destiny Coins. 8. Huang level Rare Star Fruit, starting bid 200 Destiny Coins. 9. Disciple Recruitment Order, purple 300 Destiny Coins. 10. Library Blueprint, blue 100 Destiny Coins. Among these, there even appeared a purple quality Disciple Recruitment Order and Opportunity Order. This encounter was merely a few hundred Destiny Coins, and Luo Tian estimated that the next auction might not be limited to just a few hundred. This could be considered a sponsorship from the Destiny game for their group of players. Luo Tian calculated that to acquire all these items, he would need a total of 363 Destiny Coins. Currently, he possessed 373 Destiny Coins, which would be more than sufficient to secure the auction items, provided no one interfered. Before long, 3 minutes had passed. Player Luo Tian has spent 31 Destiny Coins to bid on the second-tier Wandering Order. Would you like to remain anonymous? No. Aside from the first-tier Wandering Order, Luo Tian raised the bid by 1 Destiny Coin for all other items, expending a total of 369 Destiny Coins. Now, he was left with a meager 4 Destiny Coins. Just as he intended to place another bid, he discovered that Li Long had raised the bid significantly. In a single breath, the bid escalated to 10 Destiny Coins, leaving Luo Tian with no choice but to concede. Whether in the regional channel or the Supreme Immortal Alliance channel, the discussions erupted into chaos. What on earth am I witnessing? Has the great Luo Tian taken the lead? How many destiny coins must that require? 1. 396 destiny coins? I don't even have 10 destiny coins. How is he slaying so many demons? My disciple is also a purple quality, 3rd tier, chi refinement. Is this the prowess of the top player? Terrifying indeed. Well done, Li Long. We must not allow Luo Tian to acquire all the items. Is there any other player willing to snatch a prize? Who has the fool up there? Li Long is an administrator of the Supreme Immortal Alliance. Do you even know who the leader of the alliance is? Just keep seething. I truly believe Luo Tian deserves to win. The more resources he obtains, the greater he becomes. Eventually, we players can measure ourselves against the locals here, gathering millions of players to support the great Luo Tian. I also wanted to bid on the opportunity order, but alas, Luo Tian has already secured it. Suddenly, a sense of crisis welled up in Luo Tian's heart. Surely, no one would dare to steal a prize at this stage. While acquiring a few hundred destiny coins might be challenging, accumulating dozens could indeed be possible for players fortunate enough to possess purple quality disciples. The 2nd tier Wandering Order was crucial for acquiring an additional Foundation Elder. After pondering over the Blue Opportunity Order, Luo Tian sent messages to both the Regional and Supreme Immortal Alliance channels. If any brothers wish to bid on the Blue Opportunity Order, please inform me. We are all players and should assist one another. Luo Tian's heart ached. Rather than being robbed, it was better to openly seek a favor, allowing him to withdraw destiny coins to secure the 2nd tier Wandering Order. At this stage, only he could utilize the 2nd tier Wandering Order. Yet there were always those who might meddle or prepare for the worst. Faced with a choice, he clearly preferred the 2nd tier Wandering Order. He felt no concern for the other items. Destiny coins could not be traded or jointly purchased. Currently, even players with purple quality disciples could not surpass the 5th tier of chi refinement. Accumulating 100 destiny coins required slaying 25th tier chi refinement demons. Where would he find so many solitary demons? Luo Tian closed the system interface, with a day remaining until the auction concluded. He had ample time to engage in other activities. For instance, a red recruitment order appeared in his hand. After silently invoking its use, a crimson thread connected to a distant point came into view. Congratulations, player. You have successfully recruited a transcendent level disciple. Your disciple is located in the direction indicated on the map. Please proceed promptly. That direction pointed towards Xuanyuan County. Following the thread's path, Luo Tian thought it fortuitous to also recruit the formidable Yun Tianhua into the Taishu Dao sect. Having not departed from Taishu Mountain for a month, Luo Tian, wielding the Taishu sword, left the mountain, garnering envious glances from his disciples who were still in seclusion. They, unable to sense any spiritual energy, remained oblivious to when they might embark on the path of immortality. Within mere hours, Luo Tian arrived within the vicinity of Xuanyuan County. Although Yun Tianhua had successfully defeated the combined forces of the Black Wind Mountain demons and the Waning Moon sect, the aftermath of the battle rendered the surroundings devastated, with some small demons that had not been slain still wreaking havoc beyond the county's bounds. The red thread did not lead into the urban area of Xuanyuan County, but instead directed him towards a nearby village. Upon entering the village, Luo Tian was immediately struck by a thick, iron-like scent of blood. This is not good. My disciple cannot be in peril. A sudden wave of dread surged within Luo Tian. Had he arrived just minutes later during the incident involving the golden quality disciple Su Cheng, he might have lost a disciple. Having learned from that experience, he dared not delay even for a moment, expending every ounce of spiritual power to carve a radiant arc across the sky. Chapter 71. The first transcendent level disciple. In Jiangli village, the sun had yet to set, yet the ground was awash in the hues of dusk, a deep crimson. The lifeless bodies of villagers lay scattered across the ground, blood long since dried, congealing into dark red patches. Some corpses were dismembered, their limbs and heads missing, a gruesome testament to the terror they had faced in their final moments. By the time Luo Tian arrived, the demons responsible for the massacre had vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. A wave of nausea surged within him at the sight of eviscerated bodies. Not a single corpse remained intact. It was painfully evident how hopeless the villagers had been in their final moments. Though he considered himself adept at slaying without a second thought, there was a stark distinction between killing and torturing. Luo Tian hastened along the crimson thread in search of his disciple, arriving at the ruins of a collapsed house where a headless body lay, clutching a broken rake. The red thread extended downward. With a flick of his sleeve, he cleared the debris covering the ground, revealing a cellar below. As he descended, an even more acrid stench assaulted him. Decay, filth. In the embrace of the woman lay an infant still swathed in swaddling clothes. The corner of the baby's mouth bore traces of blood, and the woman's hands were marred by wounds. Luo Tian also noticed a delicate piece of jewelry adorning the woman's neck, glistening with a translucent brilliance. In that fleeting moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him. The ornament exuded a rich spiritual energy, far surpassing that of inferior spirit stones. Such coincidences were rare. Luo Tian instantly deduced the identity of the headless corpse outside. It belonged to the man from Xuanyuan County who sold candied hawthorn. The infant in the swaddle radiated a crimson glow, signifying that he was the prodigious disciple Luo Tian sought. Gently, Luo Tian took the baby from the deceased woman's hands. The infant seemed to sense the movement, opening his eyes, bright and distinct, gazing at Luo Tian. His tiny arms were raised high, and a pure smile illuminated his face. Luo Tian observed a meticulously carved longevity lock resting on the baby's belly, infused with abundant spiritual energy. Every sip and peck is preordained by fate, Luo Tian reflected. Had he not whimsically produced a medium-grade spirit stone that day, this child might not have survived. Thanks to the nurturing energy of the medium-grade spirit stone, the infant had thrived unscathed to this moment. Watching the baby tug at his sleeve, giggling merrily, Luo Tian mused. If he were to learn how he managed to survive, it might not bode well for him in the future. Cradling the infant, Luo Tian transported the woman's body alongside the headless man's to a desolate patch of land, where he excavated a deep pit, laying the two corpses atop one another before burying them. He then retrieved a sizable stone from the mountaintop to serve as a grave marker. The longevity lock on the infant bore the character Jiang. Thus, he inscribed upon the stone, the tomb of the Jiang couple. Rest assured, I shall adopt your child. I will teach him the ways of the immortal arts, guide him on the path to transcendence, impart the virtues of humanity, and reveal to him the splendor of the world. As Luo Tian departed, he was acutely aware that the tragedy of the Jiang couple was but one of many in this chaotic era. In times of turmoil, the lives of mortals bore no distinction from the weeds by the roadside. Luo Tian understood the limits of his abilities. He could not eradicate all the malevolent beings in the world, nor could he rectify all injustices. All he could do was care for himself and his sect. Now, he had one more to protect. Looking down at the curious infant in his arms, a prodigious disciple destined for greatness, he resolved to safeguard his growth at any cost. In Xuanyuan County, Bai Wuqi, severely injured, had just regained consciousness. At that moment, Zhou Banxian let out a sigh of relief. When he rushed to Xuanyuan County, Bai Wuqi had been gravely wounded. Recalling that scene, Zhou Banxian smiled at the middle-aged man clad in a dark cloak, who was leaning against a nearby wall with a sword box in hand. Had it not been for this individual, the consequences would have been dire. With a single sword, he had vanquished 6 demons and incapacitated 3 foundation-building cultivators from the Xuanyuan sect, along with 12 chi-refining practitioners. The dragon-slaying guards slay demons, not humans. Zhou Banxian kindly assisted Yun Tianhua in recovering. I am not dead. Bai Wuqi surveyed his surroundings, momentarily dazed, a strange sensation stirring within him. On the brink of life and death, he realized he seemed to be on the cusp of the 4th stage of foundation building. Within a year, he would likely attain that level. It could be said that he had turned misfortune into fortune. If I am still alive, how could that young lad perish? Zhou Banxian rolled his eyes at Bai Wuqi's muttering, inwardly questioning. This fellow truly has a charmed life. To encounter someone from the dragon-slaying guards here and fortuitously be saved. The dragon-slaying guards are the elite of the Great Yu Demon Suppression Division, each member a paragon among cultivators, akin to prodigies across the 9 provinces. Typically, the dragon-slaying guards are stationed in the most perilous locations to prevent the uprising of formidable demon kings. Bai Wuqi's expression darkened. Though he appeared youthful due to a beauty-enhancing pill, he was, in fact, over 200 years old. Just as he was about to retort, the words caught in his throat. How could I die when I am so fortunate? Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed unable to contend with this old man. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhua raised his head, gazing outside where a slender figure descended from the heavens, radiating golden light, an apex of foundation building. Yun Tianhua was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the leader of the Tai Su Dao sect would possess such formidable cultivation. Zhou Banxian looked at the newcomer, beaming. The sect master has arrived. Yet, Zhou Banxian's gaze was not fixed on Luo Tian, but rather on the infant in his arms. His smile bloomed like a flower as he hurried forward. Sect master, where did you find this little one? I feel a connection with him. If you trust me, I shall take him under my wing and ensure he is well cared for. Zhou Banxian's eyes never wavered from the baby. Luo Tian felt a twitch in his brow. Had he not known Zhou Banxian's character, he might have doubted his intentions towards an infant. He hardly seemed like a good Samaritan. Zhou Banxian's gaze remained fixed on the baby, creating a peculiar spectacle that prompted Yun Tianhua to glance twice. After the second look, his eyes sharpened, as if he had made a decision, and he stepped forward boldly. I, Yun Tianhua, a member of the former dragon-slaying guards of the Demon Suppression Division, wish to join your esteemed sect. I implore the sect master to allow me to educate this infant. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. The Demon Suppression Division, dragon-slaying guards? Upon hearing Yun Tianhua's name, Luo Tian's heart leapt. So, it was this formidable individual. What did he just say? He seeks to join the Tai Su Dao sect voluntarily? Splendid. The credit for this unexpected opportunity lay entirely with the infant cradled in his arms. Luo Tian was not surprised that the two had recognized the child's extraordinary nature. A disciple of red quality was inherently exceptional. Even without practicing any cultivation techniques, he could instinctively absorb spiritual energy. Unlike the golden quality disciples, Zheng Ping'an and Su Cheng, who had to follow a systematic approach to cultivate and sense spiritual energy, this little one had bypassed that step entirely. To put it another way, he had already reached the first stage of qi refinement. Bai Wuqi, observing Zhou Banxian and Yun Tianhua's fixation on the infant, was also drawn in by curiosity. What the? Bai Wuqi sprang to his feet, inadvertently reopening his wounds, which caused him to grimace in pain. Sect Master, I too can teach this little one alchemy. He rushed forward, gritting his teeth against the pain. This was extraordinary. If not cultivating, he was already at the first stage of qi refinement. He must either be a reincarnated great being or an unparalleled prodigy, akin to tales spun in the world of cultivation. Zhou Banxian and Yun Tianhua exchanged glances, both fixing their stares on Bai Wuqi, unison in their exclamation, impossible. Zhou Banxian dropped all pretense, declaring loudly, such talent must not be squandered. If he does not cultivate with me, it would be akin to a gem gathering dust. My method, the heavenly mechanism technique, is unparalleled in great U. If I claim to be third, none can claim second. Luo Tian, curious, inquired, why not first? Zhou Banxian's expression darkened, sensing the sect master's cunning. Humility, this is humility. He retorted, his face grim. Within the mind of Luo Tian, he contemplated the notion of investigating the second-ranked heavenly technique in the world, pondering that perhaps he might uncover some elusive clues. Beside him, Yun Tianhua dismissed the idea with indifference, stating, old man, the second-ranked heavenly technique, the Tianyan Pavilion, only accepts one disciple per generation, passed down through the lineage, and none have ever reached the foundation establishment stage. As for me, I am distinctly different. Have you heard of the number 1 dragon-slaying guard? I, Yun Tianhua, possess first-class aptitude as a dragon-slaying guard, and my achievements are well documented. Unfazed by the teasing skepticism, Zhou Banxian fell into a contemplative silence. The second-ranked heavenly technique had indeed transformed into the Tianyan Pavilion. Luo Tian regarded Yun Tianhua with renewed interest. Being the number 1 dragon-slaying guard and possessing first-class aptitude was indeed impressive. It seemed he might well be another formidable individual of purple quality. A smile graced Luo Tian's face as he spoke. There is no need for contention among the three of you. This child is still young. It would be prudent to consider his cultivation when he has matured a bit. With such aptitude, he cannot merely master one school's teachings. He is destined to amalgamate the strengths of various lineages. At that juncture, the question will be whether your skills are sufficient to instruct him. Upon hearing this, the three reflected on his words and found merit in them. Luo Tian continued, I welcome Elder Yun to join my Taishu Dao sect. Bai Wuqiu, aware that it was Yun Tianhua who saved him, disregarded his pain and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving my life. Yun Tianhua waved his hand dismissively, saying, it was a mere act of convenience. Your dedication to the people and your unyielding spirit in battle command my admiration. However, you should rest now, as your injuries have yet to heal. Bai Wuqiu insisted, it is just a minor injury, nothing to concern yourself over. Yet, inwardly, he thought, I would prefer to withdraw. Had I known such a powerful individual was present, I would not have risked my life as a mere alchemist. Now that my wounds are treated, I face another month of recuperation. Yun Tianhua gestured, and Bai Wuqiu followed his gaze, noticing fresh blood oozing from his wounds, prompting him to quickly consume 2 pills and obediently recline back onto the bed. Zhou Banxian, seemingly struck by a thought, could not resist asking, Elder Yun, as a first-class disciple of the Dragon-Slaying Guard, why did you leave and find yourself in this remote place? A first-class disciple of the Dragon-Slaying Guard would undoubtedly attract the attention of prominent figures, suggesting a smooth path ahead. With a sigh, Yun Tianhua shook his head. That is a tale of the past. Although I was a first-class disciple, my family perished during a tumultuous upheaval among the demon clans, leaving me as the sole survivor. Due to an unfortunate incident, I offended a powerful figure from the Demon Suppression Division, who took the opportunity to cripple my foundational powers, rendering me incapable of entering the Purple Mansion in this lifetime. A bitter smile graced Yun Tianhua's lips. No matter how exceptional his talent, it remained merely potential unfulfilled. Those powerful figures could extinguish him with a mere word, and had it not been for the compassion of a notable individual from the Demon Suppression Division, he might have already met his demise. Upon hearing this, Zhou Banshan felt a surge of sympathy for Yun Tianhua. Understanding the character of the descendants within the Diyu celestial clan and expressing, "Congratulations, Elder Yun, on joining the sect." Internally, he added, "Now the sect leader has another subordinate. Surely he cannot keep relying on my frail bones alone. Sharing the burden is welcome." Luo Tian, feeling helpless, mused that this cloud-walking decree was indeed toxic. "You two may return to the sect to deliberate. I shall entrust the affairs of Xiangshu County to Elder Bai." Luo Tian intended to confer with others regarding strategies to eliminate the Wangyue sect and Hefeng Mountain, while also ensuring the infant disciple in his arms was cared for within the sect. Despite his severe injuries, Bai Wuqiu was still a foundation establishment cultivator, capable of overseeing a county without difficulty. Upon returning to the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian immediately scrutinized the information regarding the infant disciple in his arms. Name, unnamed. Age, 1. Talent, myriad law Dao body, red. Heavenly punishment, red. Extraordinary fortune, gold. Aptitude, 115. Comprehension, 113. Loyalty, 80. Myriad law Dao body, red. Aptitude, 50. Comprehension, 50. All cultivation speeds, 100. Techniques, divine abilities, cultivation, receives 30 damage from all sources. Heavenly punishment, red. Damage to non-human races, 100, halved against human races. And all damage receives a 50 reduction. Luo Tian was astounded. The myriad law Dao body was both simple and brutal, granting a 100 increase in all cultivation speeds. This was a prodigy with an aptitude and comprehension exceeding 110. At such levels, every single point in aptitude and comprehension represented a chasm of difference. Not to mention the remarkable damage reduction of 30. Poor little Ping and would need to sacrifice half his lifespan to achieve a mere 50 in cultivation speed. The unique numerical anomaly was indeed extraordinary. Even if one were to enhance Zheng Ping and's comprehension and aptitude to over 110, it could not compare to the myriad law Dao body, highlighting the disparity in quality. The other red talent, heavenly punishment, while not unique, was nonetheless an absurdly powerful ability. Inflicting 100 damage to non-human races, and under the constraints of the opposing forces, it could disregard 50 of the damage reduction. Su Cheng's thunderstorm Dao body merely added 40 to damage output. Although it did not confer a significant advantage in battles among human races, the halved damage from heavenly punishment was understandable. After all, on the path of exceptionalism, one often lacks something essential. Lastly, the extraordinary fortune was also a golden talent, akin to that possessed by Su Cheng, naturally endowed with great fortune. The least conspicuous of talents, yet still of golden quality. Chapter 73, Another Bounty. Headquarters of the Wangyue sect. Luo Tian gazed at the unnamed field, contemplating, "You were born on this day when the sun and moon are high in the sky. Henceforth, I shall name you Ming. Your name shall be Luo Ming, destined to shine like the sun and moon, surpassing all laws." Upon this thought, the name field transformed from unnamed to Luo Ming. As for the choice of Luo, it was a personal sentiment of Luo Tian. He then turned his attention to Yun Tianhua. Name, Yun Tianhua. Age, 52. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. Talent, Sword Heart Clarity, purple. Rune Master, purple. Spiritual Anomaly Cauldron, purple. Divine Abilities Severed, black. Aptitude, 76. Comprehension, 71. Loyalty, 90. Sword Heart Clarity, purple. Sword Dao Talent, 30. Sword Dao Damage, 30. Rune Master, purple. Rune Crafting Material Consumption, -20. Power, 20. Spiritual Anomaly Cauldron, purple. Maximum Spiritual Power, 20. Divine Abilities Severed, black. 80. Success rate of breaking through to the purple mansion. Luo Tian felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Indeed, he was a formidable figure, with both aptitude and comprehension exceeding 70, and his innate talents were all commendable. Except for that single black talent. An 80 success rate for breaking through to the purple mansion was dismal, apart from those with golden and red talents. Others had little hope of achieving such a breakthrough. What a pity. Luo Tian understood that had Yun Tianhua not been forced to leave the dragon-slaying guard, such a person would never have found themselves in such a remote place. Summoning Zheng Huayu, he entrusted the care of Luo Ming to her. Zheng Huayu, with deft hands, cradled the infant, and the two exchanged curious glances. Instructing Zheng Huayu to look after Luo Ming, he also directed a disciple to descend the mountain in search of a wet nurse. Having completed these tasks, Luo Tian finally turned to Zhou Banshan and Yun Tianhua to discuss serious matters. Upon hearing Luo Tian's intentions, Zhou Banshan expressed mild surprise. Sect leader. Are you planning to take action against the Xuanyuan sect and Haifeng Mountain? Luo Tian nodded. The Xuanyuan sect has repeatedly provoked my Taishu Dao sect. With the demise of the Purple Mansion Beast in the Black Wind Mountain, it is undoubtedly time for my Taishu Dao sect to proclaim our might in Chongning Prefecture. Zhou Banzian, in disbelief, murmured, "Are you saying that the bear from Black Wind Mountain broke through to the Purple Mansion and then perished? Is the sect master certain of the veracity of this claim?" Luo Tian affirmed, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. As a cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, my vision is not so easily clouded. That pair of golden eyes left a lasting impression on me. A Purple Mansion Beast could easily stir a tremendous uproar in Chongning Prefecture, yet it has perished without so much as a ripple." A look of horror flickered in Zhou Banqian's eyes. This is akin to nurturing a goo. There are significant figures in Chiyu Prefecture requiring alchemical concoctions. He remained curious about the Blood Sun and Blood Moon phenomena, clearly orchestrated by a prominent entity. In contrast, Yun Tianhua maintained a certain composure. As a member of the Dragon Slaying Guard, he had heard of such matters. The bear demon was undoubtedly doomed. Initially believing the 100 Beasts pill to be a mere legend, it now appeared to hold truth. As a great figure was utilizing 100 Purple Mansion Beasts as bait to concoct the 100 Beasts pill. The scene witnessed by the sect master likely involved a patrol agent collecting ingredients for that illustrious figure. Both Luo Tian and Zhou Banzian felt a chill run down their spines. 100 Purple Mansion Beasts, merely to fabricate a single pill. What a staggering display of power. No one doubted the veracity of Yun Tianhua's words. "I suggest the sect master forget these matters to avoid inviting unwarranted calamities," Yun Tianhua advised gravely, turning to Luo Tian. "Those beings, once your mind stirs, regardless of distance, they will sense it in the ether." Luo Tian nodded, resolving to set aside these thoughts. With Purple Mansion demons serving as medicinal catalysts, his own insignificant Foundation Establishment cultivation made uncovering the truth behind the frenzied demons akin to courting death. Soon, these events were buried deep within Luo Tian's memory. "I shall handle the annihilation of Black Wind Mountain. The Xuanyuan sect can be entrusted to you and the old man," he declared. "My sword shall not be stained with the blood of the human race, yet I am more than capable of vanquishing demons." The sword box behind Yun Tianhua trembled slightly, as if in agreement. With the leader of Black Wind Mountain having broken through to the Purple Mansion and subsequently being slain by Yun Tianhua, the remaining demons were few in number and could hardly contend with him. Luo Tian felt assured to leave the obliteration of Black Wind Mountain in Yun Tianhua's capable hands. Does the sect master know where the Xuanyuan sect resides? Zhou Banzian posed this pivotal question. Luo Tian replied solemnly, "I do not know." Zhou Banzian. Yun Tianhua. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, Luo Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. "But we still have you, old Zhou." He chuckled awkwardly. Zhou Banzian, proficient in the art of divination, should have no trouble calculating the location of the Xuanyuan sect. He regretted allowing himself to be swept along into this untrustworthy venture. Zhou Banzian retorted, "Do you think the art of divination is something to be toyed with? Every sect possesses its own fortune. Recklessly prying into such matters will inevitably incur some backlash. I, an old man, do not wish to meet my end so soon." Luo Tian smiled sheepishly. "Isn't it true that your prowess in divination is unparalleled? Figuring out the whereabouts of the Xuanyuan sect should be a simple task for you." Zhou Banzian remained unmoved. "I am but a wandering fortune teller, unworthy of such praise from the sect master." Luo Tian was at a loss. What to do if one could not locate the sect? Clearly, the answer was to seek assistance from their compatriots. "Please wait a moment while I calculate," he said. Luo Tian stepped back, opened the regional channel, and sent out a message, offering a generous reward for the coordinates of the Xuanyuan sect's main base, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Instantly, the regional channel erupted with commotion. What the heck? A super powerful figure has appeared. What is this figure seeking from the Xuanyuan sect? Clearly, this sect has offended someone significant, and now they are seeking out their location for retribution. Wow, it is terrifying. While we ponder how to survive under oppression and avoid enmity with the local sects, this figure has already begun to retaliate. I spent 20 destiny coins to exchange for 4 random disciple recruitment orders, and all I received were 4 white disciples. What a disaster. Great figure. Please let me share in your fortune. Luo Tian opened private messages and found several individuals expressing interest in blue quality opportunity orders. After replying affirmatively, he allowed them to compete among themselves for the opportunity orders, as long as they did not interfere with the wandering orders. Soon, he spotted a familiar name. Li Long of the Tianlong sect, alliance leader. "I know the location of the Xuanyuan sect's main base." Li Long continued, "The Xuanyuan sect's main base is right next to me. Their disciples frequently pass by here." Luo Tian opened the location sent by Li Long and discovered it was indeed in the same prefecture, easily reachable within a few hours. Xiaolong, stay put. I will come to settle the score with the Xuanyuan sect, he instructed. Understood, Alliance leader. Li Long replied. Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. Surprised that Li Long was also in Changning Prefecture. No wonder he was so obedient. Turning to Zhou Banzian, his eyes sparkled with lightning. Old Zhou. I have calculated the location of the Xuanyuan sect's main base. Zhou Banzian rolled his eyes. Who finishes a divination and has lightning in their gaze. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Luo Tian and said, since the sect master has located the Xuanyuan sect, what are we waiting for? Let us pay them a visit. Yun Tianhua's sword does not kill humans, but he could certainly incapacitate their powers, allowing Luo Tian and Zhou Banzian to deliver the final blow. Luo Tian nodded. After visiting the Xuanyuan sect, they would also need to make a trip to Blackwind Mountain. Time was of the essence. They must set out promptly. He needed to return to guard the auction items to prevent theft. The three departed from the Taishu Dao sect. Meanwhile, Li Long gazed at the chat box. Feeling a mix of emotions. He was immensely grateful that he had not joined Murong Yan in attacking Taishu Mountain. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a grave. He was aware that Murong Yan likely had ulterior motives, but he never imagined that the most powerful figure would be within the same prefecture as him. If the alliance leader discovers that I once insulted him, Li Long shuddered. No, he cannot find out. He must remain the most loyal. Li Long vowed allegiance to the Supreme Immortal Alliance. How clever of me to decline the Xuanyuan sect's recruitment. Otherwise, I too would be facing doom alongside them. Li Long muttered to himself, recognizing that his territory also fell under Xuanyuan sect's influence. When they discovered his cultivation, they had sent emissaries to recruit him. But he had declined. As a player, how could he submit to the locals? With such thoughts, he narrowly escaped disaster. Twice he had been on the brink of catastrophe. A whisper away from heaven or hell. Li Long silently rejoiced. At present, the leader of the alliance seeks to create trouble for the Xuanyuan sect, which invigorates Li Long. Ever since he resolved to ally himself with Luo Tian, he has harbored a belief that it is impossible to eliminate the Xuanyuan sect as adversaries without being discovered. Nevertheless, he resolutely chose to support Luo Tian. After all, how could a noble player yield to mere natives? Once the Xuanyuan sect is vanquished and this stumbling block removed, he shall expand his territories. Li Long was filled with exuberance. With the Xuanyuan sect present, he lacked the confidence to offend them as Luo Tian did. The Taishu Dao sect is situated on the periphery of the Xuanyuan sect's domain. However, even a Qi cultivator can ascend to this height in less than a day. 2 hours later, Li Long noticed 3 dark figures soaring towards him from afar. He realized that the leader had arrived. The trio, utilizing Zhou Banxian's celestial mechanism technique to conceal their presence, finally approached the destination. Zhou Banxian, with an odd expression, pointed ahead. Is this the stronghold of the Xuanyuan sect that you mentioned, sect master? Luo Tian nodded, maintaining his composure. No. Zhou Banxian. Yin Tianhua. In moments of speechlessness, silence reigns. Observing the two frozen in shock, Luo Tian chuckled. However, there are individuals here who know the location of the Xuanyuan sect stronghold. Let us seek them out. As he spoke, Luo Tian spotted a lean man donning black-rimmed glasses and a short-sleeved shirt, gesticulating animatedly, as if welcoming them like a grand reception. A sense of familiarity stirred within Luo Tian. Brother, no, my esteemed leader, you have finally arrived. Li Long, noticing the extraordinary figures beside Luo Tian, hastily corrected himself. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, contemplating. As there are no outsiders present, I shall overlook your informal address. But in the presence of others, you must refer to me as the leader. Li Long awkwardly smiled. Encountering a fellow countryman heightened emotions. Yet he soon realized that this was not Shui launching, but the realm of destiny. Luo Tian proposed. Let us rest here for a moment to replenish our spiritual energy. Although all three were late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and the 2-hour flight consumed less than a tenth of their energy, one must exert full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, the Xuanyuan sect is a formidable sect. Zhou Banxian and Yun Tianhua had no choice but to adhere to their leader's principle of having come this far. And they settled down to meditate and restore their magical power. Truly, the foremost player of Qiyu Prefecture, Li Long marveled inwardly. As he observed the youthful yet white-haired middle-aged man carrying a sword box, both of whom possessed Foundation establishment cultivation. The aura they exuded while meditating was unfathomable. Akin to an abyss, Luo Tian began to survey the Tianlong sect, astonished to find a rather impressive structure, a tower. Within it, a young and beautiful woman was cultivating, having reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation. However, the quality of her cultivation method was merely of the highest yellow grade, leading to slow progress. Luo Tian curiously inquired of Li Long. I recall you possessing a mysterious grade cultivation method. Why is your disciple practicing only a yellow grade technique? Li Long sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. That was all for the sake of establishing the guild. Initially, I intended to gather some spirit stones through the guild to exchange for a mysterious grade method for Yu's cultivation. She possesses purple quality. If the surrounding players were to discover this, my fate would be dire. However, the cultivation method differs. Everyone desires to acquire a mysterious grade technique from me. They would assist me in exchange for it, allowing me to earn spirit stones and provide Yu with the finest resources for her training. Luo Tian regarded Li Long with a serious expression. You truly possess a thoughtful nature. Your disciple is fortunate to have a master like you. Yet, he mused internally, what an unconventional approach. One must not easily trust the words of fellow countrymen. Li Long spoke softly. When Yu became my disciple, she was utterly alone. Her parents and friends perished at the hands of a minor chi demon. She lamented that she was the only one left in this world. After I offered to take her as my disciple, I promised her that she would no longer be alone in this world. As her master, it is my duty to care for her, and I will provide her with the best, willing to do whatever it takes to secure resources for her cultivation. Luo Tian was uncertain of the veracity of these words, yet the sincerity reflected on Li Long's face seemed genuine. It was merely a mysterious grade technique. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. Once the Xuanyuan sect is obliterated, what significance does a single mysterious grade technique hold? Li Long's expression brightened. However, Luo Tian continued, as long as you perform your duties well and earn contribution points, a mysterious grade technique shall be yours for the taking. Li Long, damn it. I thought he was going to gift me a mysterious grade technique for free. Chapter 75, The Scheming Luo Tian. After a brief while, once Zhou Banxian and Yun Tianhua had fully restored their energy, Luo Tian instructed Li Long to lead the way to the Xuanyuan sect stronghold. With Zhou Banxian's celestial mechanism technique concealing their presence, the small Xuanyuan sect appeared to be devoid of defenses. In less than an hour of travel, they located the stronghold. Luo Tian was astounded. Compared to the Xuanyuan sect stronghold, his Tai Su Dao sect resembled a makeshift assembly. The Xuanyuan sect was situated by a vast, seemingly endless lake. Resembling a colossal emerald, its crystalline depths shimmering as various spirit fish leapt from the surface. Surrounding it were towering peaks, beneath which lay expansive spirit fields, crisscrossed with pathways, cultivating spirit grains and precious herbs. The lake, nestled within the mountains, was shrouded in mist, with islands scattered harmoniously, their pavilions and towers partially obscured by clouds. Resembling a celestial palace descended into the mortal realm. The four boldly entered the Xuanyuan sect's territory, finally drawing the attention of the cultivators. From the center of the lake, a silver light shot forth, landing steadily before the quartet. Ignoring Li Long, the figure addressed the other three. I am Lu Zhengping of the Xuanyuan sect. What brings you esteemed friends to our humble abode? The silver light revealed a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Zhengping eyed Luo Tian and his companions warily. Pondering, the arrival of these three went unnoticed. Had it not been for a disciple of our sect spotting them, they might have infiltrated our inner sanctum undetected. Such an impressive concealment technique. Luo Tian assessed the approaching mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, unfazed by the discovery, and smiled. Do not be alarmed, friend. We merely chanced upon this place and did not intend to intrude upon your esteemed sect. Adhering to the principle of having come this far, we sought to pay a visit. Lu Zhengping's vigilance eased, and he chuckled. I see. However, I regret to inform you that our sect does not entertain external guests. So you may have made a fruitless journey. Yet he mused inwardly. How shameless. They found my sect's stronghold and still claim to have stumbled upon it. I absolutely cannot allow them entry into the inner sanctum. Should they persist, it may portend ill. Luo Tian stepped forward, maintaining his genial demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. In that case, we shall not linger further. Should your sect ever welcome guests, we would be delighted to return. Observing the sincerity in the young man's demeanor, Lu Zhengping considered. Could it be that they truly are mere passers-by, and my suspicions were unfounded? Just as he prepared to speak again, he suddenly locked eyes with the youth's striking phoenix-like gaze. Within those eyes flickered a five-pointed star, engulfed in blazing flames, as though a fearsome fire dragon roared within. No, this is not a friendly arrival. Lu Zhengping was struck with panic, intending to alert the sect with a loud cry, but in the next instant, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, he was reduced to ashes, lost in the cycle of life and death. Luo Tian was too close to him, leaving no room for resistance. Casually donning the storage ring he had seized, Luo Tian murmured, "What are you waiting for? Let us strike together, otherwise." Activating the protective formation of the Xuanyuan sect will consume an exorbitant amount of time and may even lead to a fierce battle. Zhou Banshan and Yun Tianhua quickly snapped out of their daze, joining forces to unleash their powers against the sect's formation. In but a moment, the defensive array of Xuanyuan sect was shattered to pieces, and the two hastily entered, followed closely by Luo Tian and Li Long. What a cunning sect leader! Zhou Banshan and Yun Tianhua regarded Luo Tian with newfound reverence. First, he had lulled Lu Jingping into a false sense of security, only to deliver a fatal blow when he was unprepared, leaving the Xuanyuan sect unable to respond. Now an enemy attack. An enemy attack. A surge of spiritual energy rippled out from the islands of Xuanyuan sect, with beams of light shooting skyward. Quickly, raise the protective formation. In the very heart of the Xuanyuan sect, on the largest island within the grandest palace, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe and adorned with a feathered crown burst forth from the hall, immediately spotting three figures hovering above the sect, resembling deities or demons. Damn it, how did they infiltrate our sect? The white-haired man felt a chill run through him and shouted urgently, "Do not activate the protective formation. Do not." However, it was already too late. Mysterious runes enveloped the islands and transformed into a radiant moon, a cerulean barrier resembling a massive eggshell, impenetrably sealing them in. Luo Tian looked up at the barrier above, smiling as he commended, a splendid formation, harnessing the power of moonlight. Even I, wishing to breach it, would find it a formidable challenge. The expression of the white-haired man darkened considerably. Once the protective array was activated, deactivating it would not be a simple task. Who exactly are you, and why have you come to my Xuanyuan sect? The white-haired man sought to buy time. Aware that the foundation-building cultivators within the sect were beginning to awaken, he prepared for the worst. 3 late-stage foundation-building cultivators were indeed capable of annihilating the Xuanyuan sect. Luo Tian sighed softly. I am Luo Tian of the Taishu Dao sect, a mere inconspicuous figure. However, after today, perhaps all the great sects of Changning Prefecture will remember this name. My actions merely settle old scores. Your Xuanyuan sect has repeatedly sent forth challenges against my Taishu Dao sect, and I fear a life of unrest if this continues. One by one, the foundation-building cultivators emerged from their seclusion, while Zhou Banshan and Yun Tianhua became mere shadows. In an instant, terrifying waves of spiritual energy surged forth, shattering islands and trembling lakes, transforming the once ethereal landscape into a scene of devastation. Luo Tian was astonished to think there were individuals capable of contending with Zhou Banshan and Yun Tianhua. This Xuanyuan sect was no trifling matter. The white-haired man's pupils constricted sharply. Initially, he had paid little heed to the name of the Taishu Dao sect, but after losing several disciples, he had taken note. Later, when demons from Haifeng Mountain invaded and a great battle ensued, he had finally begun to observe this sect closely, dispatching the enforcement elder to eliminate them. Now, with the enforcement elder absent, it was the Taishu Dao sect that had come knocking first. As he gazed upon the transformed landscape of Xuanyuan sect, his heart bled. His face contorted with rage. It was you from the Taishu Dao sect who encroached upon my Xuanyuan sect as territory and slaughtered my disciples. Luo Tian retorted with a cold smile. Is it not your Xuanyuan sect that has failed in its governance, allowing your disciples to act arrogantly and strike first against mine? Though this discord may have been instigated by the minor Wang family, from the moment your sect's enmity toward the Taishu Dao sect reached 50, our fates were sealed in a cycle of relentless conflict. Lightning crackled, and fire surged toward the heavens. The vast island splintered into fragments. Chapter 76. The Fall of Xuanyuan Sect. The storm of thunder and fire raged on. Li Long's small eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed the formidable leader of Xuanyuan Sect could not withstand even 3 of Luo Tian's strikes. 1 strike shattered treasures, 2 strikes led to his demise. Hiss! Their own leader was unexpectedly fierce. Was that fire dragon-like technique of a profound tier or beyond? Li Long could scarcely contemplate it. And what of that thunderous radiance? Behind Luo Tian, a ring of thunderous energy materialized, reminiscent of a thunder god. Truly terrifying. This innate talent was not merely a common gift. It was a thunder attribute talent. Li Long murmured to himself, his respect deepening. He had once thought Luo Tian was just a fortunate individual, lucky enough to recruit disciples of golden quality, thereby gaining a significant lead over others. Now it appeared that the 2 late-stage foundation-building elders within the sect possessed at least profound-tier superior abilities, in addition to their own blue and even purple talents. Was this merely luck? A formidable ally, without a doubt. Luo Tian secured the storage ring of the white-haired man, his vast consciousness enveloping Xuanyuan Lake. Sect leader, 1 elder. Witnessing the white-haired man turn to ashes at Luo Tian's hands, howled in fury, his skin splitting inch by inch, emitting a silvery glow. He intended to perish alongside Luo Tian. Such reckless courage was commendable, Luo Tian mused. In this world, if mere courage sufficed, What need was there for cultivation? That elder was but a second-stage foundation cultivator, whereas Luo Tian stood at the ninth stage. In the next moment, a longbow appeared in his hand. An extraordinary phenomenon with yin and yang intertwining, ever-flowing. A supreme-tier artifact, the Xuanyuan bow. Drawing the bow and releasing an arrow was seamless. A black and white arrow flashed through the air, bursting into a brilliant display of fireworks. Though he lacked skill in archery, the weapon's potency compensated for the difference. Even with reckless abandon, the elder could not close the distance, let alone inflict damage. The depth of Xuanyuan sect was indeed profound. Aside from the fallen late-stage foundation cultivator, there remained 3 others, accumulating to a total of 19 foundation cultivators. One had perished in the conflict in Xiangshu County, another had been slain by Luo Tian, while 2 others were engaged in battle with Zhou Banshan and Yun Tianhua, with the Xuanyuan bow in hand. Standing atop the celestial 8-directional disc and treading upon the moon's precious wheel, Luo Tian gazed at the exposed foundation cultivators of Xuanyuan sect, resembling a harbinger of death. Surrounded by a tempest of blood and despair, retribution shall surely come. One ancestor facing off against Zhou Banshan, witnessing the utter destruction of Xuanyuan sect and the loss of their formidable forces, cried out in anguish, intent on perishing alongside Zhou Banshan. Seeing this, Luo Tian promptly drew the Xuanyuan bow, inscribing the fire dragon technique's runes upon it, unleashing a resplendent strike, aiming to slay him before he could self-detonate. However, the elder engaging with Yun Tianhua forced him back, turning to shield Luo Tian's lethal strike, buying precious time. Luo Tian sensed the peril and, not daring to delay, hastily activated the celestial 8-directional disc, condensing a barrier to divide the battlefield and prevent collateral damage from the impending explosion. A self-detonation from an 8-stage foundation cultivator would likely be cataclysmic. However, to Luo Tian's astonishment, the revered ancestor of the Xuanyuan sect did not charge towards Luo Tian and his companions. Instead, his figure swelled like a furnace, expanding several-fold as he collided with the protective formation of the sect. The heavens trembled, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Faintly, the sound of shattering echoed through the air. "Run, every last one of you. We cannot allow the Xuanyuan sect to perish," he bellowed. "One day, the Tai Su Dao sect shall pay dearly for this." The other ancestor, who had withstood the combined assault of the Xuanyuan bow and the fire dragon technique, was not dead. Though his body was ravaged and his visage unrecognizable, he howled skyward, his voice resonating across Xuanyuan Lake, echoing through the mountains beyond. Luo Tian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the ultimate objective of the 2 ancestors from Xuanyuan sect was to breach the very formation that imprisoned them, thereby facilitating the escape of their disciples. With a quiet sigh, Luo Tian reflected. He had initially intended to nurture the less capable disciples, those with weaker cultivation, by cultivating spirit plants and mining for spiritual ores to compensate for the sect's dwindling numbers. Yet, it seemed that he would now bear the burden of demonic values. One must eradicate the roots of evil, lest they spring anew with the seasons. Had it not been for the system's ominous prompt, perhaps some remnants of the Xuanyuan sect could have survived, preserving a flicker of hope. But this notification had irrevocably severed their path to survival. Gazing at the fleeing Qi refinement disciples, Luo Tian no longer concealed his intentions. 6 fire dragons erupted into existence, roaring ferociously through the heavens. How could those Qi refinement disciples mount any resistance? Despair flickered in the eyes of the Xuanyuan ancestors. A sea of flames engulfed the surroundings. Li Long, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, felt the heat. Yet a chill gripped his heart as he realized the lives of hundreds of cultivators had been extinguished in an instant. Along with them, their spiritual fields and plants were reduced to ashes. The nearby village, populated by mortals who had long dwelled within the territory of Xuanyuan sect, was likewise affected. This was the true annihilation of a sect. Such a light phrase belied the countless lives that had been sacrificed. Demonic value of Tai Su Dao Sect 10. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, ushering in a gentle rain that extinguished the inferno, yet not a single body remained. The cleansing rain washed away the grime, and the shattered world appeared desolate amidst the misty droplets. Luo Tian retracted his divine powers, his gaze cast downward, unperturbed. None could fathom the tumult within his heart. The last ancestor of Xuanyuan sect knelt upon the ground, surveying the ruins of his sect, his head bowed as he emitted a low, self-mocking laugh. Why? Why has this come to pass? We of the Xuanyuan sect have never committed evil. Our disciples slay demons and protect the innocent. We possess neither great merit, nor have we perpetrated heinous acts. Why, then, do we meet such a fate? It seemed he was questioning himself, or perhaps directing his inquiries toward Luo Tian and the others. His laughter gradually morphed into choked sobs, culminating in a feeble wail of despair, his disfigured head bowing lower, never to rise again. The annihilation of the Xuanyuan sect brought no joy to Luo Tian. Instead, a blend of emotions swirled within him. The Wang family had long exploited their disciples within Xuanyuan sect, targeting Zheng Ping'an. Thus Luo Tian had regarded the sect as an adversary from the outset. Later, when Xuanyuan sect colluded with Haifeng Mountain to invade the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian's distaste grew, leading him to obliterate the Xuanyuan sect as a cautionary example. The catalyst for this conflict was merely a small clan that had abused the influence of the Xuanyuan sect's disciples, gaining 10 points in demonic value in a single breath. Such a sect, if not saviors of the world, at least possessed some merit. Luo Tian, hands clasped behind his back, quietly murmured, "Farewell, esteemed elder." He held no regrets regarding the destruction of Xuanyuan sect. However, he would need to adopt a new narrative to the outside world, asserting that the disciples of Xuanyuan sect were indeed wicked beings. Prejudices within the hearts of men are akin to an insurmountable mountain. Many outcomes are set in stone from the very first glance, predestined from the beginning. Chapter 77, Severe Injury. With the obliteration of Xuanyuan sect, the spoils of treasure were inevitable. Centuries of accumulation now fell into Luo Tian's hands. Among these treasures were several blueprints, but the one he valued most was a crescent-shaped platform capable of absorbing the moonlight's essence. Do you wish to seize control of Xuanyuan sect? Luo Tian decisively opted to take control. Having annihilated Xuanyuan sect, why would he not claim it? Congratulations, player Luo Tian has gained 5,000 fortune. From this day forth, there shall be no Xuanyuan sect, only my Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian murmured, fully aware of the advantages gained from the destruction of Xuanyuan sect. At least 1/10 of the territory of Changning County now belonged to him. Territory signifies a continuous influx of disciples and abundant cultivation resources, spirit herbs, spiritual medicines, spirit stones, spirit plants, and spiritual mines. Zhou Banshan observed Luo Tian, then discreetly withdrew his finger into his sleeve, a subtle tremor passing through. Another formidable leader was about to rise with the tide of the times. It remained uncertain whether this would be a blessing or a curse for the common folk. Zhou Banshan sighed inwardly, yet this was indeed fortuitous for the Tai Su Dao sect. Kindness does not govern arms, he mused. The development of a sect follows the same principle. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhua, amidst Luo Tian's plundering of Xuanyuan sect, dug a grave to lay the old ancestor to rest, hastily erecting a stone tablet. While he held no fondness for forces colluding with demons, such individuals who dedicated their lives to a sect deserved respect, even if they were adversaries. Li Long felt a wave of emotion. Such a vast sect had been extinguished. At this stage, Xuanyuan sect undoubtedly represented the greatest boss for the players, and that formidable foe had been effortlessly vanquished. Luo Tian had no intention of relinquishing this territory. It boasted vast spiritual fields and yielded numerous first- and second-tier spirit plant seeds, alongside spiritual rice. However, Luo Tian did not linger long. He aimed to eliminate the threat posed by Haifeng Mountain. Of course, his primary motivation lay in coveting the treasures and resources of Haifeng Mountain. He was entirely certain that the Zifu of Haifeng Mountain had perished. He was unaware if other forces had detected this event. If so, those forces would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Hastily, Luo Tian led Zhou Banshan and Yun Tianhua towards Haifeng Mountain. Before they could arrive, they encountered fleeing demons. Under Luo Tian's interrogation, a large demon cowered and spoke. "The great king has perished. We lesser demons lack support, and, to avoid being captured, can only flee from Haifeng Mountain." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's brows twitched. The intelligence of these demons was unexpectedly high. Should all these demons escape, it would likely bode ill. By the time Luo Tian and his companions arrived at Haifeng Mountain, most of the demons had already fled, leaving only the chilling winds among the numerous peaks. One demon remained, known as the Mountain Stone Lord, resembling a creature of rock, accompanied by more than 10 others at the chi refinement stage. Sensing the three formidable presences, he did not even raise his brow, his voice heavy with unparalleled fatigue as he addressed them. "Human chi refiners, you have finally arrived." Suspended in midair, Luo Tian had assumed that all demons of Haifeng Mountain had fled, yet a formidable demon still awaited him. Noticing the demon's lack of aggression, Luo Tian refrained from immediate action, questioning, "You did not flee. Are you waiting for us?" The Mountain Stone Lord nodded. "That is one reason, the other is." The towering figure of Lord Shanshur appeared weary as he lowered his head and spoke. "This is the home where my elder brother brought us 3 siblings to settle. I am not of the human race. I am a demon. Yet, among my kind, we too uphold a sense of righteousness. Even if I must perish, I wish to do so here." Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, his tone devoid of warmth. "I harbor no interest in your fraternal bonds. Demons consume humans, and humans slay demons. It is a cycle dictated by fate. No matter how poignant your tale, I shall not show mercy. Lord Xuanyuan spoke somberly. I understand. What I wish to convey concerns the secrets behind Black Wind Mountain. His words abruptly halted. Suddenly, a look of terror transformed his eyes, and though his throat quivered, no sound escaped. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the three, as if he wished to articulate something. Zhou Banxian and Yun Tianhua exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in alarm. They urgently grasped Luo Tian and exclaimed, Sect Master, we must flee. In an instant, amidst the night sky, a brilliant white beam of light erupted, enveloping Lord Xuanyuan. The beam expanded with the ferocity of thunder, causing Zhou Banxian and Yun Tianhua to turn pale as they gripped Luo Tian and fled in a frenzy. The terrifying force of destruction sent them reeling. Even the residual shockwave forced the trio to cough blood. Just as the light was about to engulf them, they escaped Black Wind Mountain. The raging winds scattered the three in all directions, leaving them disoriented as they plummeted into lakes, forests, and valleys. In the Valley of Mystical Medicine, beneath the moonlight, a man and a woman lingered by the lakeside, their eyes filled with reluctance. Brother Zheng, are you truly leaving the Valley of Mystical Medicine? The woman in a crescent robe clutched the hand of a refined young man, her heart heavy with sorrow. This young man was none other than Zheng Pingan, who had once stormed into Black Wind Mountain, gravely injured. Zheng Pingan nodded. I am grateful for Miss Song's healing during this time, but my junior brothers and sisters have fallen into a predicament, their fates unknown. I must depart to seek their whereabouts. Miss Song, I vow to repay your kindness with my life when the time comes. As his words fell, the vegetation in the valley suddenly stilled, followed by the sound of a melodious laughter. Junior sister, how could you be so distracted these days? It turns out you have secretly kept a wild man in the valley to alleviate your loneliness. Song Ya's complexion turned pale as a veiled figure emerged from the thick bushes, mysterious and enchanting, yet her eyes glimmered with mockery. Songya, oh Songya, how could you repay our esteemed master in such a manner? Have you forgotten the rules of the Valley of Mystical Medicine? You feigned purity, yet you are nothing but a shameless wretch. A sharp slap echoed through the air as the enchanting woman covered her cheek, a crimson handprint blooming on her face. The veil had been blown away, revealing a captivating visage with resentful, autumn-like eyes. You dare strike me? Zheng Pingan remained composed. Miss Song is my savior. To insult her is to insult me. This slap is well-deserved. Huh. A little brat has become a foundational cultivator at such a young age. Sneaking into my Valley of Mystical Medicine to dally with one of my disciples, and to strike one of my disciples. What audacity! Accompanied by a cold laugh. An elderly woman with silver hair and a face etched with wrinkles stepped forth, her chilling gaze fixed upon Song Ya and Zheng Pingan. Upon seeing the elder's arrival, Song Ya's complexion drained of color, her composure shattered as she trembled. Master. Chapter 78. The meeting of master and disciple. The enchanting woman clutched her face, her expression brightening upon the elder's arrival. She rushed forward, pointing at Song Ya and Zheng Pingan. Master, not only has junior sister hidden a man, but she has also brought him into our Valley of Mystical Medicine to cause a ruckus, and even dared to strike me. You must avenge me. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the woman. You shameful thing. After all this time in cultivation, you are still outshone by a mere child. The woman's face turned ashen, like a startled cicada, unwilling to speak further. Master, I beg you, let brother Zheng go, Song Ya implored, kneeling before the elder. Fully aware of her master's disdain for men, she understood that Zheng Pingan would not stand a chance against the elder, who had been a formidable foundational cultivator 100 years prior. A sinister smile crept onto the elder's face, her voice chilling. What a fine disciple I have. To hide a man right under my nose. Had it not been for another disciple's keen observation, you would have truly deceived me. Song Ya trembled in fear, her voice quaking. Master, it is not as you think. Zheng Pingan, bearing the weight of immense pressure, struggled to remain upright, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Elder, I was ambushed by demons and, gravely injured, unwittingly fell here, saved by Miss Song. I harbor no ulterior motives. The elder's gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, a palm imprint manifested from thin air and struck Zheng Pingan's chest, sending him hurtling back into the cliffside, buried in a deep pit. Impudent. The rule of my Valley of Mystical Medicine is that no man may enter and leave alive. Today, I shall strip you of your cultivation and entomb you beneath the cold pond, where you shall neither live nor die, serving as an example to the world. Her staff was adorned with intricate runes, which coalesced in midair, transforming into a delicate jade hand. This hand wielded a golden needle, a hallmark of the Valley's supreme technique, capable of both healing and destruction. Just as the elder prepared to strike, a brilliant light illuminated the distant night sky, akin to daybreak. A terrifying aura emanated from afar, unsettling the elder, causing her to falter. The mystical energy dissipated without a breeze, and she squinted towards the source, a beam of light connecting heaven and earth. It originated from the direction of Black Wind Mountain. What could have transpired? As she squinted, the towering beam enveloped Black Wind Mountain, transforming the once rolling hills into an unfathomable abyss. Such catastrophic power surpassed even that of the Purple Mansion. Suddenly, a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, hurtled towards the Valley of Mystical Medicine, crashing into the lake and transforming it into a deep pit. The elder's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as she gazed at the chasm, shrouded in mist, from which a figure emerged. What on earth is this? A string of curses echoed from the mist as Luo Tian struggled to rise from the pit, spitting out blood. He felt as though his insides had been rearranged and hastily consumed a second-tier healing pill. Player Luo Tian is gravely injured. Injury value 20. Luo Tian felt a pang of anguish. His heart truly ached. Had it not been for Zhou Banzian and Yun Tianhua's swift actions, even 100 lives would not have sufficed to save him. Nevertheless, the exquisite defensive artifact, the Heavenly Eight Directions disc, had been shattered, and he lamented the loss of a prized artifact. His lower-grade Void Dao robe was also in tatters, likely beyond salvaging. He himself was grievously wounded, fearing he would need to lie dormant like old Bai to recuperate. Zhou Banzian and Yun Tianhua had been scattered by the residual force, their whereabouts unknown. Luo Tian surveyed his surroundings, suddenly noticing 4 distinct auras, one of which felt familiar. Isn't that little Pinyin? Luo Tian exclaimed in surprise and swiftly emerged from the pit. To his astonishment, yet another male figure appeared. The elderly woman's expression darkened, her aged visage marred by an aura of murderous intent. For 2 centuries, no man had ever trespassed into the Xian Medical Valley, yet within a brief span, 2 had audaciously intruded. As Luo Tian emerged from the gaping chasm, he encountered a white-haired crone, her expression dark and forbidding, devoid of any warmth. Was this not the infamous mistress of extinction? The heavenly match for Xiaoping, and could not possibly be her. Luo Tian hastily shook his head, dismissing the horrifying thought, lest he transform into a villain. His gaze then fell upon a woman clad in extravagant makeup, exuding an allure akin to fire, her face marred by a vivid handprint. Impossible. The destined partner for Xiaoping, and could not be her either. He quickly averted his eyes. This woman was clearly not one to be tamed, despite her beauty. In the realm of cultivators, such superficial attributes were abundant, and even if she were attractive, as a mentor, he would never consent to his disciple being ensnared in perilous waters. With a flicker of hope, Luo Tian's attention shifted to a kneeling maiden garbed in a crescent moon robe, which appeared ethereal under the moonlight. Her figure was graceful, and though youthful, she possessed remarkable talent, a beauty that could captivate cities. Luo Tian's spirits lifted. This match was one he wholeheartedly approved of. But where was Xiaoping? Suddenly, he noticed Zheng Ping emerging from the shattered entrance. Disbelief etched on his face as he beheld the figure suspended in midair. Master, is it truly you? Upon closer inspection, Luo Tian saw that Zheng Ping bore the marks of a brutal assault, his skin raw and tattered, his garments in tatters, looking utterly wretched. The wounds were fresh. Luo Tian's expression darkened as he rushed to Zheng Ping's side, administering a healing pill to preserve his life. What transpired? Zheng Ping opened his mouth, but a chilling voice answered in his stead. So, you are the master of this scoundrel. It is evident that like master, like disciple, you dare intrude upon my Xian Medical Valley, assault my junior disciple, and now you both must provide an explanation, or neither shall leave. The crone's gaze was icy as she regarded Luo Tian, and Zheng Ping and Luo Tian cast a sidelong glance at her, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. And if we refuse? He could immediately discern that the old hag's cultivation was at the 7th level of foundation establishment, barely on the cusp of the later stages. Even if Luo Tian could only exert 80% of his strength, defeating someone of lesser purple aptitude at the 7th level would be a trivial matter. Zheng Ping, witnessing his master's unwavering resolve, felt a surge of gratitude. The crone, momentarily taken aback, flushed crimson under the moonlight. You seek death. Chapter 79. Proposing for Zheng Ping, the Inquiry Conference. Without hesitation, the crone unleashed her prowess, conjuring 3 golden needles that pierced the heavens, aimed at Luo Tian from 3 directions. Luo Tian, unperturbed, swiftly produced the Qianquan Bao, releasing 3 arrows in rapid succession. The clash of magical arts illuminated the Xian Medical Valley as if it were day, unleashing terrifying waves of energy. What manner of artifact is this? The crone was astounded. Her medical expertise allowed her to discern Luo Tian's injuries and understand he could not unleash his full potential. Yet, even in this weakened state, The arrows from that fearsome bow effortlessly shattered her spells. Luo Tian did not relent. A crescent moon appeared above him, its lunar essence coalescing into a small silver sphere at the center of the moon wheel. From this orb, a beam of concentrated moonlight shot towards the crone. Another impressive artifact emerged, causing the crone to tremble with alarm as she hastily retrieved a copper bell, which transformed into an ancient bell encasing her. This was a low-grade defensive artifact of the Xian rank. The force of the moonlight struck the ancient bell, causing it to tremble, and blood spewed from the injured crone's mouth. Within 10 breaths, just before the moonlight dissipated, the ancient bell shattered, sending the crone hurtling into the mountain, fracturing it. Moonlight energy. You are from the Moonwatch sect? The crone, grievously wounded, spat blood again, her face a mask of astonishment. Holding the Xuanyuan bow, and with the moon wheel above, Luo Tian hovered in midair. Hearing her words, he shook his head in denial. This is the moon wheel. The Moonwatch sect possesses no such artifact. The crone, clearly unconvinced, retorted, if you are not of the Moonwatch sect, how do you wield moonlight energy? Luo Tian, now growing impatient, replied tersely, the Moonwatch sect has been eradicated by me. There is no longer a Moonwatch sect in Chongning County, only my Tai Su Dao sect. Uncertain of the truth, the crone gazed at the young man above, appearing both divine and demonic, instilling a sense of dread within her. Even the old man from the Moonwatch sect would likely not be his match, and fear began to creep into her heart. Senior, I implore you to spare my master. The maiden in the crescent moon robe, having appeared before the crone, knelt and pleaded with Luo Tian, lowering her head in supplication. The crone, witnessing this, opened her mouth, her stubbornness evident. I do not require your insincere pleas. Do as you wish. Tears streamed down Songya's face. Master rescued me and brought me into the sect. Without him, how could I have survived? My master has treated me as his own daughter, and I regard him as my own mother. How could I ever betray him or violate the valley's rules? To be unfaithful, unkind, and unfilial? Unbeknownst to them, Zhongping and had also crawled out, kneeling beside Songya before Luo Tian. Master, I beseech you to spare Miss Song's master. Song Lao is a venerable elder, renowned for her benevolence. Luo Tian, witnessing this, felt a flicker of amusement beneath his serious demeanor as he turned to the crone. For the sake of Ping Un and this young lady, I shall not pursue the matter of your trespass. The crone's face flushed with anger. I do not require your pity. Luo Tian paid her no mind. Inwardly, he mused. These two youngsters are not without understanding. My efforts to show mercy and delay have not been in vain. He could have easily annihilated the crone with a single fire dragon technique, but such reckless slaughter was not an option. This was a potential ally. Moreover, during the crone's display of power, he sensed a benevolent force. Should he kill her, who knows how much demonic value he would accrue. Though he bore 10 points of demonic value, he, Luo Tian, was a good person. Thus, he could neither kill nor allow himself to be subjugated by a potentially hostile ally. Instead, he opted to subdue her through strength in the realm of cultivators. Power commanded respect. After a thorough beating, even if the crone harbored resentment, she would dare not express it. Furthermore, as long as her disciple held affection for her, she would surely plead for her, and if his own disciple felt gratitude towards his savior, that sentiment would easily transfer to Zheng Ping'an. No matter how strict the crone was, she could not openly demand the life of her savior. Otherwise, Luo Tian would unleash the fire dragon technique without hesitation. With arms crossed, Luo Tian regarded Zheng Ping and little Ping'an. You explain the situation to me. Zheng Ping'an recounted how he had been lured into the Black Wind Mountain, pursued, and grievously wounded, ultimately falling into the Xian Medical Valley, where he was rescued by Songya. Luo Tian turned to Songya, a smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired. Young lady, is what my disciple has said entirely true? Though Luo Tian was not significantly older than Songya, it did not prevent him from assuming the role of an elder in this moment. Regardless of how he articulates it, he is still Zheng Ping'an's master. A master is akin to a father. Is it excessive to express concern for a disciple's significant life events? Songya nodded slightly. Luo Tian clapped his hands and said, Is there no problem now? The old woman did not respond to Luo Tian's words, instead closing her eyes to begin her healing. Luo Tian smiled and turned to Songya, inquiring, Young lady, what are your thoughts on my disciple? As the saying goes, a debt of gratitude for saving a life can lead to a bond of marriage. Since my disciple has been saved by you, if you harbor feelings for him, I can propose to your master on your behalf, thus securing this union early on. A protagonist from a purple-colored adventure. Luo Tian certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. After all, he is at least a disciple of purple quality. Hearing this, both Songya and Zheng Ping'an blushed in unison. Songya lowered her head, shyly responding, This matter requires the opinions of brother Zheng and my master. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian mused. Little Pingin's charm with the ladies is quite impressive. He has already captured a girl's heart so swiftly. Luo Tian glanced at Zheng Pingin, who also hung his head and cupped his hands, saying, I leave everything to my master's discretion. Luo Tian retorted, What do you mean leave it to my master? Nonsense. I oppose this. The old woman opened her eyes, meeting the five-pointed star runes in Luo Tian's gaze, and a sudden wave of fear surged within her. People inherently feared death, having narrowly escaped it once. Now facing its dread again made her involuntarily soften her tone, unless he can secure a spot in the top 10 of the Tao Inquiry Conference. Originally, the old woman intended to say first place, but ultimately swallowed those words. Settling for the top 10 instead, Luo Tian turned to Zheng Pingin. Do you have confidence in making it to the top 10 of the Tao Inquiry Conference? If not, there will be no objections to this marriage today. The old woman interjected, but Zheng Pingin replied firmly, Rest assured, Master. I will undoubtedly break into the top 10 of the Tao Inquiry Conference, earning the respect of Elder Song and becoming renowned throughout the world to marry Miss Song. Luo Tian thought to himself, Do you even know what the Tao Inquiry Conference is? In truth, Luo Tian himself was uncertain about it. Chapter 80, Returning to the Sect. What the Tao Inquiry Conference entailed was of little importance. What truly mattered was that this betrothal had been established. Watching Luo Tian and Zheng Pingin depart, the old woman could not help but smirk inwardly. The top 10 of the Tao Inquiry Conference consisted of the most talented individuals in all of Chiyu Prefecture. One fancied himself a golden core true monarch, while the other believed himself to be the disciple of one. The old woman glanced at her little disciple, who appeared lost in thought, observing that the young man, not yet 20, had already broken into the foundation establishment stage. Such talent could rival that of the true monarch's direct disciples in Chiyu Prefecture. Perhaps in a decade, he might indeed secure a spot in the top 10 of the Tao Inquiry Conference. The old woman murmured to herself, contemplating. If you achieve the top 10 and still remember little Ya, I shall remain steadfast in my resolve. I shall not hesitate to discard this rule. Nearby, a captivating woman, witnessing Luo Tian and Zheng Pingin leave the valley, finally summoned the courage to approach and support the old woman, asking with concern, Master, are you injured? The old woman shot her a glance, coldly admonishing, You're an embarrassment. The enchanting woman remained silent. Meanwhile, Luo Tian did not linger in the mystic medical valley, departing with Zheng Pingin. As soon as they exited, Luo Tian's expression soured, inwardly cursing, Damn it, a 20-point injury value hurts so much. Though he appeared imposing while overpowering the old woman, the disparity between them was vast. Each strike he made felt as if his wounds were splitting open. Had the old woman possessed a bit more skill, he would have been unable to endure. Once they could no longer see the mystic medical valley, Luo Tian, like a bird with broken wings, found a hilltop and hastily retrieved a healing pill, swallowing it down. After circulating his energy for 3 cycles, he finally began to feel better. His eldest disciple, Zheng Pingin, stood guard nearby, and seeing Zheng Pingin change into a new outfit, yet still appear disheveled. Luo Tian reflected on the difficult relationship between master and disciple. Even their misfortunes mirrored one another. Both were severely injured. Zheng Pingin asked, Master, do you know what the Tao Inquiry Conference is? He had held this question for quite some time, and as soon as Luo Tian opened his eyes, he hurriedly inquired. Luo Tian regarded his eldest disciple with a faint smile, casually remarking, Do you really have such fondness for that girl? Zheng Pingin scratched the back of his head, a silly grin spreading across his face, exuding a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the very posture of Li Erniu? Zheng Pingin chuckled, Miss Song is so wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also kind-hearted and noble in spirit. She even saved my life. How could I possibly let her down? Luo Tian cast another glance at him and replied, If you wish to discuss the Tao Inquiry Conference. Zheng Pingin's expression brightened with anticipation. Luo Tian sighed and shook his head. I, too, am unsure. Perhaps Elder Zhou and Elder Bai possess some knowledge. Zheng Pingin remained silent. As his injuries improved somewhat, Luo Tian gazed towards the direction of Black Wind Mountain, which had long since vanished, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Vague figures, like shooting stars, rushed towards Black Wind Mountain to investigate the situation. Such a significant upheaval could not have gone unnoticed by other sects, aside from the Moonwatching sect. Many prominent sects in Chongning County dispatched Foundation establishment cultivators to assess the circumstances. Luo Tian had no desire to join the commotion, as he was preoccupied with thoughts of where Zhou Banshan and Yun Tianhua had fallen. Feeling uneasy, he hurriedly led Zheng Pingin in search, but after a long while, they found nothing. The two should have been hiding somewhere to recuperate. Luo Tian, unable to locate them, ultimately surrendered the search. The concealment techniques of Zhou Banshan and Yun Tianhua were far beyond what a novice like Luo Tian could comprehend, as long as they did not wish to be found. No one below the Purple Mansion could easily locate them. By dawn, Luo Tian returned to the sect with Zheng Pingan, as well as Nan Hongsang and Li Erniu. Nan Hongsang and Li Erniu were discovered by Luo Tian through a sweep of his consciousness, both severely injured and hiding in a cave to recuperate. A solitary man and woman, along with grilled fish, were caught red-handed by Luo Tian and brought back to the sect. To clarify, both were fully clothed. Li Erniu was busy grilling fish while Nan Hongsang tended to her injuries. The grilled fish was devoured by the hungry Luo Tian, who enjoyed it while Li Erniu watched with longing as his carefully prepared dish was consumed, prompting shared laughter from Zheng Pingan and Nan Hongsang. Su Cheng's whereabouts remained unknown. Luo Tian searched extensively but found no trace. The only certainty was that Su Cheng was alive, though his location was a mystery. Upon returning to the sect, they discovered numerous corpses of demonic beasts outside the entrance. A three-headed serpent, larger than the towering trees, coiled itself at the entrance, its gaping maw still clutching a bloodied, mangled body. Upon seeing Luo Tian's return, a glimmer of subservience flickered in its eyes. Below, many disciples were still in shock. "This is the protective spirit beast of our Tai Su Dao sect. Do not panic," Luo Tian assured, pointing to the serpent. This serpent was indeed recorded in the Demon Capture Chronicles, and though there were no Foundation Establishment cultivators present in the sect, there was still a demon. The serpent rose majestically, its orange-yellow pupils emanating an oppressive aura. Zheng Pingan was astonished, unaware of when his master had tamed such a serpent. The serpent leaped into the air, and in an instant, a blank tome appeared. The serpent's colossal form touched the tome and vanished, leaving behind a serpentine pattern imprinted upon the blank page before disappearing entirely. Luo Tian gazed upon the slaughtered demon beasts, at least 20 of them, all at the Qi refinement stage. The most formidable among them was the one devoured by the serpent demon, a first-level Foundation Establishment monster. It appeared that a formidable demon from nearby had set its sights on the Tai Su Dao sect, seizing the opportunity when several Foundation Establishment cultivators were absent, eagerly intending to feast. Little did it expect to become the meal itself. A cold smirk crept across Luo Tian's face. Had it not been for the presence of the demon capture record, would he have dared to mobilize all the sect's elite combatants? Nonetheless, this incident served as a cautionary tale for Luo Tian, prompting him to maintain some hidden cards within the sect, while the Tai Su Dao sect remained relatively obscure. Should it gain notoriety, the day he ventured out and returned to find his home lost would indeed narrate a sorrowful tale. He entrusted the three little ones to clean up the corpses of the demon beasts, for these remains were valuable resources, offering substantial nourishment. Without delay, Luo Tian plunged into the Tai Su Hall. At this moment, only half an hour remained until the auction concluded. He hastily opened the auction to check the items. The first-tier wandering order had escalated to 13 destiny coins, with Li Long still placing bids. It was evident that Li Long was making quite a sacrifice. The second-tier wandering order remained untouched, while the blue opportunity order had been driven up to a staggering 51 destiny coins, with bids coming from an anonymous individual. The purple opportunity order was holding steady, aside from the first-tier wandering order and the blue opportunity order, which Luo Tian had no interest in. All other items were still available. However, as the auction neared its conclusion, with mere seconds remaining, the price of one item shifted. Chapter 81, the second Destiny event. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for spending 1187 Destiny coins to acquire one second-tier wandering order, one purple opportunity order, and one blue library blueprint. A total of 7 items were acquired, but one item was notably absent. Upon inspection, Luo Tian realized that the missing item was the high-grade, stealth-enhancing cloak. A critical artifact for survival. How infuriating it was that someone dared to pilfer. Luo Tian's expression darkened. The stealth cloak was undoubtedly among his coveted items. Valued at 150 destiny coins. The thief must have been at least a purple-quality disciple, or perhaps possessed techniques above the Xian tier. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to amass over 150 destiny coins in the chaotic fray of Demon Dance. In a world of millions of players, many hidden talents existed. Their brilliance obscured, rendering them unremarkable and less conspicuous. Resolute in his decision, Luo Tian resolved that following this incident, he would impose regulations on players within the Supreme Immortal Alliance. Any disciples of purple quality or those possessing advanced techniques would be meticulously catalogued by Li Long. It was time for a real name system. The good news was that he still had 186 destiny coins remaining. Library, blue. Level 1 construction, 100 low-grade spirit wood, 100 low-grade spirit iron, 1000 low-grade spirit stones. Level 1 effect. All cultivation speeds for techniques recorded within the library 0. 5. The effect was modest. While the increase was slight, it was better than nothing. Furthermore, it could be upgraded, adding this, and that would surely improve it. Stellar Fruit, yellow tier containing the power of the stars. When consumed by individuals with a qualification below 60, their qualification increases by 3, ineffective for those above 60. Each person may consume only one. Luo Tian pondered this, deciding it would be ideal for disciples with a qualification between 57 and 59, allowing the blue quality disciples to touch the threshold of purple quality. It was indeed a commendable treasure. While Luo Tian cataloged his gains, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all players. The Qiyu Prefecture Questioning Dao Conference will commence in 300 days. All players are urged to oversee their disciples' training. Questioning Dao Conference, discussing Dao to enlighten, showcasing skills through combat, uniting the younger generation of Qiyu, competing in the path of immortality to display their talents, limited to disciples under 30 years of age. Event 1. Based on the rankings of disciples among players, varying Destiny Coin rewards will be awarded, with opportunities to obtain advanced techniques, divine abilities, and even weapons. Player comparisons. Event 2. Depending on the ranking of disciples in the Questioning Dao Conference, more substantial Destiny Coin rewards await, along with chances to acquire disciple recruitment orders, blueprints, rare treasures, and even fateful artifacts, in comparison to local cultivators. Following the event, more treasures will be made available in the Destiny store, and another Destiny auction will be held. Upon reading this, Luo Tian realized it was indeed the Questioning Dao Conference that the ruthless elder from Xian Yi Valley had mentioned. Now, an event had emerged. This opportunity had come without effort. To his delight, the event featured 2 sets of rewards. Luo Tian felt a surge of greed. In the regional channel, players erupted in excitement. Wow, a new event has been launched. Everyone rush in. Rush for what? I just opened 5 random disciple recruitment orders and got nothing but white ones. Such a disappointment. I could find a blue quality disciple on the streets. Yet all my orders yielded white. Hee, the person above is just sour. I recruited once and got a blue one. I opened 10 disciple recruitment orders and got 9 purple quality disciples. Haha, stop joking, you're lying. This event is fantastic. Having 2 rewards means if we maximize our efforts, we could be far ahead. Don't get your hopes up. First place will definitely be taken by the great Luo Tian. For us little guys, just making it onto the leaderboard of the second event and snagging a reward would be satisfactory. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I got a purple. Luo Tian glanced at the chat barrage, noting that numerous players had benefited from this chaotic demon dance event, with several even acquiring purple quality disciples. However, he had yet to see any golden quality disciples. Perhaps they existed but were not made known. Perhaps they were simply too rare, with a base of 1 million players. The odds of obtaining a golden quality recruit from the random orders were slim. With 186 Destiny coins remaining, Luo Tian exchanged for 9 random disciple recruitment orders and another random blueprint. With 41 Destiny coins left, he found nothing of worth to exchange, deciding not to continue. He casually clicked one of the 9 random disciple recruitment orders, having modest expectations for a purple quality disciple. A flash of white light appeared. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for recruiting a white quality disciple. Your disciple is on the way. Luo Tian. He clicked another. White light. Luo Tian. Continuing on. He clicked again, still white light. Unfazed by his misfortune, Luo Tian opened all remaining 6 disciple recruitment orders in one go. The results were 1 blue and 5 whites. This game felt painfully realistic. Luo Tian was left in disbelief. As a transmigrator, was he not supposed to have some advantage? He wasn't even greedy for gold quality. He merely sought a purple quality disciple, yet now he had none of even the blue quality. It appeared that Li Erniu was the pinnacle of his luck. Not trusting his poor fortune, Luo Tian picked up the random blueprint and opened it. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring a Tavern Green. Tavern Green. Level 1 construction. 100 low-grade spirit wood, 100 low-grade spirit iron, 1000 low-grade spirit stones. Level 1 effect. Can brew first-tier spirit wine, requiring 1 resource for brewing spirit wine. Lacking white quality, Luo Tian was already quite satisfied. With the tavern, he could brew spirit wine to sell to other sect cultivators, thus earning spirit stones. It could be considered a business for the sect, he reassured himself. He opened the back end, having accumulated 3 transmigrated gift packs. Luo Tian combined 2 ordinary gift packs into 1 exquisite item, subsequently opening 1 exquisite and 1 ordinary pack. Congratulations to the player Luo Tian for obtaining the Mystic Grade Medium Quality Robe, Crane Feather Garment, and a recruitment order, blue. Luo Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After all, it was thanks to the external aid. His tattered attire was replaced by a new, even more advanced robe. The blue recruitment order had also arrived. Subsequently, Luo Tian refrained from further actions, choosing instead to diligently cultivate, not rushing to utilize the cloud travel order and the opportunity order. The reason was simple. He still bore the debuff of sustained injuries. During Luo Tian's seclusion for healing, a significant piece of news spread among the cultivator factions in Chongning County, akin to a heavy bomb dropping into a tranquil lake, stirring up tremendous waves. The Xuanyuan sect had been annihilated. Chapter 82, Reactions from the Sects. Numerous factions were stationed in Chongning County. At the top was the colossal Tai sect. Below were the Xuanyuan sect, Xinjiao sect, Zhengu sect, and the Lu family, all possessing foundational strongholds. Among them, the Xuanyuan sect and Xinjiao sect led the pack, each boasting late-stage and even peak foundational experts. Aside from the uncrowned king, Tai sect, the Xuanyuan sect was the second in command in Chongning County, and now it had been destroyed? Many factions found this hard to believe until they arrived at the site of the Xuanyuan sect, where the once ethereal scenery lay in ruins. And even the sect's ancestral master had been commemorated with a stele. Numerous factions banded together to investigate which power had obliterated the Xuanyuan sect, leading them to Li Long of the Tianlong sect. With foundational cultivators staring at him intently, Li Long silently sought Luo Tian's assistance. Upon receiving a response, he straightened his back and portrayed the Xuanyuan sect as a profoundly malevolent entity, indulging its disciples in bullying and exploiting others, coercing martial artists into concocting blood pills, and oppressing smaller sections. Li Long, endowed with considerable acting talent, depicted the Xuanyuan sect as a quintessential villain from a novel, complete with tears and dramatics. Ultimately, the Tai Su Dao sect, unable to bear witness to the plight of the common people at the hands of the Xuanyuan sect, took decisive action on a clear noon, annihilating the Xuanyuan sect and rescuing the populace from their tribulations. Everyone's expressions shifted in shock. The sect responsible for the downfall of the Xuanyuan sect was none other than the Tai Su Dao sect. One man, clad in a stone-green robe, pondered deeply, then suddenly smiled as realization dawned. It was the same Tai Su Dao sect that had destroyed the Yang family of Jing City. The crowd appeared to recall something, their expressions shifting to one of understanding. The commotion surrounding Luo Tian's obliteration of the Yang family had not gone unnoticed by many factions. However, none anticipated that the Tai Su Dao sect, having vanquished the Yang family merely 2 months prior, would stealthily annihilate the Xuanyuan sect without a sound. Upon learning this, a sense of vigilance arose among the crowd. The foundation and strength of the Xuanyuan sect were evident. If the Tai Su Dao sect could quietly eliminate the Xuanyuan sect, they could just as easily extinguish any of them. An elder, bearing a long sword and a ceremonial crown, exclaimed in astonishment. Who would have thought the Xuanyuan sect operated in such a manner behind the scenes? Truly despicable, unworthy of the righteous path. Their downfall is no injustice. I implore you, young friend, to inform the master of the Tai Su Dao sect that should the sect hold a grand ceremony, the Zhengu sect will surely send our regards. The others quickly echoed in agreement. The Lu family will as well, and so will the Xinjiao sect. Li Long gazed at the foundational cultivators, realizing they were not being amiable out of respect for him. Had it been a mere chi-refining cultivator, escaping soul-searching would have been a stroke of luck. This amiability stemmed from his affiliation with the Tai Su Dao sect. In truth, being a subordinate like Zhao Gao was not so bad, as long as he did not lose his grip on the matters below. Li Long mused inwardly, relishing the taste of power. The younger generation shall certainly convey the message to the main sect. Satisfied with his response, the crowd departed, yet their reactions varied greatly. The Xuanyuan sect had been obliterated, leaving behind a considerable territory. Soon, a cultivator caught up with the elder from the Zhengu sect, whispering, I recall your Zhengu sect had numerous dealings with the Xuanyuan sect, maintaining a cordial relationship for generations. Are you truly convinced by that young man's words? I fear that since the Tai Su Dao sect destroyed the Xuanyuan sect, we might be next. The elder from the Zhengu sect remained unfazed, replying coolly, What if I believe? What if I do not? The Tai Su Dao sect has provided the answer. Your satisfaction and mine is all that matters. As for the truth, does it hold significance? The cultivator appeared taken aback, opening his mouth to continue, but was interrupted by the elder from the Zhengu sect. This matter is settled. My Zhengu sect can maintain good relations with both the Xuanyuan sect and the Tai Su Dao sect. I will not oppose the Tai Su Dao sect, nor will my Zhengu sect. The cultivator fell silent, ultimately departing. Once he was gone, a cold smirk appeared on the elder's face. What nonsense. Do they believe I would allow my Zhengu sect to become the scapegoat? Investigate the truth behind the Xuanyuan sect's downfall and avenge them? Bah. They merely seek to exploit my Zhengu sect's rapport with the Xuanyuan sect to rally a group to attack the Tai Su Dao sect. Then they can seize the Xuanyuan sect's territory. Such a venture would only drag the Zhengu sect into peril, with rewards and risks completely disproportionate. How could I possibly agree to that? As for the relationship between the sects, the elder's expression grew complex, and he sighed deeply. Such is the nature of the world. Gradually, the figures of the crowd faded from Li Long's line of sight. Now, 5 days had passed since the last opening of the Transcender gift pack. Luo Tian had finally reduced his injury value from 20 to 10. Just at noon today, he received a message from Li Long. After instructing Li Long to act accordingly, Luo Tian suddenly raised his hand, and within the great hall, spiritual energy surged towards his fingertips, visibly coalescing into a ball of white particles. The density of this spiritual energy had increased by at least 30%. Luo Tian felt a surge of astonishment and confusion. Why had the spiritual energy within the sect become so abundant in such a short span? If the energy continued to swell, it would soon rival that of the Xuanyuan sect. Disciples training at the Tai Su Dao sect would experience significant enhancements in both their sensitivity to spiritual energy and their cultivation speed, a most fortunate development. Yesterday and the day before, Zhou Bianxian and Yun Tianhua had returned to the sect in succession, as Luo Tian had anticipated. Both had sustained severe injuries while fleeing from Haifeng Mountain, and wisely chose to hide and recuperate, knowing the upheaval in Haifeng Mountain would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of other cultivators. They did not wish to complicate matters further, so they concealed themselves until their conditions improved before returning to the sect. Luo Tian sought out Zhou Bianxian, inquiring curiously about the increased richness of the spiritual energy within the sect, prompting Zhou Bianxian to burst into hearty laughter. After his laughter subsided, Zhou Bianxian explained to Luo Tian, the Xuanyuan sect occupied vast territories, and as they did so, a portion of spiritual energy would flow into their domain. Hence, the larger the territory, the denser the spiritual energy within the Xuanyuan sect. This principle holds true for any cultivating power. With your annihilation of the Xuanyuan sect, the territories they once held now belong to you, naturally inheriting that portion of the cosmic fortune. The spiritual energy from the former lands of the Xuanyuan sect will gradually flow into our sect. Luo Tian's expression brightened with joy. This meant that this barren land could become as vibrant as the Xuanyuan sect, pulsing with true cultivation ambience. It seemed that seizing territory had its own remarkable advantages. Within his heart, a tumultuous yearning stirred, yet Luo Tian found himself hesitant to take action. To annihilate the Xuanyuan sect would mean confronting an adversary he held a grudge against, compounded by the sect's folly in activating their protective formation, which ultimately hindered their ability to buy time for their disciples to escape. Should he instigate further chaos, it would be tantamount to provoking the Tai sect, thereby challenging their authority. For the time being, the Zifu was a force he could not afford to provoke. It would be prudent to bide his time and cultivate quietly. Chapter 83. News regarding the Dao Inquiry Conference and Zhou Banqing's speechlessness. Curious about the sudden rise in spiritual energy within the sect, Luo Tian inquired further. Elder Zhou, are you aware of the Dao Inquiry Conference? Zhou Banqing paused momentarily before nodding. Of course, sect leader. Why do you ask? Luo Tian recounted the events involving Zheng Pingyan at the Xian Medical Valley. Zhou Banqing stroked his white beard and chuckled. So that's the case. I never imagined that young lad would be so fortunate. The old matron of Xian Medical Valley actually showed leniency. Quite peculiar indeed. Luo Tian remained silent, not wishing to disclose that he had bullied the matron. Zhou Banqing sighed. When I first traveled to Chongning County, I heard tales of the spirit coffin of the immortal matron. She was a tragic figure, abandoned in her youth, which led to the transformation of Xian Medical Valley into its current state, filled with disdain for all men. Luo Tian mused to himself. No wonder that ruthless matriarch harbors such animosity towards males. She is indeed a wronged woman. Suddenly, he grasped a few insights. Perhaps it was better to avoid romantic entanglements. Wasn't the path of cultivation far more enticing? After sharing some gossip, Zhou Banqing's demeanor turned serious. As for the Dao Inquiry Conference, it is organized by the Qiyu Royal Court in collaboration with several divine lords. All cultivators under the age of 30 in Qiyu Prefecture are eligible to participate. Those who distinguish themselves will be richly rewarded with elixirs, magical artifacts, and even the top 10 contestants will gain access to the Transformation Dragon Pool for training. Sects that achieve a ranking in the Dao Inquiry Conference will also receive rewards, enhancing their reputation and attracting wandering cultivators and prodigies to their ranks. This isn't merely a twofold benefit, it's a threefold boon. Luo Tian was elated. The Qiyu King is truly investing heavily to win over the various factions in Qiyu Prefecture. Curiously, he inquired, are the divine lords in fact at the transformation stage? Zhou Banqing's expression became peculiar as he shook his head. In the golden core stage, one is called a true lord, while in the nascent soul stage, they are referred to as divine lords. As for the transformation stage, what is that? Above the nascent soul lies a realm described in ancient texts as the void return stage, also known as the Celestial Sovereign, a status that exists only in legend. Zhou Banxing pointed towards the heavens. Luo Tian understood. This heaven was not the same as that heaven. Zhou Banxing's explanation of the Dao Inquiry Conference was akin to his prior description of the Fate event, leaving no room for doubt in Luo Tian's heart. Regardless, he must attend the Dao Inquiry Conference. He wondered if he, as the sect leader, could participate as a disciple. However, it was unlikely that the Fate event would allow such a loophole for him. Casting aside his thoughts, a sudden smile graced Luo Tian's face, prompting Zhou Banxing to feel uneasy and on guard. Elder Zhou, should we hold a ceremony to announce that our Taishu Dao sect has supplanted the Xuanyuan sect? It would be an excellent opportunity to promote our sect's reputation. Zhou Banxing's expression darkened as he sensed the complexity of the situation. Are you trying to work me to death, young man? I am still recovering from my injuries, he retorted, exasperated. Despite Zhou Banxing's reprimands, Luo Tian merely smiled, interpreting the elder's silence as tacit agreement. He pressed on. As someone with extensive experience, I find myself lacking as a first-time sect leader. Should we schedule the grand ceremony for 6 months from now? Seeing Zhou Banxing remain silent, he quickly added, perhaps in a year? Zhou Banxing scoffed. A year is too long, and 6 months is still excessive. 3 months it is. Have the elders and disciples collaborate with me to expedite the renovations of the sect. Then, you, sect leader, can organize the ascension ceremony and invite other sects to witness. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian was thrilled. Achieving such an endeavor in 3 months would be splendid. Zhou Banxing, as if dismissing him, urged him to observe the current state of the Taishu Dao sect. Zheng Huayu and Zhou Zhou, the 2 young girls, were engaged in a playful standoff with Luo Ming, their eyes wide and intent. Zhou Zhou waved a candied hawthorn and osmanthus cake before the smaller child, only to snatch them away and consume them when the little one attempted to grab them. Inciting a fit of wailing from the younger sibling, Zhou Zhou burst into laughter, while Zheng Huayu, flustered, hurriedly offered her own candied hawthorn to the little one. Luo Tian watched, contemplating. I must find something for Zhou Zhou to occupy herself with, otherwise her talents will be squandered. Though the absolute spirit body was incapable of cultivation, her other qualities had reached the legendary gold tier, and failing to utilize them would be a grave waste. Fortuitously, the sect had recently welcomed a talisman prodigy, making it an excellent opportunity for Yun Tianhua to teach Zhou Zhou the art of talisman crafting. Other pursuits such as reading, studying military strategy, mastering calligraphy, or playing chess could also prove suitable. Who knows? She might emerge as a unique genius in the future. Of course, let it be known, Luo Tian had no vengeful intentions stemming from Zhou Zhou's mischief towards Luo Ming. Within the sect, the responsibility of imparting knowledge to disciples fell to Yin Tianhua. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian was taken aback. This individual was boasting about his exploits in slaying monsters. Who would have thought that the seemingly dignified Yun would possess such a flamboyant spirit hidden within? The disciples listened with rapt attention, captivated by the tales. Zheng Pingan, Nan Hongsang, and Li Erniu were absent from the sect, as was Su Cheng, who had brought along the untrainable maid, Su Qinger. The 4 had descended the mountain to search for Su Cheng's whereabouts. Luo Tian felt reassured about Zheng Pingan, Nan Hongsang, and Li Erniu. Yet he was concerned for Su Qinger, a mere mortal venturing down the mountain alone, fearing she might encounter unforeseen dangers. He promptly descended the mountain in search of her, employing his divine sense to quickly locate her. At that moment, Su Qinger bore various injuries, having encountered feral beasts and suffered a tumble, sobbing beneath a tree. After some gentle persuasion, when words failed to suffice, Luo Tian simply carried her back to the sect, assigning a disciple to keep watch over her to prevent further escapades. As for Xiao Biyu, he remained stationed in Ningyuan County. With time on his hands, Luo Tian decided to utilize the 2 acquired blueprints, the wine tavern, green, and the library pavilion, blue. After employing them, he proceeded to purchase low-grade spiritual wood and low-grade spiritual iron in bulk, upgrading both establishments to level 2. Which reduced the consumption of the wine tavern by 1 point and increased the cultivation speed at the library pavilion to 1. Now, Luo Tian possessed 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, making him wealthier than all the various sects in Chongning County combined, except for the Tai sect. It seemed imperative to establish trade relations with other sects. Luo Tian mused inwardly. Having an excess of spirit stones was also a form of distress. Chapter 84. The Grace of Teaching the Dharma, Fragments of Celestial Techniques. In the midday sun, Luo Tian held in his hands a purple chance token, a purple disciple recruitment token, and a second-tier wandering token. Without hesitation, he decided to utilize the purple chance token. The previous purple chance token had yielded a stone tablet, which still lay dormant within the sect. Only the eldest disciple, Zheng Pingan, had discerned its significance, occasionally visiting for enlightenment. yet regrettably. He had yet to grasp its profound mysteries, merely sensing its extraordinary nature. Uncovering the secrets within the stone tablet would require time. It is evident that this situation is anything but ordinary. Following the thread of purple opportunity, Luo Tian's gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked beyond the undulating mountains. What marvels would this purple chance unveil this time? For 3 consecutive days and nights, he pursued the silken thread, enduring fatigue that left dark circles under his eyes, until he finally beheld a radiant pillar of purple light just before a precipice. At long last, he had found it. Luo Tian was rendered speechless. The opportunity revealed from such a distance was perplexing. Had all the fortunes of Chongning County already been uncovered? Upon reaching the site of the purple luminescence, he surveyed his surroundings, but all that lay before him was an expanse of verdant grassland, devoid of any other features. Could it be that the treasure was buried beneath the earth? Intrigued, Luo Tian retrieved a shovel-like artifact and began to dig, laboring for quite some time. Eventually, he unearthed a layer of enchantment that had presumably lain dormant for countless years. This barrier was as fragile as paper, incapable even of deterring someone newly initiated into the foundational realm, and he dispelled it with ease. Below, he discovered a passageway constructed from massive black stones, each inscribed with intricate patterns that seemed to harbor countless watchful eyes peering out from the darkness. The eerie glow of green plants and the shadows added an unsettling ambience to the subterranean chamber. Luo Tian's spirit soared. Could this be the remnants of some great power? Was he destined to engage in the audacious exploits of a Tomb Raider today? How exhilarating! Cautiously, he ventured deeper, wary of triggering any traps. However, to his surprise, not a single mechanism was set off. As he delved further, the space within the catacombs widened, ultimately revealing a grand black palace. The doors swung open of their own accord, inviting Luo Tian inside, where he encountered a towering stone statue. Its features were obscured, seemingly erased by design, leaving only a semblance of chaos. The hollow eyes of the statue seemed to gaze into Luo Tian's very soul, evoking a sense of dread within him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the statue was etched with countless runes and hunched over in an unnatural pose, as if imprisoned within this chamber. This was hardly an opportunity. It was a trap. A wave of trepidation washed over Luo Tian, compelling him to retreat, for he suspected that the statue might still possess consciousness. Yet, when he turned to flee, his heart sank. The great doors had sealed shut. He pounded against them in desperation, but they did not budge. Regaining his composure, Luo Tian forced a smile and implored, "Esteemed elder, please do not toy with me. I stumbled upon this place by mere chance and did not mean to disturb your tranquility. Kindly allow me to leave. I have no desire for this purple opportunity." Clearly, entering was easy, but exiting was fraught with difficulty, as the statue showed no inclination to release him. Silence enveloped him. With a prickling sense of fear, Luo Tian resolved to remain calm. If this was indeed the location of the purple opportunity, it could not be solely perilous. There must be some form of fortune within. Perhaps even a means to avert disaster. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Quickly regaining his composure, Luo Tian circled the statue, seeking any clues. Just as he reached out to touch it, a thunderous voice reverberated within his mind. The emperor has perished. An overwhelming sorrow surged within Luo Tian, and tears streamed down his face at the sound of those words. What on earth was happening? Terror gripped him, yet he dared not resist. The presence that loomed was far beyond his capacity to confront. In the aftermath, humanity shall rise against the oppressors. The statue quivered violently, and to Luo Tian's horror, countless black runes clung to it like monstrous entities, preventing whatever was contained within from emerging. Yet the statue struggled fiercely. Finally, a single arm managed to twitch, slowly extending a finger toward Luo Tian. Understanding dawned upon him, and suppressing his grief, he extended his own finger to meet that colossal digit. A torrent of profound knowledge surged into his mind. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has acquired the low-grade celestial technique, the 9 secrets of primordial unity, upper. However, following the system's notification, the towering statue gradually shriveled, as if all its strength had been siphoned away. In Luo Tian's gaze, it resembled grains of sand scattered by a tempest, vanishing piece by piece from existence. The immense underground chamber showed no signs of disturbance as it simply ceased to exist, as though it had never been there at all. Luo Tian stood in the deep pit, rendered speechless for a long moment before finally speaking. "Brother, could you not have imparted the entirety of this technique?" Tears of frustration welled in his eyes. A low-grade celestial technique, and he had only received a third of its teachings before the figure vanished. The fire dragon technique was merely a high-grade, earthly technique. If only he could have held on a bit longer. At last, Luo Tian understood why this opportunity was shrouded in purple. it was, after all, incomplete. The 9 secrets of primordial unity undoubtedly contained 9 layers of profound techniques, yet he had only been granted 3, the primordial communication, the spirit essence, and the void transformation. The first allows one to commune with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, tempering the meridians, strengthening the physical body, and enhancing the potency of spells, making it suitable for melee sorcerers. The second transforms into a spirit essence seal, incorporating mental attacks, stunning effects, and deceleration, with the potential to seal certain artifacts, temporarily rendering foes powerless. The last permits one's body to become ethereal, existing in the void to evade fatal harm, albeit its consumption is exorbitant, making it suitable only for escape. Luo Tian lamented deeply. Such an extraordinary technique had ultimately been imparted in such a fragmented state. He couldn't help but marvel at the giant's willingness to risk everything to pass on these skills to him. Perhaps the passage of time had dulled its will to survive. Perhaps the emperor he spoke of had already met his end. With hands clasped in reverence, Luo Tian bowed toward the void. Though he knew not the elder's name, he would forever cherish the grace of their teachings. Celestial techniques are exceedingly precious. As a disciple, he could only honor the legacy of his predecessor. Farewell, my esteemed master. All stemmed from the decree of opportunity, yet the imparting of knowledge remained a personal choice. After a lengthy silence, the once empty pit was devoid of any presence, every trace erased, and tranquility was restored. 3 days and nights passed, and Luo Tian returned to the Tai Su Dao sect. Chapter 85. Su Cheng's Return and Luo Tian's Awakening. The spiritual energy of the Tai Su Dao sect had increased slightly compared to when he had left. Zhou Banjian was bustling about, absent from sight, and neither of the 3 elders were present. Instead, the trio of young ones returned alongside Su Cheng to the sect. After inquiring, Luo Tian learned that Su Cheng, having escaped the pursuit of demons, had attracted the attention of other fiends and was compelled to flee once more. Ultimately, he managed to shake off his pursuers but found himself at the shores of the East Sea, where he encountered a girl of merely 10 years who insisted on marrying him. The most astonishing part was that Su Cheng could not best this child. Luo Tian, surely, he has not merely escaped one demon only to fall prey to another. His curiosity ignited. He pressed Su Cheng for details on his escape. Su Cheng chuckled awkwardly, explaining, I told her she was too young and that we should wait until she matures before discussing marriage. Moreover, such decisions cannot rest solely on my shoulders. I must consult with my master. As he spoke, Su Cheng glanced up to gauge Luo Tian's reaction. Luo Tian was taken aback. Is that all it took for her to let you go? Su Cheng nodded. A sudden realization struck Luo Tian. Could it be that Su Cheng had not encountered a mere demon, but rather the offspring of some illustrious figure? How could a demon be so accommodating? Su Cheng hesitated to voice his thoughts. Stammering under Luo Tian's gaze, the young girl also mentioned that I must visit her once a month. She abhors heartless men, and if I fail to comply, she will inform her father that I have forsaken her. Su Cheng appeared somewhat on the verge of tears. Yet, Luo Tian deemed this a fortuitous circumstance. Why lament over such an advantageous situation? It was imperative to ensure that the girl's formidable father did not come knocking. A precocious child of merely 10 years could easily subdue Su Cheng, and he was undoubtedly a foundational cultivator at the very least. The presence looming behind her, what an intimidating prospect. The Tai Su Dao sect would be utterly insignificant in comparison. Rest assured, master. I shall certainly honor the agreement and visit her each month. I cannot go back on my word. Su Cheng revealed a countenance that suggested a readiness to face death. Luo Tian found it rather peculiar, sensing that his disciple harbored a secret delight. He promptly dismissed such alarming thoughts, reassuring himself that Su Cheng was sacrificing his own interests for the sake of the sect. Nonetheless, Luo Tian could not resist inquiring, what do you intend to do about the maid named Su Cheng? As soon as he uttered the question, he regretted it, pondering why he had meddled unnecessarily. The girl whom Su Cheng had brought, named Su Cheng, was far too ordinary in comparison to the daughter of a great power. Luo Tian found it hard to accept her as a companion for Su Cheng, especially given her lack of cultivation potential. Mortals have fleeting lives, seldom surpassing a century, while Su Cheng's future could span thousands of years, perhaps even tens of thousands. Yet, Su Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he softly replied, to me, Sister Cheng is like a blood sister. How could I harbor any improper thoughts? Observing Su Cheng's earnest demeanor, Luo Tian felt perplexed, yet he allowed Su Cheng to depart, turning his thoughts inward as he pondered the matter. There was something amiss with Su Cheng. He had not spoken so during his time at the Su residence. Recalling how Su Cheng had been terrified, yet still implored him to bring Su Cheng back to the sect, and later, even after discovering her lack of cultivation talent, he had remained undeterred, seeking to have her attend the elders' teachings and securing cultivation methods for her. This was clearly indicative of courting her. Now, having returned from his trials, Su Cheng spoke of Su Qing'er with gentle eyes, yet there was a notable absence of affection. Ah, love has withered away, Luo Tian mused. Suspecting that the effects of the grievance pearl had drained Su Cheng's affection for Su Qing'er, trading it for a miraculous escape from peril. Regardless, matters of love should be left for these young ones to navigate themselves. After considerable reflection, Luo Tian resolved to take a step back. Whether Su Cheng chose the daughter of a great power or Su Qing'er, or perhaps both, was ultimately his own affair, and as a master, it was not his place to interfere. Luo Tian then wandered around the sect until late, when Zhou Banshan returned with Bai Wuqiu and Yun Tianhua. The three sat in silence beneath a great tree. Luo Tian recalled that he still possessed a second-tier roaming token. It must be utilized tomorrow. Having an additional elder would facilitate matters greatly. Wait, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to be worth 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Approaching the trio, he found them oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their meditation. Aware of his own shortcomings, he had vanished for 7 days without a word during a busy time for the sect. However, there is one matter I neglected to inform you all, he began. But the trio remained unresponsive. Luo Tian continued leisurely. In fact, our sect possesses 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Allocating 100,000 for the construction of the sect is certainly feasible. The trio's eyes widened, fixated on Luo Tian as if they wished to devour him whole. Sect Master, why didn't you mention this sooner? Why not? Bai Wuqiu exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. What did that signify? Did they truly need to toil as black slaves? He was still grievously injured, compelled by Zhou Banshan to act as a black slave. Zhou Banshan, evidently startled by Luo Tian's revelation, was astounded. How had he not considered that this young man had first annihilated the Yang family of Jing City, then the Xuanyuan sect? Exterminating families and sects alike. Surely he must possess spirit stones. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones insufficient for the construction of the sect? No, Sect Master, this is more than sufficient. Far too much. Zhou Banshan hurriedly interjected, fearful that a moment's hesitation would lead Luo Tian to change his mind. He had assumed the sect was impoverished, only to discover it was, in fact, quite wealthy. Luo Tian could not help but chuckle, a smile gracing his lips. While inwardly he mused, so now you address me as Sect Master, rather than that young man. Managing the sect's finances was indeed a delight. If the trio were aware that Luo Tian's wealth amounted not to 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, but rather 1,000,000, they would surely be dumbfounded. Such an extraordinary fortune. With spirit stones in abundance, it would be far easier to conduct affairs. The trio could undertake substantial renovations of the sect without hesitation. Moreover, they could even invite other rogue cultivators to serve as black slaves. Amidst the chorus of Sect Master, Luo Tian felt quite satisfied. Also requesting Zhou Banshan to make some adjustments to his small cave dwelling, hoping to move into a more comfortable abode before the sect's grand ceremony. With the spirit stones secured, Zhou Banshan assured him that it was no trouble at all. Luo Tian left, feeling content. He continued to reside in the Taisu Hall, realizing that he had unwittingly spent nearly 3 months there, with his own sect, disciples, and a cadre of diligent elders catering to his needs. This realm of cultivation did not seem so unpleasant after all. He silently vowed to elevate the Tai Su Dao sect to become the foremost sect in the world of destiny. The next day, Zhou Banshan and the others departed early from the sect once more. Nan Hongsang and Zhou Zhou, the 2 young maidens, stealthily descended the mountain for a sumptuous feast. Zheng Ping'an was immersed in contemplation at the Tongtian ancient monument, while Su Cheng, without Su Ping'an's company, stood transfixed by the stone tablet, as if bewitched. Luo Tian surmised that it was likely Zheng Ping'an who was grasping its profound mysteries. Beyond the mountains, amidst the ethereal mist, celestial cranes began to soar. Luo Tian glanced at his system backpack, discovering another second-tier roaming token and a purple disciple recruitment order, along with 8 packages for transmigrators. Even if he could not amass an epic-level package, he was determined to accumulate enough for a 10-fold draw. Mysticism, after all, is a crucial factor in lotteries. Activating the second-tier roaming token, Luo Tian followed the indicated direction to seek out its benefits. This time, there were no tragic encounters. He soon met an elder summoned by the roaming token, a wandering cultivator of the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. Lacking in cultivation resources and seeking a sect to serve as an elder. Passing through Chongning County, he noted the absence of cultivators in the territory of the Xuanyuan sect, which had been seized by the Tai Su Dao sect, leading him to surmise that the Tai Su Dao sect was in need of personnel, prompting his visit. Luo Tian readily agreed. offering a salary 30% higher than other sects, securing a loyalty rating of 90. He speculated that if he doubled the salary, perhaps the loyalty could be even greater. However, 90 was already sufficiently commendable. Upon returning to the sect, Luo Tian introduced the new elder to the disciples, revealing that the newly recruited elder was named Li Yuanliang. Regrettably, this Li Yuanliang was of merely green quality, and it was likely that foundation establishment would be his limit. After settling Li Yuanliang into the sect, Luo Tian set out once more, searching for disciples indicated by the purple recruitment order. The recruitment edict for the purple disciples does not call for individuals from Ningyuan County or Xiangshu County, but rather from the former jurisdiction of the Xuanyuan sect, specifically a place known as Yanchang City. When Luo Tian found the child, he was clutching a tattered bowl of unknown origin, dressed in a worn-out monk's robe that was oversized and ill-fitting, patched, and riddled with holes. The biting cold wind swept through, causing this mere child of barely a decade to shiver uncontrollably, his hands and feet turning crimson. "Please, kind sir," the child implored, holding up the battered bowl, his cracked lips trembling as he spoke in a weak, hoarse voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Luo Tian retrieved some coins and purchased 3 buns from a roadside vendor, offering them to the child. The boy's murky, dull gaze brightened with surprise, rekindling a glimmer of hope as he cautiously accepted the buns. Noticing Luo Tian's lack of discontent, he stammered a fragment of an unfamiliar scripture, showering Luo Tian with gratitude. He cradled the 3 buns carefully in his arms, not consuming even a single bite, but instead darting towards a dim and damp alley. Luo Tian was taken aback. He had intended to wait for the child to finish the buns before suggesting a return to the sect. Could it be that he was being coerced by human traffickers? Luo Tian resolved to discreetly follow him to ascertain the situation and prevent this purple-quality disciple from encountering peril. Resolving the crisis might even increase his loyalty. After all, the young monk did not venture far before arriving at a dilapidated shed, devoid of a door and merely covered by a wooden board, with a sparse layer of straw beneath. An aged monk lay weakly upon the straw, his robe in tatters like that of the young monk, emaciated and gaunt, with sunken eye sockets and dimly closed eyes. Upon hearing footsteps, a flicker of life returned to his gaze. "It is Jing'an," the young monk exclaimed, hastening to support the elder. The old monk, his face covered in dust, managed a faint smile. "Master, I have returned. Today, a kind soul gifted me 3 buns. The young monk placed the buns before the elder. The old monk's hands lay feebly at his sides, as if he lacked the strength to raise them. He looked at the young monk and said, "That was a benevolent benefactor, Jing'an. You should." The old monk suddenly coughed, startling the young monk, who rushed to prop him up. "Jing'an, you must recite a complete scripture for the benefactor." The young monk replied earnestly, "Master, I recited a scripture you often recite." The old monk nodded, his cracked lips parting as he said, "It may be that my time has come. I shall soon meet your master uncle and the abbot. You should eat those buns yourself." The young monk froze, tears streaming down his face, falling onto the buns he cradled. Witnessing this scene from the shadows, Luo Tian felt a pang of guilt. With a heavy sigh, he stepped into the crumbling shed. Both individuals stared at him in confusion. The young monk instantly recognized Luo Tian as the benefactor who had given him the buns and wiped his tears, asking, "Benefactor, did you follow me here?" Luo Tian nodded, and, meeting their bewildered gazes, spoke slowly, "I am the master of the Taishu Dao sect. Observing the heavens, I discern that you possess a fateful connection with my sect, and you may join us as a disciple." Seeing their astonished expressions, Luo Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Recalling that mortals might not comprehend what the Taishu Dao sect was, even in this territory that now belonged to him. With a serious expression, he rephrased, "The Taishu Dao sect, in your mundane terms, is akin to an immortal gate." The young monk finally grasped the implication and, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "So, you are an immortal?" Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction, hands clasped behind his back as a spectacular phenomenon of thunder erupted behind him, resembling a celestial being descending. This sight caused both individuals to tremble in fear, unable to utter a word. Seizing the moment, Luo Tian declared, "I wish to take you back to the sect for cultivation. Do you consent?" Whether or not he wished to, he would have to oblige, Luo Tian mused. "Can an immortal heal my master?" The young monk, without hesitation, responded, "Of course, I am willing." The old monk, sensing the urgency in the young monk's voice, exerted a frail authority, admonishing him to not miss this opportunity. Luo Tian waved his hand, stating, "I indeed possess a method to cure your master's grave illness and can extend his life by 10 years. The young monk's countenance brightened, yet unexpectedly. The old monk shook his head. "Thank you, immortal, but it is unnecessary. My fellow disciples and the abbot await me. The day the North Mountain falls, I should depart this world, Yet I cannot rest easy knowing Jing'an remains. With that, the old monk struggled to rise, sitting up with the young monk's assistance, reciting the final scripture of his life, before closing his eyes for the last time. The young monk knelt beside the old monk's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. Only Luo Tian observed this poignant moment, reflecting, Jing'an is indeed a beautiful name. A month of chaos among the demons led to countless casualties in the mortal realm. How does one measure such loss? After burying the old monk outside the city, Luo Tian and Jing'an returned to the Taishu Dao sect. Name, Jing'an. Age, 10. Talent, sweeping monk, purple, hard training, purple. Aptitude, 71. Comprehension, 72. Loyalty, 90. Sweeping monk, purple every 50 years, aptitude 1, comprehension 1, can trigger up to 10 times. Hard training, purple every 10 years, all cultivation speed 1, can trigger up to 50 times. Upon reading this, Luo Tian realized this was indeed the essence of a sweeping monk. After 500 years, both aptitude and comprehension could reach golden quality, with an increase in cultivation speed of 50, making him no weaker than golden quality disciples. 500 years could transform purple into gold. Should he join another sect? During a time of crisis, it might well be that a great hand from the heavens would descend to rescue the sect from calamity. Alas, this was the Taishu Dao sect, where monsters were abundant. Luo Tian contemplated that the library needed a guardian, and assigning this young monk as the librarian seemed a fitting role. With that in mind, he entrusted Jing'an to the care of senior sister Nanhong Sang. Oh, teaching disciples to cultivate is indeed the most troublesome task. Time passed swiftly, and half a month slipped by. Luo Tian, seeking leisure, sat by the riverbank fishing, pulling up a large and plump carp that flopped energetically in the bucket. The spiritual energy in the area was growing denser, and even the fish in the river seemed to possess a touch of sentience. Perhaps in a year or so, the vicinity of the Taishu mountain would transform into a paradise of celestial wonders. The landscape beyond the mountain was being meticulously organized by Zhou Banxian, who had relocated the outer sect to the vicinity of the Spirit Stone mine, making the entire Taishu mountain feel considerably more desolate. Just as Luo Tian prepared to continue fishing, a childish voice echoed from the mountain's entrance, resonating throughout the sect. Su Cheng, I've come to find you. The voice was remarkably juvenile, comparable to Zhou Zhou's age, around 10 years old. Could it be that Su Cheng's childhood betrothed had arrived? Luo Tian was startled, only to see the entire sect, both large and small, stirred by the announcement, revealing expressions of curiosity. Luo Tian was no exception. Outside the majestic gates of the Taishu Dao sect, a diminutive girl stood suspended in midair, her skin as fair as porcelain, her eyes bright and gleaming like twin garnets, clear and tranquil. Her raven locks cascaded down her back, exuding an aura of vivacity and mischief. In her future, she was destined to blossom into an unparalleled beauty, captivating all who beheld her. Amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, Su Cheng awkwardly smiled, feeling a chill run down his spine as he stepped out of the mountain gate and muttered softly, "What brings you here?" The little girl pouted slightly, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance as she replied, "Yin'er missed her husband, so I came to find him." Su Cheng noticed the dust clinging to her attire and momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Such a small child had traversed countless miles, all for the sake of seeing him. The words hung on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not articulate them. Finally, he settled on saying, "You mustn't do this again, it's far too dangerous." Dream Spirit Yun's eyes squinted with mischief as she nodded, a playful grin upon her face as she tilted her head and said, "But I'm stronger than you, dear husband." Su Cheng's thoughts raced, vowing to reclaim his dignity once he advanced to the foundation establishment stage. "From now on, I shall visit you every month, and you are to refrain from such reckless endeavors." His expression turned serious, his tone earnest. Yun'er playfully stuck out her tongue, refraining from further argument. The spectators of the Taishu Dao sect wore a mixture of peculiar expressions. Some were astonished while others internally cheered at the audacity of the scene. Luo Tian gazed into the distance, a smile breaking upon his face. Although she was small, her willingness to traverse great distances for Su Cheng undoubtedly indicated a deep emotional bond. For cultivators, age was merely a number, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. There would always come a day of maturity. In a corner unnoticed, Su Cheng'er observed this scene, her heart pondering, truly, they are a match made in heaven, the golden boy and the jade maiden. I am but a mere mortal, incapable of cultivation. How could I ever hope to remain by young master's side? Su Cheng'er sighed internally. What do I expect when there are no vows of love or promises unbreakable between Su Cheng and me? Yet, despite her thoughts, tears began to fall, one by one. Within the sect, laughter and joy reigned. After Su Cheng bid farewell to the little girl, he retreated into seclusion for the remaining half-month, too anxious to venture outside, fearing he might be regarded as a curiosity. Thus, a month slipped by uneventfully, during which Luo Tian successfully amassed an epic-level transcendent gift pack. On a moonless night, filled with eager anticipation, he opened it. The reward was a low-grade Earth-tier artifact, the Shattering Sky Sword, a dark golden blade exuding a mysterious and profound aura. What a splendid sword! As Luo Tian's collection of treasures grew, the Tai Su Sword, a low-grade mysterious tier artifact, became less frequently utilized. Now, he could wield a sword once more. As for his obsession with swords, it was simply a matter of aesthetics. In the second month, Luo Tian chose not to continue stockpiling epic gift packs, but instead opted for synthesis of fine-quality items. By mid-month, Su Cheng successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage, radiating with an extraordinary aura, prompting celebrations within the sect. On the same day, Zheng Pingyan also advanced to the second level of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, under Luo Tian's strong insistence, the little girl Zhou Zhou was reluctantly made to follow Yun Tianhua in learning the path of talismans, her face perpetually clouded with despair. As the month drew to a close, the sect welcomed a new disciple of purple quality, barely meeting the threshold. Alongside 3 elders of foundation establishment, 2 summoned by the second-tier Wandering Order and 1, a second-level foundation establishment, attracted by the generous Spirit Stone remuneration. Although lacking treasures above the Earth tier, the items acquired greatly benefited the sect. In the third month, on the very first day, the towering monument placed at the back mountain by Luo Tian finally stirred to life. A formidable sword intent surged skyward, shocking the entire sect. Player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Pingyan comprehends the residual heaven sword intent. Should the player synchronize? The earth-shattering sword intent could easily slay cultivators at the 4th level of foundation establishment, yet it was merely a fragment? Synchronize? What else was there to wait for? In an instant, all sounds in the world faded, leaving only the image of a magnificent sword suspended in Luo Tian's mind, akin to a radiant star, illuminating the chaos within. It felt like an eternity, yet also but a fleeting moment. Luo Tian opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. It was overwhelmingly powerful, so potent it gave him the illusion that he could challenge the Purple Mansion with this sword intent alone. He understood that this was merely an illusion. Relying solely on this sword intent to confront the Purple Mansion was insufficient, yet with the Shattering Sky Sword in hand, he finally possessed the means to safeguard himself against it. On the eve of the grand ceremony, within the earthly Sha Gong Gold Formation, was that truly sword intent? Yun Tianhua gazed toward the direction where Zheng Pingyan had comprehended, astonished. Even the black dragon sword box he carried resonated with the rising sword intent. This was no ordinary sword intent. To comprehend sword intent was to reach a masterful level in the sword path, deserving of the title Sword Immortal. What an extraordinary talent! Zhou Banzian couldn't help but marvel at such innate potential, truly a rarity in the world. Yet, he knew there were others within the sect with similar gifts. That boy, Su Cheng, also possessed fearsome talents, deemed almost unparalleled throughout the ages. Not to mention the yet-to-mature Luo Ming, who, despite not having begun proper cultivation, had already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement by siphoning the faintest spiritual energy, and he was merely a child of 1 year. Zhou Banzian could hardly fathom the scene that would unfold should he truly embark on his cultivation journey. This sect was indeed frighteningly formidable. As Zheng Pingyan grasped the heaven sword intent, the sword marks on the monument dulled, resembling an ordinary stone tablet. Su Cheng observed this scene with a sigh, lamenting that the secrets within the ancient stone tablet had ultimately been uncovered first by his senior brother. Had he been granted another month or 2, he too could have comprehended its profound mysteries. Although regretful, he stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, senior brother, on uncovering the opportunity within the stone tablet. Zheng Pingyan smiled and replied, it was merely luck. The latecomers, Nanhong Sang and others, gazed at the ancient stone tablet, puzzled. How could such an unremarkable tablet possess hidden opportunities? They had thought the two were merely exchanging cultivation insights. Luo Tian observed this scene from a distance, feeling relieved. Harmony among sect members was a wonderful thing. Zheng Pingyan's comprehension surpassed Su Cheng's, unveiling the secrets of the stone tablet first, a development Luo Tian had anticipated. Yet he had not expected it to conceal sword intent, which would prove far more beneficial to Zheng Pingyan than to Su Cheng. During this period, Luo Tian occasionally glanced at the regional channel. It had been 5 months since he had traversed into this world, a time neither excessively long nor short. Conflicts between players and local factions intensified, with players frequently losing their lives over territorial disputes, a common occurrence. Within the unparalleled Immortal Alliance, under the management of Li Long and others, the atmosphere was considerably more peaceful, with minimal casualties. Luo Tian felt reassured. The players had Li Long and the others to oversee matters, while within the sect, there were elders like Zhou Banzian. He himself was merely an idle overseer, content to act as a good luck charm, occasionally making appearances to assert his presence. By mid-month, Luo Tian was surprised to find that Zhou Zhou, having been sent to study talismans under Yun Tianhua, no longer had the opportunity to bully Luo Ming. Instead, she befriended Jing'an, who frequently approached Yun Tianhua with cultivation questions. Thus, under Zhou Zhou's persistent persuasion, Jing'an became her loyal follower, calling her big sister daily. He vividly recalls the first time he encountered Zhou Zhou, a small, obedient, and sensible child. How has she transformed into this? Time slips by like sand through fingers, swiftly bringing them to the eve of the grand ceremony of the sect. Within Chongning County, all factions are in motion. Inside Tai sect, an elderly man clad in a fishing cloak remains seated at the fishing platform, his gnarled fingers rubbing the invitation sent by the Taishu Dao sect, a smile unexpectedly gracing his withered face. It has been a long time since Chongning County has witnessed such liveliness. An elder from Tai sect respectfully inquired, "Sect Master, this faction is the one that had disputes with the Yang family of Jingqing. Should we take this opportunity to strike back?" The incident involving Luo Tian's annihilation of the Jingqing Yang family caused quite a stir, but under the guise of righteousness, it brought no tangible loss to Tai sect, prompting its higher-ups to disregard it. Now, with Taishu Dao sect replacing Xuanyuan sect and flourishing, it is inevitable that some old-timers within Tai sect seek to capitalize on this moment, and this elder is clearly one of them. However, the old man shook his head. "Let the matter of Jingqing rest. You shall prepare generous gifts on behalf of Tai sect to extend our congratulations." The elder hesitated, yet dared not oppose the old man's decision, thus complying. After the elder departed, the old man wore a smile, reminiscent of ancient trees welcoming spring, softly murmuring to himself, "This is a good thing, at least it presents a variable. It could also be a bad thing, as these individuals will inevitably notice the changes. Regardless, having a glimmer of hope is beneficial, for some have become increasingly excessive." The old man's gaze grew colder, akin to a hawk's keen eyes, fixed upon the clouds below. At the Xinshao sect, the sect leader instructed the elders, "Our Xinshao sect must forge a strong alliance with Taishu Dao sect. Establishing a long-term trading relationship is paramount. Over the years, the supply of spirit stones for cultivators has dwindled, and our stockpile of crafted weapons has become increasingly severe. If this continues, it will lead to endless troubles. With Taishu Dao sect hosting ceremonies and the Ascension Conference, they must be in dire need of weapons." An elder from Xinshao sect chimed in. The sect leader's eyes sparkled with insight. He had heard that Taishu Dao sect spent tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones for the ceremony, indicating their immense wealth, while Xinshao sect is impoverished. Xinshao sect's favorability towards Taishu Dao sect 15, current favorability 30. In the Lu family, the patriarch perused the invitation from Taishu Dao sect, his sharp, profound gaze emanating an aura of authority, addressing the clan elders present. "What do you all think of Taishu Dao sect?" An elder clad in a dark robe responded with a smile, "Naturally, it is the foremost sect beneath Tai sect, with boundless prospects. Sect Master Luo Tian's cultivation is unfathomable, and his disciples are not lacking in exceptional talents." The other elders nodded in agreement. A force capable of silently obliterating Xuanyuan sect is undoubtedly formidable. The Lu patriarch slowly proclaimed, "Then, as per tradition, let us select a group of clan youths with untainted backgrounds to attend the Ascension Conference at Taishu Dao sect." No objections arose. In fact, many began plotting how to secure spots for their own descendants at Taishu Dao sect. The grand ceremony has stirred all major sects and families. Meanwhile, Luo Tian busied himself in his cave dwelling, counting the accumulated gifts from his time traveler packages. A perfect 30, enough to synthesize an epic quality time traveler package. He hoped this time would yield something exceptional. The anticipation gnawed at him. Being a hoarder was an arduous trial, often making him feel as though 1,000 ants were crawling over him at night, demanding immense willpower. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring the Earth-grade low-tier formation, the Disha Gungjin Sword formation. Luo Tian's eyes widened. The protective formation for the sect has finally arrived. Chapter 89. 3 months have flown by, and Tai sect is in shock. Compared to 3 months prior, Taishu Dao sect has undergone a dramatic transformation. Clouds swirl amidst towering peaks. Celestial cranes soar through the mist, encircling the mountains. At the foot of the mountain, a spiritual stream flows gently, its crystal-clear waters sparkling under the sun as it merges into a lake surrounded by spiritual plants and fields. Though the spiritual energy remains somewhat thin, it is beginning to take shape. Besides the main peak of Taishu Mountain, the surrounding towering summits are cloaked in spiritual energy, transforming into spiritual peaks that pierce the heavens. Their midsections shrouded in ethereal mist, illuminated by sunlight, creating layers of vibrant halos, a true celestial scene. At the foot of the mountain, young talents from various regions gather. Some carrying travel bags after journeying thousands of miles, others elegantly posing, scholars, wealthy merchants, and chivalrous wanderers all present, alongside descendants of prominent families. Is that an immortal? A voice exclaimed, causing everyone to look up. Streaks of meteor-like figures zipped across the sky. Upon closer inspection, those meteors were indeed individuals, some wielding magical artifacts, others floating gracefully in the air. They even spotted a grand ship soaring through the sky. Countless perceptions were overturned in that moment. This is what immortals are. This is the grandeur of the celestial realm. Luo Tian gazed at the multitude of cultivators arriving for the ceremony, feeling a mix of awe. Such hidden talents lay within the humble Chongning County. Surely, many players must be mingling among them. Luo Tian mused, his identity among players is not a secret, and many from Chongning County likely flocked to join the festivities. In just this short time, he recognized dozens of players among the crowd. The ceremony's logistics were overseen by Bai Wuqiu, while the recruitment of disciples was managed by Zhou Banjian. Notably, Zhou Banjian developed a spirit testing stone to assess potential cultivators, eliminating the need for Luo Tian to evaluate each candidate individually. This streamlined the process significantly. Luo Tian even began contemplating how to profit handsomely from selling this innovation to other players. As for his role as sect master, it was merely a facade. So what? He felt perfectly at ease with it. Taishu Dao sect is indeed extraordinary. After disembarking from the flying vessel, the elders and disciples of Tai's sect surveyed their surroundings, feeling an overwhelming aura enveloping the entire sect, hinting at an explosive potential that, once unleashed, would undoubtedly cause a sensation. No wonder their sect master places such high regard on this small sect. Not long after, a Tai sect elder encountered Nanhong Sang, who had just stepped out. Taken aback, the elder murmured to himself, such a young chi refining 7th level. This cultivation talent could rival that of my Tai's true disciples. Nanhong Sang, under the intense gaze of the Tai sect delegation, hurriedly departed to report this matter to Luo Tian. Upon hearing, Luo Tian laughed heartily, informing Nanhong Sang of the identities of the Tai sect members. Yet, Nanhong Sang pondered, these are indeed the elders and disciples of Tai sect. Why do they all seem like debauches? Meanwhile, after Nanhong Sang's departure, the Tai sect members encountered a dark-skinned, unremarkable man whose cultivation barely reached the chi refining 3rd level. This seemed more typical, as the previous disciple surely belonged to the sect master's true disciples, true prodigies. The Tai sect elder found a semblance of confidence in Li Erniu, recognizing that while Li Erniu's talent was commendable among cultivators, it paled in comparison to Nanhong Sang's brilliance. At the tender age of 16 or 17, the disciples at the 3rd level of chi refinement within the Tai sect abound in numbers. Although the Taishu Dao sect possesses its merits, it pales in comparison to the Tai sect, which remains a formidable force. The elders and disciples of Tai sect resumed their haughty demeanor. Brotherly Erniu, so you are here. A sudden urgent voice pierced the sky as a youth clad in a black and gold robe gracefully descended, astonishingly without the aid of any magical artifact. Su Cheng approached Li Erniu, offering a wry smile. Elder Zhou is quite occupied and is currently seeking your assistance. This task bears contributions. Li Erniu nodded repeatedly. Understood, junior brother Su. I shall head over to assist Elder Zhou at once. As the two departed, the members of Tai sect slowly regained their composure. A foundation establishment cultivator, indeed, murmured a member, realizing the significance of such an individual at such a youthful age. This must be the result of a beauty-preserving elixir, Elder Su of Tai sect asserted with certainty. Yet he addressed that ordinary, simple-minded boy as senior brother. Another elder interjected. Elder Su replied, perhaps that seemingly unremarkable youth possesses a higher lineage. He conjured a feeble rationale, unwilling to accept that the Taishu Dao sect could nurture such a prodigious disciple. After all, even the leader of Tai sect, a genius of unparalleled talent, had only broken through to foundation establishment at the age of 21. As the members of Tai sect continued to wander through the Taishu Dao sect, they stumbled upon a young girl named Zhang, busily manipulating a piece of talisman paper, leaving behind a series of grotesque drawings. Lacking any cultivation, she is merely a mortal, commented an elder, musing that perhaps she was the offspring of a prominent figure and a common woman. In contrast, Tai sect was composed entirely of cultivators, with not a single mortal among them. Jing'an, Zhou exclaimed, holding up a completed talisman, as a child of no more than 10 emerged, a silly grin adorning their face. Big sis, have you created a new talisman again? Zhou tucked away her spirit ink brush, brandishing the haphazardly drawn talisman proudly against Jingan's body. Of course, this is my latest invention. You should test its efficacy. As Jingan channeled spiritual energy, the chaotic patterns on the talisman unexpectedly radiated a luminous glow. With a swift punch, the air erupted with a thunderous sound, and a fist imprint surged forth like a tiger descending a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura, flattening even the spiritual plants cultivated by the sect. How is this possible? Elder Su of Tai's sect gasped, for in his perception, that simple little boy, despite having some cultivation, was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet, the force of this strike was comparable to that of a 4th or even 5th level qi refinement practitioner. The seemingly random, childishly scribbled talisman turned out to be a genuine spiritual talisman. You two little rascals are truly a source of trouble. From a distance, the force of the punch ceased, and a youth clad in blue, exuding an extraordinary presence, stepped forth, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the pale, Zhou, and Jingan. The youth did not acknowledge them, but instead addressed the astonished members of Tai's sect. I am Zheng Pingyan of the Taishu Dao sect. Greetings to all fellow cultivators. Chapter 90. The ceremony concludes. Is this truly the sect of the Great Ones? A voice marveled, lacking in culture, exclaiming, wow. The sect of the Great Ones is indeed extraordinary. Envy surged as others expressed their desire to visit such a revered sect. Lord Luo Tian, please take us along. 1. The alliance leader is impressive. Luo Tian observed the regional channel, unsurprised to find numerous players mingled among the spectators. He had anticipated this and was not overly astonished. With Li Long overseeing matters on the players' side, there was little cause for alarm, as more and more factions made their entrance. Luo Tian recognized the necessity of his own appearance. Within the reception hall, various sects gradually arrived, with disciples Zheng Pingyan and elderly Yuanli guiding them. Elders of Tai's sect pondered, could this Zheng Pingyan also be a master of beauty-preserving techniques? Previously encountered Foundation establishment disciples had barely broken through. Yet this self-proclaimed disciple of Taishu Dao sect, Zheng Pingyan, astonishingly possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Foundation establishment. Such prowess was indeed terrifying. While the elders and disciples of Tai's sect were still in a state of bewilderment, Zheng Pingyan and Li Yuanli suddenly adopted solemn expressions, bowing respectfully to a youth who had appeared unexpectedly, greeting him as sect master. The youth wore garments meticulously woven from countless fine, steel-like crane feathers, exuding a gentle silver luminescence reminiscent of moonlight. The collar and cuffs bore intricate golden patterns, enhancing the air of mystery and nobility surrounding him. This individual was none other than the sect master of Taishu Dao sect. Unbelievably youthful. The crowd was taken aback, for Luo Tian's appearance was indeed remarkably youthful. However, the onlookers did not share this perspective. This must be an ancient monster who has consumed beauty-preserving elixirs, they collectively mused. Luo Tian nodded at disciples Zheng Pingyan and elderly Yuanli, then turned to the assembly, offering a subtle smile. I am Luo Tian, the sect master of Taishu Dao sect. I extend my gratitude to all for gracing us with your presence at our ceremony. The crowd echoed in agreement. There is no need for such formality, sect master of Taishu. It is our honor to be invited. After some mutual flattery, a representative from one of the sects stepped forward, holding a jade box with a smile. This is a starry spirit herb. I, from the Zhengu sect, congratulate Taishu Dao sect on a successful and prosperous ceremony. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed with barely concealed delight. For this moment was the culmination of great efforts expended in organizing the grand ceremony. The starry spirit herb was a prized resource, immensely beneficial for Foundation establishment cultivators, valued at no less than several thousand low-grade spirit stones. The Zhengu sect had indeed invested significantly. Luo Tian discreetly glanced at Zheng Pingyan, who understood the cue and stepped forward to accept the starry spirit herb. Luo Tian's smile broadened. Thank you, friends from Zhengu sect. May the friendship between our two sects endure. The elder from Zhengu sect beamed with delight, their goodwill rising sharply, unexpectedly reaching 20 points in Luo Tian's estimation. With Zhengu sect's elder leading the way, others soon followed, presenting their congratulatory gifts. The Shenxiao sect offered a low-grade, Xian-tier magical artifact, along with 10 top-grade Huang-tier magical artifacts. The Lu family gifted a single Tianling pill. The Xuanyuan sect presented 3 second-tier spirit herbs. Luo Tian's smile nearly split his face in two, as these items were precisely what the sect currently required, collectively worth no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was merely an estimated value. In reality, even possessing 100,000 low-grade spirit stones might not suffice to procure them. Finally, as the various sects completed their offerings, an elder from Tai's sect approached, cradling a radiant, multicolored box that shimmered with a luminous aura. From Tai's sect, We present a Huang-tier rare treasure, a 5-color fruit. The gazes of the assembly converged upon the elder from Tai sect, their expressions filled with astonishment. In an astonishing turn of events, the Tai sect has unveiled remarkable treasures, each possessing extraordinary utility. Even the most commonplace yellow-grade treasures, when presented at an auction, fetch a minimum of tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Such is the profound heritage of the Tai sect, a truly formidable force. Initially, the gathered crowd believed that the Tai sect's presence at the Taishu Dao sect's celebratory event was already a significant honor, considering one is a prestigious Purple Mansion sect while the other is merely a small foundation-establishing sect. Moreover, given the underlying animosity between the Taishu Dao sect and the Tai sect, stemming from the annihilation of the Yang family in Jing City under the Taishu's hand, one would not expect such a gesture. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the Tai sect not only bore no resentment, but offered a yellow-grade treasure as a congratulatory gift. Even Luo Tian found himself taken aback, pondering the implications of this situation. Despite his musings, he recognized the value of the gift and promptly instructed Zheng Ping'an to accept it, for it was indeed a remarkable item. Once the congratulatory gifts were exchanged, the conversation shifted to more pressing matters. I wonder if Sect Master Luo is in need of magical artifacts. If so, our Xunxiao sect can offer them to you at a 10% discount, proposed an elder from Xunxiao sect, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. Luo Tian was not surprised. These sects were far from foolish, and the presentation of gifts often hinted at ulterior motives. However, given the current limited resources of the Taishu Dao sect, despite their wealth in spirit stones, they had only accumulated a modicum of foundational assets from the downfall of the Yang family and the Wanhua sect. Establishing trade relations with other sects would, on the whole, yield more benefits than drawbacks. Luo Tian nodded affirmatively, stating, "Should our sect require magical artifacts, we shall certainly consider your esteemed sect first." The elder from Xunxiao sect beamed with satisfaction at this response. Following the departure of the Xunxiao elder, another elder from the Zhengu sect arrived. "Sect Master Luo, our Zhengu sect is renowned for its production of spiritual wood, and we too can extend a 10% discount should you require any," he offered. Luo Tian readily agreed, realizing this would provide leverage for negotiating prices with players. After the Zhengu sect's representative took his leave, the Lu family made their appearance, and Luo Tian responded to their overtures in kind. Surprisingly, it became evident that many other sects sought the Taishu Dao sect's spirit stones or had other motives. Yet, the Tai sect remained silent, presenting only the exceedingly valuable yellow-grade treasure without any further demands. As the ceremonial proceedings concluded, each sect returned to its respective domain. Luo Tian then turned his attention to the newly recruited disciples within his sect. A total of 124 individuals with potential for cultivation had been enlisted, a figure considerably lower than anticipated. Among them, there were no blue-quality disciples, while 10 possessed green quality, predominantly hailing from esteemed families. The majority, however, were of the most ordinary white quality, disheartening indeed. Upon reviewing the qualifications of these recruits, Luo Tian returned to his cave dwelling, enveloped in a profound silence. It appears that Ningyuan County truly is a land of exceptional individuals. As the narrative unfolds, time seemed to accelerate following the inauguration of the Taishu Dao sect. Luo Tian's perception of time became increasingly nebulous. It felt as though a mere moment's respite could span an entire day. The Taishu Dao sect flourished post-ceremony, with an influx of players opting to join as vassals, and Luo Tian welcomed all who sought to affiliate with them. On a particularly splendid afternoon, beneath a white jade pavilion perched on a cliff, a round table was set with 4 chairs, each occupied by a player. Royal flush. Luo Tian casually discarded a card, eliciting wry smiles from the other 3 individuals. "The alliance leader is truly formidable. We have lost once again," remarked Li Long, bemused by their repeated misfortune despite the absence of spiritual energy in their game. Yet, considering Luo Tian's recruitment of a disciple with golden legendary quality, perhaps he was indeed fortunate, a true child of destiny. Luo Tian pocketed 30 low-grade spirit stones and savored a sip of the exquisite Snow Mountain Spirit Tea. Its flavor delightfully sweet and rich, truly a rare moment of leisure. As the sect leader, there was no compulsion to engage in cultivation. The system of the Supreme Immortal Alliance had become increasingly refined, allowing Luo Tian and his companions to enjoy a leisurely existence. In the absence of pressing matters, they turned to customs brought from Water Blue Star to pass the time, perhaps as a means to remember their origins. "Alliance leader, do you recall the woman named Song Shuang you mentioned previously?" inquired a man named Lu Fong, suddenly recalling something and eager to share. Luo Tian reflected on this, recalling a brief mention of her during a past idle moment. Now, invoked by Lu Fong, the memory resurfaced. Could it be that she had met her demise? Lu Feng nodded, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Indeed, she is no more. Despite wielding a mysterious great artifact, she failed to exercise caution and was slain by a passing foundation establishing rogue cultivator in a bid to seize her treasure, her soul scattered to the winds. Luo Tian was somewhat taken aback, but maintained a calm demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment. Although he harbored disdain for such a woman, it had not yet reached the point of necessitating action against her. Now, having fallen victim to robbery and murder, it seemed fate had dealt her a harsh blow. This is no peaceful time. Our player community is far too numerous and has garnered the attention of various factions in Qiyu Prefecture, Li Long remarked, pushing up his black-rimmed glasses with a serious expression. This is an unavoidable conflict. Resources in this world are finite. For our players to thrive, we must wrest control of territories, recruit disciples, and strengthen ourselves, which inevitably leads to conflicts over cultivation resources. Players, lacking resources, are left with no choice but to resort to theft. The trio understood well that, as Li Long articulated, a clash between players and local cultivating factions was inevitable. With a population of over 1 million players in a single state, the numbers were not insignificant. Recent reports indicated that the leader of the Blasting Heaven Gang, Su Ji, had united a cadre of powerful sect leaders to eradicate smaller families lacking foundation establishment in various prefectures, ultimately provoking the intervention of 5 foundation-establishing cultivators. The Blasting Heaven Gang's hundreds of sect leaders perished, with only a few surviving, their fates now unknown. A youth clad in scholarly attire, flamboyantly dressed, named Xuanyuan, fanned himself with a folding fan and sighed deeply. Luo Tian furrowed his brow. The Blasting Heaven Gang had been among the earliest of the major guilds to emerge after the arrival of the Destiny World in Qiyu Prefecture, and he had not anticipated their swift downfall. The capacity of 5 foundation-establishing cultivators to dismantle a force guarded by hundreds of Qi refining 9th-level sect leaders was a sobering realization. What a pity, he mused. It is said that the disciples of the Blasting Heaven Gang's leader had reached the 7th level of Qi refining. Perhaps in another 6 months, they could have ascended to the 9th level. Lu Feng lamented, seemingly saddened by the loss of a potential future foundation-establishing cultivator within the player community. Li Long adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with insight. Recently, the player known as Jiang Hao, regarded as the foremost player beneath the alliance leader, reached the 8th level of Qi refining. However, during his training, he unexpectedly perished, preventing the emergence of a second-tier player. What a loss indeed. Luo Tian recalled that Jiang Hao had been quite active in the regional chat channels in recent months, claiming to be the second foundation-establishing player in the area. He had even established a group called the Love and Harmony Cultivation Alliance, requiring merely 5 low-grade spirit stones for membership, which attracted many players. He had seemingly copied numerous systems from the Supreme Immortal Alliance, inciting considerable discontent among its members. Little did he know that his prized disciple would meet such an untimely end, while he himself remained stagnant in his cultivation, making him a target of envy. Luo Tian lowered his head, taking another contemplative sip of tea, and spoke casually. Li Long, your disciple's cultivation must have reached the 7th level of Qi refinement by now. Li Long adjusted his glasses once more and nodded, responding, Alliance leader, my disciple broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement a month ago. The other 2 individuals glanced at Li Long. Their expressions varied, yet they remained silent. Luo Tian produced a box and handed it to Li Long, stating, within this box lies a spiritual fruit that can assist in advancing one's cultivation within the Qi refinement realm. If one manages to refine it, they may potentially break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement within 3 months, thus becoming the second player to surpass the second-tier sect. Becoming the second player of a second-tier sect might also yield rewards from the system. Li Long opened his mouth, accepting the spiritual fruit that Luo Tian offered, and resolutely declared, thank you, Alliance leader. I, Li Long, shall certainly strive to repay your trust with unwavering dedication. The other 2 felt a pang of envy but could only admire from afar, for they were not fortunate enough to recruit a disciple of such purple quality as Li Long. Even after initiating a fate event, the number of purple quality disciples remained below 3 digits. With 3 months remaining until the Dao Inquiry Conference, Luo Tian observed the countdown for the fate event, which displayed precisely 90 days left. He harbored a premonition that this Dao Inquiry Conference would not unfold quietly. Over the past 4 months, the strength of the Tai Su Dao sect had undergone substantial changes. However, within the Qiyu Prefecture, it still remained a mere drop in the ocean. There were true persons of the Purple Mansion, Golden Core, true monarchs, and even divine monarchs of the nascent Soul Realm and heavenly sovereigns of the returning Void Realm. The road ahead was daunting and fraught with challenges. Just as the 4 were preparing to initiate the next round, a message caused them to halt in unison. Attention, players! A B-grade calamity event has occurred in Beichong County, initiating a temporary event to quell the calamity. Quelling calamity. Players may send disciples and elders to assist in alleviating the crisis in Beichong County, earning substantial fate coins as rewards. After the event concludes, a 60-day calamity market will open, allowing players to exchange fate coins for rewards. It was indeed a temporary fate event. Chapter 92. The Chaos in Beichong County. With the temporary fate event underway, they naturally lost interest in continuing their game. Li Long and the others returned to their respective sects to prepare. Luo Tian gazed into the distance towards Beichong County, lost in contemplation. The name Beichong County was not unfamiliar to him. Bai Wuqiu had offended the powers of Beichong County and had been pursued all the way to Chongning County. Compared to Chongning County, Beichong County was even more chaotic. With 2 Purple Mansion sects stationed there, openly competing for resources. The crafting of human pills had reached an audacious level, with some alchemists, like Bai Wuqiu, unable to tolerate it. Although Bai Wuqiu had not elaborated, Luo Tian could infer some details. Their actions were, at best, a descent into inhumanity. The B-grade calamity event had already threatened the lives of millions of citizens in Beichong County. If things escalated, Beichong County could very well face annihilation. Luo Tian dared not imagine the extent of the calamity should Beichong County fall. After all, Chongning County was adjacent to Beichong County. If Beichong County vanished, Chongning County would be next. The calamity must not be allowed to spread. An urgency gripped Luo Tian's heart. For his own safety and that of his family was now at stake. He had to take this seriously, as it had escalated beyond a mere fate event. The B-grade calamity event corresponded to the Purple Mansion level, and Beichong County had at least 2 Purple Mansion true persons, which should suffice to handle a B-grade calamity event. However, the Fate game had initiated a temporary event specifically for this, indicating that the situation was far from simple. The emergence of the player community was likely a measure to curb the unforeseen variables. Luo Tian remained calm, meticulously analyzing the situation in his mind, peeling away the layers of complexity. Sect Master, something grave has occurred in the north. Zhou Banjian hurriedly approached Luo Tian, a sheen of cold sweat covering his forehead, and traces of blood still uncleaned from his mouth, his face etched with worry and urgency. He had experienced a moment of inspiration and whimsically attempted a divination. The heavens revealed a resounding red light, enveloping not only the Tai Su Dao sect, but the entirety of Chongning County, indicating an impending crisis. When he sought to delve further, however, the divine signs became chaotic, yielding no information and instead incurring a dreadful backlash. Luo Tian nodded, his expression betraying no shock, which only served to leave Zhou Banjian astonished. Could it be that the sect master had anticipated this? Well, there goes a decade of lifespan, and I end up grievously injured. Zhou Banjian felt a chill in his heart. Luo Tian sighed. Old Zhou, it would be prudent to rely less on divination. Zhou Banjian had grown overly dependent on the divine signs, and Luo Tian genuinely feared that one day he might have his own fate foretold. This old fellow has limited time left. Perhaps divining the heavens is a way to contribute to the sect. I simply didn't expect you to have already foreseen this calamity. Zhou Banjian waved his hand dismissively. Witnessing this, Luo Tian could only smile bitterly, uncertain whether Zhou Banjian had taken his words to heart. Luo Tian then recounted the calamity in Beichong County to Zhou Banjian. Upon hearing Luo Tian's account, Zhou Banjian's brows furrowed tightly. It turned out that a large-scale calamity event had erupted in Beichong County. No wonder he had been unable to foresee it. Zhou Banjian's expression turned grave. Large-scale calamity events were extraordinary, and if Beichong County fell, Chongning County would be the next to suffer. They understood the principle of without the lips, the teeth will be cold. He decided to send Elder Yun along with Xiao Pingyan and Xiao Hongsang to gain some experience. Luo Tian spoke calmly, making the decision. Zhou Banjian nodded. Yun Tianhua's prowess was unquestionable, as he was undoubtedly among the top tier within the Foundation establishment realm. With the reputation of the dragon-slaying guards preceding him, Zheng Pingyan was the designated successor of the Tai Su Dao sect and needed this opportunity to bolster his reputation. As for Nan Hongsang, under the circumstances whereby Wu Qiu was relentlessly expending resources, her cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Perhaps she would encounter an opportunity for a breakthrough. Otherwise, it might take her another year and a half to advance. Su Chang was a safeguard that Luo Tian had set for the sect. Should any misfortune arise, at least there would still be a golden quality disciple remaining. Compared to the chaotic activities of the demon horde, this calamity event was evidently far more perilous. Zhou Banjian hastened to address the pressing matters, while Luo Tian opened the regional channel to inquire about the situation in Beichong County. In just half a day's time, the regional channel buzzed with activity. What the hell? The temporary event has already started, and I'm stuck here without even reaching Beichong County. We're cultivators now. Can't we just fly with swords instead of riding horses? Bro, my artifact is a wooden ox and flowing horse. I can't ride a horse. Should I ride you instead? It's too far. It would take at least a month for a chi refinement practitioner to leave the county. Even if I exhausted myself, I still wouldn't make it to Beichong County. It seems this event is beyond my reach. If there are any brothers alive in Beichong County, please respond. What's the situation now? Damn it, hurry up. Beichong County is on the brink. It's chaos, complete chaos. Unknown terrifying beings have gained sentience and become the calamity. Now the demon horde is in a frenzy. Countless ghosts and monsters are rioting. Where are the Purple Mansion true persons? What about the true persons of Beichong County? I don't know. Perhaps they've perished. There's been no sign of them. Just now, a monstrous creature several hundred meters tall flew by and devoured an entire village in one gulp. I'm trembling in fear. It's all gone to hell. Beichong County is in deep trouble. The Purple Mansion true persons have vanished. Luo Tian retracted his gaze. At that moment, Yin Tianhua, Zheng Ping'an, and Nanhong Sang had all returned to the sect in succession. Luo Tian summoned the three, and within moments, they arrived at the Tai Su Hall. Luo Tian addressed the matter directly. Elder Yun, a calamity has befallen the northern Changchun. We require your presence there. Yun Tianhua replied with a smile, rest assured, sect master. The dragon-slaying guards have faced myriad challenges, save for the act of slaying humans. I have personally dealt with such calamities on several occasions. However, upon hearing this, Luo Tian's sense of reassurance quickly morphed into unease as he pondered whether he should enlist another elder's aid. Sect master, I too wish to return to northern Changchun. As these words fell, a figure emerged into the hall, cloaked in black, exuding smoke, with hair that appeared singed and pulled back high. Who is this? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, while Yin Tianhua, Zheng Ping'an, and Nanhong Sang shared similarly bewildered expressions. The figure wiped his face, revealing a familiar visage. Master? What has happened to you? Nanhong Sang exclaimed, recognizing the person as Bai Wuqiu. Nothing serious, nothing serious. Merely a miscalculation with the alchemical flames, leading to an explosion of the furnace and some minor injuries. Bai Wuqiu insisted repeatedly, though his reassurances lacked credibility. Sect master, to be frank, I have an old acquaintance in northern Changchun. With the calamity at hand, I wish to bring him to the Taishu Dao sect. I kindly ask for your permission to accompany me. Luo Tian, upon hearing this, mused to himself, an old acquaintance? More like an old flame. In the end, Luo Tian naturally acquiesced to Bai Wuqiu's request. After all, an old flame, though Bai Wuqiu appeared rather unreliable. Two unreliable individuals together might yield a positive outcome. Ultimately, the most dependable Zhou Banxian was gravely injured and could not venture to northern Changchun. After relinquishing several recently acquired life-preserving treasures, the quartet set forth. Shortly after their departure, a prompt appeared before Luo Tian. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has unlocked the projection feature. Would you like to pay 1 destiny coin to observe the perspective of a participant in the destiny activity for 1 day? Note, players can only designate 1 participant's perspective per destiny activity. Luo Tian glanced at the prompt, recognizing the utility of this feature. Thankfully, he still had 41 destiny coins left from the last activity. He promptly selected to activate it. The chosen participant was, of course, Zheng Ping'an. Within Luo Tian's perspective, the trio had already departed from Taishu Mountain, soaring over Ningyuan County. At last, I can experience the tension and thrill of adventure in first person. However, Luo Tian couldn't shake the feeling of something amiss. While observing the screen, he opened the regional channel. Brothers, we are taking off. The Destiny world finally has a commendable event. What event? How commendable is it? You don't know? The calamity event in northern Changchun is too far for you to participate, so it's of no concern. Currently, you can observe your disciples' movements in real time for 24 hours, costing only 1 destiny coin per day. Curse it, I gambled all my destiny coins last time and can't see my disciples' movements now. Thankfully, I still have 3 destiny coins left. Oh, my disciple is starting to bathe. Wow, how thrilling. Oh no, my live stream has been banned. 666, the upstairs is a genius. Laughter erupted, as it was revealed that the Destiny world even had anti-peeping features. Luo Tian held his head, knowing the regional channel was full of lively characters, always stirring up fun. Within the Supreme Immortal Alliance, things were somewhat calmer, as many sought to team up with powerful allies. This time, players could participate in the event, and Luo Tian estimated that at least a few thousand players would flock to join. As for him, he had no intention of joining the fray. Ever since witnessing the capture of the Purple Mansion demon from Blackwind Mountain, the obliteration of Blackwind Mountain, and experiencing life and death moments, Luo Tian believed it was prudent for a sect master to avoid unnecessary risks. The journey from Chongning County to northern Changchun would take Yin Tianhua, Zheng Ping'an, and the others at least 2 days. Naturally, Luo Tian wouldn't be constantly vigilant during their travels. A day later, vibrant hues of light began to flicker in the skies above Chongning County, prompting other factions to dispatch elders and disciples in response. 2 days hence, Yin Tianhua and the trio arrived at the border of northern Changchun. The Taichi sect was the first to send an elder to oversee the border, mobilizing 20 foundation establishment cultivators to enhance the formation. At the center of the formation sat an elder, surrounded by a faint golden aura, radiating an air of divinity, seamlessly blending with the heavens and earth, emanating a presence that could instill awe in all. The Purple Mansion, within the Taichi sect. Aside from the sect master who was a Purple Mansion cultivator, there were indeed others of the same rank, demonstrating their profound depth. Elder Su greeted the 4 with a smile, introducing them to the elder seated at the center of the formation. This is our Taichi sect's Xuanyuan, who has been stationed here to prevent the calamity from breaching northern Changchun, ensuring we are well prepared. Zheng Ping'an, intrigued, asked, why doesn't Elder Ziyang enter northern Changchun and collaborate with the local Zhenren to eradicate the calamity? Elder Su's lips curled into a wry smile. Observing this, Yun Tianhua seemed to have an epiphany and inquired, could it be that this calamity is of a peculiar nature? Elder Su nodded. Indeed, this calamity possesses its own domain, encompassing northern Changchun. All Purple Mansion cultivators are unable to enter. Should they do so, they would be sealed and stripped of their divine abilities. Only slightly stronger than peak foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, it is not that our Taichi sect is unwilling to send Purple Mansion cultivators, but rather the cost of entry is far too great for us to bear. Elder Su was forthright, stating the facts plainly. The 4 understood, in a single county, Purple Mansion cultivators were akin to deities. How could they risk their lives? Even if a benevolent Purple Mansion cultivator wished to enter, their fate would likely be no better. The allure of the divine abilities wielded by Purple Mansion cultivators was immense. Any peak foundation establishment cultivator would yearn to break through. Infiltrating such a situation could only lead to disaster. Luo Tian observed the conversation among the group, coming to comprehend why the Purple Mansion cultivators of northern Changchun had seemingly vanished. They were likely hiding in some corner, paralyzed by fear. From divine heights to mortal depths. How could they not be afraid? Yun Tianhua, however, was struck with dread. His tone grave. What exactly is the origin of this calamity that can give rise to such a terrifying domain, even affecting Purple Mansion Zhenren? Even someone as well-versed as he had to concede the calamity's terror. Should it consume all of northern Changchun's populace, the consequences were unfathomable. Elder Su glanced at the elder seated at the center of the formation, then leaned closer to whisper. I have only heard Ziyang Zhenren mention that the origins of this calamity may trace back to an ancient general from a previous dynasty. It seems that somehow, their corpse has transformed into this calamity, resulting in such astonishing phenomena. Yun Tianhua felt a chill run down his spine. An ancient general from a bygone era, to be termed as such, was undoubtedly a figure of great renown. In this world, mortals were akin to ants before cultivators. Yet, should these mortals gather in their millions, coalescing in military might, could they not contend with the Purple Mansion? There had been instances of war deities leading millions to slay a god of the nascent soul. But alas, such feats drew too much ire, leading to their tragic downfall. Figures like ancient generals, steeped in bloodshed, could spell disaster if mishandled posthumously. Elder Su sought to articulate further thoughts, yet in that moment, the central figure of the formation, the Red Sun True Man, abruptly opened his eyes and gazed intently at Elder Su. The elder hastily swallowed the words he was about to utter, redirecting his discourse. Since the 4 of you intend to enter and assist Beichong County, I shall extend my heartfelt congratulations on your imminent return. As his words echoed, a portal suddenly manifested within the ethereal barrier of the formation, leading to a realm starkly different from their own. One by one, cultivators arriving from afar to aid Beichong County flew into this passage. Observing this, the 4 did not linger, but just as they were about to depart, Elder Su handed Yun Tianhua a jade slip. With an impassive countenance, Yun Tianhua accepted the slip and, accompanied by Zheng Ping'an and the others, stepped into the territory of Beichong County. Chapter 94, Tai Xuanzi. The sky dimmed. Through Luo Tian's eyes, Beichong County was shrouded in a haze, reminiscent of mist. Yet it was not mist. Whereas true fog obscured vision, this grayish vapor allowed sight, but rendered clarity elusive, akin to myopia. Above, countless dark clouds loomed ominously, pressing down as if to suffocate, making it difficult to breathe. Apart from the quartet from the Tai Su Dao sect, there were approximately 100 other cultivators who had come to offer assistance, and this was merely the first wave, with more reinforcements en route. Among this 100, Luo Tian estimated that at least 70% were players who, it seemed, possessed a commendable sense of altruism. Are you individuals from the Tai Su Dao sect? A youth clad in a pure black silkworm robe, his hair cropped short, approached Yun Tianhua, Zheng Pingyan, and the others, inquiring eagerly. Upon hearing the youth's question, Zheng Pingyan nodded affirmatively. Wonderful. You are disciples of the esteemed Luo Tian. The young man's expression brightened considerably. Having a renowned figure's disciple leading the way surely promised greater safety. Surprised by the youth's address, Zheng Pingyan asked, "Do you happen to know my master?" The youth nodded vigorously. "I attended the founding ceremony of the Luo Tian, hosted by the esteemed Li Long." Zheng Pingyan was enlightened. The youth was a friend of his master. "May I accompany you?" he implored, rubbing his hands together. In the realm of players, forming a team was common. Yet what comparison could exist between any group and the disciple of the illustrious Luo Tian? Other players soon realized the situation and sought to forge connections as well. Observing this scene, Luo Tian was not taken aback. Rather, he was curious about the choice Zheng Pingyan would make, given that this youth was a friend of his master. Mutual assistance was only fitting. Zheng Pingyan nodded and added, "However, Beichong County is fraught with danger. I cannot ascertain the specifics, so you must heed our guidance." The youth nodded eagerly, as did the other players, affirming, "We are more than willing to follow your command. Should you direct us east, we shall not venture west." Thus, the small group of four burgeoned into a collective of 70 or 80 individuals. Yun Tianhua conferred with the other sects, ultimately acquiring a rough map and deciding to split into 3 teams to investigate the current state of Beichong County. Along the way, Zheng Pingyan couldn't suppress his curiosity regarding the contents of the jade slip Elder Su had entrusted to Yun Tianhua. Without concealment, Yun Tianhua revealed its contents. The heir of the Tai Yi sect has gone missing while training in Beichong County. Elder Su of the Tai Yi sect, acting on the orders of the old sect master, wishes for us to locate the heir and has brokered a deal with our Tai Su Dao sect. Congratulations. Player Luo Tian has triggered a purple encounter, the whereabouts of Tai Xuanzi. Objective: rescue Tai Xuanzi and escort him out of Beichong County. The Tai Yi sect will grant the Tai Su Dao sect a favorable disposition of 60, along with a mysterious gift. Failure incurs no penalties. Upon reading this, Luo Tian found the encounter most appealing. Despite the seemingly amicable relations between the Tai Yi sect and the Tai Su Dao sect, their actual rapport stood at a mere 0. A disposition of 60 in Chongning County alleviated concerns over potential treachery from the Tai Yi sect. Moreover, failure bore no consequences, while success promised a mysterious reward. As Yun Tianhua crushed the jade slip, an image materialized, depicting a figure of striking elegance, clad in a snowy robe adorned with embroidered constellations. The movements of this figure seemed to animate the intricate designs, with a light blue sash cinched at the waist, supporting a jade pendant engraved with a sword insignia. Zheng Pingyan, upon seeing this personage, was astounded by their extraordinary beauty, exclaiming, "This individual appears almost otherworldly. Their demeanor and features defy the mortal realm." Clad in feminine attire, they would surely be a breathtaking beauty. He would never concede that he fell short of such an image. Even Yun Tianhua expressed mild astonishment, remarking, "I cannot believe such a person exists within the Tai Yi sect." Not only the quartet, but even Luo Tian was taken aback. It was astonishing to find someone whose appearance rivaled his own. Indeed, the heavens did not favor him alone. After stowing the image, the 4 maintained their composure, while the other players, oblivious to the cause of their solemnity, noted the sudden shift in the quartet's demeanor. Zheng Pingyan remarked, "It is astonishing that there exists a man akin to my master and myself." Yun Tianhua added, "What on earth is this exquisite face doing in our world?" Bai Wuqiu interjected, "This place feels distinctly off, so unlike the paths I have traversed before. Could it be that Elder Yun and Pingyan have sensed a looming peril?" Nan Hongsang pondered, how can such breathtaking beauty exist in this realm? As the group pressed onward, they soon encountered a desolate city. The city appeared deserted, devoid of any signs of conflict, yet its gates stood ajar, and not a single soul was in sight. An eerie, empty fortress. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck them. Throughout their journey, they had not encountered any traces of life. This unsettling notion sent shivers down their spines. Bai Wuqiu declared, "Something is deeply amiss here. If memory serves, this area was once home to countless mortals, governed by the Tianyu sect. Their cultivation techniques are remarkably unique, revolving around the Tao of Wind, and their leader is seldom challenged in the foundation establishment realm due to the presence of a wind-stabilizing pearl within their sect." Bai Wuqiu glanced at Yun Tianhua, internally adding, "There is no way to compare with such an entity." The overwhelming strength emanating from Yun Tianhua reminded him of the day the celestial being descended upon Xiangshi County, wielding their sword and magic with unmatched ease. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Tianhua suggested, "Let us enter and search for clues." Zheng Pingyan nodded in agreement. Under the leadership of the four, the players followed suit into the city. Hiss! Bai Wuqiu inhaled sharply. The city remained devoid of any inhabitants. However, the ground was strewn with garments stained with a viscous, dark liquid. They are dead. It seems the inhabitants of this place have perished. Yun Tianhua knelt to touch the dark liquid, his tone grave. What kind of power could annihilate every soul in a city so swiftly? Zheng Pingyan queried, perplexed. Could it be the work of a calamity on par with a true man of the Purple Mansion? Yun Tianhua shook his head. It is unlikely that such a level of disaster is at play. This appears to be a uniquely catastrophic event. However, it is certainly not far from the realm of the Purple Mansion. At that moment, a chilling presence descended upon them. From within the city emerged countless ghostly figures, encircling the living, their eyes fixed upon the group with an unsettling intensity. Even more horrifying was the sudden realization that the city gates had inexplicably closed behind them. Congratulations to the player Luo Tian for leading the team to encounter the sea-level purple dungeon, the Haunted City. Upon completion, player Luo Tian will receive an additional 1,000 destiny coins and a purple blueprint, while the other players will receive an extra 15 destiny coin reward from the dungeon. Luo Tian's expression was a mixture of joy and concern. Chapter 95, Sudden Ambush. What on earth are these things? Many players were taken aback, each one resembling a ghostly apparition. No, this indeed seems to be a ghost. Within the northern Shan County, the calamities possessing domains are not limited to just one. Yun Tianhua's demeanor turned grave. Where there are calamities with domains, there lies the potential to ascend to the Purple Mansion. The grotesque corpses, comprising commoners, wealthy clans, and several cultivators donned in uniform attire from the Tianyu sect, as mentioned by Bai Wuqiu, lay scattered. Without exception, they appeared as if they were from the underworld. Their skin devoid of luster, a shade of ashen black, with hollowed pupils. They filled the entire city. What kind of absurdity is this? Among the players, a young man let out an enraged growl, trembling all over, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Hundreds of thousands of lives perished. Now they must confront such a multitude. And the cultivators of the Tianyu sect. Fear, rage, shivering, and horror permeated the air. They were indeed cultivators. Yet even the mightiest cultivators have their limits of spiritual energy. Not to mention, facing the tactic of a sea of enemies, even those at the 9th level of Qi training or foundation establishment would be powerless. Escape was not an option. Boom. Countless figures surged forth like an erupting tide, rushing towards the crowd to tear them apart. To the heavens. We cannot confront them head-on. Yun Tianhua regained his composure, shouting towards the surroundings, as streams of light ascended to the sky. Yet, still, over 20 players remained on the ground. Some entangled by the Tianyu sect's cultivators, unable to break free, waiting helplessly for their spiritual energy to deplete and succumb to despair, while others shouted, "Destiny coins." This is all destiny coins. However, in their bloodlust, they awaited death as their spiritual energy waned. Watching the people on the ground struggle and perish one by one, Bai Wuqiu's heart ached. Old Yun, must we truly witness them die at the hands of these grotesque creatures? Yun Tianhua shook his head. In the face of such calamity-bearing events, we must remain exceptionally vigilant. Elder Bai, descend and rescue them. If misfortune befalls you, will Pingyan not come to your aid? If Pingyan encounters an ambush, should I not go to save Pingyan? Upon hearing this, Bai Wuqiu immediately understood Yun Tianhua's intent. He was wary of the calamity controlling everything from behind the scenes. It was only upon entering northern Shan County that they encountered such a troublesome existence. How eerie. Amidst the crowd, a player suddenly screamed in terror, and before everyone's eyes, he melted into a viscous, ashen liquid, splattering onto the ground. The faces of all surviving players turned grim. This is a world of cultivation. Why are there such bizarre entities? They are here, they have arrived. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they found themselves under attack from hundreds of cultivators. Meanwhile, far away at the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian observed this scene. Could this be the legendary necromancer? Luo Tian was astonished. They could even resurrect the deceased to serve them? This was likely more twisted than the calamity specifically targeting those of the Purple Mansion realm. In the mirror, Yun Tianhua and Zheng Pingyan were wreaking havoc, with destiny coins increasing by 200 in an instant. Nan Hongsang targeted the weaker Qi training cultivators, while Bai Wuqiu anxiously guarded Nan Hongsang, fearing for his disciple's safety. Luo Tian focused his gaze and noticed an indistinct figure had appeared out of nowhere, directly in front of Nan Hongsang. Sister Nan. Zheng Pingyan's pupils dilated as the suddenly materialized shadow reached out a blackened hand dripping with oil, about to touch Nan Hongsang, when Bai Wuqiu suddenly leaped forth, snatching her away at the last moment. Calamity. Yun Tianhua struck, summoning a towering sword pillar that pierced through the shadowy figure. However, before anyone could react, Yuan Tianhua was flung backward, his body riddled with wounds, blood cascading forth. A figure cloaked in voluminous robes appeared out of thin air, holding a green glass orb that pulsated with gas, emanating a radiant glow, utterly extraordinary. This is the wind stabilizing pearl. You are the leader of the Qingyu sect? Bai Wuqiu's pupils contracted in disbelief. Could it be that the entire Qingyu sect has fallen? The oversized robe fluttered without wind, revealing a middle-aged man with graying temples, whose eyes, unlike the hollow gazes of others, were distinct in black and white, devoid of death's aura. This was a living person, who had stealthily attacked Yuan Tianhua. No, the leader of the Qingyu sect is not dead. Gu Baiyu, why are you aiding the calamity? Bai Wuqiu was bewildered. Everyone was in a state of shock. Gu Baiyu, however, remained composed. I have made a deal with the calamity here. I require the resurrection of one person, and it demands your lives as a medium. Do not blame me. You can only blame yourselves for intruding here without permission. As his words fell, Gu Baiyu's aura became unrestrained. The cultivation of the 9th level of Foundation establishment erupted forth. You dare to launch a sneak attack? Ha ha. A coarse and arrogant voice echoed unexpectedly, causing Gu Baiyu's calm demeanor to shift to astonishment. He turned to see the previously gravely injured Yuan Tianhua now adorned with talismans, his bones seemingly reshaped by an unseen force, cracking and popping as they expanded, his chest swelling as if to burst through the heavens. The black dragon sword in his hand transformed into an actual black dragon, engulfing Yuan Tianhua, and a peculiar black-red pattern emerged on his skin, reminiscent of ancient dragon scales. In an instant, Yuan Tianhua transformed into a towering giant several meters tall. Is this Elder Yin? The three onlookers were taken aback, and Luo Tian, who was peering at the scene, was equally astonished. Old Yin actually possesses such a trump card. Hiss. This is truly magnificent. His imposing figure stood like a stabilizing pillar, dispelling all of Luo Tian's worries. This is clearly a super boss. Gu Baiyu was also stunned, relying on the wind stabilizing pearl and the calamity's cover. He had attempted to ambush the strongest one. Under a full-force strike, even if he didn't die, he should have lost his combat ability. What is going on now? Is this still a human? Boom. In the next moment, Yuan Tianhua's figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Gu Baiyu, his massive hand grasping Gu Baiyu and lifting him up. A piercing scream erupted. For your selfish desires, you have caused the deaths of countless millions. Your sins warrant immediate execution. Yet, your body flows with the blood of humanity. So I cannot kill you. Yuan Tianhua's gaze turned frigid as he tightened his grip, eliciting a harrowing wail from Gu Baiyu. To kill you would indeed be too merciful. To cripple you, to render you worse than dead, to witness your hopes shatter, that shall be your punishment. Chapter 96, Passing the Purple Level Dungeon. Crippled. He has been stripped of his cultivation. Gu Baiyu, his frail body adorned with silvery hair, lay prostrate upon the ground, as the gentle rain drizzled from the heavens. Carrying a hint of chill, he struggled to rise, but this worn-out vessel could not respond, devoid of spiritual power, his life nearing its conclusion. Is this death? Gu Baiyu pondered, his vision blurred with tears, and he vaguely discerned a delicate figure smiling and patting his head. The Tianyu sect no longer existed, and Qingyu City was gone as well. A deep sense of guilt gnawed at Gu Baiyu's heart. As he observed the ethereal figure drawing nearer, it seemed to whisper, "It's all right." Gu Baiyu succumbed to death. Yet, the crisis had not abated. In the very moment of Gu Baiyu's demise, a shadow, identical in appearance to him, but shrouded in dark energy, emerged. You wretched being, you have finally revealed yourself. Yuan Tianhua exclaimed, lowering his gaze, his eyes flickering with black flames. The figure, sharing Gu Baiyu's visage, chuckled sinisterly. Wretched being sounds so unappealing. I have bestowed upon myself a name, Extinction. As for the Dragon Slayer, you may refer to me as Extinction. He continued, this is my first encounter with the Dragon Slayer. Truly, your reputation precedes you. How is it that you have not yet perished? Extinction sighed. In a fleeting moment, Yuan Tianhua interrupted Extinction's incessant prattle, charging towards him with lethal intent. One could scarcely comprehend the Dragon Slayer's prowess, for it endowed Yuan Tianhua with immense physical strength alongside spiritual energy. With a single punch, he unleashed a force that resonated through the heavens, extinguishing countless phantoms in its wake. Luo Tian reveled in his bounty of 300 destiny coins, accumulating nearly 700 in total from this dungeon. A bountiful harvest. This calamity is no ordinary foe. Luo Tian, momentarily distracted by his fortune, noticed that Yuan Tianhua's attack had been thwarted. This calamity was formidable enough to engage Yuan Tianhua in direct confrontation without yielding. Luo Tian then observed Zheng Ping'an, who appeared to be concocting something. Hunyuan 9 Secrets, Yuan Ling Seal. Little Pinyin is planning a sneak attack. As the seal materialized, Extinction suddenly sensed a plethora of profound currents surrounding him, his movements becoming sluggish. A radiant sword intent descended from the heavens, akin to a celestial blade, catching Extinction off guard and piercing through his chest. Seizing the moment, Yuan Tianhua reverted to his true form, wielding the black dragon sword, and pinned Extinction to the city wall, producing several talismans which he affixed to Extinction without hesitation. Old Zhou, it's all on you now. Let us see if your artifacts prove effective. Bathed in blood, Yuan Tianhua, upon relinquishing his dragon blood state, found his injury value surging to 50. Fortunately, the talismans seemed to have an effect. Extinction emitted a piercing wail, akin to a sharp blade slicing through the air. Gu Baiyu's visage faltered, transforming into a shadowy figure. His outline indistinct, revealing countless slender tendrils that flickered within the shadow, desperately attempting to tear off the talismans. Alas, the talismans shimmered with golden light, severing the encroaching tendrils. I shall return. I will definitely return. Dragon Slayer, I shall remember you. Extinction threatened the two even in his final moments. Zheng Pinyin, seizing the opportunity, thrust a fire dragon spell directly into Extinction's mouth, and the flames surged, engulfing the shadow from within. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully clearing the purple level dungeon, earning 1713 destiny coins and the purple blueprint for the star pool. At last, the dungeon was cleared. What did Extinction mean by his ominous promise of return? Did he consider himself a wolf in sheep's clothing? Luo Tian scoffed. If he truly returned, with Little Pingin's talents, he would have surely reached the Purple Palace stage, if not the Golden Core stage. Star Pool, Purple, Special Blueprint, cannot be upgraded. Effect, can store stellar power, opens once every 10 years. Stellar power can enhance cultivation, strengthen the body, and accommodate 10 individuals for training. Storage value, 100. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although the Star Pool could not be upgraded, it was undoubtedly a valuable treasure. In future sect competitions, rewards would now include this. Spirit stones, weapons, and techniques seemed so mundane. Announcing rewards of entry into the Star Pool for cultivation would elevate the prestige. Following Extinction's demise, all phantoms perished as well. This was a loss for Luo Tian, as many cultivators among the phantoms could have contributed to a bounty of 500 or 600 destiny coins. Zheng Pinyin supported Yuan Tianhua, while Bai Wuqiu approached with several bottles of elixirs and began to force-feed them to Yuan Tianhua. Master, if you keep this up, Elder Yun will choke. Nanhong Sang kindly warned his master. Yuan Tianhua struggled to speak, his face turning ashen, gasping for breath. Bai Wuqiu, sensing the awkwardness, coughed discreetly and continued pouring a bottle until he blocked Yuan Tianhua's mouth, preventing him from expelling it. Observing Yuan Tianhua's bulging eyes, Bai Wuqiu said, Old Yuan, this is all for your benefit. You must not waste these elixirs. Others would give anything to have them. Each one is a meticulously crafted all-purpose pill from my exclusive recipe. Zheng Pinyin felt a mix of admiration and trepidation. Old Bai was indeed formidable, treating elixirs as if they were mere candies, dispensing them like water. After a while, with much effort, Yuan Tianhua finally managed to swallow the elixirs. The effects were visibly remarkable. His injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. What kind of elixir is this, Old Bai? It's astonishing, Yuan Tianhua exclaimed, feeling his waist and legs free of pain, and his wounds ceased bleeding. Although he could not exert much spiritual energy, it hadn't been long, perhaps within a month, he would be fully healed. Bai Wuqiu proudly stated, of course, these are my exclusive formulas, each worth a fortune. Yuan Tianhua, having a medical alchemist on hand, is quite advantageous. Just as the group prepared to depart the city, several Foundation establishment cultivators approached from outside the walls. Astonished to see them emerge alive. You managed to survive from that place. Even our leader would not dare to enter lightly to address the calamity within. The three-masked Foundation establishment cultivators sounded surprisingly youthful. They evidently held great admiration for the leader they spoke of. It seemed the calamity within had been eradicated. The man in the emerald mask bowed respectfully to Yuan Tianhua and the others, introducing himself, I am Mo Beifeng. Thank you for eliminating this great disaster. Zheng Pinyin inquired curiously, have you been here all along? Mo Beifeng nodded. The leader of the Qingyu sect, Gu Baiyu, committed heinous acts, sacrificing hundreds of thousands of lives to resurrect a relative and making a pact with the calamity's master. Our leader pursued him here, but he managed to escape. The danger within was too great, and now that the resurrected ancient general is on the verge of claiming power, our leader had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Gu Baiyu and stationed us here to prevent him from escaping with the calamity. Chapter 97, Luo Tian's Wrath. The group reflected on the gravity of Gu Baiyu's actions, sacrificing countless lives for the sake of a single kin. cold-hearted, yet deeply emotional. He was indeed a man of contradictions. What is the current situation in Beichang County? Zheng Ping'an inquired. Mo Beifeng remarked. The current situation in Beichang is rather dire. That ancient general's background is extraordinary. He possesses the bloodline of a former royal family and harbors ambitions of kingship. Should he succeed, his cultivation could very well rival that of a true monarch, which would spell trouble for us. Zheng Ping'an displayed a look of confusion and asked, such a serious matter, surely there are true monarchs to handle it? The Purple Mansion cannot be entirely incapacitated. At least the golden elixirs should be able to intervene. Mo Beifeng smiled wryly and replied, the specifics are not something I can disclose, but this matter is of utmost importance. It is beyond the reach of any cultivator above the foundation establishment stage. The outcomes, right or wrong, depend solely on us. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ping'an ceased his inquiries. Mo Beifeng added, you need not worry excessively. Though the ancient general is formidable, his power here will not exceed that of the foundation establishment stage. We merely need to eliminate the zombie tide and reclaim the territory it has overrun. In doing so, the general's plans for kingship will inevitably fail, and larger figures will come to rectify the aftermath. Presently, the major forces of Chiyu Prefecture are dispatching their young prodigies to assist us, and a counteroffensive has already been organized, which will soon yield an advantage. Would you care to join us? Mo Beifeng extended the invitation, recognizing that Zheng Ping'an and his companions had come to lend aid. The calamity here has instilled great trepidation even in the strongest among us. These individuals must possess considerable strength. Yun Tianhua, still nursing severe injuries, also required a place to recuperate, and thus Zheng Ping'an acquiesced. Luo Tian, observing the group heading toward a populous city, felt a sense of relief. Within the sect, the young disciple Su Cheng had once again vanished. Calculating the time, it seemed he must have gone in search of that little girl. What a peculiar child. Luo Tian sighed inwardly. He was perplexed by how he had ended up with such a disciple. Master. A clear, childish voice echoed outside the cave abode. 2-year-old Luo Ming scurried about, with Zheng Hua struggling to keep pace behind her, panting heavily. Though she was small, she was remarkably fast, leaving Zheng Hua questioning her own life choices. With her hands on her hips and a flower-like visage twisted in frustration, Zheng Hua cried, Xiao Mingzi, stop running. Come back at once and return the stolen elixirs. You cannot keep those. Suddenly, the door to the cave opened, and upon seeing this, Luo Ming hid behind the legs of a young man in a feathered robe, sticking out her tongue at Zheng Hua. Zheng Hua, torn between anger and respect, bowed slightly and addressed the sect leader. Disciple Zheng Huayu pays her respects to the sect master. Luo Tian picked up Luo Ming, a tender smile gracing his face as he asked, what mischief has Xiao Mingzi been up to incite such wrath? Zheng Hua replied with a wry smile, reporting to the sect master. Xiao Mingzi stealthily entered Elder Bai's alchemy chamber and absconded with 2 vials of elixirs, refusing to return them. Upon hearing this, Luo Ming waved her hand dismissively. It's just 2 vials of elixirs. By the way, what kind were they? Luo Tian intended to retrieve 2 vials to replenish Elder Bai's stock. However, Zheng Hua weakly added, the 2 vials Xiao Mingzi took are called the Phoenix Harmony Pill and the 5 Poisons Pill. Luo Tian's smile faltered, his expression darkening. Elder Bai is truly such a person. He lamented, realizing Luo Ming's childhood was destined to remain unscathed. At last, he located the 2 vials, grateful that Luo Ming had not consumed them. Otherwise, he would have been driven to despair. The names Phoenix Harmony Pill and 5 Poisons Pill were ominous indeed. Old Bai. Oh, Old Bai. Luo Tian chided as he stowed away the elixirs, finally letting Luo Ming off the hook. At 2 years old, a child's mischief is to be expected, he reassured himself, returning to the cave to properly arrange the star pool, contemplating the timing for a grand sect competition. With Xiao Mingzi's cultivation progressing rapidly, it was evident that Zheng Hua was struggling to keep up with her care. He would need to find a capable caretaker with profound cultivation experience. An idea struck him. It's settled. You will do, old Zhou. Meanwhile, the reclusive Zhou Banzian, in the midst of his healing, suddenly sneezed, mumbling to himself, surely the sect master I sent T once again speaking of me. In the ensuing days, the situation in Beichang stabilized relatively, with an increasing number of reinforcements arriving, and neither side possessing the Purple Mansion. The contest was simply one of numbers, and it was evident that the human side had the upper hand. For the players, this was both an opportunity and a calamity. Those at the 9th level of Qi training could personally take action, signifying they could slay demons and accumulate destiny coins in exchange for goods. Among them, several fortunate individuals emerged as holders of purple quality disciples, inciting envy among the masses. Luo Tian too felt a pang of jealousy, as he had only 7 purple quality disciples. with his random disciple recruitment token yielding either green or white candidates. Such luck eluded him. In the brief span of a few days, Luo Tian's destiny coins climbed to 2,500. Congratulations to player Luo Tian. Disciple Xia Bu has slain an enemy, achieving a state of undying enmity. Black vanished. Random purple talent. Calm as a mountain, purple. Calm as a mountain, purple, a temperament resistant to change, granting a 10 probability of epiphany during cultivation, and a 50 resistance to negative mental states. Luo Tian recalled that Xia Bu was a wandering hero whose family had been exterminated by a cultivator years ago. She had spent her life in pursuit of vengeance and had finally succeeded. Although calm as a mountain was not an extraordinarily powerful purple talent, it was nevertheless commendable among its peers, well suited for a blade wielder like Xia Bu. However, less than an hour later, another notification echoed in his mind. Player Luo Tian's elder, Li Yuanliang, has perished. All joy within Luo Tian evaporated. Li Yuanliang was the fourth elder of the sect. Although he had merely been an ordinary loose cultivator before joining, he had contributed significantly to the sect, tirelessly supporting it. After meeting Xia Bu, he had taken her as a disciple, and during her quest for vengeance, he had accompanied her to safeguard her. Player Luo Tian's city, Yunzi City, has been captured by the Panyin sect, influenced by the fortune treasure, with a fortune score of 100. The Panyin sect has officially declared war on player Luo Tian's Tai Su Dao sect. The illusory moon fortress has officially declared war on player Luo Tian's Tai Su Dao sect. The Windward Palace has officially declared war on player Luo Tian's Tai Su Dao sect. A barrage of notifications resounded in Luo Tian's mind. The Panyin sect, illusory moon fortress, and Windward Palace, 3 sects declaring war upon him simultaneously. Anger surged through Luo Tian, morphing into a sardonic laughter. Well, this is truly splendid, he intoned, his voice low and menacing. Chapter 98. Annihilating 3 sects, evading the Purple Mansion, and establishing authority in Qingli. In Qingli County, within the Panyin sect's conference hall, 3 high-backed chairs surrounded a massive golden table, with dozens of individuals in attendance, each displaying a variety of expressions. The Tai Su Dao sect is not as formidable as the legends suggest. I truly wonder what the forces in Chongning County are so fearful of, scoffed Lin Song. The Panyin sect's leader, his towering physique resembling an indomitable mountain, exuding an aura of calmness and authority. A slender, graceful woman languidly reclined in her chair, remarking, "Indeed, the Tai Su Dao sect has grown arrogant, believing themselves invincible. How dare they slay one of my disciples? It's merely some mortals who have perished. How can they hold such a grudge? Fortunately, we have retained a foundation elder from Tai Su Dao sect, though it is regrettable that audacious disciple escaped." The leader of the Windward Palace chuckled. According to those who identify as players, the Tai Su Dao sect possesses numerous treasures, and their disciples showcase exceptional talent. There may be opportunities for us to ascend to greater heights. Su Yao pursed her lips, her lazy gaze igniting with avarice. This incident arose due to my moonlit fortress, which requires 50% of the resources and disciples from the Tai Su Dao sect. Su Yao, ambitious as ever, was met with a dismissive smile from Lin Song, the leader of the Panyin sect, who remarked, "It is premature for sect master Su to make such claims. Capturing the Tai Su Dao sect will require more time." Unperturbed, Su Yao retorted, "In just 3 days, we have already seized 10 cities within the Tai Su Dao sect's territory with minimal effort. Conquering the Tai Su Dao sect is merely a matter of time. What if the Tai Yi sect intervenes to protect the Tai Su Dao sect?" The leader of the Yufeng Palace expressed concern. The Tai Yi sect has its own troubles to contend with. The calamity in Beichong County is no trivial matter. They will devote 80% of their resources to that, leaving them little to concern themselves with the Tai Su Dao sect. Lin Song's tone dripped with disdain, seemingly dismissing the Tai Yi sect's elder as inconsequential. While the Tai Yi sect resides in Chongning County, we are firmly situated in Qingli County. Suddenly, as the 3 major powers prepared to divide the Tai Su Dao sect among themselves, the entire Panyin sect trembled as if the earth itself had shifted. A brilliant beam of light pierced the Panyin sect's protective array, striking the highest peak. Boom! Before the 3 sects could comprehend the situation, the ground beneath them gave way, reducing the mountaintop to dust. Foundation establishment cultivators reacted swiftly, soaring into the air, but were crushed by the falling boulders, resulting in the deaths of numerous disciples from the Panyin sect. Who dares to do this? Lin Song bellowed, his heart bleeding at the sight. Boom! A dazzling white light erupted, and in that instant, the heavens and earth dimmed. Countless particles of thunderous energy engulfed the Panyin sect. Among them, a figure slowly walked through the air, causing ripples in space with each step, radiating with lightning. An ancient dark golden sword hovered at his left side. An archaic mirror above him, and a magical bow grasped in his hands. His robes billowed dramatically, as if a deity had descended upon the mortal realm. I am the lord of the Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian's gaze was indifferent. Upon learning of Li Yuanliang's demise, a surge of grief and rage surged within him. Without notifying the elders, he ventured alone into Qingli County. Aided by an insider, he easily located the Panyin sect's stronghold. You are the lord of the Tai Su Dao sect? The three were stunned. None had anticipated that Luo Tian would audaciously invade Qingli County alone. How bold! We had yet to seek you out, and here you are daring to come to us. Lin Song's expression darkened. Confusion gnawed at him. How had they not received any warning of this attack? Were the disciples and elders responsible for guarding the surrounding territories all asleep? With a flick of his sleeve, Luo Tian unleashed a torrent of severed heads, cascading down like a relentless rain. Are you curious as to why I have come to your Panyin sect, and why there was no warning? Luo Tian chuckled softly. It's quite simple. They're all dead. Lin Song's expression turned to one of horror as he realized Luo Tian's form had vanished. Replaced by a colossal sword that seemed to shatter space and rend the earth, dark golden sword energy swirling around its blade. In a state of panic, the 10 or so elders of the Panyin sect united to repel this onslaught. Luo Tian smirked, observing the other two sects responding, and showed no mercy. The mirror hovering above him shone brightly, from which emerged two figures, the leaders of Moonlit Fortress, Su Yao, and Yufeng Palace. Without uttering a word, the two figures charged towards Yufeng Palace. One strike, and the Panyin sect was cleaved in two, resulting in the demise of numerous Foundation establishment cultivators, effectively eradicating the Panyin sect from existence. The enigmatic mirror summoned avatars that executed techniques indistinguishable from those of Su Yao and the leader of Yufeng Palace. Witnessing the Panyin sect's swift obliteration and the Yufeng Palace's near-total casualties, Su Yao felt a surge of dread and fled without a backward glance. Luo Tian would not allow her to escape. No, he would not let her die easily either. With the Qian Kuan Bao in hand, he unleashed volley after volley, obliterating the elders of Moonlit Fortress, painting the skies with a torrential downpour of blood. Soon, only Su Yao remained. Despite her attempts to burn her life essence to hasten her escape, it proved futile. That is Su Xinzi, the leader of Moonlit Fortress. It seemed as though she was being relentlessly pursued. What had transpired? It was utterly terrifying. Su Xinzi was a formidable 8th-level Foundation establishment cultivator. Who could chase her down so relentlessly? The various factions in Qingli County were shaken. Two shooting stars streaked across the sky. And upon witnessing Su Yao's flight, an icy dread gripped their hearts. Yet no one dared to extend a helping hand. Save me. I am willing to submit to the Xuanyuan manner. Su Yao cried desperately, her voice filled with terror. Retreat. As her words fell, the once azure sky shimmered with orange-yellow energy, overshadowing Luo Tian, transforming into a colossal visage radiating with celestial majesty. Damn it, the Purple Mansion is indeed intervening. Luo Tian cursed inwardly. Time and again, he nearly ended Su Yao's life, only for her to be shielded by the intervention of the Purple Mansion's powers. Seeing this, Su Yao turned, laughing maniacally. I have won. You cannot kill me. Ha! Unkillable? Luo Tian activated the secret technique of the mixed heaven, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered his restraints. With a single strike of the space-cracking sword, he severed her beautiful head before her incredulous gaze, proclaiming, I am Luo Tian of the Tai Su Dao sect, the Slayer. The Purple Mansion of Xuanyuan had not anticipated that Luo Tian could break free from his bindings and slay Su Yao right before his eyes. The colossal visage turned grim, and from its obscured form, a shadowy figure emerged, surrounded by a halo of earth-based magical prowess, striking towards Luo Tian. Madman, you will be restrained for 500 years. Luo Tian raised his middle finger, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Void technique, activate. Qian Kuan Minor Relocation Talisman, engage. The air fell into a standstill. The Purple Mansion of Xuanyuan froze in place. Player Luo Tian sustained 50 injury points. Damn it. How could there be such a vast disparity between Foundation establishment and the Purple Mansion? Returning to the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian was drenched in blood, feeling as though all his bones had been ground to dust. Thankfully, he had acted decisively and fled swiftly. He hurriedly consumed several bottles of elixirs, gasping for breath, while his heart grew heavier with the notion of the Purple Mansion. How utterly shameless. Once he reached the Purple Mansion, he vowed to reduce the Xuanyuan manor to ashes. Luo Tian silently swore. Fortunately, he had successfully eliminated the 3 sects, a small measure of vengeance. Yet, Xia Buyu remained missing. The absence of news regarding her death suggested she was still safe. Days passed, and Luo Tian once again surveyed the situation in Beichang County through Zheng Pingin's perspective. The winds of change were tumultuous, and the outlook was grim. Beichong County, after several days of upheaval, saw a continuous influx of exceptional talents entering the fray. To everyone's astonishment, the situation had not improved but had worsened. Infighting, it seemed, was the eternal nature of humanity. A group of top-tier talents crowded together, each refusing to yield. Within the cities, tensions were palpable, swords drawn and bows taut. Zheng Ping'an brandished his sword, poised against the neck of a young man. Yun Tianhua had seized a middle-aged man, while Bai Wuqiu lay nearby, gravely injured, blood trickling from his mouth as he gazed at the unfolding scene. Nan Hongsang was held captive by a man whose eyes were narrow and glinted with an enigmatic light. His long silver hair danced wildly, its tips shimmering with an ethereal violet hue, and a sinister smirk graced his lips. Surrounding him were numerous extraordinary prodigies, akin to stars encircling the moon. To think he possessed a pure Yin physique, how utterly surprising. The man regarded Nan Hongsang's expression of fury and despair with indifference, his primary concern being the pure Yin body. A coveted furnace constitution renowned in their circles. Save me. The young man, trembling in fear beneath Zheng Ping'an's sword, turned pale. You worthless fool. Mo Qingyang cast a cold glance at his nominal younger brother, devoid of any compassion. Yet, even if you are a failure, you remain my brother. Release him, and I shall overlook your transgressions. Mo Qingyang's elongated eyes held a playful glimmer as he regarded Zheng Ping'an, his tone nonchalant. Boy, even the esteemed Mo Lauda has stated it. Are you not going to release Mo Lauda's brother? Do you comprehend the standing of Mo Lauda? A young man clad in splendid garments spoke with an arrogant demeanor, dismissing Zheng Ping'an and his companions entirely. Enough. Mo Qingyang, your audacity knows no bounds. Release Miss Nan at once. Mo Beifeng, wearing a dark mask, glared ominously. The one who should be audacious is you. Mo Qingyang retorted, his gaze imbued with a mischievous charm. Merely a discarded child of the Mo family dares to instruct me. Today, no matter who comes, none shall take her away. I, Mo Qingyang, desire her as my concubine. It is her fortune. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Mo Qingyang's brazen demeanor was indeed backed by substance. As the most favored scion of the Mo clan, his cultivation level was remarkable, having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage before the age of 50. The clan boasted several esteemed ancestors, and his lineage could even be traced back to a true sovereign. Furthermore, he was a prodigy on the Longyuan list. While Zheng Ping'an possessed formidable talent, his cultivation was merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Yun Tianhua could contend at a high level, yet he was currently gravely injured. Mo Beifeng and the others were certainly no match for Mo Qingyang. Am I then qualified? A man in a white brocade robe approached with measured steps, his garments flowing gracefully, creating ripples in the air. Adorned with a white jade mask that harmonized impeccably with his visage, only his deep, luminous eyes, imbued with a hint of gentle mirth, were visible. The white-masked gentleman. The numerous prodigies present, upon seeing the newcomer, exhibited fear in their gazes. The white-masked gentleman bore no name, or perhaps no one knew it. All recognized him for his perpetual mask, formidable power, and position within the top 10 of the Longyuan list. The white-masked gentleman, others may fear you, but I, Mo Qingyang, do not. Mo Qingyang's enchanting eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. The masked youth merely responded with a calm smile, producing a long sword that gleamed with a dazzling white light as it was drawn. Mo Qingyang's expression shifted to one of terror. He reached up to wipe his neck, feeling a dampness, soon followed by a faint pain. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling sensation atop his head, and, upon touching it, found it utterly bald. Mo Qingyang's face turned a ghastly shade. In the next moment, the masked man appeared beside him, gently taking Nan Hongsang into his arms and softly stating, Miss, you are safe now. His spring water-like eyes seemed to harbor a profound tenderness. As Luo Tian observed this scene from Zheng Ping'an's perspective, he felt a mix of relief for Nan Hongsang's deliverance and an ominous premonition. Damn, only his disciples can abduct others' disciples. How dare someone take his disciple away? His irritation deepened. The purity of Zai Hongsang's Yin physique has been exposed. Luo Tian's expression darkened. Even with Zhou Banjian's concealment techniques in place, those beneath the purple mansion should have been unable to see through it. Despite all precautions, Luo Tian never anticipated that the brilliant progenies of noble families possessed such unique talents that rendered Zhou Banjian's methods ineffective. The pure Yin physique was indeed a top-tier furnace constitution. Its exposure could herald countless troubles. Of course, it might also present opportunities. Perhaps a disciple from a grand sect would arrive to propose a union with the Tai Su Dao sect, forging a beneficial alliance. Yet, despite the seemingly straightforward intentions of these individuals, Luo Tian was acutely aware of their underlying motives, selling out disciples in exchange for the prosperity of their sects. a notion with which he vehemently disagreed. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyang's expression soured, and he could only snort coldly. Release him, we take our leave. This declaration was directed towards Zheng Pingyan and Yun Tianhua, with Nan Hongsang unharmed. Zheng Pingyan, despite his desire to eliminate the two, understood their incapacity to do so. With a swift motion, Zheng Pingyan struck the young man's back, causing him to violently expel a mouthful of blood and be flung towards Mo Qingyang and the others. Mo Qingyang caught him with one hand before unceremoniously tossing him to the ground. He then turned his gaze to Zheng Pingyan, waving his sleeve dismissively, yet uttering, "If we meet at the Dao conference, I shall personally cripple you." Zheng Pingyan's expression remained placid. I await that day. Chapter 99, Conspiracy, Unyielding Bravery, Yuan Xiong. In the ancient tomb, a voice echoed with a tone of bitter self-mockery. I have failed, ultimately failed. This is the realm of Daiyu, not the domain of our great Chu. The tomb trembled, surrounded by the ominous presence of demons and specters, along with armored corpses wielding war halberds, kneeling in submission. The heavens shifted ominously. Kill, kill, kill. The roar resounded deafeningly as countless powerful demons surged towards the barriers erected by various immortal sects and noble families, seeking to tear them apart. In a concealed corner, two elders clad in Taoist robes surrounded a chessboard, seated opposite each other, one in black robes wielding black pieces, the other in white robes with white pieces. That fellow is on the brink of collapse. We have ultimately triumphed, the elder in black remarked with a smile. Just a mere beast, fortunate enough to seize a fragment of past fortune, has managed to create a stir. In the end, it is merely a meal on the table. How could those great figures let such fortune slip away? The elder in white lifted his gaze towards the sky. Above the endless haze, towering silhouettes appeared to be seated, rendering the entirety of North Chang County insignificantly small in comparison. Their copper bell-like eyes roamed, greedily fixated on the land below. The past dynasty is, after all, the past. At Tai Su Dao sect, good news emerged. We have now accumulated 600 destiny coins. As for the bad news, there is no bad news. Dark clouds loomed over the city as numerous prodigies from various sects, alongside powerful beings from all corners, surged forth to engage in a fierce battle against the tide of calamity. Brothers, I've amassed 100 destiny coins. Ha! The thrill of combat surged through him. I've only targeted some solitary minor demons, yet I've already gathered 123 destiny coins. Envy, why must I be so distant from Beichong County? Damn it. What is there to envy? Look at the players from Beichong County. There are barely 1,000 alive, a mere 531 in total, while the rest have perished. As the guild leader of Beichong County players, I speak only the truth. Alas, how terrifying. Not only the players of Beichong County, but the casualties among those supporting them are also staggering. I have several friends who have gone offline. Fortune and peril coexist. Indeed, Beichong County is fraught with danger, where one might unexpectedly encounter a formidable demon of the Foundation establishment stage, particularly amidst the tide of corpses. The number of strong foes is countless. The celestial sect's prodigies will not intervene on behalf of the players. Furthermore, some prodigies specifically target players, distinguishing them from the crowd and commencing a massacre. Luo Tian observed Zheng Pingyan, Yun Tianhua, along with the still injured Bai Wuqiu and Nan Hongsang, fighting valiantly in the midst of the corpse tide. By Wuqiu's side stood a strikingly beautiful woman, who aided him in fending off several lethal blows. Old Bai is indeed fortunate in love. Luo Tian felt a surge of joy. How splendid it is to have a mid-stage Foundation establishment powerhouse by his side. It is just the right fit for the Taishu Dao sect, which currently lacks any female elders. On the battlefield, meteors streaked across the sky as they clashed with various alien warriors. Although the great Chu has fallen, it is not for you to trample upon at will. Behind the endless tide of corpses, suddenly, dark particles surged forth in all directions. The young prodigies on the battlefield abruptly changed their expressions. A towering demonic shadow emerged, clad in a layer of demonic armor, which was fissured, seeping with demonic energy, its entire form a deep crimson hue. Its demeanor was filled with madness and brutality. Wherever its gaze fell, it sent shivers down one's spine, as if one had plunged into an ice cavern. Its visage bore a human semblance, yet two horns protruded from its forehead. I am Mu Wushuang of the Qingxian Dao sect. I have come to slay you. A youthful figure leapt forth, accompanied by several others, their hands forming seals to conjure a resplendent spear formation. Mu Wushuang wielded the divine spear, exhibiting unparalleled talent. With your abilities, you think you can name yourself after me, Yuan Xiong, and achieve fame across the world? You are not worthy. Yuan Xiong gripped his war spear, and with a single sweep, the void trembled as his demonic energy erupted, shattering the formation. Mu Wushuang was enveloped in golden light, yet was easily obliterated, his fate unknown. The numerous prodigies present could not help but narrow their eyes at this scene. Mu Wushuang dared to challenge Yuan Xiong, undoubtedly possessing confidence. Being a descendant of an elder from the Qingxian Dao sect, with high-ranking magical artifacts and being a paragon on the Longyuan list. Yet, he could not withstand even a single blow. Although Yuan Xiong could not unleash his full strength, bolstered by the tide of corpses, he was indeed formidable. Yuan Xiong regarded these celestial prodigies with a cruel smile. You wish to usurp the fortune of the Yuan family? You ought to consider whether you are worthy. In the past, under the iron hooves of the Great Chu, what were those so-called celestial sects but a bunch of rabble? They were rabble then. And they remain rabble now. Seeing Yuan Xiong's rampant demeanor, the faces of thousands of celestial sect cultivators were, without exception, exceptionally grim. Kill. We must cleanse all evil spirits. Without the formation, even if your strength is immense, you cannot wield the power of the Purple Mansion. Among the celestial sects, there were still clever individuals. The tide of corpses engulfed the entirety of Beichong County, numbering in the tens of millions, undeniably vast. However, the vast majority were mere mortals. Those with cultivation were far surpassed by the reinforcements that had come. Yuan Xiong remained unfazed. Even if tens of millions of swine were to be slaughtered, it would take half a day. Meanwhile, he needed only to eliminate all the prodigies from the sects before his power waned, severing the lineage of those participating. That alone would suffice. Naturally, the celestial sects would not sit idly by. Under Yuan Xiong's pressure, all the prodigies united to engage him in combat. In the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian's injuries had improved somewhat. What kind of power is this? It is astonishingly formidable. Through Zheng Pingin's perspective, Luo Tian witnessed Yuan Xiong rampaging, countless celestial sect prodigies fleeing in panic before him. Surely, he possessed the combat strength of the Purple Mansion, without any magical arts. Yuan Xiong wielded only his fists and spear, yet no genius dared to confront him directly. A true embodiment of martial prowess overcoming myriad techniques. Luo Tian had, of course, heard of military formations, which when combined with formidable martial artists, were terrifying, yet he never imagined it could be to such an extent. It seemed the entire Beichong County was enveloped in a military formation, forming a domain. Just as Luo Tian contemplated this, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that the terrifying demonic shadow was advancing toward Zheng Pinyin and Yun Tianhua. This is bad. Luo Tian understood that neither Zheng Pinyin nor Yun Tianhua stood a chance against the shadow. Fortunately, the two were not foolish. Aware of their disadvantage, they hurriedly retreated. Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. His heart sank again as the demonic shadow directed its attention toward the low-level cultivators embroiled in the corpse tide. Yuan Xiong was no fool. The celestial sects possessed myriad tactics. Rather than engage him directly, they could not do anything to those prodigies. He could not kill those prodigies adept in various techniques. Nor could he slay the ordinary low-level cultivators. The reason for Luo Tian's changing color was evident. The direction Yuan Xiong targeted was unmistakably where Nin Hongsang was fighting. Luo Tian's heart chilled to the core. At the critical moment, a man wearing a white jade mask stepped forward, a white radiance illuminating from his hand, coalescing into a character for slay. A sword intent that pierced the heavens and earth surged forth, colliding with the demonic shadow. The tremendous impact created a bottomless pit in the ground where two figures stood. The masked man's half-mask shattered with a resounding crash, revealing a face that evoked envy in both men and women alike, with gentle, water-like peach blossom eyes brimming with blood tears. The sleeves of his garments tore apart violently, trembling with intensity. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yuan Xiong's gaze. His battle armor, flowing with black-red demonic flames, bore countless sword marks before shattering. After the moment of surprise, it was replaced by a formidable killing intent. The war spear erupted with a surge of demonic flames, its aura rising once more. Boom. Zheng Pinyin unleashed the mixed heaven technique, his entire being enveloped in a blood-red glow, exuding a sword intent that reached the heavens, manifesting a golden colossal sword suspended above Yuan Xiong's head. The suspended heaven sword art, a mid-tier earth-grade technique, combined with the heavenly sword intent and the low-tier heavenly grade mixed heaven 9 mysteries. The combined power exceeded that of an ordinary 9th-layer foundation establishment. Yuan Xiong, who had originally intended to strike the masked man, was compelled to redirect his attack to collide with the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword shattered, and Zheng Pinyin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his countenance waning. Player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Pinyin has received 30 injury points. In one strike, Zheng Pinyin lost his combat capability. Luo Tian's heart clenched painfully. The esteemed disciple, Zheng Pinyin, is a source of immense pride for him, a golden quality genius. He has always been invincible among his peers. However, his recent defeat has left Luo Tian feeling a profound emptiness. Zheng Ping'an, gravely injured, has not deterred Yu Wenxiong from pursuing the white-faced man as he prepares to conclude the encounter. Yet, Yun Tianhua suddenly erupts, merging with the black dragon sword. The dragon-slaying guardian, Yu Wenxiong, expresses mild surprise, followed by an icy disdain. Merely a dog who has received a modicum of secret techniques from the Yuan clan, daring to strike at my master. Extending his palm, Yu Wenxiong seizes Yun Tianhua, whose once proud physique in its dragon form seems feeble before him. Gazing at the captured Yun Tianhua, Yu Wenxiong's eyes turn cold and brutal, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. In an instant, a golden halberd descends violently, causing Yu Wenxiong to recoil in pain, releasing Yun Tianhua and granting him a brief moment to escape with the incapacitated white-faced man. After failing multiple times, the expression on Yu Wenxiong's face turns increasingly grim. He raises his gaze to see a youthful figure clad in golden armor, radiant and formidable, accompanied by a towering presence behind him, which reveals 3 eyes. The youth speaks slowly. You seek to kill the white-faced man? I have no concern. However, Yun Senior has shown me kindness, and you shall not harm him. The 3-eyed Yang clan, ranked 6th on the Dragon Abyss list, Yang Wushan. A low chuckle escapes Yu Wenxiong. Since when did your 3-eyed Yang clan dare to speak such words to the Yuan lineage? If you wish to meddle, then I shall slay you. Yu Wenxiong is thoroughly enraged. An endless expanse of dark clouds looms ominously, seemingly ready to descend. In a flash, Yu Wenxiong disappears. Yet Yang Wushan opens his 3rd eye, only to perceive a mere afterimage. In the next moment, Yang Wushan raises his hands to block. But a fist imbued with overwhelming demonic energy appears before him. The golden armor shatters, and Yang Wushan crashes down upon a mountain peak, reducing it to rubble and creating a deep crater in the earth. The strength is simply overwhelming. Yu Wenxiong relentlessly pursues Yang Wushan. You too cannot escape my wrath. A striking figure, graceful and poised, draws back a bow, releasing an arrow that transforms into a blazing phoenix, engulfed in fierce flames. It is a woman with hair cascading to her waist, exuding unparalleled elegance. Si Hongzhuang, ranked 8th on the Dragon Abyss list. With a swift hand gesture, she invokes a powerful sealing technique, summoning 8 young men who form a defensive barrier, creating a cage of heaven and earth to envelop Yu Wenxiong. A towering figure resembling the true form of Xuanwu steps forward. Yu Wenxiong raises one hand to wield the Xuanwu while gripping his demonic halberd with the other, striking the cage with tremendous force. The 2 weapons shatter the confinement, yet a myriad of spells and divine techniques surge forth to meet him. The combined might of all the talented youths fills the sky with a cacophony of vibrant lights and colors. I shall destroy you all. Yu Wenxiong's thunderous roar echoes through the mist. This scene plunges Luo Tian into despair. Can they not slay this beast? What manner of creature is this? What does the will of fate intend? Can they truly vanquish such a monster? With this strike, even a Zifu might perish. Though the Zifu possesses divine abilities far surpassing the foundational realm, are they not all prodigies here? A collaborative attack, if it connects, should surely be capable of ending a Zifu. Yet, this monster remains unscathed. Yu Wenxiong's body fractures, black golden blood seeping forth. He too suffers grievous wounds from the impact. As the others contemplate a similar strategy, they find themselves too late. The 8 who had begun to weave their seals are swiftly dispatched by Yu Wenxiong, claiming one life mercilessly. Boom. Just as Yu Wenxiong aims to continue his pursuit of the remaining 7, 2 chess pieces materialize from the heavens, intertwining in black and white, descending to suppress him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I refuse to accept this. Yu Wenxiong roars in fury, raising his demonic halberd to clash against the chess pieces. What kind of king are you? Does the remnant fortune of the Yuan clan suffice for you to claim kingship? The elder in black robes stands shoulder to shoulder with the elder in white, the latter smirking mockingly. At best, you remain a defeated soldier, just as you were before. Crushed beneath the weight of the 2 pieces, Yu Wenxiong is drenched in black golden blood. With a sudden surge, his form expands, transforming into a colossal giant over 10 meters tall. The chess pieces shatter under the strain, and the smiles of the black-robed and white-robed elders freeze in shock. Chapter 100, The Siege of Yu Wenxiong. Luo Tian's heart halts abruptly. Is this the boss? After dispatching the first form, there is a second? This is utterly monstrous. The black-robed and white-robed elders, who had appeared upon witnessing Yu Wenxiong's injuries, are taken aback by this turn of events. They had anticipated claiming a share of the spoils. Now, the boss has entered its second phase. Desiring to retreat, they find Yu Wenxiong, now blinded by rage, relentlessly pursuing the 2 elders. Clear the tide of corpses. The others realize that with 2 Zifu holding Yu Wenxiong at bay, they have gained precious time. Even stripped of rank, the Zifu possess numerous abilities. Even against the second phase of Yuanxiong, they can delay him for a while. Amidst the chaos, the tide of corpses suffers heavy casualties. Luo Tian's destiny coins soar past the 5,000 mark. Yet, it is not long before Yuanxiong catches up with the black-robed elder, tearing him apart with brutal efficiency. This scene sends chills through the onlookers. The demonized Yuanxiong rends the black-robed elder asunder, bathing in blood while emitting a low, feral growl. His gaze then turns towards the white-robed elder. Wretched creature, I shall fight you to the end. The white-robed elder's eyes reflect despair, fully aware of his impending doom. In a desperate act, he charges straight at Yuanxiong, opting for self-detonation. Aya! The explosion of a Zifu sends Yuanxiong reeling, howling in agony as his black-golden bones become visible. There are too many. The tide of corpses is overwhelming. Despair blankets the crowd. The second form of Yuanxiong is simply too formidable. One strike. My Yang clan possesses secret techniques capable of delaying this monster for a moment. Who possesses a trump card? Bring it forth quickly, or we shall all perish here today. Yang Wushan's hands twist as he emerges from the pit, shouting urgently. My Sea clan's Phoenix technique can double the damage inflicted upon this beast, amplifying a single strike. Si Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes flicker, a hint of red glimmering as she emits a cry. I have a method that can slow this monster's movements significantly for a brief moment. Zhang Ping'an interjects, dragging his weary form forward. Yang Wushan's expression brightens. That will suffice. It will surely buy us 2 moments. The rest of the talented youths remain silent, diligently clearing the tide of corpses. They understand that they cannot dictate the course of this battle. I shall take the lead. The white-faced man, having recovered somewhat after consuming a large vial of elixir from Nan Hong Sang, glances at the worried Nan Hong Sang with a smile. Thank you for the elixir. Miss Nan, my true name is Tai Xuanyuan, and I am grateful to you all for venturing into Beichong County to seek my whereabouts. Should I meet my demise, I implore you, Miss Nan, to return my remains to the Tai sect, though, chances are, I may well be bereft of a corpse altogether. As the mask was removed by Tai Zhuanzizi, a visage of unparalleled beauty was revealed. Just as he intended to depart, his sleeve was seized, and upon turning, he beheld a striking countenance. In that moment, Luo Tian sighed softly. The purine body, a source of primordial yin, could aid others in enhancing their cultivation and comprehending divine methods. Player Luo Tian's disciple Nan Hong Sang has lost her pure yin body, purple, and transformed into a semi-yin body, blue, with a talent rating of 10 and comprehension of 10. The scene unfolded further. Tai Zhuanzizi, healed from his injuries, brimmed with vigor as he stepped into the sword domain realm. I beseech you all, lend me your swords. The grand momentum of heaven and earth unfurled majestically. Supported by 3 transcendent divine abilities, a sword emerged that illuminated the entire North Chang County. It shattered the heavens, fractured the earth, and overturned mountains and seas. Luo Tian's heart ached. The disciples of purple quality had their talent and comprehension downgraded to blue. Damn it. The accursed Tai sect. Luo Tian could not help but curse, lamenting the loss of his meticulously nurtured disciple. No wonder the Tai sect offered a 60-point goodwill reward for fortuitous encounters. Luo Tian finally grasped the situation. This was aimed directly at his disciples of the Tai Su Dao sect. More precisely, it was targeted at Nan Hong Sang. Cursing aside, Luo Tian understood that had it not been for this, perhaps all would have perished. Congratulations, player, for mitigating the B-level catastrophe. All participating players have received 100 fate coins. Tight-fisted. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, for ranking first in the catastrophe mitigation event. You are rewarded with a random Earth tier spell, a random Earth tier weapon, 1 purple blueprint, 10 mid-tier resource selection chests, 3 purple disciple recruitment orders, 1 second-tier wandering order, and 1,000 merit points. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, for completing the Tai sect's entrusted fortune. The Tai sect's goodwill toward the Tai Su Dao sect has reached 60. Congratulations. Player Luo Tian's disciple Zhang Ping'an has acquired the great Xuanyuan clan's 10,000 beasts body refinement technique, upper earth tier. After Yuanxiong's demise, countless golden lights erupted from his body, scattered across the land. The largest piece landed atop Tai Zhuanzizi's head. The rewards were indeed substantial. The catastrophe in North Chang County had been successfully alleviated, yielding some gains. The temporary fate shop has opened. Players may participate in exchanges. With a countdown of 60 days until it concludes, Luo Tian assessed his gains, not to mention other rewards. He had amassed 6,300 fate coins. The items in the temporary fate shop were abundant yet costly. A second-tier wandering order cost 1,000 fate coins, a purple quality disciple recruitment order 2,000 fate coins, and a golden quality disciple recruitment order 20,000 fate coins. Among them were golden quality blueprints, heavenly tier spells, and golden opportunity orders. The sight made Luo Tian's mouth water. However, they were beyond his means, with a base price of 10,000 fake coins. He pondered, if I were to relocate the entire Tai Su Dao sect, would I be able to earn 10,000 fake coins? Perhaps, or perhaps it would lead to total annihilation. Ultimately, had Tai Xuanyuan not broken through to the third realm of the sword path, achieving the sword domain and becoming a grand sword immortal, all would have perished. Failure of the event would render any amount of fake coins useless. Every sip and morsel is preordained. Luo Tian exchanged for 1 purple quality disciple, 2 second-tier wandering orders. And with the remaining 2,000 fake coins, he cleared out a substantial portion of the fate shop, including 2 blue disciple recruitment orders, 2 random blueprints, 2 opportunity orders, 1 inferior fortune treasure, and some spells required for nurturing spiritual plants. Fate coins dwindled down to just 2 digits. Luo Tian then opened the Supreme Immortal Alliance channel to check on its status. Wow, how generous is the fate event? 100 fate coins as a reward. He drooled with envy. Ha ha ha, I finally can recruit a blue quality disciple. Alas, he dispatched 2 disciples, but they did not survive the day. Thankfully, with a guaranteed 100 fate coins, he could recruit another blue quality disciple. Hey, hasn't anyone noticed that 1,000 people are missing from the group? With events like this, if we don't have casualties, we're already fortunate. The players in North Chang County are nearly all dead. It's terrifying. I hope such temporary events do not occur in our county. Chapter 101. A new fortune treasure, the Xuanyuan Spirit Ho. As expected, many perished in this fate event. Despite the growth of the Supreme Immortal Alliance, its members still dwindled by 1,000. After so many days, the number of deceased members may very well double. Now that the fate event has concluded, Luo Tian could no longer observe the circumstances of Zheng Ping'an and the trio. He also needed to digest the large batch of rewards. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, for acquiring the Earth-tier mid-quality spell, the Heavenly Lotus Law Shield. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. This was a valuable item, as the Tai Su Dao sect lacked any defensive spells of Earth-tier or above. A cursory glance revealed that the Heavenly Lotus Law Shield was divided into 5 levels. Cultivating it to the final stage would provide a Heavenly Lotus Shield capable of resisting damage, instantly restoring 20 energy and health within the shield. Quite an impressive spell indeed. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, for acquiring the Earth-tier upper-quality artifact, the Golden Crow Seal. The Golden Crow Seal, as its name suggests, could summon a golden crow for combat upon infusing it with spiritual energy. The strength of the golden crow would be judged based on the spiritual energy invested. Whether it could contend with a purple mansion cultivator was uncertain, but it should be more than sufficient against a 9th-layer foundation establishment. With Luo Tian's current magical power, he could summon 3 golden crow avatars for battle in one breath. Neither of the Earth-tier items was lacking, making Luo Tian feel as though he was the favored child of destiny today. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, for acquiring the purple blueprint, the Comprehension Platform. Comprehension Platform, purple level 1 construction requires 100 inferior spiritual wood, 100 inferior spiritual iron, and 1,000 inferior spiritual stones. Effect at level 1. Increases the cultivation speed of disciples within by 5. Maximum capacity of 10 individuals. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. Training within it required no spiritual stones. However, the effect was only 5. The impact of 1 or 2 days of training would be negligible. If one were to close off for years, perhaps the effect would be significant. Luo Tian upgraded the Comprehension Platform to level 3 in one go, increasing its capacity to 10. The effect was now substantial. Fortune was on his side. The remaining blueprints yielded a tavern and a flower garden. Useful, but not particularly impactful. The mid-tier resource selection chest was quite valuable, allowing the selection of either 10,000 inferior resources or 100 mid-tier resources, spiritual iron, spiritual wood, spiritual stones, spiritual herbs. This was indeed a good item, equivalent to 1,000,000 inferior spiritual stones in value. The Xuanyuan Spirit Ho, an inferior post-heaven fortune treasure, can suppress the sect's fortune. Level 1 effect. Under the sect's governance, spiritual field yield is increased by 2. Upgrade costs 100 fortune. The higher the yield of the spiritual field, the more spiritual stones produced, leading to a significant income over time. Luo Tian used 1,100 fortune to upgrade it by 2 levels. The level 3 Xuanyuan Spirit Ho could increase the yield by 6. He then expended 90 merit points to eliminate all demonic values, allowing Luo Tian to finally hold his head high and proclaim himself a righteous individual. The gains from this fate event were immense, comparable to several months' worth of gift rewards. Luo Tian then used 3 purple disciple recruitment orders and 1 second-tier wandering order. The 3 disciples of purple quality, the most gifted among them, named Lu Wei, possessed both aptitude and comprehension reaching 76, showcasing extraordinary talent as an array master. The other two, however, hovered just above 60, appearing rather ordinary with unremarkable gifts. The Wandering Decree has enlisted an elder of the 6th stage of Foundation establishment, named Huang Bin, who, akin to Zhou Banshan, is a roguish sorcerer. Regrettably without a child in tow, Zhou, the little girl, though unable to cultivate, possesses qualities of golden legendary caliber in all other aspects. Even with a lifespan of merely a century, she can still lead a legendary existence. Outside the sect, tranquility reigns, perhaps due to Luo Tian's incursion into Qingli County, where he single-handedly obliterated 3 major sects, instilling fear in many. No one dares to challenge the Tai Su Dao sect any longer. After 3 days, the quartet finally returned to the sect, accompanied by none other than by Wu Qiu's former lover, Yun Rui, who bears no relation to Yun Tianhua. Upon their return, however, Luo Tian's countenance was far from pleasant. Scoundrel! Luo Tian had anticipated that the pale-faced man would return with Nan Hong Sang, or at the very least, come to propose. Yet, now, not a single word had reached him. This inevitably led Luo Tian to ponder the worst possible outcomes. After all, with Nan Hong Sang having lost her purine body, she may have diminished in value to others. Nan Hong Sang herself appeared dejected, seemingly burdened by heavy thoughts. Locking herself away for days without venturing outside. Even when Zhou sought her out, she refused to emerge. Observing the dismal state of his disciples, Bai Wuqiu approached Luo Tian, wishing to take Nan Hong Sang to visit Tai sect, but Luo Tian declined. What kind of reasoning is this? My Tai Su Dao sect disciples have suffered losses, and now you expect us to ingratiate ourselves? Is it merely because Tai sect is mightier than us? Luo Tian's agitation surged, but he soon tempered it, adding that if Tai Xianzi had genuine intentions, he would naturally seek out Hong Sang himself. Should Tai sect pursue marriage, our sect would duly respond. To the Tai sect, our Tai Su Dao sect approaching them would seem like clinging for support. Even if Tai Xianzi were willing to marry Hong Sang, it would not bode well for her. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuqiu appeared to comprehend and no longer pressed the matter. 2 days later, while Tai Xianzi awaited a response, it was Xia Buyu who returned to the sect, bearing a grievous appearance, one eye blinded and his face marred by rugged scars. In his bid to escape Qingli County, he had sacrificed his looks. Having avenged his family, he now found himself entangled in the enmity of his master. Luo Tian wished to have Xia Buyu apprenticed to another elder of Foundation establishment, but Xia Buyu declined, intent on preserving the legacy of Li Yuanliang and elevating it further. With a heart full of sentiment, Luo Tian could only sigh, having witnessed countless prodigies. Zheng Ping's dedication to cultivation had become more profound, hoping for a commendable ranking in the upcoming Dao Inquiry Conference in just over 2 months. No, it must be a place among the top 10. Yet, Luo Tian remained uncertain, for while Zheng Ping was indeed of golden legendary quality with exceptional aptitude, there were numerous other prodigies from elite sects, and the disciples of purple quality were plentiful. Luo Tian suspected that even if Tai Xianzi's talent fell short of Xiao Ping An's, it would not be by much, truly a monster of a figure. Scoundrel! Luo Tian muttered in frustration once more. After waiting so long, Nan Hong Sang appeared increasingly haggard, prompting Luo Tian to contemplate a visit to Tai sect. Once Xiao Ping's cultivation caught up, he would surely have to teach Tai Xianzi a lesson to alleviate the pent-up frustration in Luo Tian's heart. Should Tai Xianzi propose marriage, Luo Tian vowed to make him face a few challenges. Xiao Ping aimed for a top 10 finish in the Dao Inquiry Conference, while Tai Xianzi would surely strive for the top 3. As these thoughts swirled in Luo Tian's mind, the month drew to a close. At last, Chongning County trembled. No, not just Chongning, but Qingli County as well. Tai Xianzi, accompanied by the severed head of Xuanyuan disciple, sought an audience, requesting that the Tai Su sect leader forgive him for not being able to pay his respects sooner. Chapter 102. The Visit of Tai Xianzi. At the entrance of the Tai Su Dao sect, Tai Xianzi arrived, carrying a head adorned with an expression of disbelief. Xuanyuan. Wasn't he the old coot from Xuanyu Manor? Luo Tian had long held a grudge against him for a previous altercation, had he not been outmatched. He would have long since wreaked havoc upon Xuanyu Manor. After disappearing for so many days, it turned out Tai Xianzi had been busy dispatching Xuanyuan's disciples. One could only wonder whether they were first-generation or nth-generation disciples, as there were multiple Purple Mansion masters within Xuanyu Manor, one of whom was indeed a disciple of Xuanyuan. If only he could procure Xuanyuan's head, that would be even better. Luo Tian's mind wandered into delightful reveries. As long as Xuanyuan remained alive, he would not dare to show his face in Chongning County. This old coot was at least at the 4th stage of the Purple Mansion. No matter how extraordinary Tai Xianzi might be, he could hardly hope to defeat Xuanyuan. In the sword domain, Tai Xianzi held the rank of Purple Mansion, capable of contending with first or second stage Purple Mansion cultivators, but facing a mid-stage one would likely necessitate a hasty retreat. After all, Tai Xianzi's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of foundation establishment. The Tai Su Dao sect was also in an uproar. The unfaithful scoundrel everyone despised had finally arrived. Everyone rolled up their sleeves, eager to teach him a lesson. Big brother, let me have a go at him. He's the one who made Sister Hong Sang so sorrowful. Su Cheng was the first to step forward, as Nan Hong Sang was responsible for guiding the disciples' cultivation. And apart from Zheng Pingyan, most had been instructed by her in some capacity. Su Cheng held great respect for the senior sister. Indeed, he must not be let off lightly. Zhou Zhou chimed in, rallying the crowd. Big brother, you must also step in and teach him a lesson. Sister Hong Sang hasn't taken Zhou Zhou down the mountain in ages. Jing'an, stroking his bald head, fell silent. In his heart, he mused that the big sister had secretly slipped down the mountain just yesterday, returning with a candied hawthorn. Sweet and sour. The multitude of disciples turned their gazes towards Zheng Pingyan. He bore a bitter smile. I am not his match, at least not at this moment. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zheng Pingyan, the esteemed big brother of the Tai Su Dao sect, with formidable cultivation, had openly admitted that he was not a match for that pretty boy. What a revelation. Su Cheng chuckled awkwardly. Actually, I believe that a guest from afar should be treated with respect. To confront a guest would tarnish the reputation of the Tai Su Dao sect and undermine our master's prestige. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes, exclaiming in disapproval. If even big brother Zheng Ping could not contend with him, Su Cheng hardly believed he stood a chance. Sister Hong Sang, it's not that I don't wish to assist you, but perhaps I should wait until I've cultivated for another year or so. Su Cheng silently resolved. This was what one might call wisdom in recognizing the times. It wasn't cowardice, but rather prudence. Why had Sister Hong Sang not yet appeared? The disciples collectively noted that Nan Hong Sang was still absent. Instead, it was Luo Tian who made his entrance. In that moment, Luo Tian finally grasped the feelings of the old woman from the Xianyi Valley. He decided to allow Tai Xianzi entry. Regardless of the fact that Tai Xianzi had slain disciples from generations of Xuanyuan, at least this offering had indeed reached the depths of Luo Tian's heart. Luo Tian had suffered a slap, nearly losing his life, and naturally harbored resentment towards Xuanyuan. As long as Xuanyuan was uncomfortable, Luo Tian would find joy in it. Tai Xianzi, with his graceful demeanor, possessed a visage that rendered both men and women envious, akin to a piece of finely sculpted jade, captivating all who beheld him. It was difficult to discern his gender. Luo Tian was taken aback. How could it be that someone existed in this world who seemed to be carved from the same mold as himself? Utterly charming. A beauty that could topple kingdoms had manifested in the form of a man. Luo Tian was not jesting. This was indeed the truth. Name, Tai Xuanzi. Cultivation level, foundation establishment 9th layer. Age, 24. Talent, enchanting beauty, gold. Innate sword heart, gold. Aptitude, 83. Comprehension, 81. Favorability, 60. Enchanting beauty, gold charm value 60. Innate sword heart, gold increases swordsmanship cultivation speed 50, damage 50. The innate sword heart is indeed exceedingly formidable. The only lament is that the other golden quality talent, enchanting beauty, does not enhance cultivation speed. Otherwise, Luo Tian suspects that Tai Xuanzi might have already attained the Tao of the Purple Mansion. Tai Xuanzi held a severed head, that of a middle-aged man, whose eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to close even in death. His mouth agape as if to utter something, perhaps a plea for mercy or a threat. The scar on his neck was smooth. Senior Tai Su. This is the head of the mountain opening master, a disciple of the true man of Xuanyuan. Tai Xuanzi tossed the head onto the ground, where it rolled a few times. I have not visited for many days and could not think of a suitable gift to present. Hearing that there are some grievances concerning the esteemed elder at Xuanyuan, I have spent considerable time luring the mountain opening master out of Qingli County. Rest assured, once I attain the Tao of the Purple Mansion, I shall certainly bring back the head of the true man of Xuanyuan for you. Tai Xuanzi's demeanor was earnest, and his tone was flat, as if recounting a mere fact. Yet, it resonated like a thunderclap. The seemingly inconspicuous head upon the ground, with its unblinking gaze, was indeed that of a Purple Mansion realizer. Hiss! The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. This was rather outrageous, bringing forth the head of a Purple Mansion cultivator, and that of an enemy at that. How audacious! Big brother, I, Zhou Zhou, support you. Sister Hong Sang is waiting for you. Zhou Zhou's eyes sparkled with stars, for this was a being capable of defeating 100 grandfathers. Luo Tian shot a glance, for he had yet to speak. Zhozhou stuck out her tongue, not daring to say more. Turning back, Luo Tian surprisingly noticed a faint blush on the strikingly handsome young man's face. TSK, is he feeling shy? How curious. Luo Tian cleared his throat. The gift sent by my esteemed nephew is quite precious. This favor shall be accepted by our sect. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Tai Xuanzi's face flushed slightly, completely shedding his earlier nonchalance, stammering, Senior, I have come to propose to Miss Nan. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, for he had already formulated a plan in his mind. You come to propose. Has your Tai sect given its consent? Luo Tian inquired casually. Tai Xuanzi's eyes dimmed momentarily, but he quickly responded, Rest assured, Senior, once I achieve the Purple Mansion, all doubts shall vanish. Luo Tian was not at all surprised. The current Tai Su Dao sect was far inferior to the Tai sect, and given Tai Xuanzi's exceptional talents, dissent within the sect was to be expected. You are well-intentioned, yet there are numerous voices within your Tai sect. Should you wish to marry Hong Sang openly, the pressure will be considerable. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Tai Xuanzi trembled slightly. Thus, Senior. Luo Tian smiled. I require you to secure a place among the top 3 in the upcoming Dao conference in 2 months. That is my condition. Tai Xuanzi's expression shifted to one of delight, for he could discern the unspoken implication in Luo Tian's words. Rest assured, I, Tai Xuanzi, shall certainly rise to the pinnacle of the Dao conference. Luo Tian, but I merely mentioned the top 3. Chapter 103, The New Golden Disciple, Chu Maxiang. After stating his requirements, Luo Tian did not delay further. The rest would depend on Nan Hong Sang's own sentiments. Their sect's eldest senior sister deserved to be matched with a renowned, unparalleled sword immortal. As for whether Tai Xuanzi could suppress the Tai sect upon attaining the Purple Mansion, Luo Tian was indifferent. In 3 to 5 years, perhaps the Tai Su Dao sect would ascend in status. By then, as a pinnacle Purple Mansion 9th layer cultivator, would even a mere Tai sect dare to provoke him? Not to mention, there were also Zheng Ping'an and Su Chong, both golden quality disciples, and behind them, a red quality disciple, Luo Ming. The Purple Mansion was not a concern. Tai Xuanzi sought out Nan Hong Sang's residence, and upon their meeting, silence reigned. They exchanged no words, merely observing the rise and fall of the sun together before Tai Xuanzi departed. Straightforward, Luo Tian cursed once more, for the reason was merely to break through to the Purple Mansion. Whether or not he broke through did not hinge on a mere 2 days. At the month's end, Luo Tian synthesized an epic gift pack. To his surprise, it contained a recruitment order for golden disciples. Luo Tian was taken aback. After such a long time, he finally awaited another golden quality disciple. Unable to contain his excitement, he forewent sleep, setting out under the moonlight to seek the disciple. In Nanxing County, cough, cough, Wang Nan, I have pilfered family elixirs for you, stolen family treasures to aid you on your path to immortality. And this is how you repay me? The young man, Chu Maxiang, glared at the white-clad woman on the flying sword, like a wounded beast roaring in accusation. The woman in white curled her lips in a mocking arc, coldly retorting, Chu Maxiang, you truly overestimate yourself. There has always been an insurmountable divide between us. I have only ever regarded you as a brother. To think you are a thief, continuously appropriating family resources, yet you slanderously claim to have gifted them to me. Chu Maxiang, you are but a toad lusting after swan flesh. How could a woman like Wang Nan ever be touched by your kind? Chu Maxiang's heart felt like it was being torn apart. The woman in white threw a pill at him, which rolled to his feet. Scram, Chu Maxiang. Do not entangle with me any longer. We are destined to inhabit different worlds. A flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes, her tone dripping with contempt. The seemingly unremarkable man merely smiled lightly, clapping his hands, and amidst the rustling sounds, numerous guards from the Chu family emerged, accompanied by an elder of the family. One of the white-bearded elders bellowed, Chu Maxiang, what else do you have to say? You have privately stolen family elixirs, spirit herbs, and techniques, and even attempted to frame Miss Wang Nan. Chu Maxiang opened his mouth, but found himself utterly speechless, a searing pain coursing through his head. The white-bearded elder, elated, hastily commanded, quickly, apprehend this criminal and take him back to face punishment. If they could subdue Chu Maxiang and force him to confess, it would surely turn the tide for the Chu family, and perhaps even allow him to ascend to the position of family head. Just as the Chu family's guards prepared to step forward to incapacitate Chu Maxiang, a voice suddenly resonated from the surroundings. Kid, do you still believe in love? Chu Maxiang was unsure where the voice originated or who had spoken, yet he felt an unwavering resolve. Love? I love your mother's fried dough twist. Laughter erupted around him. Good, good, good. A correct answer. From this moment on, you are my disciple. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the scene. And from within the brilliance stepped forth a young man. With hands clasped behind his back and feet treading upon the air, he donned a resplendent dark robe. A wheel of thunderous energy revolving behind him, producing a creaking sound. Priceless. It was none other than Luo Tian. Luo Tian was filled with joy. He now had two disciples. One, Zheng Pingyan, had secretly pledged himself to a woman from Xianyi Valley, and the other, Su Cheng, had entered into a betrothal with a young girl. Not to mention the senior sister, Nan Hongsang, a household full of romantic minds. Was it finally time for a moment of clarity in this realm? Despite the elation swelling within him, Luo Tian maintained a stoic facade. As he observed the sudden appearance of a young man, whose feet seemed to tread upon rippling waves, the ensuing turbulence sent everyone reeling. Was this a formidable warrior? Or perhaps an extraordinary powerhouse? Senior, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The young man, whose appearance was rather unremarkable, felt a jolt of terror. This was undeniably a high-ranking figure within the Foundation establishment realm. He dared not show the slightest hint of disrespect. The Foundation establishment could extinguish him as easily as one would crush an ant. Luo Tian's pale, misty gaze fell upon him, and with a mere glance, the hunched young man collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat dripping profusely, his expression one of sheer terror. The elder with the white beard from the Chu family sensed something amiss at this sight. Chu Mozhang, bewildered, found himself utterly confused about the unfolding situation. Wait, did he just hear that such an impressive individual intended to take him on as a disciple? Was he hallucinating? Observing his bewildered new disciple, Luo Tian mused internally about how the intellect of the disciples he had recruited seemed to be on a downward spiral. Yet he spoke aloud. What? Do you not wish to take me as your master? Upon meeting Luo Tian's misty eyes, Chu Mozhang suddenly knelt down, his head striking the ground with force. Drawing blood as he proclaimed, "Disciple Chu Mozhang pays his respects to master." Only then did Luo Tian nod in satisfaction. 3 disciples now in place. A sense of doom enveloped everyone, akin to a bolt from the blue. The unremarkable young man was consumed by jealousy, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, "Why, senior? This fellow is clearly a waste. Why would you take him as your disciple? His father has only reached the 9th level of Qi training, and he has spent 30 years cultivating to merely the 7th level. He considers himself a genius. Surely, he will surpass his father soon enough. He could even reach Foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Chu Mozhang is but a useless child of the Chu family, unable to cultivate at all. The girl I've pursued for a decade came to him at the snap of his fingers. I am the true prodigy." Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, suspecting he might have misheard. Was it truly the case that antagonists had become so audacious in these times? Questioning him, a Foundation establishment master, while only at the 7th level of Qi training. Hiss. Luo Tian tossed a sword to Chu Mozhang. "For grievances, we seek vengeance. For resentments, we repay in kind. Now that you understand, follow me back to the sect for cultivation." Luo Tian was not one to bully the younger generation. He had always prided himself on being upright and never oppressing others through might. The youth from Jiuxing sect, witnessing Chu Mozhang approach wielding the sword, felt a surge of terror and attempted to escape, only to find his body as immovable as a mountain. Scalding blood splattered across the face of the woman in white robes. She gasped in fear. "Brother Mozhang, my previous words were merely to inspire you. My heart has always belonged to you." In an instant, a resplendent figure was cleaved in two. Chu Mozhang's eyes betrayed no emotion. He, Chu Mozhang, was devoid of feelings, wholly devoted to the path of enlightenment. Chapter 104. Interception, the arrival of Tai Junren. Having settled matters concerning Chu Mozhang, Luo Tian and his disciples set out under the cover of a moonless night, heading back to Chongning County. "Master, why must we embark on such a dark and windy night?" The surroundings were pitch black, devoid of any special effects. Chu Mozhang was perplexed. Ahem. Luo Tian coughed lightly. He could not reveal the true reason, fear of being discovered by adversaries. After all, he had already slapped Xuanyuan Sword in the face and had been involved in the slaying of Xuanyuan Sword's disciple, the mountain opening master. At the behest of Tai Xuanzi, Luo Tian knew without a doubt that Xuanyuan Sword must loathe him. Traveling by day was impossible. Nighttime was their only option. As they traversed the tranquil mountains, nearing the crossing of ranges and lakes to return to Chongning County, a sense of vigilance surged within Luo Tian. Something was utterly amiss. The endless expanse around them was filled with peaks, forming a menacing array. "This is bad. It's a formation. Damn it, I've been discovered." Luo Tian swore inwardly. Despite his caution, his whereabouts had still been calculated. "Heh, little beast, let us see where you intend to flee this time." The once tranquil night erupted with countless streams of orange-yellow energy, and the moon above transformed into a pair of earthen yellow eyes, gazing intently at Luo Tian, radiating a chilling intent to kill. "You're the beast. Your entire family are beasts, you old scoundrel. Luo Tian retorted, recognizing that he had made enemies on all sides. He was not one to back down, especially not as a transmigrator. The earthen yellow eyes blinked in surprise, followed by a wave of earthen ripples spreading outward. The ground quaked violently. Luo Tian shielded Chu Mo's hang, enveloped in layers of blue lotuses. As the blue lotuses shattered, he summoned a sacred bell, which also succumbed to destruction, before conjuring a mirror that barely managed to stave off a wave of energy. Luo Tian's heart bled from the effort. The old scoundrel's cultivation was far too formidable. He could never confront him head-on. Surrounded by a layer of earthen yellow light, countless mountain runes materialized, revealing the extent of Xuanyuan efforts to ensure Luo Tian could not escape. Once he returned to Changning County, that old coot from Tai's sect would undoubtedly intervene to protect him from Xuanyuan's wrath. With resolve, Luo Tian produced an ancient seal, its surface adorned with spiraling ancient symbols, radiating an unearthly brilliance. The seal rapidly expanded, resembling a mountain towering thousands of feet high, emanating a tremendous pressure. This was no ordinary magical artifact. Ha ha ha, little beast. I never imagined you would possess such fortune. But now, this artifact belongs to me. Xuanyuan's gaze turned insatiably greedy as he reached out, intent on seizing the Jinwu seal. However, in the next moment, a layer of golden flames engulfed the Jinwu seal, illuminating the heavens. A three-legged golden crow soared forth, each feather shimmering with fiery power, its wings unfurling like roaring waves that seemed capable of reducing the entire world to ashes. Xuanyuan grasped the Jinwu, but the flames surged along his arm, causing his expression to shift dramatically. What kind of flame is this? It can burn through my divine abilities. Xuanyuan was horrified, but that was not the end. From the Jinwu seal, two more golden crows emerged. Seizing the opportunity while Xuanyuan was momentarily distracted, Luo Tian wasted no time in producing a sealing talisman. Third-rank array-breaking seal. Capable of dismantling any third-rank ARR, the void trembled, and the true form of Xuanyuan emerged from the abyss, his figure flashing as he transcended the barriers of Changning County. Goodness, this old madman has lost his mind. Luo Tian was taken aback to see Xuanyuan had actually pursued him to Changning County. This was no mere Qingtian County, but the territory of Tai's sect. At present, Tai Su Daozong was still a subordinate of Tai's sect. No, it should be said they were now in-laws. Tai Xuanzi, hurry and summon reinforcements. As Xuanyuan was about to strike, even Luo Tian could not help but break into a cold sweat. The Jinwu seal was temporarily ineffective, and he truly had no means to stall this old madman. Just as Luo Tian contemplated calling for help, the heavens themselves transformed. The dual forces of black and white swirled through the cosmos, the particles of yin and yang spilling forth, seemingly devoid of color, creating a landscape akin to an ink-wash painting. Luo Tian looked up. The once night-like firmament appeared to split open, revealing a towering peak where a gaunt elder donned a conical hat and a raincoat, his gnarled hands gripping a fishing rod, the line vanishing into the void. Its destination unknown. Even upon their first encounter, Luo Tian's mind instantly recognized the elder's identity, the esteemed leader of Tai's sect, Tai Zhenren. Reinforcements had arrived. A sigh of relief escaped Luo Tian's heart. Xuanyuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth, uttering, "Old ghost Tai." Tai Zhenren opened his murky eyes and replied coolly, "Xuanyuan, return. Changning County is not a place for your rampage." Xuanyuan erupted in fury. "Your disciple has slain mine, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Today, I shall eliminate this little beast, and I shall also annihilate his sect. Moreover, for the death of my disciple, you must provide me with an explanation." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian felt a wave of dread wash over him, uncertain if Tai Zhenren could withstand the confrontation. Oh right. Luo Tian checked the enmity level between Xuanyuan's sect and Tai Su Daozong, which astonishingly stood at a staggering 90. If only Tai Zhenren could muster the full strength of Tai's sect to dispose of this old fellow. In Luo Tian's view, the fishing hook that Tai Zhenren had suspended in the void suddenly descended directly above Xuanyuan's head. The latter, as if confronted by something horrifying, let out a shriek before fleeing without a backward glance, not uttering a single harsh word. The loudest threats fled the fastest. The clouds gradually thickened, obscured by an oncoming darkness. Luo Tian carried the unconscious Chu Maxiang back to the sect. Chapter 105. The Supreme Tao Body, the Reincarnation of a Great Being. Movements from all directions. Name, Chu Maxiang. Age, 18. Talent, Supreme Tao Body, Gold. Extraordinary Fortune, Gold. Reincarnation of a Great Being, Gold. Aptitude, 97. Comprehension, 95. Loyalty, 80. Supreme Tao Body, Gold for each severed emotional bond. gain an additional 5 aptitude or comprehension, and cultivation speed 10, can trigger up to 4 times, currently 1 time. Aptitude 5, cultivation speed 10. Reincarnation of a great being. Gold randomly carries a compatible celestial tier or higher technique or divine ability. There were no increased damage bonuses, nor any noble immunity. However, the Supreme Tao body was undeniably extraordinary. By merely severing one's emotions, one could gain an additional 20 points to both aptitude and comprehension, elevating Chu Maxiang's potential to a prodigious level. Furthermore, the reincarnation of a great being would yield a celestial tier or superior technique or divine ability. Luo Tian pondered whether such techniques could be shared with other disciples. Gaining access to a celestial tier or higher technique without cost would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Currently, he possessed only a low-grade secret method of celestial tier, and it was merely a fragment. Nevertheless, Luo Tian did not intend to demand it directly. This was a secret belonging to his disciple, and he would not pry too deeply into it. As soon as Chu Maxiang opened his eyes, he was greeted by a multitude of curious gazes of varying sizes. This must be my junior disciple. He appears quite handsome. Zheng Ping'an scrutinized him from head to toe, offering his assessment. I am your second senior brother, and I am no longer the youngest. Rest assured, junior disciple. Your second senior brother will protect you. Su Qing's expression was lively and invigorated. He had finally shed the title of junior disciple and had become a senior brother, albeit the second one. But he was not insignificant. Zheng Ping'an and Su Cheng had spent the day attuning to the spiritual energy, wondering how long it would take for this lad to sense it. Zhou Banxian speculated inwardly. Zhou, the little girl, gazed at Chu Maxiang with her big, round eyes, spinning around as if plotting something. Hearing the chatter around him, Chu Maxiang realized he was now within his master's sect. He remembered glimpsing something terrifying before suddenly losing consciousness. His mind was now filled with fragmented memories, including a technique called the Taishang Wangqing Jing and a figure named Chu Tianzuan, with disjointed recollections swirling in his brain. He kept these thoughts to himself, sensing the danger they posed. Should they be revealed, they might attract dreadful calamities. What are you all doing here, idling about? A deep voice resonated from outside. The crowd hurriedly parted to form a path. The newly accepted disciples were treated like rare pandas on display. Once Luo Tian confirmed that Chu Maxiang appeared unharmed, he too felt relieved and proceeded to introduce him to the sect. The faces of everyone shone with warm smiles, which in turn affected Chu Maxiang, who began to smile foolishly. Luo Tian shook his head at this sight. However, he could understand, considering the woman who had deceived Chu Maxiang into stealing from their home. Had it not been for Chu Maxiang's cultivation of the path of severing emotion, cutting off emotional ties, Luo Tian would have had a headache. Such a physique was perfectly compatible with the grievance pearl. Luo Tian recalled that his second disciple, Su Cheng, possessed a treasure known as the grievance pearl, making it quite suitable for Chu Maxiang, who lacked any augmenting talents. Chu Maxiang, blissfully oblivious, laughed and soon became familiar with everyone. Luo Tian was pleased with this development. The following day, Chu Maxiang successfully entered the Qi refinement stage faster than Zheng Ping'an, which astonished Luo Tian for quite some time. It seemed that the reincarnation of a great being had indeed bestowed him with a technique. Luo Tian was certain that although Chu Maxiang's aptitude surpassed both Zheng Ping'an and Su Cheng, his cultivation speed's talent boost was minimal. Theoretically, his Qi refinement speed should have been slower than theirs. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. Only a technique of at least celestial tier could bridge that gap. Luo Tian shook his head, speculating that the technique Chu Maxiang cultivated was related to the path of severing emotion, which significantly diminished his desires. Time flowed swiftly. Over a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since the last issuance of a golden disciple recruitment order, the contents of the Traveler's gift pack had become rather mundane. An epic gift package yielded merely a second-tier wandering order. Luo Tian was so incensed that he had lost sleep for several days, getting up in the middle of the night to open a gift pack, only to find himself even more restless. The elder recruited by the Cloud Wanderer's decree is named Lu Sheng, a wandering cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. His chief disciple, Zheng Ping'an, has made significant progress, advancing to the 6th level of Foundation establishment. The second disciple, Su Cheng, has reached the 4th level, while the junior disciple, Chu Mozhang, has attained the 9th level of Qi refinement and is preparing for Foundation establishment. Only half a month remains until the Tao Seeking Conference, to be held on Xinxiong Island. The distance from Chongning County to Xinxiong Island is neither too far nor too close, and half a month is ample time for the journey. Luo Tian has procured a spirit boat, having exchanged 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in a trade with the Tai sect. The participants for the Tao Seeking Conference will include Zheng Ping'an, Su Cheng, and Nanhong Sang, accompanied by Luo Tian and Yun Tianhua, while the rest will remain at the sect. This time, aside from the Tao-seeking conference. An even more significant event is the players' meetup. As the master of the Supreme Immortal Alliance, Luo Tian cannot afford to miss it. In recent days, apart from Li Long ascending to the position of secondary sect master, approximately 20 others have also become secondary sect masters. Although most of them are members of the Supreme Immortal Alliance, those who have achieved the secondary sect master status possess cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment. It is inevitable that some players may harbor ulterior motives. Seated cross-legged on the spirit boat, Luo Tian's gaze is frosty. The disparity among those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment is akin to a chasm. In Chiyu Prefecture, at the Sword Heaven Mountain, the young man in white, with a countenance as pure as snow and eyes like cold stars, stands with his hands clasped behind him amidst the buzzing sound of swords. Congratulations pour in for Zhong Jianzi, who has emerged from his seclusion. A middle-aged man in splendid attire steps forth from the rippling space, responding to the accolades. Jianzi. The Tao-seeking conference is set to commence in half a month. The youth nods. Prepare the journey. This time, I shall undoubtedly restore the glory of Sword Heaven Mountain and seize the title at the Tao-seeking conference. His spirit is exuberant, and none doubt his words. For he is known as Xuanyuan, the most prodigious talent of Sword Heaven Mountain in a millennium. At the Pure Yang Dao sect, the Daozi is informed. The Tao-seeking conference is about to begin. A spirit crane descends beneath the green pines, respectfully addressing a young man at a Taoist temple. The youth opens his eyes, calm and unperturbed, as if indifferent to the world, merely nodding lightly. It is time, let us embark. A gentle spirit rain begins to fall from the skies. On the spirit boat heading to Xinxiang Island, Tai Xuanzi's gaze is sharp, fixed firmly ahead. This time, Tai sect shall make a name for itself in Chiyu. I shall be the leader. A charming smile graces his handsome face hidden beneath a white jade mask. Chapter 106, Xinxiang City. The Tao-seeking conference has been a significant event since the division of the 9 provinces. Every 10 years, Chiyu Prefecture, under the leadership of the King of Chiyu and the 9 divine lords, holds this conference. It is a clash of the younger generation, where the prodigies of 1,000 ages surge like waves, never to meet again. Achieving a rank at the Tao-seeking conference not only benefits the individuals, but also brings substantial rewards to their respective sections. Luo Tian and his companions, following the map obtained from the Tai sect, have struggled their way to Xinxiang City. From a distance of 10,000 miles, a floating city comes into view. Vast and magnificent, overshadowing the boundless ocean beneath. The clouds above occasionally drift softly or gather in torrents, rendering the celestial city mysterious as it shimmers between the clouds. Numerous cultivators, some like Luo Tian navigating spirit boats, some riding flying swords, and others soaring through the air, head towards Xinxiang City from all directions. Is this Xinxiang City? The trio exclaims in unison. Hearing their thoughts voiced, Luo Tian feels relieved. Thus, he need not speak. This city is filled with cultivators. How terrifying. A smile breaks across Yun Tianhua's face as he explains to the three, Xinxiang City was crafted through immense effort by the Xinxiang Divine Lord. Enough to astonish cultivators across the realm. However, it does not rank among the top 10 cities in the entire Dayu dynasty. Luo Tian's curiosity is piqued. Elder Yun, have you visited Xinxiang City? Yun Tianhua shakes his head in response. Zheng Pingyun, intrigued, queries, Elder Yun, if Xinxiang City does not rank in the top 10, then which cities do? Su Cheng and Nanhong Sang share his curiosity, while Luo Tian leans in to listen. Yun Tianhua clears his throat. The first city, naturally, is. Observing Yun Tianhua's slow and theatrical manner, Luo Tian interjects, the capital of Dayu? Yun Tianhua shakes his head. That would be the demon suppression city where my Zhanlong guard is stationed. Luo Tian, enough, this list is severely biased. Amidst the banter, the group swiftly arrives at Xinxiang City. The towering city walls are adorned with a layer of crystal, emanating a soft, sacred glow that harmonizes with the sunlight and clouds. The walls are intricately carved with dragon and phoenix motifs, reminiscent of the craftsmanship of a master formation artist, growing more impressive with each glance. Perhaps it is merely for show. Luo Tian pays little heed, for he overhears the guards at the city gates stating that entry requires 1 medium-grade spirit stone or 100 low-grade spirit stones per person. Is this extortion? 100 low-grade spirit stones just to enter the city? A youth riding a gourd turns red with indignation, accompanied by a girl whose identity is clear, a player. The guards at the gates snicker derisively. Which rural bumpkin has crawled out from the corner? The Divine Lord has shown great mercy. Previously, a day's stay in Xinxiang City would cost 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and now it is merely 1 medium-grade spirit stone until the Tao-seeking conference concludes. The crowd bursts into laughter at the youth's expense, who departs in shame. Luo Tian surmises that such instances are not rare. Ordinary players require 200 low-grade spirit stones just to enter the city, not to mention the expenses thereafter. Perhaps leaving early is a wise choice. Luo Tian pays 500 low-grade spirit stones and breezily leads the four into the city. Stepping inside, they behold a series of celestial mountains rising and falling. With grand palaces standing tall, their ornate eaves and brackets displaying magnificent grandeur. The glazed tiles of the palaces shimmer with brilliance, casting a radiant light that intertwines into a sea of illumination. As they traverse the well-paved roads, the surface is constructed of spirit jade, smooth as a mirror and untouched by dust. This abundance of spiritual energy far surpasses that within the Tai Su Dao sect's spirit-gathering platforms. No wonder the entry fee is 1 medium-grade spirit stone per day. Luo Tian contemplates that staying here to cultivate may not be so costly after all. With a net worth of 1 million low-grade spirit stones, he is undoubtedly considered affluent among secondary sections. However, the immediate priority is to find a place to settle. Soon, they arrive at an inn. Upon hearing the prices, even Luo Tian cannot help but widen his eyes. What? A 4-person room costs 4 medium-grade spirit stones per day? A single room costs 2 medium-grade spirit stones per day? A portly gentleman smiled broadly as he regarded the group. Esteemed guests. The influx of visitors to Xuanyuan City has been overwhelming of late. The Celestial Inn is currently at full capacity, but fortune smiles upon you. For we happen to have a few rooms available. The 4 individuals gazed at Luo Tian with eager anticipation. It would be prudent for you to make a decision swiftly. Come nightfall, those without accommodations at the Celestial Inn will be expelled from Xuanyuan City. Should you wish to re-enter tomorrow, each of you will be required to expend another mid-grade spirit stone. Looking at that chubby visage, Luo Tian felt a strong urge to deliver a punch. He finally understood the benevolence of Xuanyuan City. It was merely a ruse to capitalize on the Dao conference. Hiss, Luo Tian mused, once he attained greater strength. He too would employ such tactics under the banner of Tai Su Dao sect. But for now, he had to part with his spirit stones. Fortunately, he could afford a single room for each, priced at 10 mid-grade spirit stones per day. In a month, that would amount to a mere 300 mid-grade spirit stones. As he waved his hand generously, the 4 looked upon their sect leader with admiration. In that moment, Luo Tian exuded an aura of charisma unmatched by any other. What surprised Luo Tian was the spaciousness of the single rooms in the Celestial Inn. Each was several hundred square feet, far from the cramped quarters he had anticipated. Perhaps some spatial technique was at play, but Luo Tian could only speculate. Lying upon a bed crafted from an unknown material, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. After half a month of relentless travel, he was utterly exhausted. He opened the chat channel, where a multitude of cultivators were arriving in succession, accompanied by a cacophony of complaints. What nonsense is this? Needing to spend a mid-grade spirit stone just to enter Xuanyuan City? Damn it, I'd rather not enter at all. Thankfully, none had ventured upstairs. Had they done so, they would have faced even worse fates. If they didn't secure a room at the inn, they would be forcibly ejected and required to pay once again for re-entry. Damn it, why not share a room? I heard a 6-person room costs only 5 mid-grade spirit stones per day. That would save half the cost. What about a double room? A double room is lucky not to have increased in price. Then let us just share single rooms. I'm not going in, do as you please. Not going in 10086. Chapter 107. A day's plan, a century's achievement. Although a year had passed since traversing into the Destiny world, the majority of players remained impoverished. The cost of nurturing a disciple was exorbitant. The poorer the talent, the more resources were required for their cultivation. Those with high-quality disciples were indeed a rarity. The daily expenses for each individual were at least 100 low-grade spirit stones, a burden far too heavy for the average player to bear. Many were deterred and turned back, for after all, they were merely spectators at the Dao conference, a privilege reserved for only a select few. A private message arrived, breaking the silence. Li Long, leader, I have arrived at Xuanyuan City. Luo Tian realized that this lad's honeymoon phase had come to an end. Li Long had not traveled with Luo Tian. After ascending to a secondary sect, he had set off ahead with his disciples to begin their training. Under the guise of an adventure, when in reality, he was eager to explore the world with his disciples. Luo Tian replied casually, I have just arrived at Xuanyuan City as well. Li Long, should we invite other players to host a gathering? Luo Tian, let us wait 2 more days. We should familiarize ourselves with Xuanyuan City before organizing a gathering. Li Long, understood. After 2 days without any further messages, Luo Tian's eyelids grew heavy. I hope no one stirs up trouble. 2 days later, events unfolded as Luo Tian had anticipated. The number of players arriving in Xuanyuan City was dishearteningly low, only 800. The sight was lamentable. The silver lining was that each of these 800 were undoubtedly the elite among players. Luo Tian decided to spend 100 mid-grade spirit stones to reserve a cavern that could accommodate 1,000 guests. At his command, all 800 players hastened toward the cavern. Inside, there were men and women, young and old, each with distinctive appearances. Luo Tian took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by Li Long, Lu Feng, Nangong Quan, and Xuanyuan, the 4 chief administrators. Both Li Long and Nangong Quan had achieved the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Among the remaining players were a youth clad in armor reminiscent of a previous life, a flamboyant gentleman twirling a folding fan, a captivating woman in a qipao with long legs exposed to the air, and an elderly man with a bald head. The second tier consisted of a small yet exceptional group of 23 players, all secondary sect leaders. The rest hailed from various counties, each possessing some fortuitous opportunity that allowed them the means to reside in Xinxiang City. Ah, so this is our esteemed leader. It is an honor. A youth named Zhou Yongwang, who had been fiddling with his fan, stood and offered a respectful bow to Luo Tian seated at the head. Luo Tian smiled gently. I am truly grateful for your presence at this gathering. This marks our second large-scale player assembly. The attendees understood what he meant. The first was undoubtedly a spontaneous event, regrettably without Luo Tian's participation. We, the players from Water Blue Star who descended into Qiyu Prefecture, boast a claim of millions. Yet to find fewer than 1,000 seated here is disheartening. A man with a square jaw sighed, seemingly reflecting on the situation. Li Long adjusted his glasses and spoke. Although we claim to be 1,000,000 strong, in reality, we have lost nearly half our numbers. Even 50,000 would be a commendable figure at this point. Li Long's words rang true. The chaotic events had claimed a number of players, disputes with local cultivators had taken a toll, and spontaneous activities had also led to losses. Surviving half the original population was beyond expectations. Ultimately, players remained scattered and disunited. Even though the leader had established the Supreme Immortal Alliance, most players failed to recognize the situation, believing themselves to be the chosen ones. They fantasized about the day they would summon a golden-quality disciple and dominate this otherworldly realm. A man clad in attire akin to a suit, sporting short hair, spoke up. His name was Nangong Quan, one of the early members of the Supreme Immortal Alliance's management, and this was their first meeting due to the long journey. If this continues, our Water Blue Star lineage will inevitably face extinction. We do not wish for annihilation, nor do we want to fade into obscurity. Wandering aimlessly in this world, I yearn for a piece of land that belongs to Water Blue Star. Silence enveloped the room. Although they had adapted to life in the Destiny world over the past year, a profound sense of loneliness lingered in their hearts. Having long dwelled in a foreign land, they craved a sanctuary. Below the various counties, they were merely tenants at the mercy of others. Life and death were but fleeting moments in the hands of others. Nangong Quan's words resonated with their sentiments, yet it was a lament of helplessness. How could such aspirations be realized? Most territories had already been claimed. For players to acquire a piece of land, at least a county would be required, necessitating confrontation with the Purple Mansion sect or even the Golden Elixir sect. Advancing from Qi refining stage 1 to stage 9 was challenging, yet transitioning from Qi refining to foundation establishment exponentially increased the difficulty. Even a disciple of purple quality would require a decade of cultivation to ascend from foundation establishment stage 1 to stage 9. The scholar with a pained smile remarked. In a day, we can measure 100 years of effort. We must have a direction for our endeavors. If we continue to fight separately, we shall inevitably be eroded one by one. Establishing a sanctuary for players undoubtedly holds great benefits for Luo Tian. To gather players from all corners for his own purpose, this could forge an exceptionally vast power. If the leader possesses confidence, then so shall we. A captivating woman clad in a Chong Sam concurred. Indeed. You all take it for granted. A young man in armor rose, brandishing a silver spear, and directed it towards Luo Tian, declaring, You are the foremost player of Qiyu Prefecture, yet I, Niechun, refuse to yield. You are merely the first to ascend to a secondary sect and claim the position of the Supreme Immortal Alliance's leader. Now, in this alliance, the capable shall prevail. And I, Niechun, challenge you. The crowd looked on, bewildered by this audacious youth. Unfazed, Niechun's gaze remained resolute, fixated on Luo Tian. His challenge stemmed from two motivations. On one hand, he felt a deep-seated resentment. As a prodigy himself, why should he be led by others in this otherworldly realm? On the other hand, he coveted the spiritual stones of the Supreme Immortal Alliance. Should he vanquish Luo Tian, he could boldly establish a second Supreme Immortal Alliance, rallying countless players to his cause, inevitably ascending to become a dominant force in the Destiny world. Luo Tian was not surprised. This was the expected trajectory of events. If all players were to comply without question, it would be he who had cause for concern. It is well known that compatriots often exploit one another. Observing the impassioned Niechun, Luo Tian merely chuckled softly. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed into a sea of flames. 6 vividly lifelike fire dragons loomed ominously above. Chapter 108. The Inquiry Conference commences. Niechun was taken aback. What in the world were these 6 lifelike fire dragons? He had believed himself invincible among players with his superior-grade mystical weapon, defensive treasures, and formidable techniques. Now, under the menacing gaze of the fire dragons, he realized his own insignificance. A true man must know when to bend and when to stand firm. With a sudden thud, Niechun knelt down. Long live the Alliance leader. Long life. Long live. He cast aside his weapon, crying out in fervor. Yet, Luo Tian's expression remained unchanged, devoid of joy. Was this a ploy to hasten his demise? The 6 fire dragons encircled Niechun. Despite his defensive treasures, he felt scorched, nearly as if he were being boiled alive. Hastily, he amended his words. The Supreme Immortal Alliance is invincible. Alliance leader Luo Tian, virtuous in both culture and martial prowess, shall unify the realm for millennia to come. Luo Tian found the situation peculiar, yet he chose to spare Niechun. Once the youth, Pinyin, reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, he could ascend to a tertiary sect. These players were invaluable allies, especially the skilled ones. Compared to the ancient beings who had endured for centuries or millennia, Luo Tian preferred engaging with these players, as they posed significantly less threat, and he retained control of the narrative. He was acutely aware of their needs. Luo Tian retracted the fire dragon technique. His status as the foremost figure in Qiyu Prefecture was not merely the result of luck. With Niechun subdued, the others would naturally refrain from dissent. As they had not witnessed Luo Tian's prowess before, doubts lingered. Now that he had demonstrated his strength, surpassing them all, he was well suited to lead. Astute individuals recognized that players were currently a disorganized mass. It was imperative to have a leader to unite the ambitious players, preventing them from fading into obscurity over the centuries, becoming mere fodder for the Destiny world. Luo Tian proceeded to invite others into the Supreme Immortal Alliance group, followed by casual discussions about daily matters. After all, this was Xinqiang City. Although Luo Tian did not believe himself worthy of the constant attention of true lords and divine beings, after the banquet, they all returned to their respective dwellings. On the 3rd day, Xinqiang City buzzed with excitement. Powers participating in the inquiry conference began to arrive in droves. Luo Tian and Yun Tianhua accompanied their 3 disciples, mingling with the lively crowd to register for the event. However, on their way back, they encountered a familiar group, dressed in resplendent attire. With an ethereal visage and flowing silver hair, the young man Mo Qingyang, accompanied by a band of sycophants, obstructed their path. "Oh, I never expected you to dare attend the inquiry conference," Mo Qingyang remarked, eyeing Zheng Ping and with amusement. Zheng Ping, intrigued, replied, "Last time in Beichong County. I thought you had perished. I didn't see you around, and I assumed grass had grown 3 meters high on your grave." Mo Qingyang's expression darkened. He had seized the opportunity to flee during Yu Wenxiong's outburst. He then turned to Yun Tianhua, saying, "I hope your disciples remain safe during the inquiry conference. The arena is fraught with danger, and I wouldn't want to see you return with a few useless ones." With that, Mo Qingyang and his entourage departed. Luo Tian observed, noting that Mo Qingyang evidently regarded Yun Tianhua as the leader, perhaps due to his own youthful appearance. Su Cheng leaned closer to Zheng Ping and inquired, "Master brother, do you have a grudge against this spoiled scion?" Zheng Ping nodded and recounted the origins of their conflict. Su Cheng, upon hearing, was incensed. "When I encounter anyone with the surname Mo at the inquiry conference, I shall incapacitate them all." Zheng Ping wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cautioning him that a certain Mo Beifeng was a good person. Su Cheng nodded earnestly, declaring, "Then all those with the surname Mo, save for Mo Beifeng, shall be dealt with." Listening to Su Cheng's words, Luo Tian pondered, "You, a mere 4th-level foundation builder, dare to claim invincibility in the world?" He believed it was essential to temper Su Cheng's arrogance at this inquiry conference, to remind him that there are always greater beings beyond one's own. Having completed his registration, Mo Qingyang encountered a familiar face on his way back. He feigned calmness as he addressed the group blocking his path. "By Mian? No, it should be Taek Xuanzi." Taek Xuanzi regarded Mo Qingyang and left him with a parting remark, "If I see you bullying my friends at the inquiry conference, I shall render you powerless." Mo Qingyang's expression turned ashen. Taek Xuanzi, accompanied by masked companions, brushed past him, completely ignoring him. After their departure, Luo Tian remained unaware of the matters between Taek Xuanzi and Mo Qingyang, for in the blink of an eye, the day of the inquiry conference had arrived. On Xinqiang Island, an expanse of infinite space materialized, with numerous islands appearing above, each adorned with a series of numbers representing the arena numbers. Wasn't this merely a martial arts competition? Luo Tian silently lamented. He had anticipated some hidden realm for hunting monsters. At the pinnacle of Xinxiang City, 3 indistinct figures loomed, towering and majestic, partially obscured. Yet hints of the vast starry ocean above could be discerned. Each figure revealed only half of their form, the other half concealed from view. With an array of abstract representations swirling behind them, elements of heaven and earth, the dualities of yin and yang, all manifesting within these phenomena. Golden Core True Lords. Without exception, the 3 were Golden Core Realm True Lords, legendary figures whose tales were seldom seen. A shiver ran down Luo Tian's spine, as he felt as though his very life was at the mercy of their thoughts. If the true lords were thus, what of the divine lords above them? Regrettably, Luo Tian is unable to encounter such extraordinary individuals. In the first round of competition, all 3 disciples participated. Zheng Pingyan faced off against a prodigy from the Hanhai sect, while Su Cheng contended with a remarkable talent from the Nanda cave. Nan Hongsang went up against a young monk from the Xianlei temple. Elder Yun pondered the outcome of today's trials as Luo Tian inquired, observing the composed Yun Tianhua. Yun Tianhua glanced at the 3 disciples on their respective platforms and remarked, "The outcome between Zheng Pingyan and Su Cheng is unequivocal. However, Nan Hongsang's contest is precarious. The disciple from Xianlei temple is equally at the 9th level of qi refinement. Yet this monk possesses exceptional skills in thunder techniques, forcing Nan Hongsang into a continuous retreat." Luo Tian then proposed, "Let us wager against Elder Yun. I shall bet 1,000 contribution points on Nan Hongsang emerging victorious in this duel." After some contemplation, Yun Tianhua acquiesced. The results for Zheng Pingyan and Su Cheng were devoid of any uncertainty. Zheng Pingyan's opponent, despite exerting every effort, was effortlessly defeated. The young genius of the Hanhai sect, once filled with self-doubt, faced a swift and decisive loss. On the other hand, Su Cheng's adversary displayed a certain nonchalance, conceding the match the moment Su Cheng unleashed his thunder techniques, thereby avoiding the fate of becoming charred and maintaining his dignity. As Su Cheng contemplated whether to pursue a final strike, the stage was left to Nan Hongsang. This was a breathtaking duel, a clash of thunder and fire techniques. Had Nan Hongsang comprehended the fire dragon technique, he might have secured victory. The monk from Xianlei temple was no ordinary foe. Suddenly, just as Nan Hongsang appeared on the verge of being toppled from the platform, a vividly animated fire dragon soared into the sky, violently propelling the monk from Xianlei temple off the stage. While the onlookers were still processing the astonishing turn of events, Luo Tian noticed a figure in the crowd, a man adorned with a white jade mask, soaring high above. Was this the power of love? At the last moment, the realization of the fire dragon technique allowed Nan Hongsang to turn the tide and triumph in this initial contest. The monk who fell was caught by an elderly monk, sustaining no serious injury. Acknowledging Luo Tian's gaze, the old monk bowed respectfully before escorting the defeated young monk away. Yun Tianhua, feeling a pang of regret, deducted 1,000 contribution points and curiously asked, "Master, how did you foresee Nan Hongsang's victory?" The situation seemed clear-cut, yet his sudden mastery of the fire dragon technique took everyone by surprise. Could it be that you, as our sect's leader, had prior knowledge of all this? No. Yun Tianhua was aware of Luo Tian's nature. Luo Tian responded leisurely, "Old Yun, you have never been in love. You do not comprehend the strength of affection." Yun Tianhua pondered this, just as he caught sight of Tai Shuzi departing, a look of sudden understanding dawning upon his face. In truth, Luo Tian himself had not anticipated such an outcome, having intended to hand over those 1,000 contribution points to Yun Tianhua. He merely felt that Yun Tianhua could be lacking in confidence regarding Nan Hongsang. Yet, as the sect leader, he should unreservedly trust his disciples, even in seemingly hopeless situations. Little did he expect Nan Hongsang to ultimately grasp the fire dragon technique. Perhaps this is indeed the power of love. Nevertheless, Luo Tian still believed that the supreme Tao body was far more formidable. In the morning, another round of competition was held in the afternoon, and once again, Zheng Pingyan and Su Cheng emerged victorious without any doubt. As long as they did not encounter the elite ranks of the Longyuan list, their victories seemed assured. However, Luo Tian was taken aback when Nan Hongsang faced a disciple of a player. Ultimately, he concluded the match with a decisive fire dragon technique, muddling through yet another contest. After the competitions, Luo Tian waved his hand, leading the 3 disciples and Yun Tianhua to a tavern to celebrate. Along the way, they encountered Mo Qingyang and his group. This time, however, Mo Qingyang merely waited at a distance, seemingly indicating that they would pay a price for their actions. Luo Tian dismissed the rabid dog without a second thought. After a sumptuous feast, Luo Tian reluctantly settled the bill, which amounted to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Xuanyuan city truly is a place beyond the means of ordinary cultivators, utterly fantastical in its expenses. On the fourth day, some players began to return home, having encountered poor fortune as their disciples faced off against those in the foundation establishment stage. A mere breath from a foundation establishment practitioner could easily dispatch them, leading to their regrettable defeats. Luo Tian finally grasped why many forces in Changning County remained indifferent to this Dao Inquiry Conference. Those bold enough to participate were typically quite skilled, hailing from noble families or renowned sects. Ordinary forces would not attend unless they possessed a once-in-a-century disciple. Nevertheless, even if they could not achieve excellent standings at the Dao Inquiry Conference, attaining a commendable rank among players still bore significant rewards. For the majority, it was merely a game of chance. On this day, Su Cheng and Zheng Ping'an again triumphed without question, while Nan Hongsang faced a disappointing defeat. Having encountered a foundation establishment cultivator, the power of love proved futile. On the fifth day, many players gathered, their expressions far from pleasant. This was due to the sudden loss of over 20 players' disciples, who had their cultivation forcibly removed just before conceding. Despite their anger, there was little they could do. The conclusion drawn by the crowd was that certain noble families and sects were targeting them. Whenever these individuals encountered disciples akin to players, they would directly strip them of their cultivation, offering no chance for surrender. Among those who lost their cultivation was a player from a second-tier sect, who nearly sought revenge against the miscreants but was ultimately restrained. This was Xuanyuan City, where Golden Core true monarchs roamed, at the 9th level of foundation establishment. One was insignificant here. Luo Tian waved his hand to calm the crowd, inquiring about which noble families and sects had perpetrated these actions. We must closely monitor those factions that harbor deep-seated animosity towards us players and advise others to steer clear, he cautioned, directing a soft word to the aggrieved individuals. If you encounter them on the stage, rest assured, I will ensure our disciples retaliate. As a player himself, Luo Tian naturally stood on the side of the players. With a prominent figure speaking out, the 20 or so individuals who had lost their disciples began to calm down, naming the noble families and sects responsible: the Mo family, the Tianjin Mountain, and the Xianming Cave, which were the three major powers. Luo Tian committed these factions to memory. While Tianjin Mountain was formidable enough with Golden Core cultivators, the other two could be confronted, grievances could be settled. The forthcoming arena matches were no longer mere competitions. They might involve deeper vendettas. Those unwilling to participate could withdraw at any time. However, those eager to contend for rewards could continue, albeit at the risk of life and death ahead. Luo Tian issued a reminder. For those possessing disciples of purple quality, they represented the mainstay of the players. Should they be stripped of their cultivation, they might never again have the opportunity to attain such disciples in their lifetime. Ultimately, a multitude of players chose to participate, unwilling to forsake the rewards that awaited them. At this juncture, all players comprehended the rarity of such rewards. Luo Tian ceased his attempts to dissuade them. A handful of players opted to withdraw, satisfied with whatever modest gains they had achieved. Over the course of the next 5 days, another 30 disciples were stripped of their cultivation. Zheng Ping'an and Su Cheng, following Luo Tian's directive, dealt with certain disciples targeting player factions by likewise incapacitating their powers. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This decisive action allowed the players to breathe a sigh of relief, elevating Luo Tian to a near-divine status, albeit at the cost of inciting enmity. Yet, Luo Tian remained unfazed. As the leader of the players, he had long since become a target for the ire of the higher echelons of rival factions. The reason no one dared to strike at Zheng Ping'an and Su Cheng was simply that they could not match their strength, and those who attempted were met with brutal retribution. Regrettably, they too fell victim to the duo's might. Chapter 110. Zheng Ping'an's unbroken winning streak. On the 10th day of the Dao Conference, Su Cheng was regrettably eliminated, his misfortune culminating in a clash with the disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect. Even Luo Tian felt a bead of cold sweat for Su Cheng. Fortunately, the pure Yang Dao sect harbored no ill will towards players. After effortlessly defeating Su Cheng, their disciple chose not to pursue further actions, extending a gesture of concession. I appreciate your restraint, Dao brother. Su Cheng expressed his gratitude before departing, vowing to dedicate himself to rigorous training. Zheng Ping'an, undeterred, triumphed over an equally matched opponent, securing his place among the top 100 competitors. The players' channel erupted in fervor. Luo Tian's disciple has entered the ranks of the top young talents of Chiyu Prefecture. How brief a span it had been, merely a year, and already the disciple of the esteemed leader had achieved such prodigious prowess, rivaling the talents cultivated since childhood by the local factions. It was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Why do my eyes brim with tears? I witness an unparalleled prodigy emerging from our water-blue village, destined for greatness. Luo Tian, you must trample the young scions of those factions that harbor animosity towards us players. Let them know we will not be bullied. I had always asserted that with the strength of the players from Chiyu Prefecture, supporting Luo Tian alone was no folly. In times of need, it was indeed Luo Tian who fought for our dignity. Luo Tian glanced at the messages flooding the channel, pondering, strange, why do I feel like a savior? He quickly dismissed that absurd thought. How could he, Luo, be a savior? He was more akin to a scavenger. At this point, he had little time to concern himself with anything else. An increasing number of factions were turning their attention toward him, some with goodwill, others with malice, and some with a detached indifference. The top 100 young talents. This assembly represented the finest of Chiyu Prefecture's current era. In just a year, Luo Tian observed Zheng Pingyan as he stepped off the stage. Little Pingyan, do you feel confident about the upcoming matches? The remaining talents on the stage were at least Zheng Pingyan's equal. Luo Tian harbored no worries about Zheng Pingyan's abilities. His concern lay in the possibility of encountering the scions of factions that despised players. Upon inspection, each contender was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Formidable adversaries indeed. Zheng Pingyan nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I shall strive to break into the top 10. Such was the power of love. Luo Tian replied. Then I shall be at ease. I have wagered 50,000 low-grade spirit stones on you for each match. Should you lose even once, I would incur a loss of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zheng Pingyan, Su Cheng, Nanhong sang. Yin Tianhua, with a chuckle, added, Little Pingyan, while I may not possess your master's wealth, I've also wagered 5,000 low-grade spirit stones on your victory. You must not disappoint our expectations. Luo Tian mused inwardly about his ample supply of spirit stones, having wagered 50,000 merely to apply pressure, hoping to trigger a moment of brilliance from Zheng Pingyan at a critical juncture. You, a destitute elder, dare to gamble with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones? Yun Tianhua was indeed impoverished. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones represented nearly 80% of his savings. In Luo Tian's eyes, it was sheer folly. Zheng Pingyan felt deeply touched. As the sect's elder disciple and its last hope, he could not afford to let down the expectations of his master and Elder Yun. He silently vowed to himself. A familiar voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere. The newcomer was none other than Mo Qingyang, accompanied by the masked Tai Xuanzi. It was evident he had wrestled with his decision for quite some time before approaching them to greet Master Luo, esteemed members of the Tai Su Dao sect. And Miss Nan, it has been a while. What a ridiculous statement, considering Tai Xuanzi was present at every match and always cast a glance their way after competing. How could they miss such an imposing figure? Luo Tian inwardly scoffed. He quickly led Yun Tianhua, along with disciples Zheng Pingyan and Su Cheng, back to the Immortal Pavilion, leaving other matters beyond his concern. On the 12th day, expectations rested heavily on Zheng Pingyan as he entered the arena to face the genius Yu Yuan of the Xianming Cave, a prodigy at the peak of Foundation establishment. Also a notable figure on the Longyuan ranking. By this point, nearly all remaining contenders were renowned within the Longyuan ranking. On the stage, Yu Yuan remarked ominously, I never anticipated you would truly dare to take the stage. I assumed you had been frightened into submission. Zheng Pingyan maintained an air of calm, responding, I too believed you would forego the competition. After all, once on this stage, fists and feet are blind. Yu Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Zheng Pingyan to threaten him in return. Truly a reversal of fortune. He was a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, while Zheng Pingyan was merely at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. Do you truly believe that by incapacitating a few weaklings, you have qualified to contend with a genius such as myself? Yu Yuan's fury ignited, casting a shadow over the arena as a black hole materialized above. Dark layers of light enveloping the stage. The Xianming Cave's techniques were indeed extraordinary. Luo Tian was astonished. The technique bore its own realm. Within this realm, cultivators practicing the Xianming Cave's methods would gain enhancement effects. In more spacious surroundings, one could maneuver outside the realm. However, within this arena, the realm encompassed the entire stage. Yet, Luo Tian remained untroubled. Aside from the Jin Dan Dao lineage, the Tai Su Dao sect had never been outmatched in terms of foundational strength. In mere moments, the dark screen encasing the entire arena shattered like an eggshell, unleashing a flurry of golden sword light. Zheng Pingyan, suspended in midair, radiated an aura of golden sword intent, resembling a celestial sword standing between heaven and earth. Yu Yuan, however, found his cultivation severed by Zheng Pingyan's might. The disparity on the Longyuan ranking was substantial. Yu Yuan ranked merely around 50. The elder of the Xianming Cave, witnessing their genius's downfall, bellowed in rage before casting a resentful glance at Zheng Pingyan as he silently took Yu Yuan away. Zhong Yuchen, the disciple of Tianjin Mountain, raised his head to gaze at Zheng Pingyan on the stage, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It was the aura of Tianjin's sword intent. This was the unique sword intent of Tianjin Mountain. This group of foreign cultivators not only rampaged across the territory of Tianjin Mountain, but had also somehow pilfered our sacred legacy. The elders of Tianjin Mountain wore expressions as dark as thunderclouds. Rest assured, Elder Mu, if he makes it into the top 10, I shall personally render him powerless. Zhong Yuqin spoke coldly. Chapter 111. Encountering a formidable foe, the brazen Luo Tian. On the 13th day, whether by coincidence or some hidden scheme, Zheng Pingyan found himself pitted against Mo Qingyang of the Mo family. If there was no covert manipulation at play, Luo Tian could hardly believe it. Could this be an attempt to force our players into elimination? A flurry of thoughts raced through Luo Tian's mind. Mo Qingyang was no weakling, ranked 19th on the Xuanyuan list, and for Zheng Pingyan, this would be a fierce battle. When foes meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Mo Qingyang seethed with hatred. Had it not been for Zheng Pingyan's interference, he might have claimed the pure Yin body and basked in glory in Beichong County. He could have been a genius in the top 10 of the Longyuan list, entering the tutelage of a golden core true monarch with a boundless future ahead. Everything had been thwarted by Zheng Pingyan. Against his adversary, Zheng Pingyan showed no mercy. Upon their first encounter, he unleashed the Tianjin sword intent combined with the suspended sky sword technique. After barely fending off one strike, Mo Qingyang found himself beset by 6 fire dragons, all eyeing him hungrily. How could he be so blind to the heights of the heavens? Fear gripped Mo Qingyang's heart, yet he could not show weakness. He summoned the Mo family's core technique, the soul thought-capturing heart technique. His once distinct pupils morphed into a pitch-black void. Suddenly, Zheng Pingyan sensed a pervasive darkness ahead. His perception shrouded. Mo Qingyang, gathering blades in both hands, concentrated his spiritual awareness to coalesce into a spiritual blade, aimed directly at the blind Zheng Pingyan. Sensing the imminent danger, Zheng Pingyan decisively employed the transmutation technique, narrowly evading Mo Qingyang's lethal strike. The Mo family's divine ability was indeed profound, leaving one defenseless. Compared to the easily defeated Xuanyuan Cave's genius, Yuan, Mo Qingyang was on an entirely different level. Without question, Mo Qingyang's divine abilities were specifically tailored to target the spiritual awareness of cultivators. Luo Tian broke out in a cold sweat for little Pingyan. This was likely to devolve into a brutal confrontation. The previous day, he had staked 50,000 low-grade spirit stones on Zheng Pingyan, reaping a sweet profit of 50,000. Thus, today he wagered 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with old Yun following suit. Even Su Cheng and Nan Hongsang placed their entire savings on the line. The 4 of them watched anxiously, hoping Zheng Pingyan would devise a strategy to counter his opponent. Zheng Pingyan realized his spiritual awareness had been sealed, rendering him unaware of Mo Qingyang's movements. He understood that a direct confrontation would be futile and only waste his spiritual energy. Therefore, he activated the 5 Thunder Sutra. Feeling his comprehension of it deepen, the entire arena was enveloped in the power of thunder. This was the advantage of being well-versed in all elements. Mo Qingyang was jolted by the thunderous energy, inadvertently dispelling the soul thought capturing heart technique. With a grim expression, he attempted to continue wielding the technique. But how could Zheng Pingyan fall prey twice? In desperation, he shut his eyes and unleashed a barrage in the direction of any movement. Mo Qingyang fell, enveloped in black smoke, his jade pendant dimmed and lifeless in his grasp. Zheng Pingyan sought to deliver a finishing blow, but was halted just in time as the elder of the Mo family rushed onto the stage to carry Mo Qingyang away, lest he be utterly incapacitated by Zheng Pingyan. It was not a one-sided rout, and with no opportunity to finish the fight, Zheng Pingyan regretfully withdrew. Observing Zheng Pingyan's disappointment, Luo Tian waved his hand, leading everyone to a tavern for a lavish meal. He was in high spirits today, having earned another 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. From an initial 50,000, he had amassed 200,000 in just 2 days. The legendary investor, Luo Tian. On the 14th day, Zheng Pingyan had a rare stroke of luck and was given a buy. Many believed this was sheer fortune, but Luo Tian felt otherwise. He sensed that someone behind the scenes was undoubtedly plotting something. Once the competition concluded, the top 10 would be determined. Zheng Pingyan was soon to face his formidable opponent, Zhong Yuqin of Tianjin Mountain, ranked 3rd on the Longyuan list. Damn, I knew it. There had to be some old-timers stirring up trouble. Luo Tian cursed vehemently. The 3 groups most hostile to players had all crossed paths with them. The buy for Zheng Pingyan was not a stroke of kindness, but a coercive tactic to force him into a confrontation. If he chose to forfeit, he would be barred from entering the top 10 of the One Dao Conference. Had he not received a buy, Luo Tian might have persuaded Zheng Pingyan to withdraw. After all, even if he defeated Zhong Yuqin, Zheng Ping'an would undoubtedly exhaust himself in the process, rendering him incapable of participating in subsequent matches. Many unfortunate souls ranked high on the Xuanyuan list had been eliminated this way. Now, if Zheng Ping'an triumphed over Xuanyuan, he would secure a place in the top 10 of the One Dao Conference. An overt and brazen scheme. Zheng Ping'an's expression turned serious as he bowed to the furious Luo Tian, his face resolute. Master, I wish to participate in this match. Zheng Ping'an declared with unwavering determination. Luo Tian opened his mouth, suddenly feeling as if his child had grown up. He understood that even if he refused to allow Zheng Ping'an to compete, the latter would still proceed with the match. Zheng Ping'an had made his choice and no longer required his guidance. Luo Tian thought that participating 10 years later would be of no great consequence. Ultimately, he respected Zheng Ping'an's decision. He sought out Tai Xuanzi to impart the sword path to Zheng Ping'an. Now, he could only resort to desperate measures. Tai Xuanzi's mastery of the sword was the highest Luo Tian had ever witnessed, and he was also ranked second on the Xuanyuan list. Hopefully, it would offer some assistance. The matches for the top 10 had a 5-day intermission for all to adjust their states. Tai Xuanzi took Zheng Ping'an away from Xinqiang City, claiming they would return for the competition in 5 days. Luo Tian could only nod in agreement, allowing Tai Xuanzi to take Zheng Ping'an for special training. Though he did not hold much hope for the outcome. What if a flash of inspiration struck Zheng Ping'an? And thus, time passed swiftly. For days went by. Luo Tian was unaware of what Zheng Ping'an had trained in. Upon his return, he exhibited a newfound demeanor, more akin to that of a sword cultivator, resilient, unyielding, and striking. However, it proved futile. Tai Xuanzi privately approached Luo Tian, urging him to convince Zheng Ping'an to forfeit. Master Luo, I am ashamed. I have failed to help Brother Zheng comprehend the sword domain. Zheng Yuchen's strength is formidable, and he harbors animosity towards you. For Brother Zheng's safety, it would be best to withdraw from this match. Luo Tian nearly spat blood upon hearing this. You, relying on your disciple's pure power to comprehend the sword domain. Are you out of your mind? You possess the innate sword heart as a talent. Now, after only 4 or 5 days, you expect Zheng Ping'an to grasp the sword domain? That is sheer lunacy. Tai Xuanzi hoped for a miracle, but that miracle had not materialized. With Tai Xuanzi unreliable, Luo Tian felt he could only depend on himself. In the dead of night, he summoned Zheng Ping'an, tossing a large assortment of magical artifacts at him. At the very least, they were all of the highest grade in the Xian realm, and there were also 3 earth-grade artifacts, which Luo Tian had entrusted entirely to Zheng Ping'an. In a nutshell, do not hesitate to use artifacts, spare no effort to win the competition. Regardless of how it is achieved, victory is the only goal. If one's cultivation falls short, then bolster one's fighting strength. Chapter 112, Zheng Ping'an vs. Xuanyuan. Finally, the much-anticipated day arrived 5 days later, the showdown among the top 10 of the Dao Inquiry Conference. The city of Xinqiang was teeming with people, utterly packed. Even many factions that were not participating in the competition had come to witness the true prodigies of this year's Dao Inquiry Conference. Zheng Ping'an soared onto the stage, and opposite him, Xuanyuan also ascended. The arena was exceptionally spacious, resembling a small world, complete with mountains, water, and spiritual energy, stretching endlessly, yet fully visible to the spectators below. The method of creating such a space was nothing short of terrifying. In the first duel of the martial arts conference, the first sword of Tianjin Mountain, Xuanyuan faced the dark horse of this round, the grand disciple of the Tai Su Dao sect, Zheng Ping'an. Bets were being placed fervently. Come and witness. The odds are set at 1, 5, and fortunes await. Bet. Does anyone need to see the outcome of this match? Surely, Xuanyuan of Tianjin Mountain will emerge victorious. Xuanyuan possesses the strength to contend for the top 3. The crowd was ecstatic. It was as if they were merely waiting to hand over their money. Yet amidst the clamor, a distinct voice rang out. I bet 200. 000 low-grade spirit stones on Zheng Ping'an of Tai Su Dao sect to win. The crowd turned, spotting a young man in feathered robes accompanied by 3 others. I bet 30. 000 low-grade spirit stones. I support Zheng Ping'an of Tai Su Dao sect. Yun Tianhua gritted his teeth. Luo Tian was astonished. How had old Yun accumulated 30. 000 low-grade spirit stones? It seemed he had some private savings. Su Cheng and Nan Hansang also risked their entire fortunes, contributing a total of 5. 000 low-grade spirit stones. This was no small sum, drawing peculiar glances from the crowd towards Luo Tian and his companions, as if they were viewing fools. Luo Tian was both speechless and helpless, producing 200. 000 low-grade spirit stones, though in reality, it was merely 50. 000. Even after losing 50. 000 low-grade spirit stones, he still had 950. 000 remaining. What are you 3 playing at? When Luo Tian posed this question, Yun Tianhua merely smiled and replied, I trust you, sect master. Luo Tian felt tremendous pressure. The crowd's gaze once more focused on the stage. Xuanyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a brilliant golden sword rising from the ground behind him, resembling an ancient throne. Merely standing there exuded a formidable aura that instilled fear. Before Tai Shuzi comprehended the domain of the sword, Xuanyuan was undoubtedly the foremost genius in swordsmanship. Now, he ranked second. If you surrender, you might preserve your life. Xuanyuan spoke nonchalantly, looking down at Zheng Ping'an with a tone of disdain. Zheng Ping'an's expression turned serious. To ask me to concede is out of the question. My masters and juniors have surely wagered on my success. If I lose, wouldn't that be a loss for them? The four below fell into a contemplative silence. Luo Tian remarked, no wonder he is my disciple. He truly understands me. Yun Tianhua gasped, this child is remarkably astute. I have only guided him a few times, yet he can discern my intentions. Su Cheng and Nan Hongsang echoed, indeed. He is worthy of being the senior brother. Xuanyuan had not anticipated that Zheng Ping'an would provide such reasoning. He snorted coldly. How foolish. Zheng Ping'an remained silent, awaiting the commencement of the match. Yet, this was not the sole reason for his determination to continue. He possessed numerous motivations to fight on. Xuanyuan's suggestion for Zheng Ping'an to withdraw was not out of goodwill. Rather, he aimed to shatter Zheng Ping'an's resolve, halting his future prospects. An elder, partially obscured, coldly declared the match to begin. Zheng Ping'an sprang into action. He summoned a mirror, a low-grade earth artifact, the heart-sealing mirror. It could absorb spiritual energy and subsequently replicate the essence and realm of its target, allowing him to recreate an entity. Against a prodigy like Xuanyuan, he could only replicate 1/3 of his power. Suddenly, another Xuanyuan emerged on the stage, leaving the audience in a daze. Was it an artifact, or a high-quality one? Many recognized that the mirror Zheng Ping'an wielded was indeed a high-quality artifact. Was this not cheating? Some voiced their discontent on Xuanyuan's behalf. What cheating? Are there regulations against using artifacts in the Dao Inquiry Conference? A voice rose in rebuttal. There had never been a rule prohibiting the use of artifacts in the Dao Inquiry Conference. However, it was unprecedented for anyone to employ a high-quality artifact. Low-tier sects lacked such treasures, and geniuses from higher sects would not breach the established norms. Yet Luo Tian was an exception. He was from a low-tier sect, yet possessed high-quality artifacts. Xuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon retorted coldly, so you are merely a waste relying on artifacts. Do you truly believe that possessing a single artifact grants you the qualification to challenge me? Between us lies an insurmountable chasm. With his fingers aligned like a sword, countless golden sword intents manifested, exuding the essence of the Tianjian sword intent. Undoubtedly, Xuanyuan's sword intent was far more refined than Zheng Ping'an's, embodying a complete and perfected Tianjian sword intent. Indeed, a fully realized one. The crowd erupted in cheers. They proclaimed that even with the use of artifacts, Zheng Ping'an was no match for Xuanyuan. They decried him for relying on underhanded tactics, devoid of celestial virtue. Luo Tian felt as if his ears were about to develop calluses. Fairness? What fairness existed here? From the outset of this duel, fairness was an illusion. Zheng Ping'an had only trained for a year, while Xuanyuan was nearing 30. Utter nonsense regarding fairness. If Zheng Ping'an were to train for another 20 years and still couldn't crush Xuanyuan with a single finger, Luo Tian would question the very fabric of this world. On the stage, the mirror was shattered, buying Zheng Ping'an precious time as he drew forth the sword of shattering void and earth. The sudden outburst of terrifying sword energy seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Lacking sufficient cultivation, he resorted to artifacts. Xuanyuan's expression finally shifted. The majestic Tianjian behind him stirred, unfurling like a peacock's feathers, revealing 10 identical Tianjian swords. A layer of golden sword energy enveloped Xuanyuan from head to toe, slicing through all. This was no ordinary golden quality. It was of the highest purple quality. Luo Tian contemplated, recognizing the distinction of a lineage under the influence of a golden core. The two engaged in battle, their depths of skill fully displayed. Within that small world, mountains were leveled, oceans evaporated, and the ground was riddled with crevices of varying sizes, as if the very heavens and earth were on the brink of collapse. The 9 secrets of Xuanyuan technique, Yuanling seal, and transformation technique. Zheng Ping'an revealed his trump cards, his body drenched in blood, teetering on the edge of madness. Xuanyuan was not faring any better. The sword intent behind him was marred by numerous cracks, his form nearly transparent, a myriad of liquids coating his skin. His garments tattered. Zheng Ping'an summoned the last of his spiritual energy to activate the golden crow seal once more. Xuanyuan unleashed his sword. sacrificing his own life weapon to extinguish Zheng Pingin's final card. Both were now drained, yet they exchanged knowing smiles. Two cultivators, who fought as if they were mere mortals engaged in a brawl, neither willing to concede nor abandon the fight. Player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Pingin incurred 70 injury points. Luo Tian gazed at the two figures on the stage. All that could be done was to silently pray. A moment of inspiration struck. Why hasn't it triggered yet? Chapter 113. The conclusion of the Tao Conference and the bountiful rewards of the Heavenly Mandate event. Congratulations to player disciple Zheng Pingin for triggering a moment of inspiration. Fully comprehending the Heavenly Sword intent, purple, transforming it into the Heavenly Sword intent, gold. Luo Tian's expression brightened. Having been on the brink of death, he finally activated his talent. Remarkably, it was the golden sword intent. On the stage, Zhong Yuqin also noticed Zheng Pingin's transformation. A more formidable aura of swordsmanship gradually rose, emanating an unparalleled majesty akin to a golden throne of swordsmanship. The two paused in unison. The two heavenly sword intents collided, enveloping the world in a haze. Everyone awaited the final outcome. When a golden core true monarch waved his hand from above, all the dust settled, revealing the scene within. Zhong Yuqin lay on the ground, already unconscious. Zheng Pingin, propped up by his sword, struggled to keep his eyelids from drooping, fighting to remain standing. A cold, emotionless voice resonated. The Tai Su Dao sect's Zheng Pingin is victorious. Zheng Pingin has entered the top 10 of the Tao Conference. He is the first player to reach the top 10. Luo Tian noticed that among the 3 golden core true monarchs suspended in the sky, the youngest one offered him a friendly smile. Was this merely an illusion? The other 2 golden core true monarchs displayed no expression, resembling mechanical automatons. The other wore a grimace, his countenance far from pleasant. This was no illusion. Luo Tian understood that these were 3 distinct factions, each with a different attitude towards players. Zheng Pingin's experience was the handiwork of one of those old geezers. Realizing this, Luo Tian promptly curtailed his thoughts. If a golden core true monarch detected any overt animosity, it would spell trouble. After the results were announced, Zheng Pingin succumbed to unconsciousness with a sense of relief. Luo Tian ascended the stage to bring Zheng Pingin down, just as he encountered an elder from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. The elder's expression resembled one who had just ingested something foul. Their genius, who was supposed to secure at least a 3rd-place finish, failed to even enter the top 10. The elder took Zhong Yuqin off the stage, leaving Luo Tian with a warning. A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. Luo Tian pondered this. Was this a threat? Nevertheless, the final result was still Zheng Pingin's victory. Luo Tian returned to the Immortal Inn with Zheng Pingin, and, not to forget, there was also 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Now, Luo Tian's worth had risen to 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Converting it, 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones didn't seem too substantial. He prepared a large basin of spirit liquid and placed Zheng Pingin inside, as his injuries were grievously severe. For the subsequent matches, Luo Tian opted to forfeit on Zheng Pingin's behalf. Having already secured a place in the top 10 was sufficient. During this time, Tai Xuanzi also came to visit Zheng Pingin, bringing with him a rare treasure of the mysterious grade, immediately reducing Zheng Pingin's injury value by 50. Luo Tian felt a mix of emotions. How wonderful it would be if Tai Xuanzi were a disciple of his Tai Su Dao sect. He estimated that if the old ghost from Tai Yi sect were to learn of his thoughts, the goodwill between their 2 sects might plummet to 0. 10 days later, the final showdown between the 1st and 2nd places commenced. Tai Yi sect's Tai Xuanzi versus Pure Yang Dao sect's Song Muji. Song Muji was the disciple from Pure Yang Dao sect who had easily eliminated Su Cheng. The two clashed, battling with such ferocity that the heavens and earth seemed to darken. An era had birthed 2 prodigious talents at the domain level, a truly remarkable occurrence. This battle was no less intense than that between Zheng Pingin and Zhong Yuqin. However, Zheng Pingin's victory largely relied on superior artifacts. The clash between Tai Xuanzi and Song Muji was a pure collision of Dao against Dao, law against law, and domain against domain. It was breathtaking. Luo Tian refrained from placing any bets, as the outcome was genuinely uncertain. Tai Xuanzi was indeed impressive, yet Song Muji was of the pure Yang lineage, a descendant of a divine monarch's lineage. Luo Tian watched as Tai Xuanzi and Song Muji both came to a halt on stage. Were they about to unleash their ultimate moves? Both were utterly drained. Tai Xuanzi raised his sword, while Song Muji lifted his palm. A sword with the might to cleave the heavens was unleashed. The world dimmed in its wake. A small universe was plunged into darkness, obscuring mountains and seas, leaving only a vast expanse of white. The victor was Tai Yi sect's Tai Xuanzi. The crowd erupted in cheers. Luo Tian was astonished. This young man had indeed claimed first place in the Tao Conference. Now, he he would have no choice but to consent to the marriage proposal. Tai Xuanzi cast a glance in Luo Tian's direction, a smile gracing his lips, before he blended into the crowd. The most anxious of all was Nanhong Sang, who dashed onto the stage, prompting Luo Tian to reflect on the inevitable passage of time. His disciple had grown up and was no longer to be held back. A day later, the final rankings of the Dao Conference were announced. First place, Tai Xuanzi. Second place, Song Muji. Third place, Yang Wushan. Fourth place, Nangong Wenshu. And 10th place, Zheng Ping'an. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for securing the 10th position in the Red Ghost Prefecture Dao Conference, earning rewards of 3 purple disciple recruitment tokens, 3 purple blueprints, 3 random Earth Grade rare treasures, 1 random superior luck treasure, and 10,000 heavenly mandate coins. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for topping the player leaderboard in the Red Ghost Prefecture Dao Conference, receiving 1 random golden opportunity token, 1 Earth Grade technique, 2 random Earth Grade spells, 3 random Earth Grade artifacts, and 10,000 heavenly mandate coins. Luo Tian's eyes widened. Such generous rewards. There was even a golden legend. Would there also be golden rewards for the top 3 in the Dao Conference? Luo Tian realized that reaching the 10th position in the Dao Conference was already his limit. The Heavenly Mandate event of the Dao Conference has concluded, and the store will now open up more items for exchange, allowing players to use Heavenly Mandate coins for redemption. An hour later, the Dao auction will commence, where players can use Heavenly Mandate coins to bid on desired items. This time, the Heavenly Mandate store had added several new items available for purchase, including mysterious grade artifacts, techniques, and divine powers, with the option to select attributes. Furthermore, each category of purple items had an additional one. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled as he swept the Heavenly Mandate store clean, spending only 3,000 Heavenly Mandate coins. After emptying the store, Luo Tian then turned his attention to the Dao auction. Second grade Wandering Token, starting bid 500 Heavenly Mandate coins. Third grade Wandering Token, starting bid 3,000 Heavenly Mandate coins. Earth grade Heavenly Treasure, the Sealing Pearl, starting bid 5,000 Heavenly Mandate coins. Purple Blueprint for a Teleportation Array, starting bid 5,000 Heavenly Mandate coins. Purple Disciple Recruitment Token, starting bid 2,000 Heavenly Mandate coins. Earth grade Heavenly Rare Treasure, the Immortal Fruit, starting bid 5,000 Heavenly Mandate coins. Earth grade Low grade Artifact, the Xuanyuan Spear, starting bid 3,000 Heavenly Mandate coins. 7 items in total, each capable of causing Luo Tian's heart to tremble. Undoubtedly, each item was a treasure. To acquire all of them would require 500 Heavenly Mandate coins. Luo Tian had spent 3,000, leaving him with 17,000 Heavenly Mandate coins. Soon, Luo Tian finalized the items he must acquire. Chapter 114, Qingya Daoist. The Arrogance of the Immortal Vault Lineage. The second grade Wandering Token offered little enhancement for Luo Tian at present, but for players from the newly established second-tier sects. It was undoubtedly a coveted item, and the final price would surely be inflated. Thus, Luo Tian decisively opted to forego it. The third-level Cloud Travel Order is undoubtedly an object of contention for Luo Tian. Once he ascends to a third-tier sect, it would enable the sect to appoint an additional Purple Mansion Elder. Furthermore, obtaining the purple blueprint for the teleportation array is paramount for him. The necessity of such an array for any sect is self-evident, thus requiring at least 8,000 destiny coins. With the remaining destiny coins, Luo Tian can select only one more item, as he must reserve some for future acquisitions when the sect advances to level 3. The Earth-level Celestial Treasure, the Sealing Heaven Pearl, and the Earth-level Extraordinary Treasure, the Undying Divine Fruit, both boast impressive names and carry the same price tag of 5,000 destiny coins. Ultimately, Luo Tian opted for the Sealing Heaven Pearl. With the 3 items confirmed, Luo Tian opened the chat group. As the top player, he possessed 10,000 destiny coins, while the second player, Li Long, had 8,000. Li Long was competing for the second-level Cloud Travel Order and the Earth-level Extraordinary Treasure, the Undying Divine Fruit. The third-ranked player was a familiar face, Nie Chun, who had previously attempted to challenge him, boasting 6,000 destiny coins and aiming to acquire the Earth-level Inferior Artifact, the Xuanyuan Spear, along with a purple-quality Disciple Recruitment Order. In this gathering of high-level players, they were all acquainted, leading to a lack of arbitrary price increases. As each destiny coin was exceedingly precious, the subsequent players engaged in discussions with Li Long and Nie Chun about the items, and negotiations proceeded smoothly. No one dared to interfere with Luo Tian's items. During this Dao conference, everyone acknowledged that only a singular, remarkable figure could lead the player community into a more prosperous future. When they first traversed the Destiny world, each player believed themselves to be the unique child of destiny. However, it is impossible for a single state to harbor millions of such children. Reality soon dispelled these illusions, and those with a modicum of intelligence came to terms with their ordinariness. Closing the system interface, Luo Tian found himself visited by an unexpected guest, a representative from the immortal Qiong Palace, claiming to be the Purple Mansion elder, Xuanyuan. The elder exhibited an air of arrogance, his demeanor towards Luo Tian notably frosty. Luo Tian remained unperturbed, for it is well known that the cultivation world recognizes only 3 tiers: ants, friends, and elders. What brings you here, Elder Qingya? Luo Tian inquired, with a disdainful glance. Xuanyuan tossed Luo Tian a storage ring, impatiently stating, "This is your reward for the victory at this Dao conference." Luo Tian grasped the storage ring, his tone grave. "What does this mean, Elder? Aren't the top 10 supposed to collect their rewards at the immortal Qiong Palace?" The masters of the top 10 sects would typically visit the palace to receive their accolades from the true monarch of the immortal Qiong Palace. This was not only an acknowledgement, but also a mark of respect. Yet, Xuanyuan scoffed, "With your lowly status, do you think you can step into the immortal Qiong Palace? It is beyond your reach." In Luo Tian's eyes, Xuanyuan resembled a pompous official, barking orders with unwarranted authority. Yet, Luo Tian felt powerless against him, suspecting the immortal Qiong Palace harbored a negative stance towards the player community. "Let the 10th place winner, Zheng Pingyan, accompany me to the immortal Qiong Palace to receive the Dragon Transformation Pool's baptism," Xuanyuan stated, albeit reluctantly. The Dragon Transformation Pool, available to the top 10, is a pool formed from the blood of a true dragon slain by the immortal Qiong monarch, beneficial for cultivators. Luo Tian brought Zheng Pingyan along. Zheng Pingyan had recovered significantly from his injuries over the past days. Upon seeing Zheng Pingyan, Xuanyuan finally broke into a smile. "Zheng Pingyan, your cultivation talent is commendable. Would you be interested in joining my immortal Qiong Palace? I can recommend you to a true monarch as a disciple." This was a blatant attempt to poach, disregarding Luo Tian entirely. The ultimate attitude of the immortal Qiong Palace left Luo Tian disheartened. "Thank you, Elder, but I have no such intentions," Zheng Pingyan declined. Xuanyuan remained unfazed. "Before you leave the immortal Qiong Palace, my words will hold true. In such a fruitless sect, you will only squander your talent." Zheng Pingyan sensed the tension in the air and opened his mouth to respond, but Luo Tian pressed him down. "Pingyan, for now, follow Elder Qingya to the Dragon Transformation Pool for training. Do not act on impulse." It was evident that Xuanyuan's words were designed to provoke Luo Tian. Having already reached the Purple Mansion realm, Xuanyuan was no fool. Luo Tian could not afford to let Zheng Pingyan miss this opportunity at the Dragon Transformation Pool. This chance was not only vital for Zheng Pingyan, but also for him. As he watched Xuanyuan lead Zheng Pingyan away, Luo Tian's mind was tumultuous. The issue with the troublesome Xuanyuan had yet to be resolved, and now a greater boss loomed on the horizon. Being a player was truly exhausting. While Zheng Pingyan headed to the Dragon Transformation Pool, the other 3, who had been leisurely shopping, arrived late. Luo Tian pondered that many forces outside likely wished for his demise, and until Zheng Pingyan broke through to the 9th level of Foundation establishment, it was best for him to cultivate within Immortal Qiong City. Although the Immortal Qiong Palace maintained a poor attitude towards the player community, they would not openly attack them. Within the city, they would still offer protection, a courtesy owed to their influential standing. Moreover, the spiritual energy in Immortal Qiong City was indeed abundant. Thus, a day swiftly passed. The Dao auction reached its final moments, but an unexpected event occurred. The 2nd-level cloud travel order was snatched away. Originally, this cloud travel order was meant for Zhou Yongwang, the ostentatious scholar, yet at the last moment, it was claimed by another for 1 more destiny coin. This reminded Luo Tian of the last auction, where his invisibility cloak was similarly snatched at the final moment. Could it be the same individual? The thought lingered in his mind, urging him to take action. The remaining auction items were allocated without issue. Luo Tian successfully acquired the 3rd-level cloud travel order, the Earth-level celestial treasure sealing heaven pearl, and the purple blueprint for the teleportation array, spending a total of 13,000 destiny coins and retaining 4,000. The purple disciple recruitment order ended up in Nie Chen's possession, while the Earth-level extraordinary treasure, the undying divine fruit, was claimed by Li Long. The Earth-level inferior artifact, the Yinyang spear, was secured by Lin Yaorao, a skilled player known for her stunning beauty in a Chongsam at the player gathering. Chapter 115, Ascending to a 3rd-level sect. Unlocking Destiny Divine Powers. Congratulations to Chiyu Prefecture for completing the 2 major community destiny activities. The 9 prefectures' permissions are now unlocked, allowing you to venture into the remaining regions of the Great Yu Dynasty to assist other players in unlocking their permissions. Once all regions of the 9 prefectures have their permissions unlocked, the next destiny activity will commence. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in Luo Tian's mind. At that moment, A new channel appeared above the original regional channel, the Great Yu channel. Chiyu Prefecture. Is anyone there? Chiyu Prefecture. Damn it, is this a dead server? Chiyu Prefecture. Enough of the nonsense. At this stage, we seem to be the first player community to unlock the 9 prefectures' permissions. Chiyu Prefecture. What? Are we really that powerful? Awakening from slumber, I discovered that the Imperial Army had transformed into my very own. Chiyu Prefecture. Brothers, did you hear that? We can venture into other regions now. Chiyu Prefecture. The Supreme Immortal Alliance is recruiting. Let us journey to other states and assist players in distress. Chiyu Prefecture. By the heavens. I am going. Just as I find myself lacking resources in Chiyu, perhaps a jaunt to other states will yield some plunder. Chiyu Prefecture. Please. Speak with civility. What we are doing is helping others unlock their permissions, albeit for a modest fee. The world channel was entirely inundated with messages from players of Chiyu Prefecture. No other states had yet unlocked the privileges of the 9 provinces. Chiyu was the first to do so. What did this signify? Luo Tian understood all too well. Awakening to find himself as the leader of the players within the Great Yu Empire, he now held sway over their discourse. Hiss. Now he could command the remaining 8 states without shedding a drop of blood, provided no other player groups possessed someone of Luo Tian's caliber. Player groups were synonymous with resources. The elite group that Luo Tian had assembled was in an uproar. Matters concerning the 9 provinces were momentarily set aside. The immediate concern was the interception of Zhou Yongwang's second-tier wandering order. After agreeing on the allocation of auction items, someone had audaciously breached the rules. Who was the culprit? It would be best if they came forth themselves. A thorough investigation must ensue. Those who disregard the rules must face consequences. How infuriating it was that what was meant to benefit all had been disrupted by a troublemaker. Many high-ranking players were incensed. None wished to be the next victim of such upheaval. Each player among the top ranks was a fortunate individual, a paragon among players. At this juncture, every resource required meticulous calculation. Soon, Li Long compiled the results and sent them to Luo Tian. It was none other than him. Luo Tian gazed at the name Sun Zhan on the list, his mind conjuring an image of a square-faced scholar. He had secured the 13th position among the players in the recent Dao conference. Li Long, alliance leader, the troublemaker, is likely Sun Zhan. Some say they have seen him wielding a stealth artifact, suspected to be an invisibility cloak. Luo Tian refrained from hastily revealing Sun Zhan's suspected involvement, wishing to prevent anyone from using his hand to eliminate a foe. However, once he departed from Xinxiang City to investigate Sun Zhan's territory, the truth would inevitably come to light. Luo Tian, everyone, do not panic. This alliance leader will ensure the troublemaker pays the price. I have already narrowed down the suspects. In an instant, the group found their anchor, imploring Luo Tian to expedite the punishment of the disruptor. This matter was swiftly quelled. Luo Tian instructed Li Long and the other administrators to organize the remaining 8 states, sending the elite players of the Supreme Immortal Alliance to explore and ideally establish communication. Sealing Pearl, a treasure of Earth rank. Function: upon use, it can seal one random innate divine ability of the opponent. As Luo Tian toyed with the Sealing Pearl, he couldn't help but marvel at its terrifying potential. Divine abilities could only be comprehended by those in the Purple Mansion realm. An inadequately qualified practitioner could master at most 1 innate divine ability, while those of superior aptitude could master up to 5 known innate abilities. Each innate ability possessed unique functions. The greater the number of abilities, the undeniable increase in combat prowess. If a practitioner with a single innate ability were to encounter the Sealing Pearl, they would be utterly incapacitated. The inability to unleash divine abilities equated to a loss of their Purple Mansion status, a non-threat. For the next 2 weeks, Luo Tian awaited Zheng Pingan's emergence from the Transformation Dragon Pool. Zheng Pingan's loyalty to the sect remained steadfast. He would not be easily swayed by the Xinxiang Palace. At long last, one day, a melodious and clear notification rang in Luo Tian's ears. Player Luo Tian's disciple Zheng Pingan has reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. The current sect promotion task has been completed. Would you like to spend 1,000 fortune points to immediately promote to a 3rd-tier sect? Zheng Pingan had received immense fortune within the Transformation Dragon Pool, advancing from the 6th to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment in one go. Leaving only a year or 2 of arduous cultivation ahead, Luo Tian had never found the emotionless electronic voice so delightful. He promptly chose to expend 1,000 fortune points to promote to a 3rd-tier sect. This time, Luo Tian opted not to disclose the notification, choosing instead to keep it concealed. Congratulations to player Tai Su Dao Sect Luo Tian for becoming the first 3rd-tier sect in Chiyu Prefecture, receiving a luxurious gift package for 3rd-tier sect leaders. Sect: Tai Su Dao Sect. Sect leader: Luo Tian. Talent: Transcendent 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation Body. Purple: Tai Su Sect leader: blue. Sect level, 3. Divine abilities, none. Cultivation, Purple Mansion 9th level. Elders, Yun Tianhua, 2nd tier. Zhou Banzian, 2nd tier. Bai Wuqiu, 2nd tier. Xuanyuan, 2nd tier. Disciples, Luo Ming, red. Zheng Pingyun, gold. Su Cheng, gold. Chu Mozhang, gold. Nan Hongsang, purple. Sect jurisdiction, original territory of the Wangwei sect. Sect fortune, 6,300. Destiny coins, 4037. Items, 1 luxurious gift package for 3rd-tier sect leaders, 63 transcendent gift packs, 2.03 million low-grade spirit stones, golden opportunity token, 1 3rd-tier wandering order. Luo Tian's panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. The system's mechanical-sounding electronic voice returned. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing the sect to 3rd tier, unlocking the Divine Ability Lottery system. You may spend Destiny coins to purchase Divine Ability Lottery tokens to draw Divine Ability fragments. 3 identical fragments can be combined to form a Divine Ability, with a maximum potential to draw purple quality Divine Ability fragments. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing the sect to 3rd tier. The 3rd tier Destiny Mall is now open. Luo Tian was astounded. This truly was a game of destiny. The ability to draw divine abilities. The resplendent divine ability tree shimmered with golden brilliance. Without a second thought, Luo Tian realized it was a perilous venture, with countless types of divine abilities. The likelihood of drawing 3 identical fragments was akin to being the chosen one. The Destiny Mall was far more reliable. The previously emptied Destiny Mall now boasted a variety of items once more, including a random blue-quality divine ability, a purple disciple recruitment token, and various purple blueprints. Additionally, there was a random postnatal mid-grade fortune treasure. Luo Tian had initially believed that reserving 4,000 Destiny coins would suffice. Now he realized he had miscalculated. Chapter 116, Luo Tian's Divine Abilities. Divine Ability Thunder Prison. Blue accumulate a certain amount of thunder elements to release, capable of summoning a thunder prison cage to ensnare opponents. Within the thunder prison, opponents' speed is reduced, and they suffer increased thunder damage. Luo Tian felt quite pleased. His physique was the 9 heavens thunder tribulation body, and acquiring the thunder prison as a divine ability was a significant enhancement. He decisively chose to equip it. The initial divine ability slots available to players numbered 3. Unlocking additional slots required an item known as divine ability stones. Should one be dissatisfied with a divine ability, they could also expend Destiny coins to reroll it, though the discarded divine ability would be lost without recompense. Luo Tian found this system reminiscent of unscrupulous games from his past life. Yet for players, it offered boundless possibilities. With a luxurious gift package for a 3rd-tier sect in hand, Luo Tian eagerly opened it, curious to discover the treasures within. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a random golden quality divine ability 1, a 3rd-tier wandering order 1, 3 purple opportunity orders, 3 purple disciple recruitment orders, 3 purple random blueprints, the title talent of the Supreme Master of the Void Sect, blue, a random earth-grade treasure 1, a random mid-grade fortune treasure 1, a medium spirit stone bag 1, and a self-selected medium resource bag 1. A series of items that far surpassed the 2nd-tier luxury gift pack. Luo Tian estimated that this was at least worth a grand total of 648. Among them, there was even a random golden quality divine ability. Divine ability, reverse life rebirth, gold passive trigger upon death, allowing for 1 resurrection at any location that bears traces of oneself, wherever one has left a mark. After use, the divine ability will downgrade to a random purple divine ability. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. Was this not akin to possessing a built-in resurrection armor? As long as he left a drop of blood at the base, if his true self were to perish, he could directly resurrect at the base without any risk. Without hesitation, Luo Tian chose to equip it. The only regret was that it could only be used once before downgrading. If it could be utilized indefinitely, would he not become invincible? Supreme Master of the Void Sect. Blue within the jurisdiction of the Void Sect. All damage dealt is increased by 15, while damage received is reduced by 5. The blue quality title talent was undoubtedly far superior to its cyan counterpart, offering inherent bonuses within territorial domains. Beyond the myriad rewards, Luo Tian was more concerned about the promotion task for a 4th-tier sect. 4th-tier sect promotion task, 1. One disciple of the sect must reach the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. 2. The sect must have more than 5 Purple Mansion cultivators. 3. The sect must occupy at least 3 counties. 4. At least 1 Golden Core realm being must be killed directly or indirectly by a player. Completing the promotion task will yield substantial rewards. The first 2 tasks were not much different from before, but upon seeing the 3rd task, Luo Tian's expression shifted slightly. There were only 64 counties within a single state. Even a powerful sect like the Tai sect remained obediently stationed in the Chongning County. However, it wasn't an impossible task. The last task nearly caused Luo Tian to suffer a brain hemorrhage, if not for the remnants of rationality in his mind. He would have lashed out in anger. How absurd. A purple mansion cultivator dealing with a golden core? Did they think so highly of these players? A foundation establishment cultivator could contend with a purple mansion, but only a few could reach the golden core. The average purple mansion would be lucky not to perish under a mere glance from a golden core. Luo Tian was no longer an ignorant novice in the realm of cultivation. It was not necessary to personally slay a true monarch, suppressing his urge to explode. He contemplated that perhaps if all his innate divine abilities were exchanged for red quality ones, there might be hope against a golden core. However, he dismissed this notion. It was far too fanciful. Indirectly meant that he need not take action himself, merely orchestrate the demise of a golden core, and even if others executed the kill, the task could still be completed. Luo Tian let out a bitter laugh. This was akin to a pipe dream, after all. How easy was it to slay a golden core true monarch? They were entities that could manipulate the very essence of this world, capable of creation and spatial manipulation with but a thought. Even the mere notion of calculation felt perilous. Alas, there was a path ahead, at least now. With the cultivation of a 9th-level purple mansion and dual divine abilities, he was equipped to face most challenges. Luo Tian calmed himself. He had only just reached a 3rd-tier sect and had yet to grasp the situation in the Chiyu state. With only himself being a purple mansion cultivator in the sect, the prospect of occupying 3 counties still lay far ahead. Yet he was already contemplating how to ascend to a 4th-tier sect. He was truly overreaching. Zheng Pingyan, who had just finished his training in the dragon transformation pool at the Immortal Vault Palace, returned to the Immortal Lodge. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Upon seeing his master, Zheng Pingyan was suddenly taken aback. He realized he could not sense his master's aura at all. Yet, it was not the sensation of a mere mortal. It was akin to a high-ranking powerful being standing before him, much like a mayfly encountering the vast sky. Even the purple mansion true beings he had seen at the Immortal Vault Palace did not exude the same overwhelming pressure as his master did at that moment. Could it be that his master had become a golden core true monarch? Without facing a true monarch, he couldn't even raise a thought. Zheng Pingyan speculated on Luo Tian's current cultivation, gradually becoming entranced. Luo Tian merely chuckled at the sight, while the others returned to the Immortal Lodge due to Zheng Pingyan's arrival. Seeing Zheng Pingyan lost in thought, the others, confused, turned their gaze toward Luo Tian. It was Yun Tianhua who first regained his senses, puzzled as he asked, "Master, are you now a true monarch or a real person? Or perhaps an incarnation of a great power?" Yun Tianhua was baffled as to why such a grand master suddenly felt so unfamiliar. The others also began to awaken from their reverie, curiously looking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian shook his head. "I am merely somewhat special. I can barely be considered a purple mansion at present." Yun Tianhua and Zheng Pingyan exchanged glances, feeling that Luo Tian was trying to pull the wool over their eyes. Did they really look like those who had never seen a purple mansion? Luo Tian raised his gaze and said calmly, "Little Pingyan has returned from his training. It is time for us to return to the sect. We have been away for nearly 2 months, and I fear the fellows at the Xuanyuan mansion may be plotting something." He was particularly concerned about the safety of the sect, as it was his foundation. "Master, should we conceal our movements when we return to the sect?" Yun Tianhua observed Luo Tian packing his belongings and walking with an air of confidence, feeling somewhat apprehensive. It was evident to any discerning eye that there were numerous forces targeting the Void sect. Yun Tianhua was not blind. If they returned boldly, who knew what might lurk in the shadows waiting to ambush them? Luo Tian scoffed dismissively. "No need. I want those fellows to reveal themselves. Having ascended to a 3rd-tier sect, do I still need to fear a horde of ants? Wouldn't that render this 3rd-tier sect promotion meaningless?" Chapter 117. Fishing for Evidence. Luo Tian, along with Yun Tianhua and the 3 disciples, swaggered out of the Immortal City. Before leaving, he even took the time to greet Taishuanzi. On the flying boat, Luo Tian felt a twitch in his eyelids. Far behind him, a group was covertly following him. Although they were well concealed, it was clear that this group was none other than Taishuanzi's followers. Whatever, let them follow, Luo Tian thought indifferently. After traveling for 10 days without any disturbances, Luo Tian deliberately slowed down, even to a crawl, yet there was still no sign of any ambush. Have those forces given up? Luo Tian pondered, quickly dismissing that notion. They showed no martial virtue and operated in the shadows. Could he expect their moral integrity to be any higher? He did not believe that the hostile forces against the Void sect would let him off so easily. However, in reality, as they neared Chongning County, they encountered no ambush at all, which left Luo Tian greatly disappointed. In the fragmented world, with mountains broken and the terrain rugged, 5 figures sat concealed in a hidden space. 3 of them curiously gazed at the orange-yellow phenomenon in the sky. Xinyu, true monarch. Are you truly certain that the members of the Void sect will pass through here? Before him stood an elderly man, disheveled and clad in gray linen. Hailing from the Mo family, a veritable master of the Purple Mansion. Presently, he was engulfed in perplexity, for the realm bore unmistakable signs of a recent confrontation. Even a swine, once ambushed, would not traverse the same path a second time. As the adage goes, the most perilous places are often the safest. The little creature from the Tai Su Dao sect would undoubtedly traverse this very route. Xuanyuan, the true man, spoke with unwavering conviction, for he possessed ample experience in dealing with the Tai Su Dao sect. How curious it was, logically, if one utilized the teleportation array to hasten their journey. They should have arrived here long ago. The enigmatic figure shrouded in a deep purple robe, enmeshed in mist, muttered to himself. I have had dealings with that little creature. He is exceedingly cautious and may have already arrived in the vicinity, merely observing for signs of danger. It won't be long before he reveals his hand. Xuanyuan was resolute, boasting considerable experience in countering Luo Tian. Quite the cunning one. Had it not been for the intervention of the true man Tai, he would have succeeded long ago. The mere thought of Tai darkened Xuanyuan's countenance. That old coot had fished for 2 centuries, attaining the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion. Were it not for his advanced age, he might have met his demise in Chongning County. The others were inclined to trust Xuanyuan, for he had consistently impressed upon them the formidable nature of Luo Tian. Alarmist rhetoric had left the assembly of Purple Mansion experts feeling jittery. Failing to subdue a mere Foundation establishment master would be a blow to their reputations. Movement. The Mo family's true man's eyes gleamed as he beheld a spirit vessel approaching. It appears that Brother Xuanyuan has indeed outmaneuvered the cunning leader of the Tai Su Dao sect. The other Purple Mansion experts rejoiced, offering their praises. This bolstered Xuanyuan's confidence. With the combined strength of 5 Purple Mansion masters, where could this little creature possibly flee? If these 5 masters allowed a mere Foundation establishment to escape, they would surely become the subject of ridicule in Chiyu Prefecture. On the spirit vessel, Luo Tian surveyed the ravaged landscape, noticing the faint ripples of spatial turbulence. He couldn't help but scoff. Which fool chose to lay an ambush here? Surely it wasn't that buffoon Xuanyuan again. Almost ready to concede defeat, he had hoped that those factions had finally gained some sense. Approaching Chongning County, he sensed something amiss in the spatial fabric. Following the trail, he soon realized this was the very place Xuanyuan had ambushed him before. To think they would attempt a second ambush in the same location. Luo Tian pondered. Had he not ascended to a 3rd-tier sect and broken through to the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion, he might indeed have traversed this path. After all, the most perilous locations often harbor the greatest safety. Yet now, Luo Tian was utterly speechless. Observing the few companions behind him, he remarked coolly, there may soon be a battle among the Purple Mansion. Observe closely and glean what you can. The 4 exchanged curious glances. Could it be that a Purple Mansion master lay in ambush? Had the sect leader been waiting all this time for this moment? As this thought crossed their minds, the instant the spirit vessel glided into the remnants of the shattered realm, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted, instantly transforming the surroundings into a prison of formation. Accompanying this was a booming laughter that echoed through the heavens. You, little creature of the Tai Su Dao sect, have fallen for my trap. Despite your cunning, you could never deceive me, Xuanyuan. The true man Xuanyuan emerged from the ambush, his towering form radiating authority. The first time, you had the Qianquan translocation talisman. The second, the assistance of true man Tai. But this 3rd time, let us see how you escape. In the sky, a pair of formidable yellow eyes snapped open, filled with an air of majesty. Xuanyuan had envisioned countless expressions on Luo Tian's face: shock, terror, despair. Yet Luo Tian's countenance remained tranquil, even bearing a hint of mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Even the 4 behind him displayed calmness, utterly unfazed, as though they had anticipated an ambush here all along. Xuanyuan hastily dismissed this notion from his mind, attributing it to the treacherous ploys of the Tai Su Dao sect, feigning composure. Escape? Why would I flee, old fool? Luo Tian chuckled softly, hands clasped behind his back. The audacity of 5 Purple Mansion masters laying an ambush for a mere Foundation establishment was utterly unfathomable. Alas, he was not a mere Foundation establishment. He was at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion. Among Xuanyuan and his 4 companions, Xuanyuan stood as the most formidable. At the 5th layer, while the others were but at the 1st and 2nd layers. The celestial sealing pearl ascended, casting a radiant glow that enveloped Xuanyuan. And before they could react, an inexhaustible torrent of thunderous power coalesced into a prison, overwhelming them. Luo Tian stepped upon the rippling void, making his way above the prison. extending a hand to directly crush the purple mansion master beside Xuanyuan, who was resisting the thunder tribulation, reducing him to a crimson mist, consumed by the lightning. A gentle spiritual rain began to fall from the heavens. Luo Tian's gaze remained indifferent as he coldly smirked. Do you know how arduous it has been for me to track you down? Xuanyuan stared blankly, then erupted in a piercing scream. Impossible. How could you have ascended to the purple mansion? This was beyond comprehension. Chapter 118. The assault on Xuanyuan's manor. Not just any purple mansion. The onlookers were stupefied. They had struggled for ages to break free from this thunderous prison. The figure in black from the Xianming cave sensed the situation was dire. He became ethereal, slipping through the confines of the thunderous prison, and without a moment's hesitation, attempted to flee. The others seethed with frustration at this sight. What sort of divine ability was this, capable of disregarding constraints? Luo Tian felt a flicker of surprise. The thunder prison was his divine ability, at the very least of blue quality. Surprised or not, Luo Tian would not allow anyone to escape. 6 fire dragons bared their fangs, lunging toward the fleeing figure in black. The man turned back in terror, nearly losing his wits. Though he was not immediately scared to death, the dark mist enveloping his face dissipated, revealing a pockmarked visage marred by black spots. No wonder he had concealed himself in shadow. Do not push me too far, he roared in fury, only to be reduced to ashes. The 6 fire dragons surged forth, consuming him entirely. Among the 5 purple mansion masters, only 3 remained: Xuanyuan, an elder from the Mo family, and a rogue master. Luo Tian's back radiated with a wheel of thunderous light, forming a swirling cosmic realm, from which emanated a terrifying aura. Subsequently, a fierce beam of light erupted, disregarding pleas for mercy, obliterating the Mo elder and the other rogue purple mansion master into mere fragments. Xuanyuan, resilient in his earth affinity, endured a blow within the thunder prison and managed to shatter its confines. Coughing, Xuanyuan crashed to the ground, his skin charred, gazing at Luo Tian, who appeared as though descended from the heavens, still grappling with the inexplicable transformation of the seemingly insignificant foundation establishment into a formidable late-stage purple mansion master. It seems that the old ghost of Tai sect is not far off in cultivation. As the figure, akin to a descending thunder god, drew nearer, Xuanyuan suddenly erupted with fury. Today, even if I must perish, I shall severely injure you, you wretched creature. The land within 1,000 miles instantaneously appeared desolate, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. Xuanyuan's power surged dramatically, nearing the 8th layer of the purple mansion. A life and death strike from the 8th layer of the purple mansion poses a threat even to the 9th layer. Luo Tian's gaze remained tranquil as a blue lotus manifested beneath his feet, enveloping him. Layer upon layer of lotus petals were shattered as Xuanyuan's thunderous roar summoned forth a concentrated strike aimed at Luo Tian. In an instant, Luo Tian's figure became ethereal and vanished entirely. Sensing the presence of danger, Xuanyuan spun around only to find Luo Tian had inexplicably appeared behind him, raising the sword of shattering sky and ground. A tremendous sword intent erupted, piercing through heaven and earth. Old rascal, it seems the victory is mine, Luo Tian remarked with a faint smile as the sword light descended. The night throughout Chongming County transformed into day. All sword cultivators witnessed their sword spirits extinguished by the residual wave. Countless cultivators looked up in astonishment at the earth-shattering spectacle. Who is this sword immortal engaged in battle? A myriad of cultivators felt a surge of fear. Such sword intent was utterly terrifying. The mere aftermath of the confrontation rendered their swords ineffective, akin to mere scrap metal. At Tai's sect, the venerable Tai Xuanyuan, while fishing amidst the clouds, observed the towering light beam with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, I have not erred. These suddenly appearing individuals are remarkably different. Perhaps they could alter the situation across the 9 provinces. During the initial arrival of the player cohort, he had taken note of them. Initially, he suspected an invasion by some extraterritorial demon, but as similar occurrences arose in various counties, he found these others devoid of any cultivation aptitude, yet capable of impressive prowess, igniting his curiosity. This could very well be an alternative path of cultivation, divergent from the systems of their world. Their rapid advancement might even bestow others with cultivation potential, and in a millennium, this world is destined to be dominated by this group, known as players. Had he acted a century earlier, he would have eradicated these endlessly troublesome beings. However, since that incident, his focus has narrowed to a singular objective. Meanwhile, Tai Xuanzi stood bewildered behind. What on earth is this terrifying sword aura? In less than the span of a single incense stick, 5 purple mansion cultivators had been obliterated. He had intended to request assistance from his master, but now it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Should his master arrive, he feared for his master's safety as well. Luo Tian, with a nonchalant demeanor, collected the storage rings of the 5 deceased Purple Mansion cultivators. They had once been esteemed Purple Mansion elders. Even in death, their wealth could hardly be negligible. The 4 individuals aboard the spiritual vessel were rendered numb. Luo Tian turned to them with a faint smile. So, did you observe and learn? The 4 thought to themselves. Isn't this merely a case of overwhelming dominance? Even if they learned, it would be futile, as they lacked Luo Tian's 9th layer of Purple Mansion cultivation. They mumbled internally, yet under Luo Tian's oppressive presence, dared not voice their thoughts. Nevertheless, Luo Tian was immensely satisfied. Whether they could comprehend or learn was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that his stature as the sect leader was firmly established. To put it plainly, he had succeeded in showcasing his prowess, leaving an indelible impression of strength in the minds of his disciples and elders. Upon returning to the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian had more pressing matters to attend to. As soon as he arrived, he decisively activated 2 third-tier wandering orders to summon aid. The third-tier wandering order could summon a Purple Mansion elder. Luo Tian followed the scent to locate one elder who was engrossed in arduous training in the mountains. After being refused once, Luo Tian remained patient, returning the next day only to be rebuffed again. On the 3rd day, however, the elder finally consented to join the Tai Su Dao sect as a senior elder. Luo Tian mused. Just as Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage, so too have I, Luo Tian, made 3 visits to the mountains. This elder was a rogue with the cultivation of the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion, though regrettably only of blue quality, and his lifespan was nearing its end. By joining the Tai Su Dao sect, he would benefit from the innate fortune bestowed by the precious aura, extending his life by several years. The other elder was not a rogue, but a surprising turn of events revealed that he was a master from the Xuanyuan prefecture. Upon hearing of Xuanyuan's demise, he promptly pledged allegiance to Luo Tian. With a loyalty rating of 60 and a cultivation level of the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion, his quality was purple. His reasoning for joining was that Xuanyuan favored only his kin, allocating resources either to his descendants or disciples, leaving him to endure hardship as an outsider. Luo Tian accepted him, as he was in urgent need of reinforcements to assault Qingli County. With Xuanyuan prefecture in ruins, seizing control of Qingli County would pose no issue for him as a prominent figure. Chapter 119. The Arrival from the Qiyu Wangfu. With the addition of 2 formidable Purple Mansion warriors, Luo Tian, that very day, led several elders from the sect in a forceful incursion into Qingli County. Panic ensued throughout the county. Wherever Luo Tian tread, the local sect leaders, family heads, and valley masters all chose subservience, succumbing to the Tai Su Dao sect. The reasoning behind this widespread capitulation was simple. Those who resisted had perished, leaving only the compliant. Without encountering any resistance, they swiftly advanced to the stronghold of Xuanyuan prefecture, which had long activated its protective formation. Luo Tian could not help but acknowledge the deep-rooted strength of Xuanyuan prefecture. Tai Xuanzi had ambushed and slain 1 elder. He himself had dispatched 2, and 1 had defected. Remarkably, there was still a Purple Mansion elder remaining. Xuanyuan prefecture boasted 5 Purple Mansion elders in total. The last of these, a woman, gazed at the familiar figure beside Luo Tian and could not restrain her anger. Xuanyuan, you treacherous traitor. How could my Xuanyuan prefecture offer you refuge, only for you to turn against us after we nurtured you to the Purple Mansion? Xuanyuan remained unperturbed, responding coldly. Your refuge was merely a means to covet my secret techniques. As for my reaching the Purple Mansion, had I not concealed myself to break through, I would have long been turned into a medicinal pill by that old ghost Xuanyuan. The woman's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated that their intentions had been foreseen by Su Hua. Luo Tian regarded the scene, surprised to learn of Su Hua's insights. No wonder she had defected upon hearing of Xuanyuan's death. Living in constant fear of being devoured, she was understandably filled with resentment. Xuanyuan had possessed formidable formations, and Luo Tian was wary of acting rashly. This formation bore considerable lethality. While it might not be capable of killing him, it emanated a palpable aura of danger. No wonder that old rascal from Tai's sect had been so compliant. Master, this formation can only be sustained for a month at most. Xuanyuan prefecture lacks the resources for prolonged maintenance, Su Huazhen advised. A month was inconsequential for Luo Tian. Now established in the Purple Mansion, he patiently bided his time, enveloping Xuanyuan prefecture from 3 directions, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Madame Xuanyuan, filled with rage, gritted her teeth. If only my husband were still alive at this thought, she fell silent. Xuanyuan had perished at the hands of the youth radiating with thunderous light. In this manner, once the month passed, without sufficient spiritual energy to maintain the formation, the fate of Xuanyuan prefecture would inevitably be annihilation. The formation was indeed formidable. But with only her as a purple mansion cultivator, it was utterly untenable. Madame Xuanyuan was engulfed in profound despair. Within the Xuanyuan manor, the atmosphere was rife with wailing and chaos as a riot erupted. Luo Tian sat cross-legged in the firmament, his enormous eyes, filled with thunder, opened wide, gazing down upon the Xuanyuan manor with a mocking demeanor, akin to the eye of the heavens observing mere ants struggling in vain. This exemplified the disdain of the exalted for the lowly. Perhaps, even higher beings were perceiving them in the same manner as they viewed the Xuanyuan manor. Finally, a month later, as the esteemed Master Suhua had foretold, the Xuanyuan manor could no longer withstand the pressure. The luminous barrier visibly dimmed. Yet, just as Luo Tian was poised to strike down upon the Xuanyuan manor, a disturbance rippled through the space. A man clad in resplendent robes, radiating golden light and exuding a fierce aura of slaughter, emerged, surrounded by 3 divine rings of light. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I wonder from whence you hail and what brings you here." Luo Tian was compelled to halt his assault on the Xuanyuan manor, eyeing the sudden intruder with caution. "I am Ling Shuzi, hailing from the King's manor of Qiyu." A hint of pride flickered across Ling Shuzi's cold visage as he surveyed the Xuanyuan manor below, gesturing toward it and continuing. "The Xuanyuan manor falls under the jurisdiction of my King's manor of Qiyu, tasked with governing the Qingli prefecture. Should you annihilate the Xuanyuan manor, the ensuing chaos would leave the Qingli prefecture leaderless, potentially bringing calamity upon its denizens and resulting in countless casualties." Upon hearing this, the inhabitants of the Xuanyuan manor realized they were in the presence of a significant figure from the King's manor of Qiyu, a place revered as the celestial realm of Qiyu. They were astonished to still be alive. Luo Tian's gaze flickered. Ling Shuzi's origins from the King's manor of Qiyu, which was overseen by a heavenly sovereign, was indeed noteworthy. Relinquishing the Xuanyuan manor was not an appealing prospect for Luo Tian, as enmity had already been forged between them. To retreat now would likely embolden the Xuanyuan manor, allowing it to retaliate against the Taishu Dao sect, believing they had the support of the King's manor. Casting his gaze upon the Xuanyuan manor, Luo Tian smiled softly at Ling Shuzi, saying, "It is quite simple. My Taishu Dao sect shall replace the Xuanyuan manor and assist the King's manor in maintaining order in Qingli." The Xuanyuan manor was left with but a single purple mansion cultivator, lacking the capability to suppress the various factions in Qingli, whereas my Taishu Dao sect possesses that strength. Ling Shuzi, upon hearing Luo Tian's proposition, revealed a smile of appreciation. Replacing the Xuanyuan manor with the Taishu Dao sect was indeed a commendable suggestion. The Xuanyuan manor had already been weakened, stripped of its overwhelming power. The Taishu Dao sect was undoubtedly stronger than the Xuanyuan manor. However, Ling Shuzi did not make an immediate decision, suspecting that Luo Tian intended for the Taishu Dao sect to replace the Xuanyuan manor and continue serving the King's manor. Luo Tian understood Ling Shuzi's hesitation. The King's manor sought to enlist these player factions for their own ends. Thus, Luo Tian decisively stated, "Rest assured, once the Taishu Dao sect replaces the Xuanyuan manor, we shall undoubtedly pledge our allegiance to the King's manor. Should the King's manor issue a command, the entire Taishu Dao sect would meet death without hesitation." With a significant ally to rely upon, one would be remiss not to embrace such a fortuitous opportunity, especially one as formidable as this in the current phase. Upon hearing Luo Tian's declaration, Ling Shuzi nodded in satisfaction and presented Luo Tian with a token, a badge of identity from the King's manor of Qiyu, before departing. The people of the Xuanyuan manor, without a doubt, plummeted from the heights of hope into the depths of despair. Their hopes were shattered, and the specter of annihilation loomed once more. Luo Tian did not hesitate, swiftly annihilating the entirety of the Xuanyuan manor. Despite Madame Xuanyuan's desperate resistance, she ultimately met her end, consumed by the flames of the dragon technique. To Luo Tian's surprise, upon obliterating the Xuanyuan manor, he had only accrued 5 points of demonic value. This was not due to the Xuanyuan manor's multitude of misdeeds, but rather because his cultivation had ascended, lowering the cost of wrongdoing. He effortlessly erased the demonic value accrued, returning to his status as a righteous individual. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for seizing control of Qingli Prefecture, earning 100,000 fortune points. The fortune points in a single prefecture amounted to an astonishing 100,000. This would allow for the enhancement of fortune treasures once more. With control over Qingli Prefecture secured, Luo Tian prepared to establish himself there. The Taishu Dao sect was bustling with activity. Zhou Bixian busied himself searching for the most auspicious site to station the sect within Qingli Prefecture, nearly exhausting himself in the process. As for Luo Tian, he was engaged in a grand upgrade of the sect. He had accumulated a plethora of exquisite gift packages, chance tokens, disciple tokens, and random treasures. With some leisure time on his hands, Luo Tian could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 120, Soul Summoning Token, Li Erniu's Opportunity. Luo Tian surveyed the dazzling array of items. Pondering deeply, after engaging in such a prosperous endeavor for the first time, he found himself momentarily at a loss. To calm his nerves, he decided to activate a postnatal upper-grade fortune treasure. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring the postnatal upper-grade fortune treasure, Soul Summoning Token. Soul Summoning Token, postnatal upper-grade fortune treasure, capable of suppressing sect fortune. Level 1 effect, can bind any individual within the sect, enhancing their aptitude and comprehension to 60. Note, once bound, the individual cannot consume heaven and earth treasures to enhance their aptitude. If the bound character dies, the binding can be undone and a new character selected. Upgrade, 0-100, Fortune. Luo Tian's eyes brightened at the prospect of designating an individual to elevate them to purple quality. He promptly upgraded the Soul Summoning Token to level 4. The effects changed from enhancing aptitude and comprehension to 60, now increasing to 68. Along with 3 additional effects, cultivation speed 10, damage 10, and damage reduction 5. To continue upgrading would require 100,000 fortune points, a sum Luo Tian did not currently possess. Extending his consciousness, Luo Tian observed Li Erniu, who was meditating and cultivating. Poor child, Luo Tian sighed softly. As one of the original trio, he felt a keen interest in him. Unfortunately, this lad had been rather unlucky, lacking in familial bonds, love, and opportunities. Determined to assist Li Erniu, Luo Tian resolved to bestow this fortune upon him. His future path would be for him to carve out on his own. He bound the Soul Summoning Token to Li Erniu. While cultivating, Li Erniu suddenly felt a surge in his training speed, experiencing an unexpected breakthrough from the 5th to the 6th level of Qi training. He looked up at the sky, finding nothing but emptiness. Could it be that diligence indeed compensates for lack of talent? Were his seniors not deceiving him? Li Erniu was astonished to discover that his cultivation speed had indeed increased. And this was no mere illusion. Overjoyed, he intensified his efforts in training. Luo Tian, witnessing this scene, merely smiled before activating the next fortune treasure. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring the postnatal mid-grade fortune treasure, Birth of the Treasure Tree, Special Type. Birth of the Treasure Tree, Special Type postnatal mid-grade fortune treasure, cannot be upgraded. Effect, within the domain, for every 100,000 newborns. There will certainly be one additional infant possessing cultivation aptitude. Luo Tian contemplated this, with a population goal of several 100,000 births annually in a prefecture. This would yield dozens of infants with cultivation aptitude each year. The long-term benefits were undeniable. After all, even within the territory of Xuanyuan sect, which boasted a population of 50 to 60 million, only about 100 individuals possessed cultivation aptitude. The only downside was that it could not be upgraded. With 95,300 fortune points remaining, Luo Tian proceeded to upgrade all previously acquired fortune treasures to level 4. The Xuanyuan crown was upgraded to level 4, enhancing the success rate of the entire sect's foundational breakthroughs by 4, along with an additional effect of reducing the severity of injuries sustained during failed breakthroughs by 5. This is quite commendable, a comprehensive enhancement. The gap of merely 5 points could equate to a life. The cultivation of each practitioner is arduous, and if one can reduce fatalities, it is prudent to do so. The eternal map of all living beings has ascended to level 4, resulting in a cultivation speed increase of 4, longevity of 4, and a 9-point damage reduction from Earth-type spells, along with an additional effect, an increase of 1 to the comprehension of all sect members. Xiao Pingan's comprehension has breached the threshold of 100, grazing the lower limits of red quality. In the Xian Medical Valley, while indulging in affectionate exchanges, Zheng Pingan experiences a moment of enlightenment, suddenly advancing the 5 Thunder Sutra to its 7th tier. Yet this is not the end. A myriad of divine abilities flashes through his mind, each one comprehended at an elevated level. Could this be the legendary moment of sudden enlightenment? Zheng Pingan contemplates, feeling an unprecedented clarity. Concepts that previously eluded him suddenly crystallize into understanding. Within the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian is immensely satisfied. The collective increase of 1 in comprehension is equivalent to all members partaking of a celestial treasure. The increase in longevity implies that Elder Zhou may enjoy a longer life. Moreover, the demon capture record is akin to acquiring an additional cloud travel order, which Luo Tian regards with considerable esteem. However, the demon capture record has not undergone significant changes, leveling it to 4 merely grants an additional 5 points of damage reduction. Upon upgrading the Xian Wood Spirit Ho to level 4, the yield from the spiritual field increases by 8. with an additional effect that raises the probability of producing higher-grade spiritual materials by 1. What was once invisible luck has now transformed into visible fortune. After toying with the luck-enhancing treasures, Luo Tian proceeds to activate the schematics. Among the 6 purple quality blueprints, he is unexpectedly delighted to discover one that yields a teleportation array. The remaining 5 include a spirit attraction platform, a 1,000-sword platform, and 3 others, a talisman pavilion, an alchemy pavilion, and a weapon refinement pavilion, whose effects are not vastly different from blue quality, save for an additional consumption of 1. At level 4, there is also an added mental energy cost of 5. Notably, the 1,000-sword platform bears significance. 1,000-sword platform, purple. Level 4 effect, success rate of comprehending sword intent 4, swordsmanship experience 18. Probability of acquiring sword intent of blue quality or higher 1 can be activated once every decade. At last, the Tai Su Dao sect possesses its own legacy of sword cultivation. Most Earth-grade spells and artifacts are of inferior quality, with only 1 superior-grade spell, the Starry Array Incarnation, and 1 medium-grade spell, the Breaking Sky 9 Spears, alongside a medium-grade artifact, the Soul Capturing Brush. Conversely, a top-tier Earth-grade cultivation method has emerged, the Tianyin Gathering Spirit Record, capable of accommodating the souls of myriad beings for one's own use, which upon reflection, appears rather sinister. Earth-grade rare treasures primarily assist purple-quality disciples in enhancing their talents or comprehension, with a slight chance of acquiring new abilities, serving as the sect's foundation and providing rewards for disciples during grand competitions. Combining 3 epic Transcender gift packs, Luo Tian synthesizes them into 1. Although there is no change, the items acquired are quite practical. A low-grade Heavenly Protection Array, the 4 Spirits and 4 Symbols Array, arrives just in time as he prepares to relocate to Qingli Prefecture. This serves as a powerful tonic for his spirit. Now, only the Opportunity Order and the Disciples' Recruitment Order remain. After expending nearly half a month, Luo Tian consumes all the Purple Disciples' Recruitment Orders and Purple Opportunity Orders, even unearthing a few graves. This was not his intention, rather. The opportunities lie hidden within those tombs. The Earth-grade items are scarce, and from 6 Purple Opportunity Orders, he procures merely 3 Earth-grade items. Among them is an Earth-grade treasure, the Heaven and Earth Seal, which can reduce enemy damage by 20, a collective effect. This is certainly the most substantial gain. The remaining items, when converted to spirit stones, amount to approximately 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. After considerable effort, only 1 golden opportunity order remains. For over a year, Luo Tian has yet to encounter a golden opportunity order. This marks his first acquisition of an opportunity of golden quality. It must be a heavenly grade item. Filled with anticipation, Luo Tian promptly opens the golden opportunity order to commence his search. Chapter 121. The Heavenly Grade Treasure, the Everlasting Tree, and the Misunderstanding of the Spirit Exquisite Hall. Luo Tian never imagined that his departure would extend to a month. However, as a month elapsed, he found no trace of the golden opportunity. Could it be that the opportunity had spawned and been claimed by another? The most dreadful thought crossed his mind, a futile endeavor, merely serving to adorn another's success. Another half-month passed, and Luo Tian arrived in a territory known as Zhangzhou. Upon hearing the name, he felt a surge of botanical memories. He bore 2 storage rings, one containing a corpse from Zhangzhou. Once he finds the location of the Golden Opportunity Order, he plans to return the remains to the Spirit Exquisite Hall, thus resolving an old matter. At long last, fortune favors the diligent. After another half-month, totaling 2 months, he finally discovers the source of the Golden Opportunity Order. In the Central Sea, a mystical island drifts. Here, human presence is absent, seemingly enveloped by a natural array that isolates the island. Had it not been for Luo Tian's guidance, he might never have stumbled upon this isle. Upon setting foot on the island, it appeared like a paradise untouched by civilization, a pristine forest devoid of any signs of humanity. Ultimately, Luo Tian located an object suspended in the heart of the primordial forest, as indicated by the Golden Opportunity Order. Everlasting Tree, Heavenly Grade Treasure. Effect. Within the range of the Everlasting Tree, all allied practitioners experience a 50 recovery of spiritual power, sustain an injury value of 50, and receive 10 damage. When the Everlasting Tree's spiritual power is exhausted, its effects cease. By the heavens! Upon witnessing this, Luo Tian realized he had unearthed a veritable weapon of war. In the course of battle, deploying such a formidable healer would undoubtedly bolster morale. He gazed at the stout, towering Everlasting Tree, emanating an aura of wood elemental energy, contemplating a prolonged rest to refine the tree. Being an unclaimed entity, even as a heavenly grade treasure, its refinement should take at most a few months. With Elder Zhou and others at the sect, there should be no significant issues, he reasoned. Within the Tai Su Dao sect, Elder Zhou, after 2 arduous months, finally located a suitable site for the sect's relocation. Upon returning, he prepared to discuss important matters with Luo Tian. However, within the Tai Su Hall, there was no sign of Luo Tian. The cave dwelling lay empty. And Elder Zhou inquired among several other elders, even summoning Zheng Pingyan from the distant Xian Medical Valley for questioning. Yet, there was still no news. How peculiar. Could it be that the sect leader had urgent matters requiring his absence? Elder Zhou pondered. It was unlikely that the unreliable sect leader would embark on an unannounced journey lasting more than half a month. 2 months had now elapsed. A notion bordering on the fantastical. He assumed that it would not be long before Luo Tian returned. However, after waiting a month, Elder Zhou began to sense something awry. Their sect leader had been absent for 3 months without any word. Given that young man's resources, as long as he did not encounter a true monarch-level threat, he could escape even from the encirclement of other forces with ease. Elder Zhou still believed in Luo Tian's capabilities, treasures of Earth grade that other factions revered as treasures. He possessed several. As for the legacies that could incite bloodshed, they were displayed prominently in the library. Not even his former faction had such extravagance. Elder Zhou continued to trust in Luo Tian. And then, 2 more months passed. It had been over half a year since Luo Tian's departure. Still, there was no news. Zhou Banshan's expression was fraught with concern. He bit down hard and retrieved a battered compass. Then, expelling a mouthful of blood, he collapsed unconscious. Meanwhile, on the Celestial Island, Luo Tian leisurely opened his eyes. Upon calculating the time, he realized that 4 months had elapsed. It had been half a year since he departed from the sect. A wave of guilt washed over Luo Tian. Disappearing for such an extended period, he couldn't help but wonder about the state of the sect. Surely, Elder Zhou was already berating him. The everlasting tree was safely tucked away in his possession. Luo Tian glanced at the chat channel. The global chat indicated that other states had yet to complete their achievements. A few days prior, Li Long and other administrators had sent him private messages, informing him that they had made contact with the remaining 8 states. Luo Tian, which is the foremost sect in Sangzhou. As he happened to be in Sangzhou, he thought to himself that since he was there, he might as well incorporate Sangzhou into his domain. Organizing a gathering of players from the 9 provinces to grasp the intelligence of the realm was the true essence of the Qinglong society. Upon seeing this, Li Long mused that his boss was indeed deserving of his title, even managing to extend his influence to Sangzhou. Li Long, boss. The leading player in Sangzhou is Lin Wushuang, the sect master of Xingshu sect, who has established a faction called the Zhetian Society. After speaking, Li Long pondered for a moment, sensing something was amiss. Luo Tian. There will always be someone more remarkable. That is the norm among contemporary netizens. Since he was the top player, his whereabouts were no secret. Luo Tian acquired the location of Xingshu sect and prioritized his visit to Lingjue Hall. Lingjue Hall was a major force in Sangzhou, akin to Tai sect in Changning County, though it likely lacked the formidable elders of Tai sect. The address of Lingjue Hall was obtained by casually inquiring from a local family. The head of that family, upon witnessing Luo Tian's grand entrance into the city, intended to reprimand him. But when he saw the overwhelming phenomena following Luo Tian, he was rendered speechless, remaining in a daze until Luo Tian completed his inquiries and departed. This was, after all, a true Purple Mansion Grandmaster in their midst. The entire family was nearly wiped out. Terrified, the family subsequently altered their rules, ensuring that all visiting cultivators were treated with utmost respect. Unaware of the patriarch's inner thoughts, Luo Tian was in Sangzhou to conduct business, not to stir trouble. Upon arriving at the location of Lingjue Hall, he recalled the scene of his first meeting with Wei Anha, prompting a smirk of sarcasm. You, merely pretending to be unworldly. We're just putting on airs. Was Wei Anha's talent truly exceptional? At that time, Luo Tian thought that reaching foundation establishment at the tender age of 20 was already remarkable, especially when he himself was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement. In retrospect, he now believed that Wei Anha's aptitude was at most of purple quality, and he was a decent alchemist, albeit regrettably perished at the 9th level of foundation establishment. However, he could finally return to his roots. Within Lingjue Hall, several Purple Mansion Grandmasters gradually opened their eyes, their expressions grave. They sensed an approaching aura of unfathomable terror, one that was entirely unfamiliar and unlike any Purple Mansion Grandmaster they knew in Sangzhou. Activate the protective formation of the sect. If the visitor harbors ill intentions, we must not allow the fallout of any confrontation to endanger our disciples within the hall. One of the Purple Mansion Grandmasters declared, his countenance taut. This aura was simply too fearsome. A misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, the visitor was even carrying a coffin. What kind of enmity must that entail? Luo Tian, bearing the coffin, was just about to step into Lingjue Hall when a fearsome formation suddenly rose around him, enveloping the hall. Observing the 6 figures manifesting in the void, Luo Tian was utterly bewildered. Chapter 122. Settling an old score. Cough, cough. Dear friends, there is no need for such agitation. My visit bears no malice. As Luo Tian regarded the vigilant masters of Lingjue Hall, he understood that their assumptions might have strayed from the truth. He was merely a good person. Good people do not dwell on such matters. At the forefront of Lingjue Hall stood a youth clad in a black gold robe, appearing to be around Luo Tian's age. Upon hearing that Luo Tian's arrival was devoid of ill intent, he still did not lower his guard. May I inquire, esteemed friend, what brings you to Lingjue Hall? The youth did not dare to underestimate Luo Tian, nor did he readily accept his words. After all, he might be just another old-timer feigning youthfulness, with unknown motives. Noticing that the members of Lingjue Hall remained on high alert, Luo Tian set the coffin down before them and slowly opened it. The sight startled several of the Purple Mansion Grandmasters, who quickly retreated to a safe distance. Luo Tian found this reaction rather amusing. Did he really appear to be an unforgivable villain? I am merely fulfilling the last wishes of a departed friend, returning their remains to your hall to rest in peace. Thus settling an old cause, he explained helplessly. It seemed that Lingjue Hall was overly timid. Upon hearing this, the members exchanged glances. Their expressions a mix of skepticism and intrigue. The black gold-robed youth spoke again. Which esteemed predecessor from Lingjue Hall does this remains belong to? Within the vast history of Lingjue Hall, there were indeed a few Purple Mansion Grandmasters who had ventured out in search of opportunities and never returned. It is the remains of my friend Wei Anha, whose master is the esteemed Lingxin Jinren. Luo Tian observed the wariness of Lingjue Hall and found it puzzling that such a cautious sect would have produced someone like Wei Anha, a chivalrous individual who sought to meddle in every affair. Upon hearing Wei Anha's name, a kindly elder gasped in horror. Anha, my disciple. Luo Tian watched as the elder rushed to the coffin, knowing him to be Lingxin Jinren, Wei Anha's master. Lingxin Jinren gazed upon the serene figure within the coffin. Despite the aging features, he recognized his disciple at once, even recalling the spirit robe he had gifted him when he departed. The elder's face darkened with grief, and even Luo Tian could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. In the realm of cultivation, the warmth and coldness of human emotions were ever present. A Purple Mansion Grandmaster lived for 500 years, witnessing the cycles of life and death, often with hearts hardened as stone. The members of Lingjue Hall exchanged awkward smiles. Realizing that perhaps this was merely a misunderstanding, they had overthought the situation. The body within the coffin was indeed that of a deceased individual, eliciting a profound sense of regret among the onlookers. They had watched Wei Anha grow up, and had developed a fondness for this remarkably gifted and chivalrous youth. However, they had not anticipated that after a century apart, he would return only as a cold corpse. The unpredictability of life struck hard. Lingxin, my condolences. The youth in the black gold robe offered comfort. Having lived for over 400 years, he had long grown accustomed to the farewells of life and death. Master, Anha must have been murdered. I have no children of my own. Anha was like my own child. If I do not avenge his death, how can I find peace? Lingxin Jinren gritted his teeth, turning to Luo Tian. I must seek vengeance for Anha. Please tell me, who is responsible for his demise? The black gold-robed youth hesitated, wishing to offer solace but unsure how to proceed. For a cultivator, being unable to find peace of mind was a grave transgression. If such feelings were suppressed for too long, they could give rise to inner demons and lead one astray. The youth could only turn to Luo Tian, hoping he might possess some knowledge. Unfortunately, Luo Tian shook his head. I too am unaware of who orchestrated this. He genuinely did not know, nor did even Wei Anha himself. The members of Lingjue Hall felt a sense of disappointment. The truth behind this matter would have to be uncovered by them alone. I am grateful to you, esteemed Taoist, for returning in he. Should you require any assistance, my Lingjue Hall will undoubtedly strive to aid you. The young man in the black gold robe made this promise, albeit the extent of such efforts remains uncertain. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the encounter with Wei and he, purple. Lingjue Hall's affinity towards the player increases by 60. A mere ripple stirred within Luo Tian's heart, had it been a year prior. The prospect of allying with such a formidable force would have kept him awake for several nights. Yet now, he felt no extraordinary sentiment. Luo Tian was invited to be a guest at Lingjue Hall for 3 days, engaging in amiable conversation with the young man in the black gold robe, learning about the fundamental power dynamics within Sangzhou. This young man, known as Lingyin Junren, was an ancient being who had lived for over 4 centuries. Luo Tian found it peculiar that, despite being far younger than Lingyin Junren, he was addressed as Taoist brother repeatedly. Upon learning that Luo Tian hailed from Qi Yuzhou, and had traversed vast distances to deliver a corpse, Ling Yinzhenren was profoundly moved, proclaiming a bond of eternal friendship between their families. However, when Luo Tian broached the topic of constructing a teleportation array between their families, Ling Yinzhenren's expression shifted, and he merely chuckled awkwardly. After 3 days of visiting, Luo Tian departed. However, as he stepped beyond the confines of Lingzhu Hall, a notification echoed in his mind. Jiuyin Hall's hatred towards player Luo Tian increases by 60. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. The force responsible for the assassination of Wei, and he was likely Jiuyin Hall, though he was uncertain whether they had a golden elixir cultivator in their ranks. Jiuyin Hall's hatred towards player Luo Tian. 60. Luo Tian mused. It seems they lack a golden elixir practitioner. Do not presume that the absence of animosity signifies safety. You have revealed yourselves. He contemplated visiting Jiuyin Hall one day, intending to extort a sum from them. Luo Tian had no intention of disclosing this information to Lingzhu Hall. The friendship between gentlemen is as serene as water, with only shared interests enduring. After leaving Lingzhu Hall, Luo Tian sought out the first player of Zhangzhou, Lin Wushuang of Shengsu sect, to establish a communication channel across the 9 provinces. Shengsu sect, Lin Wushuang pondered. By all logical standards, he should be the chosen one, destined to lead the players of Zhangzhou to greatness. Yet, recently, he had received distressing news. Qi Yuzhou had already cleared the game, unlocking the 9 provinces instance. This revelation chilled Lin Wushuang to the core. Around the grand table sat the elite players of Zhangzhou, 13 in total, all from second-tier sects, the chosen ones of Zhangzhou. Their numbers paled in comparison to those from Qi Yuzhou. They collectively deliberated whether to enlist the aid of Qi Yuzhou's strength to accomplish their fateful tasks. Lin Wushuang observed the silence of the others with a sense of helplessness. Relying on the strength of Qi Yuzhou would inevitably allow them to claim a share of the spoils. Though they all hailed from the same water blue star, they operated independently in this foreign realm. Once Qi Yuzhou made its entrance, the players of Zhangzhou united under their respective states, unwilling to invite a powerful ally who might seize their rightful resources. Leader, the decision rests with you. Ultimately, the responsibility fell back on Lin Wushuang. Feeling the weight of the moment, he decisively stated, if you disagree with allowing players from Qi Yuzhou to assist us in Zhangzhou, please raise your hand. This time, there was a reaction. Among the 13, including Lin Wushuang, 7 hands were raised. The outcome was self-evident. Lin Wushuang felt a surge of joy within. He proclaimed, then we shall accept the assistance of Qi Yuzhou's players. After reflecting, he sensed something amiss in his own statement. A bald man scrutinized Lin Wushuang and said, Leader, did you perhaps misspeak? 7 to 6 should indicate agreement to accept Qi Yuzhou's aid. The group turned to the bald man. He chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, I spoke too hastily. We should indeed agree to Qi Yuzhou's assistance. Suddenly, a young man clad in a grand cloak stood up, fuming. Leader, and you, bald one, are you jesting? If you all share this sentiment, why raise your hands? The final outcome is still to permit Qi Yuzhou's entry. Lin Wushuang shrugged. This is not my issue. If you believe it is ours, then speak up. Is the problem ours, or is it something else? The young man scoffed. The resources of Zhangzhou should allow Qi Yuzhou to enter and assist us. Before he could finish, he hastily covered his mouth, his eyes wide with fear. He intended to express that the resources of Zhangzhou should not be shared with Qi Yuzhou's players, framing it not as assistance, but as a plunder. Yet, his words uncontrollably morphed into a different notion. The others sensed the dissonance, their expressions shifting from calm to tumultuous. Lin Wushuang sighed. I did not anticipate that Qi Yuzhou would already have players of the 3rd-tier sect. It is no wonder they were the first to unlock the 9 provinces instance. Pray, let us converse, he beckoned. The remaining elite players of Zhangzhou were gripped by terror, even chilled to the bone. Qi Yuzhou had indeed produced 3rd-tier players, and they were now present in Zhangzhou, concealed among them. Your intuition is commendable, a voice echoed from the void. Unbeknownst to them, a young man clad in a feathered robe sat leisurely at the far end of the table, brewing a cup of spirit tea. Lin Wushuang inwardly scoffed at the notion of commendable intuition. Even the dimmest minds could discern that something was amiss. The other players of Zhangzhou, however, were not as composed as Lin Wushuang, appearing as though petrified statues. Should this man harbor even a hint of murderous intent, all present would meet their demise. You must be the leader of Qi Yuzhou, Lin Wushuang stated with certainty. Luo Tian sipped his tea, setting the cup down with poise. You should now be able to provide Qi Yuzhou with a response. In truth, the specifics of the response were inconsequential. Ultimately, the words spoken would amount to agreement. Nevertheless, Luo Tian respected these compatriots enough to solicit their opinions, seeking their acquiescence. This was the strategy of the Purple Mansion, as a major figure of the 9th level. Luo Tian could effortlessly alter the thoughts within a person's mind, Any words contrary to his would be retracted. Do we have a second option? The players of Zhangzhou felt a bitterness within. With the emergence of third-tier sects, how significant was their status in the grand scheme? Exhausted, Lin Wuxuang conceded, "Brother, you decide. Your strength is undeniable. I shall follow your lead." A wise man recognizes the moment. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. "I shall construct a teleportation array here, linking our two states, facilitating Zhangzhou's swift completion of its fateful endeavors and unlocking the permissions of the 9 provinces. This is a matter of utmost urgency. Do not harbor dissatisfaction. The sooner the permissions are unlocked, the greater the benefits you shall reap. All of you are intelligent individuals. You must have realized that the resources provided by the destiny system to us players of the Dayu dynasty are limited, destined for only a select few to soar to greatness, with each step ahead leading to further advancement." Luo Tian coaxed them gently, painting a grand vision before them. "You managed to acquire such an item as a teleportation array, even one that spans states?" Lin Wuxuang was astonished. He was no stranger to teleportation arrays, which were entirely divine artifacts, indeed strategic ones. Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Wuxuang felt utterly helpless. With the advent of teleportation arrays, Zhangzhou was doomed. Noticing the lack of resistance among the people of Zhangzhou, Luo Tian inquired curiously, what were the first and second destiny events in Zhangzhou? Lin Wuxuang did not conceal the truth. The first destiny event was called the Chaotic Dance of Demons. A blood-red sun and moon appeared in the sky. Everything that manifested quickly vanished, resulting in numerous deaths in Zhangzhou. No one beneath the local Purple Mansion remembers this incident, as if there were a collective amnesia. We players only vaguely recall this event, unable to recall many details. Luo Tian pondered, realizing that the first event across the 9 provinces was similarly bizarre, a chaotic dance of demons. Lin Wuxuang continued. The second destiny event required us to achieve results in the Void Sea dungeon, where many local prodigies participated. As long as one secured good results, it sufficed. Luo Tian, intrigued, asked, "How long until your second destiny event commences?" "Another year and a half." Lin Wuxuang replied with a wry smile. Originally, it was set for 2.5 years, but a year had already passed. Luo Tian speculated that not every province's second destiny event would be identical. Perhaps it was influenced by the timing of the first event or the unique customs of each province. The residents of Qiyu province were relatively fortunate. Despite the overall weakness of players participating in the inquiry conference, they unlocked the 9 provinces' permissions swiftly. Swift permission unlocks conferred advantages. Not to mention that the high-tier players of Qiyu province gained significant benefits during the inquiry conference, vastly enhancing their collective strength, which was undoubtedly overwhelming compared to players from other provinces. After grasping this, Luo Tian arranged a teleportation array at the Sacred Void sect, needing only to return to the Taishu Dao sect to set up a teleportation core. The only unfortunate aspect was that the teleportation array charged based on distance. The cost between Qiyu province and Zhangzhou was likely substantial, even for a single individual. Moreover, the special building could not be upgraded. After addressing the high-tier player group in Zhangzhou, Luo Tian resumed his journey back to the Taishu Dao sect. Yawning, he found himself sneezing incessantly along the way. Could it be that the illustrious Purple Mansion true man had caught a cold? Dismissing the absurd thought, he mused that perhaps someone missed him. He wondered if Elder Zhou had found a suitable feng shui site for the sect's relocation. It had seemed a bit long since he had left the sect, having been away for over half a year, evoking a sense of wanderlust within him. Chapter 124, Returning to the sect in its current state. Finally, after enduring over half a year, Luo Tian returned to the Taishu Dao sect. Much had changed during his absence. The spiritual energy had become notably denser. The sect was bustling with numerous new faces, including both elders and disciples. Thankfully, he was not barred from entering by his own kin. Luo Tian felt a sense of relief. Being denied entry as the sect leader would have been quite humiliating. It seemed that during his absence, Elder Zhou had managed to develop the sect well. He wondered if Elder Zhou had chosen a suitable feng shui site in Qingli Prefecture. As he pondered this matter, being cramped in Changning Prefecture was hardly ideal. Otherwise, a conflict with the Tai sect was inevitable. The nature of their relationship was one thing, but mutual interests were another. Luo Tian's return to the sect caused quite a stir. The long-absent sect leader had finally come back. He encountered many familiar faces, yet also noted the absence of others, such as his eldest disciple, Zheng Pingyan, who had ventured out in search of opportunities to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Breaking through the Purple Mansion was no simple feat. Even the golden quality Tai Xuanzi had taken 5 to 8 years without success. His second disciple, Su Cheng, had become the sect's chief steward, managing urgent matters both within and outside the sect. His cultivation had also progressed significantly, reaching the 7th level of foundation establishment. His youngest disciple, Chu Mo's Hang, had been diligently cultivating and had now succeeded in establishing his foundation, attaining the 5th level. Su Cheng felt immense pressure. If he slacked off even a little, he would be surpassed by his own junior. Truly, a reincarnated great being, and a genius trained in the path of emotionless cultivation. Luo Tian felt a sense of pride. This was the aspiration of all cultivators, to seek immortality and enlightenment. Among the purple quality disciples, Luo Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that someone had actually broken through to foundation establishment. He estimated that even for the fastest purple quality disciples, it would take 2 to 3 years to achieve such a breakthrough. Among the player community, besides himself, no other disciples had reached foundation establishment. As for the purple quality disciples in Qiyu province and Sangzhou, he had yet to hear of any achieving this milestone. The one who broke through within the sect was not Nan Hongsang or Li Erniu, but rather Xiao Biu. The later comers surpassed the earlier ones, which took Luo Tian aback. He had even established the Yuanliang peak within the sect and recruited several promising disciples. Overall, the sect was thriving. After learning about the sect's recent developments from Yun Tianhua, Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. A competent sect does not require constant oversight from its leader. Sect leader, Yun Tianhua seemed to recall something, hesitating to speak. Luo Tian's curiosity was piqued. What could prompt such hesitation from Yun Tianhua? Old Yun, could it be that there have been other unforeseen events in the sect during my absence? Was there a force that had taken advantage of his absence to bully the weak? After much deliberation, Yun Tianhua finally spoke. Sect leader, you have been missing for over half a year. Elder Zhou has mentioned more than once that upon your return, he intends to leave the sect and continue as a wandering Taoist. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian felt alarmed. If Elder Zhou left, would all these concerns fall upon him? That simply couldn't happen. Elder Zhou must not depart. Ah, you good-for-nothing Yin Tianhua. Are you conspiring behind my back? The voice of Zhou Banshan echoed from afar. Having been handling affairs in the outside world, Zhou Banshan hurried back to the sect upon hearing that the sect leader had returned. You speak the truth. I indeed wish to resign from my position as elder of this sect and wander the world, Zhou Banshan huffed, visibly aggrieved. Luo Tian checked the loyalty rating and found it at 95 points. His worries could finally be set aside. Suddenly, Luo Tian furrowed his brow and asked, Elder Zhou, have you used the divination method again? Zhou Banshan bore more severe injuries than before. You disappeared for over half a year without a word. Who knows where you hid yourself, or if you encountered a crisis? How could I refrain from divining your whereabouts? Zhou Banshan retorted, but your fate truly is peculiar. Luo Tian coughed awkwardly, uncertain whether this was due to the destiny system or his innate talent as a transmigrator. His fate was impervious to divination. Zhou Banshan's forced attempts at divination often resulted in backlash, and it seemed he had been pushed to the brink this time, opting to divine once more. The injuries he sustained were heavier than before. However, he certainly did not intend to withhold information. He had not anticipated that he would inadvertently follow the guidance of the Golden Opportunity Order all the way to Sangzhou. Upon arriving in Sangzhou, he had feared leaking his whereabouts, considering the numerous forces in Qiyu province that wished to see him dead. Death is not to be feared. He possesses divine abilities that allow him to be resurrected within the sect. Moreover, he carries with him a collection of treasures, among which is the celestial grade treasure, the Tree of Eternal Life. If it were to be lost, Luo Tian feels that it would be akin to having exhausted both of his lives. His whereabouts are known only to Li Long, and that knowledge was shared only after he had secured the celestial treasures. The explanation is lengthy. Zhou Banzian harbors skepticism. With a mere thought, Luo Tian conjures the image of the Tree of Eternal Life, radiating an abundance of vitality. In an instant, however, he retracts the vision of the tree. Observing the astonished expressions of the two, he reluctantly states, Elder Zhou, do you now believe what I have said? It is not that I do not wish to inform you, but the matter is of great import, necessitating caution. The fleeting glimpse of the Tree of Eternal Life leaves an indelible impression in their minds. The legendary celestial grade treasure. Throughout the Great Yu dynasty, only the imperial capital is even rumored to possess such a treasure. Zhou Banzian refrains from further inquiries. The gravity of the situation is apparent, and Luo Tian's decision to conceal his whereabouts is indeed prudent. Should others learn of his possession of a celestial grade treasure, it would likely spell disaster. Those at the Golden Core stage, and even the divine and celestial sovereigns, would inevitably intervene. Yun Tianhua grits his teeth, channeling his soul into a blade. Striking at his own mind, he suddenly expels a mouthful of blood and falls into unconsciousness. Luo Tian sighs. Old Yun, why must you go to such lengths? His trust in Yun Tianhua is unwavering, given the remarkable loyalty of 95. Yun Tianhua has severed the memories of the Tree of Eternal Life. Recognizing the significance of the celestial grade treasure, Zhou Banzian also seeks to erase his own memories of it. Luo Tian hastily intervenes, but Zhou Banzian asserts, "Your fate is unique, and even divine beings find it difficult to predict. However, if I were to perish one day, or if my thoughts were detected by a powerful being, it would bring calamity to the sect. In the face of absolute power, the news of the celestial grade treasure must never be divulged." Upon finishing, Zhou Banzian coughs up blood and, like Yun Tianhua, succumbs to unconsciousness. Fortunately, their injuries are not severe, requiring only a period of recuperation. This incident serves as a poignant reminder to Luo Tian of the treasure's value, which is likely far more significant than he initially surmised. Chapter 125, The Sect's Power Dynamics? Yun Tianhua and Zhou Banzian remain unconscious for 3 days. Upon awakening, they find themselves devoid of memories from that day. Yun Tianhua, though somewhat perplexed, quickly regains his composure due to psychological suggestion. Zhou Banzian, upon waking, expresses a desire to leave the sect and wander the world. Luo Tian promptly utilizes his soul to retrieve Zhou, who had secretly descended the mountain, along with Jingyun, who had been abducted. The little girl Zhou, upon seeing her sect leader returned, rolls her eyes playfully and begins to act coy. Unfortunately, Luo Tian is not swayed by her antics. Until he successfully reassures Zhou Banzian, Zhou's desire to leave the mountain will be thwarted. Being unable to descend is undoubtedly a source of great distress for such a gluttonous child. It does not take long for Zhou Banzian's desire to leave to be thoroughly extinguished. As an elder, he requires some coaxing, which is entirely normal. Luo Tian expresses his deep respect for the elder generation, thus entrusting the relocation of the sect to Zhou Banzian. This is a sign of regard. With Zhou in hand, Zhou Banzian can only acquiesce. Luo Tian contemplates whether this world possesses any mystical items that could extend life, as he must procure some to enhance Zhou Banzian's longevity. A thought crosses Luo Tian's mind. Zhou Banzian's lifespan is already limited, and he has sacrificed years for the sake of deducing Luo Tian's potential. The lifespan granted by the celestial diagram has all but been consumed, and he has even incurred a loss. In the days that follow, Zhou Banzian leads a group of elders in a flurry of activity. Of course, Luo Tian is not idle either. He has undertaken a significant task, crafting spirit stones. At present, his net worth, when converted to low-grade spirit stones, would render him a billionaire, if not more. To establish a new sect, he generously dispenses millions of low-grade spirit stones, leaving Zhou Banzian utterly astounded. It is his first encounter with such a vast sum of spirit stones, and after some contemplation, he deems it excessive, utterly at a loss as to how to utilize it. Nevertheless, Luo Tian insists on spending millions to create a sect of grandeur. Zhou Banzian is still too naive. For some, millions of spirit stones might not suffice. Luo Tian shakes his head, which is precisely why he feels secure in trusting the sect's affairs to Zhou Banzian. The elder's sole personal interest lies in the little girl Zhou, who, unfortunately, cannot cultivate. During this time, Luo Tian finds himself somewhat at leisure, spending his days caring for Luo Ming and taking the little one fishing. The sect's red-quality genius, though not yet 3 years old, is nonetheless of great importance to Luo Tian. Cultivation is not bound by age. This child will inevitably grow. In the future, he may surpass the elder disciple Zheng Ping'an, becoming the backbone of the sect. Geniuses must be nurtured from a young age, instilling in them the correct worldview. At not yet 3, Luo Ming has yet to cultivate. But through natural instinct, he absorbs spiritual energy, already possessing the cultivation level of the 5th stage of qi refinement. Occasionally, Luo Tian invites Li Long and several other administrators from the Supreme Immortal Alliance to partake in a game of cards or mahjong to pass the time. With Li Long's network established, they successfully make contact with several nearby states. Luo Tian also seizes the opportunity to learn about players from other states. Qiyu State undoubtedly stands out with its impressive strength, having surpassed 100 second-tier sect leaders. In contrast, other states like Tianzhou and Yuzhou boast merely 20 to 30 second-tier sect leaders, all representing the first tier of strength. These 2 states are the most formidable among the 9, and luck seems to favor their players. However, the second Heavenly Fate event was triggered relatively late. After some discussion, Yuzhou agrees to join the 9 provinces conference and permits players from Qiyu State to participate in the second Heavenly Fate event. Tianzhou, on the other hand, is still deliberating. Luo Tian suspects they are stalling for time. Should the need arise, he may have to personally choose an auspicious day to make an appearance. Aside from the 3 major states, the remaining 4 states are passable. For instance, Sangzhou has 13 players who have reached the second tier of sect leadership, while many others also belong to this tier, albeit in fewer numbers. The 4 states stand no chance against Qiyu State, even if they oppose Qiyu State's players. Their resistance is futile. Dispatching a few players to negotiate will suffice. The remaining Liangzhou and Yunji represent the weakest player demographics among the 9, lacking any second-tier sect leaders. Their bad luck is undeniable, as even the first Heavenly Fate event has yet to commence. Thus, did Sun Jian escape to Yunji? Luo Tian strokes his chin, listening to Li Long's report. Indeed, that troublemaker has created chaos and is now fleeing to Yunji. Is he attempting to establish himself as a local tyrant? Leader, should we dispatch players to hunt down Sun Jian? Li Long inquires. Luo Tian nods. Let Sun Jian's name be publicly announced. With a bounty of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, many were willing to pursue Sun Jian, as he possessed several valuable items. However, those possessions held little significance for him. As a Grand Master of the Purple Mansion, he saw no necessity to traverse thousands of miles to hunt down a mere insignificant figure, thus placing himself in peril. Li Long nodded in agreement and quickly set about to execute the task. The most incensed among them was Zhou Yongwang, who immediately journeyed to Yunzhou to track down Sun Jian. Let us arrange for some high-level players to relocate our sect to Qingli County, Luo Tian instructed Li Long presently. The players of Chuzhou were under his command, with numerous high-ranking players pledging their allegiance to Luo Tian, becoming vassals of the Tai Su Dao sect. These individuals were akin to elite soldiers in his personal army. The loss of even one would weigh heavily on Luo Tian's heart. Li Long continued to nod. A year ago, we all yearned for a temporary haven for our players, uncertain of when that dream might materialize. Who would have thought our leader would so swiftly secure us a territory? Reflecting on this, he realized that they had spent 2 years in this world. They were destined to endure many more years here. 2 years were but a fleeting ripple in the vast ocean of time. Ultimately, everything hinged on strength. Only with power could one wield influence in this realm. The Mo family and Xianin Cave, having witnessed a Grandmaster of the Purple Mansion fall to Luo Tian, dared not harbor resentment against him. All of this stemmed from his cultivation at the 9th tier of the Purple Mansion. This thought prompted Luo Tian to reminisce. In recent days, he had pondered various methods of cultivation, yet no matter his contemplation, he could not manifest an increase in spiritual power. This realization confirmed to him that they, as players, were neither required nor able to cultivate in the traditional sense. Advancement in cultivation was entirely contingent upon completing destiny ascension tasks. This brought to mind the flow of fortune he had observed in his previous life. Now, however, it was aptly termed the sect flow, akin to the soul of a sect's fortune. Chapter 126, Temporary Destiny Event, The Battle for Two States. In the second year of traversing the Destiny world, the regional channel erupted with excitement. Brothers, I've finally achieved purple status. I can now relocate to the territory of our leader. Envy, the luck of the upper floors has descended upon me. Inhale the aura of fortune, I breathe it in. I breathe it in. What a pity, I only drew a blue quality disciple. Alas, such a show-off. Isn't blue quality enough to be satisfied? During the annual free draw event, there were always those fortunate souls. Of course, there were also the unfortunate ones. Luo Tian observed the system notification amidst the thunderous atmosphere surrounding the peak. The inner sect elders and disciples all turned their gazes toward the main peak, bewildered as to who had offended the sect leader to elicit such ire. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring a white quality disciple. Your disciple is on their way. A white quality disciple, in the context of the current Tai Su Dao sect, was decent enough for a menial role. Well, I'm not a lucky one. I'm merely a loser, Luo Tian sighed, contemplating the transcendent gift pack he had not opened in a year. The pack contained precisely 365 items. The reason for such precision was that any surplus had already been consumed. Luo Tian sequentially synthesized the accumulated gift packs. After 1 quarter, the quality was an epic gift pack. After half a year, it remained an epic gift pack. Luo Tian was taken aback. Was there such a vast disparity between epic and legendary? After a moment's hesitation, he continued to synthesize all the packs into one. Yet, it was still an epic gift pack. Damn it, Luo Tian exclaimed, frustration washing over him as he opened it. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring the golden quality divine ability, the 5 Elements Body. The 5 Elements Body, gold, allows the user to switch their attributes to any of the 5 elements and additionally grants a unique divine ability corresponding to that attribute. Luo Tian's countenance brightened instantly. He had anticipated that a year's worth of accumulated gifts would yield something extraordinary. The 5 Elements Body, with its ability to randomly switch to any elemental attribute, was indeed worthy of its golden quality. The 5 elements were fundamentally about mutual generation and restraint. He could randomly switch his cultivation attribute to counter opponents adept in elemental arts. The 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation Body was too singular. Should he encounter someone like his second disciple Su Chong, who possessed a wind and thunder constitution, Luo Tian would be obliterated on the spot. Now, however, he had no such concerns. Not to mention, upon switching attributes, he would also gain a random divine ability of that attribute, which Luo Tian estimated would at least be of purple quality. Metal represents destruction, wood embodies life, water signifies control, fire enhances damage, and earth provides defense. With the ability to withstand, strike, evade, and restrain, my vitality remains resilient. Luo Tian decisively opted for equipping it. With dual gold attributes, a pentagon fully maxed out, and 2 extra lives, he loaded all 3 divine abilities. To equip more divine abilities, he would need divine ability stones to unlock additional slots. To acquire divine ability stones, Luo Tian could only await the next destiny event to commence. He wondered if the Transcendence gift pack might yield such a thing. The enhancement provided by divine abilities was undoubtedly significant. The destiny event in Yuzhou was set to commence and seemed to involve exploring a secret realm, permitting only disciples to participate. A 6-month journey to Yuzhou should suffice. He decided to send Xiao Mozi on a trip. Luo Tian finalized his decision to have Chu Mozhang undertake the journey to Yuzhou, recognizing his prowess as a reincarnated being with remarkable skills. Yuzhou was the imperial state, teeming with countless prodigies. There was no need to attract undue attention. Securing a respectable rank would suffice. Although intervening in other states would yield only destiny coins as rewards, without tangible items, it was still adequate for Luo Tian. After all, in this damned destiny game, acquiring any item necessitated destiny coins. One never knew when a temporary destiny event might trigger. Without destiny coins, one could only helplessly watch golden quality items slip away. Having chosen Chu Mozhang, Luo Tian summoned him along with the esteemed Qing Xian Miao Daojinren, who was the Purple Mansion 4th tier loose cultivator he had obtained via the Cloud Wanderer token. The 4th tier cultivation level was ample to protect Chu Mozhang. Upon hearing his master's directive to venture to Yuzhou for training, Chu Mozhang was slightly taken aback, but readily agreed. After such a prolonged period of seclusion within the sect, he longed to step outside and witness the grandeur of the cultivation world. Naturally, Qing Xian Miao Daojinren concurred as well. Please take care of matters, Elder Moro. Luo Tian entrusted some minor tasks, and then allowed Qing Xian Miao Daojinren to escort Chu Mozhang on their journey. The players from the Supreme Immortal Alliance eager to participate in Yuzhou had already set forth, sparing Luo Tian further concern. Shortly after Chu Mozhang departed, Li Long sent a message. Leader, trouble looms. A 3rd-tier player has emerged in Tianzhou, clashing with our players from Chizhou. Several of our brothers have already been eliminated, and they are brazenly threatening to divide the 9 states with us. If we refuse, they will initiate a player war. However, just as Luo Tian finished reading Li Long's message, another notification from the system popped up. Congratulations to Tianzhou players for successfully completing the 2nd Destiny event, unlocking the permissions for the 9 states. The temporary Destiny event for the 2 states has commenced. Players from Qiyu State within the Diyu dynasty have engaged in fierce conflict with those from Tian State. Players from both factions may eliminate each other to seize territory and earn corresponding Destiny coins, continuing until one faction's player count dwindles to 30 or one side chooses to surrender. The defeated players will eternally receive only 50 of the Destiny coins from any activities, with the forfeited coins distributed among the victorious state's players. This state battle will also bestow additional rewards based on the contribution leaderboard, including Destiny coins, disciple recruitment orders, wandering orders, and various random blueprints. At the conclusion of the event, a temporary shop will open, potentially offering rare items. Note, there are no penalties for killing players from opposing factions in this event. Luo Tian had just been pondering when the next temporary Destiny event would emerge, and now, unexpectedly, it has appeared. All players in Qiyu State received this message, as did those in Tian State. Both sides were filled with fervor. In the Qiyu State channel, one exclaimed, "Brothers, let us slay. How dare those insignificant players from Tian State disregard us, the foremost state? What if they have 3rd-tier players? Our esteemed Luo Tian has quietly reached that level as well. If we can't best the local factions, can we not best the players? My word. I have just arrived in Yu State, and they VE already activated the state war mode. The one above may not return. By the time they do, the state war might have concluded, and I would have missed a significant wave of rewards. Ha ha ha. I am only halfway here, and I can still return. Brothers, save me some soup after you feast. No chance of that. Await the orders from our great Luo Tian, and let us storm Tian State, showcasing the might of Qiyu State players. I have heard several 2nd-tier elites have been slain by Tian State players. We must avenge them." Chapter 127, The Outbreak of War. Tian State. Faced with the sudden onset of the temporary event, the players in Tian State were caught off guard. What is this temporary Destiny event? It seems to be an impromptu addition to the Destiny activities, providing extra resources but necessitating a clash with the players from Chiyu State. Player-on-player combat? How intriguing. One's great blade was already itching for action. What does the esteemed Xuanyuan think? A state war is no trivial matter. It is likely to result in significant casualties. What's the fuss? We fight, and that's it. Chiyu State is merely fortunate to have had the Destiny event arise first, becoming the first to unlock the privileges of the 9 states. Does that make them rulers of the 9 states? Tian State, shall not concede. Let us attack Chiyu State, seize their resources, and completely subjugate their players. At this moment, the foremost player in Tian State, Xuanyuan of Xuanyuan sect, gazed at the sudden notification regarding the Destiny event, his expression a blend of joy and concern. This presents a monumental opportunity, yet also a peril. The Golden Opportunity Order must be utilized swiftly. Xuanyuan understood that the third-tier players from Chiyu State would have already employed their Golden Opportunity Orders. This marks the disparity between the two factions. Preparation must be made promptly for the players of Tian State, and the Elder Guardians must assist them to ensure the acquisition of the Golden Opportunity time. If arranged properly, slaying the foremost player from Chiyu State would render their players leaderless, allowing for easy occupation. A smile of strategic foresight graced Xuanyuan's face. At this stage, his disciples are of golden quality. It stands to reason that the foremost player from Chiyu State also possesses golden quality disciples, enabling their rapid advancement. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. While Chiyu State aims to conquer the 9 states, he too harbors ambitions to do so. Initially, he wished to avoid conflict with Chiyu State at this juncture, contemplating a peaceful division of the 9 states. However, the emergence of the temporary Destiny event has disrupted his plans, compelling him to alter his strategy. Thus, he shall first seize the Golden Opportunity, then take Chiyu, and ultimately conquer the 9 states. Xuanyuan, shall undoubtedly become the Emperor of Humanity in Yu. The second convening of the high-level players' conference in Chiyu State has commenced. Currently, there are 142 second-tier sect players in Chiyu State, with 87 attending the meeting. The remaining players have taken their disciples to various states to participate in activities. Unfortunately, 6 have fallen to Tian State's ambush. Luo Tian surveyed the assembly and spoke calmly. What are your thoughts regarding Tian State? Kill. We must slaughter our way to their submission. How dare they strike first against our players from Chiyu State? Exclaimed one, hot-tempered and ready for conflict. Capture what we can, but if we cannot, we must eliminate them. Each high-level player represents a resource. In the future, they will undoubtedly possess purple-tier combat power. It would be a great loss to kill them all, stated Nangang Quan, whose views have always been moderate. Luo Tian nodded. Another voice chimed in. The players from Tian State will likely prioritize defense in the short term. Our leader has been a third-tier sect for a year, while Xuanyuan of Tian State has only just reached that level, likely seeking to capitalize on the activity rewards. Xuanyuan spoke gravely. Directly invading Tian State would be highly disadvantageous for our players. This is not our home ground. If too many of our players are detected by Tian State's powerful beings, it could lead to unnecessary troubles. Engaging in battle is not merely about leading an army into Tian State. This is a conflict against Tian State players, not Tian State itself. Should we attract the attention of their powerful beings, we could easily be extinguished with a mere fingertip. Li Long adjusted his glasses, suggesting, dividing into smaller groups and entering Tian State in waves would be the best strategy. This would neither raise the alarm of Tian State's powerful beings nor allow their players to pick us off one by one. Even if we are surrounded, we can quickly consolidate into a formidable force. Luo Tian nodded. This indeed is a sound strategy. The primary concern remains the foremost player from Tian State, Xuanyuan, who likely gained significant advantages from the activities, bolstering his confidence to challenge us from Chiyu State. The outcome of the final battle ultimately rests upon our leader. Everyone turned their gazes toward Luo Tian. With a serene expression, he declared, leave Xuanyuan of Tian State to me. You all focus on subduing the other players from Tian State. Spare the lives of those who surrender, but show no mercy to those who resist. Luo Tian estimated that Xuanyuan's rewards would not differ greatly from his own, a golden quality divine ability and a third-tier wandering order. As we mount our offensive against Tian State, our leader will hold the central position, and we will form smaller groups around him. Even if Xuanyuan attempts to launch a surprise attack, our leader will be able to provide immediate support. Li Long adjusted his glasses once more, finalizing the overall plan. Chiyu State's combat power undoubtedly surpasses that of Tian State. The battles between second-tier sect leaders do not require Luo Tian's intervention. Simply slaying Xuanyuan would be a boon for Luo Tian, yielding at least one golden quality opportunity. Thus, Luo Tian vanished once more. Time sped by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Given the proximity of Tian State to Chiyu State, 3 months was sufficient to rally a considerable number of players from the Supreme Immortal Alliance to venture into Tian State. Naturally, not all players from Chiyu State traveled to Tian State. Some remained behind to guard against sudden incursions from Tian State. In Tian State's territory, within a secluded grove, Jiang Xian, one of Tian State's high-level players, had drawn a purple-quality disciple on the very first day, swiftly ascending to a second-tier sect. He had seized several cities, reigning as a local emperor with 108 wives, living a life he had never dared to dream of in his previous existence. What a ridiculous turn of events, suddenly initiating a temporary destiny activity. Jiang Xian grumbled. Not long ago, one of his close friends, also a second-tier sect player, had been annihilated by a group of players from Chiyu State. Before the war commenced, they eradicated 6 second-tier players from the Crimson Ghost State, believing victory was assured. Jiang Xian shared this conviction, which prompted him to join Xiao Chen's team. However, with the onset of battle, Xiao Chen mysteriously vanished. The first line of defense crumbled within mere hours. Jiang Xian hurried back, declaring himself the ruler of his own domain. In this conflict, those who wished to fight could do so at will. After all, he cherished peace. That wretched Xiao Chen regarded them as mere pawns. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Good heavens! The front line fell so swiftly. Wait, how did they ascertain my location? 5 practitioners at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, devoid of any concealment, were hastening towards him. Jiang Xian's countenance darkened. Despite his considerable fortune, he lacked the strength to confront 5 adversaries simultaneously. Most troubling was how these individuals discerned his position so quickly. There was no time for Jiang Xian to ponder further. The practitioners from Crimson Ghost State were upon him. Brothers, please hold your horses. We can discuss this peacefully. Jiang Xian interjected, fearing imminent annihilation. Yet, the 5 had no intention of parleying and swiftly encircled him. Jiang Xian quickly modified his approach. In truth, I am aware of Xiao Chen's sect's whereabouts. The 5 halted their impending spells, exchanging glances, their expressions brightening with hope. Chapter 128. The location of Xiao Chen's sect. Luo Tian had anticipated a straightforward incursion into Tianzhou, yet he did not foresee how effortlessly it would unfold. The defensive line erected by Tianzhou players disintegrated at the slightest touch. The disparity between the 2 factions was insurmountable. The only stabilizing force, Xiao Chen, had vanished without a trace. Regrettably, Xiao Chen had concealed his sect using some unknown means. Alliance leader, reports indicate that someone has discovered Xiao Chen's whereabouts. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed with interest. Bring them forward. Shortly thereafter, the group of Crimson Ghost State players who had captured Jiang Xian stood before Luo Tian. Jiang Xian in tow. Alliance leader, he possesses knowledge of Xiao Chen's location. Luo Tian's gaze fell upon Jiang Xian, who trembled with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. A 3rd-tier player could be terrifying indeed. The 9th level of Purple Mansion was already a notable figure in their homeland. Do you truly know the location of Xiao Chen's sect? Should you deceive me, you must be aware of the consequences. Jiang Xian nodded vigorously. Brothers, the eyes of those surrounding him turned sharply towards him, prompting Jiang Xian to hastily amend his words. Alliance leader, for the sake of my 108 wives and the child yet to be born, I would never dare deceive you. The crowd's expressions grew even more ominous. Even Luo Tian inwardly marveled. Good heavens, over 2 years' time, he has taken 108 wives. What a remarkable talent. Sensing the growing tension, Jiang Xian lamented. Alliance leader, these wives willingly chose to follow me. I swear I have not committed any heinous acts. The atmosphere thickened with menace. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. Let us return to the matter at hand. Speak of the location of Xiao Chen's sect. I have no interest in your personal affairs. Should you perform a great service, I may not only spare your life, but also grant you a place within the Crimson Ghost Camp, allowing you to continue your blissful life with your 108 wives. Jiang Xian's face lit up with elation. Alliance leader, your might is unparalleled. Compared to you, that Xiao Chen is but a petty clown. Daring to oppose you is utterly foolish. Luo Tian maintained an unruffled demeanor. Indeed, he is a remarkable individual. By a stroke of fortune, Xiao Chen had once acquired a secret realm, subsequently relocating his sect within its confines, rendering it elusive. Luo Tian was no stranger to secret realms. He possessed one of his own. However, it was certainly inferior to the vastness of Xiao Chen's. The secret realm Xiao Chen obtained could accommodate his entire sect, its expanse undoubtedly considerable. Jiang Xian continued. Xiao Chen is exceedingly cautious. He never convenes meetings of Tianzhou players within his sect, yet he failed to consider that when he seized that secret realm, there existed a flaw. Originally, the secret realm was discovered by a minor clan, with Xiao Chen's sect situated nearby. He seized the realm and, to prevent any leaks, annihilated the minor clan that had discovered it. However, Xuanyuan overlooked the fact that a woman from that clan survived, fleeing to my territory and beseeching me for refuge. Being the kind-hearted person I am, I took in this homeless girl. Luo Tian, what a heart-rending tale of love, though somewhat melodramatic. It has nevertheless revealed to me the location of Xuanyuan's secret realm, armed with the address of Xuanyuan's sect. Luo Tian resolved not to linger in the central command any longer. He intended to confront Xuanyuan directly and compel him to engage in a decisive battle. Soon, guided by Jiang Xian's wife, Luo Tian and his companions arrived at the secret realm's location. Jiang Xian did not accompany them, nor did Luo Tian bring any additional allies. Addressing the strikingly beautiful woman before him, Luo Tian remarked, "A great battle will soon erupt here. Are you certain you wish to stay and risk losing your life?" The woman shook her head, yet profound hatred etched across her features. "My parents, siblings, all perished before my eyes. My kin are no more. I had once thought revenge unattainable, but today, Zhang Lang has informed me that you can aid me in avenging my family. I wish only to witness my enemies suffer the same fate as my Zhang family. Even if it costs me my life, I would harbor no regrets. I beseech you to grant me this." Luo Tian nodded, refraining from further persuasion. He ascended into the sky, layers of luminous rings materializing around him. Transforming into the power of the 5 elements, they spun like a wheel, exerting an overwhelming pressure that seemed to threaten to sink the very fabric of existence. With a thunderous roar, Luo Tian forcefully tore at the void, creating a colossal rift in the sky, revealing what appeared to be another world. In that realm, figures raised their heads, witnessing a grand silhouette bearing the wheel of 5 elements, gazing down upon them with indifference, akin to watching ants scurry below. Enemy attack. We are under siege. In an instant, the members of the War God Hall reacted. Among them, an elderly figure swiftly erected a magical formation, enveloping the entire sect. A ground tier formation. Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. Xuanyuan undoubtedly deserved his reputation as Tianzhou's foremost player, blessed with extraordinary fortune. Even the elder recruited by the Wandering Order was at the 7th level of Purple Mansion. It was no wonder he could muster the courage to initiate battle. Luo Tian exerted his hands, pulling apart the entire sky, sitting cross-legged in the void. Although the ground tier formation was formidable, its activation would undoubtedly incur unimaginable costs. He merely needed to remain here, and there was no doubt Xuanyuan would appear. Thus, Luo Tian sat for an entire month. Good news continued to pour in. The gains for the players of Crimson Ghost State were undeniably substantial. The players of Tianzhou no longer exhibited the arrogance they had before the war. They had become utterly subdued. One strike rendered them silent. Was the golden opportunity Xuanyuan obtained truly a heavenly treasure? The conflict had persisted for 4 to 5 months now. Xuanyuan has yet to make his appearance, as if he has vanished from existence. This situation is all too familiar to Luo Tian. Thus, another month has passed. The protective formation of the War God Hall is on the verge of collapse. The terrifying phenomena gradually fade, leaving the members of the War God Hall in a state of despair. Faced with a formidable enemy, their hall master remains untraceable. Only the Elder Guardian stands alone. This formation can hold out for a maximum of 3 days. Gu, when the time comes. I shall sacrifice myself to delay the enemy. You must lead the disciples in retreat. As long as you survive, and as long as the hall master is still alive, I shall have no regrets, even in death. The Elder's expression is resolute, causing tears to flow from the eyes of the War God Hall members. Gu Changqing, a disciple of golden quality recruited by Xuanyuan, holds promise as long as he remains alive, with the prospect of reaching the golden core stage. Luo Tian, seated in the void, remains motionless until 3 days later when he finally opens his eyes. Chapter 129, The Appearance of Xuanyuan. Luo Tian quietly observes the members of the War God Hall. The fragile protective formation, as delicate as paper, can no longer impede him. Even now, Xuanyuan has not returned, leaving Luo Tian feeling a deep sense of disappointment. He contemplates whether to deliberately show leniency, waiting for Xuanyuan to present himself, or perhaps to refrain from using his divine powers and engage the 7th level stronghold of the War God Hall in a few more rounds. Just as the protective formation dissipates, a flurry of attacks is unleashed in an attempt to injure Luo Tian. In an instant, he is enveloped in a radiant light. Seizing this opportunity, the disciples and elders of the War God Hall scatter in different directions. However, in Luo Tian's vicinity, a terrifying force suddenly erupts, creating an overwhelming pull. Amidst the destructive power, a vague figure emerges and scathe, holding a colorful orb of light that swirls at their fingertips. A cold voice emanates from this indistinct figure, a tiresome trick. The colorful orb ascends, exploding like fireworks and splattering in all directions. Should this strike land, the War God Hall would surely suffer catastrophic losses. The members can only turn to the Elder Guardian for assistance, the sole 7th-level master of the War God Hall. Yet, the Elder Guardian, who had earlier pledged to distract the enemy and buy time, unexpectedly turns tail and flees. Damn it. That fellow Xuanyuan expects me to sacrifice myself to hold off this person. I'm a rogue cultivator, unbound by ties. And that doesn't mean I'm a fool. The old man curses in his heart. He had only joined the sect less than half a year ago. Did they expect him to die for nothing? As for the War God Hall, let those who wish to perish do so. He does not wish to meet his end. The prior claims of assisting the War God Hall were mere fabrications, meant to reassure the troops and buy time for his escape. Even if Xuanyuan were to question him later, he could always say he had tried his best. With the Elder's disappearance, the War God Hall loses its support, suffering heavy casualties under the spells they had cast themselves. Watching beloved teachers and friends perish before his eyes, Gu Changqing's heart burns with rage. If I, Gu Changqing, can survive today, I shall ensure that you repay this debt 1,000-fold. Gu Changqing swears fiercely. In the depths of the void, Luo Tian senses a wave of resentment and catches sight of Gu Changqing. So, this is the golden quality disciple recruited by Xuanyuan? Luo Tian feels a pang of regret. Such high quality, yet today, everyone may live, except for this golden quality disciple who must die. Luo Tian makes his move. A single finger extends slowly, pointing into the void. A towering golden sword manifests, its intent descending like a heavenly blade. Trees, mountains, and rivers are all leveled, transformed into countless ravines. A flicker of surprise crosses Luo Tian's eyes. After waiting so long, he finally arrives. Is this a timely intervention? Just as the terrifying sword intent descends upon Gu Changqing, it is intercepted by a figure. This person radiates golden divine light, and behind them manifests the image of a giant clad in golden armor, wielding a war spear. Exuding an overwhelming aura, Xuanyuan appears at the most critical moment, saving his most valued disciple. However, his body, enveloped in golden light, bears a sword scar, seeping with crimson blood. Xuanyuan's countenance darkens. Though he has saved the disciple he cherishes most, nearly all the other disciples have perished. Everything must start anew. He cannot fathom how the location of his sect was exposed. He had left no hidden dangers. At this juncture, he has no time for contemplation. Changqing, leave this place. Xuanyuan's expression is grave. The individual before him is undoubtedly Luo Tian, the first player of Qiyu Prefecture and the master of Tai Su Dao sect. He suspects that Luo Tian's acquired divine items must be on par with his own. Luo Tian stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his feathered robe billowing, resembling a celestial being who has transcended the mortal realm. He speaks softly. Xuanyuan, we finally meet. Xuanyuan responds coldly. Luo Tian, we could have shared the 9 provinces and aspired to eternal life. Luo Tian smirks derisively. Share the 9 provinces? Do you think you are worthy? You kill players from Qiyu Prefecture and cripple our wings, yet still wish to share the 9 provinces? A hint of regret flickers in Xuanyuan's heart. He had slain 6 high-level players from Qiyu Prefecture, intending to weaken their influence. As a level 3 player, he thought that Qiyu Prefecture would have to consider their actions and grudgingly accept this loss. Yet, he did not foresee that it would trigger a temporary destiny event, leading to an outright conflict. The most critical point was that the Golden Opportunity Token had granted him a technique. Yet, techniques require practice. Where is there time to cultivate a technique now? If you seek to blame me for this matter, I, Xuanyuan, shall offer my apologies. The players from Tian Prefecture have also paid a price. We all hail from the same origin. Let us each take a step back and refrain from interference. Xuanyuan falls silent, seemingly reluctant to engage in battle with Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian laughs, his gaze filled with amusement. Chapter 130, Luo Tian vs. Xuanyuan. Without any forewarning, Luo Tian strikes directly. 6 fire dragons materialize, embodying the image of devouring the sun, encircling Xuanyuan with gaping maws, intent on swallowing him whole. Ceasefire? Does this imply that Luo Tian intends to gain nothing from a temporary destiny event, and grant Xuanyuan the time to develop? Luo Tian is not foolish. He would not allow Xuanyuan a moment's respite. The Divine Manifestation Hall. In an instant, Luo Tian feels as though he has entered a particular domain. Xuanyuan sits upon the throne of the hall, flanked by 2 towering figures resembling gods or demons, their eyes wide as bronze bells, fixated on Luo Tian, as if to devour him whole. Luo Tian, since you seek death, I shall grant it. Xuanyuan, with burn marks upon his face, glares at Luo Tian with a venomous gaze, caught unprepared by Luo Tian's sudden assault. Domain-type divine powers. Indeed, Xuanyuan is fortunate. A flicker of surprise crosses Luo Tian's eyes. Domain-type divine powers are undoubtedly among the pinnacle of abilities, and Xuanyuan's domain-type divine power is of golden quality. The essence of heaven and earth manifests as the metal element. A terrifying sharpness erupted from Luo Tian's body, enveloping him in a resplendent golden light. With a mere wave of his hand, a colossal golden halo appeared, brimming with an indomitable and piercing aura, seemingly intent on tearing apart the domain that Xiao Chun had summoned. Two towering figures, reminiscent of divine demons, instantly positioned themselves before the golden wheel, the overwhelming impact causing the entire hall to tremble. With a swift motion, Xiao Chun summoned a silver-white great sword, which materialized behind Luo Tian, and with a single slash, left a profound gash within the domain. Sensing the lethal intent, Luo Tian conjured a sword of his own, striking almost simultaneously. The sword art of the hanging sky ensued, resulting in a collision between sword energy and blade energy. Xiao Chun leaped forth from the epicenter of the cataclysmic aftermath, transforming his long blade into a spear, his figure flickering like the resurgence of an ancient war god, closing in on Luo Tian with the intent to prevent him from casting any spells. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, Luo Tian's form shifted from the metal element to the earth element, undergoing a myriad of transformations. As a yellow lotus enveloped him, a shock coursed through Xiao Chun. His formidable strike had been easily thwarted. Moreover, he perceived a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of Luo Tian's mouth, concealed within the petals of the lotus. Suddenly, the sealing pearl manifested, unleashing a radiant brilliance that struck Xiao Chun. His expression changed dramatically as he felt a binding force constricting him, rendering one of his divine abilities unusable for a brief period. Fortunately, his domain remained unsealed. Luo Tian, on the other hand, felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that Xiao Chun still possessed at least two divine abilities. Regrettably, the sealing pearl had not managed to seal Xiao Chun's domain. Otherwise, the battle could have been concluded swiftly. Nevertheless, with the loss of one of Xiao Chun's divine abilities, the scales of victory had begun to tip in Luo Tian's favor. Luo Tian promptly unleashed the divine ability Thunder Prison, ensnaring Xiao Chun within a tempest of lightning, and simultaneously employed the heart mirror to replicate Xiao Chun's image, striking with a blade almost instantaneously. The previously vanished demonic specters reappeared, interposing themselves before this lethal strike, granting Xiao Chun a moment to breathe. This damned domain ability is incredibly difficult to overcome, Luo Tian muttered inwardly, his murderous intent intensifying. Regaining his breath, Xiao Chun was surrounded by a layer of dragon scales, which he used to shred the prison and escape. Damn, how many fortuitous encounters has this fellow obtained? Xiao Chun pondered, filled with trepidation, as he realized he had narrowly avoided death and was now severely drained. Fire element. As Luo Tian transformed into a fiery red hue, Xiao Chun cursed inwardly. What kind of divine ability allows for such an array of transformations? Unfazed, Luo Tian recognized the multitude of tactics at Xiao Chun's disposal, which instilled in him a profound fear, solidifying his resolve to ensure Xiao Chun did not survive. Otherwise, it would certainly become a significant threat. With the golden crow seal amplifying the fire element's damage, the entire temple was engulfed in the divine flames of the golden crow. Even with Xiao Chun's teleportation ability, he found himself with nowhere to retreat. Just as Xiao Chun was on the brink of being incinerated, the original temple scene vanished, returning to the primordial expanse. Damn it! Using domain abilities as a means of evasion? Luo Tian cursed internally, finding the situation exceedingly frustrating. Having evaded twice, the moment Xiao Chun exited the domain ability, he hesitated not a second, taking ancient Changqing with him to flee. Unable to continue the fight, and to avoid Luo Tian's divine abilities, Xiao Chun found himself temporarily unable to employ the myriad forms temple. Observing Xiao Chun's intent to escape, Luo Tian knew he could not allow this. He immediately switched to the water element, and a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Everything seemed to transform into a picturesque scroll. Xiao Chun felt his speed of movement drastically diminished, and panic surged within him. Before he could regain his composure, a familiar figure stepped onto the river and stood before him. Xiao Chun, today you are destined to be buried here. Chapter 131. The State War concludes. Contribution ranking first. Changqing. Xiao Chun's eyes reflected despair, whispering softly. Ancient Changqing gazed at his once mighty master, now appearing so forlorn. Master. Xiao Chun placed a hand on Ancient Changqing's head, imploring him not to harbor resentment. In the midst of Ancient Changqing's astonishment, a flicker of pain crossed Xiao Chun's eyes. Ancient Changqing seemed to grasp the gravity of the moment and smiled gently. Master, I shall take my leave now. I hope you take care of yourself. Piece by piece, Ancient Changqing transformed into dust, dissipating into the ether. A prodigious talent, destined for greatness, met his end like this. Luo Tian watched in disbelief as Xiao Chun displayed such ruthlessness, personally slaying his disciple to prevent him from joining the Taimiao Dao sect. Changqing, I have never doubted your loyalty, Xiao Chun murmured softly, then turned his gaze to Luo Tian. This battle has been won by you, the leader of Qiyu Prefecture. I have no words left to say. However, even in death, I, Xiao Chun, will ensure you pay the price. Xiao Chen's aura surged, as he chose to burn everything in a final confrontation with Luo Tian. Luo Tian's expression remained indifferent, embodying an unparalleled celestial being. Subtly, the surrounding space began to warp. The mixed sky art was simultaneously enacted, and his aura grew ever more terrifying. As the two stood at the center of their clash, the land within 1,000 miles was transformed into a vast expanse of deep pits. Ultimately, Luo Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop one such pit, idly toying with a storage ring in his hand. A melodious notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Luo Tian, the player leader of Qiyu Prefecture, for slaying Xiao Chun, the player leader of Tian Prefecture, and receiving 9,000 destiny coins. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. The notification now included the title of leader. He opened the channel, and indeed, a crimson prompt appeared, announcing that Xiao Chun, the player leader of Tian Prefecture, had been slain. In an instant, the Jiuzhou channel buzzed with chatter. Wow, Luo Tian is incredible. Xiao Chun was directly killed by him. What a joke. A mere nobody dared to provoke the leader of Luo Tian's alliance? Calm down, but the man is dead now. Damn it. That bastard Xiao Chun thought he was invincible after breaking through the third-level sect. I opposed the slaying of Qiyu Prefecture players, yet he stubbornly persisted. And now all Tian Prefecture players have perished. Ha. I am a level 2 sect player from Qiyu Prefecture, seeking a youthful lowly. I desire a cold and aloof elder sister. I want someone over 18, no cilantro. Since you all want beauties, I will kindly take in a warm-hearted, handsome brother who is 6 feet tall. Just surrender already. Joining the Qiyu faction as a subordinate means supplying 30% of resources each year. But that is better than being killed. I'm still young, with a 9th level foundation cultivation, and I can enjoy a different life in this world. I don't want to die. The Jiuzhou channel was in complete disarray. With Xiao Chen's demise, the vast majority of Tian Prefecture players lost any inclination to resist. Simultaneously, every player in Tian Prefecture received a notification in their minds. Do Tian Prefecture players choose to surrender to Qiyu Prefecture? Luo Tian exited the chat channel. Near the War God Temple, no signs of life remained. With a sigh, Luo Tian departed, leaving the subsequent matters to Li Long and the others in management. Believing that Li Long and the others would adeptly manage the affairs of Tianzhou, 3 days later, the system's notification reverberated once more in Luo Tian's mind. Tianzhou players have surrendered, the temporary destiny event has concluded, and the Qiyuzhou players have emerged victorious. Faction conversion is now available. Tianzhou players may choose to affiliate, and upon doing so, may transition into the Qiyu faction. State War Contribution Rankings. First, Qiyu faction Luo Tian. Second, Qiyu faction Li Long. Third, Tianzhou faction Wang Leshan. Fourth, Qiyu faction Yechen. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for achieving first place in the temporary destiny event, receiving an additional reward of 10,000 destiny coins and a grand gift package for the State War. The temporary destiny event has concluded. The temporary destiny shop is now open for 1 month, allowing players to spend destiny coins to purchase items. The temporary shop will vanish after 1 month. Chapter 132, Golden Quality Blueprint, Dragon King Hall. The battle between the two states has come to a close, and the temporary shop has opened. The items within the shop range from celestial grade treasures and golden legendary items to ordinary spirit stones and yellow grade goods, encompassing a vast array of offerings. Damn! Luo Tian suddenly exclaimed, realizing that the prices in this temporary shop had indeed risen by a quarter compared to the last time. As time elapses, acquiring high-level items becomes increasingly arduous. This wretched game provides no opportunities for exploitation whatsoever. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian spent 12,000 destiny coins to exchange for a third-tier Cloud Wanderer token, followed by 5,000 destiny coins for 2 Purple Disciples recruitment tokens. With the remaining 2,000 destiny coins, Luo Tian decided to hold on to them, hoping to accumulate enough for a golden item in the future. Through 2 consecutive temporary events, Luo Tian has come to understand that the destiny coins granted by the destiny activities are entirely insufficient to exchange for a golden quality item, always falling just short. In terms of his previous life, this was akin to being coerced into spending. Now he must diligently amass destiny coins. After completing his exchanges, Luo Tian eagerly opened the grand gift package from the State War. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for receiving 1 random golden quality item, 3 purple opportunity tokens, 3 purple disciples recruitment tokens, and 3 random earth grade treasures. Is that all? Luo Tian's expression darkened. He had never encountered such meager rewards. Thankfully, among them was a golden quality item. After a moment of self-reassurance, he proceeded to inspect it. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the golden blueprint. Dragon King Hall. Dragon King Hall, goal. Level 1 construction. 1,000 low-grade spirit wood, 1,000 low-grade spirit iron, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Level 1 effect. Refreshes a first-tier dragon blood pool every 3 years, offering different effects for disciples' cultivation. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a valuable asset. The dragon blood pool in Xinxiang City had allowed Zheng Pingyan to advance from the 7th layer of foundation establishment to the 9th layer within just half a month, saving at least a year of arduous cultivation. However, a first-tier pool would surely not compare to the true dragon captured by the Lord of Xinxiang City. If the first tier was inadequate, then he could simply elevate it several levels. This journey was not in vain. Moreover, he had also acquired Xuanyuan storage ring. Although most items had been utilized by Xuanyuan, the mid-grade celestial cultivation method, transformation of heaven's creation within the ring, alone was worth as much as a golden opportunity token. Luo Tian pondered, realizing that this time he had truly profited from the state war. Following the resolution of Tianzhou's affairs, most players from Qi Yuzhou withdrew, leaving only a few to assist Zhang when in managing Tianzhou's matters. One might wonder if the powerful beings of Tianzhou were indifferent to the fate of its players, showing no desire to intervene whatsoever. This seemed reasonable to the powerful. The player community was merely a nuisance, and their internal conflicts and struggles spared the powerful from becoming entangled in karma, which was undoubtedly a favorable situation. Why would they intervene to prevent it? Half a month later, Luo Tian returned to the Tai Su Dao sect ahead of others. Zhou Baoxian promptly delivered good news. Sect Master, the new location for the sect has been preliminarily constructed and is ready for relocation. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian was pleased. Zhou was indeed reliable, having completed the new sect's construction so swiftly. Luo Tian decided to place another teleportation array in Chongning County, connecting it to Qingli County. Tai sect's favorability towards player Luo Tian. 10. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Were the old-timers of Tai sect beginning to view him as ambitious and starting to guard against him? How absurd. Was he really that kind of person? Relocating the sect to Qingli County, he would not easily abandon the vast territory of Chongning County, treating it instead as an outer door. Disciples with lesser aptitudes would remain in Chongning County for their cultivation. In Qingli County, the new Tai Su Dao sect resembled a celestial abode. The concentration of spiritual energy was 2 to 3 times denser than when he was in Chongning County. Numerous towering peaks rose straight into the clouds, adorned with celestial palaces exhibiting the grandeur of a soaring dragon devouring the sun. Standing atop the highest peak, everything around him appeared diminutive. He surveyed the vast landscape, gazing down upon the myriad of beings below. The sect also employed many servants to assist in managing spiritual resources. The inner disciples of the sect were similarly attended to by servants, saving them considerable time. The once desolate sect was now bustling with fresh faces. Luo Tian cleared a designated area and set down 2 teleportation arrays, one connecting to Chongning County and the other to Zhangzhou. After arranging the teleportation arrays, Luo Tian took out the blueprint for the Dragon King Hall and upgraded it to level 3 in one go. Dragon King Hall, goal. Level 4 construction, 1,000 mid-grade spirit wood, 1,000 mid-grade spirit iron, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Level 3 effect, refreshes a first-tier dragon blood pool every 3 years, a second-tier dragon blood pool every 10 years, and a third-tier dragon blood pool every 50 years, each possessing different effects for disciples' cultivation. The resources required for a level 4 Dragon King Hall were exceedingly taxing, so Luo Tian decided to temporarily abandon that endeavor. It was time to initiate a sect trial competition. He contemplated that the disciples' cultivation levels were steadily improving. With the Dragon King Hall in his possession, he could offer a second-tier dragon blood pool as a reward for the inner disciples' cultivation and a first-tier spirit pool for the outer disciples. The outer competition would occur every 3 years, while the inner competition would take place every 10 years. If he had a spirit pool, the inner competition could be held every 5 years. The top 3 from the outer competition would qualify for entry into the inner sect, and the first place in the inner competition would gain eligibility for promotion to true disciples. This would serve to better inspire the disciples of the sect. Striving for resources was the very motivation for a sect to continuously grow stronger. Zhou was tasked with organizing the sect competition. Furthermore, a Celestial Ascension Conference would be held in Qingli County to see if any bargains could be found. Even a purple quality disciple would be considered a gain. This task was also entrusted to Zhou. Preparing a comprehensive plan would take at least a few months. As for Luo Tian, he focused on overseeing the relocation of high-level players. His plan was to move the high-level players from the Supreme Immortal Alliance to Qingli County, establishing it as the player's stronghold. a plan he had harbored for quite some time. These elite players possess disciples of purple quality, destined to wield formidable powers in the future. As an increasing number of players relocate to the Supreme Immortal Alliance, local factions are being supplanted by player forces. Qingli County has officially transformed into the stronghold of the Scarlet Shadow Camp, boasting an intimidating strength that inspires dread. Chapter 133, the Second Ascension Conference and the Sect Competition. The Ascension Conference in Qingli County is undoubtedly a monumental event. Countless individuals flock to the vicinity of the Taishu Dao sect, aspiring to join and realize their dreams of instant ascension. However, opportunities for celestial fortune are rare. Ultimately, only a select few will successfully embark on the path of immortality. Luo Tian leisurely sips tea in a pavilion, observing the comings and goings of disciples and elders within the sect. Opposite him sits an elderly man clad in a water-blue robe, Master Yang Ping of the Vast Sea, possessing an 8th-level cultivation of the Purple Mansion. He is an elder recruited through Luo Tian's 3rd-tier Wanderer Order and is currently the strongest individual in the sect aside from Luo Tian himself. I have lived for 430 years and have witnessed countless sects, yet this is the first time I have encountered such a sect, Yang Ping praises generously. There are too many prodigies within the Taishu Dao sect. It would be no surprise to see Golden Core true monarchs or even nascent soul divine monarchs emerging in the future. Yet, Luo Tian muses internally. 400 years is an eternity. Surely, a divine monarch will arise within a century. He still has a red quality disciple yet to make an appearance. Luo Tian plans to wait another year before allowing Luo Ming to begin his training, marking the end of a delightful childhood. The recruitment of disciples lasted 3 days, culminating in the selection of 350 individuals. This figure does not represent the total number of those with cultivation potential. Rather, it signifies those who passed the rigorous assessment of the Taishu Dao sect. Only disciples nearing the threshold of blue quality could be admitted. Among them were 1 purple quality disciple and 13 blue quality disciples, while the remainder consisted of over 100 green quality disciples, with the rest predominantly at the white quality. Luo Tian is quite satisfied, having acquired a genius of purple quality without cost. At that moment, a notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for his disciples' participation in the Yuzhou Destiny event, earning a reward of 2,300 Destiny coins. Is there such an abundance of talent in Yuzhou? Luo Tian is somewhat astonished that Chu Mozheng only received 2,300 Destiny coins. This indicates that in the Void Sea instance, his halo was overshadowed by the local talents of Daiyu. At this time, a new state has been added to the 9 provinces channel. The players of Yuzhou are astonished to see other states, apart from them and the Scarlet Shadow state, unlock the 9 provinces privileges ahead of them. However, upon learning that the state which unlocked the 9 provinces channel first was subsequently dismantled, with even its leader being slain and its players reduced to defeat, they cannot help but feel relieved. Thankfully, they exercised caution, choosing to ally with the Scarlet Shadow state rather than rushing into battle. If the 3rd-tier players of Tianzhou met such a fate, one can only imagine the outcome for Yuzhou, which has no 3rd-tier players at all. The Scarlet Shadow state would advance with ease. Tianzhou might have put up some resistance, but they would likely be backstabbed and forced to surrender with their heads in hand. With Yuzhou's inclusion, 3 states have unlocked their privileges within the 9 provinces. Luo Tian does not overlook the other 6 states, dispatching disciples to involve themselves and seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. Zheng Ping'an, having found no success, is also sent out. Destiny coins are indeed a valuable asset. In the world of destiny, without them, one can only sigh in resignation. Luo Tian would never disdain an abundance of destiny coins. The Ascension Conference concluded splendidly. Shortly thereafter, a sensational announcement reverberated throughout the sect. The sect leader is to host an outer sect competition and an inner sect competition. The outer sect competition also offers the chance to enter the inner sect, even if only 3 participants qualify. This presents a rare opportunity. Within the inner sect, the top disciple stands a chance of being promoted to a true disciple. The sudden announcement of the outer sect competition has ignited a fervor within the sect. This marks the very first outer sect competition in the history of the Taishu Dao sect. Isn't that self-evident? The sect leader has only just established the sect. One might quip, I heard the sect leader has invested heavily this time. The first prize of the outer sect competition is a middle-grade mystic tier artifact, along with a chance to select a mystic tier technique from the library. Additionally, the 2nd and 3rd places will receive lower-grade mystic tier artifacts and a selection opportunity from the library as well. In my view, the most promising contender for first place in this outer sect competition is still senior sister Liu, who is likely to enter the inner sect. No. Brother Song Liangkai recently broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement and is also a strong contender for first place. I still haven't sensed any spiritual energy. Am I going to be expelled from the sect? The outer sect is predominantly composed of disciples of white, green, and ordinary blue quality. However, Luo Tian does not intend to directly promote the purple quality disciples to the inner sect. Instead, he will allow them to cultivate in the outer sect, gradually advancing to the inner sect. Hence, this cohort of purple quality geniuses is somewhat unfortunate. Disciples of gold and red quality, on the other hand, are exceptions, being treasures within the sect with special privileges. Luo Tian places significant importance on this inaugural sect competition. Soon, the time for the first outer sect competition arrives. In the expansive arena, ethereal figures grace the viewing platform. Below, a multitude of youthful figures stands in pride, marveling at the profound heritage of their sect. This is their formidable sect. Chi refinement practitioners continuously take the stage. The sect leader ponders who among the participants is most likely to seize first place in this outer sect competition. Yun Tianhua gazes at the disciples appearing one after another, feeling a sense of melancholy, as if he were in a different era. Luo Tian looks at Yun Tianhua in surprise. Old Yun, have you placed a bet? Yun Tianhua coughs lightly, responding nonchalantly, I merely wagered a few spirit stones for fun. Luo Tian casts a disdainful glance at Yun Tianhua, the esteemed law enforcement elder, who has ignited such a wave of unorthodox behavior within the sect. Well, I must admit, this fellow truly possesses talent, having swiftly devised a means for financial gain. Luo Tian gestures toward a woman in the crowd, smiling as he states, she will claim first place in the outer sect competition. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Yun Tianhua shakes his head. Sect leader, you may be mistaken this time. That individual is most likely to secure first place in the outer sect competition. Yun Tianhua points toward another direction, indicating a disciple sent from a foundational family in Chongning County to join the sect, possessing a cultivation level of 6 in Qi refinement, surpassing several other promising contenders. Luo Tian merely chuckles. While a cultivation level of 6 in Qi refinement indeed suggests a strong chance of victory, old Yun, one must remember that talent can be countered. I can almost envision you losing everything in this wager. The talented disciple from that small family possesses decent aptitude and comprehension, but he is somewhat unfortunate. His cultivation focuses on earth-type techniques, which is not a trivial matter. Most importantly, the woman Luo Tian values possesses an innate talent that counters earth-type abilities. However, Yun Tianhua had amassed a considerable fortune of spirit stones in Xinxiang City, yet recently exhibited a tendency towards lethargy and complacency. A little motivation might do him good. Nevertheless, Luo Tian ultimately refrained from admonishing Yun Tianhua. Chapter 134, The Inner Sect Competition. The outer sect competition concluded splendidly. A woman named Li Yu secured the first place in the outer sect competition, earning her qualification for promotion to the inner sect. The sight of Yun Tianhua's long face brought a smile to Luo Tian's lips. Following the conclusion of the outer sect competition, Luo Tian announced the forthcoming inner sect competition, scheduled to take place in 1 month. As it was the inaugural event of its kind, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and decided to present a low-grade earth-tier magical artifact as the prize for the champion. Additionally, the winner would have the opportunity to select one earth-tier cultivation technique or spell for their practice. The news sent ripples through the inner sect. Some disciples who had ventured out for training promptly returned to the sect. However, the most promising candidates for victory were undoubtedly those talented individuals who had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, boasting a purple quality. The sect already had around 30 to 40 such purple quality geniuses, with the earlier batch of disciples having successfully advanced to the foundation establishment realm. On Yuanliang Peak, Xia Buyu found himself in a quandary. This competition featured earth-tier artifacts, along with earth-tier techniques and spells. Not to mention, there was a second-grade dragon blood pool, an enticing treasure that could potentially enhance his cultivation. Yet, he had already established his own peak and assumed the role of an elder in the sect. Technically speaking, he was no longer considered a disciple of the sect. Ultimately, Xia Buyu resolved to inquire about his participation. The news soon reached Luo Tian's ears. Upon hearing it, Luo Tian chuckled heartily. He decided to allow him to compete as a disciple this once, with the stipulation that it would be an exception. Xia Buyu had been recruited under the purple quality disciple recruitment decree, thus he was regarded as a disciple in Luo Tian's eyes. After learning the news, Xia Buyu was overjoyed. With an increasing number of elders establishing their own peaks and recruiting disciples, the pressure on Yuanliang Peak was mounting. To attract exceptional disciples, it was imperative to make a name for themselves. This sect competition was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity, and he must secure a commendable ranking within the sect. In a secluded area dedicated to cultivation, a young man slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, a simple smile gracing his face. It was Li Erniu. Since his cultivation speed had dramatically increased over a year ago, his progress had soared. Even the formidable foundation establishment bottleneck that had stymied countless others, including many geniuses, had not hindered him for long. The inter-sect competition? Li Erniu gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, I wonder what position my current cultivation would secure in the sect? Over the years, he had toiled day and night in his training. Was it not all to prove himself one day? In the alchemy pavilion, Nan Hongsang looked at the pill she had just concocted, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She had finally succeeded in refining a second-grade pill. Sensing the commotion, Bai Wuqi hurried over, and upon seeing the pill in Nan Hongsang's hand, elation washed over his features. Hongsang, you've broken through to a second-grade alchemist? Nan Hongsang nodded. Ha ha ha, I never expected to have such a talented disciple like you. You truly make me proud. Bai Wuqi exclaimed with great excitement. With your alchemical talent, you may not need decades to cultivate third-grade pills. Such a level of alchemical aptitude was considered a rare gem. Even among the great alchemy sects, a talent that appeared once in a century. Master, I wish to participate in this inter-sect competition, Nan Hongsang declared. Bai Wuqi responded. Hongsang, as alchemists, we need not engage in combat. He was aware that during their expedition to Beichong County, his disciple had lost her purine body, resulting in a significant decline in her cultivation potential. The sect was currently overflowing with prodigies, with many newcomers possessing extraordinary abilities, making the competition fierce. Although Nan Hongsang had already reached the foundation establishment realm, she was still outmatched by some of these prodigious talents. Nan Hongsang shook her head. My junior brothers and sisters are participating. As the eldest sister, I cannot be absent. It was worth noting that before many elders joined, she had single-handedly mentored numerous disciples. She wondered how those individuals were faring now. All the disciples within the sect were preparing for the inter-sect competition. Meanwhile, Luo Tian was leisurely fishing, never imagining he would become a fishing enthusiast one day. Just as he felt a tug on his fishing line, his expression brightened. Was he finally about to catch something? Without using spiritual power, he tugged at the rod and felt a heavy resistance, as if a massive creature was thrashing about. This only heightened Luo Tian's excitement. It must be a sizable catch. Employing his spiritual energy, he gave a slight pull. Accompanied by laughter, a figure was yanked from the lake, arms outstretched. The person lunged directly at Luo Tian. His expression darkened as he swiftly lifted the drenched Luo Ming. Master. Luo Ming struggled momentarily, but found himself unable to break free. His large, watery eyes gazing up at Luo Tian. The little fellow was adorably rosy-cheeked. Luo Tian playfully poked Luo Ming's cheek, eliciting a flurry of animated gestures from the little one. Luo Tian chuckled softly. Next month, he would send this little one for training. The highly anticipated inter-sect competition commenced. This time, it was far more lively than the outer sect competition, with numerous purple quality disciples participating. Besides the newly recruited batch under the purple quality decree, most of the earlier disciples had progressed to the late Qi refinement stage. The venue was bustling with talent. Sitting at the main seat, Luo Tian's gaze drifted towards Yun Tianhua's position, and his thoughts stirred. Old Yun, what are your thoughts on this competition? Yun Tianhua remained silent, resembling a stubborn rock. Luo Tian persisted. Old Yun, as an elder, you ought to have some promising disciples in mind. Still, Yun Tianhua said nothing. Luo Tian continued. Old Yun, shall we place a wager? Yun Tianhua. Zhou Banshin sensed the commotion between the two and touched his storage ring, where a substantial amount of spirit stones from the previous outer sect competition lay. This was merely a minor interlude. The inter-sect competition was in full swing, with figures battling fiercely against one another. Luo Tian pondered whether a dark horse might emerge in this competition. As one match after another unfolded, they soon reached the showdown for the top 10. Undoubtedly, all 10 contenders were foundation establishment cultivators. Luo Tian scrutinized the dual roster before him, his expression playful. To his surprise, Li Erniu's next opponent was none other than Nan Hongsang. This naive lad was set to face off against his former senior sister. The other 8 competitors were no slouches either, promising a fierce contest. Even he could not predict who would ultimately triumph. Nevertheless, he decided to eliminate external factors. Luo Tian's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Tomorrow is the duel between Sister Hongsang and Brother Erniu. It's the perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of my latest talisman research, Zhou Zhou muttered to herself. At her side, Xiao Jing's expression turned anxious as she glanced around. Zhou Zhou suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, turning to find Luo Tian watching her with a beaming smile. Chapter 135. The Dark Horse, Li Erniu. Zhou Zhou froze in place. In the sect, she harbored no fear of heaven or earth. Her only dread lay in the presence of Lord Luo Tian. Poor Zhou Zhou, with a pitiful demeanor, timidly uttered his name. Alas, Luo Tian was utterly unmoved by her plight. Without hesitation, He lifted her with a firm grip, playfully pinching her cherubic cheeks, inciting tears to well in the young girl's eyes. "Lord, I acknowledge my error. I shall not dare to repeat it again," Zhou hastily lamented. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, then do enlighten me on where you believe you have erred." Zhou, with her finger pressed against her lips, her large eyes darting for an answer, replied, "I shall no longer sneak down the mountain, causing worry for my grandfather and Lord Luo Tian." Luo Tian chuckled, as he extended his hand for another playful reprimand. Zhou trembled in fear, exclaiming, "I was wrong. I should not have allowed junior brother Jing'an to use talismans during the competition." In the internal sect competition, Jing'an had employed talismans to defeat several disciples at the 9th level of qi refinement. Despite Zhou's discreet methods, how could they escape Luo Tian's discerning gaze? "Lord, it was I who requested senior sister Zhou to provide me with talismans, wishing to secure a commendable position in the competition. Should you impose punishment directed at me? And please spare senior sister Zhou," Jing'an implored, kneeling before Luo Tian. Luo Tian pondered. Did he truly appear as a villain? After all, he considered himself quite benevolent. "Creating such a commotion during your first internal competition, had I not arranged for a foundation establishment disciple to defeat that little rascal Jing'an, you would have surely embroiled yourself in a significant mishap," Luo Tian chided. Zhou possessed a remarkable talent in talisman crafting. Should Jing'an leverage his talismans to breach the top 10, it would surely incite discontent among the other competitors. Luo Tian, intent on avoiding any errors in this inaugural internal competition, aimed to experience the sentiments of the other forces within Qiyu Prefecture. If left unchecked, this young girl might medal in the top 10 duels, even influencing the outcome of the first place. "Hand over all your talismans, and I may consider mitigating the consequences of this incident." Observing the woeful expression of the young girl, Luo Tian reached out and pinched her cheek. Poor Zhou, devoid of cultivation, had no means to resist Luo Tian's grip. One by one, she surrendered her talismans, her savings over the past 2 years entirely confiscated by Luo Tian for the sect's treasury. Zhou felt tears welling up. Luo Tian, satisfied, declared, "From today onward, I have found you a new master. You shall study under him and learn the ways of other paths." In Zhou's eyes, the talisman techniques of Yantianhua seemed exceedingly simple, often mastered within less than an hour of study. Luo Tian mused that such a splendid talent was a waste if not properly cultivated. He summoned Master Han Hai to be Zhou's second mentor. Master Han Hai, a rogue cultivator skilled in myriad arts, was the perfect match for the young girl. Upon hearing this, Zhou's expression fell, her face contorting in dismay. Luo Tian then turned his gaze to Jing'an. "As for you, your punishment is to remain in the library for 3 months, forbidden from stepping outside." Having completed these matters, Luo Tian vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. The internal sect competition was set to showcase the top 10 contenders. On this day, Luo Tian was taken aback by an unexpected visitor. The esteemed Tai Shuzi had arrived from the Tai Su Dao sect. Tai Shuzi was on the verge of a breakthrough. Luo Tian sensed the faint aura of a nascent divine ability within him, indicating that he would likely ascend to the Purple Mansion realm within a year. Luo Tian shifted his attention to the duel arena, where Li Erniu and Nan Hongsang had taken the stage. Since their trials, their encounters had diminished significantly. With over half a year passing without a meeting, despite residing in proximity, Nan Hongsang beamed, "Senior brother Erniu, it has been a long time. Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment." Li Erniu scratched the back of his head, offering a simple yet endearing smile. As the contest commenced, both poured forth their utmost efforts. Li Erniu continued to practice the inferior grade Tai Su Sutra and Tai Su Sword technique, while Nan Hongsang trained in the premium grade techniques. The Blazing Flame Sutra and Celestial Fire technique, which she had exchanged merit points for. Observing the scene, Luo Tian's eyes flickered with surprise. The inferior grade sword technique in Li Erniu's hands exuded tremendous vigor. His sword shadows danced, adept in both offense and defense, having reached a state of mastery. Even amidst the raging celestial fire, Li Erniu stood unwavering. The once clumsy lad had transformed into an extraordinary sword immortal. Ultimately, as expected, Nan Hongsang was defeated. A hint of disappointment crossed her features. However, upon spotting a familiar figure in the crowd, her face lit up with a smile. After defeating Nan Hongsang, Li Erniu sheathed his weapon, but he did not share in the joy of victory. A trace of melancholy clouded his gaze. Soon, he managed to smile. Li Erniu's performance in the internal competition left the audience in awe. The elder members who had joined the sect early were equally astonished. He emerged like a dark horse, cutting through the fray. Sadly, Li Erniu ultimately placed second, with the first being Xia Biu, who had grasped the essence of the blade. Even among the foundation establishment elders, few dared claim they could confidently triumph over Xia Biu. Third place was taken by a youth named Ding Wanyang, whose mastery of the spear captivated the audience, prompting the esteemed Su Hua to take him as a disciple on the spot. Fourth place went to a girl named Nangong Qingyu, an adept in formations and a versatile practitioner of various spells, whose prowess was not to be underestimated. She caught the eye of Master Han Hai, who took her as a disciple. After distributing the rewards, Luo Tian led everyone to the Dragon King Hall, accompanied by the top 10 from the outer sect. So these are the prodigies of the inner sect? The outer sect disciples, witnessing the formidable talents of the inner sect, paled in comparison. They prided themselves as geniuses, yet stood in stark contrast to the brilliance of the inner sect's elite. The inner sect merely cast a fleeting glance at the outer disciples before returning to their own pursuits. Even the most talented among the outer sect would seem ordinary, merely occupying the lowest ranks if placed within the inner sect. Luo Tian opened the grand doors of the Dragon King Hall, guiding both groups to the first and second tier dragon blood pools. The dragon blood pools contained formidable energy, immensely beneficial for cultivation, infused with the essence of powerful beings. With the conclusion of the outer and inner sect competitions, tranquility returned to Tai Su Dao sect. The permissions for the land of Jiuzhou were gradually being unlocked. Before all permissions for Jiuzhou were fully activated, a shocking piece of news reverberated throughout Qiyu Prefecture. Chapter 136. The Heroes Gather Again. Luo Tian, upon receiving the message from the Qiyu royal mansion, wore a grave expression. The barbarian tribes were invading. Having been previously vanquished by the Qiyu king, the barbarian tribes were making a resurgence. All forces within Qiyu Prefecture were compelled to dispatch cultivators to assist the Qiyu royal mansion in repelling the barbarian horde. Otherwise, once the barbarians breached the borders, all inhabitants of Qiyu Prefecture would face dire consequences. To benefit the nation at the cost of one's life, who would shy away from calamity or fortune? Such notions were mere nonsense. Luo Tian's countenance darkened. All those who sought to profit amidst the chaos would face retribution. Each faction must dispatch at least one exceptionally gifted young prodigy, accompanied by a senior elder. Most crucially, however, the destiny system has yet to trigger any missions, and the Jiuzhou permissions remain incompletely unlocked. Aside from temporary tasks, significant destiny missions will not activate. Within the ranks of the Tai Su Dao sect, the most promising talent is undoubtedly Zheng Ping'an. Yet, Zheng Ping'an has not yet attained the breakthrough into the Purple Mansion realm. Luo Tian harbors reservations about allowing him to participate in the war against the barbarian tribes. In such battles, the risk is profound. Not even a seasoned practitioner of the Foundation establishment stage, much less a formidable entity at the Purple Mansion or Golden Core level, can afford a moment's carelessness without facing dire consequences. The Qiyu Wangfu has explicitly summoned Zheng Ping'an, evidently intending to detain such prodigious talents at the border, compelling various sects to exert their utmost efforts without slackening. For the safety of their disciples, they are left with no choice but to send forth their strongest members to assist the Qiyu Wangfu in fending off the barbarian threats. Reluctantly, Luo Tian must call Zheng Ping'an back. He also sends the great Master Han Hai to look after him. With an 8th-tier mastery in the Purple Mansion realm, he can indeed look down upon many factions within Qiyu Prefecture. As turmoil looms and chaos approaches, Luo Tian sighs deeply. Ultimately, plans are often outpaced by circumstances. In response to the call of the Qiyu Wangfu, various factions, large and small, dispatch their disciples and elders to the border. Even players are not exempt. Some sect leaders and disciples make their way there. Although no destiny coins are awarded, the resources obtainable from the Qiyu Wangfu for slaying barbarian foes are quite substantial. Great Master Han Hai leads Zheng Ping'an to Changping Pass, as per the arrangements of the Qiyu Wangfu. There, Zheng Ping'an encounters several old acquaintances, including Yang Wuxian from the Yang family and Si Hongzhuang from the Si family, who once joined forces to hunt down Yuan Xiu, as well as Zhong Yuchen from the Tianjian Mountain and Song Muji from the pure Yang Dao sect. Zheng Ping'an also comes face to face with Mo Qingyang, who casts a venomous glare at him. Were it not for Zheng Ping'an, he would have long been celebrated as one of the top 10 prodigies of Qiyu. He ought to be the center of attention, not reduced to a mere clown, disappointing his clan's ancestors. Mo Qingyang's status within the Mo family hangs by a thread. Following his instincts, Zheng Ping'an spots Mo Qingyang and smirks disdainfully. Mo Qingyang, last time at the Dao conference, you were fortunate to escape with your life. Now, if I catch you off guard, I wonder if luck will favor you again. Mo Qingyang's expression darkens ominously. Impudent. The guardian behind Mo Qingyang regards Zheng Ping'an with a murderous glint in his eyes. What business does an old man have quarreling with a mere youth? If he is unwilling to relent, they could arrange a life-and-death battle between the two youngsters. A voice, calm yet authoritative, emerges from behind Zheng Ping'an, revealing an elder with an ethereal demeanor. It is none other than Great Master Han Hai. The guardian of Mo Qingyang recognizes Han Hai's identity and freezes in place. for he is a figure of the same caliber as the ancestors of the Mo family. The guardian falls silent, leading Mo Qingyang away without uttering a word. Retreating in disgrace. Confronting great master Han Hai, he sees no chance of victory. To provoke Han Hai would be to court death in 100 ways. And the Mo family would have to swallow their pride. Having a cultivator of the 8th tier of the Purple Mansion as a guardian is an extravagant luxury. Most Golden Core sects cannot afford such a privilege. Han Hai advises Zheng Ping'an, the Mo family harbors no virtuous individuals, and that ancestor of theirs is no exception. Should you encounter that young man during the conflict with the barbarians, do not hesitate. Eliminate him on the spot. It is clear that Great Master Han Hai harbors enmity towards the Mo family's ancestor. Zheng Ping'an nods in agreement. He is no saint. Given Mo Qingyang's repeated provocations, should he ascend to the Purple Mansion realm, the Tai Su Dao sect would undoubtedly gain yet another formidable adversary. It would be best to eliminate Mo Qingyang before he could pose any future threat. Still, Zheng Ping'an muses that not all members of the Mo family are devoid of merit. There is at least one good person among them. At that moment, a familiar voice rings out from the horizon. Greetings, everyone. It has been a while. I hope you are all well. A group of men and women, each adorned with different masks, soar through the air, and at the forefront is Tai Xuanzi, wearing a golden-edged mask. Observing the tardy arrival of Tai Xuanzi, a collective thought arises among the crowd. This fellow is truly flamboyant. Initially, when Tai Xuanzi concealed his identity, others assumed he did so to hide his true self. But now it is evident he merely seeks to flaunt his airs. It seems he will soon break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Song Muji casts a complex glance at Tai Xuanzi. He is a few years older, yet was defeated by Tai Xuanzi, and now he must watch as he falls behind. Tai Xuanzi smiles, unfazed by their gazes, and addresses the crowd. Behold, what do you think of my new mask? Surely it is far more appealing than the previous one. As the crowd gathers closer, they notice that Tai Xuanzi's mask indeed bears a distinct appearance. It seems less attractive, Zheng Ping'an reflects inwardly. Acknowledging it as the handiwork of their junior sister from the south, Tai Xuanzi chuckles. This was crafted by my wife herself. Aside from Zheng Ping'an, the remaining prodigies are taken aback. Well, Tai Xuanzi, secretly marrying without inviting us for a drink. Yang Wushan teases. Indeed, you didn't even mention this to us. Forgetting your brothers once you found a woman, the members of the masked society chime in. Faced with their playful accusations, Tai Xuanzi sheepishly responds, we are not yet wed. But once the invasion of the barbarians concludes, I shall surely invite you all to celebrate. Yang Wushan feigns disgust. One drink hardly suffices. We must get you so inebriated that you can't even stand, and I shall sneak some of the old man's celestial brew for our revelry. Song Muji adds, the pure yang divine wine of our sect is also renowned throughout the realm. I wonder how many cups you can handle? Laughter erupts among the others. Zheng Ping'an contemplates whether the Tai Su Dao sect can surprise Tai Xuanzi with a collective effort. The crowd extends their congratulations to Tai Xuanzi, and the guardians behind them watch these prodigies forge bonds of camaraderie, smiles gracing their faces. 100 years hence, it will undoubtedly be their era. Chapter 137, The Transformation of Mo Qingyang. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a blue quality opportunity token. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring 10 low-grade spiritual wood. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for receiving 3 first-grade pills. Having opened 10 ordinary traveler packs in succession, Luo Tian decides to cease. It is exceedingly difficult to extract anything of value from the ordinary packs. Fortunately, he has accumulated 400 packs, having used 10, leaving him with 390. He extracts 24 packs, pairing them into premium packs. Regrettably, the highest yield is merely a mid-tier Xian grade artifact. Luo Tian settles down, with precisely 366 packs remaining, and combines them all at once. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring a divine ability stone. Luo Tian's eyes brighten. This is a splendid item, capable of granting him an additional slot for divine abilities. Upon utilizing the divine ability stone, his slots for divine abilities increase from 3 to 4. To unlock a 5th slot, however, he will require 2 divine ability stones. After opening the gift pack, Luo Tian cast his gaze towards the distant frontier. He wondered how Xiao Ping was faring at this moment. Meanwhile, within the Dao sect, Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang were engrossed in their cultivation. As Master Han Hai had taken on the role of protector for Zheng Ping'an, Luo Tian entrusted the young girl, Zhou, to Master Wei Ling for guidance. Although Master Wei Ling was a loose cultivator, he was well versed in martial arts and adept in the ways of formations. In this world, while martial arts may not hold a prestigious status, the cultivation of the celestial being realm could still ensure survival in the hands of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. It was indeed beneficial for Zhou to possess more means of self-protection. Additionally, Luo Tian personally guided Luo Ming in his cultivation. Although his own prowess stemmed from the sect, his insights at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion were formidable, and he was well acquainted with all the cultivation techniques practiced by the disciples within the sect. Luo Ming's progress was rapid. Within just a few days of beginning his training, he was on the cusp of foundation establishment. Luo Tian instructed by Wu Qiu to concoct a foundation establishment pill for Luo Ming. However, before the pill could be completed, Luo Ming successfully established his foundation. It seemed that for him, there were no barriers to his cultivation. Luo Tian could only remark on the terrifying potential of red quality. At Chongping Pass, several true lords stood guard. It was here that Zheng Ping encountered the barbarian tribes for the first time. These barbarians largely resembled the human race, yet their bodies were adorned with intricate, mysterious totem tattoos, exuding a fierce aura. Zheng Ping's opponent was a towering barbarian prodigy, with long, ashen hair cascading down to his waist, radiating a menacing presence. Strangely, upon seeing Zheng Ping, this barbarian did not immediately strike. His vacant gaze seemed to convey a message he longed to share. Unfortunately, before he could utter a word, a gash opened in his skull, from which a bloodied, grotesque triangular head emerged, its myriad chaotic eyes fixated on Zheng Ping. I shall consume you. This horrific scene sent chills down Zheng Ping's spine. After a fierce exchange, he severed the barbarian's head with a single strike and brought the body back to Chongping Pass. Other prodigies at the pass encountered similar predicaments. The invading barbarians appeared markedly different from those chronicled in ancient texts. Eventually, a true lord emerged, revealing that the barbarians worshipped ancient gods. A select few chosen ones could communicate with these ancient deities, paying a hefty price to obtain extraordinary power, a sight not entirely surprising. You need only to devote yourselves to resisting the barbarian invasion, the true lord instructed. A general led his army, deploying military formations to clash with the barbarian soldiers. The atmosphere thick with bloodlust and corruption. Fortunately, the cultivators' true targets were not the barbarian horde, but rather the adherents of the ancient gods, who wielded similar extraordinary powers. Zheng Ping, however, found it difficult to fully trust the true lord's words. The barbarian prodigy seemed to have something to convey to him, yet before he could speak, a terrifying force seized control of him. If it were mere faith, such a situation would not arise. It was evident that the barbarian prodigy did not willingly submit to this belief. As time passed, Zheng Ping observed that Xuanyuan appeared somewhat furtive. Given their mutual animosity, Zheng Ping focused on Xuanyuan, pondering if he could seize the opportunity to eliminate him. After lurking for half a month, Zheng Ping finally caught a chance, stealthily following Xuanyuan. It seemed Xuanyuan remained oblivious to Zheng Ping's pursuit. Concealed in the shadows, he encountered a group of human cultivators hunting barbarian practitioners, launching a surprise attack and decisively slaying the human cultivator. Had Xuanyuan lost his mind? For no apparent reason, he had attacked a fellow human cultivator. Zheng Ping watched the scene unfold, perplexed. Acts of revenge were one thing, but indiscriminately slaughtering fellow humans would not go unpunished by the Qi Yu Wang Fu. Should he be discovered, the forces behind him would surely suffer repercussions. What transpired next shook Zheng Ping into his core. With a sinister smile, Xuanyuan approached the slain cultivator, and his face split down the middle, revealing countless elongated tendrils that began to consume the corpse piece by piece. It was evident that Xuanyuan's cultivation was visibly advancing. Perhaps it would not be long before he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. Of course, whether he would succeed in that endeavor was another matter entirely. After completing this gruesome act, Xuanyuan turned to gaze at Zheng Ping's concealed position. Zheng Ping, come out. I know you are there. Slowly, Zheng Ping emerged. Xuanyuan was unfazed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You must have witnessed that scene just now. Zheng Ping replied. Xuanyuan, I am aware of your nefarious intentions, yet I did not expect you to transform into such a monstrosity. A monstrosity? Xuanyuan scoffed with disdain. This is a gift, a divine blessing from the ancient god. Before long, you too shall become like me. However, you may never get that opportunity. Xuanyuan licked his lips, his gaze greedy. If he could devour Zheng Ping, he might instantly break through to the Purple Mansion realm, and perhaps even aspire to ascend to the Golden Core stage in the future. Zheng Ping unleashed the Celestial Sword technique. The sword energy sweeping through and tearing Xuanyuan's body into fragments. The splattering blood fell to the ground like writhing worms. Under Zheng Ping's scrutiny, the pieces began to reassemble at a visible speed. The resurrected Xuanyuan appeared horrified. He had not anticipated Zheng Ping's strength had grown to such an extent. Damn it, at the Dao conference, his power was merely slightly stronger than mine. After being vanquished by a single strike, Xuanyuan fled without a backward glance. The monstrous entity within him, or rather, the blessing from the ancient gods, was even more formidable than the barbarian prodigy he had previously encountered. After contemplating for a moment, Zheng Ping decided not to leave a potential threat behind. With a wave of his hand, 7 fire dragons lunged forth, devouring Mo Qingyang, leaving no remnants behind, ensuring he could not be resurrected this time. Having completed this grim task, Zheng Ping gazed at the sun obscured by dark clouds. A sense of unease lingered in his heart, as if something dreadful loomed on the horizon. Chapter 138, the Third Celestial Mandate Event, the struggle between good and evil. After slaying Mo Qingyang, Zheng Ping returned to Chongping Pass, his thoughts still preoccupied with the incident. The final transformation of Mo Qingyang had been exceedingly horrifying. Zheng Ping had encountered demonic cultivators before, yet none had ever devolved into such a ghastly form. Was it possible that within Chongping Pass, someone was colluding with the barbarians? Zheng Ping pondered, becoming increasingly cautious, intending to conduct a discreet investigation within the pass. Inside Chongping Pass, Mo Qingyang's disappearance did not create much of a stir. The ongoing confrontation between the pass and the barbarian army continued unabated. It was not until 3 months later that the sound of thundering hooves echoed outside Chongping Pass. Countless soldiers clad in crimson armor, riding fiery steeds, surged forth like a sharpened blade, cutting through the barbarian ranks in all directions. Could this be the legendary Qiyu army? The onlookers atop the city walls beheld this formidable force, which, though numbering less than 10,000, comprised warriors. The sheer presence of so many martial artists together nearly coalesced into a mighty river of vitality. In the eyes of cultivators, warriors had always been regarded as mere ants. Even a martial artist at the celestial realm can barely preserve their life under the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator. Warriors are often doomed to a short life. A foundation establishment cultivator may live for 3 centuries, while a celestial realm warrior typically meets their end at the age of 150. The path of martial arts appears devoid of a promising future. However, today's spectacle has transformed the collective perception of warriors among the onlookers. 1 warrior may be likened to an ant, 10 warriors remain ants, and even 100 warriors still fall into that category. Yet when 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 of these warriors converge, the amassed power compels even the cultivators to momentarily retreat from the limelight. The Red Spectre army incurs heavy losses as it infiltrates the barbarian horde, and when barbarian cultivators attempt to intervene, figures of the cultivators soar out from beyond Chongping Pass, successfully halting the barbarians' advance. This skirmish has caused the barbarian forces to abandon their gear in disarray, necessitating a temporary withdrawal. For now, the threat at Chongping Pass has been alleviated. The ground is littered with the bloodied remnants of the barbarian army. Although the barbarian forces have merely retreated, the crisis remains unresolved. Nevertheless, a brief respite has been secured. At the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian counted on his fingers and calculated that only the last of the Yun province had yet to complete its fated task. The task for Yun province is akin to that of Qiyu province, centering around the Taoist conference. He dispatched Li Erniu, who has demonstrated remarkable prowess since his ascension to purple quality. Congratulations to player Luo Tian's disciple Li Erniu for participating in the Yun province fated event and earning 3,000 fated coins. After participating in the fated events across the other 7 provinces, Luo Tian amassed a total of 18,000 fated coins. Coupled with the remaining fated coins from the Tian province event, his total has surpassed the 20,000 mark. The Jiuzhou channel has come alive with the inclusion of the final province. Welcome to the brothers from Yun province. The brothers from the 8 provinces are one family. 8 provinces. Why not 9? Ah, right. The players from Tian province, one of the 9 provinces, have already been disqualified by us in Qiyu province. Up above, our Tian province players would rather perish than become captives. Oh, is there still a stray from Tian province? Don't let me find your position. I'm currently in Tian province. Hiss, what exactly transpired for the 9 provinces to become 8? Is it a decline of morals or a distortion of humanity? Brothers from Yun province, do not panic. Our Qiyu province players are exceptionally peace-loving. The players from Tian province brought their demise upon themselves. They are an exception. Congratulations to all Jiuzhou players for unlocking Jiuzhou privileges. A new fated event, the battle of righteousness and evil, is about to commence. The Jiuzhou channel fell silent. Luo Tian held his breath. The new fated event is finally here. The battle of righteousness and evil. Battle of righteousness and evil. The seal of the heavenly Tao has weakened. Under the schemes of ancient entities, the reincarnation of the ancient demon emperor has returned, intending to unleash a cataclysmic tide of evil upon the Dayu dynasty. Aiming to overthrow it, players may choose to align with either the righteous or the evil faction. The tasks required for each faction differ, and are mutually antagonistic, continuing until one side is defeated. Choosing the righteous faction, exterminating demons, and safeguarding the path will yield righteousness points. The higher the righteousness points, the greater the rewards received after the fated event concludes. Additionally, slaying evil beings will earn fated coins, and killing players with evil points will grant varying amounts of fated coins based on the level of their evil points. Faction aura. The higher the righteousness points, the greater the damage dealt to evil beings by the corresponding righteousness sects, while the success rate of breaking through realms increases. The effects of the aura will be removed after the battle of righteousness and evil concludes. Victory condition. Assist the forces of the Dayu dynasty in slaying the demon emperor. Failure penalty. All righteous players will lose 30 fated coins gained during the event, and the higher their righteousness points, the more likely they are to attract the enmity of evil beings, inciting strong adversaries to hunt them. Choosing the evil faction. Killing members of the righteous faction will grant evil points. The higher the evil points, the greater the rewards received after the fated event concludes. Furthermore, assisting the demon emperor in conquering factions will yield fated coin rewards, and killing players with righteous points will yield varying amounts of fated coins based on their righteous points. Faction aura. The higher the evil points, the more damage negation the corresponding evil sects will receive against the righteous, while their cultivation speed will increase. The aura will be removed after the battle of righteousness and evil concludes. Victory condition. Assist the demon emperor in overthrowing the rule of the Dayu dynasty. Failure penalty. All evil players will lose 30 fated coins gained during the event, and the higher their evil points, the more likely they are to attract the enmity of righteous players, inciting strong adversaries to hunt them. After the conclusion of the battle of righteousness and evil, a fated auction will open, allowing players to compete using the fated coins they have earned, and after the event concludes, the righteous and evil factions will permanently unlock the merits and demerits shopping malls. Luo Tian felt a jolt within. The choice of faction appeared before him, righteous or evil. A thought can lead to ascension or to damnation. What a revelation! The battle of righteousness and evil has indeed arrived. If I do not strive in my cultivation, I may end up as mere fodder for the souls of the departed. Brothers, I have chosen the evil faction, hoping that one day my banner of souls can be renamed the Emperor of Humanity's banner. Oh no, do not do that. I'm trembling. What if someone nearby chooses the evil faction and uses me as a sacrificial offering? Evil cannot suppress righteousness. I choose the righteous path. The demon emperor is clearly a petty rogue, unreliable. What does it matter if he is reborn? He remains a failure. How to choose? Such a dilemma. At this moment, Li Long also sent a message, promptly announcing for the members of the Unparalleled Immortal Alliance to await Luo Tian's decision. Chapter 139. The Celestial Venerates of Jiuzhou and the Demon Emperor's Schemes. The distinction between righteous and evil factions is undoubtedly a chasm as vast as the heavens and the earth. Is there truly a choice to be made? Luo Tian glanced at the multitude of disciples below. The Tai Su Dao sect was flourishing. He would be a fool to abandon a bright future for the path of evil. If there were only white and blue quality disciples within his sect, he would have unhesitatingly joined the evil faction. However, given the present circumstances, Luo Tian declared, "Notify the members of the Unparalleled Immortal Alliance that all shall choose the righteous faction." Li Long understood. Under Luo Tian's directive, the members of the Unparalleled Immortal Alliance chose the righteous faction. Luo Tian gazed at the bright sky, clear and boundless. Yet soon, this expanse would be transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood with the resurrection of the demon emperor. He must summon the disciples still practicing outside back to the sect. This thought lingered in his mind. Many disciples of the sect were still out in other provinces honing their skills. In the land of Jiuzhou, within the ancient void space, shadowy figures, vaguely discernible as humanoid, sat in a circle. The seal of the demon emperor has vanished, and the entity once contained within is no more. A colossal silhouette spoke, adorned with rivers and oceans, flowing endlessly. Yet, his voice bore an unmistakable tremor of fear. Who has guarded the demon emperor for the past century? A figure glistening like gold, seemingly forged from the metal, spoke with discontent. It was that old fellow from the Qiyu royal manor who guarded the demon emperor. A woman, her form shimmering with multicolored brilliance and her hair entwined around her waist, chimed in with a tone of schadenfreude. Could it be that you suspect the Qiyu royal manor of having released the demon emperor without permission? How ludicrous. A wisp of ghostly flames enveloped a figure, as he faced the inquisitive gazes of the others, expressing his dissatisfaction. What benefit would releasing the demon emperor bring to the Qiyu royal manor? Surely, the first thing that demon emperor would do upon regaining his powers would be to target the Qiyu royal manor. Laughter erupted, dismissive and unconcerned. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A figure clad in a robe, wielding a whisk, shattered this mounting tension. apart from my esteemed self. The great expanse of the wilderness has succumbed to the clutches of the demonic race. The addition of another demon emperor will hardly worsen the situation. At best, it merely hastens the descent of this realm into chaos. An entity, surrounded by a halo, inquired with a glimmer in its eyes, "Your Majesty, are there any signs of awakening?" The robed Taoist shook his head. The last extraction of the blood essence from the 9 provinces resulted in a slight improvement in His Majesty's condition. Yet no signs of awakening have manifested. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembled celestials varied. Amitabha, I wonder how the Tao Master of Qingshu is progressing in constructing the path of rebirth? A solitary Buddha, with one hand raised to his chest, politely inquired. Upon mentioning the path of rebirth, the celestials present finally displayed interest. The robed Taoist, who is also the Tao Master of Qingshu, spoke with a hint of regret. We have discovered traces of another realm, yet the barriers between worlds remain elusive. We cannot unite the path of rebirth with the 2 realms just yet, and it will require additional time to perfect. Is the Demon Emperor truly being left unchecked? The Celestial of Red Mist interjected into their conversation. As for the Demon Emperor, let those upright individuals delay him, a tranquil ancient celestial remarked. Are you all truly unafraid that the Demon Emperor, upon regaining his powers, will seek you out one by one to settle accounts? Thousands of years of cultivation could vanish in an instant. The Celestial of Red Mist retorted with a cold snort. One after another, they blamed him for allowing the Demon Emperor to roam free, yet none were willing to take action. Celestial of Red Mist, perhaps you should be more concerned about the demonic legions beyond the barriers. Should they be resolute and compel the barbaric tribes to attack, your domain will surely face devastation. And there will be no need for the Demon Emperor to come after you, a Celestial remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. The figure of the Celestial of Red Mist vanished, leaving an empty seat behind. The remaining Celestials turned their thoughts entirely to the plans surrounding the path of rebirth. At Chongping Pass, following the previous defeat of the barbaric legions, a festive atmosphere enveloped the area. It seemed as though the barbaric forces were utterly ineffectual. With the Red Mist army stationed there, no one regarded the barbarian legions with any concern. I hope I am merely overthinking, Zheng Ping'an thought, feeling disquieted by this atmosphere. However, the Golden Core True Lords remained indifferent. The most crucial matter at hand was still the breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. Zheng Ping'an was but a step away from the Purple Mansion realm. Currently, Tai sects Tai Xuanzi and Pure Yang Dao sects Song Muji were both in seclusion, preparing to break through to the Purple Mansion. This engendered a sense of urgency within Zheng Ping'an. He too resolved to enter seclusion. He believed that the unrest within him might stem from his cultivation. Perhaps once he broke through to the Purple Mansion and refined his divine abilities, his state of mind would improve. Outside Chongping Pass, a soldier of the Red Mist army cautiously emerged from the city. His eyes glowed crimson. On the ground lay a decaying beast carcass. He crouched down. From his mouth emerged writhing tentacles, each adorned with numerous mouths, feasting voraciously upon the carcass. At that moment, the putrid remains of the beast seemed transformed into a delicacy. A man clad in black robes, concealed in the shadows of the night, observed this scene with a satisfied grin. 3,000 years of the Yu Emperor, and after all this time, you have made no progress whatsoever. Even a group of inept fools can outsmart you. How laughable and pitiable, the man in the dark chuckled ominously. Then let me bring this repugnant dynasty to a definitive end, transforming it into a realm of demons, to reign with me for eternity. He cast a lingering gaze at Chongping Pass. Soon, he would return to this place. For now, he intended to unleash his former allies one by one. He sought to re-establish the realm of demons, the eternal Demon Emperor, at the direction of the Tai Su Dao sect. The conflict between the righteous and the demonic had been underway for a week. During this time, Luo Tian had nearly grasped the dynamics of this conflict. The righteous sought to eradicate the Demon Emperor, while the demonic aided him. However, there were certain players who did not align with either faction, effectively opting out of participation. Even with his call to action, many players chose to join the demonic faction. Both the righteous and demonic factions' missions were strictly confidential. Any leakage would result in annihilation by the destiny system. As for how he knew this, it was the result of prior experimentation. Mission of the righteous faction: prevent the demonic faction from releasing the 9 nether ghosts. If the righteous faction successfully halts this, rewards will be distributed based on contribution, with higher rankings having the opportunity to obtain rarer items. The system's prompt echoed in Luo Tian's mind. Before him, a map of the 9 provinces materialized, marked with a red circle. This was a signal from the destiny system to the righteous players. As Luo Tian discerned the area indicated by the system, his expression grew peculiar. Was this mere coincidence? The prompt from the system pointed unmistakably to Beichong County, a site that had once ignited a temporary destiny event. Chapter 140, The Incident at Chongping Pass. According to Luo Tian's knowledge, Beichong County had nearly collapsed following a catastrophic event 4 years prior. Both Purple Mansion entities had perished. Fortunately, the fortunes of Beichong County rallied, producing a Purple Mansion cultivator who barely stabilized the situation. Luo Tian immediately gathered numerous players from Qingli County for a discussion. Although the exact consequences of releasing the 9 nether ghosts were unknown, it was evident that this would serve as a significant boon for the Demon Emperor. The individual capable of instigating the conflict between the righteous and the demonic during his peak was likely at least a deity-level existence. In the 4th level sect promotion task, there was precisely a requirement to eliminate a being of Golden Core level or higher. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. The Demon Emperor's subordinates were all in a weakened state. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to strike. For this mission, Luo Tian led 109th level Foundation Establishment cultivators from 2nd level sects to Beichong County. Additionally, thousands of 1st level sect leaders were making their way to Beichong County. The Dao lineage of Red Mist State also dispatched powerful figures, converging on Beichong County. Currently, the sect dominating Beichong County was known as Qingmu Spirit Mansion. During the last turmoil in Beichong County, the more formidable sects had been nearly eradicated. The leader of Qingmu Spirit Mansion had concealed his cultivation until the crisis subsided, revealing his peak Foundation establishment prowess to sweep away the various powers and seize control of Beichong County, successfully ascending to become a Purple Mansion Grandmaster. For a time, they basked in glory. However, this prosperity was short-lived. Within a few years, Qingmu Spirit Mansion encountered grave issues. An increasing number of individuals were being corrupted by malevolent energies, descending into madness and attacking anyone they encountered. Those bitten, if not treated promptly, would gradually succumb to the malevolent energies, ultimately losing their sanity. Initially, the afflicted were mostly commoners, easily managed by Qingmu Spirit Mansion. Yet as the situation escalated, some cultivators also fell victim. Upon realizing the severity of the matter, Qingmu Spirit Mansion promptly reported the news to the Red Mist Royal Court, seeking assistance, but had yet to receive a response. Until recently, the Crimson Spectre King's Mansion issued an order for the righteous individuals from various factions to venture to North Chong County to vanquish the demons. However, now it seems that an ominous tide has erupted across North Chong County, as if all were in collusion. Have these people transformed into zombies? A young man casually seized a creature with gray skin and a grotesque visage, its jagged teeth gaping in a horrific howl. After delivering a slap, he observed the creature continued its shrieks. With a mere flick of his finger, he obliterated its head. There was no hope left. These beings had irrevocably lost their humanity. The youth sighed helplessly. Surrounding him were numerous figures, namely Luo Tian and his companions who had journeyed from Qingli County to North Chong County. The chaos they encountered was akin to a zombie apocalypse from a previous life. Many inhabitants of North Chong County had metamorphosed into ravenous zombies, frantically tearing at each other. These creatures were impervious to pain and fatigue, consumed by a frenzy that drove them to devour their fellow beings. Their malevolent energy coalescing into an unusual force. The denser the malevolence, the greater the power. Luo Tian surveyed the area and even discerned zombies whose strength rivaled that of foundational cultivators. Li Long spoke, "Leader, we must first locate the Qingmu Spirit Mansion to obtain intelligence regarding the 9 Nether Phantom Demon from the other factions in Qiyu Prefecture." Luo Tian mused inwardly. "I am also aware we must find the Qingmu Spirit Mansion, yet the question remains, where is it?" After the last battle, the surviving players had largely evacuated from North Chong County, leaving them in utter darkness concerning the area's intelligence. They decided to clear a city as a stronghold and then dispersed to seek news of the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. Luo Tian pointed towards a nearby city and spoke to the group. They nodded in agreement. With over 100 foundational cultivators at the 9th level, even combined, the forces of a single county would struggle to match their number. Furthermore, with Luo Tian, a 9th level Purple Mansion cultivator, leading them, taking a city would pose no challenge. Regrettably, the survivors within the city were fewer than 1 in 100, their plight dismal. Upon witnessing Luo Tian and his companions display their formidable prowess, they bowed in reverence, believing them to be celestial beings descended to save them. After a brief discussion, they began their search for clues regarding the Qingmu Spirit Mansion, while also seeking to uncover any other factions that could aid North Chong County, hoping to gather information about sealing the 9 Nether Phantom Demon. Outside Chomping Pass, the barbarian army surged once more. The Crimson Spectre army plunged into the fray. Unexpectedly, some of the Crimson Spectre soldiers turned on their comrades without warning, severing heads and greedily sucking the blood. Repulsive tendrils extended from their mouths. This scene left the defenders at Chongping Pass utterly unprepared. Had these individuals gone mad? Everyone was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. How could the Crimson Spectre army transform into monsters so abruptly? The mutated soldiers began to slaughter one another. And within moments, a significant portion of their ranks lay decimated. A golden core true monarch sensed something amiss and attempted to rescue the remaining soldiers. But it was too late. The horrifying contagion swiftly spread, transforming the fallen soldiers into the same frenzied beasts, attacking the remaining Crimson Spectre soldiers. The intervening golden core true monarch was soon intercepted by powerful barbarians. Yet, this was not the end. Inside Chongping Pass, chaos erupted. Individuals from other factions transformed into terrifying monsters without warning, wreaking havoc upon their comrades. In a flash, the losses within Chongping Pass mounted catastrophically. Vaguely, the blood flowing beneath Chongping Pass trickled along a certain path, resembling an ancient altar. Within the confines of the Crimson Spectre Pass, a white-haired elder seated in meditation raised his gaze to the heavens. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he let out a chilling laugh. So it is. How ruthless. I was mistaken. I never anticipated you could descend into such madness. The great you has perished, your majesty, the great you has perished. The elder reached out, plucking out his own eyes, which then floated into the air. The once clear sky had transformed entirely. A swarm of ominous shadows enveloped Chongping Pass. Among these shadows were creatures with sheep heads and human bodies, serpentine forms with human heads, beings covered in tendrils, and others adorned with a myriad of black and white eyes, each one a grotesque horror. These monsters encircled Chongping Pass, and the living beings within it appeared to them as exquisite morsels. They mockingly observed the ensuing carnage, occasionally snatching a cultivator to consume. A brutal feast was unfolding within Chongping Pass. Chapter 141, The Deceitful Righteous Path Faction. Luo Tian was unaware of the turmoil at Chongping Pass. A notification resonated in his mind. Player Luo Tian's disciple, Zheng Pingyan, is attempting to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Current success rate, 85. Congratulations to player Luo Tian's disciple, Zheng Pingyan, for successfully breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Little Pingyan had successfully attained the Purple Mansion. Luo Tian's expression brightened with joy. After over 4 years, the first Purple Mansion had finally emerged. However, this joy was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by the grim reality. North Chang County was now even more chaotic than during the Destiny event. Countless individuals had succumbed to malevolent energy, ultimately turning on one another. Tragedy reigned in the realm of mortals. Along the way, merely dispatching the zombies and rescuing the surviving commoners had elevated his sect's righteous value to 7 points. Fortunately, they had managed to uncover clues leading to the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. After leaving some individuals to guard the city, Luo Tian led the others to the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. Upon their arrival, the denizens of the Qingmu Spirit Mansion rejoiced and hurriedly invited Luo Tian and his companions inside. Within the Qingmu Spirit Mansion, many Purple Mansion cultivators had gathered, displaying an air of nonchalance. It seemed that since their arrival in North Chang County, they had not ventured beyond the walls of the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. This perplexing behavior left Luo Tian astounded. Upon inquiry, he learned that these prominent factions had brought their disciples for external training, treating the crisis in North Chang County as an opportunity for experience. Luo Tian's countenance darkened. What on earth were these individuals thinking? North Chang County was on the brink of desolation, yet they maintained an air of superiority, indifferent to the plight unfolding around them. Was this the righteous faction? Luo Tian also encountered some familiar faces. He resolved to seize an opportunity to ensnare these acquaintances. Luo Tian approached the master of the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. While others could afford to be complacent, the Qingmu Spirit Mansion could not. North Chang County was their stronghold. If you wish to know any information, all you need to do is assist us in North Chang County, and I shall share everything I know. The master of the Qingmu Spirit Mansion replied, his spirit waning, his hair graying as if touched by winter's snow. Observing the master's earnestness, Luo Tian did not withhold his inquiry. Have you ever heard of the Nine Nether Phantom Demon? The master of the Qingmu Mansion pondered for a moment, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, and shook his head with a look of shame. My time overseeing North Chang County has been brief. I am not familiar with the Nine Nether Phantom Demon you speak of. Luo Tian struggled to suppress the urge to give the master of the Qingmu Mansion a sound thrashing. How could he feign contemplation when he clearly knew the truth? The elusive whispers of the Nine Nether Ghosts are nowhere to be found within the confines of the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. It is likely that this individual remains oblivious to the concept of the Demon Emperor. Without wasting any breath, Luo Tian redirected his inquiry. Might the Mansion Master possess any knowledge of the Demon Path's whereabouts? After a moment of contemplation, the Mansion Master of Qingmu nodded. Not long ago, a disciple reported the discovery of information regarding the Corpse Puppet Sect. Presently, disciples from the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance have ventured forth to investigate this matter. Luo Tian's gaze sharpened as he pressed on. The disciples have gone. What of the elders? The Qingmu Mansion Master's expression darkened, and he replied slowly. The elders of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance are currently engaged in discussions on the sword path with their counterparts from the Tianjin Mountain. Luo Tian felt a profound silence, realizing that when one is left speechless, they are truly at a loss for words. He surmised that the sects arriving here might not even comprehend the true reason for their presence in Beichong County, stumbling in with a vague sense of purpose. Perhaps those forces presided over by Yuanying deities were privy to some information. It seemed they all harbored their own schemes. Yet none dared to voice the genuine objective behind their journey to Beichong County. The Corpse Puppet Sect, one of the 66 branches of the Demon Path, lacked formidable golden core and Yuanying level forces, but was nonetheless home to several ancient beings of the Purple Mansion realm. Following the Qingmu Mansion Master, Luo Tian approached the elders of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance, where the elders were currently indulging in wine and sword discussions, basking in leisure. Upon spotting Luo Tian, an elder from Tianjin Mountain suddenly unleashed a fierce sword intent. It's you? This elder was the very same who had previously accompanied Zhong Yuchen to the Xinxiang city for the questioning Dao conference. Seeing Luo Tian again ignited his displeasure. Zheng Ping'an had eclipsed Zhong Yuchen's ranking, leaving Zhong a laughingstock before the world. All of this, after all, stemmed from reliance on artifacts. Were it not for Zhong Jinzi's intervention, he would have ensured this minor sect paid dearly. Had Luo Tian been aware of his thoughts, he would have coldly remarked that had he entertained such notions, there would have been an additional Purple Mansion head at the periphery of Chongning County. Presently, Luo Tian chose to disregard the elder's sentiments. Li, my friend, you have dispatched disciples of the Sword Alliance to pursue the Corpse Puppet Sect's whereabouts. Luo Tian turned to the elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance, eliciting a frown and an irritable retort from him. And what of it? What are you insinuating? Do you perhaps have a connection with those demons of the Corpse Puppet Sect, attempting to hinder my efforts to send my disciples to eradicate them? Luo Tian chuckled. While I have no say over the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance's pursuit of the Corpse Puppet Sect, should they fail and alert the sect, not only might the denizens of the Demon Path retreat once more, but calamity could also ensue. The elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance dismissed his concerns. Your disciple seems accustomed to relying on external aid. Do you presume that all sects operate like yours? Our disciples of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance have tempered their bodies with sword intent from a young age, experiencing countless battles. How could mere demons from the Corpse Puppet Sect pose a threat? Listening to the elder's derisive remarks, Luo Tian regarded him with a cold stare. Suddenly, an overwhelming golden light pierced through the heavens and the earth within the Qingmu Spirit Mansion. The terrifying pressure of the sword path forced both the elders of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance and Tianjin Mountain to bend their bodies, their bones creaking under the strain. Observers from the unparalleled Immortal Alliance gasped in awe. Alliance Master, impressive. They boldly confronted the local forces without a hint of trepidation. As several Purple Mansion experts from various factions witnessed Luo Tian's audacity, they promptly surrounded him. What do you intend to do? Do you believe that strength grants you the freedom to act as you please? These Purple Mansion experts regarded Luo Tian with no semblance of cordiality. Among them, Luo Tian recognized a familiar face, Zhenren Qingya from Xinxiang City. Zhenren Qingya fixed Luo Tian with a hostile gaze. Without exchanging pleasantries, Luo Tian immediately transitioned to his golden form. The might of his divine abilities shook the heavens and the earth as he engaged in combat with the formidable Purple Mansion beings. It was straightforward to subdue these adversaries. Defeating them would suffice. Among the rival players of the local orthodox sects, Luo Tian understood that those holding the initiative would undoubtedly devise some tricks. 10 Purple Mansion experts joined the fray, yet Luo Tian single-handedly overwhelmed them. Such prowess left the elders, who prided themselves on their strong orthodox lineage, trembling in fear. Their pride began to waver as they questioned their existence. Were these outsiders truly this formidable? In Chapter 142, Mastering Beichong County, the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth all reside within the 5 elements. Ultimately, those self-proclaimed representatives of the strong orthodox schools succumbed to Luo Tian's might. With his hands withdrawn, he stood firm in the air, the 5 elemental manifestations revolving behind him, forming a wheel with a pointer that spun incessantly. Beneath him lay the defeated elders of various factions. Once, he had become one of the invincible forces below the Golden Core realm. Now, he proclaimed, I shall preside over Beichong County. Do any of you have objections? Luo Tian cast a frigid gaze upon the assembly. These individuals truly would not shed tears until they faced the coffin. His eyes fell upon the elder of Tianjin Mountain, who merely scoffed and turned away, offering no response. The elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance sank into deep suspicion. Jinren Xingya from Xinxiang City displayed a scowl, harboring discontent that he could only swallow. The remaining factions shared similar sentiments. Regardless of their internal grievances, Luo Tian's strength was evident. Absent a golden core powerhouse, he was invincible. It appears there are no dissenting voices. Luo Tian chuckled lightly and continued, then I shall be brief. The surge of malevolence in Beichang County is of grave significance. As his words settled, the elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance interjected. These surges are merely the accumulation of malevolent energy. What threat could they possibly pose? A simple cleansing of this malevolence would restore tranquility to Beichang County. Luo Tian's gaze turned icy as he extended a hand towards the elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance to suppress him. I abhor being interrupted and questioned. The elder, feeling humiliated, employed his techniques to deflect the impending grasp, only to be met with another hand that forcefully subdued him. He could only shout at Luo Tian. Are you not being overly tyrannical? Luo Tian dismissed him, continuing, it is likely that most of you share the same notion. Believing this is merely residual malevolence from the last calamity that has lingered too long. If that were truly the case, why gather here in unison? Silence enveloped the assembly. Their respective factions had merely instructed them to travel to Beichang County to prevent the further spread of malevolence, thus averting potential horrors. These malevolent forces serve merely as a pretext. There are those who wish to unleash the 9 nether ghosts under the command of the Demon Emperor once more. Our true objective is to thwart the Demon Emperor's efforts to unseal the 9 nether ghosts, preventing the you from being engulfed by the tide of malevolence. Whether you choose to believe this or not, I can only say this much. As his words echoed, Luo Tian scrutinized the expressions of the crowd. No signs of discord were visible on their faces, nor did his spiritual senses detect any abnormal fluctuations. They are truly adept at concealing their intentions, he thought angrily. Among this group, there must be individuals privy to clues about the 9 nether ghosts, yet they were undoubtedly plotting something. The expressions of the various faction elders varied. Had it been someone else speaking, they would have undoubtedly laughed aloud. Yet, in this moment, they dared not express mirth. For the last person who spoke out had been suppressed under a singular hand. The elder of the pure Yang Dao sect, arriving belatedly, furrowed his brow upon hearing Luo Tian's words and inquired, may I ask, esteemed friend, from whence you obtained news of the Demon Emperor and the 9 nether ghosts? Luo Tian, upon noticing the presence of a venerable Taoist, perceived that he might possess knowledge regarding the Demon Emperor and the 9 nether ghosts. I am unaware of who the Demon Emperor is, nor do I comprehend what the 9 nether ghosts entail. What I do know is that should the Demon Emperor emerge, chaos shall inevitably engulf Daiyu. If the 9 nether ghosts were to break their seal, the Demon Emperor would gain at least one more subordinate of the Yuaning realm. A divine being of considerable might. For the sake of all living beings, we must prevent the 9 nether ghosts from re-emerging. Should the elders of the pure Yang Dao sect possess any information regarding the Demon Emperor and the 9 nether ghosts, I implore you to share. Luo Tian spoke with sincere earnestness, his heart heavy with concern for the nation and its people, exuding an aura of righteousness. This demeanor shifted the elders' perception of Luo Tian, causing their previously rising animosity to dissipate entirely. Perhaps they had misjudged him. He was not seeking trouble, but was genuinely concerned about a significant event unfolding in Beichang County. In that instant, a sense of shame washed over the assembly due to this clever misunderstanding. The elder of the pure Yang Dao sect replied gravely, I too have only gleaned the existence of the Demon Emperor from ancient texts. He was a formidable adversary encountered by the Yu Emperor during his conquests. Having established the eternal demon kingdom, and is immensely powerful, his status surpassing even that of the current heavenly sovereigns of the 9 provinces. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through the gathered crowd. The Demon Emperor could contend with the Yu Emperor. Although the Yu Emperor had not revealed himself for a millennium, legends of his prowess had been perpetuated through the various sects. He was a transcendent figure capable of manifesting realms and manipulating the will of the heavens at will. A being of extraordinary stature who could dominate life and death. It was clear that a figure capable of igniting the conflict between righteousness and malevolence was indeed formidable. Luo Tian's heart tightened slightly. Though he had never encountered the Yu Emperor, it was evident that to become the sovereign of the 9 provinces, he must be a transcendent being beyond the void return realm. Luo Tian then inquired, might you have heard of the 9 nether ghosts, esteemed elder? The elder of the pure Yang Dao sect shook his head. I have not heard of them. The ancient texts provide only scant references to the Demon Emperor. Lacking in detail, Luo Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, mirrored by the collective disappointment of those present. At that moment, an elder from the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance let out a pained cry, my disciple. Luo Tian sensed that something dire had transpired and released the elder, who immediately dashed in a certain direction, leaving the others exchanging glances. Ignoring their stares, Luo Tian followed closely behind the elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance. Upon arrival, they discovered that all the disciples of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance had been brutally slaughtered, their corpses left in a horrific state. The elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance searched through the bodies, exclaiming, "No, no." Suddenly, as they ventured deeper into the wilderness, a bloodied figure stood motionless in the dense foliage, clad in the garb of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance, albeit adorned with more intricate embroidery than that of an ordinary disciple. The elder trembled. Is that you?" The figure turned, its face a gruesome mask of blood and flesh, fragments of flesh still clinging to its lips, staring blankly at the delayed elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance. That horrifying visage suddenly broke into a smile, speaking in a garbled voice, "Master, Master, Father, why did you kill me?" The elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance froze momentarily, and then, with a thunderous crash, just as the figure was about to reach him, Luo Tian intervened. He sent the bloodied figure flying and roused the elder from his stupor. Tears streamed down the elder's face as he regained his senses. Despite having been suppressed twice before by Luo Tian without shedding a tear, he now wept openly. Chapter 143. Eradicating the Gathering of the Demon Path. The grand performance begins. The tragedy of the elder of the Xuanyuan Sword Alliance was not an isolated incident. The Demon Path had infiltrated Beichong County with at least 10 of its 66 factions. Among them were players who had joined the ranks of the Demon Path. Some individuals, tainted by malevolent energy, were gradually mutating into even more terrifying monsters. Half a month passed, yet Luo Tian remained unable to uncover any leads regarding the 9 nether ghosts. In the absence of leads, he shifted his focus to the Demon Path, hoping to extract information about the 9 nether ghosts from the mouths of those ensnared in the Demon Path's grasp. Leader. Those who have joined the Demon Path have become utterly deranged. Li Long could no longer contain his frustrations. Most of the players who have allied with the Demon Path have completely succumbed to malevolence. Once the dark thoughts within a person's heart are unleashed, it is a daunting task to rein them back in. "We must eliminate all players who have joined the Demon Path," Luo Tian declared with resolute conviction. "Even after the battle between righteousness and malevolence concludes, I would not dare to recruit them. The pursuit of cultivation is no light-hearted jest. Those who languish in the embrace of the Demon Path are particularly heinous, sparing not even the most innocent of mortals. Their methods are more deplorable than the Demon Path itself. The cultivation speed within the Demon Path is alarmingly swift. Some even resort to implanting malevolent energy into their disciples, employing extreme measures to ascend to the second tier of sects, forsaking all semblance of humanity in their unyielding quest for power." Luo Tian dispatched members of the Supreme Immortal Alliance to hunt down these Demon Path players. His righteousness value finally reached 11 points. With the aura of the righteous faction augmenting his power, the damage dealt to the Demon Path increased to 5, and during the conflict between righteousness and malevolence, the success rate for breakthroughs within the sect rose by 1. Luo Tian became increasingly fervent in his pursuit of the Demon Path. At long last, diligence bore fruit. One day, Luo Tian received news that his spies had discovered a stronghold of the Demon Path. He immediately summoned his forces, intent on eradicating all demonic influences. If the 9 nether ghosts remained elusive, then he would eradicate the Demon Path instead, thus achieving a unique completion of his mission. That day, numerous righteous warriors, answering Luo Tian's call, launched a surprise attack on the gathering place of the 10 factions of the Demon Path. Within the stronghold of the Demon Path, a young man gazed despondently. He was a player of the Demon Path, having been lured into its ranks by the coaxing of misguided friends. He believed that while the righteous path had its villains, the Demon Path also harbored good souls. He aspired to be a hero of the Demon Path. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. The essence of evil is evil. Arson, murder, and plunder are merely the fundamental operations. A defenseless commoner is no different from livestock. His friends, after participating in 2 actions with the Demon Path, had transformed entirely. Not only had they implanted malevolent energy into their disciples to ascend to the second tier of sects, but upon witnessing their disciples lose control, they even killed them with their own hands in the unrelenting pursuit of power. Chu Sheng, today I killed another 100 people. My Demon Path value has reached 21. A burly young man approached Chu Sheng, waving a soul banner that emitted black smoke, from which emanated chilling screams. He laughed heartily. Today, something amusing happened. A couple pleaded with us to spare their child. Can you guess what I did? Chu Sheng's heart raced. The burly young man, as if reveling in a newfound amusement, chuckled. I implanted malevolent energy into that child, compelling him to kill his own parents. You can't imagine it. After slaying his parents, the child wept while feasting on their corpses. Chu Sheng forced a smile onto his face, taking a deep breath to appear less stiff. He perceived the presence of demons in this place. Remaining here, regardless of who one might be, would ultimately lead to their transformation into a devil. I have already left my traces, and I wonder if Lord Luo Tian and his companions will be able to uncover my whereabouts and trace them back here. Chu Sheng pondered silently. Just as he regained his senses, a face loomed close to him, startling Chu Sheng into a hasty retreat. Ha ha ha, you remain as timid as ever. The robust youth laughed heartily. Chu Sheng, filled with indignation, felt the heat of embarrassment. At that moment, as the two conversed, figures radiating overwhelming demonic energy ascended into the air. Not good. This place is compromised. We must retreat swiftly, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The previously empty sky was suddenly filled with dozens of looming figures. Without exception, they were colossal beings, surrounding the demonic gathering place with an impenetrable force. Leading them was none other than Luo Tian. Without uttering many words, he simply breathed out a single command: kill. The heavens darkened, and as these formidable beings clashed, Chu Sheng felt the ground tremble as if a dragon was stirring, rocks shattered, and deep ravines formed. The demonic forces, a chaotic mass, began to flee in disarray. Outside the gathering place, over 100 righteous players and disciples from various factions had long been waiting, and as the remnants of the demon faction emerged, they shouted in unison, kill, exterminate the demons, and restore clarity to the mortal realm. The righteous forces were inherently far stronger than the demonic ones. Otherwise, they would not have been forced into hiding. The exposure of the entire demonic gathering place was akin to a rat's nest being uncovered, revealing all the vermin to the light of day. A fierce battle erupted. Chu Sheng, possessing only the 9th level of Qi refinement, felt utterly insignificant in the face of such a conflict. The shockwaves alone could have claimed his life 10 times over. Yet he remained unharmed, as the robust youth steadfastly protected him. After turning the tables on a local foundational realm powerhouse, the robust youth stripped off a storage ring from the defeated foe and placed it in Chu Sheng's hand. Chu Sheng, you must escape quickly. This storage ring contains a defensive artifact I acquired from slaying a demonic prodigy. It can withstand a full-force strike from a foundational realm cultivator. I will hold them off. Chu Sheng's mind was a chaotic whirl. Upon witnessing the robust youth slay a companion, others called forth 4 high-level foundational realm cultivators to encircle him. Run. Chu Sheng fled. He was merely a Qi refinement 9th level cultivator, and no one paid him any heed. He had no idea how long he ran until his spiritual energy was depleted. When he turned back, he saw that the area had been reduced to ruins. He squeezed the storage ring in his hand. It had lost its warmth. Now only coldness remained. A demon is a demon, destined to be a demon for life. A sudden voice made Chu Sheng's hair stand on end. He stiffly turned his head to find an unknown figure had appeared beside him. A mysterious man in a cloak beckoned to Chu Sheng, who found his body unresponsive. And they sat together on the edge of a cliff, quietly observing the distant battle. Do you know what a demon is? The mysterious cloaked man murmured, gazing into the distance. A demon does not engage in senseless slaughter nor act according to whim. That is evil, not demonic. To be a demon is to seize the mandate of heaven, disrupt the laws of causality, and attain eternal life. Streams of black and red malevolence spiraled upwards from various places in Beichong County, coalescing into a sphere above, pulsating as if it contained life within, throbbing rhythmically. Now, the real spectacle is about to begin. Chapter 144, The Emergence of the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend. What is that? The fighters engaged in exterminating the demon faction paused, gazing skyward. Countless black and red threads intertwined, forming a massive egg in the sky above Beichong County. The egg emitted rhythmic pulsations, akin to a gigantic heart, seemingly nurturing life. Each throb exuded a terrifying demonic power, rendering minds blank and instincts heightened. That must be the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend, Luo Tian thought with unwavering certainty. Though unaware of the events unfolding, he was certain that the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend, which he had long sought, had finally manifested. The powerful beings of both righteous and demonic paths simultaneously ceased their clashes. It is the heavenly mandate. All those in the Purple Mansion were driven to frenzy. In this world, the path to the Golden Core was limited, mostly controlled by those mighty beings. Suddenly, a weak yet potent figure emerged. If they could slay him, would it not facilitate their breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, ascending to even greater heights? It was evident to the discerning that the aura of the being within the heavenly mandate was exceedingly faint. Just when everyone believed it was within their grasp, the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend began to shed grotesque growths from its body. These growths fell from the egg, transforming into illusory shadows, some human, some beast, and even monstrous creatures. They obstructed the crowd's approach to the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend's form. Luo Tian seamlessly transitioned to his golden aspect, unleashing a sword strike that pierced through several shadows. then advanced towards the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend. As if sensing the threat posed by Luo Tian, the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend shed large chunks of flesh, morphing into a figure identical to Luo Tian, clad in dark red feathers. This was astonishingly reminiscent of the replication abilities of the heart-sealing mirror. Luo Tian felt a twinge of surprise. This was the first time he had encountered a replication ability aside from the heart-sealing mirror. Luo Tian transformed into a golden aspect golden sword, while the other Luo Tian morphed into a blood aspect blood sword. Thousands of golden and blood-red sword beams collided in the air, the resulting explosions sending ripples through the void. The onlookers were left in awe at this spectacle. When they regained their senses, they noticed an elderly figure in a Taoist robe had stealthily approached the blood egg, laughing heartily. The legends are indeed true. The Demon Emperor has stolen the rules of heaven and created an immortal path to transcendence. After waiting for so many years, I have finally found my opportunity. I shall prove my great powers and attain eternal life. Xuanyuan watched the mysterious man in black robes and curiously asked, "Aren't you going to intervene?" Now calmed. He vaguely speculated about the identity of the black-robed figure. The Demon Emperor, a being deemed by the mandate system as capable of overturning the reign of the Dayu dynasty. Yet the Demon Emperor, upon witnessing his subordinate besieged, appeared unfazed, exuding an air of calm and leisure. "This is a tribulation destined for me. I shall not intervene. To survive is to live. To fail is to return to the heavens." The Demon Emperor remained indifferent, his gaze following the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend towards the heavens above, where auspicious signs were abundant. Observing the Taoist elder from the Pure Yang sect reach out to touch the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend, the Demon Emperor's lips curled into a cold smile. Without warning, the elder from the Pure Yang sect was devoured in one swift motion. Indeed, the blood-red giant egg suddenly opened its maw wide, swallowing the elder whole, accompanied by a piercing scream, swiftly silenced. A peak 9th level purple mansion powerhouse had perished just like that. This scene left Luo Tian both astonished and enraged. The elder of the Pure Yang sect had clearly been aware of the 9 Nether Ghost Fiend's existence, but pretended ignorance, deflecting Luo Tian's inquiries each time, secretly coveting the heavenly mandate position under the Demon Emperor's command for himself. This is quite the predicament. Death has come in such a haphazard manner. The consumption of the Pure Yang Dao sect elder by the 9 Nether Demon has instigated a secondary transformation. The malevolent aura emanating from the blood egg has begun to extend, intertwining to form a pair of wings that obscure the sun and sky. Countless streams of blood seep from the egg, culminating in the emergence of a head with a green visage and sharp fangs, gaping wide as if to devour the entirety of heaven and earth. Observing this, Luo Tian sensed the impending danger. The unfortunate elder of the Pure Yang Dao sect had been consumed by the 9 Nether Demon, leading to this unforeseen transformation. Surely, this would result in the successful liberation of the 9 Nether Demon. Thoughts of retreat began to take root in Luo Tian's mind. Should a complete entity of at least the nascent soul level emerge, he would not hesitate to flee. How maddening, to face such an unexpected escalation. Luo Tian inwardly cursed, never anticipating that the seemingly amiable elder of the Pure Yang Dao sect would turn out to be this source of trouble. After vanquishing another puppet, Luo Tian refrained from immediate retreat or direct confrontation with the 9 Nether Demon, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. The fact that the heavenly mandate had not failed indicated that the 9 Nether Demon before them had not yet attained full liberation. They still had a chance. A powerful being from the demonic path could no longer contain their urge to unleash their prowess, transforming the ominous demonic light into innumerable white bones that coalesced into a towering skeletal giant. With a single strike, the chilling bones morphed into the sharpest of blades, tearing the 9 Nether Demon asunder. Witnessing this, the onlookers' expressions transformed into ones of elation. The demonic powerhouse could not contain their mirth, so it was merely a dying gasp. "Once I refine you, I shall be the titan of the demonic realm." Yet, their laughter abruptly ceased. The torn remnants of the 9 Nether Demon flickered like fragmented shadows, swiftly reassembling. This spectacle sent a shiver through the crowd. This is dire. Luo Tian merely glimpsed a fleeting afterimage before the demonic powerhouse was consumed whole by a gaping maw. After devouring the demonic adept, the 9 Nether Demon seemed to undergo yet another transformation. It had grown an additional claw, razor sharp enough to rend all asunder. The 9 Nether Demon raised its head, emitting a low growl, its gaze shifting from the crowd to Luo Tian. This scene drenched Luo Tian in cold sweat, akin to a frail rabbit ensnared by a robust lion. Its next target is me. Even the weakest of divine beings could easily slaughter a nascent soul. The 9 Nether Demon stirred. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Luo Tian unleashed the primordial spirit seal, which struck the 9 Nether Demon, causing its body to momentarily falter. At that moment, Luo Tian disregarded all else and shouted to the others, "What are you waiting for? If I perish, none of you will survive. We are all mere sacrifices here. We must either vanquish the Nine Nether Demon or be annihilated by it." Luo Tian was uncertain whether some scheming old fox was lurking in the shadows. However, given the magnitude of the demonic emperor's affairs, it was evident that some nascent soul practitioners were involved, each with their own designs. Their only recourse was to create opportunities. Chapter 145, Mission Failure, Return to the Sect. Upon hearing Luo Tian's warning, some individuals immediately sprang into action to alleviate his burden, while others displayed hesitance, seeking to preserve their own skins. Dozens of nascent soul practitioners united against the Nine Nether Demon. The sun and moon dimmed, and the heavens seemed on the verge of collapse. In this battle, Luo Tian grasped the true essence of high-ranking power. The battlefield lay in disarray. The combined forces of the just and the demonic, numbering well over 100, resulted in half of them perishing here. Attempting to eliminate the Nine Nether Demon was a futile endeavor. They were more akin to mere fodder, ruthlessly consumed. Just as despair began to settle over the crowd, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the air. An immensely colossal azure dragon shattered the flowing clouds. Before Luo Tian and the others, the dragon's gargantuan head emerged from the mist, its enormous eyes resembling the celestial sun and moon, rendering the world beneath it insignificant. "Lord of the North Sea," a nascent soul practitioner exclaimed, who was met with a disdainful glance from the azure dragon, causing them to spew blood and collapse in injury. A vague recollection of this name surfaced in Luo Tian's mind. Lord of the North Sea, a deity of the nascent soul level, the sovereign of the North Sea. The Nine Nether Demon attempted to flee but found itself immobilized. Luo Tian too realized he was unable to move. Before such a divine being, they were utterly insignificant. Damn it. Indeed, there are great powers at play. Luo Tian cursed inwardly, uncertain whether the Lord of the North Sea leaned towards righteousness or malevolence. The colossal dragon's head scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. "Demonic Emperor, I know you are nearby. You would not forsake the Nine Nether Demon. Are you present?" Chu Sheng gazed at the enormous dragon head as it drew nearer, his heart racing. Yet, the man in the black robe remained entirely composed. As the massive dragon head loomed over him, Chu Sheng felt diminutive, holding his breath. After lingering at the cliff's edge for a moment without spotting anything, the dragon's head shifted elsewhere. A faint barrier stood between Chu Sheng and the black-robed man, just a hair's breadth away. Should the dragon's head extend just a bit further, it would discover them. As Chu Sheng's terror lingered, he observed the black-robed man slowly rise, murmuring, after thousands of years, "I never expected this old dragon to still be alive. The Nine Nether Demon has indeed fallen into its grasp." The black-robed man displayed no inclination to strike. Instead, turning to Chu Sheng, his voice imbued with a certain allure, "Little one, do you wish to follow this emperor and become my vassal? The demonic emperor has sent you a vassal invitation. Accepting means relinquishing your player identity and losing all memories related to being a player." Chu Sheng stared at the crimson system information that appeared before him. Without hesitation, he responded, "Agree." He no longer wished to remain an insignificant insect. He aspired to become a powerhouse, possessing the strength to overlook the world. The demonic emperor took Chu Sheng and departed. After a thorough search, the dragon's gaze reflected disappointment upon finding no trace of its quarry. With a cold snort, it muttered to an unseen powerful entity, "That fellow still excels at hiding. Even with the Nine Nether Demon in my grasp, he remains indifferent." With a great opening of its maw, the azure dragon devoured the Nine Nether Demon whole. It then soared skyward, disappearing from sight. The crisis in North Chang County was temporarily averted. The righteous faction has failed. The system's notification echoed in the minds of Luo Tian and the other righteous players. Similarly, the demonic faction received the cold announcement from the system. The demonic faction has failed. In the end, the Nine Nether Demon was taken away by the Lord of the North Sea. Both the righteous and demonic missions ended in failure. Surviving the ordeal, Luo Tian felt no despondency over the faction's defeat. At the very least, he was still alive. The losses among the righteous players were not severe either. This time, the righteous side had garnered a score of 20 points. With the crisis in North Chang County resolved, Luo Tian led the remaining players back to Qingli County. Upon returning to the sect, Luo Tian let out a deep sigh. The world is indeed fraught with peril. Within the sect, the second disciple, Su Cheng, has ventured forth in search of opportunities for a breakthrough. However, Luo Tian harbors suspicions that he may be seeking out his fiancée instead. The third disciple, Chu Mozhang, seems to progress as if endowed with extraordinary luck. Having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and is currently in seclusion, endeavoring to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. The reincarnation of a powerful being is indeed remarkable. Luo Tian surmises that Chu Mozhang may soon surpass Su Cheng, possibly becoming the second disciple of the sect to attain the Purple Mansion. Upon exiting, Luo Ming's cultivation level seemed amiss. Luo Tian's perceptive senses registered Luo Ming's cultivation, his eyes widening in astonishment. Foundation Establishment 7th Layer? This is absurd. He had only been to Beichang County for a maximum of 2 months. How could he leap from the 1st to the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment? Am I not the most talented prodigy here? Luo Ming, in his youthful arrogance, stood with one hand behind his back, the other giving a thumbs up to himself, and even winked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian felt a swell of pride. Yet, upon returning to his cave dwelling, he discovered the once bountiful spirit pool utterly depleted. Realization dawned upon him, and he hastened to the location where he had planted rare spiritual herbs. All gone. Luo Tian's countenance darkened. He swiftly extended a hand, employing his formidable powers to yank Luo Ming forth. The members of Tai Su Dao sect exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired to incite such fury in their leader. Caught by the collar, Luo Ming blinked innocently, nibbling on his finger, feigning ignorance. Luo Tian gestured toward the empty spirit pool, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Who could be responsible for this? The world's foremost prodigy. Luo Ming blinked again, shaking his head. Luo Tian was unyielding. The only one permitted such liberties in this space, aside from himself, was the universally cherished Luo Ming. Luo Tian summoned a black bandage, squeezing it in his grasp before smirking coldly, redirecting Luo Ming's trajectory. How foolish of him to think that his red aptitude was so extraordinary. The existence of the spirit pool was crucial for the upcoming inter-sect grand competition. Luo Tian had originally intended to alternate the use of the second-tier dragon blood pool and the spirit pool, but now Luo Ming had thrown those plans into disarray. Old man, just you wait. When my cultivation rises, oh dear master, I was wrong, he lamented as he released Luo Ming. Luo Ming's cultivation had surged from the 7th to the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, fully digesting the accumulated medicinal power within. Luo Tian retorted, do you wish to chastise your master? Wait until your cultivation reaches golden core before even thinking about it. In truth, Luo Tian was not overly vexed about Luo Ming depleting the spirit pool. It was the fact that he had consumed all the spiritual plants he had cultivated, as if they were mere cabbages. The abundant medicinal power made Luo Tian apprehensive about its potential impact on Luo Ming's foundation. This little rascal's pace of cultivation was indeed astonishingly rapid. Chapter 146, Grim Tidings. That same year, Luo Tian received devastating news. Player Luo Tian, elder of Tai Su Dao sect, Han Hai Zhun Run has perished. This announcement struck like a bolt from the blue. Trouble looms at the borders. A pang of understanding pierced Luo Tian's heart. Yet, there had been no word from Zheng Pingyan for quite some time. The situation must be dire. Before he could fathom the gravity of the matter, that very night, Luo Tian received a mysterious consciousness signal, leading him to a cliff where Tai Zhun Ren was fishing. The mysterious signal had originated from him. Senior, what calamity has befallen the borders? Upon seeing Tai Zhun Ren, Luo Tian hurriedly voiced his concerns. Tai Zhun Ren's disciple, Tai Xuanzi, was also stationed at the borders. The old fellow surely could not remain oblivious. After a moment of silence, Tai Zhun Ren hoarsely replied, Tai Xuanzi's life token has shattered. The life token signifies death in the same vein as the heavenly mandate system. Luo Tian's spirit jolted. Tai Xuanzi encountered misfortune as well. His mouth felt parched. Tai Zhun Ren softly continued, Luo Daoyu, from now on, Chongming County shall be entrusted to you. I hope, considering our past ties, you can help preserve a sliver of legacy for Tai's sect. As he spoke, Tai Zhun Ren's form gradually became indistinct. Luo Tian urgently questioned, what do you mean by this, Senior Tai? You have yet to tell me what you intend to do, and what exactly has transpired at the borders. He cursed in frustration, but Tai Zhun Ren had vanished, leaving Luo Tian's ire unheard. As dawn broke, Luo Tian felt as though last night's events had been but a dream. Soon after, a dire announcement jolted him awake. Another elder from Tai sect had arrived at Tai Su Dao sect, seeking an audience with Luo Tian. The sect master has died, he conveyed. And if he does not return, I hope the sect master will take us in, allowing us to join Tai Su Dao sect and live on. The elder brought with him a few children, no older than 11 or 12, the youngest still an infant, totaling a mere 18 souls. Faced with the elder's plea, Luo Tian opened his mouth, but was met with a prompt notification. Congratulations, player Luo Tian has triggered a purple encounter. Tai sect has faced utter devastation. Requesting the player to shelter the last flicker of hope. Choose to shelter, gain a portion of Tai sect savings. Choose not to shelter, no rewards, no penalties. He opted to take them in. He wished to inquire about Tai Yizhenren's fate, but was informed that the elder was equally in the dark yesterday. Tai Yizhenren had contacted them, stating he needed to go out, and if he did not return, it would signify the demise of Tai's sect. Perhaps Tai Yizhenren had known something about the situation at the borders and had gone to investigate. Regrettably, now he was deceased. And Luo Tian felt a deep sense of regret, yet he understood that the old man had not wished to implicate him. Luo Tian sought to persuade the Tai sect elder to join Tai Su Dao sect, but his offer was declined. Thank you for the Tai Su sect master's kindness. But Tai sect is my home. Even knowing there is no hope, I still wish to remain there, to fade into history alongside Tai sect. The Tai sect elder departed with grace, leaving Luo Tian to gaze upon the bewildered children, all of whom possessed at least blue quality, with 3 boasting purple quality. He accepted them all, granting them new names and surnames. From that day forward, they became disciples of Tai Su Dao sect. The following day, Luo Tian received the harrowing news of Tai sect's complete annihilation. Not a single soul had survived, and even the sect's location had been razed to the ground. With not a whisper of resistance to be heard, a chill ran down Luo Tian's spine. This was undoubtedly the work of a golden core, true monarch. Upon receiving this news, Nan Hongsang was struck as if by lightning, kneeling before Tai Su Hall, desperate for the truth. Luo Tian observed silently, refraining from intervening. He dared not reveal the news of Tai Xuanzi's demise to Nan Hongsang, nor the death of Han Hai Jinren or the disappearance of Zheng Ping'an. On the 3rd day, the Qi Yu Wangfu finally stepped forward, issuing a proclamation to inform the 64 counties and various Daoist factions. The borders had fallen, and all were unaccounted for. A terrifying demonic tide was spreading at an unimaginable pace, and the Qi Yu Wangfu had organized powerful beings to halt the further spread of this malevolence. In summary, the inhabitants of the borders faced almost certain death. Should you harbor resentment, direct it towards the demonic tide, for this calamity is not the doing of the Qi Yu Wangfu. Luo Tian gazed silently at the imperial edict. Devoid of any movement, he felt that the true meaning of this decree should be interpreted in the opposite sense. With everyone deceased, Luo Tian could only assume that Zheng Ping'an had also perished, for he was unaware of Zheng Ping'an's current whereabouts. The news of Zheng Ping'an's survival must not be disclosed. Within the Tai Su Dao sect, all members donned plain white garments. The second disciple, Su Cheng, approached Luo Tian directly. I implore you, master, enlighten your disciple about what transpired at the border. Is our senior brother truly gone? Su Cheng's countenance bore sorrow, his tone filled with indignation. His gaze pleadingly fixed upon Luo Tian, hoping to receive a denial. In response to Su Cheng's inquiry, Luo Tian remained silent, and after a prolonged pause, he managed to utter 4 words, focus on your cultivation. Su Cheng departed, and Luo Tian was uncertain whether he would heed his words. Shortly after Su Cheng's exit, Yun Tianhua sought him out again. Sect leader, Xiao Ping'an has perished. Are you truly unmoved by this? Yun Tianhua glared at the figure seated in the main hall, his anger palpable. If you will not seek vengeance, then I shall take it upon myself. I know that the Crimson Abyss King's mansion is undoubtedly implicated. Luo Tian finally spoke. Old Yun, what will you use to exact revenge? Yun Tianhua was momentarily speechless, as he observed the calm demeanor of Luo Tian. Seated in the main hall, he suddenly felt that perhaps they had never truly seen through this man. Regaining his composure, Yun Tianhua scoffed and left. Watching the departing figure, Luo Tian sighed deeply. He understood that old Yun frequently taught Zheng Ping'an the sword techniques. Their relationship was one of mutual respect and camaraderie, deeply bonded. Yet, he could not divulge any information regarding Zheng Ping'an. How could the ancient legacy of the Crimson Abyss King's mansion be shaken by him in just a few years? Luo Tian returned to his cave dwelling, lost in contemplation. He was still unclear about what had occurred at the border. There was no news of his eldest disciple, Zheng Ping'an. The master of Tai had surmised something and had met with a tragic end, leading to the complete annihilation of his lineage. The death of Master Han Hai was undoubtedly a further misfortune for the Tai Su Dao sect. Old fellow, I've brought you some wine. The voice of Luo Ming interrupted Luo Tian's thoughts. Luo Ming, carrying 2 wine jars, tossed one towards Luo Tian before pouring the other down his throat, drenching his clothes with the fiery liquid. The sharpness of the alcohol flushed Luo Ming's cheeks, and after a few coughs, he declared, Old fellow, rest assured. When I grow up, I will not spare those responsible for the deaths of senior brother Zheng and Master Han Hai. Chapter 147, Chu Maxiang and Su Cheng. Luo Ming's face was flushed, and tears glistened in his eyes. It was unclear whether the spiciness of the alcohol or the news of Zheng Ping'an and Master Han Hai's demise had deeply affected his tender heart. Luo Tian drank deeply from the jar. Though he was still not old, not yet 30, He felt no anger at being called old fellow. Since the last conflict between the righteous and demonic factions, which resulted in the failure of both sides, there had been no new celestial tasks for quite some time. The disciples within the sect mostly engaged in vanquishing demons. Following the breach at the border, a terrifying virus began to spread across the land of Jojo. This dreadful contagion could transform individuals into bloodthirsty monsters. Unlike those afflicted by malevolent energy seen in Beichong County, these creatures appeared normal under ordinary circumstances. Only when driven by hunger would their true nature emerge, preying upon various living beings and even enhancing their cultivation. The people of Jojo designated these monsters as demonic beings. As chaos erupted in Jojo, various demonic factions, once akin to rats scurrying in the shadows, grew increasingly bold, even forming a demonic alliance to act with impunity. A rising tide of calamities began to unfold. Even with the righteous sect's many powerful practitioners, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. The edifice was on the verge of collapse. Luo Tian remained within the sect. Having finally gathered a year's worth of rewards from the Traveler's package, he combined all the packages and opened them. Congratulations. Player Luo Tian has obtained the golden quality divine ability, Dragon Flame Burning Heaven. The fourth divine ability had arrived. Luo Tian chose to equip it. Player Luo Tian's disciple, Chu Maxiang, is attempting to break through to the Purple Mansion realm with a success rate of 90. Congratulations, player Luo Tian's disciple, Chu Maxiang, has successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Another disciple had achieved the Purple Mansion breakthrough. After traversing the world in search of opportunities, Chu Maxiang had finally succeeded, surpassing Su Cheng as Luo Tian had anticipated. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, a young man in a purple robe slowly opened his eyes. His gaze as calm as a still lake. Chu Maxiang realized that the fragmented memories in his mind were growing more numerous. They pertained to a formidable figure known as Chu Tianzuan. The world in which Chu Tianzuan resided appeared to be distinct from the Diyu dynasty, a strange realm where he had fallen in a calamitous battle. The divine ability Chu Maxiang cultivated was named the Eye of Annihilation, a terrifying power capable of extinguishing a person's emotions and desires, rendering them a mere puppet. He was not yet capable of wielding such power. With a cold glint in his eyes, Chu Maxiang spoke softly. You have been peering for quite some time. What is your intention? Two figures materialized in the void. A man clad in black looked at Chu Maxiang with an appreciative smile. Such keen perception. You are indeed a rare talent, the supreme Tao body of the heartless lineage. Chu Maxiang remained composed. Would you be willing to pledge your loyalty to me? If you agree, a place in the future throne of Tianzuan will surely be yours. And even ascension to immortality is not beyond possibility. The demon emperor was taken aback. He had sensed a fluctuation and, out of curiosity, came to investigate, only to encounter the legendary supreme Tao body. This body was reputed to be close to divinity. Instantly intrigued, he sought to recruit Chu Maxiang. Chu Maxiang shook his head. I'm afraid, even without pledging allegiance to you, I can still achieve the Tao of Tianzuan. His words were exceptionally bold. It was important to note that in the land of Jojo, the number of living beings exceeded billions. Over countless millennia, no more than a dozen Tianzuan had ever emerged. Yet, when Chu Maxiang spoke, it felt as though he was stating an established fact, declaring to the Demon Emperor that this was an inevitability. The Demon Emperor was not angered by Chu Maxiang's refusal. Instead, he nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall not press the matter. I hope that a millennium hence, you will grow to a stature that amazes me. Of course, should you change your mind, you will always be welcome to join. The position of Supreme Demon Lord shall forever be reserved for you. The Demon Emperor allowed Chu Maxiang to depart. This scene left Chu Sheng perplexed. My lord, this individual possesses exceptional talent. Why not eliminate him now that he has rejected you, to prevent the emergence of a formidable adversary? The Demon Emperor shook his head. He is a genius. Am I not a genius as well? Those who fear others are merely mediocre. True geniuses harbor no fear. If he can rise to my level, I would rejoice and then slay him, transforming him into nourishment for my own strength. The Demon Emperor spoke with a calm demeanor. His attempt to recruit Chu Maxiang was merely an expression of admiration for talent. Chu Mozhang declined, yet perhaps in the future, they would remain akin in their pursuit of the Tao. Although Chu Sheng could not fathom the Demon Emperor, he was profoundly impressed by the latter's magnanimity, willingly forsaking everything to follow the Demon Emperor in the quest to accomplish a grand undertaking. The calm demeanor of Chu Mozhang, already miles away, was shattered as he gasped for breath. In a moment of negligence, he plummeted from the sky into the river. Emerging from the water, Chu Mozhang gazed at the sun suspended in the sky, feeling a sense of having survived a calamity. How terrifying! Never had he encountered such a fearsome presence. Only in the fragments of memory from the cataclysmic battle could one find a being that rivaled the aura of the figure in the black robe. With a mere thought, he could have met his demise. Regaining his composure, Chu Mozhang looked towards the direction of his sect and murmured, "I wonder how Master and my senior brothers and sisters are faring." He began to swim back towards the sect. By the seaside, Su Cheng gazed quizzically at his petite fiancée. Nearly 5 years had passed, yet his betrothed remained unchanged, still appearing quite youthful, which puzzled Su Cheng. However, he was still curious about the purpose of Meng Lingyun's visit. "Husband, father and mother wish to see you," Meng Lingyun said, blinking her eyes and stifling a giggle at Su Cheng's dazed expression. Su Cheng nearly sputtered his drink. "What? My future in-laws want to meet me?" Before he could ponder further, Meng Lingyun pointed her delicate hand skyward, saying, "Father and mother have already arrived." Su Cheng looked up. A colossal figure, too immense for words, loomed above, a gigantic dragon's head gazing down at him, its brilliant eyes radiating an aura of unrivaled authority. Above the dragon's head stood a woman clad in simple garments, her flowing attire ethereal, holding an oil paper umbrella. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall. If Luo Tian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the enormous dragon's head belonged to the Dragon Lord of the North Sea, glimpsed in a fleeting moment in Beichong County. Another woman in simple attire, if seen by someone of great power, would surely evoke astonishment. The Lord of the East Sea, Meng Liuli. Chapter 148. Su Cheng's fortuitous encounter. So, this is his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Su Cheng had suspected Meng Lingyun's lineage was extraordinary, but he never imagined it to be of such terrifying caliber. A purple mansion? No. These were undoubtedly beings of golden core status or higher. The immense azure dragon, shimmering with radiant golden light, transformed into a formidable middle-aged man. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his hair cascading down, his eyes opening and closing, flowing with golden luminescence that made one unable to meet his gaze. The Dragon Lord of the North Sea scrutinized this son-in-law. Su Cheng felt as if every part of him was laid bare, all his secrets exposed under the penetrating gaze. Meng Lingyun then flew into the embrace of the middle-aged man, peering out from his shoulder and pointing at Su Cheng. "Father, this is Lingyun's husband, named Su Cheng." The Dragon Lord of the North Sea realized that his precious daughter had sneaked out of the Dragon Palace. That was one thing. But now she had returned with a fiancé. Surely, this young man must have deceived Lingyun's affections, taking advantage of her youth. The Dragon Lord's eyes were far from friendly. Under that gaze, Su Cheng felt as though his very soul might freeze. Beside him, the beautiful woman with violet eyes gently patted Meng Lingyun's head and smiled faintly. "So it is the wind and thunder Dao body, and a person of great fortune. No wonder he has captured Lingyun's heart." With those words, Su Cheng finally managed to breathe again. What if he possessed the legendary wind and thunder Dao body? Did that mean Lingyun was inferior? The Dragon Lord of the North Sea snorted disdainfully. Seeing her father's discontent towards Su Cheng, Meng Lingyun flew back to Su Cheng's side, clutching his arm. Puffing her cheeks in indignation, "You mustn't speak ill of brother Su Cheng. I am going to marry brother Su Cheng." Witnessing his little girl's defiance, the Dragon Lord's expression darkened. Meng Liuli could hardly contain her amusement, chuckling softly. "If Lingyun is fond of him, then let her be. Her temperament is quite like yours." "My old fellow." The Dragon Lord of the North Sea felt a twinge of embarrassment. Meng Liuli approached Su Cheng. "You will protect Lingyun, won't you?" Su Cheng nodded affirmatively. Meng Liuli smiled gently and touched Su Cheng's head with a finger. "This is a gift for you. It may prove useful." Before Su Cheng could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain surged through his mind, and suddenly, a pearl appeared within his consciousness, swirling with the essence of wind and thunder. "What a treasure!" Su Cheng exclaimed. "Thank you, senior." Meng Liuli nodded. "Lingyun's condition is somewhat special. You must take extra care of her." The Dragon Lord of the North Sea, observing this exchange with a hint of jealousy, desired to assert his authority over Su Cheng. Yet, seeing Meng Liuli satisfied with Su Cheng, he refrained from causing a scene, adopting a calm demeanor as he conjured a ball of dark red energy in his hand. "Consider yourself fortunate, young man," the Dragon Lord mumbled. Then, rather abruptly, he seized Su Cheng, and before Su Cheng could react, he opened his mouth wide, forcing the dark red orb into Su Cheng's mouth. A foul stench, reminiscent of rotten fish, overwhelmed Su Cheng, inducing a gag reflex. The Dragon Lord coldly stated, "This is a tremendous boon. If you wish to vomit, do so." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng instantly stifled his instinctual reaction, fiercely battling within himself, until he ultimately lost consciousness. Meng Lingyun, alarmed, rushed to Su Cheng's side, shaking him. When she saw he did not respond, her little face crinkled in distress, on the verge of tears. The Dragon Lord quickly reassured her. "Yunner, he has merely fainted. His nerves are too frail, a fact I did not foresee. Undeterred, Meng Lingyun tugged at Su Cheng, intent on leaving. Father is bullying brother Su Cheng. With that, Meng Lingyun and Su Cheng vanished like a fleeting dream. The Dragon Lord of the North Sea sighed deeply. Meng Liuli covered her mouth, stifling laughter. That child is just like you were. The Dragon Lord wrapped an arm around Meng Liuli, his gaze drifting towards the celestial islands in the East Sea. A hint of helplessness in his voice. Are you truly comfortable with Yunner and that boy being together? With the Demon Emperor's emergence, the world is rife with demonic creatures. Are those two truly safe? Meng Liuli replied. The two youngsters must endure trials in this world for their bond to deepen. You know Lingyun's constitution. The path of immortality is a solitary one. Even if that young man cannot accompany her to the end, he can still walk a part of the journey with her after we depart. Meng Liuli's beautiful eyes met the Dragon Lord's, yet a shadow of concern clouded her gaze. But dear husband, will the 9 nether ghosts be too much for that young man to bear? The Dragon Lord shook his head. I do not know, but I believe he will endure and emerge transformed. Meng Liuli opened her mouth to speak, but her words faltered. Congratulations to player Luo Tian's disciple Su Cheng for triggering the golden opportunity of the Dragon Palace marriage fate. Far away, 100,000 miles distant. The system's notification echoed in Luo Tian's mind. A smile of joy spread across Luo Tian's face. Su Cheng's extraordinary fortune had activated, revealing a golden opportunity. How splendid. Congratulations to player Luo Tian's disciple Su Cheng for obtaining the Earth-grade treasure, the Wind and Thunder Pearl X1, and the 9 nether Earthly Fiend X1. The player Luo Tian's disciple Su Cheng, influenced by the 9 nether Earthly Fiend, upgraded his innate killing intent, blue, to the 9 nether fate, gold. 9 nether fate, gold allows the inheritor to obtain the 9 nether Dao fruit from the world, randomly acquiring a golden quality divine ability from the realm of the 9 nether, and upon inheriting the 9 nether Dao fruit, all damage is increased by 20. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. His second disciple, Su Cheng, had transformed from a dual gold fate into a triple gold fate. The 9 nether fate directly inherits the 9 nether Dao fruit? No, something felt amiss. Luo Tian's expression turned peculiar as he recalled the Azure Dragon that had briefly appeared in Beichong County. That Azure Dragon had seized the 9 nether Ghost Fiend, the earthly assets of the 9 nether under the Demon Emperor's command. Now, it had fallen into Su Cheng's hands. That young girl was actually a descendant of the Dragon Lord of the North Sea. Luo Tian felt somewhat bewildered. This was indeed an auspicious turn of events. As Su Cheng now had ties with the Yuaning god, no wonder his fortune was extraordinary. Naturally, Luo Tian was elated at Su Cheng's fortuitous opportunity. With a steady approach to cultivation, it would not be difficult for Su Cheng to break through to the Yuaning realm. Within the sect, prosperity continued to flourish. Since the disappearance of the Tai sect, Luo Tian had taken the opportunity to seize control of Chongning County. During this period, emissaries from the Qiyu royal mansion arrived. But Luo Tian remained resolute, promising to resolve the issues concerning the demonic creatures in both Chongning and Qingli counties. Ultimately, Chongning County fell into Luo Tian's grasp. The emergence of demonic creatures led the Qiyu royal mansion to refrain from wasting their efforts on such trivial matters. A week later, Luo Tian received news that Li Pianxian, the leader of Yuzhou, had ascended to the rank of 3rd-level sect master, a cause for celebration. The players finally had 2 powerful figures at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion to oversee matters. Chapter 149, The Emergence of the Demon Suppression Tower. 2 months later, Su Cheng also broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. Chu Mozhang returned to the sect and unexpectedly collided with Su Cheng, igniting their fighting spirits as they sparred. Chu Mozhang suffered a narrow defeat, prompting Su Cheng to silently rejoice. Fortunately, he had maintained his position as second brother, successfully overcoming Chu Mozhang. While Su Cheng celebrated, Luo Tian had already foreseen the eventual outcome. Su Cheng's triple gold talent made him invincible among peers, yet Chu Mozhang was a reincarnation of a formidable being, destined to cultivate at an accelerated pace until he returned to his previous realm, soon causing Su Cheng to experience the pressure of the realm. Upon returning to the sect, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang were astonished to see Luo Ming, who had already reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. They momentarily set aside their rivalry, realizing that if they did not exert themselves in their cultivation, they might soon be surpassed by Luo Ming. With a gasp, they exchanged glances, silently vowing that they could not allow the young Luo Ming to stand above them. Unbeknownst to Luo Ming of the crisis facing his senior brothers, he approached with wide eyes, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Su brother, Chu brother, did you think of me during your travels? Su Cheng pinched Luo Ming's small face, smiling. Of course, we were concerned about little Ming. Sensing his cunning ploy had succeeded, Luo Ming revealed his true intentions, extending his little hand and blinking his eyes. "Did you bring me any gifts?" Xuanyuan chuckled at this and retrieved a vial of spirit liquid from his storage ring, brimming with abundant spiritual energy, its efficacy rivaling that of an Xian-grade spiritual item. "This is a spirit essence I happened upon, which will help you solidify your foundation. Just a small amount will suffice." Upon hearing this, Luo Ming eagerly accepted the precious gift, then turned his hopeful gaze towards Chu Moshang. After some contemplation, Chu Moshang produced a jade-like sword embryo. Though it had yet to reveal its sharpness, it emanated a breathtaking energy. "This is an innate sword embryo I acquired on a celestial island. It is a rare treasure." Luo Ming's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. "Thank you, Chu brother." Watching this scene from atop the mountain, Luo Tian chuckled, bemused that this little fellow had begun to extort his senior brothers. Soon after, Xuanyuan and Chu Moshang arrived at Tai Su Peak to seek out Luo Tian, discussing their recent adventures. Since leaving Tai Su Dao sect, Xuanyuan had been wandering, slaying monsters and vanquishing evil, until he reached the East Sea, where he encountered Meng Lingyun. After months of absence, Su Cheng's failure to visit had displeased Meng Lingyun. However, upon learning that his prolonged absence was due to the death of his brother, Xuanyuan had been in a daze, and only then did they resolve their misunderstanding. Ultimately, Meng Lingyun's parents wished to meet Xuanyuan. Luo Tian pondered, truly a person of great fortune, acquiring a lowly fiancée without effort. And she was the daughter of a great being from the 9 provinces, with a formidable background. Chu Moshang's tale was even more thrilling. He had vanquished great demons, explored ruins, and eradicated malevolent beings, inadvertently discovering several celestial islands, from which he amassed a wealth of treasures, laying the foundation for his breakthrough in the Purple Mansion. Upon hearing of Zheng Pingin's demise, a hint of sorrow flickered across Chu Moshang's face. In the path of greatness, unpredictable events always arise. After recounting their experiences, Xuanyuan, unwilling to let go, asked, "Master, could it be that eldest brother is truly dead?" Luo Tian refrained from answering, contemplating. "Your talent as a calamity star hasn't even triggered. How could you die?" Nevertheless, he eventually dismissed the two, who assumed Luo Tian was merely grieving. Xuanyuan felt guilty, realizing he perhaps should not have broached the subject. He needed to focus on his own cultivation. This was the 7th year. After a year of intermittent efforts, Luo Tian finally accumulated enough resources for a legendary gift pack. On this day, he combined all the gifts into a singular epic level package. Presently, the items from other packs had become increasingly less useful to Tai Su Dao sect. He wished to strive for a golden item. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the red blueprint for the Demon Suppression Tower. Luo Tian rubbed his eyes as a red glow appeared before him. Indeed, it was the fabled red blueprint. Oh no! Luo Tian's hand trembled, missing the opportunity as a big fish slipped away. He could only console himself, believing it to be a ploy of little Ming. He began to scrutinize the information regarding the red blueprint. Demon Suppression Tower, red level 1 construction, 10,000 low-grade spiritual wood, 10,000 low-grade spiritual iron, 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Level 1 effect. Can refine the demonic creatures within the Demon Suppression Tower, converting demonic energy into pure spiritual energy. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Truly a red treasure. In this world, what was lacking was not demonic creatures. He promptly sought a favorable location and commenced construction of the Demon Suppression Tower. As the earth-shaking rumble subsided, a towering light pillar erupted within the sect, followed by the emergence of a magnificent tower, hundreds of feet high, divided into 9 levels, each adorned with intricate spiritual patterns and complex array engravings. With golden spiritual energy flowing from the top down, the onlookers were filled with confusion at the sight of the tower. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tian upgraded the Demon Suppression Tower to level 3. The 4th level of a red item equated to the 5th level of a golden quality, which was beyond Luo Tian's means. Nevertheless, the changes to the Demon Suppression Tower were significant. Demon Suppression Tower, red level 4 construction, 100,000 middle-grade spiritual wood, 100,000 middle-grade spiritual iron, 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Level 3 effect. Can refine the demonic creatures within the Demon Suppression Tower, converting demonic energy into pure spiritual energy. And refining speed is increased by 30, with a maximum capacity for demonic creatures increased by 10, and a 1 chance of producing spiritual pills of varying quality. A remarkable treasure. After Luo Tian completed the construction of the Demon Suppression Tower, the other core elders arrived belatedly. Gazing at the resplendent and magnificent tower, they inquired with a hint of confusion, "Sect Master, what is this?" Luo Tian pointed at the tower and replied, "This artifact is known as the Demon Suppression Tower. Henceforth, all demonic creatures must be captured and brought here, and disciples can exchange their captures for contribution points. The crowd momentarily believed Luo Tian had lost his mind. Their disdain for demons was already intense, and now he proposed not only to slay them, but to capture and torment them? Hiss! Their sect master was becoming increasingly deranged. However, upon recalling that Luo Tian's eldest disciple, Zheng Pingyan, had perished due to these very demons, they suddenly comprehended the rationale behind his actions. Perhaps the sect master harbored such profound hatred for demons that he established the Demon Suppression Tower as a constant reminder of their enmity. Luo Tian chose not to elaborate. The tower's capabilities were too extraordinary, and aside from himself, he intended to keep its secrets from others. Let them misunderstand. He would transform this overwhelming tide of demons into nourishment for the ascension of the Tai Su Dao sect. With Luo Tian's directives, many disciples of the sect, during their excursions, opted to capture demons and bring them to the Demon Suppression Tower, even collaborating to hunt higher-level demons, which were subsequently tossed into the tower. That same year, a calamity befell Yinzhou. Upon receiving intelligence from Li Long, Luo Tian's heart sank with horror. Yinzhou was gone. It was not merely the players of Yinzhou who had vanished. The entire region had perished. The lives of countless beings, more than hundreds of billions, had been extinguished within mere days. With not a whisper of news, even the players of Yinzhou displayed no signs of agitation. Was this the work of the Demon Emperor? Luo Tian speculated. For only someone as ruthless as the Demon Emperor could obliterate an entire region's populace with such cruelty. The conflict between righteous and demonic forces had only just begun. Since the last expedition to Beichang County, Luo Tian had come to understand a crucial truth. The current players were woefully weak, even with a third-tier player at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion overseeing them. In the eyes of those formidable beings, they were merely expendable pawns to be utilized and discarded at will. He detested this feeling of being a mere piece on a chessboard. Thus, he resolved to consolidate his power and cultivate the Tai Su Dao sect. Over the course of 4 months, the Demon Suppression Tower amassed 6,000 demons, the weakest of which were comparable to cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Luo Tian approached the tower, which was surrounded by layer upon layer of magical formations. Aside from the enforcers tasked with guarding the demons and Luo Tian himself, no one could enter the tower. The official explanation was that it was to prevent sect disciples and elders from being corrupted by demonic energy. As Luo Tian arrived, he created ripples in the air, causing the formations surrounding the tower to rotate, sparking a shower of flames and revealing a passage. He stepped through the passage and entered the tower. Upon seeing a living being enter, the demons imprisoned within the tower roared in unison. Damn humans, release me at once. I will feast upon you all. What kind of cursed place is this? Why do I feel my demonic energy waning? Please, dear sir, if you release me, I shall do anything for you. The clamor within the Demon Suppression Tower was deafening, as many demons, upon realizing the newcomer was not one of the merciless enforcers, but a youthful gentleman, saw a glimmer of hope and employed various tactics to plead for their release. Most of these demons could barely maintain their human forms, revealing their true, grotesque visages. Some were towering figures covered in black scales, their massive heads filled with razor-sharp fangs that glimmered like daggers, their eyes glowing ominously like crimson lanterns. Others were mere swirling masses of black mist, shape-shifting continuously, sometimes coalescing into human forms, other times writhing with countless tendrils. Some retained half their humanity, while the other half morphed into terrifying monstrosities. There were even pitiful farmers, elders, and children, crying out their innocence. Luo Tian surveyed the demons before ascending further. As he climbed, the strength of the demons diminished, and by the 3rd floor, most were lifeless husks, reduced to desiccated corpses. These demons, having posed significant threats, were captured for this very reason. Reaching the pinnacle of the tower, Luo Tian found it deserted. It was his first visit to the top floor, where golden spiritual energy permeated the air, swirling around a luminous sphere. Approaching the sphere, he noted, Demon Suppression Tower reserves 130 second-tier golden spiritual liquids, 7 second-tier spiritual pills, 1789 first-tier golden spiritual liquids, 87 first-tier spiritual pills. Would you like to extract them? Luo Tian chose to extract them. Each vial of golden spiritual liquid was modest in size, roughly the dimensions of a fingernail. Yet, the utility of such liquid was immense, containing pure and pristine spiritual energy that was easily refined and could enhance the foundation of cultivators, accelerating their ability to sense spiritual energy. He carefully stored the liquids and examined the spiritual pills. Their efficacy was remarkable. A single pill could rapidly replenish a cultivator's spiritual power and heal injuries, a truly valuable asset. With the golden liquids and pills in hand, Luo Tian departed. The following day, the Tai Su Dao sect introduced a new item available for exchange with contribution points, the golden spiritual liquid and spiritual pills. Liu, who had ranked first in the last outer sect competition and entered the inner sect, discovered that the inner sect was teeming with prodigies. Even those who trained casually progressed faster than her, who toiled day and night. Unwilling to accept this, she yearned to defy fate. She too was a genius. Thus, she hunted demons relentlessly to earn merit points. However, during one expedition, she fell victim to a cunning demon ambush, suffering severe injuries. Hearing that the newly introduced golden spiritual liquids and pills possessed formidable effects and received widespread acclaim, she thought perhaps they could aid her in swiftly recovering from her wounds. Though Liu had narrowly escaped, her injuries would require a year or more to heal without rest. If she wished to catch up with the inner sect's cultivation pace, she would have to exert every effort. Gritting her teeth, Liu visited the contribution hall in exchange for a first-tier spiritual pill. Upon consuming it, she was astonished to discover her injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. As if a powerful new vitality surged within her. What would have taken a year or more to mend now required only 2 to 3 weeks at most. Recognizing the benefits of the newly launched spiritual pills, she recalled the equally acclaimed golden spiritual liquids, which were even more affordable. Without hesitation, she expended all her contribution points to acquire 3 small vials of golden spiritual liquid. Upon taking a portion of the golden spiritual liquid to cultivate, she was astounded to find its spiritual energy purer than that of the mid-grade spiritual stones she had once obtained. Her cultivation speed accelerated, and within a single day, she completely refined the small vial. Her cultivation bottleneck loosened, allowing her to ascend from the 7th level of Qi refinement to the 8th. Liu stared in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. The original cultivation progress suggested that it would take at least half a year to ascend from the 7th to the 8th level. However, with the prospect of saving half a year's arduous training in a single day, Liu gritted her teeth. Aware that she still possessed a substantial number of cultivation resources, she resolved to exchange these resources for contribution points to procure the precious golden spirit liquid, even if it meant incurring a significant loss in value. Possessing enough golden spirit liquid might allow her to break through to the 9th level of Qi training in an extraordinarily short period. Yet, when Liu next ventured to the contribution hall, she found that both the elixirs and golden spirit liquid had been completely sold out. All she could do was let out a silent sigh. I must strive to earn contribution points. When the golden spirit liquid is available again, I shall purchase several portions. With this newfound goal, Liu felt invigorated. Chapter 151. Outside the sect, the Dragon Slayer guards reappear. Luo Tian had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of the golden spirit liquid. Despite having set the prices for the golden spirit liquid and elixirs quite high, they had sold out within merely 2 days. Were the disciples of our sect truly so affluent? Luo Tian was astonished to discover, under the stewardship of Elder Zhou, that the contribution points of the sect's disciples had accumulated to such an extent. Fortunately, with the golden spirit liquid and elixirs, a substantial wave of those contribution points was expended. During these days, elders visited him daily to inquire if there were any remaining stocks of golden spirit liquid and elixirs available for their disciples. After some contemplation, Luo Tian decided to limit the sale of these items to once every quarter, exclusively for the inner sect. He believed it would not be long before they could replenish their stocks. However, the prevalence of monsters in Qingli County and Chongning County was quite low, while the number of players was excessively high. In the eyes of players, these monsters represented righteousness, merit points, and destiny coins while alive. Upon their demise, their corpses could be exchanged for contribution points and cultivation resources at Tai Su Dao sect. Both counties were home to numerous monsters, but they were no match for the players' relentless slaying. The monster crisis was severe. Luo Tian set his sights on Beichong County, following the last wave of calamity. This unfortunate county had again fallen victim to a monster surge, suffering immensely. The Lord of Qingmu's spirit mansion was overwhelmed. He realized that the heavens had not granted him the opportunity to cultivate into the purple mansion. It was a curse. Beichong County had no means to suppress the monster tide. Even resisting it was an arduous endeavor. Within the tide, some cultivators had already transformed into monsters and broken through to the purple mansion realm. It would not be long before the entire Beichong County succumbed, and Qingmu's spirit mansion would vanish from the annals of history. Days later, as despair enveloped the Lord of Qingmu Mansion, a beam of purple light appeared in Beichong County. Chu Maxiang had arrived. Upon learning of Chu Maxiang's intentions, the Lord of Qingmu Mansion was filled with joy. He had heard that Tai Su Dao sect was willing to dispatch disciples to aid Qingmu's spirit mansion in resisting the monster disaster. Heaven's mercy. This was akin to the most dazzling light piercing through the darkness. Reinforcements. The Lord of Qingmu Mansion could not have wished for anything better than Tai Su Dao Sect's willingness to assist them against the monster tide. Chu Maxiang raised 3 fingers. Tai Su Dao Sect has 3 conditions. Desperate to grasp this lifeline, the Lord of Qingmu Mansion hardly considered these stipulations. He would accept not just 3 conditions, but even if a 0 were added, he would acquiesce. First, for every area of monster tide we clear, Qingmu Spirit Mansion must pay an equivalent sum of spirit stones. This was no trifling amount. The Lord of Qingmu Mansion gritted his teeth and consented. Currently, less than 1/10 of the sect remained in Beichong County. While Qingmu Spirit Mansion lacked many things, it had abundant resources. Second, all monster corpses from the tide shall belong to Tai Su Dao Sect. Although the Lord of Qingmu Mansion was unaware of what Tai Su Dao Sect required the corpses for, it mattered little to him, and he promptly agreed. Chu Maxiang smiled. Third, Tai Su Dao Sect requires the construction of a teleportation array in both locations. This time, the Lord of Qingmu Mansion hesitated before giving an immediate answer. He was troubled. Tai Su Dao Sect was immensely more powerful than Qingmu Spirit Mansion. The two were not even in the same league. Just the sight of this young man posed a threat to him. Allowing Tai Su Dao Sect to construct a teleportation array in Beichong County was akin to inviting wolves into the fold. Observing the Lord of Qingmu Mansion as distress, Chu Maxiang smirked. Fear not. The construction of the teleportation array by Tai Su Dao Sect is solely to ensure the safety of Beichong County. My master specifically instructed me that due to the adverse fortune of this region, establishing the teleportation array will enable us to provide timely assistance should any new calamities arise in the future. The Lord of Qingmu Mansion murmured internally, I trust you. Not at all. He certainly did not believe Chu Maxiang's words. However, there was one matter that compelled his attention. Beichong County was indeed too perilous. After the monster tide, could Qingmu Spirit Mansion withstand the next crisis? Ultimately, the Lord of Qingmu Mansion capitulated. Upon fulfilling the tasks, Chu Maxiang returned to the sect. Hearing that Qingmu Spirit Mansion had accepted his demands, a smile graced Luo Tian's face. Once the teleportation array was constructed, Beichong County would become the back garden of Tai Su Dao Sect. Tasks in the 3 counties could be completed at any time. Slaying monsters would not only yield resources, but could also be sent to the Demon Suppression Tower for refinement. Although the value of the deceased monsters would significantly decrease, their sheer quantity could mitigate the quality issue. Chu Maxiang, accompanied by several disciples of the sect, journeyed to Beichong County. Various players and their disciples followed suit, as slaying monsters could earn them resources from Luo Tian. For players lacking resources, this represented a lucrative opportunity. Numerous monster corpses were transported back and delivered to the Demon Suppression Tower. With Tai Su Dao Sect's involvement, the situation in Beichong County rapidly improved. Luo Tian pondered that, with the remaining players in his sphere of influence and his disciple Su Cheng, he could take on another county's task. Just as Luo Tian was scouting for partners, a great master from Nanxing County's Tianqing Dao Sect arrived at his doorstep, beseeching Tai Su Sect's assistance to save the common folk of Nanxing County. Whatever the request, Tianqing Dao Sect was willing to comply. The great master from Tianqing Dao Sect was in tears. The monsters were spreading too rapidly. Even as a great master, he felt powerless. Moreover, Nanxing County was also facing turmoil from the demonic faction. It had reached a critical moment of survival. Observing the anxious elder from Tianqing Dao Sect, Luo Tian felt a solemnity wash over him. He then admonished him sternly. While admiration was warranted, the lives of Tai Su Dao Sect's disciples were also precious. More disciples were dispatched to support Nanxing County. Many players joined the fray, having seen others racking up achievements in the regional channel. Half a month later, Lin Wushuang, the leader of the Holy Ruins sect in Sangzhou, approached Luo Tian, agreeing to all requests to join the Crimson Ghost Camp. When Luo Tian inquired about the reason, he learned that Sangzhou had initiated a temporary event. The local forces were too preoccupied with infighting, leading to the event's failure and affecting several counties. Frustrated by his unreliable allies, Lin Wushuang felt exhausted. Recognizing the insignificance of the players, they chose to unite. Luo Tian readily consented. Although Sangzhou currently lacks third-level players, it boasts over 100 second-level players, each possessing the prowess of the 9th stage of foundation establishment. Thus, the players of Sangzhou settled in Chongning County, bolstering their ranks. The development of the Taishu Dao sect flourished vigorously. Under the twilight skies, the scene was hauntingly picturesque, with countless demonic creatures ruthlessly vanquished. The surviving fiends exhibited a fear tinged with humanity in their gazes. Their eyes were drawn to a certain direction. A small team clad in uniform attire stood atop a mountain of corpses, drenched in blood. Intricate characters were embroidered on their garments. Faintly discernible as Dragon Slayer, the legendary squad of the Dayu dynasty, the Dragon Slayer Guard. Among them, A masked man wielding a sword stood resolutely on the blood-soaked battleground. His white robe stained crimson. The shadow of Zheng Pingyan was barely recognizable. Chapter 152, The Counterattack of Chiyu Prefecture. The Dragon Slayer Guard, each member a paragon of genius. Zheng Pingyan's squad comprised 9 individuals, all youthful practitioners at the Purple Mansion realm. As they gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the monsters, Zheng Pingyan felt a haze enveloping his mind. He couldn't recall how he had survived within Chongping Pass. At that moment, the pass was ensnared by the terrifying specter of a 9-headed demonic deity, which toyed with the inhabitants as mere puppets for its amusement. The nascent soul cultivators guarding Chongping Pass perished, as did the Golden Core practitioners. Han Haijinren sacrificed himself to grant him a chance at survival. He still remembered the words of Song Muji, the heir of the pure Yangdao sect. They were all offerings, and from the beginning, there had been no path to survival. After uttering those words, Song Muji met his demise, and within his body, a new demonic consciousness was birthed. That was Song Muji, yet not quite him. There were also Zhong Yuqing, Si Hongying, Yang Wushan, Lin Zhu, and Taizuan Zizi. They all perished. Only Zheng Pingyan emerged alive. Yet he remained oblivious to how he had done so. Upon opening his eyes, he found a middle-aged man clad in a red dragon slayer uniform standing before him, offering him a dagger. Zheng Pingyan insisted on wielding a sword instead. The middle-aged man exchanged the dagger for a sword, informing Zheng Pingyan that from henceforth, he would be a member of the Dragon Slayer Guard, tasked with eradicating the world's malevolent creatures. Confounded by the circumstances, Zheng Pingyan consented to join the Dragon Slayer Guard. Elder Yun hailed from this very organization, and Zheng Pingyan possessed some knowledge about it. Furthermore, the fact that he was still alive could not be disclosed to anyone, for he understood the truth behind the Chongping Pass and the demonic tide's outbreak. Should the puppet master discover his survival, the sect would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Thus, Zheng Pingyan resolved to feign his own death, adopting a new name, Xuanyuan. A robust young man bearing a colossal axe clasped Zheng Pingyan's shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. Xuanyuan, hurry and assist in disposing of the demonic corpses to prevent the dispersal of demonic energy, which could infect others. Zheng Pingyan nodded in agreement. Before him lay a demonic creature still clutching a sword, its body reduced to tatters by Zheng Pingyan's strikes. The sword in its grasp had turned an ominous black. Brother Zheng, may you now find peace. Zheng Pingyan murmured inwardly. The creature before him was the manifestation of Zhong Yuqing, gifted with remarkable talent. Zhong Yuqing's transformation into a demonic entity was formidable, capable of commanding lesser fiends. Their small squad had nearly faced annihilation, only managing to slay the fiend birthed from Zhong Yuqing's essence. Zheng Pingyan collaborated with his team to eliminate the remnants of demonic energy left behind by the fiends. They needed to proceed to the next battlefield. Within the Dragon Slayer Guard, Zheng Pingyan had many tasks ahead. He must locate those who had been transformed into fiends and send them on their way. He also sought to uncover the greatest secrets of the 9 provinces. Within the Taishu Dao sect, 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Luo Tian once again ascended to the top floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. This time, the tower produced an abundance of golden spiritual liquid and spiritual pills, including 4 portions of 3rd-grade golden spiritual liquid. Luo Tian collected the items and departed the tower. The news of the sect's renewed sale of golden spiritual liquid and pills rapidly spread throughout the sect, igniting eager anticipation among countless disciples. The inner disciples of the Taishu Dao sect were few in number, barely reaching 100 at most. Yet, the golden spiritual liquid was vital to their cultivation path, while the pills were indispensable for slaying demonic creatures. Li Yu had arrived early to wait at the contribution hall, but soon realized that her decision might have been misguided. As all the inner disciples had congregated there, her wait seemed futile. Fortunately, when the contribution hall opened at dawn, a throng of disciples surged forward, and Li Yu exchanged her accumulated contribution points earned from slaying monsters for 5 portions of 1st-grade golden spiritual liquid and a 1st-grade spiritual pill. She gazed longingly at the 2nd-grade golden spiritual liquid above, available only to Foundation Establishment cultivators. Ambition flickered in her eyes. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she broke through to Foundation Establishment. The alchemy hall was unusually quiet that day. The disciples were rather despondent. As the contribution hall had once again released golden spiritual liquid and pills, the effects of which far surpassed those of regular elixirs. Naturally, many disciples opted to purchase the golden spiritual liquid and pills. Thankfully, such sales occurred only once per quarter. The disciples of the alchemy hall sighed in relief. For the scarcity of golden spiritual liquid and pills meant that most of their cultivation still relied on elixirs. Otherwise, the alchemy hall would face closure. The hall master, Bai Wuqiu, was deeply troubled. He attempted to analyze the composition of the golden spiritual liquid, but alas, with his knowledge, he could not discern its secrets. Such mysteries were not something Luo Tian would divulge to Bai Wuqiu. Within the cave dwelling, Zhou Banxian beamed with joy, extolling the myriad benefits of the golden spiritual liquid. With it, the cultivation of the sect's disciples could experience rapid advancements within a short span. Luo Tian smiled in response. The two resumed their discussion about the disciples within the sect, pondering which of them exhibited exceptional potential worthy of cultivation. Many disciples stirred the winds and clouds within the sect, yet the most dazzling among them were undoubtedly the young prodigies Zhou Zhou and Luo Ming. Zhou Zhou had already mastered formations and talismans and had become engrossed in martial arts, achieving the remarkable status of half a step into the celestial realm at such a tender age. Luo Tian mused momentarily. Zhou Zhou was no longer merely a child, as he had already turned 16. The Dragon Slayer Guard he created had also attracted numerous talented individuals, promising a bright future ahead. However, such skirmishes among the young ones were merely trifles, Zhou Banxian assessed blandly. Yet, Luo Tian could see the pride swelling within the old man's heart. Luo Ming, on the other hand, amalgamated the strengths of various schools and was currently endeavoring to discover the path of the Purple Mansion, still merely 8 years old. This level of talent was indeed terrifying. Only a handful within the sect are aware of Luo Ming's existence. To Luo Tian and Zhou Banxian, Luo Ming embodies the future of their sect. The two engaged in lively conversation. In the 8th year, after a prolonged period of tranquility, the 8 states finally prepared to sound the horn for a counteroffensive, following a gradual stabilization of the demonic tide. It appears that various factions have unraveled the methods to combat the demonic entities while preventing the infection of demonic energy. The true terror does not lie in the demonic creatures themselves, but rather in the residual demonic energy that can unknowingly corrupt other beings, transforming them into demons. Therefore, the paramount task after slaying these creatures is managing the remnants of their demonic energy to safeguard the army from contamination, which is indeed a monumental undertaking. At this moment, the activities of the Destiny system commenced. Righteous Camp Mission 2, assist the various states in eliminating demonic creatures and eradicating the demonic plague. Slaying demonic entities during the plague will yield Destiny coins, with different rewards distributed based on contributions upon the conclusion of the event. And a temporary shop will be opened to acquire rare items. The system's notification arrived as expected. Chapter 153, Luo Ming enters the Purple Mansion. In Qiyu Prefecture. The decree from the Qiyu Royal Palace also reached Luo Tian's hands. Luo Tian's expression turned peculiar. To his surprise, the palace had the audacity to organize a trial. What Luo Tian did not anticipate was that the Qiyu Royal Palace had indeed discovered an effective method to suppress the demonic tide, which involved conducting a trial. All factions within Qiyu Prefecture were mandated to participate. Zhou Banxian, upon seeing the edict, felt a heavy weight on his heart. It seems the palace intends to leverage all the forces within Qiyu Prefecture to thoroughly suppress the demonic tide. Luo Tian nodded in agreement. The Qiyu Royal Palace had somehow acquired items capable of attracting demonic entities. While not all demons could be lured, the palace guaranteed the ability to draw in half of them. By gathering these entities in one location, a large-scale confrontation could ensue. The demonic energy would be temporarily suppressed by powerful beings maintaining the formation, ensuring that the participants would not be eroded by the demonic energy. The trial was designed to eliminate as many demonic creatures as possible. The more demons slain, the more points could be earned from the palace, which could be exchanged for numerous precious items. Furthermore, the Qiyu Royal Palace had invested heavily, offering a heavenly grade rarity. Luo Tian remained uncertain about the palace's true intentions. Yet he resolved to send Su Cheng and his disciples to partake in the trial. There are countless demonic entities in the world. Even if half were to perish, many would still remain. The Demon Suppression Tower's continuous refinement merely scratches the surface. Shortly after Su Cheng departed, Luo Tian's time traveler's gift package fortuitously reached a year's worth of accumulation. He combined all the packages, hoping to unveil a delightful surprise. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a mid-tier heavenly grade spell, the Tremor Seal. A mid-tier heavenly grade spell is indeed a commendable reward. Luo Tian placed it atop the library's highest floor. A month had passed since Su Cheng left the Taishu Dao sect to participate in the trial. Suddenly, Zhou Banxian coughed up blood. His previously vibrant spirit now waned, and he hurried to seek out Luo Tian. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tian felt a mix of anger and amusement. This old man had likely forfeited another decade of his lifespan. Master, grave matters are afoot. We must prepare early at the Taishu Dao sect, Zhou Banxian declared gravely, disregarding his injuries. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian realized the seriousness of the situation and began to take heed. Could Su Cheng be in danger? Luo Tian pondered, dismissing the notion. After all, Su Cheng had two formidable figures backing him. Zhou Banxian hurriedly added, "This is a portent of the resurgence of the demonic path. It won't be long before an existence more terrifying than the demonic tide appears, potentially overturning the rule of the Dayu dynasty." The words Demon Emperor surfaced in Luo Tian's mind. Ever since the failure of the first mission involving both the righteous and demonic paths, all traces of the Demon Emperor had vanished. In the wake of the demonic entities sweeping across the 9 states, no one had the time to search for the Demon Emperor, and even Luo Tian had nearly forgotten about him. Reflecting on it now, the Demon Emperor likely recognized his insignificance upon failing to seize the 9 nether ghosts during his last attempt, and had been using the demonic tide to attract attention from various factions while hiding in the shadows to build his power. Now, it seemed he had regained a significant portion of his strength and was poised to instigate chaos. Luo Tian cursed inwardly. What misfortune had befallen him to find himself as a player in this pitiful realm of the Dayu dynasty? He had no choice but to take the situation seriously. The Demon Emperor was about to make a move. It was imperative to minimize the sect's losses during the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions. Luo Tian understood that when the sky falls, there will naturally be tall figures to bear it. The outcome of the righteous and demonic struggle bore no relevance to them as players. Their aim was to preserve as many disciples as possible while reaping the maximum benefits. The plight of the common people was of no concern to him. This time, as Zhou Banxian's lifespan shortened again, Luo Tian became increasingly invested in seeking rare treasures that could extend life. Regrettably, such items were exceedingly scarce in this world. Years of effort had proven insufficient for Zhou Banxian to even cast a single divination. Upon learning of the impending turmoil from the Demon Emperor, Luo Tian relocated more promising players to Chongming County and Qingli County to shield them from potential devastation. The expansion of the sect reignited Luo Tian's desire to recruit disciples. Presently, the sect's resources could easily support the cultivation of 300 to 400 inner disciples. Luo Tian began to draw premium gift packages daily, occasionally drawing a monthly epic package. Over 3 months, he managed to acquire 2 purple quality disciple recruitment tokens. He brought these 2 purple quality disciples back to the sect, starting their training in the outer sect. He wondered if these 2 youngsters would be able to enter the inner sect by the following year. Luo Tian estimated that it would likely take until the next outer sect competition for them to gain entrance. Having adapted to this world, time passed swiftly. A year felt like a fleeting moment. Upon returning to the sect, Luo Tian discovered that Luo Ming had emerged from his seclusion. This little fellow had managed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm during Luo Tian's absence. Blocking the entrance to his cave, Luo Ming stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of pride as he proclaimed, "Master, Master, I have broken through to the Purple Mansion realm." His words brimmed with delight. Luo Tian, not in the least amused, retorted, "Speak up. Which of my treasures have you set your sights on?" Understanding Luo Ming's nature all too well, he knew that Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang, his 2 senior brothers, often fell prey to Luo Ming's antics. Now, it seemed it was his turn to be targeted. Luo Ming chuckled mischievously. He had long coveted several of his master's possessions. "I want Master's mirror, and also the seal that can summon the great bird." The heart-sealing mirror and the golden crow seal had long been objects of his desire. One could replicate another's avatar, while the other could summon the golden crow. Below the earth grade, Luo Ming lacked for nothing. However, items above the earth grade were indeed precious. Luo Tian, taken aback, retrieved the heart-sealing mirror and golden crow seal for Luo Ming as a means of celebrating his breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. Luo Ming gleefully accepted the 2 items, using the heart-sealing mirror to create a duplicate of himself. Upon squeezing the replica, he found it quite satisfying. Luo Tian's expression turned peculiar. He couldn't shake the feeling that this boy harbored some unusual intent. Why did he feel a sense of foreboding? The very next day, his ominous premonition was validated. Zhou Banxian came to Luo Tian to lodge a complaint. It turns out that Luo Ming has sought revenge against Zhou Zhou. The little rascal still remembers the grievances from the past, when he was frequently bullied by the young girl. He directly activated the heart-sealing mirror, using a clone to challenge the demon-slaying guard established by Zhou Zhou, nearly causing the collapse of everyone's resolve. Thus, Zhou Banxian came to complain. Luo Tian poured a cup of tea, allowing the incessantly chattering Zhou Banxian to moisten his throat. He then calmly stated, "Old Zhou, you are also half a master to Luo Ming. We are all family. This is merely a trivial squabble among the younger generation." Zhou Banxian was instantly rendered speechless. After Zhou Banxian departed, Luo Tian, with a darkened expression, directly summoned Luo Ming. This little rascal is far too adept at insulting others. Challenging the demon-slaying guard established by Zhou Zhou with a clone is no small feat. The power of the heart-sealing mirror cannot possibly reach such heights. This must be related to Luo Ming's divine abilities. Chapter 154, The Resilient Demon Emperor. After receiving a lesson, Luo Ming became more docile, refraining from seeking further trouble with the young girl Zhou Zhou. Some time passed. Li Erniu returned to the sect. He spoke not a word and practiced even more diligently. Luo Tian, curious, calculated and probed into the heavenly secrets, thus uncovering the backstory. It turned out that Li Erniu's parents had perished at the hands of a demon. Luo Tian had a faint impression of Li Erniu's father. He was a stubborn man who, when everyone else moved away, insisted on staying behind, clamoring for Li Erniu to return with him to farm, believing that cultivating immortality was not particularly favorable. The moonlight was bright. In Qiyu City, the most prosperous area of Qiyu Prefecture, heroes from across the realm had gathered. It could be said that a multitude of sects had converged here. Su Cheng was among them, tasked with leading powerful individuals from Chongning and Qingli prefectures to participate in the trials and hunt demons. There were indeed many strong individuals in this world. Su Cheng silently marveled. The assembly of Purple Mansion cultivators exceeded 100. In comparison, the two sent by the Tai Su Dao sect appeared rather sparse. The number of Foundation establishment cultivators was too numerous to count. Su Cheng also encountered an adversary. A young man in a brocade robe with azure eyes seemed to have set his sights on him, initiating a provocation. Su Cheng was puzzled. But fortunately, a youth claiming to be the sixth young master intervened, resolving the crisis. Upon inquiry, Su Cheng learned that the brocade-clad youth was the heir of the Jin Yuanlong family, which had a nascent soul deity presiding over it. The sixth young master hailed from the Qiyu royal family. Su Cheng found it perplexing. He had no prior acquaintance with the Jin Yuanlong family. All forces participating in the trial needed to obtain a demon-slaying order to enter the core battlefield. Esteemed guests, demons have seized the bodies of our Qiyu prefecture citizens, encroaching upon our territories and wreaking havoc upon countless lives. I implore you all to join hands in hunting these demons and restoring our Qiyu prefecture to a pure land. In the skies, a robust middle-aged man clad in a python robe, exuding an air of authority, proclaimed with a voice that resonated like thunder. Numerous demon-slaying orders appeared in the sky. Kill. The powerful entities from various factions erupted with fierce killing intent, their united battle cries reverberating through the heavens and earth. Countless demon-slaying orders seemed to sense this murderous aura, shooting down to land in the hands of the crowd. No one bore any love for the demons. Their loved ones had perished at the hands of these fiends. Longtime friends had fallen victim, as had lifelong partners, disciples, and mentors. What was most heart-wrenching was that these demons wore the skins of their deceased kin. The horn of counterattack was about to sound. At the base of a precipice, in a shadowy space, horrific entities had silently gathered around the demon emperor. The 66 veins of the demonic path were all under his control. In addition, numerous factions were covertly manipulated by the demon emperor. Chu Sheng, following closely behind the demon emperor, witnessed scene after scene unfold. The attention of all factions was captivated by the tide of demons. No one noticed how much the demon emperor had grown in power. Demon emperor, when shall we commence our counterattack against the Dayu dynasty? An elder with a turtle shell on his back squinted his eyes, appearing to be a benevolent old man. However, as he spoke, the air seemed to freeze. An overwhelming sense of resentment surged forth, accompanied by howls. The turtle shell on his back transformed into twisted faces. Demon emperor, since your disappearance, the demonic path has been leaderless, constantly schemed against. Countless demonic ancestors have become pawns for those hypocritical righteous beings, aiding them in weathering tribulations. While we suffer the consequences, this 3,000 years of humiliation must be repaid tenfold to those deceitful righteous figures. Together with the demon emperor, we shall overthrow Dayu and establish an immortal divine kingdom. A man clad in dark purple robes, his ash-gray face etched with intricate runes, gazed with fervor, his eyes igniting like ghostly flames. After 3 millennia of waiting, they had finally awaited the revival of the demon emperor. Under his leadership, they were certain to establish an immortal divine kingdom. They were not demons, but gods. The gathered crowd looked expectantly at the demon emperor. The strength of the demonic path was not weak. The 66 veins held substantial power. Yet, among these figures, how could a leader emerge? Only the demon emperor could fill that role. The demon emperor's gaze was profound, ripples spreading through the space as he softly declared, "Soon. That day will not be far away." Above the clouds of the 9 provinces, the sky was already stained blood red. Within the tide of demons, countless beings had perished. As long as the resentment was sufficiently great and the karma heavy enough, a fragment of that being's consciousness would awaken. The ancient ones of the 9 provinces would no longer have the time to concern themselves with him. The demonic path was not merely a mindless horde. They too could employ strategies of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. In this lifetime, the demon emperor would return, no longer thoughtless. At the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian stretched lazily. Today marked another day of labor. He took out the golden spiritual liquid and elixirs from the demon suppression tower. The sect members had begun to line up early. Observing this scene, Luo Tian smiled faintly. The number of foundation establishment disciples within the sect had already reached over 100. Some early entrants had even reached the late stages of foundation establishment. The sect was brimming with talent. Since Li Erniu's last return, he had practiced with even greater diligence. It was said that an elder wished to marry his descendant to Li Erniu, but he had firmly declined, declaring, "I, Li Erniu, am wholly devoted to the path and cannot be entangled by matters of romance." The elder, witnessing this, opened his mouth in admiration, delighted by the gossip. Luo Tian gifted Li Erniu an opportunity on the back mountain, aiding him in solidifying his aspiration for longevity. Longevity is indeed a worthy pursuit. Since the demise of Tai Shuzi and the fall of the Tai sect, Nan Hongsang had seldom left the alchemy pavilion. From Bai Wuqiu, she learned that Nan Hongsang sought to concoct a potion capable of restoring the consciousness of demons, turning them back into humans. She firmly believed that Tai Shuzi had not perished. If he had transformed into a demon, there would still be a way to restore him. As long as her alchemical prowess is sufficiently high, Luo Tian murmured softly, eyes closed, "Foolish child." He was acutely aware that the one who had transformed into a demonic entity had long since perished. Their memories had been thoroughly plundered by the malevolent being that now inhabited them. If a solution truly existed, was there not a master alchemist within the vast expanse of the 9 provinces? Yet, within the Tai Su Dao Zone, no one dared to expose Nan Hongsang's deceit. Life, after all, must retain a glimmer of hope. He could not help but wonder how Xiao Qingzi was faring. Luo Tian's heart was heavy with concern for Su Cheng. His eldest disciple could not return home, and he hoped that nothing untoward befell his second disciple. Chapter 155, The New Spring of Another World. Time flew by swiftly. Yet another quarter had passed. It had been nearly a decade since his arrival in this realm. Within the sect, a festive atmosphere pervaded. This world lacked the custom of celebrating the new year, so Luo Tian designated the day of his arrival as the Spring Festival. Outside the sect, countless bright red lanterns were lit across Qingli County and Chongning County, illuminating the night with unparalleled joy. This marked Luo Tian's first spring festival in this world. As his cultivation advanced, the memories within his mind did not fade with the passage of time. Various memories, both pleasant and unpleasant, gradually grew clearer. Luo Tian summoned Zhou Banxian, Bai Wuqiu, and Yun Tianhua one by one. All 3 had joined the sect early on and had aided Luo Tian in establishing the Tai Su Dao Zone. In his heart, they were akin to family. Additionally, there were Chu Mozhang, Zhou Zhou, and Nan Hongsang. Regrettably, Zheng Pingan's whereabouts remained unknown. Su Cheng was still engaged in trials, slaying demonic creatures. Unable to return to the Tai Su Dao Zone. As the brilliant fireworks ascended into the night sky above Chongning County and Qingli County, the darkness seemed to transform into daylight. Countless curled figures were illuminated by the light, gazing into the distance, a surge of inexplicable hope rising within their hearts. Within the Tai Su Dao Zone, disciples showcased their extraordinary abilities, performing their proudest techniques and soaring into the sky, a kaleidoscope of colors. Just as everyone became enraptured, a terrifying fire dragon coiled in the air, overshadowing the brilliance of all techniques. The fire dragon writhed, its intense heat nearly evaporating the river water and withering the spiritual wood. The joyous atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Could it be that someone was invading the sect? Such a fearsome fire dragon was no trivial matter. If it were to descend, the losses would be catastrophic. Luo Tian's expression darkened. He extended a hand and extinguished the fire dragon. In the next moment, Luo Ming, who had been reveling in his antics, discovered that his fire dragon seal had been snuffed out. Before he could react, a familiar figure appeared before him. "Master, how did my fire dragon perform?" Luo Ming tilted his head back, hands on his hips, brimming with pride, entirely oblivious to the deepening frown on Luo Tian's face. Had he not acted swiftly, at least a quarter of the Tai Su Dao Zone would have been reduced to ruins. Realizing something was amiss when Luo Tian remained silent, Luo Ming turned to flee. But he could not escape Luo Tian's grasp. "Tomorrow, Elder Zhou will tally the losses you've caused today." Luo Tian sneered. "You had better be able to produce such a sum of spiritual stones." Luo Ming let out a wail, his complexion akin to that of a corpse. The following day, Zhou Banxian reported the losses. Luo Ming's reckless act had directly vaporized 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Though the sect was not lacking in spiritual stones, Luo Tian still decided to teach Luo Ming a lesson. Upon learning he owed 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones, Luo Ming's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Unlike Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang, who could earn spiritual stones for themselves, 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones constituted a staggering sum for Luo Ming. Watching Luo Ming painfully gather and sell his insights to scrape together the 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones to pay Zhou Banxian, a smile crept onto Luo Tian's face. After the meal, Luo Tian gifted Luo Ming a storage ring, as well as one to Chu Mozhang, Zhou Zhou, and Nan Hongsang. Upon opening the storage ring, Luo Ming found it contained precisely 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones, along with some magical artifacts and elixirs. The New Year's gift in the cultivation world adhered to its own customs. After this, players began to visit the Tai Su Daozong. Leader, we believe in you. Under your guidance, our supreme immortal alliance will surely dominate this world. This was the collective sentiment of all players. Luo Tian felt the weight of this promise. Yet he accepted it nonetheless. One day, the Supreme Immortal Alliance would indeed become the sovereign of this realm. In the early days of recruiting these players and establishing the Supreme Immortal Alliance, Luo Tian regarded them merely as tools for amassing wealth to bolster his strength. Yet, he now perceived them as pitiable beings, much like himself. Despite wielding formidable power, he still lived in a state of uncertainty. Perhaps those who chose the path of demonic cultivation experienced greater freedom, albeit with swifter demise. But I cannot afford to perish. Standing upon Tai Su Peak, Luo Tian gazed at the disciples within the sect, as well as the diligent elders. On this path, he was no longer alone. The courage to live in defiance of death had been rekindled. He feared failure, terrified that a single misstep could lead to the destruction of his painstakingly nurtured sect, mirroring the fate of the Tai sect, obliterated overnight. Currently, the Chiyu royal mansion still required their presence, allowing these players to cling to their existence across 2 counties. An urgent feeling surged within Luo Tian. However, a familiar fluctuation arose, bringing a smile to his face. The Demon Emperor was buying time, and so was he. Luo Ming's cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion. No, Luo Tian's expression suddenly soured. Damn it, this brat hasn't he gone to the Dragon King's palace again, has he? Luo Tian hurried to the Dragon King's palace, only to find Luo Ming immersed in the 3rd-grade dragon blood pool, his small body scorched red, as if engulfed in flames, steam rising from him. The overwhelming energy of the 3rd-grade dragon blood pool was too much for Luo Ming to bear. Without hesitation, Luo Tian used his physical form to extract Luo Ming from the pool. At that moment, Luo Ming's body emitted creaking sounds. The energy within the 3rd-grade dragon blood pool proving to be exceedingly terrifying. Luo Tian, at a loss, quickly summoned Zhou Banxian, Bai Wuqiu, and Yun Tianhua. Upon witnessing Luo Ming's condition, all 3 furrowed their brows in concern. Luo Ming's state was dire. He resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. We must use eternal ice to freeze little Ming. Luo Tian hurriedly procured eternal ice and fashioned an ice chamber to encase Luo Ming. With the eternal ice, frost began to coalesce around Luo Ming's body, albeit swiftly melting away. Nevertheless, he appeared to feel somewhat better. Zhou Banxian spoke solemnly. Little Ming has absorbed too much energy. We can only wait and see if he can assimilate this terrifying energy. Otherwise, it will damage his foundation. Zhou Banxian then turned his gaze to Luo Tian. What exactly transpired to cause this little fellow to absorb such overwhelming energy? Zhou Banxian pondered. Such overwhelming energy could nearly suffocate a grand cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, particularly one endowed with a superlative physique. Luo Tian had no choice but to divulge the existence of the Dragon King's Hall and the 3rd-grade dragon blood pool, eliciting astonishment from the 3 individuals present. Truly, the sect leader concealed the profound riches of the sect. The gazes of the onlookers turned towards Luo Ming, who had opened his eyes, revealing pupils that had morphed into a dark crimson hue. A palpable aura of boundless hatred radiated from him. In Chapter 156, titled Temporary Heavenly Mandate Event, the 5th disciple, Luo Tian, witnessed this scene and immediately acted to reseal the eternal ice. Once the other elders departed, Luo Tian remained vigilant before the eternal ice. The others were oblivious to the reason behind Luo Ming's explosive hatred akin to the wrath of heaven. However, Luo Tian understood well. The memories of mortals fade with the passage of time, but for cultivators, it is a different tale. A practitioner in the Purple Mansion realm, if willing, could even recall moments from their infancy when they were yet unaware. In a world rife with demons and chaos, surviving on the blood of their mothers. This memory had initially been sealed by Luo Tian. Unexpectedly, due to unforeseen circumstances, that seal had been loosened. Little Ming, you must not perish. Luo Tian gazed at the small creature with deep concern. It seemed as if he could hear whispers emanating from the eternal ice, and upon closer inspection, He saw Luo Ming's face contorted in struggle. I shall become the mightiest cultivator in this realm. His dark crimson eyes were nothing short of breathtaking. Gradually, they closed, and the sound of heavy meditation resonated. Luo Tian felt a sense of relief in his heart. The presence of consciousness indicated that he was no longer in grave peril. Very well, I believe in you. If you can assimilate this fortuitous energy, I shall overlook your clandestine entry into the dragon blood pool, he murmured, his worried expression slowly transforming into one of hope. 10 years swiftly passed, and raising a disciple is akin to nurturing a child. In this world, over the course of a decade, the one who accompanied Luo Tian the most was neither Zheng Pingyan, nor Su Cheng, nor Zhou Banzian, but rather this little rascal before him. He watched as Luo Ming grew from a swaddled infant into a lively child. Though this little one often caused trouble, leaving Luo Tian exasperated, it was precisely because of him that Luo Tian began to feel a sense of familial warmth in this foreign world. Consequently, he was exceedingly tolerant of Luo Ming, treating him as his own offspring. The troubles he caused within the sect were akin to a child breaking a few bowls or dropping a pair of chopsticks. How could one chastise their child for such trivial matters? In the Qiyu trial battlefield, Su Cheng led his team in hunting demonic creatures. However, the Jin Yuanlong clan relentlessly pursued him, creating various disturbances. Several members of the team perished due to the troubles instigated by the Jin Yuanlong clan, inciting Su Cheng's fury. He boldly stormed into the territory occupied by the clan, prompting the Purple Mansion Grandmasters of the Jin Yuanlong to unite in an attempt to suppress him. Yet, Su Cheng managed to kill one of them before elegantly departing. His actions provoked the ire of the Jin Yuanlong clan, leading to a continuous clash between the two parties. In Jiuzhou, as they hunted demonic beasts, the countenance of the heavenly lords began to shift dramatically. Not good. His Majesty shows signs of regaining consciousness. The multitude of heavenly lords was filled with dread, for they were acutely aware that the misdeeds they had committed over the years would be the first to be reckoned with upon the awakening of the Emperor Yu. It was a scheme of the Demon Emperor, intending to keep them preoccupied with the Emperor Yu, leaving them unable to contend with him. The ancient heavenly lords of Jiuzhou seethed with rage. Although they were unsure how the Demon Emperor had learned of the current situation regarding Emperor Yu, they were resolute in preventing his awakening. In silence and secrecy, all heavenly lords of Jiuzhou vanished without a trace, their presence completely erased. The forces of the demonic path also began to make their moves. The first to suffer was Liangzhou, which, like Yunzhou, was also deemed one of the weakest. Mu Qingyuan, the leader of the Liangzhou players, lamented, Luo Tian, we may not survive this time. Luo Tian opened his eyes, regarding the message that had arrived. Mu Qingyuan continued, while we were besieging the demonic creatures, the demonic path infiltrated us. They have placed numerous pawns within the Liang King's manor over the years, possessing means to breach the barrier. The Liang King's manor has already fallen victim. I fear I shall not live much longer, and the Liangzhou players may face total annihilation. I hope you can endure. After this, Mu Qingyuan went silent. Meanwhile, in the direction of Liangzhou, after sending the message to Luo Tian, Mu Qingyuan leaned against a crumbling wall, gripping a broken blade in hand. The sky above was shrouded in dark clouds. I truly thought we could clean up these demonic creatures and enjoy a period of peace. A colossal dark Buddha statue extended its 18 arms, intertwining in the air. Slowly opening its eyes, the world fell into silence. Luo Tian watched as Mu Qingyuan's avatar dimmed. Only 6 states remained of the Jiuzhou players. Had the Demon Emperor chosen Liangzhou as the breach? Luo Tian pondered. Indeed, the Demon Emperor was starting to stir trouble. The forces of the Demon Emperor were directly engaging Liangzhou in battle. It wouldn't be long before a far more terrifying conflict erupted. Luo Tian communicated this matter to Li Long, who was participating in the trials, urging him to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the demonic path players. The Demon Emperor could not wage war on multiple fronts simultaneously, but caution was undoubtedly wise. Li Long relayed the message to Su Cheng, who sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately sought out the 6th young master. Upon hearing Su Cheng's account, the 6th young master wore a solemn expression and began reporting to the Qiyu King. Fortunately, the Qiyu King took this matter seriously, ordering a thorough investigation, which indeed uncovered numerous spies from the demonic path. These spies sought to conspire and exploit the demonic energy to ambush the local elite. Luo Tian also alerted the other states, emphasizing the severity of the situation. Players from each state were encouraged to persuade others to withdraw from the trials to prevent catastrophic losses. Soon, for months passed, and the temporary Heavenly Mandate event concluded. Congratulations to player Luo Tian's disciple of the Taishu Dao sect for slaying demonic creatures, earning 32,513 Heavenly Mandate coins. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for receiving the top contributors grand gift package. Task completed. Temporary Heavenly Mandate Shop, now open. As Luo Tian anticipated, the items in the Temporary Heavenly Mandate Shop had once again increased in price, including those of golden quality. He expended all 60,000 Heavenly Mandate coins to acquire a golden quality disciple recruitment order and a golden quality treasure, the Heart Mirror. As the name suggests, it aids disciples in honing their Tao heart and mitigates the emergence of inner demons. Luo Tian did not hastily utilize the golden quality disciple recruitment order. The eternal ice before him had begun to thaw gradually, and Luo Ming's aura was steadily ascending. Perhaps after a while longer, he would fully assimilate the dragon blood energy within him. Luo Tian felt a sense of relief. In the regional channel, good news poured in. Some relatively obscure players had managed to exchange for a purple disciple recruitment order. Is this the so-called hoarding mouse? This world certainly does not lack intelligent individuals. Luo Tian recognized the wisdom in accumulating heavenly mandate coins and waiting for the temporary event to exchange for golden quality items. Naturally, there are those who are aware of the necessity to accumulate destiny coins, biding their time for the opportunity to exchange them for disciples of purple quality. Upon noticing a private message marked with a newly appeared red, Luo Tian's expression brightened as he read, "Boss, I have become a level 3 sect master." A wave of joy washed over Luo Tian, prompting him to send forth his congratulations. The emergence of the third level 3 sect master within the player community was indeed a momentous occasion. Li Long's disciple possessed commendable aptitude, being of purple quality, and was the second level 2 sect master within the province, garnering substantial rewards. It did not surprise Luo Tian that the third individual had ascended to level 3. Now, the player faction boasted 3 formidable beings at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, enabling them to undertake even greater endeavors. It was only a matter of time before more level 3 sect masters began to sprout forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In his heart, Luo Tian silently invoked the opening of the first major contribution gift pack. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for receiving 1 random golden item, 5 purple opportunity tokens, 5 purple disciple recruitment tokens, and 5 random earth tier items. The quality of the items surpassed that of the temporary rewards from the provincial battle event. In addition to the golden quality item, the other qualities yielded 2 extras. The typically frugal destiny system had surprisingly begun to display generosity, leaving Luo Tian somewhat astonished. Upon opening the random golden quality item, he found yet another golden disciple recruitment token. It was noteworthy that over the past decade, he had only acquired 3 golden quality disciple recruitment tokens, yet on this single day, he had amassed 2. After witnessing Luo Ming's improvement and becoming engrossed in his cultivation, Luo Tian finally departed from the cave abode. He activated a golden quality disciple recruitment token, discovering that the clue's location was not far from Qingli County. Without hesitation, he set off. Following the outbreak of the calamity, Dongshao County had endured 3 years of drought, leaving the land parched and barren. The autumn winds wailed, and the setting sun appeared blood-red. Once thriving towns had been reduced to desolate ruins. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, unbearable to the senses. Cheng Huaijin's father was an ordinary farmer, while her mother had once been a lady of noble birth. 10 years prior, fleeing from disaster, she had found refuge with her father, and the two became husband and wife. Cheng Huaijin also had a younger brother named Cheng Huayan. Throughout the 3 years of drought, Cheng Huaijin had not tasted meat for an extended period. However, on this day, a long-forgotten aroma wafted through the air, rich and enticing, causing Cheng Huaijin to instinctively lick her lips, a droplet of glistening saliva trickling down her cracked mouth. It was the scent of meat. Staggering out of her room, she beheld her father, mother, and brother gathered together, a fragrant platter of meat laid before them, making Cheng Huaijin's mouth water uncontrollably. "Sister, come join us," her little brother urged, tugging at Cheng Huaijin's hand, as the family of 4 reveled in their togetherness. Cheng Huaijin seized a generous piece of meat and brought it to her mouth. "Sister, is the meat delicious?" her brother Cheng Huayan asked, a joyful smile lighting up his face as he watched her devour the morsel. Cheng Huaijin nodded in affirmation. It was meat, of course it was delicious. Curiosity piqued. Cheng Huaijin wondered where her parents had procured such an abundance of meat. A proud smile graced her mother's weathered face as she replied, "This is because your father encountered a celestial being while searching for food, who bestowed upon him a divine pot, brimming with endless meat." The woman then showed Cheng Huaijin the large black pot they had brought, filled to the brim with succulent meat. Was this the work of a celestial being? Cheng Huaijin's eyes sparkled with longing. If only she could become a celestial being herself, would that not mean an endless supply of meat? She could provide a good life for her parents and brother. Overwhelmed by the enticing aroma of meat, Cheng Huaijin could not resist fishing out another piece. Suddenly, she spat it out in alarm. "Little Jean, what is it?" Her mother inquired with concern. Upon closer inspection, Cheng Huaijin noticed that the piece of meat was still raw, blood oozing from it as if it had just been sliced. She felt a sticky liquid coating her hands. The edges of the divine pot began to ooze a crimson liquid, and in its center lay a dark mass resembling hair. Mother, there is something wrong with this divine pot. Cheng Huaijin trembled, pointing at it. Her mother smiled slightly. Little Jean, what seems to be the problem? Just as Cheng Huaijin was about to voice her concerns, the door to their home swung open. A young man, adorned in splendid attire, appeared at their threshold. His garments were immaculate, provoking a flicker of jealousy in Cheng Huaijin's small face. Why was it that they were dressed in rags while he looked so resplendent? Free from the burdens of hunger and want. Before the family could fully comprehend the situation, the young man, as if performing a sleight of hand, made the divine pot vanish from before Cheng Huaijin, only to reappear in his grasp. Upon witnessing the theft of their lifeline, Cheng Huaijin's parents' and brothers' expressions morphed into a ghastly visage, akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell, fixated on the young man. Cheng Huaijin too wore a face filled with animosity. The divine pot was their family's hope for survival. No one could take it away. They fought desperately to reclaim the divine pot from the young man's grip, and Cheng Huaijin joined in, throwing punches and kicks as she shouted, "You wicked man! You are a villain! Return the divine pot to me! Return the meat!" The young man's face bore no hint of anger as he endured her assault. Only when she grew exhausted, her fists too weary to lift, did he finally stir. As he approached, Cheng Huaijin was gripped by fear, losing her balance. She collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Father! Mother! Help!" Yet, the familiar voices she longed for did not reach her ears. When she turned her head, she saw her father, mother, and brother standing in an eerie posture, as if ensnared by some immobilizing spell. "What have you done to my parents and brother, you villain?" Cheng Huaijin's eyes widened in terror. "You are a celestial being. You are a celestial being." It dawned on her, and she screamed with all her might. Why? Why must it be like this? Why did you celestial beings not appear during these 3 years of drought? Why did you choose this moment to emerge? Why take away our family's hope for survival? Tears cascaded down Cheng Huaijin's cheeks, yet they could not halt the young man's advance. He knelt beside her, murmuring softly, "Awaken." The scene before Cheng Huaijin abruptly transformed into an endless expanse of particles, as if swept away by a gust of wind. The brightness faded into an abyss of darkness. The room felt desolate. The buzzing of flies filled the air, accompanied by an overpowering stench that invaded her nostrils. Cheng Huaijin's pupils darkened. She remembered everything. Biting her lip, she trembled as the truth dawned upon her. The so-called divine pot in the young man's hands was not what it seemed. It contained the heads of her most familiar loved ones, bubbling away in a grotesque manner. Cheng Huaijin felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not expel the contents of her stomach. Chapter 157, Cheng Huaijin and Jiang Tianming. Over the past decade, Luo Tian has witnessed numerous tragedies of humanity, becoming accustomed to the heart-wrenching separations of life and death. Yet, he had never encountered a scene as harrowing as the one before him now. Blood and entrails lay strewn across the ground, a chaotic and foul spectacle. 3 severed heads simmered in a pot, their skin ruptured and flesh mangled. In a time of great famine, humans turned upon one another, leaving a trail of starving corpses for miles. In Luo Tian's eyes, the small girl before him radiated a golden light. She was the disciple he sought. Yet she was also the source of this calamity. Cheng Huaijin curled up on the ground, murmuring, "Father, mother, brother, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. I can't tell the difference. I really can't." Luo Tian took Cheng Huaijin back to the sect. Name, Cheng Huaijin. Age, 10. Talent, dual birth, golden illusion demon body, golden protective demon soul. Qualification, 80. Comprehension, 85. Loyalty, 70. Dual birth, golden initial human and demonic nature each occupy 50. If human nature exceeds demonic nature by 1, randomly increases talent or comprehension by 1 point. If demonic nature exceeds human nature, every 1 increases all damage by 1. Current demonic nature, 55, all damage increased by 5. Illusion demon body, golden qualification 15, comprehension 15, all cultivation speed increased by 20, additional 10 if demonic path. An innate ability, illusory dream eye. Protective demon soul, golden triggers upon encountering life-threatening danger, rationality 100, all damage reduced by 80, immunity to 20 damage. Cheng Huaijin's qualifications and comprehension were not particularly outstanding among disciples of golden quality. However, her talents were exceedingly monstrous. Each of the 3 golden talents was exceptionally brilliant on its own. Even the dual birth talent could be deemed a heaven-defying gift if her human nature reached full value. It could enhance her qualification or comprehension by 50 points. Unfortunately, the other talents were all closely related to the demonic path. Luo Tian sealed away Xuanyuan's memories. Her fate was already tragic enough. He instructed her to diligently cultivate, leaving the rest to time. Moreover, he possessed a recruitment order for another golden quality disciple, which he did not keep but activated instead. This time, the disciple that emerged from the recruitment order was a young scion of an official family. Even amidst the chaos of the world, he remained unscathed, living a life of luxury. "The immortal has said to take my son Tian Ming as a disciple," exclaimed a plump middle-aged man, his expression one of sheer delight. Beside him stood a youth of 13 or 14, clad in fine garments, gazing at Luo Tian with curiosity. Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The middle-aged man, overwhelmed with joy, consented without hesitation. This was an immense fortune for his child. Thus, Jiang Tianming followed Luo Tian back to the Taishu Dao sect. Name, Jiang Tianming. Age, 13. Talent, elemental sacred body, golden. Cliff plunge adventure, golden. Breaking the heavenly mechanism, golden. Qualification, 86. Comprehension, 91. Loyalty, 80. Elemental sacred body, golden. 35 increase in cultivation speed for all elements, 20 increase in damage. Cliff plunge adventure, golden. After suffering severe injury from a fall, there is a probability of gaining fortune. Breaking the heavenly mechanism, golden. 40 increase in the cultivation speed for the heavenly mechanism path, with a backlash of 30, concealing one's own heavenly mechanism, making it impossible to be calculated. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Within the sect, the one with the highest attainment in the art of divination was undoubtedly Zhou Banxian. However, disciples adept in the ways of heavenly mechanisms were exceedingly rare. Amongst hundreds of purple-quality disciples, none possessed the talent to master the heavenly mechanism. The emergence of Jiang Tianming led Luo Tian to believe he would surely surpass his predecessors. That very day, Luo Tian sought out Zhou Banxian. "Old Zhou, do you wish for a disciple?" Luo Tian asked with a smile. Zhou Banxian was about to decline when he suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation. Gazing at the boy Luo Tian had brought, he was struck as if by lightning. "This." Zhou Banxian trembled with excitement, his white beard quivering, his eyes sparkling like a ravenous beast. Startled, Jiang Tianming took a cautious step back, hiding behind Luo Tian. This old man was terrifying. Jiang Tianming feared the elderly man might pounce on him. Observing this, Luo Tian could only shake his head in exasperation, signaling Zhou Banxian with his eyes. The old man's enthusiasm had frightened the child. Zhou Banxian quickly regained his composure, managing a strained smile. This was the fateful destiny the heavenly mechanism lineage had long desired. With great effort, Zhou Banxian forced a smile, lowering his gaze to Jiang Tianming. "I am Zhou Banxian, proficient in the way of heavenly mechanisms. Are you willing to cultivate with me?" Jiang Tianming glanced at Luo Tian. In truth, he preferred to follow the big brother before him. Luo Tian nodded, saying, "You should study under old Zhou. Your fate is suited for the study of heavenly mechanisms, and in our sect, no one dares to claim superior mastery over old Zhou's expertise." Upon hearing Luo Tian's praise, Jiang Tianming did not hesitate, bowing deeply. "Disciple Jiang Tianming, greeting my esteemed master." Zhou Banxian, overwhelmed with emotion, murmured, "Tianming, a splendid name. Henceforth, you shall be the heir of my heavenly mechanism valley." The profound bond between master and disciple moved even Luo Tian to wipe away non-existent tears. Now, it was clear where old Zhou hailed from, and also old Zhou's mastery of heavenly mechanisms. Luo Tian dispatched someone to secretly investigate heavenly mechanism valley. Time flew by. His second disciple, Su Cheng, returned to the sect. Luo Tian was elated. Su Cheng's cultivation had reached the second level of the Purple Mansion. "Master, where is Luo Shidi?" Su Cheng inquired, curious as he had not seen Luo Ming upon his return. Luo Tian explained that Luo Ming was currently in seclusion, refining dragon blood. Su Cheng sighed, "I see. I truly miss Luo Shidi." Luo Tian thought to himself that Su Cheng seemed to be secretly pleased. Luo Tian then introduced Cheng Huaiqin to Su Cheng. "This is your junior sister, Cheng Huaiqin." Cheng Huaiqin timidly greeted. Huaiqin has met senior brother Su. Su Cheng's eyes brightened upon seeing her. What a lovely junior sister. So soft and adorable. "Here, Huaiqin, this is a welcoming gift from your second senior brother," Su Cheng exclaimed as he presented a storage ring filled with numerous pearls. Cheng Huaiqin accepted the storage ring with gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Su." Su Cheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Luo Tian, observing the soft and adorable Cheng Huaiqin, found it hard to associate her with the future great demoness she would become. Soon, Su Cheng and Cheng Huaiqin grew quite familiar with each other. Luo Tian harbored serious doubts about Su Cheng's undisclosed inclinations. In quick succession, a stream of good news arrived. More and more players ascended to the third-level sect. Within 5 months, the number of players at the third-level sect reached double digits. This constituted a considerable force, with double digits at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Aside from those of the Great Orthodoxies, no one could restrain the players any longer. Chapter 158. Luo Ming emerges from seclusion, Secrets of Qiyu Prefecture. The 13th year. Since the attack on Liangzhou by the Demon Emperor, countless cultivators from various continents had rallied to confront him. However, the situation on the battlefield remained grim. Under the veil of secrecy, Luo Tian delved into the investigation and came to understand the demise of the Tianji Valley, where the esteemed Zhou Banzian resided. Over 2 centuries ago, the most exceptional disciples of Tianji Valley, through the art of divination, stumbled upon an untouchable taboo. This led to a concerted assault by dozens of factions, culminating in the valley's obliteration. Among these factions were several sects fortified by nascent soul cultivators. What mysterious secret could provoke such a formidable alliance of forces? Luo Tian found himself intrigued. On another front, Luo Ming finally stirred. The millennia-old ice began to thaw. The young Luo Ming slowly opened his eyes, and it seemed as though time itself within the Taishu Dao sect came to a standstill. He had ascended to the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion. Luo Tian's figure appeared above the cave dwelling, his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Zhou Banzian and others soon arrived, witnessing a white-robed youth standing in the void, who greeted them with a slow bow. Luo Ming had caused concern for his master and numerous uncles. The recently emerged Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang exchanged a glance, both equally bewildered. What a surprise. This was the shared thought of the two. Having competed fiercely over the years, both of their cultivations hovered around the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion. Yet, upon his emergence from seclusion, Luo Ming had already reached the 5th layer. Su Cheng smiled ruefully, realizing that he had been striving to maintain his seniority, constantly wary of being surpassed by Chu Mozhang, only to find himself outpaced by Luo Ming. Luo Ming's emergence was a moment of celebration for the entire Taishu Dao sect. He also encountered the younger Cheng Huaijin and Jiang Tianming, the disciple of Zhou Banzian. Luo Ming was promoted to the status of 4th senior brother, while the youngest, Cheng Huaijin, garnered unanimous adoration from all. That night, Luo Tian synthesized all remaining cross-world traveler gifts and opened them. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a special treasure, the Sect Chronicle. A book materialized in Luo Tian's hands. Sect Chronicle can be used to query the recent experiences of disciples and elders within the sect for the past 6 months. The period of inquiry will extend with the sect's advancement. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed. This was indeed a valuable asset. Upon opening the book, a series of names emerged. Luo Tian spotted Zheng Pingin's name and did not hesitate to click on it. Year 12, month 11 of the Taishu calendar, Zheng Pingin, accompanied by the dragon-slaying guard, investigates the whereabouts of an old acquaintance, preparing to send them on their final journey. Year 12, month 12, Zheng Pingin falls into an ambush and fights his way out with the dragon-slaying guard. Year 13, month 1, Zheng Pingin is in flight. Year 13, month 2, Zheng Pingin is rescued by a passing powerful figure while on the run. Year 13, month 3, Zheng Pingin and the dragon-slaying guard head towards Liangzhou. Luo Tian was taken aback. The chronicle revealed that Zheng Pingin had joined the dragon-slaying guard. Wasn't he at the former position of Old Yin? What a coincidence. Luo Tian mused to himself. He was alive and safe. That was reassuring. With the chronicle in hand, he could keep a constant watch on his disciples' movements. The following day, Luo Tian summoned Luo Ming. Observing the curious young man, Luo Tian smiled and produced the 1,000-sword platform. The 1,000-sword platform allows one to enter and comprehend the profound mysteries of the sword path. It opens once every decade, permitting only one person to enter at a time, designated solely for core disciples. Yet, with the sect's eldest disciple Zheng Pingin immersed in sword mastery, the second disciple Su Cheng wielding the spear, and the third disciple Chu Mozhang having his own path upon reincarnation, there was no one to utilize it. Luo Ming had previously been too immature. Now, with his sealed memories unlocked in 2.5 years of tempering, he had grown more composed. Luo Tian decided to grant him the opportunity to use the 1,000-sword platform and observe how he would fare. Upon realizing that the 1,000-sword platform could enhance his strength, Luo Ming stepped in without hesitation. Inside the platform, he was engulfed in the essence of the sword, welcoming the baptism of sword intent, awaiting his transformation. While Luo Ming was engaged within the 1,000-sword platform, Luo Tian was not idle. The sect was abuzz with the Ascension Conference and the commencement of the Grand Sect competition. Luo Tian felt disappointed that this year, not a single purple-quality disciple had been recruited during the Ascension Conference. However, the Grand Competition produced 2 unexpected dark horses. One was Li Yu. who had entered the inner sect through the outer sect trials and astonishingly ranked 49th in the inner sect. This was a remarkable achievement, considering the inner sect was teeming with purple-quality disciples. In just 5 years, Liu had transitioned from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, and now stood at the 4th layer of foundation establishment. The other dark horse was Jing'an, who broke into the inner sect's top 10, having not utilized Zhou's talismans, thus bringing honor to the demon-slaying guard. After the competition concluded, an uninvited guest arrived at the Taishu Dao sect, a representative from the Qiyu Wangfu. The sect master was reminded not to forget the annual tribute of martial pills. Your Taishu Dao sect occupies 2 prefectures. Remember to pay double the tribute, the steward of the Qiyu Wangfu urged, squinting at Luo Tian. Faced with this sudden demand, Luo Tian frowned and asked, "Pray tell, what are martial pills?" The steward of the Qiyu Wangfu was taken aback by Luo Tian's ignorance. "You don't know martial pills?" Luo Tian nodded. He genuinely did not know. The steward patiently explained, "Martial pills are elixirs crafted by warriors, known for prolonging life, aiding cultivators in recovery, and even enhancing talent and comprehension. Every decade, the rulers of the prefectures must pay a tribute of no less than 1,000 martial pills to the Qiyu Wangfu." With Luo Tian controlling 2 prefectures, that meant he was required to submit 2,000 martial pills, equating to the need to slay 2,000 warriors. The 6th young master is willing to grant your sect a 10-year grace period to gather these martial pills. However, your sect must assist the 6th young master with a task. The steward of the Qiyu Wangfu grinned as he set down a communication jade slip. Luo Tian's expression darkened. He had anticipated that the martial pills were what the Qiyu Wangfu required. No wonder they had scavenged some human pills after annihilating the Xuanyuan mansion. Martial pills were indeed human pills. The slaughter of cultivators could bring about karmic retribution, and the Qiyu Wangfu's demand was clearly a scheme to offload the burden of this karma onto the forces of the 64 prefectures while they reaped the benefits. Luo Tian nodded. "May I inquire what task the 6th young master requires of our Taishu Dao sect?" The steward extended a finger and replied, "The 6th young master needs your sect's assistance in eliminating a certain individual." After the steward of the Qiyu Wangfu departed, a cold smile crept across Luo Tian's lips. Did this young master of the Wangfu intend to use the Taishu Dao sect as a mere dagger in his hand? Nevertheless, Luo Tian consented. Now, as the leader of a sect, he had to act decisively. Luo Tian quickly organized his forces within the player community. There were now more than a dozen cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, all at the 9th layer. Once everything was arranged, Luo Tian acted as if nothing had transpired. Even when Zhou Banzian pried for information, he refrained from revealing the details of the situation. A beam of light illuminated the night, cleaving the darkness from south to north. Chapter 159, Luo Ming's Trials, the Death of the Spirit Coffin Immortal. How astonishing that he comprehended sword intent so swiftly. Luo Tian was astounded. In less than a month, Luo Ming had indeed grasped the essence of sword intent within the 1,000-sword platform. The surge of sword intent continued to ascend, swiftly approaching the threshold of great mastery. This little one's progress in cultivation was indeed astonishingly rapid. Perhaps it was time to send him out for some practical experience, to stand on his own. For Luo Ming, Luo Tian harbored immense expectations. However, given Luo Ming's tender age and the numerous enemies that Taishu Dao sect had accumulated, Luo Tian was reluctant to hastily allow him to venture into the world. Presently, Luo Ming possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation, and with the sect's daily records in hand, Luo Tian could monitor the general movements of his disciples, which prompted the thought of letting Luo Ming undertake a journey of training. As Luo Tian withdrew his gaze, the commotion within the sect quickly dissipated. He began to arrange the matters entrusted to him by the 6th young master. Assassinating someone was not a daunting task for the current player base, even if the target specified by the 6th young master was somewhat unique. The target was Xuanyuan Sword, a formidable master who had traversed Qiyu State for centuries, renowned as the head of Baishao Pavilion, reputed to possess knowledge of all things. Luo Tian glanced at the intelligence in his hand and raised his gaze. The decision to eliminate a proficient practitioner of divination was soon made in his mind. A month later, Luo Ming emerged from his seclusion. "Master, I wish to leave the sect and embark on a journey of training, just like my senior brothers," he expressed upon finding Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded expressionlessly. "Go ahead." As he observed Luo Ming preparing to depart, a lump formed in Luo Tian's throat. Unsure of what to say, ultimately murmuring, "The hearts of men can be treacherous. Exercise caution." Luo Ming left Taishu Dao sect, beginning his training odyssey. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang, due to the urgency of the conflict in Liangzhou, set out together for that region. The younger disciple, Cheng Huaijin, remained within the sect to cultivate. Alongside him, Jiang Tianming was also advancing swiftly in his training within the sect. However, Cheng Huaijin's innate talent was ultimately inferior to Jiang Tianming's, and his cultivation merely kept pace. Luo Tian opened the sect's daily records to observe his disciples' situations. Year 13. Month 6 of Tai Su. Zheng Ping'an and the dragon-slaying guards are embroiled in a fierce battle in Liangzhou. Year 13. Month 7 of Tai Su. Luo Ming slays demons and monsters, arriving at Changyan County to pay tribute to his deceased parents. Year 13. Month 8 of Tai Su. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang encounter a notorious bandit, with a major confrontation imminent. Year 13. Month 9 of Tai Su. Zhou Zhou leads the demon-slaying guards to capture a city corrupted by demonic creatures, rescuing numerous mortals and gaining widespread acclaim, elevating the sect's righteousness value by 1. Year 13. Month 10 of Tai Su. Li Erniu unexpectedly rescues sect disciple Li Yu, who was besieged, helping her escape, which stirs considerable gossip within the sect. Year 13. Month 11 of Tai Su. Cheng Huaijin and Jiang Tianming engage in a spar, with Cheng Huaijin suffering defeat and feeling dejected, believing he has shamed his master. Year 13. Month 12 of Tai Su. Luo Ming unexpectedly encounters Lu Yunin, an heir from Penglai Island, who speaks of the existence of the other shore flower, which blooms between the mortal realm and the netherworld, allowing one to speak a final word to departed loved ones, leading the two to journey together. Luo Tian closed the sect's daily records. In the private messages of the Destiny system, news arrived that the head of Baishao Pavilion had been successfully assassinated. Luo Tian sent the reward. Thank you, esteemed one. He glanced at the message and closed the chat channel. Outside the hall, the ever-eager Zhou Banjian pushed open the door and hurriedly entered. Luo Tian poured 2 cups of tea, gesturing for Zhou Banjian to take a seat. Old Zhou, has something occurred within the sect? Luo Tian smiled, though no trace of emotion could be discerned in his eyes, resembling a tranquil lake without ripples. The sect leader was increasingly embodying the essence of a true sovereign. Zhou Banjian observed Luo Tian's composed demeanor and felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He hastily revealed his purpose. Sovereign, it concerns Xianyi Valley. Xianyi Valley, the sect where Zheng Ping'an's fiancé resided. Luo Tian recalled that after the news of Zheng Ping'an's demise, representatives from Xianyi Valley had visited Tai Su Dao sect, but had since fallen silent. What has transpired in Xianyi Valley? Luo Tian inquired with concern. The old crone of the coffin is near death. She wishes for the sect leader to provide protection for her 2 disciples, Zhou Banjian lamented. The 2 families once had a bond, but now, with Zheng Ping'an's death, the gap between Xianyi Valley and Tai Su Dao sect had widened significantly. The request for protection from the old crone might be a genuine plea for survival. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian nodded. The 2 disciples of the old crone possessed commendable talent. Taking them in as disciples of Tai Su Dao sect would indeed be advantageous. After Zhou Banjian departed, Luo Tian made his way to Xianyi Valley. Within Xianyi Valley, 2 women knelt by the bedside of a frail, white-haired crone, weeping inconsolably. The figure in the crone's eyes gradually became clearer. She sensed a peculiar energy that allowed her to restore herself to optimal condition with her last breath. Upon noticing Luo Tian's arrival, the 2 women respectfully greeted. We pay our respects to the esteemed elder of Tai Su. Luo Tian acknowledged them with a nod, disregarding their presence, and turned to the old crone. Your lifespan has reached its end. I will use my divine abilities to gather the last vestiges of life for you. You have 1 more day? What would happen after that? Luo Tian did not specify, but the 3 could surmise the implications. The old crone rose and expressed her gratitude. Gradually, she began to regain her youth. The wrinkles on her face smoothed out, transforming her into a stunning beauty. Luo Tian couldn't help but reflect on the relentless passage of time, as he had heard from Zhou Banjian that this old crone had once been renowned for her beauty in her youth, and indeed, it proved true. After departing Xianyi Valley, the old crone did not take her 2 disciples with her. She instructed them to live well within Tai Su Dao sect before leaving alone, never to return until the sun rose from the opposite horizon. Luo Tian understood that the old crone would never come back. He prepared to take the 2 disciples of Xianyi Valley to Tai Su Dao sect. Elder, I wish to remain in Xianyi Valley. This is my master's lifelong dedication. He treated me as his own daughter. I cannot let the legacy of my master fade into history, declared the graceful young woman, kneeling firmly, as if she had made a profound resolution. Luo Tian regarded her determined gaze and smiled. Very well. If your master knew, she would undoubtedly be immensely gratified. However, once you become the head of Xianyi Valley, you must not adhere to the outdated and flawed rules established by your master. Songya chose to remain in Xianyi Valley, and Luo Tian did not dissuade her. It was her decision. By opting to inherit the legacy of the old crone and become the head of Xianyi Valley, she would dedicate herself to healing the world. However, the other young woman lacked Song Ye's resolve, casting a glance of shame towards her junior sister. It is only natural that the master favors her. I do not possess the courage to continue in Xianyi Valley. Ahead lay a colossal entity occupying 2 regions, the path of cultivation shining brightly. Behind was merely a small valley. She understood the dichotomy of choices in her heart. Chapter 160, a comprehensive eradication of demonic players. After casually settling the young woman, Luo Tian chose to disregard her. With her talent, she would soon fade into obscurity, unable to make any significant waves within Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian opened the chat channel, and more good news arrived. One after another, 3 more players ascended to the rank of 3rd-level sect master, bringing the total number of 3rd-level sect masters among players to 15, all formidable figures at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. He headed into the Demon Suppression Tower to collect golden spiritual liquid and elixirs, as the golden spiritual liquid had always been in high demand within the sect. And Luo Tian contemplated upgrading the Demon Suppression Tower to the next level. However, the resources required were substantial, leaving him in a state of indecision. In the early morning, a throng of eager disciples surged into the contribution hall, and within 2 short hours, they had completely depleted a quarter's worth of golden spiritual liquid and elixirs. Among them were Li Yu and Li Ernyo. Upon spotting Li Ernyo, Li Yu jogged over with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Senior brother Ernyo, it's wonderful to see you again. Thank you for saving my life last time. Li Ernyo, recognizing the familiar face, beamed in response. Ah, it's junior sister Li Yu. We are of the same sect. There is no need for such formalities. The two walked together, engaging in lively conversation. Before parting, Li Yu presented Li Ernyo with a vial of 2nd-tier golden spiritual liquid. Witnessing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this girl named Li Yu was indeed the best match for the simple-minded Li Ernyo. The naive Li Ernyo stood there, holding the golden spiritual liquid and watching the departing beauty, utterly at a loss. This prompted Luo Tian to resolve to find an opportunity to further assist in nurturing their blossoming relationship. Within the sect, some disciples had perished, while others gained new opportunities. Soaring to prominence, Luo Tian, with a flicker of inspiration, concealed some earth-tier techniques in the corners of the sect and crafted several treasure maps, scattering them throughout the sect, leaving the fortune of discovery to fate. After all, luck is also a part of strength. He couldn't help but wonder how the situation in Liangzhou was unfolding. As he was still concerned about his 3 disciples, the longer this dragged on, the stronger the demon emperor would become. These demonic cultivators were no benevolent beings. They were reckless madmen. Although the righteous forces of Diyu were not devoid of flaws, the difference lay in the fact that the demons ruthlessly slaughtered and pillaged without restraint, while the righteous at least concealed their tracks and understood the principle of sustainable exploitation, offering protection to the weak. In the first month of the 14th year of the Tai Su calendar, Zheng Pingyuan and the Dragon Slaying Guard destroyed a demon den, slaying several renowned masters from the 66 demonic factions. In the second month, Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang encountered an ambush from demonic players, escaping death with the intervention of a 9th-level Purple Mansion cultivator. In the third month, Luo Ming faced an ambush from demonic players, joining forces with Lu Yunming, the heir of Penglai Island, to eradicate the attacking demons. In the 4th month, Li Ernyo failed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm and sustained severe injuries. In the 5th month, Nan Hongsang attended the Qi Yu Young Alchemist Conference, finishing at the 17th position. In the 6th month, Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang stumbled upon an opportunity, significantly enhancing their cultivation, both breaking through to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. As the year concluded, Luo Tian, having amassed enough resources from the year's traversal package, unhesitatingly chose to activate it. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring the golden quality divine ability, Devourer of Heaven and Earth. Devourer of Heaven and Earth, gold capable of consuming all resources and converting them into one's own spiritual power. The stronger the physical body, the more spiritual power can be stored, and it can accelerate the recovery of any injury sustained. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. This was undoubtedly a formidable divine ability. Akin to a perpetual motion machine, he would no longer need to rely on basic attacks. Divine abilities could serve as his primary means of offense. He decisively equipped it. Now he possessed 4 divine abilities. As long as he did not face a golden core opponent, he was invincible against all below that level. These demonic miscreants were becoming increasingly outrageous. Luo Tian, pulled from his joy, felt a surge of chilling murderous intent. Among the demonic players, a 3rd-level sect master had also emerged. While their numbers were certainly far fewer than those of the righteous players, these individuals had grown brazen, beginning to target disciples of their own kind without any semblance of restraint. Disciples were the lifeblood of players. Luo Tian convened a meeting of righteous players, gathering all third-level players. As they gazed at the composed Luo Tian, none dared to speak first, a palpable aura of terror weighing heavily upon them, as though they were facing a golden core powerhouse, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. Even though they had become third-level sect masters, they posed no threat to Luo Tian. Luo Tian surveyed the assembly, speaking calmly. Demonic players have begun to act without any regard for boundaries against our righteous disciples. This statement instantly changed the expressions of the crowd. The demons had third-level players. Third-level players were at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Their disciples were merely at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Should they encounter an ambush by a third-level demonic player, it would be a certain death. How dare they act in such a manner? One sect master could no longer contain his fury. Although players were divided into righteous and demonic factions, they all understood that disciples were their lifeblood. There were rules. Matters between disciples were to be resolved by the disciples themselves. Since the demonic players had torn up the rulebook, why wait? They should directly eliminate all their disciples and then seek an opportunity to take down those few demonic third-level sect masters, leaving them unable to stir up any more trouble. The imposing figure projected from the shadows was irritable, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Alliance leader. Someone hesitated, realizing that once this unrestrained battle commenced, it would be difficult to put an end to it. Luo Tian smiled slightly, his hands clasped before him as he leaned forward, addressing the crowd. Now, let us begin the vote on whether to initiate the hunt for the demonic player's disciples. Hands were raised, and some faces remained silent. Among the 15 third-level sect masters, 7 opted to engage in the slaughter of demonic disciples. An eye for an eye. 8 remained indifferent. Luo Tian tapped his fingers against the jade table, speaking softly. I hope you all understand one thing. Retreating will change nothing. It will only embolden the demonic players. The meeting ended on an unsatisfactory note. After their departure, within the first month, 2 disciples of third-level players were attacked and killed. The 2 third-level players directly approached the Tai Su Dao sect to find Luo Tian. Alliance leader. The demonic players have gone too far. They show no mercy, and we can no longer afford to reason with them. Luo Tian chuckled. At the second players' conference, without exception, a unanimous vote was cast for the judgment against the demonic players. A comprehensive and unrestrained assault was officially initiated. Chapter 161, The Reborn One. In the demonic camp, since the Demon Emperor led the powerful figures of the 66 demonic factions to attack Liangzhou, players from the demonic faction assisted in targeting the various righteous forces that came to support Liangzhou, resulting in many renowned figures from the righteous path falling victim to ambushes. Consequently, players from the demonic camp were rewarded handsomely by the Demon Emperor. Some players of mediocre talent, due to their ruthless nature, unexpectedly rose to become third-level sect masters. However, now the players in the demonic camp faced grave troubles. Recently, the righteous players had inexplicably begun a large-scale purge of the demonic sects, targeting their disciples for elimination, which led to significant losses for the demonic camp. Lin Zun of the Divine Hall was infuriated, cursing. You fools really think Luo Tian has survived this long merely by luck? We are all of a kind, having broken the rules. Do you truly believe others will cower like turtles, allowing you to bully them? Lin Zun could not fathom how these individuals dared to directly assail the disciples of players, particularly the disciples of the foremost righteous figure, player Luo Tian. Now, they have overturned the table, and others have done the same in return. Just yesterday, several of his promising disciples were ruthlessly eliminated by the righteous players, suffering significant losses. Mo Wu Dao of the Jiejie sect wore a grim expression. For the fool Lin Zun spoke of was indeed him. Lin Zun dismissed Luo Tian as merely fortunate, having recruited a few golden quality disciples. If those golden quality disciples were slain, the righteous faction would be rendered insignificant. Mo Wu Dao, with a darkened countenance, remarked, We both understand the rapid cultivation speed of golden quality disciples. It may not be long before Luo Tian ascends to the rank of a 4th-level sect master. At that point, will we have any chance to rise? Lin Zun scoffed. So, after expending such a great cost, even losing a 3rd-level sect master, what is the outcome? It is evident. Such a heavy price. And yet not a single disciple of the Tai Su Dao sect was slain, provoking Luo Tian's wrath instead. Mo Wu Dao found it perplexing. His actions had been clandestine. And even in failure, his whereabouts should not have been exposed so swiftly. At this juncture, the demonic faction had suffered grievously, making it impossible to continue a relentless struggle against the righteous faction. They resolved to gather all demonic players and retreat to Liangzhou, where, whether within 6 months or a year, it would surely fall to the Demon Emperor, turning vast territories into demonic soil. Under the protection of the Demon Emperor, The players of the righteous faction would not dare to act recklessly. The advantage of the demonic faction lies in their rapid cultivation. Within a decade, the number of third-level players will significantly increase. Engaging in a desperate struggle with the righteous faction at this stage is truly unwise. Pressured by the circumstances, the players of the demonic faction had no choice but to retreat to Liangzhou, dedicating their efforts to assist the Demon Emperor in capturing that territory. Within the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian received news of the demonic players' retreat to Liangzhou, feeling a slight surprise. There were indeed astute players among the demonic faction. The demonic path revels in slaughter, but excessive bloodshed clouds the mind. In other words, the minds of those in the demonic path are often clouded, prone to impulsive actions. This time, Luo Tian had laid a vast net, awaiting the moves of those third-level demonic sect masters, intending to eradicate them completely. However, with their retreat to Liangzhou, Luo Tian's plans fell through. He could not set foot within Liangzhou and offer his current players as pawns to the local righteous power, merely as expendables. Temporarily resolving the nuisance posed by the demonic players, Luo Tian's gaze returned to the tranquil lake's surface. A plump carp nibbled gently at his hook. With a swift motion, Luo Tian pulled, and the golden carp leapt, transforming into a golden mist under the sunlight, drifting away. The surface of the lake shimmered with droplets, forming a mirror that reflected a scene. This fortuitous opportunity had unexpectedly fallen into his hands. Luo Tian recognized the boy in the reflection. The scene depicted the library pavilion. Inside the library pavilion, a plainly dressed boy curiously examined the opportunity he had discovered, his heart racing. Indeed, in a past life, someone had found a mid-grade Earth-level sword technique within the library pavilion, shining brilliantly in the inner sect competition. It must be this sword technique. Yuhang felt his breath quicken. In this life, he seized the initiative, joining the Tai Su Dao sect, and stood out in the outer sect competition. Entering the inner sect, his aim was the opportunities within the inner sect. The mid-grade Earth-level sword technique was coveted even by Golden Core experts, who would vie for it. Who could have imagined it would turn out to be a mere rag used to prop up a table? His knowledge of this information stemmed entirely from being a reincarnator. In his previous life, Yuhang was quite ordinary, having joined the Tai Su Dao sect until that cataclysmic battle, where countless disciples perished, allowing him to be granted entry into the inner sect as an exception. The inner sect held many legends, concealing numerous opportunities, imbued with great fortune. It birthed countless prodigious myths. Yet, he had merely been a backdrop to these prodigies, an unremarkable figure. Now, Yuhang had been reborn. As long as he methodically seized opportunities, he was confident he could surpass the prodigious figures of his past life, even rivaling the most dazzling stars. Yuhang left with the rag and returned to his residence. Although the elder of the library pavilion found it strange that a disciple showed interest in a tattered rag, he attributed it to a peculiar hobby of the inner sect disciples, for everyone must have their interests. The elder of the library pavilion withdrew his gaze, no longer concerned. Yuhang returned to his quarters, cleaning the rag meticulously, obsessively examining it. However, he discerned nothing. No, that couldn't be. I must have overlooked something significant. Yuhang's eyes were bloodshot as he sought ways to decipher the sword technique hidden within the rag until, a month later, he suddenly understood, laughing heartily. So that's it. The Great Celestial Transformation Sword Technique. What a splendid name. Once I master this sword technique, I will undoubtedly shine in the next inner sect competition, gaining the favor of an elder and becoming a true disciple. Time was of the essence. He must grow stronger swiftly, utilizing every means available to ensure his survival amidst the impending calamity. Yuhang murmured to himself, his focus sharpening as he began to cultivate the Great Celestial Transformation Sword Technique, entirely unaware that, in another corner of the Tai Su Dao sect, a figure observed his every move through a water mirror. Name, Yuhang. Age, 17. Talent, Reincarnator, Gold, Flash of Inspiration, Purple, Fate Entwiner, Black. Qualification, 65. Comprehension, 61. Loyalty, 80. A Reincarnator. Chapter 162, Luo Ming's Golden Opportunity. Reincarnator, Gold Fortune 30, reborn in the past, possessing memories of the future, capable of seizing opportunities step by step. Fate Entwiner, Black, burdened with an unknown grand scheme. As a pawn, is this opportunity or misfortune? When Yuhang emerged from the outer sect competition into the inner sect, Luo Tian had already taken notice of him. However, due to his Fate Entwiner status, it was highly likely that his reincarnation was not coincidental, but orchestrated by a certain powerful entity. Luo Tian refrained from acting hastily. As he could not ascertain whether the hidden powerful entity was friend or foe, he opted to observe in the shadows. Now, it seemed that the timeline of this reincarnator before his rebirth was not vastly different from the current one. Luo Tian pondered. If the items he had buried could be found by this reincarnator, it implied that the reincarnator had also traversed the timeline of the Tai Su Dao sect. Moreover, it was very likely that this reincarnator had intricate connections with the Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian's concern deepened regarding the great calamity mentioned by the reincarnator. The days began to turn tumultuous. Luo Tian calculated, but the celestial mechanisms remained murky, yielding no results. In Liangzhou, under the invasion of the 66 demonic veins and the presence of the demon emperor, the forces of Liangzhou's cultivators quickly suffered defeat. Zheng Pingyun spat out a mouthful of blood. His sword had become dull, its spiritual essence dissipating, transforming into demonic nature. Countless fiends have perished at his hands. By all that is sacred, why have those prominent figures not yet arrived to rectify this calamity? My lord, what do you suppose the higher-ups are scheming at this moment? A multitude of dragon-slaying guards turned their gazes toward the middle-aged man clad in the crimson garb of the dragon-slaying guard. This man, the commander of the dragon-slaying guard and the deputy director of the Demon Suppression Bureau, was a deity of the nascent soul realm, known as Xuanyuan. The dragon-slaying guard had dispatched forces to Liangzhou, yet their numbers had been decimated by more than half, marking this as the most grievous loss in a millennium. Were it not for the intervention of the dragon-slaying guard, Liangzhou might have already succumbed, becoming a stronghold of the demonic path. However, in such dire circumstances, the ruler of Liangzhou, the heavenly sovereign of the primordial realm, showed no signs of appearing. The middle-aged man fell into silence. Aware that it was not merely the ruler of Liangzhou who had vanished, the sovereigns of all 9 provinces had likewise disappeared. Even the head of the Demon Suppression Bureau was nowhere to be found. What were they doing? How many more lives must the dragon-slaying guard sacrifice to bring an end to this disaster? In the blood-red expanse of heaven and earth, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang finally arrived in Liangzhou after enduring countless hardships. This battlefield resembled a meat grinder. Cultivators of both Qi refinement and foundation establishment perished in droves, while even those of the Purple Mansion realm faced uncertain fates, frequently falling in battle. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile of tacit understanding. In the distance, a demonic cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something amiss. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of 2 youths grinning at him. Let us strike together and eliminate him. We shall seize his storage ring and interrogate him about the whereabouts of other demonic cultivators. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang had journeyed thousands of miles to this battleground, driven by the vast opportunities that lay scattered across the land. The Purple Mansion cultivator was caught off guard. He barely registered the transformation of one youth, who enveloped him in a torrent of murderous intent. A blood-red spear pinned him against a cliff, while Chu Mozhang, his pupils turning pale, swiftly subdued the demonic cultivator. The two plundered his storage ring and all his cultivation resources, commencing a rampage under the guidance of their captive. Within a forbidden area, the dual energies of yin and yang swirled around an ancient tree. Atop the tree hung 2 fruits, one entirely white and the other wholly black, each embodying the principles of yin and yang. This was the fabled yin-yang tree, a celestial treasure. The protagonist's father had mentioned that such a marvel had only been seen during the Dragon Xia dynasty a millennium ago. Since the downfall of that dynasty, the world had not witnessed another yin-yang tree. A girl's excited voice shattered the tranquility of the ancient tomb. Beside her stood a youth clad in a crescent moon robe, a smile gracing his face. These two were Lu Yunming, the heir of Penglai Immortal Island, and Luo Ming, who had ventured out for training. They had vanquished demons and eradicated evil, witnessing the depths of human nature while seeking opportunities and encountering many fortuitous events. Recently, after Lu Yunming had a dream revealing a place of opportunity, they followed the vision and discovered an underground cavern leading to the scene before them. They had unearthed the legendary celestial treasure, the yin-yang tree. Just as Luo Ming prepared to approach and pluck the fruits from the yin-yang tree, the very fabric of space trembled violently. A beam of light transcended time and space, striking Luo Ming. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. The surroundings were pitch black, and at the center of this space stood a colossal stone giant in chains. The giant suddenly lifted its head, fixing its gaze upon Luo Ming. You bear the aura of the 9 secrets of the primordial chaos. Are you a descendant of my royal lineage? A terrifying presence bore down upon Luo Ming like a tempest, instilling fear within him. Esteemed elder, I stumbled into this realm unintentionally. The 9 secrets of the primordial chaos were imparted to me by my master. I beseech you, do not take offense. Luo Ming hastily replied, recognizing the formidable nature of the giant. The giant's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment before it continued, my time is fleeting. Although you are not the one I await, I may not live to see that day. Shall we strike a bargain? I can divulge the means to evade the formation and obtain the yin-yang tree. And I can also teach you the middle 3 secrets of the 9 secrets of the primordial chaos. In exchange for a favor owed to the descendants of Dragon Xia, to protect them in their time of need. Luo Ming pondered for a moment. This deal seemed advantageous. He acquiesced. The giant laboriously extended a finger, touching Luo Ming's brow. In the next moment, within the Tai Su Dao sect, congratulations to player Luo Tian's disciple Luo Ming for triggering a golden opportunity. Receiving rewards of the 9 secrets of the primordial chaos, middle section, and the celestial treasure, yin-yang tree. Current level of the 9 secrets of the primordial chaos is upper tier celestial. Luo Tian beamed with joy, indeed. Allowing this young lad to venture out for training was a wise decision. Not only had he acquired the middle section of the 9 secrets of the primordial chaos, but he also obtained a celestial treasure. Curiosity piqued, Luo Tian opened the sect's daily records to check on the recent happenings of several disciples. Year 14 of Tai Su. Month 7. Luo Ming and Lu Yunming performed a rite for a pig demon that had never harmed anyone. The two felt guilty. Year 14 of Tai Su. Month 8. Zheng Ping'an killed 3 demonic cultivators of the Purple Mansion, fell into an ambush, sustained severe injuries, and was timely rescued by a powerful member of the dragon-slaying guard. Year 14 of Tai Su. Month 9. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang arrived at the Liangzhou battlefield, where they conspired and, utilizing their divine abilities in concert, wreaked havoc upon the battlefield, specifically targeting weaker, demonic cultivators of the Purple Mansion for assassination, plundering resources, and advancing their cultivation. Chapter 163, The Quest for Immortality. Year 14 of Tai Su. Month 10. Luo Ming and Lu Yunming discovered an ancient relic. Their curiosity led them to explore, where they encountered the guardians of Dragon Xia. And Luo Ming struck a deal with them, obtaining an opportunity. Year 14 of Tai Su. Month 11. Li Yu invited Li Erniu to explore the relic together. Falling into an ambush, to evade pursuit, they hid in a mountain village, posing as a married couple, awaiting their chance to act. Year 14 of Tai Su. Month 12. Yu Hang discovered a relic, gaining 10 in golden opportunity qualification and 10 in comprehension. What a remarkable reincarnate. Luo Tian never anticipated such extraordinary opportunities existed in this world. Yu Hang's discovery had resulted in a 10 boost to both qualification and comprehension. Within the sect, numerous disciples gathered, observing the clash between two figures, Cheng Huaijin and Jiang Tianming. These two youngsters sparred every few months, a spectacle Luo Tian had grown accustomed to. Though it invariably concluded with Cheng Huaijin's defeat, Luo Tian chuckled inwardly. Perhaps one day, Cheng Huaijin would unleash her demonic prowess and finally achieve victory. This was merely a trivial episode that swiftly passed. The outcome, as always, was Cheng Huaijin's loss. Facing the dejected Cheng Huaijin, Luo Tian merely smiled nonchalantly, reassuring her not to dwell on it. With 4 senior brothers supporting the sect, the burdens would never fall upon her shoulders. The young girl should forget past grievances and focus on her cultivation within the sect. For months later, Liangzhou fell. The demon emperor struck, slaying 18 nascent soul cultivators in a single, devastating blow, shattering all defenses and establishing Liangzhou as the stronghold of the demonic path. Within the city, clad in the crimson dragon-slaying armor, the commander of the dragon-slaying guard stood resolutely before the demon emperor, brandishing his sword and addressing his comrades behind him. You must leave. I can only hold him off for 10 breaths. The demon emperor regarded the figure of the infinite god with keen interest, a glimmer of appreciation gracing his countenance. I admire your spirit. Lay down your weapon and surrender to me, and I shall grant you eternal life. The infinite god remained silent, silently counting down. 1 breath. The dragon-slaying guards, resolute in their purpose, activated the teleportation array without hesitation, the shimmering barrier enveloping them gradually. It seems you have made your choice. Those who stand against me shall not meet a favorable end. You will share the same fate as those 18 fools, your millennia of cultivation rendered meaningless. The demon emperor's gaze turned icy as he transcended space, appearing before the infinite god and raising his hand to strike. The earth trembled, and in an instant, the entire city crumbled into ashes. Thousands of miles away, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang witnessed this terrifying spectacle and fled without a backward glance. The demon emperor was utterly fearsome, capable of extinguishing their lives with greater ease than crushing ants. Over the past half-year, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang had united to eliminate more than a handful of demonic cultivators, inciting a bitter hatred from the demonic faction. If captured by the demon emperor, their survival would be unlikely. Yet, unbeknownst to them, amidst the dragon-slaying guards, a familiar figure stood. The demon emperor raised his palm, his expression shifting slightly. It appears I have underestimated you. With a single strike, he suppressed the infinite god deep into the ground, causing his arms to shatter, yet he remained standing, spitting forth blood. 3 breaths. The demon emperor's eyes remained unfazed as he transformed his palm into a fist, striking downward. The earth around them collapsed, forming an unfathomable pit. The infinite god still clung to life, trembling as he retrieved a violet pill, consuming it as the essence of countless purple realm beasts erupted within him. He continued to stand defiantly before the demon emperor. The teleportation array operated under Xuanyuan, and the others began to activate, transforming into a beam of light that pierced the heavens. The demon emperor reached out to intercept, but was blocked by the infinite god. Why bother? Emotionless. The demon emperor crushed the infinite god, yet 10 breaths had already passed. The dragon-slaying guards had been whisked away from Liangzhou. Ultimately, they could not prevent the demon emperor from establishing his empire, inadvertently facilitating his ascension in power. With the celestial lord absent, the demon emperor stood invincible. Within the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian gazed at the news of Liangzhou's fall on the Jiuzhou channel, his heart a tumult of emotions. The demonic forces had swiftly risen with an unstoppable momentum. The Jiuzhou had now become 7 states. For players, this was a boon. The demon emperor's might represented a common foe for both righteous players and local cultivators alike. They had gained a moment of respite. And what Luo Tian needed to do was seize this opportunity to rapidly strengthen the player community. Year 15, Month 4 of the Tai Su calendar, Zheng Pingyuan, Su Cheng, and Chu Mozhang withdrew from Liangzhou in search of new opportunities. Year 15, Month 5, Luo Ming successfully refined the celestial grade treasure, the Zhiyang fruit, comprehending golden quality divine abilities, reaching the 6th level of the purple realm. Year 15, Month 6, Zhou Zhou of the demon-slaying guard found himself besieged. But Jiang Tianming led the disciples of the sect to successfully break the siege and vanquish the demons. Luo Tian blinked. Old Zhou wouldn't be trying to matchmake Jiang Tianming with that little girl Zhou Zhou, would he? He had reason to suspect that Zhou Zhou's predicament was not merely coincidental, but rather orchestrated by Zhou Banzian. One was his proud disciple, the other his beloved granddaughter. Jiang Tianming's future was limitless, and it seemed he could protect Zhou Zhou for a century without issue. Even if Zhou Banzian was plotting behind the scenes, Luo Tian found it quite reasonable. It had been precisely 1 year since the last gift package was opened. Luo Tian decided to unveil the accumulated packages from the past year. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Seeking Immortal token. Luo Tian gazed curiously at the token that materialized in his hand. Seeking Immortal token, special, can be used to enter the Seeking Immortal Pavilion to select a legacy, rumored to contain the inheritance left by an immortal. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. An inheritance left by an immortal. This was no ordinary immortal. The immortal referred to in the Seeking Immortal token should indeed be one who had truly attained immortality, transcending the 5 elements, free from the cycle of reincarnation. Currently, in the annals of this realm's history, the closest being to an immortal was still the elusive Emperor Yu. Aside from that, there were only legends of immortals, with no cultivator having truly achieved such a state. Luo Tian contained his excitement. The matter of the Seeking Immortal token must remain concealed, lest the allure of the Tai Su Dao sect surpass that of the Demon Emperor in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, within the Tai Su Dao sect, Zhou Banzian was engaged in a lively discussion with Yun Tianhua. Suddenly, Yun Tianhua shifted the topic, turning to Zhou Banzian. Old Zhou, what exactly are you trying to achieve? The predicament of the demon-slaying guards was your design, wasn't it? A stiff smile crossed Zhou Banzian's face as he sighed. Elder Yun should know. This old bone of mine won't last much longer. My only concern is for my granddaughter. Yun Tianhua, puzzled, replied, Old Zhou, even after you depart, there will still be the sect master, Jing'an, and your disciple Jiang Tianming, to care for Zhou Zhou. Why do you still worry? Zhou Banzian closed his eyes, his expression exuding an aura of gravitas akin to Mount Tai, his tone resolute. I act for her benefit. I would rather she despise me for a lifetime than face a solitary existence in this ruthless realm of cultivation. Family matters are often the hardest to resolve. Seeing Zhou Banzian's unwavering determination, Yun Tianhua refrained from dissuasion, trusting that Zhou Banzian possessed his own discernment. Year 15. Month 7 of the Tai Su calendar. The commander of the dragon-slaying guard perished in battle, stirring Zheng Pingyuan's resolve to strive ardently for vengeance against the demon emperor. Year 15. Month 8. While fleeing, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang encountered an elderly man who bestowed upon them an opportunity, both breaking through to the 4th level of the purple realm. Year 15. Month 9. Li Erniu delved into the divine wilderness village, uncovering a significant secret, and together with Li Yu, chose to reside there, intending to investigate the mysteries of the village. Year 15. Month 10. your sect disciple Song Shu inadvertently discovered a plot by the great demons and was pursued by them. Luo Tian's gaze sharpened. In recent years, the presence of demonic creatures had overshadowed that of the demon clan, and the sight of these great demons conspiring together hinted at unspeakable secrets. This was intriguing. It seemed imperative to investigate what these demons sought to stir up. Luo Tian, filled with curiosity, recalled his previous encounter at the Black Wind Mountain of the demon clan, where he sensed the presence of a great secret. Regrettably, before he could unveil it, the demon clan was silenced. Now, with the demons making a resurgence, could they be harboring a hidden card? In the eastern regions of Qiyu Prefecture, renowned demon kings gathered, while countless beasts trembled, immobilized by the oppressive aura emanating from these kings. Above them loomed an even more terrifying shadow, two pairs of crimson eyes piercing through the black mist, each eye dwarfing the imposing figures of the demon kings. The immense form concealed within the darkness was beyond comprehension. Behold the demon god. The demon kings bowed their proud heads before this colossal and fearsome entity, not daring to act presumptuously. The title of demon god denoted the mightiest among the demon race, equivalent in stature to the nascent soul stage among humans. Our demon clan has long suffered under the oppression of humanity. In these chaotic times, we have the perfect opportunity to break free from their shackles. Will you follow me to overthrow the rule of the Qiyu royal house? The enormous figure within the black mist extended countless arms, its voice gravelly enough to shake the very heavens. To the death, we shall follow the Lord of the Thousand Arms. The demon beings cried out fervently. In the present world, the demon clan was not devoid of a demon god. The dragon lord of the northern sea was indeed one such deity, yet he remained indifferent to the affairs beyond his domain. There was also a longevity deity, an ancient turtle who never concerned himself with the fate of the demon race. At last, they had encountered a capable leader who would take action, igniting excitement among the demon kings. The vast demon army commenced its assault on Qiyu Prefecture. Within the halls of the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian received news from his investigations. It turned out that an extraordinary figure had emerged within the demon clan, a nascent soul demon god known as the Lord of the Thousand Arms, leading the demon army in a counteroffensive against Qiyu Prefecture, seeking to disrupt the current turmoil. Such audacity suggested that this so-called demon god possessed significant prowess even among the nascent soul ranks. 3 days later, an edict arrived at the Taishu Dao sect, calling for their assistance in repelling the demon tide threatening the Qiyu royal house. Luo Tian cast a nonchalant glance at the decree. Should the Qiyu royal house and the Lord of the Thousand Arms engage in mutual destruction, it would be most advantageous for him. Naturally, he had no intention of fully aiding the royal house. He resolved to feign participation, dispatching only a handful of individuals to appease the request, then promptly disregarding it. A single nascent soul could hardly bring the Qiyu royal house to its knees. At worst, it would cause some inconvenience. To his surprise, Zhou Banzian had included Jiang Tianming in the training expedition. Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to gain experience. After some contemplation, Luo Tian also decided to include Cheng Huaijin in the training group. In the 15th year of Taishu, November, Luo Ming and Lu Yunming entered the dream realm and fell into a deep slumber. In December, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang faced an ambush by demonic cultivators, with the Lord of the Nine Curves River severely wounding the demon emperor, granting Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang an opportunity to escape. In January, Jiang Tianming killed the demon prince, inciting the wrath of the demon tide and finding himself surrounded. In February, Jiang Tianming reunited with the lost Cheng Huaijin, and the two fled together. In March, Jiang Tianming and Cheng Huaijin continued their desperate flight. In April, on the brink of death, Cheng Huaijin activated her protective demonic soul, slaying a demon king but sustaining grave injuries, only to be rescued by Jiang Tianming as they arrived at the Shenhui village. Luo Tian pondered for a moment. It seemed that Li Erniu and Li Yu were indeed in Shenhui village. The sect's daily records hinted that this village concealed a significant secret. As Jiang Tianming and Cheng Huaijin arrived in Shenhui village, he wondered if they could uncover its mysteries and seize opportunities. The demon tide army was indeed formidable. Luo Tian reflected. Even the Qiyu royal house was retreating in disarray. However, while he felt a sense of concern, he understood that the issue lay not in the inadequacy of Qiyu Prefecture, which could not even handle a single nascent soul demon god, but rather in the fact that the various factions within Qiyu had grown complacent. A solitary nascent soul demon god could not stir up great waves. Yet, who would resolve this dilemma? It would require time for these factions to reach a consensus, and until then, they could only endure. Time dulls the hero's spirit, leaving one to navigate through life with calculated strategies. Aside from the imminent threat posed by the demon army, Luo Tian was intrigued by the news of the wounded demon emperor. The existence known as the Lord of the Nine Curves River was truly formidable, able to inflict such damage upon the demon emperor. Though he may have perished, he had successfully delayed the demon emperor's advances. Chapter 165. The blooming of the other shore flower, Luo Ming's fortuity. 2 months later. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring the postnatal superior fortune treasure. The Xuanyuan Sword record. Xuanyuan Sword record. A postnatal superior fortune treasure capable of suppressing sect fortune. Level 1 effect. Increases the success rate of disciples and elders breaking through the golden core and nascent soul stages by 1. Luo Tian's eyes brightened. It had been many years since he last encountered a fortune treasure. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous with time. Every increment in the success rate of breakthroughs could prove crucial at decisive moments. Without hesitation, he upgraded the Xuanyuan Sword record to level 4. Enhancing the success rate of breakthroughs for both golden core and nascent soul stages by 2, while also mitigating the repercussions of failed breakthroughs by 10. This item was undoubtedly valuable. Once the sect developed, it would play an extremely pivotal role. With the demon tide front faltering and the demon army advancing by 3,000 miles, the Qiyu royal house issued another urgent command, requiring all major factions to send reinforcements. Luo Tian scoffed. Had they acted with fervor a decade earlier, they might have rallied their resources to withstand the demon tide. However, it was evident that the Qiyu royal house sought to weaken the major factions under the guise of the demon tide. Luo Tian was not about to fall into their trap. As the summer cicadas chirped merrily, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang returned to the sect. Both had reached the 4th level of the Purple Mansion stage, leaving the elders astonished by their unfathomable auras. Their breakthroughs seemed as effortless as drinking water. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang, however, were disappointed not to see Luo Ming, believing that after their numerous fortuitous encounters, their cultivation should be on par with, or even surpassing his. How strange it was that the senior brother was always eager to outshine his junior. Su Cheng felt quite vexed. The two sought out Luo Tian, presenting a plethora of items, spoils from the righteous and demonic battlefield. Luo Tian listened intently as they recounted their thrilling experiences. It was undeniable that Su Cheng's fortunate encounters played a significant role in their survival, allowing them to navigate perilous situations and escape against all odds. Surviving great calamities often leads to future blessings. They had gathered a wealth of rare treasures. This expedition had contributed immensely to their growth. When they spoke of an elder who had perished at the hands of the demon emperor while protecting them, both wore expressions of dejection and hatred. Should they become powerful one day, they vowed to avenge their elder by slaying the demon emperor. Luo Tian understood that the venerable elder in question was none other than the renowned Yuaning-level cultivator, known by the moniker 9 Curves of the Long River. To have inflicted grave wounds upon the demon emperor, who could slaughter Yuaning cultivators as easily as one would slay a dog. This individual was undoubtedly among the foremost existences beneath the celestial sovereign throughout the 9 provinces. Alas, such a formidable figure met an untimely demise. Had he collaborated with other powerful beings, perhaps they could have vanquished the demon emperor and quelled the chaos. Luo Tian felt a pang of regret. Yet if the demon emperor were to perish so effortlessly, the ones who would suffer in the aftermath would likely be players like themselves. Therefore, Luo Tian chose to conceal the news of the demon emperor's injury. Su Cheng and Chu Emoshang had no immediate intentions of venturing out for training. Their recent gains had been immensely substantial, necessitating time to thoroughly digest the resources acquired. The two of them engaged in cultivation within the sect while also serving as elders, imparting wisdom on the path of cultivation to their disciples. Time passed swiftly. In the 9th month of the 16th year of the Tai Su calendar, Li Long visited the Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian listened as Li Long boasted about his disciples' experiences over the years. Curiosity piqued within Luo Tian. He wondered when this fellow would finally embark upon a romantic entanglement with his disciple. Facing Luo Tian's inquisitive gaze, Li Long hesitated, his expression turning somber. Yuyo may regard me with feelings of a mentor or perhaps as a paternal figure. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, relationships between mentors and disciples are traditionally frowned upon. I do not wish for my personal desires to cast a shadow upon Yuyo, and thus, it is perhaps for the best that things remain as they are. Luo Tian rolled his eyes, concluding that this fellow harbored thieving ambitions but lacked the courage to act. Li Long's decision left Luo Tian feeling reflective. Over the span of 16 years, they, the visitors from another realm, had integrated with the local populace, bound by the constraints of this world. Besides possessing the destiny system, they were also integral members of this tangible reality. After Li Long departed, Luo Tian opened the sect's daily records to check on the recent circumstances of several young disciples. In the 9th month of the 16th year of the Tai Su calendar, Xuanyuan, and Zhang Tianming found themselves trapped in the divine wasteland village, subtly uncovering a fragment of its secrets, only to be interrupted by Li Erniu and Li Yu, thus severing the lead. Luo Tian noted. In the 10th month of the 16th year of the Taisu calendar, Luo Ming and Lu Yunming traversed to the netherworld through the dream realm. In the 11th month of the 16th year of the Taisu calendar, Luo Ming and Lu Yunming discovered the legendary Other Shore flower, its bloom granting them visions of deceased relatives and acquiring the legacy of the netherworld, resulting in a 1 to their golden quality divine abilities and a breakthrough to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion. In the netherworld, vast expanses of Other Shore flowers bloomed exuberantly, their petals resembling flames that threatened to incinerate all in existence. As Luo Ming observed the cascading petals, he felt as though he were ensnared by a spell of stillness. The vague figures in his mind gradually took on distinct outlines. Scenes of blood-sucking emerged in his consciousness. He witnessed the tender journey of 2 childhood friends evolving into a marriage. He saw the humble man's face adorned with a gentle smile, laboring day after day to chop wood and sell candied hawthorns. As time passed serenely, he beheld a day when the humble man and the gentle woman welcomed a newborn into the world, prompting the man to work even harder. He glimpsed the arrival of his master and elder Zhou, witnessing the humble man returning home with spirit stones, meticulously polishing them. However, tranquility was shattered on the day of the blood moon. The village fell victim to a beastly attack, resulting in numerous casualties. The humble man, in a bid to protect his wife and child, mustered the courage to wield an ordinary axe, an implement that struggled to split wood, let alone breach the defenses of the beasts. Thus, the humble man met his demise. The woman, hidden in the cellar, wept helplessly, too frightened to make a sound. As she sought to shield Luo Ming, a collapsing bridge struck her, leaving her injured, devoid of food, and unable to tend to her wounds. In the final moments of her life, she could only think to let her less-than-year-old infant drink her blood to survive until the morrow, to live through yet another day. The once sweet memories in Luo Ming's mind grew increasingly acrid. Father and mother. As the Other Shore flowers blossomed, he saw 2 figures gazing at him, their faces alight with comforting smiles, slowly fading into the light. Luo Ming fulfilled his wish, achieving another breakthrough in cultivation, ascending to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion. The blooming Other Shore flowers coalesced into a seed, which was then planted in Luo Ming's divine sea. He comprehended a golden quality divine ability. As the Other Shore flowers vanished, Luo Ming and Lu Yunming were seized by a hand of resplendent brilliance, returning them to the dream realm. Chapter 166. The Hatred of the Jin Yuan Long Family. In the 12th month of the 16th year of the Taisu calendar, Luo Ming and Lu Yunming were rescued by the Dream Sovereign at the moment the netherworld collapsed. Returning to the Dream Realm, where Luo Ming piqued the Dream Sovereign's interest, gaining a golden opportunity, inheriting from the Dream Realm, 1 to his golden quality divine ability, and breaking through to the 8th level of the Purple Mansion. Luo Tian mused. If his memory served him correctly, Luo Ming now possessed 1 red and 3 gold divine abilities. His attributes were more luxurious than even his own as the sect leader. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Purple Mansion. Squinting, Luo Tian murmured to himself, I must devise a method to advance to a 4th level sect leader, otherwise I shall be surpassed by little Ming, and that would be quite the disgrace. As the sect leader, it would be utterly embarrassing if he could not contend with his disciples. Luo Tian began to contemplate how one might slay a golden core cultivator. 17 years had passed since his arrival in the Destiny world. Each year, players had a free opportunity to recruit disciples. Each year, some fortunate souls managed to recruit disciples of purple quality. However, in the preceding 16 years, only Xuanyuan had successfully recruited a golden quality disciple through the recruitment orders. On the very first day of the 17th year, the Kyushu channel broadcast a shocking announcement that someone had recruited a golden quality disciple. Luo Tian stared expressionlessly at his own white quality disciple. Was this the price of having an advantage? Wow, that's impressive. A golden quality disciple. How enviable. The players murmured. Has the Destiny Emperor finally bestowed upon us another formidable figure? Recruiting a golden quality disciple could indeed propel one to great heights. 10 years ago, such an achievement would have been fraught with anxiety, but now, under Luo Tian's leadership, any recruitment of high-quality disciples could be reported to the Supreme Immortal Alliance, granting them not only elevated status, but also the protection and resources of the Alliance. Sighing, Luo Tian reflected that this year's luck was not as favorable as the previous. The disciple he recruited was merely of white quality, but he hoped for a legendary golden quality recruit next year. The fortunate individual who had summoned a golden quality disciple was a man named Xia Haoran from the Haoran sect. 17 years had elapsed. Yet he remained at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while somehow managing to recruit a golden quality disciple, ascending to greatness. Luo Tian dispatched a message, sending a 3rd-level sect leader to bring Xia Haoran to Qingli County. A sect leader with a golden quality disciple held boundless potential. Meanwhile, on the front line, the forces faced relentless setbacks against the tide of demonic beasts. The demon emperor of Liangzhou had fallen silent. In the following month, Luo Tian received word that a medium-sized secret realm had emerged. This realm was rich in spirit iron, spirit wood, and spirit stone mines, with lands saturated in spiritual energy capable of nurturing spiritual flora. The appearance of this medium-sized secret realm stirred excitement among various sections. In the main hall, Luo Tian gathered numerous elders for a rare meeting. The emergence of the medium-sized secret realm in Qinghe County has prompted prominent forces such as the Heavenly Sword Mountain and the Pure Yang Dao sect to dispatch elders to investigate, with even the Crimson Spectre King's manor sending personnel. The treasures within this secret realm are deemed indispensable. However, securing a share within it is no trivial task. Luo Tian smiled, suggesting that Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang lead the expedition to the secret realm, ensuring that the Tai Su Dao sect reaps its benefits. With Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang at the helm, the other elders felt reassured. Upon receiving their orders, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang emerged from seclusion, igniting a fierce competition within the sect for the limited spots to participate in the expedition, ultimately selecting 20 disciples to accompany them. As Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang set forth to vie for the treasures of the secret realm, they would be absent for several months at the very least. Luo Tian opened the sect's daily record. Year 17, month 3 of Tai Su. Zheng Pingyan has undergone the baptism of the Dragon Slayer Guard, achieving a breakthrough to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. Luo Tian's eyelids twitched. The last time he had observed Zheng Pingyan, he was merely at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. The foundation of the Dragon Slayer Guard is indeed profound, enabling Zheng Pingyan to leap 3 levels in a single bound. Year 17, month 4 of Tai Su. Jiang Tianming, Cheng Huaijin, Li Erniu, and Li Yu explored the secrets of the Divine Wilderness Village, encountering a mysterious being that triggered a golden encounter. Within the Divine Wilderness Village, smoke rose lazily from cooking fires. An elderly man, white-haired and leaning on a cane, appeared before the four. He was hunched over, panting with each step. Yet each movement seemed ethereal. The four were uncertain whether this old man was a human or a specter. His gaze fell upon Cheng Huaijin, and he chuckled. How intriguing. Little one, you harbor a supreme demon within you. Truly excellent material for cultivating the demonic path. With the emergence of the demon emperor, how can I, the demon lord, remain merely a wisp of vengeful spirit in this world? The four were gripped by terror as they found themselves unable to move, watching helplessly as the old man approached Cheng Huaijin and took her away. When they opened their eyes again, Jiang Tianming, Li Erniu, and Li Yu found themselves in a desolate land, unable to locate any trace of the Divine Wilderness Village, no matter how hard they searched. Player Luo Tian's disciple Cheng Huaijin has triggered a golden encounter, obtaining the inheritance of the Demon Lord, Demonic Nature 30, current Demonic Nature 85, all damage 35. Is this destiny? Luo Tian sighed softly. He wished for Cheng Huaijin to remain steadfastly human. Yet her innate talent destined her to become a formidable figure in the demonic realm. What secrets lie hidden within that peculiar Divine Wilderness Village, concealing a Demon Lord? To trigger a golden encounter, this Demon Lord must be at least a nascent soul cultivator. Luo Tian resolved to wait for Jiang Tianming and the others to return to the sect, intending to thoroughly investigate the matter. Year 17. Month 5 of Tai Su. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang, accompanied by sect disciples, arrived at Qinghe County, where they were provoked by the Jin Yuanlong family, only to be defeated by Su Cheng, inciting a 10 increase in hatred from the Jin Yuanlong family towards the Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian examined the hatred value of the Jin Yuanlong family. Goodness, 80 points of hatred. Did I kill your matriarch or betray your lineage? Luo Tian's expression darkened. An 80-point hatred value is indistinguishable from a vendetta. This is exceedingly petty. Year 17. Month 6 of Tai Su. Luo Ming learned of the opening of the Xuanyuan secret realm and rushed to Qinghe County, killing the heir and protector of the Jin Yuanlong family, inciting a 19 increase in hatred from the Jin Yuanlong family towards the Tai Su Dao sect. A sense of foreboding overcame Luo Tian. The hatred value of the Jin Yuanlong family towards the Tai Su Dao sect had reached 99. This is truly akin to an irreconcilable feud. It is likely that the old and shameless will take action. Having slain the heir of the Jin Yuanlong family, they would undoubtedly seek revenge against Luo Ming and his companions. Luo Tian synthesized all the Traverser gifts. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Tier 4 Wandering Order. The Tier 4 Wandering Order is a valuable item, yet it is currently of no use to Luo Tian. Within the Tai Su Dao sect, a light drizzle began to fall, while radiant rainbows soared from the Qingli and Chongning counties, majestic celestial powers resembling a myriad of stars in the heavens. Chapter 167, Luo Ming's Backing. In the Jin Yuanlong family, a middle-aged man clad in a dark golden robe opened his eyes, his phantom transforming into a colossal dragon stretching for thousands of meters, casting a shadow over the entire family. Someone has slain my son. The middle-aged man was engulfed in fury. His most beloved son's soul lamp had extinguished. The extinguishing of the soul lamp signifies death. No matter who you are, you must pay the price. The middle-aged man departed, vanishing from the Jin Yuanlong family. In Qinghe County, many powerful figures outside the secret realm shook their heads in lamentation. Luo Ming's act of slaying the young master of the Jin Yuanlong family was perceived as exceedingly unwise. The Jin Yuanlong family is fiercely protective of their own, and this incident is unlikely to conclude amicably. Within the secret realm, Luo Ming reunited with Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang. The three brothers engaged in a lengthy discussion, sharing their experiences over the years. Upon learning of Luo Ming's journey, Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang were filled with astonishment. They had not expected that the once small and insignificant Mingzi could stand alone after leaving the Tai Su Dao sect, daring to traverse 2 of the 9 forbidden zones. However, upon hearing that Luo Ming had slain the young master of the Jin Yuanlong family, they exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. The reason they had allowed the heir of the Jin Yuanlong family to live was due to their apprehension regarding the family's formidable backing. Now that matters had escalated to this point, they understood that further words would be futile. They must devise a plan to protect Luo Ming. Chu Mozhang looked at Su Cheng, who without hesitation sent a message to his fiancée. Upon receiving Su Cheng's message, Meng Lingyun grasped the seriousness of the situation and returned to the Dragon Palace in search of reinforcements. Luo Ming currently stands at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion, still far from the Golden Core stage. Yet, he remained unperturbed, sharing the details of his hidden trump cards with his 2 senior brothers. Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang were skeptical, but the 3 banded together to search for treasures within the secret realm, which is a rare medium-sized one, abundant with heavenly treasures. In Qinghe County, a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles is but a few hours for a golden core cultivator. The once clear blue sky suddenly darkened. A dark golden dragon unfurled its wings, blotting out the sun. As it breathed, a terrifying dragon breath engulfed an entire county. Atop the dragon sat a figure, radiating an aura of authority that resonated with the heavens and the earth. Upon witnessing the arrival, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The Jin Yuanlong family had indeed dispatched a golden core true lord. The current head of the Jin Yuanlong family, Long Feiyang. Where is the wretch that killed my son? Long Feiyang scanned the crowd with disdain, his dark golden pupils slitted, exuding a terrifying pressure that rendered everyone unable to harbor even a trace of defiance. A golden core true lord is genuinely fearsome, capable of effortlessly perceiving their innermost thoughts. The onlookers lamented inwardly. Those young individuals possessed remarkable potential. They were destined to become great figures in the future. Alas, their lack of restraint has drawn the ire of the Jin Yuanlong family. Upon discovering that the one who had slain his son resided within the secret realm, Long Feiyang cast his gaze into its depths. The regulations governing a medium-sized secret realm were beyond the capabilities of a mere golden core cultivator to breach. Even he, despite his prowess, had no choice but to abide by these rules, biding his time until Luo Tian and his companions exited the realm. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, accompanied by several dozen Tier 3 players, journeyed towards Qinghe County. After years of strategic concealment, he had diligently amassed a formidable foundation of players. Whether a contingent of several dozen 9th-level Purple Mansion cultivators could vanquish a Golden Core adversary remained uncertain to him. Yet he was resolute in his desire to test their mettle. In the Northern Sea, within the Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Dragon Lord was taken aback. Dream Lingyun, who had vanished in a fit of anger, had suddenly returned unannounced. "Speak, what brings you here?" He was well aware of his daughter's temperament. "Father, you must intervene to save Su Cheng. If you do not, your daughter shall face a life of widowhood," Dream Lingyun implored, clutching the hem of her father's robe and shaking it fervently. "Just as I anticipated, nothing but trouble." The Northern Sea Dragon Lord rolled his eyes. Deep down, he mused that the young man's demise might be for the best, sparing his precious daughter from the bonds of marriage. However, upon witnessing the glistening, tear-filled eyes of Dream Lingyun, he relented. "It is merely a trifling matter. There is no need for your father to intervene. Allow Grandfather Turtle to accompany you on this venture." An elderly man, bearing a green turtle shell and leaning on a cane, entered, his gaze towards Dream Lingyun imbued with warmth. Haha, let me see who dares to bully my son-in-law of the Northern Sea Dragon Palace. Grandfather Turtle declared as he and Dream Ling Yun traversed the layers of space towards Qinghe County. In the dream realm, Lu Yunming awoke from a vision of Luo Ming in peril and hastily sought the dream sovereign, her master. Having entered the dream realm alongside Luo Ming, she had caught the attention of the dream sovereign, who took her as a disciple, supported by the formidable powers of Panlai Island and the dream realm. After Luo Ming returned to the Tai Su Dao sect, Lu Yunming remained to cultivate within the dream realm. Master, Luo Ming is in trouble. I beseech you to save him, she implored. The dream sovereign's voice emerged from the mists. Ah, so that young man is in danger. No wonder you are so anxious. Very well, since it concerns him, I shall lend my aid, for I too wish to see how far that young fellow can go, whether he can reach the heights akin to the Emperor Yu. Instantaneously, the world became serene, and the image of Qinghe County emerged amidst the fog. In the depths of the underworld, within the most secluded palace, a chilling voice echoed, laced with authority. How audacious to lay hands on the chosen disciple of this lord. Countless chains, as robust as mountains, shattered the boundaries of the underworld, rending space itself. Long Feiyong awaited the opening of the secret realm when suddenly, a piercing chill, unlike any he had felt in centuries, coursed through him, from his feet to the nape of his neck, leaving him breathless. No, this is not mere cold. He realized with sudden clarity, the white mist bore no chill. This is someone employing divine powers to entice my true spirit. Fear gripped Long Feiyong. What kind of being could invoke such powers without warning, drawing forth his true spirit with no chance for resistance? By the time he comprehended the situation, it was too late. The world around him transformed into a blinding white expanse, the mountains and rivers beneath him morphing into a crystalline lake, reflecting his image like a mirror. The dream realm. This is the dream sovereign's divine manifestation. Long Feiyong pondered in trepidation. How had his young friend offended the sovereign to warrant such elaborate machinations? Recognizing his precarious situation, he had no choice but to lower his stance. For he stood before a true nascent soul master. Chapter 168. Crisis averted. Jiang Tianming returns to the sect. Long Feiyong could not fathom why the dream sovereign would appear in this place. The illusory dreamscape began to warp. A veiled, enchanting figure reclined upon a celestial bed of clouds, her fingers dancing gracefully. Although silent, her presence sent Long Feiyong's heart plummeting. The Long family had ancestors who had once encountered the dream sovereign. Though their memories of her visage had faded, they gradually reconstructed those fragments in their minds, aligning perfectly with the alluring woman before him, extinguishing any last flicker of hope. However, this was merely the beginning. The original dreamscape suddenly swayed, the ground beneath resembling a lake of mirrors cracking with ominous sounds. Dark mist seeped through the fissures, coalescing into a portal surrounded by black flames, reminiscent of a gateway to the netherworld. With a thunderous roar, the portal swung open, revealing a being draped in a python robe, engulfed in black flames, who descended to regard Long Feiyong with disdain. Upon seeing the arrival, the dream sovereign expressed mild surprise. What brings you here, old friend? As the black mist and flames receded, a red-faced elder emerged, smiling at the dream sovereign. Someone dares to bully the disciple I have chosen. Naturally, I must intervene as a protector. Long Feiyong felt a chill run down his spine. Esteemed elder, there must be some misunderstanding. I would never have the audacity to oppress your disciple, he protested, feeling utterly aggrieved. The red-faced elder sketched a caricature of a large-headed youth in the air and pointed at it. I am not unreasonable. Do you recognize him? Long Feiyong shook his head. Stop feigning ignorance. That was your son who killed my chosen disciple. The elder waved his hand, erasing the image, much to the amusement of the dream sovereign, who could barely contain her laughter. What a curious depiction. Was he drawing a turtle or a person? Long Feiyong finally grasped the situation, his eyes widening as he gritted his teeth, trembling. Elder, I truly had no knowledge that this young man was your disciple. The elder snorted. Even if you were unaware, does that grant you the right to act against him? It was but a single son lost. What significance does it hold? You could always have another. Why risk your own life? Long Feiyong thought to himself, is this even human? At that moment, had it not been for the overwhelming power of his opponents, he would have recklessly retaliated. The two sovereigns, high above as arbiters, did not immediately execute him. They were waiting. The Long family estate remained eerily silent, devoid of any movement. Within the dreamscape, a colossal dragon turtle burst into the realm, upon which sat a young girl. The dream sovereign and the underworld sovereign regarded the intrusion with interest. The Xuanyuan god of the Northern Sea Dragon Palace. Have you come to rescue him? The presence of three nascent soul experts divided the skies, as divine as it was demonic. In that moment, Long Feiyong felt as though he were an ant, crushed beneath the weight of 3 towering mountains. Yet upon seeing the dragon turtle, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Dragon Turtle Sr. I am the head of the Xuanyuan Long family. I implore you to save me. In principle, the Xuanyuan Long family fell under the jurisdiction of the Northern Sea Dragon Lord, a subordinate of the Northern Sea Dragon Palace. The colossal head of the dragon tortoise loomed over Long Feiyong, its icy gaze plunging the flickering hope within him back into despair. Do you dare to provoke the son-in-law of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Long Feiyong was taken aback. The son-in-law of the North Sea Dragon Palace? What a beast! Could he truly resort to such cruelty against a mere child? In Qinghe County, a sudden ethereal rain began to fall, cascading down like a curtain. A melancholic atmosphere enveloped the air. Long Feiyong, who had been meditating in the skies above Qinghe County, dissipated slowly like grains of sand. This scene did not go unnoticed by the powerful factions within the city. A gold core true monarch had perished. Luo Tian had yet to arrive in Qinghe County, but felt a wave of energy ripple through the air. The Xuanyuan Long clan harbors a hatred value of 90 towards the Tai Su Dao sect. The Lord of the Underworld domain holds a favorability of 50 towards the Tai Su Dao sect. The Lord of the Dream Realm holds a favorability of 50 towards the Tai Su Dao sect. The North Sea Dragon Palace holds a favorability of 50 towards the Tai Su Dao sect. Luo Tian mused. It seems his intervention is no longer required. Upon his arrival in Qinghe County, he received the news of the abrupt demise of the head of the Xuanyuan Long clan. A notion that aligned perfectly with Luo Tian's expectations. As the secret realm was set to open, the 3 individuals beheld Luo Tian outside its confines. Their master, so many possibilities flooded their minds, yet they never anticipated that it would be their own master awaiting them. Luo Tian regarded the 3 troublemakers and led everyone back to the sect. After deliberation, the trio learned of the head of the Xuanyuan Long clan's death and understood why Luo Tian had appeared in Qinghe County. They felt a surge of emotion. Luo Tian, merely at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, had dared to confront a gold core true monarch head-on. Luo Tian reflected on his good fortune in having such disciples. Although he had not achieved the task of eliminating a gold core, it had nonetheless inspired him with new insights. The forces backing Su Cheng included the North Sea Dragon Palace, while Luo Ming had the support of the Dream Realm and the Underworld Domain, all fortified by nascent soul experts. The completion of the tasks in the 3 counties was within reach. Now, they awaited Luo Ming's breakthrough to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion and sought a means to eliminate a gold core. A month later, the demonic army faced a catastrophic defeat. Luo Tian received the news with a peculiar expression. The once unstoppable demonic army had been utterly annihilated, with some dead and others fleeing. They had chosen to strike at Tianjin Mountain. Luo Tian recalled the steel he had obtained, belonging to the powerful Gu Xian of Tianjin Mountain, who had slain a great demon king, his sword intent lingering for a millennium. As the demonic tide descended upon Tianjin Mountain, the situation grew dire. However, a beam of sword light emerged from within, vanquishing several great demon kings, including a demon god, significantly weakening the demonic surge. Truly, this was the might of the former leader of the Qi Yu Sword Dao. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. And who knows how many ancient beings lurk within the sword tomb. Sighing, Luo Tian lamented the arrogance of the demon god, who had evaded consequences for too long, believing himself invincible. The retreat of the demonic tide, however, cast a shadow over Luo Tian's circumstances. In the 11th month of the 17th year of the Tai Su calendar, Jiang Tianming, Li Erniu, and Li Yu returned to the sect to report on the peculiarities of Shenhuang village. Sect Master, that village is quite strange. We became mere mortals within its confines, unable to harness any cultivation, and at night, horrific monsters roamed the village. Cheng Huaijin had been left behind by someone claiming to be a demon lord and was now missing, while Shenhuang village had mysteriously vanished. Luo Tian instructed Jiang Tianming to lead the way as Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang accompanied him in search of Shenhuang village's whereabouts. Luo Ming, on the other hand, delved into the quest for legacy within the seeking immortal order. Chapter 169, The Compromise of the Qi Yu Prince's Manor. Jiang Tianming swiftly guided the two to the site of Shenhuang village. After some exploration, Jiang Tianming turned around only to find that Su Cheng and Chu Mozhang had vanished. Could it be that the village could only be entered once? Jiang Tianming speculated, as he had never encountered such an enigmatic place. In the first month of the 18th year of the Tai Su calendar, Luo Ming emerged from the seeking immortal land. Without uttering a word, he entered seclusion. Luo Tian felt perplexed. He wondered what Luo Ming had encountered during his time in the seeking immortal land, yet there were no notifications from the system. In the second month of the 18th year of the Tai Su calendar, the long-dormant demon emperor finally stirred. With millions sacrificed, he forged a terrifying creature. Luo Tian remained indifferent. The affairs of the world held little concern for him. He was more interested in the happenings within the Tai Su Dao sect, such as who was breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm today, and who was transcending tribulations in the Purple Mansion tomorrow. Luo Ming was engrossed in his cultivation, unaware of when he would emerge. Cheng Huaijin remained in Shanhuang village, accepting the inheritance of the demon lord. Jiang Tianming, Su Cheng, and Chu Mozhang were also present in Shanhuang village. After some contemplation, Luo Tian turned his attention to Li Erniu. Li Erniu and Li Yu were indeed together, and it was evident that the adage a girl chasing a boy is like a layer of gauze held true. Luo Tian rejoiced at their evident progress. Up until now, the Tai Su Dao sect had yet to welcome a newborn into its ranks. The union of Li Erniu and Li Yu added a celebratory note to the sect. In the Chi Yu Prince's manner, the significant figures were incensed by Luo Tian's dominion over the 3 counties. The rapid growth of these extraordinary individuals was alarming. If this continued for another century, would even the Chi Yu Prince's manor be compelled to bow before these outsiders? The Chi Yu Prince's manor began to feel apprehensive. They must be eradicated. All potential threats must be eliminated, declared an ancient being within the palace. A projection materialized above the palace, revealing a captivating woman who spoke calmly. I believe the emergence of these outsiders is quite timely. With the demons unsettled, the demon emperor sweeping across the 9 provinces, and the world in chaos, how long do you think you can hold out? Should these outsiders grow stronger, even a single one reaching the Void Return realm could buy to you some time. Within the Chi Yu Prince's manor, a myriad of auras focused upon the woman. Dream Lord, how could you be here? Do you not fear the celestial sovereign learning of this and descending upon your dream realm? The ancient being within the manor expressed surprise, his tone grave. Among the 9 great domain lords, each was a formidable nascent soul cultivator, not to be trifled with. In the past, with an ancestor stationed, the lords had never dared to show themselves. Now, with the ancestor missing, the Chi Yu Prince's manor hesitated to provoke those ancient powers. The Dream Lord scoffed, dismissing. Those old fools are too preoccupied with their own affairs to erase all traces of existence. How could they appear in the world of the 9 provinces? After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice resounded. Do you think your dream realm can protect the outsiders? One person alone is insufficient. As the words fell, an endless black mist rose from the ground, connecting to the heavens. Creaking chains emerged from the black fog, and a figure in a loose black robe sat upon a throne, stating languidly, with my addition, is it enough? The ancient presence of the Crimson Phantom Royal Mansion fell silent. The 2 great lords of the realms made their appearance, surprisingly inclined to shelter those extraordinary beings. Within the Royal Mansion, the formidable powers engaged in discourse, ultimately reaching a compromise. They resolved not to act against the extraordinary beings, provided that the latter adhered to the established rules and refrained from recklessly targeting the practitioners of the 9 provinces. As the Lord of Dreams articulated, the celestial sovereigns of the 9 provinces had vanished without a trace. Outside, the demonic clans lurked with predatory intent, while within, the demon emperor harbored ambitions to engulf the 9 provinces. The various factions were disunited, contributing little despite their labor. Should those extraordinary beings lack formidable support behind them, the Crimson Phantom Royal Mansion would willingly choose to stifle these rapidly maturing entities in their cradles. Currently, engaging in conflict with the realms of Dream and Nether would prove to be a fruitless endeavor. Days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Supreme Void Dao sect. Luo Tian sat in a pavilion, squinting his eyes and cautiously observing the 3 figures that materialized before him. He sensed that each of these individuals was an immensely powerful presence. Why had these 3 elders come to the small sect? Luo Tian lowered his posture, compelled to tread carefully. After introductions were made, he came to understand their identities. The Lord of the Nether Realm, the Lord of the Dream Realm, and the former Crimson Phantom King of the Royal Mansion. He also grasped their intentions. The multitude of purple houses created by players within a mere 20 years had aroused the wariness of the Crimson Phantom Royal Mansion. Fortunately, with a powerful backing, negotiations could proceed smoothly. Concerning the demands set forth by the Crimson Phantom Royal Mansion, which included a prohibition against indiscriminately attacking the practitioners of the 9 provinces, Luo Tian readily acquiesced. Regardless of the demands, it was prudent to agree first and negotiate later. Once he attained the nascent soul stage, these stipulations would become mere scraps of paper. Although the old Crimson Phantom King held reservations about the amiability of these extraordinary beings, after all, who among them lacked ambition? He recognized that as long as they could utilize the strength of these players to fend off the Demon Emperor, what significance would the extraordinary beings hold once the ancestral figure was liberated from his predicament? A superficial agreement, each party harboring their own agendas, was ultimately established. After the departure of the old Crimson Phantom King, the Lord of the Nether and the Lord of Dreams surveyed the supreme Void Dao sect, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. The number of prodigies here was astonishing. It was no wonder the Crimson Phantom Royal Mansion sought to eradicate these extraordinary beings, for they were akin to a wholesale market of rare talent. A captivating woman smiled at Luo Tian. Lord Luo, our dream realm is predominantly populated by women. Should you not mind, you may send disciples to my realm for training, fostering connections between our two factions. Luo Tian squinted, pondering whether this was a proposal for breeding. Offspring born of prodigies would undoubtedly possess exceptional talents. He refrained from immediately agreeing, mindful that his disciples should not be at a disadvantage, even amidst the allure of the dream realm's many beauties. It is essential for you to understand that our Supreme Void Dao sect holds great respect for the opinions of its disciples. This matter is of great significance, and rash decisions may incite discontent among the disciples. The enchanting woman gazed intently at Luo Tian. Each woman from the dream realm possessed beauty that could captivate nations, leaving countless men from the outside world entranced. Her words implied that the dream realm was somehow taking advantage of the Supreme Void Dao sect. Beside them, the Lord of the Nether laughed heartily. Which of your delicate women from the dream realm could possibly attract attention? In my nether realm, both men and women are exceptionally robust. If one were to choose a partner for procreation, it would undoubtedly be from my realm. Luo Tian's heart raced at this exchange. He mused, I dare not make such a decision. If I did, the sect would surely face ruin the very next day. Legends spoke of the nether realm's fierce and formidable inhabitants. This was akin to pushing the disciples into a pit of fire. Thus, Luo Tian found himself compelled to temporarily decline both offers. He could only wonder how the younger disciples would react upon receiving this news. Chapter 170. New Regulations of the Celestial Alliance. The following day, Luo Tian issued an edict. All players were henceforth prohibited from indiscriminately killing local human practitioners and from banding together for plundering and exterminating sections. Those who defied this decree would be expelled from the Celestial Alliance, becoming its public enemies. This announcement stirred a considerable uproar within the Celestial Alliance. Previously, only indiscriminate slaughter of local practitioners had been discouraged. Now, it was a clear prohibition, leading to dissatisfaction among numerous players. Many lower-tier players, desperate for advancement, felt compelled to take risks. Li Long and other administrators immediately reached out to Luo Tian. He detailed the agreement made with the Crimson Phantom Royal Mansion. Players and local factions would unite against external threats. I see, the leader replied. But will this decision incite discontent among certain members of the alliance? LV Fong expressed his concerns. Luo Tian observed the message that had just surfaced, a cold smile gracing his lips. Over the years, as the number of third-tier sect leaders increased, the players' conduct had grown increasingly reckless. Some veteran administrators abused their positions for personal gain, and LV Fong was among them. As the longest-tenured administrator of the Celestial Alliance, he wielded his experience to cultivate loyal subordinates and engaged in unscrupulous dealings, causing many factions to fall victim to his schemes. However, the factions he targeted either had poor reputations or bore grudges against the Supreme Void Dao sect. With no incriminating evidence against him, Luo Tian chose to turn a blind eye. Anyone who defies this decree, regardless of their identity, shall be the sworn enemy of the Celestial Alliance. If any administrator shields them, do not blame me for disregarding past friendships, Luo Tian declared resolutely. The Supreme Void Dao sect required a stable environment for growth. Anyone who sought to impede this development would face his wrath. Meanwhile, LV Fong, incensed by Luo Tian's unwavering stance, erupted in curses. You dog of a Luo Tian. You profit while the alliance flourishes, and now you cloak your greed for peace while attempting to hinder our access to resources? LV Fong was irate. He had accompanied Luo Tian from the humble beginnings of the Celestial Alliance to its current stature. They were both compatriots and brothers for over a decade. Now, he was overtly threatened? LV Fong scoffed, questioning why he should abandon his former ways. How many of these administrators had clean hands? If pushed too far, he knew that others in the Celestial Alliance possessed golden tier disciples as well. A month later, unexpectedly, LV Fong discovered the method to concoct martial pills. With sufficient martial pills, the training speed of his disciples could be significantly enhanced. Temptations surged within him, even though the method required human blood as a catalyst, making it exceedingly sinister. If the Celestial Alliance could not accommodate him, he would not hesitate to switch allegiances to the demonic path. Ultimately, the allure of the martial pills triumphed over reason. Within the Supreme Void Dao sect, Luo Tian gazed pensively at the lake's surface. Since the issuance of the decree, many players harbored discontent. He had dealt with some rule breakers as a warning, and the situation had stabilized somewhat. Yet, with half of the time until the decade mark remaining. The Supreme Void Dao sect still had to supply martial pills to the Crimson Phantom Royal Mansion. After all, in name, the Supreme Void Dao sect was still subordinate to the Crimson Phantom Royal Mansion. Luo Tian shook his head and opened the sect's daily record. Year 18 of the Supreme Void Calendar, May. Disciple Yuhang entered the Divine Wasteland Village. Yuhang, the reincarnated one. For a considerable time, Luo Tian had not paid heed to him, as every moment of attention seemed solely devoted to his cultivation. A reincarnator had entered the Divine Wilderness Village, a place undoubtedly brimming with immense opportunities. Luo Tian was intrigued, for among those who ventured within were disciples Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang. The three would vie for the most significant fortune therein. Moreover, there was also Cheng Huaijin, who had come into possession of the Demon Lord's legacy. Luo Tian glanced at Cheng Huaijin's information. In the 5th month of the 18th year of the Taishu calendar, Cheng Huaijin is undergoing the Demon Lord's inheritance. Yearning daily to return home, a sudden pang gripped Luo Tian's heart. Despite Cheng Huaijin's exceptional aptitude for demonic cultivation, she remained merely a young girl, at an age meant for innocence and romance. Yet she was ensnared with the merciless Demon Lord, enduring the harshest of inheritances. He hoped that little Cheng Zi and little Moz could swiftly reach Huaijin and bring her out. Such were Luo Tian's thoughts. In the 6th month of the 18th year of the Taishu calendar, Yuhang forcefully intruded into the Demon Lord's illusion, disrupting the inheritance. Luo Tian felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Goodness, could this reckless lad be targeting Huaijin in the Divine Wilderness Village? He regretted not having drowned the rascal by the lakeside back then. A reincarnator brought too many uncertainties. With a grim expression, Luo Tian activated the Epic Traveler's Gift Pack. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for acquiring a Divine Stone. It was indeed a valuable item, though activating the 5th Divine Grid required 2 Divine Stones. The days that followed remained largely unchanged. Luo Tian, in a somber mood, watched the amusing antics of his disciples to pass the time. Occasionally, for those disciples who caught his discerning eye, he had no qualms about bestowing some opportunities, allowing them to acquire fortune by chance. The raucous sounds of firecrackers shattered the tranquility of the Taishu Dao sect. Once again, the new year had arrived. Luo Tian lifted his gaze with a complex expression. Brilliant fireworks exploded above him in a myriad of colors. Su Cheng, Chu Mo Shang, and Cheng Huaijin had yet to emerge from the Divine Wilderness Village. Zheng Ping and was tirelessly traversing the realm as part of the dragon-slaying guard. Luo Ming was still in seclusion, digesting the benefits gained from the seeking immortal order. A banquet table was laden with exquisite delicacies. Yun Tianhua had yet to return from his disciples' training. Little Zhou Zhou had quarreled fiercely with Zhou Banxian over the latter's marriage, leaving the sect with Jing and to wander the Jianghu. Jiang Tianming remained stationed outside the Divine Wilderness Village. The sumptuous feast was left to but Luo Tian and Zhou Banxian. Old Zhou, you are being too stubborn, Luo Tian remarked softly under the moonlight. Zhou Banxian set down his cup, his expression somber. There is no need for the sect master to elaborate. I am well aware. However, if you were in my position, what choice would you make? Luo Tian fell silent. From Zhou Banxian's perspective, he might have chosen to act similarly. It was not that Jing'an was lacking. It was that Jiang Tianming was simply too exceptional. In temperament, aptitude, comprehension, and dealings with others, he was far above the naive Jing'an. He began to ponder whether, had he not permitted Jiang Tianming to apprentice under Zhou Banxian, so many issues might have been averted. Luo Tian chuckled bitterly. Perhaps that decision was the most erroneous of all. Old Zhou, I wish to uncover the truth behind the demise of the Tianji Valley. Luo Tian fixed his gaze upon Zhou Banxian. This question had puzzled him for a long time. Why had Tianji Valley drawn the ire of the prominent sects of the time? Even with their constant surveillance of these sect secrets, it would not warrant such a united front against them. Chapter 171, 1 Carat, 1 Pit. Zhou Banxian was not taken aback by Luo Tian's inquiry. Many years ago, he had known that this young man was covertly probing into the secrets surrounding the fall of Tianji Valley. Zhou Banxian's aged eyelids flickered as he calmly replied, Sect Master, curiosity can sometimes lead to one's demise. Luo Tian retorted, but I am not a cat. I am a tiger seeking vengeance, a dragon crossing the river. Zhou Banxian waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall not disclose it to you. Luo Tian felt exasperated. He loathed those who spoke in riddles. After a while, Zhou Banxian reassured him. If the sect master ever possesses the means to protect himself in this world and stands upon the chessboard, then should I still be alive on that day, I shall certainly provide you with clues regarding the earth-shattering secret. Luo Tian. So, you, old fellow, only possess half knowledge, and are merely offering clues. In the years that followed, Luo Tian received news of mixed fortunes. player Luo Tian's disciple Xuanyuan, with the assistance of sect disciple Yu Hang, successfully accepted the demon lord's inheritance, gaining 5 in aptitude and 5 in comprehension, current aptitude 85, comprehension 90. Upon reaching golden quality, every point of enhancement in aptitude and comprehension was monumental. With both aptitude and comprehension elevated, coupled with her prodigious talent, Xuanyuan's performance was nothing short of remarkable. Player Luo Tian's disciple Yu Hang triggered a golden opportunity, gaining 10 in aptitude, 10 in comprehension, divine wilderness, gift 1. Current Yu Hang's aptitude 85, comprehension 81. Initially appearing as an ordinary purple-level genius, he suddenly ascended to golden quality. Is this the terrifying nature of reincarnators? Indeed, terrifying. Luo Tian gasped in astonishment. Player Luo Tian's disciples Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang, having undergone the baptism of the divine wilderness village, gained 2 in cultivation, both breaking through to the 7th level of the purple mansion. Since Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang began their journey together, their rate of cultivation had skyrocketed. In less than a few years, they had broken through to the later stages of the purple mansion. Perhaps there existed some bond between them. Their extraordinary fortune combined with the myriad abilities of a reincarnated being led to swift opportunities. Alas, they encountered a reincarnator within the divine wilderness village. Yu Hang was nearly in tears. He had intended to bring Xuanyuan to undergo the baptism of the divine wilderness tree, which concealed the accumulated celestial power of millennia. Yu Hang sought to enhance his rapport with Xuanyuan. After all, she was the unparalleled demon empress who unified the demonic path after the battle between righteousness and evil, igniting the second struggle. However, upon arriving at the fabled divine wilderness tree, he discovered 2 figures seated beneath it. Senior Brother Su, Senior Brother Chu. Xuanyuan exclaimed with delight upon seeing her 2 senior brothers. As Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang awakened, they too spotted Xuanyuan, junior sister. They had been searching for her for a long time, and now they had finally found her. But why was there a male figure beside her? They glared at Yu Hang with suspicion. Yu Hang had not anticipated that the opportunity beneath the divine wilderness tree would be seized first by Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang. He presented them with what he believed to be a friendly smile. Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang exchanged glances and smiled back amicably. Yu Hang felt a chill run down his spine. In the 3rd month of the 19th year of the Taishu calendar, under the rigorous training of Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang, Yu Hang successfully broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. Luo Tian was filled with satisfaction. With Yu Hang's aptitude and comprehension both reaching golden quality, he pondered finding a reason to accept Yu Hang as his disciple. Luo Tian squinted his eyes, deciding, it shall be you. The news of the inter-sect competition hosted by the sect master soon spread throughout the sect. The last inter-sect competition had not yet reached its 5-year mark, so why was this one being convened ahead of schedule? Many disciples were perplexed, as were numerous elders. However, it soon became apparent that their understanding was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the significance that Luo Tian attributed to this competition. The emergence of a high-grade Earth-tier artifact and the opportunity to randomly select a technique from the forbidden 9th level of the library were unprecedented. No one knew what lay within the 9th level, but they were aware that even high-grade Earth-tier techniques did not warrant placement there. To everyone's astonishment, the organizer of this inter-sect competition was not Elder Zhou or Elder Yun, but the sect master himself. This revelation left the crowd in utter shock. The astute among them sensed an unusual undercurrent. The seemingly lethargic sect master had finally taken action. What scheme could be afoot? Zhou Banshan was contemplative within the hall, uncertain of Luo Tian's intentions. As June approached, Jiang Tianming, Su Cheng, Chu Mozhang, Xuanyuan, and Yu Hang returned to the sect. Upon learning of the rescheduled inter-sect competition, Yu Hang was taken aback. In his recollection, the competition should not have been held at this time. What? The first place in the inter-sect competition could access the 9th level of the library? Yu Hang was elated. The 9th level housed the true essence of the Taishu Dao sect, containing legendary heaven-tier techniques and spells, even fragments of celestial arts. During this period, Yu Hang was uncertain whether the sect possessed the fabled celestial arts, but heaven-tier techniques were undoubtedly within reach. Regardless, he was determined to participate. The Taishu Dao sect was abuzz with excitement. Many prodigies, who had been absent for a long time and had not even appeared in the last inter-sect competition, emerged, all vying for supremacy. Luo Tian remained composed, confident that the first place in this competition would be a solo performance by Yu Hang. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Golden Opportunity Token 1. Luo Tian was quite pleased. The inter-sect competition was progressing fervently as anticipated. Within the sect, the current generation of purple quality disciples mostly had their cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage, with a few having broken through to the peak of foundation establishment. seeking ways to transcend to the Purple Mansion. Yu Hang's cultivation had surpassed the Purple Mansion, placing him in a position to easily dominate. Suddenly, Luo Tian clicked his tongue in surprise. There was an unexpected dark horse in the trials, a handsome young man clad in a voluminous white robe, his hat obscuring his face. Wielding a large seal and effortlessly defeating his opponent, a genius at the peak of Foundation establishment. Upon closer inspection, Luo Tian recognized him as Jing'an. How had he undergone such a transformation? Luo Tian was puzzled, as he had not paid much attention to this disciple. He only remembered him as a reclusive genius who became increasingly formidable in the later stages, and also as the little follower of Zhou Zhou. Luo Tian opened the sect's daily records. In the 18th year of the Taishu calendar, November, after a fierce argument between Zhou Zhou and Zhou Banxin, Jing'an left the Taishu Dao sect with Zhou Zhou. In January of the 19th year, Jing'an encountered a high monk from Dian Temple, who enlightened him. Fast forward to May, under the Bodhi tree, Jing'an comprehended the Dao and broke through to the Purple Mansion. When he checked Jing'an's loyalty, Luo Tian's expression darkened. That damn Dian Temple dared to enlighten disciples from the Taishu Dao sect. He realized that there were many geniuses within the sect, and that they would inevitably attract the attention of other forces. Yet, he had not anticipated that the first to act would be these bald monks. Did they truly believe they could act with impunity? Chapter 172, 20 Years Through Time. Luo Tian noted Dian Temple. Below, a climactic duel was about to unfold. Yu Hang faced off against Jing, and Yu Hang recognized that face. It was him, the Jing'an from the library. Yu Hang recalled Jing'an from his previous life, a wandering ascetic seated in the library, who had forcefully slain a formidable enemy of the sect during a time of peril. His strength was among the top even during that era of prodigies. Now, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Jing'an, the aura of those bald monks from Dian Temple. This revelation changed Yu Hang's expression. Dian Temple had once been a formidable adversary of the Taishu Dao sect, having enlightened numerous disciples, even forcing Cheng Huaijin to leave the sect. Damn it! Jing'an had fallen under the influence of Dian Temple. Yu Hang realized this with a surge of anger. The butterfly effect? As the two clashed, Yu Hang employed every means of communication at his disposal. Jing'an, I will help you awaken. Yu Hang relentlessly struck Jing'an with powerful punches. The elders observing the duel exchanged glances. Sect Master, should we intervene? Even Zhou Banxin felt a pang of anxiety. While he secretly wished for Jing'an to perish in the arena had never witnessed a death. Luo Tian waved his hand. As long as no one withdrew from the arena or conceded defeat, this contest would have no victor and would not conclude. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, regardless of who it may be, anyone daring to slay the disciple of the Dian Temple shall pay a steep price. The numerous eminent monks fell into a profound silence. The demise of a disciple is no trifling matter. Nevertheless, Huikong's anger was primarily directed towards the audacity of the demonic sect to challenge the majesty of the Dian Temple. A talent like the disciple is a once-in-a-century occurrence. However, he had recently discerned that the disciples of that group of extraordinary individuals possessed remarkable gifts in abundance. If all could be converted and embrace the Buddhist path, the Dian Temple might very well become the foremost Buddhist sect across the 9 provinces. Huikong envisioned that exceptionally wise woman. And if she could be successfully guided towards enlightenment, the Dian Temple would gain a brilliant strategist, a plan for the century that could elevate the temple to unprecedented heights. Alas, that woman's will was far too resolute. Opening her heart would not be an endeavor accomplished in a single day. Within the Taishu Dao sect, with the Dian Temple taking the lead, various factions transitioned from overt conflict to covert struggles. Under the subtle machinations of Luo Tian, a group of long-hidden demonic cultivators happened upon the Dian Temple's disciple and ruthlessly dispatched him. Even if the Dian Temple conducted an investigation, they could not trace this incident back to Luo Tian. In the blink of an eye, it was time to unveil the grand gift. Luo Tian harbored a sense of anticipation. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a 4th Order Traveling Order X1. The 4th Order Traveling Order is indeed a splendid item, yet it requires further refinement. In his possession lay 2 4th Order Traveling Orders. However, he yearned more for constructs like the Demon Suppression Tower or rare treasures akin to the eternal map of all beings. Or perhaps a disciple recruitment order glowing with crimson light to bring forth another prodigy like Luo Ming. Having traversed this world unknowingly for 2 decades, the sect master received news that disciple Yu Hang had awakened. Luo Tian vanished upon learning this. Yu Hang opened his eyes, finding himself in a spacious chamber. He felt a numbing sensation in his limbs and an overwhelming fatigue engulfing him. How long have I been unconscious? A voice answered him. You have been in a coma for a year. Yu Hang beheld a young man clad in feathered robes standing before him, his countenance both dignified and inscrutable. Yu Hang's eyes widened in surprise. Disciple Yu Hang pays respects to the sect master. Attempting to rise to perform the customary greeting, he faltered, too weak to stand, and collapsed before Luo Tian. Yu Hang felt a profound embarrassment at such a significant lapse before the sect master. I had intended to inquire whether you would be willing to become my disciple, but since you have already performed the bow, I shall accept this courtesy. Yu Hang incredulously lifted his gaze, witnessing the feather-robed Taoist smiling, seemingly without jest. Realizing the gravity of the moment, he summoned all his strength and bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, Disciple Yu Hang pays respects to master. This was the sect master, the most protective leader in the realm, the ruler of the Taishu Dao sect, a figure destined to dominate the 9 provinces. Luo Tian accepted Yu Hang as his 6th disciple, extending his care to all prodigies. Not long after Yu Hang's awakening, Jing'an also regained consciousness. Upon lifting his head, he saw 2 familiar figures before him. The sect master appeared calm, while Elder Zhou's expression darkened. Upon seeing Jing'an awake, he grasped him tightly, demanding, Jing'an, where is my granddaughter? Fragments of memories flooded Jing'an's mind, and he felt a deep sorrow. His lips moved awkwardly as he replied, Sister Zhou has been taken by the people of the Dian Temple. Elder Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, a rare fury igniting within him. I ask you, where's she now? Chapter 173, Luo Ming emerges. Where is Zhou Zhu being held? Jing'an was at a loss. The Taishu Dao sect had searched for a year without a trace. Closing his eyes, Jing'an declared, I did not safeguard Sister Zhou well. I am willing to accept punishment. Elder Zhou, furious, almost struck Jing'an down, but was halted by Luo Tian. While death could be avoided, as a punishment, you shall remain in the library for 500 years, and during that time, without an edict, you shall not leave a single step. Jing'an replied, Thank you. Sect Master, I shall obey. Although Elder Zhou was enraged that Jing'an failed to protect Zhou Zhu, Luo Tian had already rendered his judgment. 500 years in the library was akin to a living death. At the very least, in this lifetime, he would not disturb Zhou Zhu again. Elder Zhou left in a huff. Luo Tian could only sigh, Take care of yourself. Now, he found himself unable to intercede, even if he wished to help. In Liangzhou, the demon emperor's injuries had healed. He dispensed waves of demonic energy, fostering rapid growth among the ranks of demonic players. The old powers continued in their stagnant ways, drawing his disdain. Had they united against him while he was vulnerable, they would have surely led him to his demise. Alas, those ancient powers were increasingly cowardly. This experience made the demon emperor realize that the demonic path could not rely solely on him. He needed subordinates. The last time the Jiuyu ghost fiend was unsealed, it had been snatched by the dragon lord of the North Sea. Though the demon emperor feigned nonchalance, he seethed with resentment. He issued an order, at any cost. Unseal the illusory demon sovereign. Luo Tian was deep in thought as to how to eliminate the Dian Temple and rescue Zhou Zhu when a long-forgotten notification echoed in his mind. Righteous Path Faction Mission 3. Prevent the Demonic Path Faction from liberating the illusory demon sovereign. Successful prevention will yield rewards based on contribution. Higher rankings will yield rarer items. Luo Tian understood. The demon emperor was plotting once more. The illusory demon sovereign. Such a name led Luo Tian to surmise that, at its peak, it was likely a being of the void returning realm, a formidable entity. He resolved to summon Su Cheng and Chu Mo Shang for an expedition. Just as he was about to depart, the space of the cave seemed to shatter like glass, revealing an abyss of darkness, from which a young man emerged. Xiaomingzi, you have emerged from seclusion? Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Tian's face lit up with a smile. However, he was astonished to find that he could not discern Luo Ming's cultivation level. Checking the system, it displayed the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Luo Ming clasped his hands and bowed his head respectfully, saying, Disciple Luo Ming pays respects to Master. Master, I wish to embark on this journey into the demonic path alone. Luo Tian was slightly perplexed. The system had just indicated that Luo Ming had emerged from seclusion and was clearly aware of the demonic plot. Could it be that he possessed foresight? However, Luo Tian could not ascertain the truth. Xiaomingzi, why not bring your 2nd and 3rd senior brothers along for support? Perhaps they could slay a golden core cultivator for practice? Luo Tian blinked, sensing a premonition that, even if he intervened, he might not be a match for Luo Ming. This realization left Luo Tian with a tinge of disappointment. The task for elevating to a 4th-tier sect now remained with but one final requirement, to eliminate a golden core. Luo Ming raised his head, a smile gracing his lips. Master need not worry. I shall certainly slay a golden core true monarch on this journey to aid you in breaking your shackles. As for the 2nd and 3rd senior brothers, that battlefield is not for them to meddle in. They shall remain at the sect to restrain the Dian Temple and various sects, ensuring they do not act recklessly. Luo Tian was speechless, astonished that Luo Ming would dismiss Su Cheng and Chu Imo Shang so readily. The disciple also sought another item from Master to ensure absolute certainty. Luo Tian, without hesitation, inquired, "What item?" Luo Ming Dao, Qing Huangyan. This is the superior postnatal spiritual fire that Luo Tian promised to return to Weian. A coveted treasure for countless alchemists, a flame capable of refining all. However, within the sect, there exists no alchemical prodigy of golden caliber. And thus Luo Tian refrained from giving away this singular superior postnatal spiritual fire. Upon hearing of Luo Ming's need, Luo Tian directly extended his hand to retrieve the Qing Huangyan and presented it to Luo Ming. As Luo Ming accepted the Qing Huangyan, it transformed into a serpentine azure flame, encircling him before gradually dissipating. "Master, I shall take my leave. This journey shall ensure that no one dares to insult the Tai Su Dao sect." Luo Ming's figure slowly faded before Luo Tian, vanishing into the cosmos. Luo Tian was left in ignorance as to Luo Ming's destination. The young lad had grown, harboring his own secrets. A sense of melancholy enveloped Luo Tian. He remained oblivious to the trials Luo Ming faced in the immortal seeking order, even as he was acutely aware of the conditions for his own advancement. It seemed as though he possessed a foresight akin to that of Yu Hang, a glimpse into the future. Or perhaps it was not merely foresight, but a perspective of omniscience. Luo Tian sat upon the cliff for an extended period. In the 21st year of Tai Su, at the summit of the mountain, a youth with flowing white hair and crimson eyes fixed his gaze intently ahead. Before him, atop the mountain peak, clouds billowed and coalesced into a humanoid form. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the clouds to reveal a young man, sword in hand, exuding an air of grandeur, gazing at the peculiar youth with a half-smile. Gulu Lan was perplexed, questioning why this youth possessed such terrifying power. The 33rd guard of the demon path had been nearly slaughtered, leaving only him. "Who are you? And why do you pursue me?" Luo Ming yawned and replied nonchalantly, "Gulu Lan of the demon path, you carry the bloodline of the false void demon lord. I require your bloodline." Gulu Lan's pupils constricted sharply. The knowledge of his bloodline, linked to the false void demon lord, was known only to the demon emperor. "You wish to claim my bloodline, based solely on your own strength?" Gulu Lan sneered, releasing a torrent of demonic energy from within. In the next instant, a flash of clear light occurred, revealing a headless corpse. The body was somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his own. Realizing this, Gulu Lan's head frantically sought escape, but he remained immobile, staring at a familiar visage. Terror gripped Gulu Lan. How could such a monster exist in this world? The dread he felt from this youth was akin to what he had only sensed from the demon emperor. Luo Ming collected Gulu Lan's body. With the bloodline of the false void demon lord, he could easily seize the position of false void. Yet this was insufficient. Numerous formidable adversaries awaited in the future. The limitations of ordinary golden elixirs, constrained by heaven and earth, would forever impede progress beyond that threshold. Luo Ming lifted his head, faintly perceiving a myriad of terrifying auras interwoven within a grand scheme. Then let me refine my path through these beings. The false void position would surely attract the interest of many venerable figures. A gentle breeze swept through, and Luo Ming's figure vanished with the clouds. Chapter 174, Advancement Task Completed. Luo Ming departed from the Tai Su Dao sect, heading toward the battlefield. Luo Tian, piecing together fragments from the sect's daily records, deduced Luo Ming's whereabouts. In the 21st year of Tai Su, in March, Luo Ming struck down the 33rd guard in the Demon Emperor's ranks, acquiring the bloodline of the false void demon lord. In April, Luo Ming journeyed to the Tree Domain, one of the 9 great realms, summoned by its sovereign. In May, Luo Ming departed from the Tree Domain, stirring the winds and clouds. Luo Tian could not help but break into a cold sweat for Luo Ming. The young man's actions were exceedingly ostentatious. A command token flew toward him, and upon examination, Luo Tian's greatest fears were confirmed. His expression remained neutral amidst the serene valley. Steep cliffs were adorned with exquisitely dressed cultivators, their gazes fixated on a blood-soaked woman. Before her stood a youth, though his condition appeared dire, having been pierced through the abdomen by a sharp sword, with several spirit spears embedded in his form. Yu Hang felt his vision dimming, struggling to maintain consciousness. Cough, cough. Yu Hang, you should leave. They seek me. Cheng Huaijin's face was pale, surrounded by an increasing number of cultivators, rendering escape impossible. Yu Hang, mustering his strength, smiled at Cheng Huaijin. Senior sister Cheng, master instructed me to protect you. If we must leave, we shall do so together. If death awaits us, we shall face it as one. Recalling Cheng Huaijin's fate in his previous life, Yu Hang felt a surge of hatred, despite being a reborn soul. He had been cautious to an extreme, yet still fell victim to the machinations of celestial beings. This led to Cheng Huaijin's inheritance of the demon lord's legacy, exposing her to the onslaught of righteous cultivators. Demoness, your practice of demonic arts warrants extermination. The reverberating voice of Xianin echoed through the gorge. Led by an elder from a prestigious sect, flanked by numerous cultivators wielding magical artifacts, enveloping the entire valley in a formidable formation. Escape was futile. Observing the righteous cultivators above, Yu Hang roared, "Senior sister Cheng has harmed no one. Until now, she has not taken a single life, merely due to a method of cultivation? Do you righteous sects conspire to bring her to ruin?" An elder, wielding a whisk and possessing sharp eyes, scoffed. "Has she really harmed no one? What a grand jest. Look at this." Before the elder, a treasure mirror materialized, revealing a scene where a ragged 10-year-old girl murdered her father, mother, and younger brother, the room drenched in blood. As the girl sat amidst the carnage, gnawing on flesh and placing it into a pot, the gruesome images unfolded like a lantern show, prompting waves of nausea among the assembled cultivators, their gazes filled with disdain. Parricide, matricide, fratricide, such a person is said to have harmed no one? Recalling that he was a disciple of the Tao sect and ignorant of the truth, the elder declared, "We may spare your life, but do not misstep." Gazing upon the brutally vivid images, Yu Hang's eyes widened in horror, his stomach churning, struggling to voice his thoughts. The girl depicted in the scenes was a stark contrast to the Cheng Huaijin he knew. In his memories, she was a kind-hearted senior sister, never having taken a life, fond of fluffy creatures, and relishing new culinary experiences, a shy yet caring individual. Even after descending into the demon path, she had never engaged in widespread slaughter, instead ensuring that all beings in the 9 provinces had no worries for sustenance, providing them with rice porridge, pickles, buns, and steamed bread daily. Meeting Cheng Huaijin's eyes, Yu Hang noticed that the brightness he once recognized had faded into a lifeless gray. He found himself immobile, frozen in place. "That girl is me, Yu Hang. I am grateful for your protection, but there are matters that belong to me alone, which I must confront." Cheng Huaijin's calm voice pierced through the chaos. With tears brimming in his eyes, Yu Hang implored, "Senior sister, I know you have your reasons. Please explain to them." Cheng Huaijin chuckled softly, "Foolish. Even now, you fail to comprehend their intentions? From this day forth, you are no longer my junior brother." Her expression was intricate, and after a brief pause, she spoke, "Please convey a message to him on my behalf. I, Cheng Huaijin, am profoundly grateful to him for the carefree days spent within the Tai Su Dao sect. However, I, Cheng Huaijin, can no longer continue as his disciple in this lifetime. Should there be a next life, I would be willing to transform into a celestial crane, or even a spirit child, or a mount, just to remain within the Dao sect. Yet, in this life, I must ask for forgiveness, as I can no longer serve him." Yu Hang gritted his teeth, struggling against his injuries, bloodied yet unable to move from his spot. He watched helplessly as the emaciated woman raised her head. "I, Cheng Huaijin, am but a remnant of the demonic path, a disciple of the demon lord, and no longer a successor of the Tai Su Dao sect. Are you all satisfied?" Waves of gazes seemed poised to devour Cheng Huaijin's frail figure. "So be it. Everyone, please eradicate the demons." Across the heavens and earth, countless incantations ignited. Beneath Cheng Huaijin's feet, a sea of corpses and blood emerged, a layer of dark red energy forming a portal that enveloped her. The blood moon loomed overhead. An unparalleled demon lord shall descend. Within the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian raised his head. Lingmin Temple, Qingfeng Daoist Hall, Lingyun Palace, Xinxiong Palace. Luo Tian assessed the auras of various sections. Ultimately, he refrained from intervening. In the unseen realm, numerous energies locked onto the Tai Su Dao sect. Who, then, sought to usurp the Tai Su Dao sect? Luo Tian felt it was nearly time to rattle these players. The 21st year of Tai Su, 6th month. Yu Hang, gravely injured, was brought back to the sect by Su Cheng. Upon discovering the forces that had pressured Cheng Huaijin, Su Cheng directly brandished his weapon. Confronting one faction after another, he suppressed many powers, leaving them unable to raise their heads, shattering the ambitions of countless prodigies under his spear. Eventually, a golden core practitioner intervened, bringing a temporary reprieve. A year passed. In his quest for news of Zhou Banzian expended much of his vitality. Luo Tian became increasingly concerned about Luo Ming's updates, as this bore significance for his ascension to a 4th-tier sect. On the first sound of firecrackers welcoming the new year, 2 notifications echoed in Luo Tian's mind. Congratulations to player Luo Tian, disciple Luo Ming, for ascending to the Golden Core realm, the first Golden Core of the Tai Su Dao sect, surpassing even Luo Tian in speed. Congratulations to player Luo Ming for successfully slaying a Golden Core, and completing the promotion mission. All current promotion tasks have been completed. Would you like to consume 1,000 fortune points to promote to a 4th-tier sect? The melodious voice rang in his mind, so delightful to hear. Promotion. An endless stream of profound energy hovered before Luo Tian's eyes. Brilliant golden light illuminated the entirety of the Tai Su Dao sect, rising from Qingli Prefecture. Someone had attained the golden core. Chapter 175. The 4th-tier sect leader, the whereabouts of Zhou. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for becoming the first 4th-tier player in the Great Wilderness region, receiving a 4th-tier luxurious gift package. The might of the peak golden core. In an instant, Luo Tian grasped this power, able to traverse hundreds or thousands of miles with but a thought. At last, he had ascended to a 4th-tier sect. Luo Tian murmured softly. The golden core realm, in all of Zhou, was scarce. In a single prefecture, counting both the overt and the covert, there would scarcely be more than 100. 5th-tier sect leader promotion task. 1. A disciple within the sect reaches the peak of golden core. 2. More than 5 golden core cultivators within the sect. 3. Fortune value reaches 5 million. 4. Successfully quell a turmoil sweeping across Zhou, achieving an 80 completion rate. The promotion to 5th-tier sect leader retained the first 3 conditions unchanged, yet the final task was clearly distinct from previous promotion missions. Luo Tian opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with golden light, seemingly piercing through layers of space as he followed Luo Ming's aura, ultimately arriving at a chaotic sea of destiny, teeming with ominous intent, where powerful true monarchs descended. Within the sea, over 10 golden core true monarchs surrounded Luo Ming. As long as you hand over the illusory Dao fruit, we shall allow you to leave. A youth clad in a straw coat and riding a green ox spoke calmly, his voice rendering the previously turbulent sea as tranquil as a still pond. The other golden core true monarchs encircled Luo Ming, their eyes wary. They had already lost 2 comrades and dared not underestimate this newly ascended junior, fearing the ruin of their centuries of cultivation. Luo Ming exhibited no sign of panic. Facing the encirclement of golden core true monarchs, he smiled faintly and said, I advise you all, if you flee now, you may still have time. One true monarch, shrouded in black mist, scoffed, You think you can frighten us, you little brat? It was merely a moment's carelessness that cost 2 of our companions. Do you truly believe that having just attained the golden core, you can contend with us? We are merely refraining from slaughter due to your arduous path of cultivation. Luo Ming sneered, muttering, 3, 2, 1. The previously calm sea suddenly shook, with countless waters seemingly drawn by an unseen force, soaring towards the sun above. Luo Ming took a step back, gazing skyward. At that moment, the sun shone brilliantly. The youth on the green ox's expression changed drastically, abandoning his mount, tearing through space in an attempt to flee. The remaining golden core true monarchs, some quick to react, others slower, found themselves a moment too late. What faced them was a sun plummeting from the sky. This was divine ability, a manifestation of divine power. Spare us, senior. Unfortunately, 4 of the golden core true monarchs who failed to escape met a grim fate, unable to survive. The heavens burned and the seas boiled. The terror of the peak golden core was unfathomable. Luo Ming sighed. I had already given you the chance to leave. Why did you not take it? I am not without support. He stepped forth, vanishing into the sea. Within the Tai Su Dao sect, having aided Luo Ming in overcoming his crisis, Luo Tian turned his gaze towards the direction of the Dayin temple. He stepped forth, disappearing from the Dao sect. As a series of auras locked onto the Tai Su Dao sect, with Luo Ming's emergence, those energies quickly dissipated. Inside the Dayin temple, a youth clad in feathered robes suddenly appeared in the solemn Buddhist hall. The temple's restrictions posed no challenge for him. Amidst the fearful gazes, he waved his sleeve, causing the nearby Buddha statue to crack with a resounding noise, unleashing a torrent of golden light. Golden Buddhist patterns ascended within the hall, forming a massive Buddhist bowl that enveloped Luo Tian. In the 4 corners of the sky, towering Buddha figures emerged, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Luo Tian's gaze turned icy. Beneath the shattered base of the Buddha statue lay a beautiful woman, seated in lotus position, radiating Buddhist light, none other than Zhou, whom he had sought for so long without success. What a Dayin temple, using a millennium of faith to nurture a young girl. Luo Tian was enraged. No wonder the Tai Su Dao sect had failed to find Zhou's whereabouts for 2 years. Tai Su Dao master. This girl is fated to be with our Dayin temple. We are merely following the will of heaven, guiding the Buddha girl onto the righteous path. A Buddhist true monarch clasped his hands together, speaking devoutly. You speak utter nonsense. Luo Tian could no longer contain himself, unleashing the great 5 elements divine ability, transforming it into a sword. The peak of golden core? How could this be? The four true monarchs of Dian Temple stood in stunned silence, their formidable strength unmistakably at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. In a single strike, one of the true monarchs was slain before he could even invoke his life-preserving divine ability. I have endured your Dian Temple for far too long. Today, I come to debate with you bald-headed monks and ascertain whether your heads are as hard as my sword. The resplendent radiance of the five elements' divine powers enveloped the heavens, effortlessly severing all in its path. The accumulated Buddhist fortune of Dian Temple, spanning thousands of years, descended as an ancient Buddha's avatar manifested, only to be obliterated beneath the blade. Witnessing the abbot of Dian Temple succumb to regret and pass into eternal rest, the temple itself crumbled and dispersed like mere dust. Zhou sensed the myriad of Buddhist chants in her mind abruptly vanish. She was utterly exhausted and yearned for a peaceful slumber. Little girl, I shall take you home now. A familiar voice resonated within her consciousness. In her dazed state, Zhou nodded and then fell into a deep sleep. The news of Luo Tian attaining the Golden Core and annihilating Dian Temple swiftly spread across Chiyu Prefecture. The Taishu Dao sect was not limited to just one Golden Core. The revelation that Luo Ming, a disciple of the sect, achieved the Golden Core within less than 3 decades stunned all, for such talent was truly unparalleled. Within the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian glanced at the luxurious gift package bestowed upon him for attaining the rank of 4th level sect master. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, for receiving a Divine Power Stone X1, a random Golden Quality Divine Power X1, a random Golden Quality Talent X1, a 4th level Wandering Order X1, a Golden Opportunity Order X1, a Golden Disciple Recruitment Order X1, a Golden Random Blueprint X1, and the title Taishu Sect Master, Purple, along with a random Golden Tier Treasure X1. The marketplace for 4th level Sect Masters also opened simultaneously. The only regret was that the task of preventing the unsealing of the illusory Void Demon Lord had still failed. Fortunately, the Dao Fruit fell into Luo Ming's hands. Truly, it was a lavish gift package befitting a 4th level Sect Master. Luo Tian rejoiced, for he could now unlock his 5th divine power. Among the items in the marketplace was a 4th level Wandering Order and 10,000 fake coins, which Luo Tian promptly purchased. By using 3 4th level Wandering Orders together, the sect gained 3 additional Golden Core foundations. Chapter 176, The Prison Dragon. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, for acquiring a Golden Quality Divine Power, Law of Heaven and Earth. Luo Tian's expression shifted slightly. He was no stranger to the Law of Heaven and Earth. Without hesitation, he chose to equip it. Congratulations, player Luo Tian, for obtaining a Golden Quality Talent, Immovable King. Immovable King, gold, all damage received -30. Simple and straightforward. Subsequently, Luo Tian opened all the remaining items in one go. The Golden Blueprint revealed a structure named Flying Pavilion, which increased the cultivation speed of all women within by 10. Luo Tian felt that it should not be called Flying Pavilion, but rather Bronze Sparrow Terrace. 10 days later, Zhou awakened from her coma. However, this time she did not depart from the Taishu Dao sect. Jiang Tianming and Zhou, in the presence of Zhou Banzian and the members of the Taishu Dao sect, solidified their marriage. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tian could only sigh and extend his blessings. Since Luo Tian ascended to the rank of 4th level sect master and stormed Dian Temple, all challenges faced by the Taishu Dao sect had vanished. A peak Golden Core cultivator, aside from a few rare Yuan Ing level divine beings and the elusive returning Void level celestial lords, had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Having resolved the internal affairs of the Taishu Dao sect, Luo Tian now sought to address the destabilizing factors within the Supreme Immortal Alliance. Upon seeing the youth in feathered robes appear beside him, Lu Feng trembled. Alliance Master. Figures from the Purple Mansion surrounded them, creating a tight encirclement. Luo Tian regarded Lu Feng with indifference, stating, Lu Feng, you conspired with the remnants of the demonic path and forged human pills. Are you aware of your crimes? Lu Feng attempted to argue, but the 3rd level sect master unveiled the true conditions within Lu's sect, revealing a scene of utter devastation that was unbearable to behold. Luo Tian extended his hand and directly executed Lu Feng, subsequently commanding everyone to cleanse all participants involved, ensuring that no one within the Supreme Immortal Alliance dared defy Luo Tian's orders again. With the Supreme Immortal Alliance firmly subdued, Luo Tian understood that the crisis was far from over. Internally resolved, he still faced the threat of the Demon Emperor's demonic army, as well as the looming dangers from the Chiyu Royal Court and various major sections. Time flew swiftly, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Tian, at the helm of the Taishu Dao sect, had become one of the foremost sects in Chiyu Prefecture. Within these 10 years, Su Cheng surpassed his fellow disciples, leaping into the Golden Core realm. The Demon Emperor's forces were thwarted at the Heavenly Pass by the combined might of the great powers from various prefectures, with countless cultivators perishing each year. Even the Demon Emperor himself was repelled when he descended to the border. One day, Luo Tian arrived at Tianjin Mountain. Within Tianjin Mountain, numerous sword cultivators stood at the ready. I have come today solely to seek an audience with one individual. I hope your sect can accommodate this request. Facing the formidable presence of the sword cultivators, Luo Tian remained composed. What person does Sect Master Luo seek at Tianjin Mountain? The Sect Master of Tianjin Mountain smiled with feigned cordiality, yet the wariness in his eyes deepened. Over the past decade, although the Taishu Sect Master had seldom intervened, he was universally acknowledged as the foremost figure beneath the Yuanying stage. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and declared, Guxian. The smile of the Tianjin Mountain Sect Master faded, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed Luo Tian. You shall be disappointed. For there is no such person in Tianjin Mountain. Unperturbed, Luo Tian calmly replied, whether or not Elder Guxian sees me is not for you to decide, but rather for me to determine. The atmosphere grew tense, and as the multitude from Tianjin Mountain surged to attack, Luo Tian's form rapidly expanded, towering even above Tianjin Mountain, effortlessly extinguishing all divine powers with a single hand. His outstretched palm obscured the sun, casting a shadow that dimmed the world. Enough. Bring this young friend to meet this old fellow. A raspy voice echoed from the depths of Tianjin Mountain. Though the sect master of Tianjin Mountain felt reluctant, he had no choice but to respectfully escort Luo Tian to the heart of the mountain where the sword tomb lay. There, Luo Tian encountered Guxian, the one who had left behind the ancient steel. After the sect master departed, Luo Tian was left alone with Guxian. Few remain who know that I am still alive. Sect Master Luo, what brings you to seek me? Guxian inquired. Luo Tian rose and addressed him. I wish to know whether Emperor Yu is alive or dead. Guxian was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with disbelief as he gazed at Luo Tian, stammering, Why you? Luo Tian continued, I am aware that the ancestors of the Tianjin lineage were once the sword bearers of Emperor Yu. Is it not true that you desire vengeance for the decline of Tianjin Mountain? At these words, the entire Tianjin Mountain trembled, and within the sword tomb, countless sword lights converged upon Luo Tian. From whom did you learn of this? Do you not fear that you will never leave Tianjin Mountain again? Guxian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, plunging the atmosphere into an icy silence. Luo Tian did not shy away, responding, You should be aware of Tianjin Mountain. Seemingly struck by a thought, Guxian suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, that old fellow did not deceive me. 1,000 years of opportunity will surely yield change. I should have realized it sooner. The variable has long since appeared, and you are that variable. Moments later, Guxian coughed weakly twice, the murderous glint in his eyes dissipating as he spoke softly. If you wish to uncover all this, you must promise me one thing. Luo Tian nodded. Guxian's expression turned serious. I need you to swear by your soul that you will do whatever it takes to awaken Emperor Yu. Only with his awakening will the Dayu dynasty have a glimmer of hope. Luo Tian swore with his soul. Guxian sighed. I have clung to life for this very moment. Emperor Yu, the illustrious sovereign, established the Yu dynasty, his achievements unparalleled, having transcended the realm of the void and ventured into an uncharted domain where none had trodden before. His heart beat for the populace, aspiring for every individual in the realm to rise like dragons, to cultivate the celestial path, to enact laws that would restrain cultivators from reckless abandon, severing the dragon veins and distributing the dawn of the world, standing firm against the extraterrestrial demons, and singularly maintaining peace across the 9 provinces. He was truly magnificent, yearning to reach the ultimate realm and bring an end to all turmoil. However, Guxian's lips turned pale, quivering as he covered his face with trembling hands. His voice hoarse and steeped in despair. Though Emperor Yu can command the hearts of the people, he can never alter the nature of mankind. After all his accomplishments, how many would willingly sacrifice their fortunes? How many cultivators wielding extraordinary powers would consent to be restrained? They have obliterated everything Emperor Yu built. The land of the 9 provinces has become a prison, thwarting his grand aspirations and forever preventing him from taking that final step, leaving him ensnared in the realm of the unknown. A century of sacrifices from the multitudes prolongs the life of Emperor Yu, denying him awakening, forcing survival on the remnants of his essence. Yet inevitably, as his power wanes, the extraterrestrial demons will obliterate all that is Yu, and those exalted beings who thrived on the sacrifices of the masses will flee into the void. I lack the ability to awaken the Emperor. You are the variable. Only you can save the Yu dynasty. Chapter 177, The Conclusion. Luo Tian, listening to Guxian's narrative, felt a surge of emotion. He pondered why the heavens had descended into chaos without the appearance of Emperor Yu. It was not that he did not wish to appear, but rather, he was trapped in the void, unable to manifest. The once loyal ministers who had aided in the establishment of the Yu dynasty, pillars of the nation, now, driven by self-interest and fearing the emperor's return to his true self, sought to erase all traces of him. Senior Gu, with my current strength, aiding Emperor Yu in reclaiming his true self seems exceedingly difficult, Luo Tian remarked, shaking his head. Those who dared to scheme against such an invincible figure as the emperor must surely belong to the pinnacle of the celestial hierarchy. He was merely at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, far from the Yuanying realm, let alone the Void realm above it. Gu Xin chuckled. As long as you possess the will, that day shall inevitably arrive. The old fellow from Tianjin Mountain once said that as long as one draws breath, hope remains. For this hope, I have witnessed my master, mentors, and brothers perish one by one. If I could witness Emperor Yu's return, sweeping across the 9 provinces, I would leave this world without regret. Gu Xian looked earnestly at Luo Tian, saying, I will command the entirety of Tianjin Mountain to cooperate with your endeavors. You must understand that our time is limited. Should we fail to awaken Emperor Yu, this realm will surely fall into utter ruin, becoming a playground for the extraterrestrial demons. Luo Tian recognized the gravity of the situation, aware that otherwise, he would not have personally risked venturing to Tianjin Mountain in search of information. Senior Gu, how much fighting power remains? This was the question that weighed heavily on Luo Tian's mind. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Gu Xian's murky eyes as he slowly extended a finger, declaring, I possess but one sword, capable of slaying even a celestial being. However, after that strike, I shall completely dissipate from this world. I shall only act in your most dire hour. Luo Tian was taken aback. Gu Xian exuded such formidable confidence, claiming to slay a celestial being? Whether true or false, Gu Xian's conviction instilled great assurance. For even if he could not defeat the celestial, those below him would surely meet their demise, a formidable weapon and a source of reassurance. Luo Tian departed from Tianjin Mountain. With the backing of Tianjin Mountain and the 9 great regional powers, coupled with the profound foundation of the Tai Su Dao sect, Luo Tian felt emboldened to confront the Crimson Ghost King's estate. However, the immediate challenge remained the Demon Emperor. 5 years later, the demonic calamity was quelled, and the remaining 7 provinces commenced their assault on the Demon Emperor, gathering a staggering 80% of the Yuanying stage cultivators. Over 40 Yuanying stage deities launched a relentless offensive towards the lair of the Demon Emperor. The battle concluded with the sacrifice of 11 Yuanying stage cultivators, resulting in the demise of the Demon Emperor and the stabilization of the demonic crisis. This conflict severely drained the vitality of the Crimson Ghost Province. Seizing the opportunity created by the absence of powerful figures from the Crimson Ghost King's estate, when envoys came to collect martial pills, Luo Tian executed the envoy with a single stroke and raised his banner, exposing the nefarious deeds of the Crimson Ghost King's estate in concocting blood pills over the course of a millennium, with treacherous officials at play. I vow to cleanse the court. Under this banner, Luo Tian rose from Qingli County, gaining the support of the rulers of the 9 great regions, alongside formidable entities such as Tianjin Mountain, the North Sea Dragon Palace, and Penlai Island. Soon, like a spark igniting a flame, an increasing number of factions chose to join the Tai Su alliance. Luo Ming, Su Cheng, Chu Mozhang, and Jiang Tianming shone brilliantly. Meanwhile, the remaining provinces were compelled to watch, unable to intervene. Within a mere decade, the Crimson Ghost King's estate descended into decline, culminating in its total annihilation. The Tai Su Dao sect emerged as the legitimate authority of the Crimson Ghost Province, distributing power across the realm, while Luo Tian advanced further in the Crimson Ghost Province, ascending to the peak of the Yuanying stage. A century later, as numerous celestial beings prepared to return to the world, Luo Tian received unexpected news. Zheng Ping'an, having lingered within the Demon Suppression Palace for a century, finally uncovered a trace of Emperor Yu. Immediately, Luo Tian resolved to follow this lead and test his fortune. 3 more years elapsed, and the situation of the world grew increasingly dire as the extraterrestrial demons commenced their aggressive assaults on the barriers of the heavens. Luo Tian's efforts bore fruit as he finally located the area where Emperor Yu had entered the Dao, sacrificing a life to convey the current state of the world to the Emperor. Naturally, this act caught the attention of other celestial beings. Some fled into the void upon learning of Emperor Yu's imminent revival, while others sought to drag the Tai Su Dao sect into oblivion. A sword light descended from Tianjin Mountain, dimming the heavens, as a celestial being fell in a sanguine display. In that very moment, the invincible Emperor Yu awakened. In this life, I wished for all to rise like dragons, Yet I never anticipated that my actions would bring suffering to the masses. Upon learning of the treachery of the 9 great celestials over the years, Emperor Yu wept blood, relentlessly pursuing the remaining 8 celestials. As they fell, one by one, he vanquished the extraterrestrial demons, learning of their plans to send even more formidable entities through the passage into the Great Wasteland. Resolute in his determination, Emperor Yu plunged into the passage to buy time for the Yu dynasty, awaiting the emergence of the next invincible being. 500 years passed. Luo Tian witnessed countless partings and reunions, maneuvering Cheng Huaijin as a pawn to ignite the second conflict between the righteous and the demonic. All opposition to him vanished in the wake of this second struggle, leading the Tai Su Dao sect to seize control of the 9 provinces. Becoming the sovereign of the realm, riding the tide of fortune, Luo Ming successfully broke through to the Void Realm. Luo Tian too ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Realm. Yet, this was still insufficient. Sooner or later, the extraterrestrial demons would return. Luo Tian understood that this power was wholly inadequate to confront the impending threat of the extraterrestrial demons. 500 years later, the Tai Su Dao sect had evolved into a colossal entity, with an abundance of Void Realm experts and Yuanian cultivators emerging like rain. However, Luo Tian faced a pressing dilemma. The cultivation resources in the Great Wasteland were limited, insufficient for the continued development of the Tai Su Dao sect. The sect now boasted too many prodigies, with several of them possessing red-grade talents. Luo Tian set his sights on the passage to the extraterrestrial demons. The year 2000. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for becoming the Lord of the Great Wasteland. Countless star rivers sparkled brilliantly. The end of the story. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.